The man covered his broken arm and limped on the campus, hearing a series of harsh discussions. He borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan online to give rewards. He deserves to be beaten. The man was filled with frustration. He used to be the boss of a quasi-listed company, but when he woke up, he turned out to be a debt-ridden bootlicker in a parallel world. Suddenly, a group of ferocious debt collectors surrounded the man again, and the man's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. However, just when the man thought he was doomed, the bald leader suddenly changed his expression, rubbing his hands and smiling flatteringly. "Mr. Su, don't run. Your parents, the richest man, have finally been found." The man was stunned. What the hell is this? The arrival time of the time traveler's benefits has been delayed, and the reverse operation is also being carried out? While the man was still confused, the middle-aged couple in front of him, crying with excitement, began to claim to be the man's biological parents. The man half believed and half doubted, but did not dare to completely deny it. Mother Chen's eyes were filled with tears. "My son has suffered so much." Father Chen waved his hand and without hesitation handed a check for 500,000 yuan to Bald Chang. The man's debt of $500,000 was cleared in an instant, as if it had never existed. However, just as the check was handed over, a reminder suddenly sounded in Chen's mind, detected that my son has squandered 500,000 yuan. Hundredfold cashback activated. The rules of the system are simple and brutal. The son loses the family, and the parents become rich. The more you give, the more you earn. Then, 50 million in cash was instantly deposited into Chen's account. Looking at the huge number in the account, Chen's hands were shaking with excitement. Chen couldn't wait to stuff a card into the man's hand and said, "Take this 50 million first. If you don't have enough pocket money, come to me anytime. I will transfer 100 million to you next." The man was completely stunned when he saw the extra 50 million in his hand. In his previous life, he had worked hard to start a business and earned all the money, but today his father just waved it away easily. "Dad, how come this golden finger seems to be growing on you?" The man felt helpless and a little flustered. When Guang Tuqiang heard that voice, he was completely stunned. He never thought that he would meet such an extraordinary person. Seeing Chen casually taking out so much money really confused Bald Chang. Su Yin was also confused. He just helped him pay back 500,000 yuan, but now he took out 50 million yuan at once? They also said it was because of the quota. This made Su Yin more convinced that his parents were really rich. Chen said, "I know it may be a little hard for you to accept it now. It's okay. Just take the money first, relax, buy some gaming equipment, or give rewards to live broadcasts or something. We'll have dinner together and chat in the evening." Chen's loving eyes fell on Su Yin, with a warm smile on his face. It seems that Chen is really a rich man. "I know." Su Yin secretly confirmed in his heart that these were his parents. After saying that, Su Yin limped away. Guang Tuqiang's men have successfully exchanged 500,000 yuan, and their attitude towards Chen and his wife has become more enthusiastic. "This is the IOU. From now on, Master Ling and I are even, and I will not cause him any more trouble in the future." Chen said, "I really have to thank Brother Chang for helping me find my son this time." After Chen and Li Qin saw Bald Chang off, Chen pulled Li Qin and said, "Let's find a hotel first. I have something to tell you." Li Qin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and suddenly asked, "Let me ask you, when did our family's assets exceed 100 million? Let me explain." Chen began to explain, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh my god, Wang Ran and Li Qingxue from our class are competing against each other. Is Li Qingxue the school beauty? Wang Ran is actually competing against her. I can't help it. She can put on makeup, act like a spoiled child, and call me little brother. Li Qingxue is too serious. How is she now? Both sides are evenly matched. Wang Ran is so awesome, Li Qingxue can't suppress her. Don't let Su Yin hear it, he just recovered. Wang Ran, this bitch, has done Su Yin a disservice. It's a pity that Su Yin is too stubborn. If Su Yin hadn't voted for her, where would Wang Ran have gotten hundreds of thousands of fans? Su Yin now has hundreds of thousands of high-interest loans. It's really... We have to think of a way. We can't let the third brother be ruined. I only have a few thousand yuan in New Year's money. It's not enough." As soon as he walked to the door of the dormitory, Su Yin heard these words coming from the room. Wang Ran, once known as the goddess of Su Yan's previous life. Su Yin spent more than 100,000 yuan to promote Wang Ran. "Su Yin, you're back?" The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became a little awkward, and everyone's expression looked a little unnatural. "What did the doctor say? When will it be healed?" Fu Zhejian immediately changed the subject. "Soon. It will be healed soon." Su Yin replied, and his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Yin took out his cell phone and walked towards the bathroom. "Goddess, Wang Ran, Su Yin, what are you doing? Hurry up and vote for me." "Goddess, Wang Ran, hurry up. What are you doing?" "Goddess, Wang Ran, if you win, let's have dinner together." 3 messages came quickly in a row. Even through the screen, Su Yin could feel Wang Ran's anxiety. At first, he thought it was natural, but later Wang Ren also agreed to give him some benefits. Just as Su Yin was staring at the phone screen, Fu Jiejun said, "The third brother has finally recovered a little recently and has not mentioned Wang Ran's matter again. You should all be more vigilant." The second oldest, Wang Wei, nodded. "Boss, we know." Su Yin was really badly hurt. "Alas, although we want to help, there is nothing we can do." The youngest, Zhou Kai, sighed helplessly. "Look, Wang Ran is going to lose. The third brother won't." Wang Wei suddenly saw the screen of his mobile phone and thought of Su Yan's actions just now and couldn't help but feel a little worried. No way. Wang Ran must have lost. Fu Jiejun's face changed. "Hurry up and stop Su Yan." But the fourth brother's face became heavy. "It's over. Su Yan is on the list." The few people who were about to rush to the restroom stopped in their tracks. Su Yan just bought 10 carnivals. Carnivals. 10 in total. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, so 10 of them are 30,000 yuan. Su Yan is really crazy. Stop Su Yan quickly. Fu Jiejun became anxious and was the first to rush to the bathroom door. Knock, 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 knock. The three of them knocked on the door hurriedly, shouting anxiously, "Su Yan, open the door, third brother. Stop swiping. Stop swiping gifts." The door of the bathroom suddenly opened. Su Yan looked at them with a smile and asked in a relaxed tone, "What are you doing? Do you want to eat something hot?" Su Yan stepped aside to make way for the bathroom door. "Sorry, we don't have any right now. Would you like something cold?" Wang Wei was quick to snatch Su Yan's phone. As expected, the live broadcast of the PK between Wang Ran and Li Qingxue was playing on the screen. "Boss." Wang Wei held the screen in front of Fu Jiejun and Zhou Kai. "Su Yan spent another 30,000. Wang Wei shouted. "This is already 60,000. Fu Jiejun sighed heavily and put his hand on Su Yan's shoulder. "Su Yan, why are you so fascinated?" Wang Wei also nodded. "What's so good about Wang Ran?" "Su Yan, stop being stubborn. You've been cheated badly by her. To put it bluntly, Wang Ran is just taking advantage of you, Su Yan," Fu Jiejun said with a serious expression. "To be honest, Li Qingxue is not only prettier than her, but also has a better personality," Wang Wei added. Facing the kind advice of several roommates, Su Yan touched his nose and said lightly, "I'm voting for Li Qingxue." "Who are you voting for?" Several people almost said in unison. "Li Qingxue." Su Yan answered naturally. At this time, Zhou Kai exclaimed, "The PK is over. Li Qingxue won." "Su Yan, Li Qingxue has a fan with the same online name as you, called 2 bags of water guns," Zhou Kai said excitedly. "That's me," Su Yan admitted with a smile. Fu Jiejun was completely confused. "Aren't you voting for Wang Ran? Why should I vote for her?" Su Yan asked back nonchalantly. Fu Jiejun didn't dwell on this topic anymore, and instead said seriously, "Su Yan, no matter who you support, you can't spend money indiscriminately like this." Everyone was very clear about Su Yan's family situation. Wang Wei also nodded and agreed. "Yes, money can't be spent like this." Fu Jiejun put his arm around Su Yan's shoulder and said seriously, "The three of us have collected over 100,000 yuan, all of which are New Year's money. You should pay back the principal first. As for the interest, we can take legal action." Su Yan was moved. "Wait, boss, I only have a few thousand yuan in New Year's money." Wang Wei protested immediately. Zhou Kai also said, "I have a little more, about 10,000 yuan saved. Boss, are you going to pay for the rest?" Fu Jiejun chuckled and said, "Let me be frank. I'm a rich second generation. Fuck, get lost." Wang Wei and Zhou Kai both gave Fu Jiejun the middle finger. Fu Jiejun then straightened his face and said, "But, third brother, you have to pay back the money. We can help you temporarily, but not forever. You are spending money recklessly like this. It's really not okay." Su Yan looked at Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai and Wang Wei, and felt warm in his heart. He had been exposed for owing more than 100,000 yuan before and was looked down upon. He did not expect that his roommates were quietly raising money for him to pay off his debts. "Yes, third brother, whether it's Wang Ran or Li Qingxue, the money can't be spent like this." Wang Wei reminded again. "Third brother, the eldest and second brothers are right." Zhou Kai also nodded. Su Yan suddenly spread his hands with a faint smile on his face. "Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me." "Okay, then I won't pretend anymore. Actually, I'm also a rich second generation, very rich." Su Yan said it easily and naturally. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei looked at each other. Fu Jiejun reached out and touched Su Yan's forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you? Old third, didn't you always say you were an orphan?" Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were all a little worried. Could it be that he had gone crazy because of such a huge blow? "Really, Brother Chang helped me find my biological parents. He said their assets are worth hundreds of millions. The debt has been repaid, and he also gave me an extra 200,000 yuan in pocket money." Su Yan finished the story lightly. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei went crazy. After Zhou Kai confirmed it again and again, he touched his nose and muttered, "Damn, third brother won this time." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fu Jiejun couldn't believe it. You just want to steal my limelight, right? Wang Wei sat down on the chair and chuckled. When do you think my parents will come clean with me? They are actually billionaires. Looking at Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei playing around, Su Yin felt warm in his heart. When the atmosphere calmed down a bit, Fu Jiejun said seriously again, "No, Lao San, we have to go with you tonight. If they want to cut your kidney, we can still save you." Yes, yes, third brother, don't trust others too easily. Zhou Kai also looked alert. At worst, I can get you some more. Wang Wei was full of confidence at this moment. Third brother, it's better to be safe than sorry. Okay. Su Yin nodded in agreement. You mean, you have a system? After listening to Yi Qin's explanation, Li Qin's eyes were still fixed on the newly added balance of 50 million in her mobile banking account. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Yes, 50 or 50,000 is already the limit of my hidden private money. How did I earn the extra 50 million? Yi Qin smiled bitterly with helplessness on his face. Seeing Li Qin's skeptical expression, Yi Qin quickly added, "It's true." Li Qin finally nodded, as if she began to accept it all. So, your system is that the more your son spends money, the more rewards you get? Li Qin was still a little shocked. All the movable and immovable properties in the family only added up to tens of millions. How could Yi Qin hide 50 million in private money? What if my son really becomes a spendthrift? Li Qin began to worry. Yi Qin slapped his thigh and laughed. The more he spends money, the richer we will be. I'm just afraid that he won't spend money. That makes sense. Li Qin suddenly understood. But what if Su Yin doesn't ruin the family? Amount of money lost by the prodigal son detected. 60,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Intercontinental Hotel. Here it comes. Yi Qin said in surprise. My son just spent 60,000, and I rewarded him with the Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. Tianhu Hotel? Li Qin frowned slightly. Let's check it out. Yi Qin immediately opened his mobile phone to search. The next moment, Yi Qin took a breath of cold air. Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel, also known as the Tianqing Hotel, was originally a quarry. In order to dig for hot springs, the site was deliberately dug down 100 meters. The entire hotel seems to be built between cliffs, with an artificial lake in front. It is one of China Overseas' top resort hotels. Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel cost more than 2 billion yuan to build, and its current market value is at least 5 billion yuan. Yu Chen's eyes widened. I've made a fortune. Just then, Yu Chen's phone rang. Who is this? Yu Chen answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yu Chen? I am Wang Tianlong, the manager of Intercontinental China Overseas Skylake Hotel. The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful. I just learned that the hotel has been transferred. I am calling you to ask when it would be convenient for you to come to handle the handover. Yu Chen immediately turned on the speakerphone so that Li Qin could hear clearly. We are near the university town now. Let's have someone pick us up. Also, prepare a family dinner tonight. Yu Chen ordered calmly. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the two were filled with joy. It was true. Everything was true. Then, what should we do next? Yu Chen rubbed his smooth chin. What should I do? These are all earned by my son. Of course they belong to Su Yin. Li Qin said seriously. Yes, they all belong to Su Yin. Yu Chen nodded repeatedly. And if I don't give the money to Su Yin, how can Su Yin be a spendthrift? Chapter 4. If you don't have money to lick me, go steal or rob me. In the girls' dormitory, the air was filled with the smell of perfume. A heavily made-up girl suddenly pulled off her headphones, and the smug smile on her face immediately turned gloomy. Her name is Wang Ran, and she is full of resentment at the moment. I am so angry. I lost to Li Qingxue again. Wang Ran couldn't swallow this anger. Wang Ran felt that she had a good appearance, figure, and temperament, but she lost to Li Qingxue in the school beauty pageant. Wang Ran gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice with a sinister look in his eyes. That pitiful Li Qingxue always relies on that weak appearance to confuse others. This is not the first time. Wang Ran lost once in the school beauty contest some time ago. In today's live broadcast ranking, Wang Ran lost again. This made Wang Ran's mentality completely collapsed. I just don't believe that she didn't rely on men to make her success. Wang Ran was so angry that he punched the bed. If it weren't for that last wave of rushing to the top of the list, the victory would have been mine. Zhao Qiong, her roommate next to her, was drawing her eyebrows while sneering. Men just fall for Li Qingxue's tricks. No one is better at pretending to be innocent than Li Qingxue. Another roommate, He Shanshan, also joined the conversation and said, Xiaoran, I didn't dare interrupt your live broadcast just now. The one who voted for Li Qingxue in the end seems to be your backup. Wang Ran was stunned. His eyes turned cold instantly. Which one? The ID is 2 bags of water guns. He Shanshan said slowly. Wang Ran was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing this, and suddenly frowned. No way, it's Su Yan. He Shanshan suddenly became interested. Hey, Su Yan, are you talking about the one who brings you breakfast and a new mobile phone every day? Wang Ran had already started dialing the phone at this time, and his tone was anxious. It's Su Yan. That's right. Zhao Qiong stopped what he was doing in surprise. Wait, Su Yan? Didn't he borrow money online to help you get on the charts? Didn't Su Yan get blocked by the debt collectors? So he has the money to help Li Qingxue get on the charts now? 60,000 yuan. He Shanshan was shocked. This is too embarrassing, isn't it? Zhao Qiong rolled her eyes. Is Su Yan going to borrow money online again? He is really risking his life. Wang Ran's face became uglier and uglier, and he became more and more anxious. Su Yan has money, but he doesn't let me spend it. He actually gave it to Li Qingxue. I'm so angry. Wang Ran called one after another, but was hung up repeatedly. He had clearly given 60,000 yuan to others, so the amount for Wang Ran should be at least 600,000 yuan, right? Wang Ran was the main wife. He called and hung up every time, and after repeating this process 7 or 8 times, Wang Ran almost smashed his phone. He Shanshan watched from the side and couldn't help but sneer. You were so PUA to him before, hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on you, and you didn't even hold hands. Maybe now Su Yan has turned around and licked Li Qingxue. This was like a wake-up call, and Wang Ran was stunned for a moment. Yes, I had never been sincere to Su Yan before. At most, I would occasionally act like a spoiled child and call him brother. Later, she was always giving him a cold shoulder. Did Su Yan really see through her? Just then, Zhao Qiong dressed neatly, walked out of the dormitory in high heels and carrying an LV bag, without looking back. After Zhao Qiong left, He Shanshan curled her lips and cursed in a low voice. Going to find your godfather again, bitch. At this time, Wang Ran had no intention of gossiping at all. He was completely immersed in anxious and fanciful thoughts. Wang Ran's only thought was, Su Yan still has money. Shanshan, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to take action. In the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere was obviously different. Third brother, Wang Ran called again. Wang Wei shouted while shaking his phone, and the dormitory instantly became quiet. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei all looked at Su Yan. Su Yan took the phone calmly and pressed the hang-up button expressionlessly. Zhou Kai was surprised. You really don't want to answer? Fu Jiejun was so excited that he almost slammed the table. Awesome. Third brother, you finally got it. Wang Wei calmly reminded. But you are not going to lick Li Qingxue, are you? I heard that girl is very cold and aloof. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. After being beaten by the debt collector, I have come to my senses. I am a rich second generation now, so am I still afraid of not having women? Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were relieved. This is our third child. A bootlicker is not worthy of being a rich second generation. Get lost. As a result, Wang Ran called again. Su Yan did it directly, blocked him. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei laughed immediately. Okay. The third brother finally returned to our group. Come on, let's team up to play games today. I don't have a computer. Su Yan shrugged and smiled bitterly. In the past, he was a bootlicker and all his money was spent on Wang Ran, and he didn't even buy himself a decent computer. Playing on my phone. I've been practicing my gun control skills lately, and my performance is really impressive. Just you? Don't you get killed every time you land on the ground? Stop making noise, quit the game first. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were making a fuss when Su Yan's phone rang again. Goddess, Wang Ran. Su Yan, are you free? I'm in a bad mood and want to talk to someone. As soon as Wang Ran's message came out, the dormitory instantly became as quiet as a chicken. The smell of tea was overwhelming. Wang Wei looked at the message and raised his head to look at Su Yan. Sanner, what are you going to do? Su Yan chuckled, slid his finger, and deleted the friend directly. Continue. Let's play the game. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were shocked and shouted to continue the game. In the girls' dormitory, Wang Ran stared at the red exclamation mark on his phone, his face looking extremely ugly. Su Yan blocked me? Wang Ran bit his lip, panic and anger flashed in his eyes. Li Qingxue, that vixen. Wang Ran was really panicking. Wang Ran had limited means and could only play some tricks on campus. If he really wanted to be ruthless, Wang Ran was no match for Li Qingxue. I just don't believe that Su Yan would still give her 60,000 yuan to vote, even though she has no money. Wang Ran gritted his teeth unwillingly. He Shanshan still looked like a military advisor, sitting on the bed and saying slowly, if Su Yan really turns to lick Li Qingxue, and he can spend 60,000 in the first wave, it means he must have some goods on hand. Wang Ran asked, you mean? Su Yin is taking out online loans again. He Shanshan said, very likely. Online loans are not included in the credit report. Isn't that how Su Yin ranks you? Wang Ran became more and more anxious as he listened. But didn't Su Yin just get beaten up by the debt collector? He Shanshan shrugged. Do you think Su Yin really has a long memory? As long as there is an addiction and a little hope, online loans will be addictive? Wang Ran asked, then what should I do? What else can I do? He hasn't been squeezed dry yet, so we can't let him go. He Shanshan said with a fierce look in her eyes. Go find Su Yin now and block him downstairs in his dormitory. He Shanshan continued. Don't forget, Su Yin loved you to death before. How could he change his mind in a short time? As long as you show a little tenderness, show weakness, hold hands, and give Su Yin some benefits, Su Yin will most likely come back. Wang Ran's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then I'll give Su Yin some benefits now? He Shanshan nodded. Yes, holding hands is fine. As for more, it depends on how much money Su Yin can pay later. Wang Ran didn't waste a second and immediately stood up and rushed out of the dormitory. Wang Ran knew that the opportunity was slipping away, and Wang Ran had to act immediately. Chapter 5. Master, please get in the car. Hurry up. Third brother, there's a 98K exploding over here. Come pick it up. I'll throw the bullets here for you too. I have a medical kit in my bag. Come and replenish your health. Level 3 helmet. Take it. There were constant shouts in the dormitory. The three brothers armed Su Yin like a god of war, but Su Yin was a novice after all, and his operation was a mess, and he was still shot in the head by someone. Although he lost, there was a long-lost sense of ease on Su Yin's face. Su Yin hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. Don't worry, I will avenge you, Wang Wei said as he heard a burst of gunfire from his cell phone. Don't get so excited, Lao Air, calm down. Hey, are you done? Damn, you rushed into the tower and gave away kills again. Can you be steady? Fu Jiajun complained helplessly, but the atmosphere was extremely warm and everyone laughed. Suddenly, someone poked his head at the dormitory door and said, Lao Su, someone is looking for you downstairs in your dormitory. Who is it? Su Yin put down his phone, walked to the balcony and took a look. Who else could it be? Wang Ran. The man smiled mischievously, as if he was eager to watch the show. Damn, how dare this woman come here? Wang Wei was furious and rushed to the balcony. She made our three children the laughingstock of the whole school. What does she want to do now? Fu Jiajun and Zhou Kai also came over immediately and looked down at the same time. Sure enough, under the sycamore tree below the dormitory building, a girl in exquisite clothes was walking back and forth, looking up from time to time, appearing both anxious and nervous. Wang Ran must have realized that Santa ignored Wang Ran, so he must be anxious. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Zhao Cheng, don't encourage Santa to go down. Fu Jiajun directly warned Zhao Cheng, who tipped off the person. Don't be anxious. I'm just reminding you. Don't get too excited. Zhao Cheng walked away with a smile. During this period, almost everyone in the school knew that Su Yin was being chased by his creditors. Even people who didn't know Su Yin had heard about it. Wang Ran is not welcome in our dormitory, Fu Jiajun said coldly. Why are you looking at me? Keep playing. Su Yin picked up his phone. Although the screen was a little cracked and the system was stuck, he was in high spirits. Are you really not going to go down and take a look? Fu Jiajun was still a little worried. Su Yin replied casually. Women are like limbs, and brothers are like clothes. Clothes can be repaired if they are torn, but can limbs be reattached if they are broken? The next second, he was tackled by Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei at the same time. Good for you, third brother. Are we ready to be robbed? Brothers, teach him a lesson. The dormitory was suddenly filled with laughter, which was louder than the game. The game continued with the sound of fierce gunfights. Hurry up and get in the car. Lao San, save me. I'm surrounded. Oh my god, I'm dead. Santa, run. At this time, Zhao Cheng stood outside the dormitory door, listening to the laughter inside, with a complicated look in his eyes, and couldn't help muttering. This kid has really come to his senses? Downstairs, Wang Ran had been waiting under the sycamore tree for nearly an hour, his legs sore from standing. Wang Ran became increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth, looking up and flipping through his phone. Why hasn't he come down yet? Is he really going to leave me alone? Wang Ran became more and more unwilling to give up, and he was so angry that he directly called He Shanshan. Wang Ran said, Shanshan, he hasn't come out yet. I'm almost standing like a statue. He Shanshan said, Don't worry, Xiaoran. He must be peeking at you on the balcony. Wang Ran asked, Really? What should I do? He Shanshan said, When he shows up later, you should pretend to be a grieved, innocent, and pitiful person, preferably with tears in your eyes. You want a pitiable look? He Shanshan said, Yes. It's that kind of pitiful feeling. Men are most susceptible to this. Wang Ran said, I see, you are still smart. He Shanshan said, Remember, you must strike first. Don't let others get there first. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ran quickly took out a small mirror and practiced a few expressions in front of the mirror until he showed the most perfect, aggrieved face. And then he continued to wait with satisfaction. The game is still going on. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Yan, don't hesitate. Go, go, go. Oh my god. We've won. We won. Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei cheered and rushed over to pat Su Yan on the back. Wang Wei was very proud and said, "See, I directed well, didn't I? You almost wiped us out, okay?" Zhou Kai rolled his eyes. Fu Jiejun smiled and said, "The third brother is pretty good. He was clumsy just now, but now he can take us flying." Su Yan glanced at his phone calmly. It said, "Yi Chun is here to pick someone up." Su Yan said, "Let's go and have dinner. Someone is waiting for me downstairs." Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei immediately started to make a noise. "Oh, our third child is a big shot now. Even someone is treating him to dinner? We must accompany the third child to establish our aura today. We're not going to eat. We're going to protect the emperor." Fu Jiejun said seriously. "Eating is also necessary." Zhou Kai smiled innocently. "Boss, you are a rich man with too many thoughts." Wang Wei smiled and winked at Fu Jiejun. Fu Jiejun said, "If you say anything more, I will beat you up." The dormitory was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was lively. Su Yan stood up with a smile on his face. "I have really changed now. You have become more handsome," Zhou Kai said seriously. "Yes, that beating seemed to have opened up my ren and du meridians. Your temperament is different." Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei talked and laughed as they walked downstairs together. At this time, Wang Ran's patience was almost worn out, and he was sulking under the sycamore tree, squatting down and rubbing his calves. But suddenly, a black-stretched luxury car slowly drove up and stopped at the door of the boys' dormitory. Wang Ran was stunned and quickly took out his phone to take a photo and send it to Yishan. "Look, there's a very expensive car parked. Is it here to pick up Xiao Qiong?" Yishan replied quickly, "What do you mean by pick up Xiao Qiong? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. One costs nearly tens of millions." "Oh my god, it's so expensive. It's much more expensive than Xiao Qiong's sports car. This is a car that only the richest people can drive." Wang Ran's eyes lit up instantly. "Who is this car here to pick up? Go and take a look. Maybe this is your chance to rise to the top." Wang Ran stood up suddenly, straightened her clothes, and even forgot about Su Yan. An orphan who is still in debt. What is he? If she can get a ride with the owner of this luxury car, she, Wang Ran, will really reach the top. Can't miss this opportunity. Wang Ran stared at the car excitedly. At this moment, the dormitory door opened. Su Yan and his three brothers walked out and ran into Wang Ran, who was still standing aside pretending to be weak. Fu Jiejun was the first to see her, and his face changed. "Sanner, that woman is still here. You can't be soft-hearted." Wang Wei quickly reminded him. Zhou Kai stood on the other side of Su Yan with a nervous look on his face, as if he was afraid that he would fall into it again if he wasn't careful. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I know what I should do." The car door opened, and the driver in a suit bowed respectfully to Su Yan. "Master, please get in the car." Chapter 6. What did I miss? "Master, please get in the car." A middle-aged man dressed meticulously appeared in front of Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, Su Yan, and Wang Ran. He was wearing a well-tailored tuxedo. His leather shoes were so shiny that they could reflect a person's shadow, and he was wearing white gloves. He looked like a top butler in a TV series. He stood in front of Su Yan, his tone extremely polite, but with an aura of dignity that could not be ignored. "Oh my god, could this be the person sent by my parents to recognize my relatives?" Wang Wei's eyes widened, his tone filled with exaggerated excitement. "Third brother, should I call you brother now?" Wang Wei said as he held Su Yan's hand tightly, his face full of anticipation. "You're dreaming." Zhou Kai rolled his eyes. "This person was obviously sent by my parents. Have you two short-circuited your brains? If your New Year's money is less than 10,000, do you think you two deserve to be rich second generations?" Fu Jiejun rolled his eyes. The middle-aged man completely ignored their nonsense and just smiled gently, saying, "Master Yin, the master and the lady sent me to take you back." Su Yan was a little hesitant at first, but now he was relieved by the funny performance of Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei, and nodded slightly. "Okay." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately walked over and respectfully opened the car door. "Please get in, master." "Oh my god, this is really a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I have to hurry and grab a seat." Wang Wei was faster than anyone else and was the first to get in. Fu Jiejun sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but touch the seat. "Is this real leather? It's more luxurious than my dad's car." "Third brother, is your family really rich? You were so good at hiding it before." Zhou Kai said, sticking to Su Yan. "We are real brothers, right?" "Brother, I can't do that. I'm willing to give you my chrysanthemums." Wang Wei was so moved that he wiped his tears while touching the starry sky lights on the roof. Su Yin couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Master, we're leaving now. The driver closed the door and the car slowly drove out. There was laughter in the car, but Wang Ran, who was downstairs in the dormitory, stood there, as if frozen. Wang Ran saw with her own eyes that Su Yin got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions. What kind of concept is this? The so-called bootlicker in her mouth, the poor student who was beaten for borrowing online loans, was actually a hidden rich second generation? At this moment, Wang Ran's head buzzed. No wonder Su Yin dared to give Li Qingshui 60,000 yuan. Su Yin was experiencing life. So this is the truth. Wang Ran misunderstood Su Yin. Missed. Impossible. What I just saw was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A group of students passing by also spotted the luxury car and gathered around to take a look. This car is worth tens of millions, right? Who is so rich? Those guys are second-generation rich? Oh my god, when did our school have such people? The guy who just got in is so handsome. Don't be fooled. Isn't that person the so-called simp from before? Borrowing money online to help a girl boost her ranking, only to get heavily beaten up by the creditors. You mean Su Yin? Didn't he go bankrupt a long time ago? How come he has a car like this? Maybe it's his roommate Fu Jiajun? I heard that his family is really rich. The crowd was talking, and Wang Ran finally came to his senses. So, it's not Su Yin, it's Fu Jiajun? Wang Ran muttered to himself. In an instant, Wang Ran started to make plans again. Since Su Yin and Fu Jiajun are roommates, and I know Su Yin, I can be considered close to him. I have to find a way to win over Fu Jiajun. I can't miss this opportunity from a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Wang Ran turned around and left without hesitation, intending to contact Shan Shan immediately and start the next plan. In the car, Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and others were still looking around excitedly, like a group of children who had never seen the world. Third brother, where are we going? Zhou Kai twisted his neck to look around. Su Yin shrugged. I don't know. Master, where is the destination? Wang Wei couldn't help but ask. Let's go back to Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. Damn, a 5-star hotel? Zhou Kai yelled. I heard that the room rate there is so high that it's scary. Fu Jiajun was calmer, but his tone was full of regret. My family participated in the bidding for this hotel back then, but unfortunately we didn't get any work. Your family is also involved in the construction? Wang Wei was surprised. How rich must your family be? Not very rich. I just want to take on some marginal work. Fu Jiajun said modestly, but if we really win the bid, my father said our company will at least be among the top 20 in the country. Su Yin was a little surprised. He had always thought that his roommate was a rich man, but he turned out to be such a hidden boss. Then he looked at himself before. He was so humble and embarrassed. In a moment, the gap was so big. But your family is really amazing. Fu Jiajun suddenly looked at Su Yin. The one who came to pick him up was Phantom, and he stayed at the Intercontinental Hotel. Third brother, your family background is not simple. If it is really a big deal, my dad may not dare to intervene. Boss, don't scare us. My parents are decent people. How could they do such a bad thing? Wang Wei complained. They are my parents. Zhou Kai was not convinced, and the two started arguing again. Soon, the car drove steadily into the resort area. Not far away, there was a building that looked low but occupied a large area. There were playgrounds, courts, and artificial lakes around it. It seemed that the end was not in sight. Master, can I get off here and play for a while? Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Su Yin nodded. We'll go there by ourselves. The driver slowly stopped, respectfully opened the door for them and said, Master, please be careful. Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei got out of the car, still shocked by the sight of the resort. Wait a minute. Third brother, why did the driver keep calling you young master? Zhou Kai suddenly came to his senses. Is this the hotel service standard? Fu Jiajun frowned. My dad has been here several times and has never been treated like this. So, this is run by your family? Wang Wei exclaimed. Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei all looked at Su Yin at the same time. Su Yin looked indifferent and spread his hands. If you ask me, I don't know either. Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were too lazy to investigate further and were soon attracted by the luxurious entertainment facilities around them. It was just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, with all kinds of new things overwhelming them. At the same time, another sightseeing car was slowly passing by. In the car, Zhao Qiong was like a canary in a golden cage, leaning obediently against a greasy middle-aged man. The greasy middle-aged man had a Mediterranean hairstyle and a bulging belly. It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. Zhao Qiong said, Godfather, this place is so luxurious, and the environment is so great. The greasy middle-aged man said, as long as you like, Godfather will bring you here every day. Zhao Qiong smiled coquettishly, kissed the greasy middle-aged man on the face, and whispered in his ear, Tonight, I will make you very satisfied. This is definitely true love, the kind with emotions. But the next second, Zhao Qiong's eyes suddenly changed and her brows furrowed. What's wrong? The middle-aged man hugged Zhao Qiong, his hands wandering restlessly on Zhao Qiong's body. Zhao Qiong pointed to the distance and said, "Look, why are there a few boys dressed so poorly over there? How can they enter such a high-end place?" Zhao Qiong's tone was sour, with disdain on his face. Chapter 7. If you don't give my brother face, you are giving me face. This is a world-class 5-star hotel. How can ordinary people afford it? Lu Hui, a greasy, bald middle-aged man, looked at the young people in casual clothes in the distance with a puzzled look on his face. Zhao Qiong, who was beside Lu Hui, moaned softly and leaned in Lu Hui's arms, but did not forget to secretly glance at Su Yin. Zhao Qiong quickly buried his head in Lu Hui's arms, as if he had done something wrong and wanted to hide. "Why are you hiding?" Lu Hui looked down and was a little surprised. In the past 6 months, Zhao Qiong has done so many ridiculous things with Lu Hui. Why is she suddenly acting like a fresh and innocent person now? "Godfather, they are my classmates at school. If they see us, how will I live my life in the future?" Zhao Qiong acted like a little girl, acting coquettishly and pitifully. Lu Hui's heart softened immediately, and he felt that he was being relied upon, and his dignity and desire as a man were awakened at the same time. Lu Hui looked in the direction of Zhao Qiong's finger, and sure enough, he saw Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin looking around outside the hotel. Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, exclaiming at everything they saw. Lu Hui snorted, "Can this kind of stuff enter Tianhu Intercontinental?" Zhao Qiong leaned against him tenderly, "Godfather, you are very powerful. You will definitely be able to keep them out, right? If you can stop them, let's go to the balcony tonight and try a new way of playing." Zhao Qiong's voice became lower and lower, but her tone became more and more seductive. Lu Hui felt his body getting hot, and he patted Zhao Qiong on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I have acquaintances at the hotel." The sightseeing bus that Zhao Qiong and Lu Hui were riding was faster, and they arrived at the gate earlier than Su Yin and his party. As soon as Zhao Qiong entered the door, he urged impatiently, "Godfather, they are coming in." Lu Hui narrowed his eyes and immediately waved, and the lobby manager He Fei quickly came over. "Mr. Lu, the suite you booked is ready. I'll take you there now." He Fei glanced at Zhao Qiong with a little more understanding in his eyes and a flattering smile on his face. Lu Hui sneered, "Xiao He, I feel like your hotel has become less and less upscale recently. How come anyone can come in?" He Fei was stunned and immediately realized that this was not a complaint, but a message to He Fei. "Mr. Lu, you're joking. We have always been on the high-end route, and it all depends on distinguished customers like you to support us. Then look, those guys at the door can also come in? I think I'll have to change hotels next time." Lu Hui glanced at Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin who were about to enter the door, and his tone was very impolite. He Fei immediately nodded in agreement with Lu Hui's words. "Boss Lu is right. I failed in my job. I will deal with it right away." Lu Hui said, "Haha, Xiao He, you are very perceptive. I will mention this to Lao Wang later." "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support." He Fei was overjoyed and bowed hastily. Zhao Qiong stood aside and listened to this conversation, feeling very proud. "Godfather, you are great." Zhao Qiong leaned against Lu Hui, like a little bird. Lu Hui was even more proud. "You will know what makes me better in a moment." He Fei called several security guards and said, "Stop Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin at the door." The security guard was a little hesitant. "Manager He, I heard that the big boss and the small boss are coming today, will they?" He Fei said, "Is that all you can see? The small boss bought the entire hotel. He must be worth billions." He Fei snorted coldly and glanced at Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin. "Look at those students. Do they have a total of 1,000 yuan?" Several security guards could not help but nod. Su Yin and his friends were indeed dressed in ordinary clothes. Compared with other distinguished guests in suits and strong perfume, they really looked like passers-by who had mistakenly entered the venue. "Don't just stand there. Stop them," He Fei urged impatiently. On the other side, Su Yin and his 4 companions were walking to the fountain outside the hotel. "Damn, this sculpture is too exaggerated. With water waves like a tornado, I heard it's more than 3 million. Fu Jiajun was amazed. 3 million for a sculpture? That's enough to buy 3 houses in my hometown. Zhou Kai's eyes widened. "Don't tell me. This place really looks like my family's property," Wang Wei said jokingly. Su Yin was not so shocked and smiled faintly. In his previous life's business experience, such luxurious decorations and expensive artworks were actually gimmicks. They were expensive not because they were really worth that much money, but to create a grade and attract high-end customers. "Stop." Just as they were about to enter the lobby, several security guards quickly rushed up and stopped Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin. "What?" Wang Wei frowned and asked back with his chest puffed out. The security guard said, "You can't come in. This is not a place you can visit casually." "Visit? We are here to stay." Zhou Kai was unconvinced. Don't you see how you are dressed? Our lowest room rate is several thousand a night. Can you afford it? The security guard looked at them with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Who said we can't afford it? Fu Jiejun stepped forward and said, open 2 rooms for us to see first. Upon hearing this, several security guards were stunned and a little unsure. Could he really be a rich man? If we chase away the wrong person, we will be in big trouble. The security guard did not dare to act rashly and immediately ran to report to He-Fei. He-Fei snorted coldly after hearing this. So what if they can be consumed? Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin are just curious, and they are cheap just by looking at them. Let's go. I'll take care of it myself. He-Fei suppressed his anger, turned around and nodded to Lu Hui with a smile, then quickly walked towards Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin. It seems a bit troublesome. Zhao Qiong hid behind her godfather, still looking gentle and innocent. It's normal. Those poor people love to be unreasonable and won't leave. Lu Hui hugged her, and his actions became more and more unscrupulous. Lu Hui said, don't worry, Xiao He can definitely handle it. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Qiong's lips. Hurry up and get them out. He-Fei walked quickly to Su Yin, his expression no longer pretending completely changed. He-Fei thought to himself that if Lu Hui was disappointed in He-Fei, it would really ruin his job. Why are you chasing us away? Wang Wei was not happy and raised his voice. Yes, we are serious customers. Zhou Kai also mustered up the courage to fight back. You will lower the style of our hotel. He-Fei sneered. Wang Wei was so angry that he stamped his feet. Do you know who my brother is? You look down on people. Zhou Kai couldn't help but curse. At this time, Su Yin stood up and patted Wang Wei and Zhou Kai on the shoulders. Forget it. Let's not go in. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai knew that today was an important day for Su Yin and didn't want to ruin the rhythm because of such a trivial matter. Their brother. Fu Jiejun frowned, obviously not wanting to let it go. Su Yin shook his head and raised the corner of his mouth. If you don't give us face, I won't give them a good result either. Su Yin's tone was relaxed, but it made Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai and Wang Wei around him feel more at ease than ever before. This was no longer the licking dog Su Yin who was at the mercy of others. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. You are a little brother who understands it. He-Fei sneered. Hurry up and find a car to take them away. Su Yin looked back at He-Fei, a hint of a smile on his face. When you are sent away, I will also find a car for you. What did you say? He-Fei was stunned and his face changed. Su Yin said, I say, you will soon know who is the one who really shouldn't enter this place. He-Fei curled his lips. Why would I leave, you ignorant country bumpkin? He-Fei didn't take Su Yin seriously at all. Chapter 8. You dare to hit me. Damn it. Third brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Wang Wei originally planned to listen to Su Yin, but He-Fei's words directly ignited Wang Wei's anger. Although Zhou Kai had thin arms and legs, he looked determined. Fuck him. Before he finished speaking, Fu Jiejun had already kicked He-Fei in the crotch with terrifying speed. Before Su Yin could stop them, he saw that Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai and Wang Wei had already started fighting, and the situation got out of control instantly. Several security guards nearby also reacted and prepared to rush over to stop them. Su Yin suddenly rushed towards a fat security guard, knocking him back. The fat security guard lost his balance, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground, knocking down 2 of his companions. Several people fell to the ground, wailing one after another. Bullshit. Who is the country bumpkin? You are. Wang Wei cursed and rushed over to kick He-Fei in the waist. I'll do it. Zhou Kai also rushed forward, stepped on He-Fei's legs, and looked relieved. Fu Jiejun directly rode on He-Fei and swung his fist at He-Fei's face. Damn. You guys are so fast? Leave me some room. Su Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when watching this scene. As a result, he couldn't find a place to put his foot, so he simply stepped on He-Fei's face. Let's go. Stop fighting. The security guards are here. Su Yin pulled Zhou Kai and quickly retreated. Fu Jiejun was still fighting, shouting, damn it. You are too disloyal. You won't take me with you. As a result, just as Fu Jiejun was about to stand up, He-Fei grabbed his thigh. Let go. Fu Jiejun wanted to kick him away, but he couldn't move. He-Fei's face was covered with shoe prints, and he gritted his teeth. Come here. Catch them. Beat them up. When Su Yin saw that Fu Jiejun hadn't gotten away, he immediately rushed back and pushed He-Fei away. If you don't let go, I'll make sure you won't see your face tomorrow. He-Fei was so scared that he quickly covered his face, and Fu Jiejun took the opportunity to get away. Boss, you are so fierce. Wang Wei laughed as he ran. People like this should be beaten up to teach He-Fei a lesson. Fu Jiejun couldn't help laughing as he said this. Ha ha. Good fight. Su Yin also laughed. The emotions that had been suppressed for too long finally released at this moment. This laugh was refreshing and also showed the youthful arrogance of Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin. Stop laughing. The security guard really caught up with us. Zhou Kai's face suddenly changed, and he shouted. The footsteps of the security guards could be heard from behind. Catch them. Don't let them get away. Seal off the front. Fu Jejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin immediately dispersed, using fountains, lawns, and statues as cover and playing guerrilla tactics. The hotel entrance suddenly became like an amusement park, with chaos and confusion. Boss! Suddenly, the thinnest Zhou Kai was hugged from behind by a security guard, unable to move. Damn it! Fu Jejun immediately turned around and fought back. Run quickly, don't worry about me. Zhou Kai shouted. Let him go. Su Yin also turned back immediately and stood side by side with Wang Wei. Fu Jejun, Wang Wei, and Su Yin stood side by side, their faces full of resentment and stubbornness. Sanner, let's fight it out this time. Second brother, we are not going to the battlefield, and they don't dare to really attack us. Su Yin said calmly, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Fu Jejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin were surrounded. Fu Jejun frowned and said, Old three, what is your family's background? Su Yin chuckled and said, You'll know after you read on. Let my brother go. Su Yin looked at the security guard who was still holding Zhou Kai. His tone was not harsh, but very firm. The security guard hesitated for a moment. After all, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he finally let go. Didn't I tell you to run? Zhou Kai came over, rubbing his arm that was hurt by the strangulation. We won't leave even if you sacrifice yourself. You're not a hero. Su Yin smiled and patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Fu Jejun looked alert. Third brother, what should we do next? Su Yin said, What are you afraid of? Our prince is on a secret visit. We should be afraid of them. This sentence made the three of them feel relieved. What's going on? There's trouble at such a critical moment. Wang Tianlong is the general manager of the hotel. When he heard about the fight, he rushed over in person. Today was the first time the new boss arrived. If something went wrong, Wang Tianlong would lose his job. Boss Wang. Lu Hui stopped Wang Tianlong, while Zhao Qiong leaned obediently in Lu Hui's arms. Boss Lu. Wang Tianlong smiled and suppressed his emotions. Lu Hui said, You hotel should also manage the threshold. It's shameful for such a thug to sneak in. I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Wang Tianlong nodded and smiled apologetically. Call the police. These people are beating people up. They have to suffer. Lu Hui took the opportunity to make fun of them. Okay, I stop it. Wang Tianlong was about to agree, but suddenly his eyes twitched and his face turned pale. Wang Tianlong immediately broke away from Lu Hui and almost ran towards the door. Godfather, Wang Tianlong is so rude. Zhao Qiong pouted. Maybe he has something urgent to do. Lu Hui's face was not good either, and he felt that he was left out. But curiosity drove Lu Hui not to leave, but to follow him instead. At the door, He Fei was furious. Several security guards finally caught Fu Jejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin, and He Fei was so angry that his teeth itched. He Fei said, Beat them hard. You useless bastards, how dare a bunch of country bumpkins hit me? Do you think this is your toilet? He Fei cursed, with half of the shoe print still on his face, and his anger level was off the charts. See if I can't kill you today. As he said that, he rushed to Su Yin angrily and raised his hand to slap him. Su Yin's eyes turned cold. In his previous life, in order to protect himself in the business world, Su Yin had learned martial arts. He stretched out his hand to block and slapped He Fei in the face with his backhand. Pa! With a crisp sound, He Fei was stunned and stood there in a daze. He Fei asked, You hit me? You dare to hit me? The security guards immediately rushed over and held Su Yin down. Old third. Sanner, Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei immediately stepped forward and were also held down. He Fei covered his face, furious. Okay, just wait. I'm going to break your legs today. After confirming that Su Yin was under control, He Fei rushed forward again with confidence and raised his hand to slap him. However, bang. The next second, He Fei flew out like a sandbag and fell heavily to the ground. Who the hell hit me? He Fei roared while covering his painful butt. When he looked back, he was stunned. The hotel's general manager, Wang Tianlong, stood in front of Su Yin with a respectful look on his face, his voice trembling. Master, you were frightened. Chapter 9, 50 million pocket money. Do you know me? Su Yin looked at Wang Tianlong in front of him with a light tone. Wang Tianlong bent over with a smile on his face. Master, please don't make fun of me. The boss has already told me that if you want to come in person, I must greet you in person. Wang Tianlong was so respectful when he spoke that it seemed as if the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary young man, but a royal relative. At this moment, He Fei, with a swollen face, staggered over. Mr. Wang, you came at the right time. These country bumpkins are too rampant. They really lower the style of our hotel. They are making a lot of noise and hitting people. I have asked someone to drive them away. I will deal with it immediately. Before he finished speaking, Wang Tianlong slapped He Fei, causing his head to tilt to the side. Drive them away? Driving you away is more like driving you away. After this slap, the atmosphere at the scene completely changed, and He-Fei was stunned. Boss Wang, why did you hit me? He-Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Wang Tianlong asked, why did I hit you? The boss and the young master are coming today. Are you crazy? He-Fei quickly explained. I know, that's why I quickly dealt with the strangers. The next second, He-Fei suddenly realized something. Su Yan. Su Yan is the boss. Wang Tianlong's face turned pale. Let go. While cursing, he personally slapped the security guards' hands away one by one, signaling them to step back quickly. The security guards saw that something was wrong and were too scared to move. Master. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the real master. He-Fei was so scared that he almost knelt down, his face almost touching the ground. Young master, this person really doesn't know your identity. The offense is all a misunderstanding. Wang Tianlong quickly explained. Su Yan raised his eyes slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. We, the country people, polluted your hotel? Then we won't stay here. Let's go. After saying that, Su Yan turned around and walked away, his face showing no emotion. Wang Tianlong's face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly chased after him. Master, are you trying to put eye drops on me? Wang Tianlong was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Why don't you apologize? Wang Tianlong turned around and kicked He-Fei, furious. He-Fei rolled on the ground, crying and chasing after him. Master, please don't leave. I was really wrong. Are you going to detain me? Su Yan asked He-Fei with a cold face. He-Fei said, I don't dare. I really don't dare. Wang Tianlong was also anxious. Master, how are we going to explain after you leave? This hotel matter has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. We acted on our own initiative. Mr. Yi just acquired the hotel and didn't know anything about it. Hearing this, Su Yan paused and stopped walking out. Su Yan looked at He-Fei coldly, his eyes were frighteningly indifferent. I said, when you leave, I will give you a car. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Tianlong seemed to have heard a life-saving straw and turned back to yell at the security guard. Take He-Fei away, follow He-Fei to pack his luggage. Drive He-Fei away. Understood. The security guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Master, do you think this is an okay approach? Wang Tianlong asked ingratiatingly. Su Yan suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Tianlong. I want to know, who ordered you to drive us away? Wang Tianlong was stunned and didn't react for a while. Su Yan said, my eldest brother clearly said that he wanted to open 2 rooms, but you still wanted to chase him away? Does He-Fei have such great power? He-Fei knelt down in fear. It's Lu Hui. It's Mr. Lu. He said our hotel is too cheap and asked us to drive away a few per students. Lu Hui. Su Yan frowned slightly. Obviously, he had never heard of this name. Wang Tianlong quickly added, Lu Hui is a partner of the real estate company, and the annual cooperation amount with us is more than 5 million. 5 million. Su Yan nodded slightly. Can the partner do whatever they want? Don't deal with it for now. Find out first. Su Yan's tone was casual, but with a sense of oppression. Yes. Yes. I will definitely take care of it. Wang Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief. Master, the madam and the boss are waiting for you in the private room. Wang Tianlong said, making a gesture of invitation and bowing to lead the way. Zhou Kai whispered, the third family. This background is really deep. Fu Jiajun nodded, his face serious. Wholly acquired a super 5-star hotel? Just this point, there are not many families in the country that can do it. Looking at this scene, I suspect that the third family's parents are capital tycoons. Wang Wei also came over and laughed. What are you afraid of? Santa has the 3 of us protecting him. Protect your head. Fu Jiajun shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he was a little worried. Where there is money, there will be internal fighting. On the other side, Zhao Qiong watched Wang Tianlong kicking someone himself and He-Fei kneeling down to beg for mercy. His expression became complicated. Godfather, they are really not ordinary people, right? Lu Hui's face darkened, feeling something was wrong. Lu Hui said, these people, are you sure they are your classmates? Zhao Qiong bit her lip and nodded. I heard that Fu Jiajun's family has some background, but it may just be a coincidence. Fu Jiajun. Lu Hui raised his eyebrows. He's not from here, he's from Nanjiang. Zhao Qiong explained quickly. Lu Hui heaved a sigh of relief. There are many merchants in Nanjiang. It's not uncommon for any of them to have some money. Don't be afraid. Godfather will definitely satisfy you tonight. Zhao Qiong's eyes flickered, and she glanced at Su Yan again. Fu Jiajun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yan were probably going to have a big fight today. At this time, in Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel's most prestigious Tiankuan box, a large space of more than 100 square meters, behind the gold edge wall is a giant aquarium with colorful tropical fish swimming around, as if you were in the underwater world. But Li Qin, who was sitting in the main seat, was not in the mood to watch the fish. Li Qin looked back and forth at the door, looking anxious. Why hasn't my son come yet? Yi Chen was calm. Manager Wang said he has arrived and may be showing his classmates around. If Su Yin gets sick after eating the cold dishes, will you be responsible? Li Qin glared at Yu Chen. Yu Chen could only smile and didn't dare to speak. So how do you plan to deal with Su Yin? Li Qin's tone finally softened a little, and she asked with some anticipation. Yu Chen said, give him a few million first, so he can have confidence outside. Li Qin said, how can a few million be enough? Buying a house, a car, living expenses, social entertainment, all require money. Li Qin made the decision directly. Give me 30 million first. Yu Chen was a little surprised, but nodded quickly. I'll listen to you. Yu Chen said, but we can't be too close. Su Yin may not be used to us yet. Yes, take your time. Li Qin sighed, her eyes slightly red. Yu Chen hugged Li Qin and said, don't worry, bloodline will never change throughout your life. Here we come. As the 3-meter-high metal door slowly opened, Wang Tianlong walked in with Su Yin. Sir, madam, the young master is here. 2 waitresses led Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, Wang Wei, and Su Yin inside in a graceful and polite manner. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai were so shocked that they were speechless as soon as they entered the door. Is this really a hotel? Not a palace. Zhou Kai muttered. Fu Jiejun quickly reminded him, don't talk nonsense. Su Yin smiled gently. Mom and Dad, can I bring my brothers with me? Of course. This is your own home. Li Qin laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. She quickly held Su Yin's hand, her eyes full of doting. Everyone, sit down. Yu Chen also stood up with a smile and personally pulled chairs for everyone. Soon, a table full of delicacies was served one after another. Abalone, shark fin, fish maw, lobster, foie gras. All of them were top-notch ingredients. The atmosphere was joyful, and Yu Chen and Li Qin were also very friendly when they saw Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei, and they toasted each other frequently. At the end, Li Qin smiled and took out a black card from her purse. Son, here are 50 million. Just treat it as your pocket money. Su Yin was stunned, while Fu Jiejun, Zhou Kai, and Wang Wei were about to drop their eyes. Chapter 10, Prodigal Son Cultivation Plan. 50 million. Everyone in the room was stunned. Pocket money. Wang Wei put down his chopsticks and dug his ears. Boss, did I hear you right? 5,000 yuan in pocket money? Zhou Kai and Fu Jiejun also looked dazed. You heard it right. It's 50 million. The lobster in Zhou Kai's mouth no longer smelled good. Fu Jiejun's face was filled with shock. His family has more than 50 million in assets. But a cash flow of 50 million is terrifying. Besides, these 50 million are pocket money. Su Yin was also inexplicably shocked and gained a completely new understanding of their assets. 50 million is too much. Besides, are you sure I'm your son? When Li Qin heard Su Yin ask this, tears immediately fell. Yu Chen sighed. Of course we are sure that you look exactly like me when I was young. If you don't believe it, let's do a paternity test. Su Yin nodded. This is the best. I don't want you to be happy for nothing. Yu Chen immediately called Wang Tianlong. Have him arrange a paternity test. Getting better. Money is not a problem. Wang Tianlong immediately went to make arrangements. In less than half an hour, several professionals arrived. DNA samples were collected from Yu Chen, Li Qin, and Su Yin respectively. The fastest result can be obtained at night. Several people and professional organizations formed a Feishuan group. Can you rest assured now? Yu Chen looked at Su Yin, feeling a little uncomfortable. It seems that his son does not want to be recognized as his biological parent just because his family is worth over 100 million yuan. On the contrary, it was calmer than ever before. It is true that the grace of giving birth is not as great as the grace of raising. He let out a long breath. In that case, let's wait for the results. Although Su Yin really hoped that they were his parents. However, this process must be followed. Otherwise, it would be neither justified nor legitimate. Moreover, his personality has changed in his 2 lives. Li Qin thought about this and burst into tears again. Then you guys stay here tonight and have fun. Play as you please. Yu Chen said quickly when he saw that Su Yin was about to leave. Su Yin glanced at them and nodded. Okay. After the 4 people left, Yu Chen saw the bank card on the table that Su Yin had never touched, and sighed. We are so sorry to Xiao Luo. Li Qin couldn't help sobbing on her husband's shoulder. Yu Chen comforted his wife. Don't worry, he's a good kid. At least he won't be our son just because we are rich, right? Yes. I want to give him the best. Li Qin's eyes were firm. Then you have to find a way to train him to be a prodigal son. Yu Chen laughed. Then train him to be a prodigal son. Li Qin said immediately. How can we train him to be a prodigal son? The couple fell into deep thought. They had imagined before how to educate their son and how to raise him into a successful person. But they never thought that one day they would want to raise their son to be a prodigal son. I'm afraid no parent in the world would think this way. It is said that a loving mother often spoils her child. We should give him whatever he wants. Give him a lot. Give him nonstop. Yu Chen came up with a bad idea. He doesn't need to do anything for us. He just needs to keep spending money. Li Qin also suggested. Sanner, 50 million. That's 50 million. Wang Wei grabbed Su Yan's arm. Can you help me ask if our parents still have a lost biological son? He started talking nonsense again. Fu Jiajun seemed to be relieved. Third brother, at least uncle and aunt don't want to harm you. Even if you want to get some money, 1 million will be enough. It's not necessary to use 50 million. Second brother, you are such a loser. We can earn the 50 million ourselves in the future. Zhou Kai said with great enthusiasm. When we earn 50 million, we can also enjoy such delicious food. He was still immersed in the delicious food he had just eaten. Su Yan smiled and said, Old Four is right. Who said we can't make money on our own? Fu Jiajun also laughed. However, third brother, I didn't expect that you would ask for a paternity test yourself. Su Yan's eyes were deep. What if it's really not true? Although I spent tens of thousands of dollars, I still owe others hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just tens of thousands, a drizzle. But 50 million is different. What if parents open up to you from the bottom of their hearts and the world changes? Of course, if I get 50 million, I will definitely be able to make the most of it. I, the emperor, am not in a hurry, so why are you eunuchs in a hurry? Damn. The second one is the eunuch. Court death. The four did not choose the best suite with Lakeview. Instead, I chose an ordinary double suite. It feels so good. I didn't expect a spa would be so enjoyable. Wang Wei stood up wrapped in a bath towel. Just like an emperor. Third brother, I must make a lot of money in the future. Zhou Kai clenched his fists. Hot springs, giant screen cinema, spa, hydrotherapy. All four of them enjoyed it. At this time, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The sun shines onto the balcony. The four of them sat together. Ding dong. Su Yan's cell phone rang. The three of them sat up straight immediately. Seems even more nervous than Su Yan. What? Just a normal message. It's not Fei Xuan, but the back end of the live broadcast platform. Li Qingxue? Su Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Qingxue to contact him on her own initiative. According to my memory, Li Qingxue looked quite innocent. Is there some secret behind it that I don't know about? Two-faced man? Damn, if that's the case, that would be pretty cool. Su Yan touched his chin. Struggling Snow. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your reward today. 2 bags of water guns. Do you want me to be your number one? Struggling Snow. Smiling face. You already have it now. Pretty good. It turns out that I can't tell. This girl, who is usually quiet and looks very pure, actually has another face behind her. 2 bags of big water guns. What do you want from me? Struggling Snow. Can I add your contact information? 2 bags of big water guns. Are there any bonus videos? The other party was silent for a long time before replying, no. It seems that I haven't spent enough money. I'm a bootlicker and don't understand these things. I was rich in my previous life and had a lot of welfare videos. 2 bags of big water guns, then I'll think about it. Retreat to advance. Take the initiative in the topic. This way you won't become a bootlicker. It's a pity that my predecessor didn't understand. Struggling Snow, sir, I really have something to do. However, Su Yan just took a look and turned off the software. The corners of the mouth are raised. Don't be in a hurry, just let it dry first. Finally, there are fish fry in my fish pond. Why are you looking at me? Putting down his phone, Su Yan found that 3 people were staring at him. Sanner, you're not chatting with Wang Ran again, are you? Wang Wei asked worriedly. How is that possible? Su Yan waved his hand, picked a cherry tomato from the fruit plate and put it in his mouth. Then why are you smiling so lewdly? Fu Jiajun winked. Hey, did you hear any noise? Zhou Kai pricked up his ears. What's that noise? Damn, is the soundproofing in a super 5-star hotel so bad? Wang Wei couldn't help but say. No, look downstairs. The 4 of them quickly looked downstairs. Chapter 11. As long as you don't start a business, we will have endless money. Oh my god. Wang Wei looked down at the balcony a few floors below them. Stunned. All 3 of them fell silent. Su Yan was relatively calm. What is this? I only saw it on the balcony on the lower floor. 2 people were sitting on the balcony hugging each other, seemingly watching the moon and chatting. What's wrong with that? Fu Jiajun curled his lips in disdain. You don't allow people to have a relationship? No. Do you think this is a romantic relationship? Zhou Kai said. One is as fat as a pig and the other is slim. At first glance, they look like a young girl. TSK, has the world become so crazy now? Wang Wei was full of envy. Su Yan frowned and suddenly said, don't you think this woman's back looks familiar? What? Wang Wei asked curiously. Sanner, do you know a girl like this? This figure is great. Look, they're about to kiss. Zhou Kai was shouting and yelling, looking like he had never seen the world before. Wang Wei hugged him in his arms and covered his mouth. Damn, we might be arrested as perverts soon. Fu Jiajun was shocked. Su Yan was still frightened. At least we can't get caught here, right? Woo-woo. Zhou Kai struggled for a while before breaking free. Do you want to kill me and inherit my online loan? You are a scammer of online loan. Wang Wei glanced at Su Yan. Do you think I don't know that you want to take out an online loan? And find your richest parents, by the way. Wang Wei chuckled. You discovered all this? You discovered my aura of a rich second generation? You just have a filthy temperament. The two quarreled for a while, and Shou Kai couldn't help but stick his head out to look outside. No, this person seems to be familiar. What looks familiar? Real. The four of them looked again. I can't tell. Yeah, I can't see clearly. Zhou Kai became anxious. He took out a mobile phone and used the camera function. Zoom in, zoom in. Suddenly, everything became clear. Oh my god, what are you doing, old four? Su Yan was a little surprised. At this distance, they could only see vague human figures. However, it was very clear on his mobile phone screen. Far ahead, right? Zhou Kai chuckled. But he couldn't help swallowing. The sound came from far away, so the four of them simply gathered together to look at their phones. Under the moon and flowers, money is going down, and the world is going down. Boss, you rich people are having a blast. A flower stuck in cow dung. Isn't this Zhao Qiong? Su Yan finally saw clearly the woman who was flirting with the fat pig. Wasn't she their classmate? Can this man be his father? I didn't expect her to be like this. She usually seems quite cheerful. Don't judge a book by its cover. Everyone was talking at once, but Su Yan suddenly frowned. Suddenly he laughed. Boss, this isn't some white lotus. It's a femme fatale. A femme fatale? I only saw the beauty. Zhou Kai stared at her, swallowing his saliva. Wang Wei's eyes rolled around and he laughed. Sanner, you really know how to play. Look at that waist. It really looks like a snake. Su Yan was speechless. Is this what I am talking about? He picked up a piece of cantaloupe and took a bite. Remember what happened to us today? We were kicked out of the hotel. Fu Jiajun couldn't help but frown. Old third, are you talking about her? What else? Su Yan looked up at the moon in the sky and said leisurely, she saw us and came out to get a room by herself, and she was with an old man like Lu Hui. If it were you, what would you do? Fu Jiajun touched his chin. Seeing Su Yan sitting down, he was too embarrassed to look at him again. So, she was the one who asked someone to drive us away? Is uncle so happy? Wang Wei didn't move his eyes away for a moment. Of course, the rich uncles will be happy, but the poor ones will be miserable. Maybe they can even adopt a goddaughter. Tisk tisk. Wang Wei also came over. Hey. You don't want to watch it anymore? Fu Jiajun looked at him curiously. I'm back in my room. Zhou Kai sighed and shrugged. I won't see you later. What do you think they will do after returning to their room? None of your business. Why? Several people knew it well. Sanner, I heard that the hotel has special services. Wang Wei was very agitated. Zhou Kai also looked at Su Yan eagerly. How should I know? I was an orphan before. Su Yan was speechless. These two guys. You might as well ask the boss instead of asking me. The two looked at Fu Jiajun, and Fu Jiajun quickly said, I'm not familiar with it either. Come to my house during the holidays. I'm familiar with it. The two of them were immediately deflated. You guys, Zhao Qiong. Wang Wei couldn't help but turn the topic to Zhao Qiong. That's it. Fu Jiajun took a big bite of watermelon, godfather and goddaughter stuff. Oh, you are a beautiful woman. Why do you become a thief? Zhou Kai was a little disappointed. If you really can't help it, you must have a way to find Manager Wang. Su Yan saw the two people looking lost and restless. Really? Wang Wei's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. I can't afford a 5-star hotel. Zhou Kai also shook his head. Seeing the two of them like this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. The living room of the duplex suite with lake view. Li Qin grabbed her phone and said, Why is there no news yet? Pay more money. Yuchen said helplessly, It will take time for them to verify it. Hey, I'm just nervous. Xiao Luo is definitely my son. I'm not wrong about that. I know, the main thing is to reassure Xiao Luo. Otherwise, how can we carry out our plan to train a prodigal son? Yuchen sighed. I'm afraid they are the only couple in the world who want to raise their son to be a prodigal. Here it comes. Li Qin was so excited that she almost jumped up. She clicked it and took a look. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then tears rolled down my face. According to our center's identification, the relative probability of Mr. Yichen being Mr. Su Yan's biological father is 99.9999. Similarly, Li Qin also had a result. We found our son. The couple hugged each other and cried. Su Yan looked at the results on his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. I am now a super rich second generation. Morning. A family of 3 sat in a restaurant to eat. After learning the exact news, Fu Jiajun took Wang Wei and Zhou Kai away. When he was almost done with breakfast, Yichen took out the bank card again. Now, can you accept this bank card? Looking at the bank card on the table, Su Yan nodded and said, I'll pay you back later. This money can be your startup capital. In his previous life, he started from scratch and built a company that was listed on the stock market. In this life, his starting capital was 50 million. He believes he can do better. No need. Why shouldn't the family return what they have said? What's ours is yours. Li Qin looked at her son, unwilling to take her eyes away for a moment. Yuchen felt that Su Yin did not believe in his family's strength. I was ready to show him my muscles, patting my chest and saying, "Son, don't worry, as long as you don't start a business, our family's money will never run out." How did you know I wanted to start a business? He couldn't help but look at his mother. Mom, don't you want to say something? Your husband's tail is about to rise to the sky. Yeah. Li Qin nodded repeatedly when she saw her son looking at her. I'll give you this money. First, buy a house in Zhonghai, and then buy a car. It will be more convenient for you to go to school in the future. Su Yin felt a little confused. Buy a house and a car? 50 million? What kind of house should I buy? What kind of car should I buy? Mom and Dad owed you so much in the past. We will definitely make it up to you in the future. Chapter 12, He is the Dog. Sanner, did our parents really give you 50 million in pocket money? On the way back to school, Wang Wei was really full of curiosity. It's not pocket money. Su Yin touched his nose. It's to buy me a house and a car in Zhonghai. Zhou Kai exclaimed, buying a house and a car in Zhonghai? China overseas is an international commercial center, and its housing prices are among the highest in the country. Fu Jiejun said with a sigh, third brother, your family is really not simple. I can easily take out 50 million in cash to buy him a house and a car. There are really not many families like this. By the way, don't our parents come with us to take a look? Although Wang Wei was shocked, he was still curious. Who says it's not? Su Yin also found it strange. 50 million in cash was just handed over to me. He even invited them to come and look at the house. The result was rejected. Are you really not worried about wasting money? Rolls-Royce took them back to school and left. Su Yin's phone rang. I'm going to take a call. Seeing the caller ID on the phone, Su Yin immediately laughed. Let's go back first. Fu Jiejun nodded. Boss, is there any forbidden place near the school? What forbidden place? It's all about the bright lights and the nightlife. How should I know? Aren't you a rich second generation? Take us to see him. I see you guys want to lose your virginity. Can't help it. Listening to the three people talking as they walked, what happened last night probably overturned their worldview. Hello. Su, I'm in Zhonghai. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll pick you up. Su Yin arrived at the school gate and hailed a taxi. The person who came was his childhood friend in the orphanage, Ouyang. The few of them grew up together and have a very good relationship. Although he looked down on his predecessor, he came through and accepted all the memories of his predecessor. Affected a lot. I can empathize with Ouyang, who grew up with me, got into trouble with me, and played with me. Of course, he replaced his predecessor by taking the place of the one who had done it. Nor can any flaws be revealed. Otherwise, he was worried that he would have to go to the operating table. Zhonghai Railway Station. On a high-speed train, a tall and strong young man was simply carrying a backpack. He walked out holding the hand of a tall and plump girl. Why haven't you arrived yet? Ouyang stood at the entrance of the train station, gazing into the distance. The girl is playing with the mobile phone in her hand. How long do we have to wait? Sun Qing put away her phone, leaned over, and tapped her legs, somewhat dissatisfied. Ouyang smiled and said, It will be soon. I have already called him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and when he saw Su Yin striding towards him, he immediately let go of Sun Qing's hand and walked towards him. ASU. Ouyang. Ouyang gave Su Yin a big hug. Why are you here? Su Yin was a little surprised. Ouyang was studying in Nanjiang province and working part-time. He was a little surprised that he came to Zhonghai to find him. Is it not possible to come and see you? Ouyang was taller than Su Yin and patted his shoulder. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Sun Qing. Su Yin looked at Sun Qing behind him. She was indeed good-looking. He smiled and said, Hello, I am Ouyang's brother, Su Yin. Sun Qing looked up at him. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she forced a smile. Come on, let's go get something to eat first. He returned to school from the Intercontinental Hotel and then went to the train station. It was almost noon. Seeing him reaching out to stop a taxi, Ouyang quickly stopped him and said, Let's take the subway. Let's go to your school first. I came here with a mission, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Xiaofei and Mom. The subway is too crowded. Su Yin glanced at Sun Qing. Ouyang waved his hand and said, It's okay. Su Yin still couldn't persuade Ouyang, and the three of them took the subway back to school together. Let's go. I'll take you to have lunch first. Su Yin walked towards a restaurant near the school. This is the best restaurant near the school. Only students with spare money will eat here. Many teachers' treats are also placed here. Forget it. Let's go to the cafeteria. It's clean and hygienic there. Unexpectedly, Ouyang stopped him again. After doing this several times, Su Yin suddenly realized that Ouyang was saving money for himself. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. However, Ouyang still waved his hand and said, Come on, let me try the food in your cafeteria. I can also introduce it to Mom and Xiaofei, right? Su Yin was dragged back to school by him. Sorry, Sun Qing. I'll treat you to dinner out tonight, Su Yin said to Sun Qing. Sun Qing nodded. It's okay, Brother Su. This girl is nice. Su Yin had a good impression of her. I felt that Ouyang brought this to me specially in order to introduce it to his girlfriend. After all, they all grew up in orphanages. The dean is what Ouyang calls mom. Su Yin is his elder brother. You sit here for a while, Ouyang, and I will go buy some groceries. After finding a seat for Sun Qing to sit down, Su Yin walked away with Ouyang. Sitting in her seat, Sun Qing took out her cell phone and started playing. Suddenly, I heard someone talking next to me. That was the dog licker just now, right? Which one? Who else? Isn't it that Su Yin? The guy who borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from a loan shark and got beaten up. Yes, it seems to be him. No way. He's quite handsome. Now the whole school knows. Hearing Su Yan's name, Sun Qing couldn't help but prick up her ears. Borrowing hundreds of thousands. He looks handsome. I didn't expect he was this kind of person. No wonder he walked with a limp. I thought he was born like that and was abandoned because of that. I didn't expect that he was beaten by his creditors. And he also said that he was not short of money. Suddenly, her impression of Su Yin changed a lot. Stop talking, I'm back. Su Yin and Ouyang came back with a few dishes. Sun Qing felt that the meal was tasteless. After dinner, Su Yin took the two of them for a walk around the school. When they reached a secluded place, Ouyang suddenly called him. What's wrong? Su Yin asked. Ouyang dug into his pocket and pulled out a bank card. Ah, Su, use this money first. Looking at the bank card, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Ouyang, what do you mean? Xiaofei and I both received debt collection calls, and my mom received one too. Ouyang scratched his head. You know, there are many younger brothers and sisters at home, and mom can't afford the money. She asked you not to blame him. Ouyang always had a smile on his face. Then I can't have it. Ouyang put the bank card in Su Yan's hand and said, this is the money Xiaofei and I earned from working and studying. It's not much. You need the money more than us right now. Snort. At this moment, Sun Qing suddenly snorted, turned around, and left. Ouyang stuffed the bank card into Su Yan's hand and chased after him. At this moment, Su Yan felt mixed emotions. How could he be short of money? The thing that is least lacking is money. You're so good, Ouyang. It's fine if you don't have any gifts or surprises or anything at all, but you still give all your money to a bootlicker. Sun Qing's voice came. What should I do when I see my friends? You're making me lose face like this. Think it over carefully. Online loans are a bottomless pit. I'm having dinner with my friends tonight. Come if you want, or we'll break up if you don't. After saying that, Sun Qing hailed a taxi and left. Ouyang turned around and looked at Su Yin, feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 13. Our son is a spendthrift again. A very good girl. Su Yin walked to Ouyang and returned the bank card to him. Don't miss it. Su, you need this money more than I do. Ouyang refused to accept it. Besides, it's not just for me, but also for Xiaofei. Su Yin patted his shoulder and said, I'm really not short of money. My parents found me. Hearing this, Ouyang's expression froze for a moment, with a hint of surprise and a hint of disappointment. How did you find it? The debt collectors couldn't collect the debt, so they found a way to find my biological parents, and the money has been repaid. Ouyang took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it up, and took 2 deep puffs to suppress the shock in his heart. Listen to Su Yin finish the story. 2 streams of smoke came out of his nostrils. Damn it. Is there any justice in this world? That's the thing. Su Yin shrugged. Now I'm also a rich second generation. How about I also borrow an online loan? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Su Yin looked at him. Ouyang stuffed the cigarette butt into the trash can, sighed deeply, and said, I'm not afraid of being beaten to death. He is very strong. I am just worried that I am either lost or abducted. The sunlight shining on his hair could not dispel the sadness on his face. Su Yin kicked him and said, why don't you go and get Sun Qing back? The sadness on Ouyang's face was immediately swept away, and then he said shyly, I don't know where she went. Ask her friends. Su Yin was speechless. I don't know her friend. You have her phone number, right? Ouyang quickly called Sun Qing, but was blocked. He looked at Su Yin innocently. Su Yin was so angry that he almost laughed. How did you catch up with her? Ouyang scratched his head. How can I have the time? In addition to attending classes, I also have to work. She was the one who pursued me. Okay. Su Yin sighed. I am obviously more handsome than others. Why was his predecessor a bootlicker? Is there a female dog licker in Ouyang? In that case, you accompany me to buy a car, and I'll give you enough face in the evening. Su Yin thought about it. It would be bad for Ouyang to lose a relationship because of Sun Qing's departure. It would be better to support Ouyang. Do you really want to buy a car? Ouyang looked at Su Yin with disbelief. Su Yin smiled. They want to use the hotel's car, so I'll buy one to get around, and it will be more convenient. With 50 million yuan in hand, the basic conditions for starting a business are already very strong. A vehicle for transportation or a company storefront will make it more convenient to do business in the future. The two got in a taxi. Suyan's cell phone dinged. It turned out that I had rewarded Li Qingshua's live broadcast yesterday, and now that her live broadcast had started, the reward was pushed directly to me. I didn't look closely yesterday, and it will take some time to get to the Auto City anyway. I simply clicked on the live broadcast room. Li Qingxua looks as pure as ever, just sitting in the live broadcast room, simply playing the piano. A melodious song was heard. Su, is this your goddess? Ouyang leaned over and asked with a frown. Su Yan shook his head and said, no, this is my dog. TSK. She's so pretty. How could she be your bootlicker? Ouyang snorted and said worriedly, although you have found your biological parents now, you still have to control yourself. They are all orphans and definitely feel less secure than normal people. I look forward to the love of my parents, but once I have it, I worry about losing it. Suyan nodded. Of course he understood all of this. So, he was ready to give it a try? Although the 5 kilowatts were given to me casually. After all, this money is not earned by myself. So he casually recharged 100,000 yuan into Douyin. Just click and you will receive a carnival worth 30,000. Suddenly, special effects sounds were heard in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room, which originally had only more than 1,000 people online, immediately became lively. Damn it, yesterday's big guy is here again. It's this big guy? He spent 60,000 yesterday. He's doing it again today. Boss, please hug me. Boss, what do you think of me? Just as the song was over, Li Qingxua also saw Su Zhe's reward. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He quickly said, thank you for the reward, 2 bags of big water guns. However, before he could finish his words, another carnival passed by. Oh my god, another 30,000. Is the boss so rich? Boss, do people like you have spending tasks every day? How much do you make in a month? 90,000 in 2 days. The barrage was filled with voices of envy. Yesterday, the other party ignored her, and Li Qingxua thought she would never be able to contact him again. Who would have thought that he would come to give me gifts again today? Thanks, 2 bags of big water guns. She seemed to have something else to say, her mouth moved, and an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. He lowered his head slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. I feel pity for her, as if she were the reincarnation of Lin Daiyu. This attracted even more LSPs to howl in the live broadcast room. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. No wonder Jia Baoyu chose Lin Daiyu. She is so beautiful. My heart melts. Reward. Reward. All of a sudden, all kinds of rewards poured into the live broadcast room. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. This woman was many levels higher than Zhao Qiong, also taller than Wang Ran. Without saying a word, you can easily win a man's heart. I no longer had the mood to spend the 40,000 yuan in my account. Are you leaving now? Yi Chen dragged his luggage and walked out of the room with his wife. Li Qin nodded. We can't push him too hard now. Give him some time and space to accept it. Although he said this, tears welled up in his eyes. 2. Yi Chen nodded, and the luggage in his hand was taken away by the waiter. Old Wang, you are in Zhonghai. If Xiao Luo has any problems, please take care of him. Li Qin instructed Wang Tianlong, who was standing beside her. Wang Tianlong nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mrs. Yi, I will definitely do it. It's just right. The company at home also needs to be reorganized. Yi Chen nodded. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Wife, our son is a spendthrift again. Li Qin was immediately overjoyed. Really? Yeah, just now. Wang Tianlong stood aside, completely stunned. What? The young master is a spendthrift? Why are you so happy? Is there something wrong with my boss and his wife's brain? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen sighed. But he is too careful with his money. When will he be able to spend all the 50 million? The waiter next to him almost popped his eyes out. What kind of divine parents are these? Li Qin frowned. Indeed, this kid is still too honest and doesn't trust us enough. Otherwise, the 50 million would be spent quickly. Right? We can't let him back down. I'll call him. Chapter 14, is 50 million enough? If not, Dad will give you another 10 million. Girls' dormitory. Wang Ran is drawing her eyebrows and preparing to start the live broadcast. Shanshan, are you sure Fu Jejun is a rich second generation? Shanshan was playing with her phone and eating fruit. Yes, there is a classmate in the club who is from the same hometown as him. Not many people know about this. Xiao Ran, you have to seize the opportunity. A Rolls-Royce. I've never seen one in my life. Wait until you get close to him and let me sit in one too. Wang Ran brushed her hair and said, of course. We are good friends. But how can I start a conversation with Fu Jiejun? Yi Shanshan tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, why don't you talk to Fu Jiejun about Su Yan's situation? And then, as he listened, Wang Ran's eyes lit up, and he jumped over, hugged Yi Shanshan, and kissed her on the face. Shanshan, you are really awesome. Yi Shanshan smiled and said, who said we are best friends? Wang Ran immediately became full of confidence. Yes, with you, I will definitely be invincible. She clenched her fists. Hurry up and put on your makeup. The live broadcast will start soon. Oh, there's not much money in live streaming now. Wang Ran was a little disappointed. Yi Shanshan glanced at her. There are not many people like Su Yan. Hey, Li Qingxue started live streaming again. How did this nerd start live streaming? Yi Shanshan was a little surprised. Li Qingxue didn't know how to do live streaming before. You've tasted the sweetness. Bitch. Wang Ran was indignant. The tens of thousands of dollars I got yesterday should be mine. Yi Shanshan suddenly screamed, and was so scared that one stroke of her eyeliner went crooked. Almost poked my eye. What are you doing? You're so startled. Wang Ran was dissatisfied and had to redraw it. It's Su Yan. Su Yan gave Li Qingxue 2 more carnivals. The redrawn eyeliner floated directly to the temple. What did you say? Wang Ran was extremely shocked. Where did he get the money? Yesterday, 60,000. Today, 60,000. It's already 120,000. It's almost the same amount of money he spent on himself. Could it be that Fu Jiejun lent it to him? Wang Ran only thought of this possibility. Yi Shanshan shook her head. No, if he spends money like this, Fu Jiejun will never lend him money. Where did he get the money? Wang Ran felt extremely unwilling. Su Yan took out an online loan and was beaten up by the debt collector. She thought that the debt collector had been emptied out by her. Unexpectedly, he took out another 120,000 in the blink of an eye. I don't know. Yi Shanshan couldn't figure it out either. Don't give up on Su Yan for now. Maybe we can dig out some good stuff. But they are roommates. No problem, just watch me. Su Yan didn't know that Wang Ran was targeting him again. Ouyang was extremely worried. Su, if you spend so much money, then they... I know my limits. Su Yan smiled. Don't worry, after all, my family is a billionaire. The driver was a little surprised. Billionaire? Billionaire, do you still take a taxi? I still think you're being a little too extravagant. It was so hard to find it. Ouyang was very worried. At this time, Su Yan's phone rang. Is it him? Ouyang took a look, his expression somewhat frozen. He won't come to hold me accountable, will he? This is 100,000. 100,000 was spent in one go. Will you know after you answer it? Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief instead. I transferred 100,000 yuan directly from my bank card. The other party will definitely receive the text message reminder as soon as possible. Hello. Su Yan was afraid that Ouyang would worry, so he turned on the amplifier. As soon as he opened his mouth, a hearty laugh came from the phone. Ouyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the laughter. Hey son, your mom and I will go back to our hometown today. You can come back later when you have time. Su Yan thought about it and nodded. By the way, is the 50 million from yesterday enough for you to spend? If not, I'll give you another 10 million. The car's tires slipped violently. The driver fumbled to straighten the car. Damn it. What family? Is 50 million enough? Still from yesterday? Spending 50 million a day, are you kidding me? There's no tax on bragging, right? Ouyang was also stunned. 50 million isn't enough. Give me another 10 million? Are you raising a prodigal son? That's enough. No need. Su Yan was also stunned for a moment. Do you always feel that this family is a little abnormal? Xiao Luo, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Li Qin answered the phone. It's like this, 50 million is a little short of buying you a house and a car. After all, Zhonghai is not like our hometown. Ask your father to give you another 10 million and buy a villa and a sports car. Don't be stingy with the money and don't let yourself down. Your dad will give you extra money for the decoration. As they were talking, there were tearful voices again. Haha, son, it's okay. Don't worry about the money. Money is not as important as you. The driver was stunned. It looks like the real thing. Can't be true. After a few words, he introduced Ouyang. The enthusiastic Li Qin immediately invited Ouyang to her home. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang touched his chin. He smacked his lips and said, Ah Su, they want to throw money at you. Su Yan covered his forehead, and he also noticed it. Give him 200,000 as soon as you meet him. Goodbye 50 million. Another 10 million today? This money grows on the tree. Can we just pick it and get it? The driver curled his lips. This thinner one is handsome, but too exaggerated. He is a more solid and down-to-earth guy. As the phone rang, the sturdier young man exclaimed, Holy crap. Ah, Su, did they really transfer another 10 million to you? You have 60 million now? Ouyang is going crazy. How about I also go and apply for online loans? Are the debt collectors so awesome nowadays? Billionaire parents. Not only can you find your parents, you can also find your billionaire parents. Suyin also knew that he was joking. The driver nearly twisted the steering wheel into a knot. 60 million. Are you kidding? This sturdier young man is not a real person either. That's about right. Suyin rubbed his eyebrows. He finally figured it out. My parents are really prepared to spend money to make me fall in love with them. Don't say, this really excites me. What are you going to do now? Ouyang's head was buzzing. Suyin smiled and said, of course, buy a car first, then buy a house. They have all told me. As for the rest, I plan to use it to start a business. Ouyang nodded and calmed down a little. Indeed, any leftovers would be enough to start a business. At this time, the driver, who had been patient all the way, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Young man, you have 60 million in your hand. It seems you are ready to buy a luxury car. I tell you, don't buy a BMW. Suyin found it interesting. Master, why can't I buy a BMW? The driver curled his lips in disdain. BMW has a hard chassis, excessive control, high price, and small space. This doesn't seem to be a problem for me, Suyin said with a smile, but you really can't buy it. Their ice cream is too bad. The driver slapped the steering wheel and said, that's it. Chapter 15. Will I get a car model for free when I buy a car? Car City. This is the largest automobile sales center in China overseas. We sell everything from top-of-the-line luxury cars to cargo vans. Su, what car are you going to buy? Ouyang asked. Suyin shrugged and looked around as he walked. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see what cars are there first. It's better not to buy something too expensive. After all, this money is not easy to earn. Ouyang was worried. Before, ASU was able to take out online loans for the sake of women. Now that he was rich, he was worried that Suyin would fall into despair and become a prodigal son who lived off his wealth. Suyin nodded. I know, it won't be too expensive. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the auto city. Ouyang's eyes lit up, and he pointed to a 4S store not far away and said, Asu, I heard that Corolla is good, with low fuel consumption, and it's a big brand with guaranteed quality. The clerk at the door immediately showed joy. He took 2 quick steps and ran over. You too. We have Corolla in stock. And there's a discount. It's perfect for your first car. Ouyang was somewhat tempted. What man doesn't want to have his own car? Asu, I think it's good. Do you want to go and take a look? Who knows? Suyin shook his head. It's the Japanese car. I won't look at it. The clerk's face suddenly looked grim. Ouyang was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. That's right. It's the Japanese car. Forget it. The clerk looked at Suyin and then at Ouyang. I am not as tall as him, and Ouyang is so strong. I don't want to listen. It's just a turtle chanting sutras. How about the Volkswagen over there? The fuel consumption of the Bora is not high, and the quality is good. Ouyang quickly pointed to the Volkswagen not far away. The clerk standing at the door of the public looked delighted. Just as he was about to take a step, he heard Suyin say, it's too cheap. I'm planning to start a business, so the car can't be too low-end. Volkswagen is pretty good, Ouyang said. The clerk also came forward and said, in addition to the Bora, we have other models, and some with higher prices. Gentlemen, come in and take a look. Suyin shook his head. You only have the Phaeton at a good price, but it's too old-fashioned. I won't waste my time on it. Upon hearing this, the clerk couldn't help but look Suyin up and down. I came here by taxi. Plus, the clothes he was wearing weren't that great either. I couldn't help but look down on him and sneered. The Phaeton is bad? You don't like BBA either? There are some in the future. Suyin's eyes lit up. This G-Class is quite cool. Why don't we go take a look? Thanks, brother. Ouyang, let's go. He immediately strode forward. Mercedes-Benz is right next to Volkswagen. The Volkswagen clerk couldn't help but wave his hand. Shall we? Someone here wants to buy a G-Class. Why don't you come over and serve him? Shall we? At the door of the Mercedes-Benz snorted. Turned around and walked into the 4S store. Shall we? I heard someone wants to buy a G-Class. Why don't you serve him? The store manager came out. Xiao Hui curled his lips. Boss, we are 2 stupid boys, being treated as a joke by others. How can we possibly afford a G-Class? The store manager looked towards the door and saw Suyin and Ouyang. They both look good, but their clothes are ordinary, and they definitely can't afford a G-Class. Your attitude is wrong. Even if people can't afford a G-Class, an A-Class is not bad either. Why don't you go? Xiao Hui was somewhat reluctant, feeling that he had been tricked by the Volkswagen clerk. The automatic door opened, and Suyin saw a black G-Class with tough lines on the exhibition stand. There was a female car model standing next to the car. Be fat where you should be fat, and be thin where you should be thin. She was wearing a tube-top mini-skirt, with a slim waist and long legs without a trace of fat. I wonder if a car model will be given away when I buy a car. Ouyang was also completely attracted by the G-Class. There is no man who can refuse the G-Class, no matter what off-road capabilities or power engines. The lines and model alone are enough to conquer 80 of men. Give it to me. Ah Su, if you buy a car, can you give me the car model as a gift? Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you going to persuade me to buy treasure? Ouyang suddenly felt a little shy. What do you two want to see? If I buy a car, will you give me a car model for free? Su Yin kept his eyes on the car model on the stage. When Xiaowei saw it, his face immediately fell. He is still coveting the car model on the stage. He said with a gloomy face, Boy, this is not the place for you to act wild. Get out. Ouyang was immediately furious. How can you talk like that? We came here to buy a car, and you told us to get out? I'll just let you go. How about that? Damn it. Xiaowei was horny at the moment and pushed Ouyang. Who would have thought that when he pushed, Ouyang didn't move at all? He raised his hand and pinched Xiaowei's hand. Xiaowei felt as if his hand was clamped in a pair of pliers. Ah, it hurts, let go. Su Yin saw many people rushing over and patted Ouyang's hand. Let's go to another one. Ouyang nodded and let go of his hand. Why are you so arrogant? You pervert. Why are you pretending to be such a big shot, you cripple? What did you say? Ouyang was originally heartbroken when he saw Su Yin limping. Now when he heard someone scolding him to his face, he suddenly felt angry. He turned around suddenly and kicked him. Xiaowei was kicked away in an instant. Hey, why are you hitting people? How can you hit someone? The staff at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store hurriedly helped Xiaowei up and then blamed Ouyang. Ouyang was so angry. He was the one who cursed first. What's wrong with scolding you? Xiaowei recovered his breath. As soon as I walked in, I asked if I could get a car model as a gift when I bought a car. No one is as perverted as you. Hearing this, the G-Class model looked unhappy. The store clerks were outraged. Fuck. Kill them. I can only think about it in my mind. These two people are so disgusting. The car model also felt wronged. Thank you, Brother Xiaowei. The sound of Brother Xiaowei instantly filled Xiaowei's whole body with strength, and he no longer felt the pain in his chest. Don't worry, Brother Xiaowei is here. Ouyang stood in the crowd and asked curiously, What's wrong with a car model? Isn't it normal to get a car model for free when you buy a car? I see a lot of people have it. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. Car model. Isn't it a car model? The shop assistants looked at Xiaowei. The store manager smiled awkwardly. Sir, this was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Come in and sit down. Go and pour some tea. The shop assistants who had been surrounding them all dispersed. Xiaowei held his breath. Car model? Did I get this beating in vain? No need. Su Yin waved his hand. Let's go, Ouyang. Oh. Ouyang leaves the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Seeing the two leave, the store manager was furious. Xiaowei, what do you want to do? If you want to pick up girls, please do it after get off work. It's working hours now. Xiaowei got kicked and was a little angry. Boss, they clearly can't afford it. No need to be polite to them. Where was your training? Is this how we treat our customers? Only those who can afford it are customers, and those who can't afford it are not. Xiaowei still spoke stubbornly, looking at the goddess beside him. I feel like I have shown my face well. Worth. Oh my god, that's awesome. At this time, a clerk walked in from the door with excitement on his face. Why are you running around during working hours? The store manager was so mad today. Seeing that the store manager was angry, the man couldn't help but shrink his head. Manager, I'll go get you some water. He quickly handed over the drink in his hand, and when he saw that the manager's expression had eased a little, he continued. Manager, I just passed by Bentley, and two young men bought a flying spur without saying a word. They want it ready. I decided it as soon as I walked in. Holy shit. So cool. He looks like a college student. The man became more and more excited as he spoke. Manager, when can I sign such a big order? What? The shop assistants were all confused. They almost got into a fight just now, and now they're going to Bentley to buy a car? Chapter 16. How can I become the richest man in the world if my son doesn't spend money? How much is the feiqi? The minimum is 2.7 million. Oh my god. With this order, the commission should be over 10,000, right? Not only that, Bentley is not like us. It can't sell in large quantities, so its commission is higher than ours. About that, one order a month is enough. Oh my god, I suddenly feel like going to Bentley. Don't even think about it. A store like Bentley may not even be able to place one order in a month. That's true, but I'm really envious. More than 2 million, the low-end model is more expensive than the G-Class here. I asked around before, and there's only one Mulliner version of the flying spur in the Bentley shop. Isn't that the top configuration? It costs more than 3.7 million. Why? The difference between their low-end and top-end configurations is more than 1 million. This commission, you're overthinking it. 3,700,000 is just the price of the car. It doesn't even include its optional extras. Nah, how come these luxury cars have optional extras? How much does the whole car cost? At least another 500,000. Oh my god, doesn't that mean it must be more than 4 million? I'm so envious. The commission may be doubled. Speaking of which, those two college-looking guys, could they be the ones who just beat someone up? A clerk couldn't help but say. Everyone couldn't help but look at shall we. The estimated commission is tens of thousands. Just flew like that? Really? Those two people are really here. They are already signing the contract. This is awesome, holy shit. One of the shop assistants was a little excited and ran back shouting. Shao Wei's expression also changed. Your own commission is gone. If I were to receive those two people myself, even though the sales volume wouldn't be over 4 million, wouldn't I be able to sell the G-Class? No man can resist the G. The car model just now moved a little further away from him, and even looked at him with a hint of resentment. What's wrong with sending a car model? How nice it would be to send yourself away. It's all this rubbish's fault. You won't make much money, and it will ruin your good deeds. A car worth more than 4 million. Just buy it. The contract has been signed. The expressions of everyone in the store changed. Especially the look the store manager gave Shao Wei. Anyone can see the look in Dao's eyes. 4 million in turnover. If we add anything else, we can complete the performance goals for this quarter. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, here are the tickets. Check-in has been completed. Wang Tianlong handed the 2 plane tickets to Yi Chun. Thank you, Lao Wang. Yi Chun didn't answer, and he seemed to be stunned for a moment. Li Qin quickly took it. Wife, our son is squandering money again. This time he spent more than 4 million in one go. More than 4 million. Yi Chun was so happy that he even felt like dancing. Wang Tianlong felt unwell. Is there really nothing wrong with this boss? The young master spent more than 4 million in one go. You look happy instead? Who knew the lady boss would also look pleased? Really? Is there something wrong with your family? Yes, it should be buying a car. Yi Chun couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He finally knew how to buy a car? Yi Chun nodded. Yes, the prize. I don't know if it was bought in the Auto City. I forgot to tell him that the Auto City Tianqi car is ours. Li Qin immediately understood. Is this a reward to a car company? It's just SOSO. How much money can this kind of 4S store make? Wang Tianlong's expression changed. Boss, did you buy Tianqi automobile? Yi Chun nodded. Yes, the child is in Zhonghai, so let's create some foundation for him in Zhonghai. Hey, as a parent, we always have to make plans for our son, right? Wang Tianlong's head was buzzing. The boss is joking. The current market value of Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel is close to 5 billion. Or I can transfer this store to my son. I don't know if this store can make 1 million a year. Li Qin sighed. How much money can a 4S store make? Is it enough for my son to squander money for a month? It seems that Mrs. Yi doesn't know much about Tianqi automobile. Wang Tianlong took a deep breath. This family is so good at pretending. Li Qin nodded and glanced at Yi Chun. I really don't understand it very well. Lao Wang, introduce her to him. There's still time. Wang Tianlong nodded. Mrs. Yi, Tianqi Automobile is a high-end automobile sales company in Zhonghai. They are the agent of several luxury car companies in Zhonghai. For example, the 3 BBAs are all represented by them. In addition to BBA, there are also those top luxury cars, all of which are theirs. The annual profit is quite high. Tianqi Automobile is not even a 4S store. Rather, it is an agency. They are the agents for BBA, Bentley, Porsche, and others of China overseas. Of course, although they represent many luxury cars, it does not mean that they make a lot of money. The main way to make money is through BBA. In fact, the profits of top luxury cars like Bentley are definitely not as good as those of BBA. Pretty hot. Yi Chin's eyes also lit up, and he touched his chin. When you have time to come back, I will hand over the property here to him. If my son has no money, how can I get the system rewards? If his son hadn't squandered the family fortune, how could he have become the richest man in the world? Wang Tianlong was shocked. I haven't been in contact with my boss for long, and I have to pay him back? What kind of existence is this family? Top of the Forbes rankings? When Xiao Wang wanted to start his own business, Lao Wang gave him 600 million yuan. And my own young master is worth tens of billions? It's not the same concept anymore. Okay, I'll give it to him next time I come back. Li Qin also nodded happily. Yi Chun received the call. Yes, it's me. Mr. Su, the car is in the warehouse. In Bentley's luxurious living room. The car salesman was almost grinning from ear to ear. Before he could even display his tricks, the other party had already swiped a credit card to buy the car. Almost perfect except it's not a mortgage. Lu Xinyan looked at the handsome young man in front of her and became more enthusiastic. It will be ready soon. The manager and others are going to get a temporary license plate. Please wait. If you need anything, just call me. My name is Lu Xinyan. She moved her hair, revealing her beautiful face. She half squatted and pulled her skirt tightly. I want to drink Coke. Ouyang, how about you? Ouyang was stunned. Is the car buying service so good? Sprite will do. Please wait a moment. Lu Xinyan stood up, walked away gracefully. Are you stunned? Do you want her contact information? Su Yan waved his hand in front of Ouyang. Ouyang's face turned red, and he waved his hand quickly. No, no need. Su Yan shrugged. Really? Don't you want a car model? This one is not bad either. I just want a model. Ouyang was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was what Su Yan meant. Same. This is a great opportunity. As long as I beckon her, she will be willing to come over. How could this be possible? Ouyang felt unconvinced. Chapter 17. Dad, please drink water. At the entrance of the VIP room, Lu Xinyan, who was holding a tray in her hand, suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, he unbuttoned 2 more buttons of the white shirt inside his blazer uniform. How can a woman not be ambitious? After tidying up his clothes, he walked inside. Mr. Su, Mr. Ouyang, your drinks. She stood in front of Su Yan with her legs bent, half bent over, and placed the drink, which had been poured into a cup with lemon slices and a small paper umbrella inserted in it, in front of the two of them. Su Yan was holding his phone in both hands, playing games with his roommate. Ouyang sat aside and watched. Damn it, Sanner, where have you been having fun again? Wang Wei's voice came directly from the phone. You didn't even take me with you. Where are the brothers you promised me? Su Yan turned around and glanced at Lu Xinyan. Good. Really good attitude. He was watching himself playing games with his legs bent. When he saw me looking at him, he quickly smiled. Call me Daddy. I'll tell you. Su Yan changed into a level 3 helmet and jumped directly onto the box. Damn. Third brother, take back what you said. We are still good brothers. Fu Jiejun was speechless. Wei has been wandering for half his life and has never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father. Wang Wei's humble voice was heard. At this time, Zhou Kai's voice sounded slowly. Call me Godfather? The entire chat channel suddenly became quiet for a while. Bang! Su Yan was shot in the head, and the other 3 were unable to react. No more fighting. I'm going to go vomit for a while. Fuck. Lao Si, you're looking for death. Su Yan put down his phone and felt relaxed. Master, please drink some water. Lu Xinyan picked up the Coke, handed it to Su Yan, and blurted out. Ouyang couldn't help but look at Lu Xinyan in shock. Lu Xinyan's face suddenly turned red. Thanks. Su Yan remained calm and took the Coke and took a sip. Tianchi Automobile Company is located in the automobile city. Okay. Don't worry, boss. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chong rubbed his hands. I immediately picked up my phone and sent a photo to the Feishuan group. The company has a new boss. From now on, the company will be managed by the young boss. Be careful, or you won't even recognize your own boss. Porsche store manager, Zhu Huili. The young boss is so handsome. Zhang Chong. Xiaoli, do you want to be a boss lady? I support you. BMW store manager, Deng Chaohua. Sisterly, our happiness depends on you. Bentley store manager, Chen Wei. Damn. Manager Zhang, the young boss is in our store. Zhang Chong, what? Bentley store manager, Chen Wei. The young boss just bought a flying spur in the store and paid for it. Underscore. Did I do something wrong? Porsche store manager, Zhu Huili. I want to go see the young boss. Even more frustrated than the Bentley store manager Chen Wei was the Mercedes-Benz store manager. He looked at Xiaoli viciously. Why didn't I have a knife to kill him? Little boss. The person who just left the store is the young boss. Manager, what's wrong? Xiaoli felt his scalp tingling when he was looked at by him and asked cautiously. Nothing. The store manager retracted his gaze. Go pack your things. Xiao Hui was stunned for a moment, with a wry smile on his face. Boss, stop joking. We have known each other for so many years. Yes, boss, Xiaohui's performance is usually pretty good. Don't worry about the little things today. Boss. Everyone started to persuade him. Although Xiaohui messed up orders worth millions. However, you may not actually buy it in the store. The store manager took a look at them and sent a photo in the group. Everyone took out their phones to take a look. Boss, isn't this the college student from before? What does it mean? How do you have a photo of someone else? It looks quite handsome like this. The car model couldn't help but admire it. Could that dead cripple be a wanted criminal? Xiaohui blurted out. As soon as he finished speaking, the store manager hit him hard on the head with a flyer. One time. Again. It's fine if the business is ruined. This is a small boss. A small boss. From now on, all of Tianqi's work will be managed by the little boss. Damn it. Not only did I not get the business done, I also offended my boss. If you don't leave, who will? Dead cripple? Your whole family is a dead cripple. He was so angry that his chest ached. Boss, you said he is a small boss? Xiao Wei was confused. The car model was also stunned. Look at Xiao Wei. You fucking took away my marriage. He is so wise, brave, handsome, and extraordinary, but you are not. Could it be that you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? The store manager strode out angrily. Now we have to act fast. Manager, I'll go with you. The car model followed him without him noticing. The store manager was slightly stunned, then smiled. Xiaoling, you are a smart person. Outside VIP room. Zhang Chang and many store managers were already waiting at the door. The door was opened and many people stretched their necks to look inside. As soon as Lu Xinyan went out, she saw many store managers and company bosses there, and was stunned for a moment. Xinyan, what is the young boss doing now? Is it convenient for him to see us? The Bentley store manager asked immediately. Lu Xinyan covered her mouth in surprise. Manager, what are you talking about? Little boss. Yes, Mr. Su is the young boss, fully responsible for the business of Tianqi Automobile. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Did I hear correctly? The young boss is here for a private visit. There is no other possible explanation except this one. We don't know either. Zhang Chang and others were speechless. Then I'll go ask. Lu Xinyan felt more satisfied than ever before. These store managers and managers are now looking at him eagerly. A 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. Don't miss such a great opportunity. Let me go with you. Car model Shi Peeling stepped forward. Lu Xinyan immediately felt the crisis, because the other person was only wearing a tube top, exposing more parts of her body than her. Isn't this bad? What if the boss is unhappy? Hearing Lu Xinyan's gossip, Zhang Chang nodded. Now no one knows the boss, nor does anyone know his personality. Go and have a look first. Everything is up to the boss. Lu Xinyan nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Zhang. After saying that, he looked at Shi Peeling proudly and walked into the VIP room triumphantly. Bitch. Shi Peeling felt very unhappy when she saw Lu Xinyan showing off. I must not miss this opportunity. Just now, he said that he wanted to give away a car model when you buy a car. She straightened her clothes. What's up? Su Yin, who was playing games, saw Lu Xinyan coming back and standing beside him with a respectful look on her face, and asked, Young boss, Mr. Zhang and the others are all at the door. I want to ask when you have time to meet them. Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Mr. Zhang? Which Mr. Zhang? Little boss? What do you mean? Lu Xinyan smiled. It's Mr. Zhang from Tianqi Automobile. He wants to report to you. Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Reporting work? Yang also felt strange. Yes, Tianqi Automobile has been bought by the boss and has been handed over to the young boss to manage. Lu Xinyan smiled more charmingly. You mean, this store belongs to him? Yang was shocked. Lu Xinyan nodded. Yes, Mr. Yang. It's not just this store. There are several stores around that are run by small bosses. It was just buying a car, but in the end you can buy your own home. What a huge industry this is. Yang felt like his head was buzzing today. Chapter 18. He likes people calling him dad. ASU, you. Yang looked at Su Yin and felt sick all over. Wait till I finish beating this guy. There was a sudden noise from the phone. Fuck. Sanner, what are you doing? Your current gunfighting skills are not even 1/10 of mine. You're going to die. Wang Wei's voice kept coming. You see, if you die, we won't be able to eat chicken. He sighed. As Su Yin was knocked down, the game officially ended. Wang Wei sighed. Sanner, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how can you be so impulsive? Impulsiveness is the devil. Whoever gives himself away first will be the one to give himself away. Fu Jiejun was speechless. Wang Wei's thick skin is really unmatched. Did I give myself away? As soon as I landed, I was among more than a dozen people, killing 7 of them. Can that be called giving myself away? Zhou Kai said leisurely. That's not called sending. That's called falling to the ground and being killed. Just when the 3 of them were arguing in the dormitory, voices came from the 3 people's phones at the same time. So, all the 4S stores are mine? All 3 of them were stunned. They knew that the 3rd brother went to buy a car. But unexpectedly, he even bought it from a 4S store? Sanner, you were still thinking about me. You have bought the whole store. Do you want to give me one? I will go to take the driver's license test tomorrow. Wang Wei said immediately. However, there was no answer from the other side. Instead, a sweet female voice came over. Little boss, to be precise, it's not this store, but several luxury car brands around, all of which are ours. They are all 4S stores under Tianqi Automobile. We are the Zhonghai agent for several brands. Hearing this, Fu Jiejun and others were stunned. Several. China shipping agent. What does that mean? This means that in Shanghai, Only they can sell cars of these brands. No matter what brand it is, as long as he can make $1 million in profit a year, there must be one, right? Several. That's millions in profit. Godfather, please accept my greetings. While Fu Jiajun and Zhou Kai were still in shock, Wang Wei had already shouted loudly. Bah, shame on you. Su Yin laughed immediately. Wang Wei, my son, your foster father will definitely reward you well later. Send Lu Xinyan away and ask her to wait a while before bringing someone in. Godfather, are you serious? Really? 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 Thank you, Godfather. Zhou Kai immediately joined in. Godfather. Fu Jiajun looked at him with disdain, and soon, Godfather. After closing the game, Su Yin called Yuqin. Son, what's the matter? Yuqin's voice was somewhat cheerful. Tianqi Company is yours, ours? Yuqin laughed about this. Yes, I just bought it. Your mother said she would buy you a small property in Shanghai. Just bought. By the way, how did you know that? Su Yin sighed helplessly. I'm here to buy a car. Hearing his son say this, Yuqin was immediately relieved. Buying cars is a good idea. Buy a few more. The more money you spend, the richer our family will be. I bought a Bentley Flying Spur for more than 4 million. Hearing this, Yuqin, who was originally very happy, suddenly felt a little heartbroken. A car worth more than 4 million. I don't have any. There are 2 cars in the family, and the total cost is probably enough to buy a Bentley wheel. Why didn't my dad get the system? At this moment, the joy of obtaining the system's golden finger disappeared without a trace. Shaluo, just buy whatever you like. It's best not to drive the car in the store. Li Qin said. Why? What kind of logic is this? It's my own car, so the price should be the purchase price, right? Li Qin was stunned for a moment. She could spend money without using her own car. But it's hard to say. Your mother means that you should drive other cars more often, understand the services in other stores, and understand the advantages of other brands. From now on, Tianqi will be handed over to you. Yuqin took over the conversation. Which cars are easy to drive? Then you can get the agency. It is indeed a wealthy family. Although I was knowledgeable and experienced in my previous life, my focus and perspective were still a little lacking. I see. Okay, we're going to get on the plane too, have fun, and buy more. Yuqin hung up the phone with a worried look on his face. What's wrong? Li Qin couldn't help but ask. A car worth more than 4 million. More than 4 million. Yuqin muttered to himself. What's wrong with more than 4 million? Isn't it earned by my son's own hard work? Li Qin said as a matter of course. I haven't even opened it. How come it wasn't my dad who got the system? Li Qin couldn't help laughing. Now that we have found our son, and we are not short of money, I will buy you a new one when I get home. Hearing this, Yuqin's eyes lit up. What car should I buy? How about a supercar? I can drive a supercar to buy groceries. Don't you like BYD Han very much? I'll buy you the best one. Yuqin's expression suddenly fell. You can't even afford a tire. More than 4 million. More than 4 million. A Mercedes-Benz. I'll have to ask him to lend it to me next time. Li Qin immediately refused. Don't scratch your son's car. If you want to drive, drive your own Phantom. Phantom? If I drive a Phantom, wouldn't that make me a driver? Xinyan, what did the young boss say? As soon as Lu Xinyan went out, Zhang Chang and others immediately surrounded her. The young boss will have full responsibility for managing the company's affairs from now on. He will be their immediate superior from now on. The key is that he is still the boss. There is no competition, just lick it, that's enough. Lu Xinyan stroked her hair and thought for a moment. Everyone looked at her carefully, waiting for some new information to come out of her mouth. After waiting for a while, Lu Xinyan slowly said, Young boss, I seem to like cosplay. Silence at the door. No one spoke. Who knows how to cosplay? Hurry up and change your clothes. Sure Peeling's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out the boss likes this. I can. She stretched her throat. Later, I must let the boss understand what a real cozer is. Anything else? Yeah. Anything else? Most of the store managers and managers present were middle-aged men. What are you cosplaying? Cosplaying Zubeiji? This is impossible. Lu Xinyan shook her head. I've only known the young boss for less than 2 hours. I don't know him very well. He glanced inside the room and said, the boss has finished his phone call. Everyone can go in. At once, everyone rushed in. Why are there so many people? Yang became a little alert when he saw so many people coming in. Master Su. Zhang Chang took the lead with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to come in person. I am the general manager of Tianqi Automobile. My name is Zhang Chang. These are. Su Yin was also very surprised to see so many people. These are the store managers below. Our company represents car brands in the Shanghai area. Zhang Chang had just started to introduce himself when Su Yin suddenly felt a heat beside his ears and a pair of hands pressed on his shoulders. At the same time, a sweet voice came. Master, Do you like it? Chapter 19 Master, do you like it? Sure Peeling stood behind Su Yin at some point. A pair of slender hands pressed on his shoulders, applying a little force. Relax his shoulders. It's that car model. Su Yin recognized it at a glance. Master, do you like it? Sure Peeling smiled brightly. Not bad. Keep going. Su Yin smiled. Interesting. It's really interesting. It's great to have money. Lu Xinyan, who was not far away, also saw this scene and stomped her feet in anger. This little slut. She twisted her waist, walked in front of Su Yin, and squatted gently. He lowered his voice and said, Master, let me massage your legs for you. Ouyang was completely confused. What is going on? This world seems a little different from the world I know. Continue. Su Yin smiled. Very interesting. The world of rich people is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Chong was stunned. But he quickly came to his senses. Mr. Su, this is the manager of Porsche, Zhu Huili. Zhu Huili is in her 30s and well-maintained. She sees that there is no place for herself next to Su Yin for the time being. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. But thinking that they are all my colleagues, I have to endure it. BMW store manager, Deng Chabua. BMW. Su Yin, who had hardly spoken, looked thoughtful when he heard the word BMW. Deng Chabua suddenly became nervous. Is the young boss a little dissatisfied? He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look Su Yin in the eye. Ice cream. Deng Chabua quickly said, Young Master Su, the ice cream incident has nothing to do with us. The auto show was organized by BMW, and the employees are also theirs. Zhang Cheng also said, Yes, Mr. Su, this cannot be blamed on Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang is quite capable. Su Yin nodded. The ice cream incident happened in Zhonghai. It's fine as long as it wasn't made by Deng Chabua and his group. Although it's not your fault, it's still wrong. In the name of Tianqi Automobile BMW 4S store, we will send a batch of supplies to all orphanages. In addition, 100 love water stations will be set up throughout the city, and free ice cream will be given away in each district for 3 days. Su Yin said casually, let's add a rule. Our Tianqi BMW ice cream is only for Chinese people, not for foreigners. Deng Chabua nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. But my heart is bitter. As soon as the young boss opened his mouth, the entire BMW store's bonus would probably be gone. Everyone's expression changed. A new official starts with 3 things. This is targeting BMW. Is 2 million enough? That's enough. No, we don't need so much. Deng Chabua was stunned. Master Su, we will find a way to pay this money. Su Yin said angrily, how are you going to come up with a solution? Deduct bonuses or commissions? Fail, if you do this, who will work hard for me in the future? Food safety must be guaranteed for ice cream. Nothing can go wrong. I'll pay for this. You do it. If you can't do it well, I'll hold you accountable. Deng Chabua was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that a big stick would fall, but he didn't expect it to be a sweet date. Mr. Su is a boss who is easy to get along with. Mr. Su, this is the store manager of Mercedes-Benz, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai raised his head, sweat dripping down his forehead. Master Su. Mercedes-Benz is also very awesome. Su Yin narrowed his eyes. Zhou Hai bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Everyone looked at him strangely. How did this guy offend young Master Su? For charity, 2 million is easily given out. Mr. Su is a very easy person to get along with. Who will give you a bite to eat? Su Yin asked sternly. Zhou Hai quickly said, it's the boss. Bah. It's customers. Customers who buy cars. Without customers, why would I open this store? Su Yin was furious. What did you learn during your induction training? Zhou Hai was covered in cold sweat and lowered his head, not daring to raise it. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry, Master. You will lose all your commission and bonus this month. And that employee is fired. Su Yin was not prepared to kill him completely. Zhou Hai felt relieved. Thank you, Master Su, for showing mercy. Go ahead. Wave your hand. He had nothing to talk about with these people. Is my car ready? Bentley store manager Chinwei immediately said, okay, it's all done. Master, I'll return the money to you. It seems quite natural. No need, let's keep things separate. Su Yin waved his hand. I have a dinner party tonight, come with me. Su Yin touched Lu Xinyan's head. Lu Xinyan raised her head and smiled sweetly. Yes, Master. I don't know how much sugar was added to the sound. Sure Peeling suddenly felt lost. I couldn't help but hate Xiao Wei in my heart. It's all that guy's fault. Otherwise, if I go out with Mr. Su today, I will be the one he gets to know deeply. Mr. Su, I'm ready. Lu Xinyan was carrying a bag and was dressed simply but decently. She removed the heavy makeup on her face and replaced it with light and elegant makeup. Let your hair down and tie it into a ponytail. Looks refreshing and beautiful. Good. Su-yin leaned against the car. His eyes lit up slightly. She looks like a female college student. Lu Xinyan was extremely delighted to receive Su-yan's praise. She sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. I am a female college student. Oh. I'm a senior at CUHK and will graduate this semester. Then I have to call you senior sister. Su-yin didn't expect that they had such a destiny. Lu Xinyan was delighted. The more connections she had, the greater her chances would be. Why is senior sister coming to the 4S store for internship? Su-yin was a little surprised. Zhonghai University is a good school. How can I get into car sales? Lu Xinyan said helplessly. I am young and don't understand. I studied business management. Does that mean there will be a company for me to manage after graduation? Generally, I have to start from the bottom to understand internships. Hearing this, Su-yin understood. The car started slowly. He stepped on the accelerator skillfully and rushed out. Ouyang sat in the back seat, holding the armrest tightly. Su, go slower. I'm scared. You just got your driver's license. Lu Xinyan also quickly grabbed the handrail. So fierce? Why are you so nervous? When I drive this car out, everyone should give way to me. Su-yin didn't explain either. He was an experienced driver in his previous life. People didn't see it clearly. What if they thought it was BYD? Ouyang was very nervous. With such a huge difference in the car logo, how could anyone make a mistake? Su-yin was speechless. Sure enough, many cars on the road stayed far away from him. Ouyang, do you want to try? Su-yin asked. No car dares to get close to it. This is the best time to practice driving. Lu Xinyan was stunned. He is indeed a rich second generation. Practice with a Bentley Flying Spur worth more than 4 million. Although I have passed the driving test, I have never driven a car. Forget it. Ouyang waved his hands repeatedly. This is a $4 million car. If you get some paint for free, you can't even afford the compensation if you sell it yourself. How can you drive if you don't want to? No one dares to approach us. What are you afraid of? Lu Xinyan's eyes widened. What he said made a lot of sense. The car was parked outside and no one dared to approach it. Isn't this a good time to practice driving? I really don't understand the world of rich people. Forget it. He didn't dare to say, why don't you drive? Where are we going? Senior, do you know where I can get a costume design? Let's design a costume for him first. Sun Qing is a good girl, and Su-yin feels it's a pity to break up with her. At least, I can't let the two of them be separated because of me. Chapter 20. My boyfriend is here. Little brother, you look good. Okay. A barber with his fingers raised looked delighted. Ouyang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't pay attention to his image as teacher Tony was playing with him all the time. Anyway, it's scary. Sun Qing is still the best. Wow, this looks good. So manly and masculine. Tony clapped his hands, circling around Ouyang. The hand with the index finger raised kept patting him. Ouyang just felt goosebumps all over his body. She has a great figure too. So powerful. Tony's sweet voice made Ouyang feel uncomfortable all over. The clothes should be mainly black, white, and blue, as long as they look clean. I won't charge you extra. Tony said with lingering thoughts, then turned to Su-yin. Sir, you no longer need any design. You can handle any hairstyle and any clothes. I'll let it go. Su-yin put down the newspaper in his hand. How much? I'll do it. I'll do it. Ouyang hurried over. 3,800. But since the boy is so handsome, 1,800 is fine. How much? Ouyang's voice suddenly rose. 1,800. Tony said with a smile. Robbery, 1,800. Just for a haircut. I want to report it. Ouyang was about to call the police. This is a shady shop. Unexpectedly, Su-yin had already paid the money. Hey Su, we can't let ourselves be cheated like this. A professional celebrity stylist, a bit expensive, but still okay. Tony smiled charmingly. This little brother really knows what he's talking about. As he walked out of the door, Ouyang still felt distressed. Su, I have to give you this money. Okay, brothers, let's settle the accounts clearly. We can settle them slowly when we go back tonight. Su-yin said with a smile. Ouyang did not suspect anything and followed him. Honghu Restaurant. Sun Qing was not in a particularly good mood. Oh, Xiao Qing, don't be sad. It's over after we break up. What's so good about staying with a man who only cares about brotherhood? Sun Qing's best friend, Mao Jingjing, sat next to her and said, Xiao Qing, why are you so stubborn? What's good about someone who came from an orphanage? Sun Qing was not in a good mood and did not want to argue with her best friend. He just values brotherhood. His intentions were good. Mao Jingjing curled her lips and said, it's precisely because he values loyalty. Has he ever considered you? Has he ever considered your future? If you help in times of emergency but not in poverty, his brothers will definitely drag you down in the future. Sun Qing felt even more upset and irritated. No, I believe him. That's great. I'll just kick it away. Mao Jingjing took out high-end cosmetics and touched up her makeup. While putting on makeup, she said, this was given to me by my boyfriend. It's not expensive, Just a few thousand yuan. Look, my boyfriend recently gave me a watch, and it cost several $1,000s. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, revealing the watch on his wrist. Xiaoqing, where's your boyfriend? What did he give you? He never gives you anything, right? He did give it to me. Sun Qing argued for Ouyang. You can show off that garbage? Mao Jingjing taught Sun Qing, you are still in college, in an ivory tower. You don't understand. Without money, you can't make it anywhere. Sun Qing shook her head, and her eyes lit up when she thought of Ouyang. I believe that our hands can create happiness. As soon as she finished speaking, Mao Jingjing put on her makeup and rolled her eyes, obviously disagreeing. What are you guys talking about so happily? Just then, a man walked into the box and sat down next to Mao Jingjing naturally. We are talking about Xiaoqing. Her boyfriend lent all the money he borrowed from working to those who took out online loans. Mao Jingjing said disdainfully. Hao Young, didn't you say you called a good friend? Xiaoqing, Hao Young is a much better friend than your boyfriend. It's a good opportunity to get to know him. Hearing her bestie say this, Sun Qing's expression changed. Jingjing, no need. Ouyang and I are fine. What do you mean good? How good can your boyfriend be to you if he doesn't even want to give you a gift? Hao Young's friend is a middle-level manager in the company. He bought a BMW at a young age and is said to be planning to buy a house in Shanghai. Zhao Haoyang also said, Xiaoqing, this society is so realistic now. He doesn't even want to spend money on you. What else do you want? Sun Qing shook her head. I'd better leave first. Why are you leaving? Mr. Bao Tianbao will be here soon. Zhao Haoyang said, Xiaoqing, if you leave now, you are not giving us face, right? We grew up together. You won't give us face for a man, right? Sun Qing had almost stood up, but paused for a moment and said, Hao Young, I just don't want to meet other people. Ouyang is a good person. Just then, a young man in a suit and tie walked in. Her hair is combed meticulously and she looks very energetic, holding a bouquet of roses in her arms. Boss Bao, you're here. Walking into the box, Bao Tian saw Sun Qing at a glance and his eyes lit up. He walked over quickly and put the BMW keys on the table. Hello, my name is Bao Tian. Miss Sun, nice to meet you. I hope you like it. As he said this, he handed the rose to Sun Qing with both hands. Hurry up and answer it. Seeing that Sun Qing did not take over, Mao Jingjing and Gao Zhilei urged hurriedly. Sun Qing's expression was a little strange. At this time, she came to her senses and realized that this was a trap. So they wanted to match me up with Bao Tian. However, seeing that Sun Qing still refused to take the rose, Mao Jingjing quickly took it and said, Xiaoqing, look how thoughtful Mr. Bao is. He even prepared flowers for you. It's a rare occasion for us to get together. Please take a seat. At the same time, he asked Bao Tian to sit down, and then pulled Sun Qing to sit down. Have the two sit together. Bao Tian rolled up his sleeves, reached out to pick up some food and put it in Sun Qing's bowl. Look, Mr. Bao is such a gentleman. Mao Jingjing tried to bring them together. Zhao Haoyang also supported Bao Tian. Boss Bao, your watch is so beautiful. How much did you buy it for? Bao Tian immediately smiled complacently. It's not expensive, only about 10,000 yuan. Sun Qing felt a little amused and helpless, and also felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. He secretly took out his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Ouyang, asking him to come over and help. But then I started to worry again, thinking that I would embarrass myself in front of my friends. For a moment, there was some hesitation. At this moment, it seemed as if we had a telepathic connection. The cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Xiaoqing, I'm already at the restaurant. Where are you? Sun Qing suddenly smiled. No matter what, having a boyfriend like this always makes people feel at ease. Xiaoqing, are you not used to the food? Let me order a few more dishes. It seemed as if the BMW car keys in front of him were dazzling. Bao Tian picked up the keys again and put them in front of Sun Qing. I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Bao Tian naturally understood all this. My boyfriend is here. I'm going to pick him up. After saying that, Sun Qing stood up and skipped away. Bao Tian's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned and looked at Zhao Haoyang. What's going on? Zhao Haoyang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said with a smile, Boss Bao, Xiaoqing's boyfriend is an orphan, and he is still working and studying. When he comes later, we'll embarrass him, and Xiaoqing will naturally know how to divide it. Bao Tian frowned. Yes, Mr. Bao, we have arranged someone to serve as a foil for you. How great. Mao Jingjing also said, he is an orphan and a college student. How can he compare with you? If I compare myself to you, won't I put you to the sky? Bao Tian then smiled. Very good. Well done. Chapter 21 Whose BYD downstairs belongs to? Xiaoqing. As soon as Sun Qing walked out of the box, she heard a voice. I was happy in my heart, but the next moment, my face suddenly turned stern and I said, I haven't forgiven you yet. Who knew that when I turned around, I saw a big bunch of roses. Bright red, piled together, it looks like there are at least 99 of them. The joy in my heart was about to burst out of my throat. Ouyang's honest face appeared behind the bouquet of roses. What are you bragging about? Although she was complaining, she accepted the rose with great joy. You have a conscience. I see you look a little different today. Ouyang smiled innocently. Su said that he needed to get dressed before he came to apologize, so he took me to get a hairstyle. Humph. Sun Qing snorted, but when she turned around, she looked happy. Seeing Su Yan's expression, it wasn't that bad. At least he managed to hold it in. Inside the box, Zhao Haoyang and Mao Jingjing are both ready. Get ready to fire in a moment. Bao Tian gave flowers as soon as they met, but the stingy Ouyang would definitely come empty-handed. Jingjing, Haoyang, this is my boyfriend, Ouyang. Sun Qing walked in with a smile on her face and flowers in her arms. A big bouquet of flowers, 99 in total. And the flowers that Bao Tian just sent were only 19. Bao Tian even secretly hid the flowers. Shameful. Didn't you say you were very stingy? Zhao Haoyang was stunned. Such a big bouquet of roses must have cost several hundred yuan. Mao Jingjing was also stunned for a moment. Shaqing said it herself. What should I do now? Ouyang walked into the room with unruly hair and trimmed sword-like eyebrows, full of toughness. The upper body was simply dressed in a white t-shirt and a pair of 9-point casual pants. It seemed to reveal his body proportions. Very handsome. Mao Jingjing's eyes lit up, more handsome than Mr. Bao. What should I do? Zhao Haoyang was a little flustered. What's the use of being handsome? Is he as rich as Mr. Bao? It should be. Mao Jingjing has a bottom line. This matter concerns Zhao Haoyang's internship. There is nothing I can do unless my best friend makes sacrifices. So when Ouyang walked to the table, the three of them had neutral expressions. Even when Sun Qing introduced it, she was not enthusiastic. As soon as Su Yan entered the room, he realized that something was wrong. 2 men and 1 woman, plus Sun Qing's performance and their expressions. I can make a rough guess. You are Ouyang, right? You made Shaqing unhappy today, so you just wanted to buy a bunch of flowers and go over there. Mao Jingjing said indifferently. Ouyang, didn't you prepare an apology gift for Shaqing? Why are you still bringing it up? Su Yan walked in arm with Lu Xinyan. Zhao Haoyang and Bao Tian's eyes widened, and they couldn't help but look at Lu Xinyan. A woman who combines purity and charm. And she has such a hot body that it's hard to look away. Hey, Shaqing, what gift did you get? Take it out and let us see it. Mao Jingjing's sarcastic voice brought the two back to their senses. Zhao Haoyang also followed suit. Yes, you made Shaqing angry today? Ordinary gifts are useless. Yes, Shaqing was very sad this afternoon. The two of them started arguing with each other and immediately got Ouyang into a rage. Ouyang felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was Su Yan's money. Nothing, just a little gift. Seeing Ouyang look timid, Mao Jingjing and Zhao Haoyang suddenly felt more confident. Small gifts are not acceptable. Mao Jingjing immediately objected. Yes, Jingjing, last time I made you angry. What gift did you buy? Zhao Haoyang immediately joined Mao Jingjing in singing the same tune. You prepared a candlelight dinner for me in a 5-star hotel, and this watch. Mao Jingjing showed the watch on her wrist. Yes, Ouyang, I spent tens of thousands of dollars to win back Jingjing last time. Mao Jingjing glanced at Bao Tian and said, yes, if you're not sincere, how can you give our Shaqing happiness? Love is not just about words. Which of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea doesn't cost money? Sun Qing quickly interrupted Mao Jingjing. Jingjing, stop talking. Shaqing, you can't do this, or he'll always bully you in the future. Mao Jingjing immediately stopped Sun Qing. Take it out and let us see it. He won't fool you, will he? Before he could finish his words, he took advantage of Sun Qing's inattention and snatched the gift from her hand. Let me see. Sun Qing wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Wow, it's also a watch. It's so fancy and looks average. Mao Jingjing said with disdain. Let me see. Zhao Haoyang was also about to step on it. He stretched his head to take a look, and his expression froze instantly. What did he see? What's with that expression on your face? Mao Jingjing asked curiously. Yes, Haoyang, is it some famous watch? Bao Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. Omega, Dark Side of the Moon watch, 2 models for men and women. The women's model is Moonlight. The men's model is Apollo 8. Hearing what Zhao Haoyang said, Bao Tian's expression changed slightly. Are you seeing right? Bao Tian couldn't help but move closer. Boss Bao, look. What a coincidence. Bao Tian and his team are engaged in the recycling of luxury goods and know a lot about watches. Bao Tian very diligently took out his white gloves and picked it up carefully. What's wrong with this watch? Mao Jingjing asked puzzledly. Zhao Haoyang swallowed his saliva and said, this watch costs 100,000. Gurgle. Mao Jingjing also swallowed hard, her voice becoming sharp. 100,000? It's unimaginable. It's a watch worth 100,000. Zhao Haoyang corrected. Mao Jingjing was also stunned and couldn't help but look at the pair of watches, one white and one black. With 200,000, what can't you do? Whether it's starting a business or buying a toilet. You're not going over? Sun Qing bumped into Ouyang. 200,000. I'll explain it to you later. Bao Tian put down his watch. Real. This pair of watches is indeed genuine. Not bad. The genuine Omega. Bao Tian put down the watch and exhaled slowly. He sat down again. His fingers gently pushed the BMW key. You have Omega. I have BMW. Omega. It's not like I can't afford it. It's just not necessary. Zhao Haoyang understood immediately. Boss Bao, I heard you bought a new car, right? It's just that hard. Su Yin almost laughed. Everything is clear now. Matchmaking. Mao Jingjing and Zhao Haoyang seemed to have found a good man for Sun Qing. In fact, it was to find a woman for Bao Tian. Zhao Haoyang always looks at Bao Tian's face in everything. Either he is your immediate superior, or you need help from him. However, think about it yourself. How can you save face for your brother? How about giving him the car keys? That's not good either. It will only cause him trouble. Yes, I heard it is the latest model, right? Mao Jingjing also started to support the comedy. Bao Tian felt better. It's okay. I just bought a new car. How much did it cost? Not much. Just over 50. If I wasn't planning on buying a house, I would have wanted to buy a Porsche. Bao Tian felt that every pore on his body was breathing freely. Amazing. Just as he was showing off, someone knocked on the door. Excuse me, who owns the unregistered BYD downstairs? Chapter 22. Have you ever seen a BYD worth 4 million? Hearing this, the whole box fell silent. Zhao Haoyang immediately laughed and scolded. Didn't you see who was here? Our Mr. Bao always drives a BMW. He hasn't bought a car yet, so as for people like Ouyang, what do they count for? Where did two orphans get the money to buy a car? Bao Tian glanced at Sun Qing, and then involuntarily looked at Lu Xinyan. Sun Qing is a petite and pretty girl, while Lu Xinyan looks charming. I wish I could get both. Hearing Zhao Haoyang praising him, he couldn't help but smile, and said with a hint of blame, Aliang, a BMW is also a car, it's just a little more expensive. His hand couldn't help but push the car keys on the table again, as if afraid that others can't see it. How can they be the same? Mao Jingjing immediately flattered. BYD and BMW are a world apart. Yes, only losers drive BYD. Zhao Haoyang also said quickly. The waiter took a look at the three of them and thought they were really pretentious. I couldn't help but whispered, I think this BYD is pretty good looking, better than the BMW. Those lines, those colors. It looks very high-end. You know nothing, you poor bastard. Zhao Haoyang felt that he was superior to others. You are only fit to drive domestic cars in your life. I think it's pretty good. It looks classy and handsome. The waiter couldn't stand it. These three people are bragging and talking about BMW all the time. BMW feeds you? What did you say? Zhao Haoyang didn't expect that a waiter would dare to confront him and felt that he had lost face. Before the waiter could finish his words, an incredibly handsome man asked, Hello, what color is that BYD? Say hello first. How polite. Why is there such a big difference when we dine in the same private room? Dark green. When Su Yin heard the word BYD without a license plate, he thought of his new car. Isn't this the new car you bought? Ouyang asked quickly. More than 4 million. What a pity it would be if it got scratched. The waiter quickly asked, Sir, is this your car? Su Yin asked again, What is the temporary license plate? Hi A62168. Sorry, it's my car. Su Yin stood up. Is there any problem? Oh, a gentleman said you were parked over there and couldn't get out. Excuse me, I need to go down and move the car first. Su Yin stood up and went downstairs. TSK, you think you're so great just because you opened a BYD. You're sticking garlic in your nose, trying to act like an elephant. Mao Jingjing said disdainfully. Sun Qing asked in a low voice, Ouyang, did Su Yin buy a car? Ouyang nodded and said, Yes, I bought it with you today. It's very expensive. Where did he get the money? Sun Qing was a little worried, and when she thought of the 2 watches, her heart sank. Would Su Yin lead her boyfriend astray? A new watch and a new car. Ouyang, you won't be dragged into online loans by your brother, right? Mao Jingjing gave an assist at the right time. Ouyang saw Sun Qing looking at him and quickly shook his head. No, why does Asu still need to take out online loans now? With tens of millions of dollars on you, do you still need to take out online loans? Using online loans to buy BYD? Zhao Haoyang laughed. Young people nowadays are really too exaggerated. They can only buy BYD by taking out online loans. Mr. Bao, do you think it's funny? Bao Tian pretended to be serious, but his eyes glanced at Lu Xinyan from time to time. Indeed, honest people like us are not popular anymore. How can I compare with you? You can even afford a BMW. How can BYD compare with that? Zhao Haoyang set his sights on Lu Xinyan. Miss, Your boyfriend is too flamboyant and not a good match for you. After Lu Xinyan entered the room, she saw these three people jumping around, but she was not sure whether they were Su Xiao's friends. Now that he had seen the clues, he smiled and said, I'm not his girlfriend. Bao Tian suddenly became energetic. Not a girlfriend? When we first walked in, we were holding hands. Now she says she's not your girlfriend. It seems that even though that idiot is handsome, he is still inferior to me. He immediately became enthusiastic and took out a business card and handed it over. Beauty, my name is Bao Tian. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Xinyan said with some resentment, it would be nice if I could be his girlfriend. Now I'm just a lover at most. Puff. Zhao Haoyang sprayed a mouthful of water directly on Mao Jingjing. Bao Tian, who was holding the business card, was stunned. Lover? Judging from the tone, it seems like he's giving it to her for free. Oh Yang, what's going on? Sun Qing was also confused. Lover? He looked at Lu Xinyan and didn't know what to say for a moment. Beauty, you are a beautiful woman. Why do you become a thief? Mao Jingjing could see that Bao Tian was interested and couldn't help but persuade him. Why do you want to be someone's lover? There are so many good men in the world. Look at Brother Bao. Lu Xinyan shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, in his heart, I may not even be considered a lover. Bao Tianqi was about to explode. Beauty, why do you have to treat yourself like this? As long as you follow me, I will definitely treat you as a treasure. Lu Xinyan glanced at him and said, you have no money. Zhao Haoyang knew it was time for him to make his appearance. Beauty, Mr. Bao bought a BMW, and he's planning to buy a house in Shanghai soon. Bao Tian immediately became proud. I've picked a house worth more than 4 million yuan, and I'm about to sign the contract. You don't want me to pay the mortgage with you, do you? Lu Xinyan showed a worried expression. Phew. Sun Qing couldn't help laughing. Of course not. Zhao Haoyang came to the rescue. I, Mr. Bao, earn 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. Shouldn't it be easy to pay off the mortgage? But I'm still not as good as Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan sighed and looked at Bao Tian. Bao Tian was not convinced. How am I not as good as him? Do you have Marshal Su? Bao Tian was speechless. If there was no one around, I could still shamelessly say that I was more handsome than him. Mao Jingjing said, it's useless for a man to be handsome. Beauty, he is not Mr. Su at all. He is an orphan and he is in debt. He is trying to deceive you. Lu Xinyan's eyes widened. He's an orphan? Mao Jingjing was immediately pleased with herself. Girl, were you fooled by him? I think you have been deceived. The big boss has no idea how rich he is. I don't believe it. He just bought a new car. How could he be an orphan in debt? But she didn't say it explicitly. What's a BYD? How can it possibly compare to my boss Bao's BMW? Bao Tian immediately straightened his chest and said, Beauty, men should still focus on their careers. A BYD is not worth showing off. In the future, you will know the pain of being penniless. I would like to marry him, but I guess he doesn't like me. Lu Xinyan pretended to sigh and changed the subject. By the way, have you ever seen a BYD worth more than 4 million? Chapter 23 Go away. More than 4 million BYD. Mao Jingjing, Zhao Haoyang, and Bao Tian were all stunned. Why is BYD so expensive? Zhao Haoyang laughed. It's almost made of gold. Bao Tian also laughed and said, Beauty, you won't be fooled by him, right? Where can I get BYD worth more than 4 million? But that's what he told me. He just bought his car today for more than 4 million. Lu Xinyan pretended to be confused. It seems like I understand, but not really, and I am completely ignorant. When Ouyang saw Lu Xinyan's look, he was a little strange at first, but he quickly came to his senses. This girl is probably playing tricks on them. I couldn't help but calm down. Beauty, BYD doesn't cost more than 4 million even if it's inlaid with gold and silver. Zhao Haoyang said quickly. Mao Jingjing also nodded. That's right. More than 4 million yuan is enough to buy a house in Shanghai. Bao Tian agreed. If he had more than 4 million, why would he buy a BYD? Why not buy a house? Lu Xinyan continued to play ignorant. Really? There is no BYD worth 4 million. Of course not. Bao Tian said firmly. Beauty, he must be a scumbag who lied to you. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly. No way. I think that car is quite luxurious. When Bao Tian heard this, he thought that this beauty was beautiful but had little knowledge. With a wink, Zhao Haoyang immediately understood. How can BYD be as luxurious as a BMW? Girl, you have never ridden in a BMW, right? Lu Xinyan shook her head. Bao Tian immediately became interested. Beauty, I just bought one. How about I take you for a ride? Okay. Lu Xinyan seemed very interested. Let's go. Bao Tianji was very proud. Although Sun Qing did not succeed. But Lu Xinyan is more beautiful than Sun Qing. Seeing the two leave, Sun Qing worriedly said, Oh Yang, she left with Bao Tian. Will Su Yan be okay? Mao Jingjing immediately interrupted her. Xiao Qing, Stop caring about others. Zhao Haoyang was also happy. This time it worked, and he had the chance to get promoted and get a raise. Although he failed to get Sun Qing, he got a more beautiful woman, and Mr. Bao will definitely be satisfied. Yes, come, try the craftsmanship of this shop. Ouyang stood up and said, I'm still worried. I'll go take a look. Sun Qing also stood up. No matter how silly or naive she was, she could tell that her best friend seemed to have bad intentions. Tisk, why are you pretending? She will suffer a lot in the future if she follows this poor boy. Zhao Haoyang curled his lips. Mao Jingjing asked, You said, that pair of watches. That's true. A new model costs at least 200,000. Where did he get so much money? Zhao Haoyang also found it strange. Mao Jingjing shrugged. How should I know? You must have spent all your money on online loans to buy this. Oh, these poor bastards. Zhao Haoyang was even more disdainful. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he stood up and said, We have to go down. What are you doing? Mao Jingjing asked. If they ever have a conflict with President Bao, we can still lend a hand. Zhao Haoyang hurried over. Mao Jingjing also followed. Beauty, where do you want to go later? I'll take you there. After walking out of the restaurant, Bao Tian felt refreshed. How about we go for a drive first, and then have a drink? Once you get drunk, you can go to the hotel? Not hearing Lu Xinyan's answer, he couldn't help but look back. Then I saw Lu Xinyan walking towards Su Yan. Su Yan has already parked the car. Why did you come down? Lu Xinyan took Su Yan's arm with a smile on her face. Mr. Bao said your car is not as luxurious as his. He wants to take me for a ride. Su Yan had just locked the car and was stunned when he heard this. What car is cooler than his Bentley? Oh, that guy bought a BMW. Hey, scumbag, I can't stand it anymore. Do you have any shame to cheat a little girl like this? More than 4 million BYD, it's hilarious. Bao Tian felt unhappy when he saw the two of them being so intimate. Forehead. Su Yan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Thanks, brother. Just then, a large G-Class drove over. Su Yan smiled and said, You can't even fit into such a big parking space. The man smiled bitterly and said, Isn't my car big? The most important thing is, I'm afraid I'll scratch your car. I can't afford the compensation if I do. Bao Tian was stunned on the spot. What does it mean? Are you kidding me, brother? You drive a G-Class and you can't afford to pay BYD. The guy driving the G-Class burst out laughing. Bid, have you ever seen a BYD with a logo? Have you ever seen a BYD worth more than 4 million? Where can BYD find a car worth more than 4 million? Bao Tian laughed dryly. He also came to his senses. A person who drives a G-Class would not joke with himself, right? It's not like there isn't one. Have you seen BYD's bus? The man driving the G-Class couldn't help teasing him. Oh, Bao Tian was stunned. No, that's not right. My dad's company got one before. It seems that it doesn't cost 400, just over 200. The man seemed to have thought of something. Then, Bao Tian was completely stunned. Seeing him like this, the man reminded him, Brother, don't be so proud. He drives a Bentley, but he's not as arrogant as you. What car are you driving? To steal his girl? Bentley. Only then did Bao Tian scream in surprise. Bentley is definitely a luxury car. BBA also has entry-level models and civilian models. But their starting price is 2 million. Yes, BYD, isn't that Bentley? The man waved at Su Yan. Let's go, brother, don't play with these idiots. It's embarrassing. Thank you very much. Let's play together later. The car window closed, and the G-Class slowly drove away. Mr. Bao, how are you now? Su Yan looked at Bao Tian. At this time, Bao Tian had already realized it. The BMW that you bought with great effort is just a fun purchase in the eyes of others. Yes, I'm sorry. How can I afford to offend such a person? You can show off, but just don't do it to my brother. Su Yan taught. I understand. I won't dare to do it again next time. Bao Tian lowered his head. I secretly hated it in my heart. It's all Zhao Haoyang's fault. This waste. Not only did I end up with nothing today, but I also lost face. Go away. Su Yan waved his hands. There was no need to be angry with him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bao Tian nodded and bowed. What are you doing? As soon as Ouyang went out, he saw Bao Tian, who was so arrogant just now, nodding and bowing. Bao Tian was too embarrassed to do that and was about to cover his face and leave. Wait. But he was stopped by Su Yan. Mr. Su, is there anything else? Bao Tian looked at him aggrievely. Don't feel wronged. Su Yan said with a smile. You just slapped my brother in the face. Now, you have to show some appreciation, right? Bao Tian gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Ouyang, I'm blind. Go away. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bao Tian ran away in a hurry. Boss Bao, why are you leaving? Boss Bao. As soon as Zhao Haoyang went out, he saw Bao Tian running away. He got into his BMW like a flash and sped away. Mao Jingjing, who had just paid the bill, came out and asked, "Where's Mr. Bao?" Zhao Haoyang's eyes turned cold, thinking that he was too late. "What did you do to Mr. Bao?" Chapter 24. He looks like a dog. Mr. Bao was driven away by these people. My plan for promotion and salary increase also went down the drain. One can imagine how Zhao Haoyang felt. Mr. Bao was beaten by them. Mao Jingjing raised her eyebrows. Otherwise, how could Mr. Bao be driven away by these country bumpkins? Zhao Haoyang was furious. "You're so good, Sun Qing. I introduced you to a boyfriend with good intentions, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless." Mao Jingjing was so furious. Ms. Bao suffered a loss today, and when she goes to work, it will be her boyfriend who will suffer. She also wants to buy a house and a car and make a name for herself. Jingjing, Sun Qing wanted to explain. "You still have the nerve. Damn it. It's your blessing to be favored by Mr. Bao. If you don't give him face, you will be a poor guy all your life." Zhao Haoyang was already angry. Speak without restraint. Bang. The next moment, a slap landed hard on his face. At the same time, another kick knocked him over. The one who slapped was Su Yan, and the one who kicked was Ouyang. The two brothers walked one in front and one behind. "What are you doing?" Mao Jingjing screamed. Su Yan stepped forward and said coldly, "You guys set up the game today. It seems like you have good intentions, but in fact you are treating Shao Qing as a trait for promotion, right? This Mr. Bao is your immediate superior. Are you using Shao Qing to please him and get him to promote you?" Zhao Haoyang was a little hesitant for a moment after Su Yan revealed his thoughts. "Damn it. You guys are so cruel." Ouyang was furious and wanted to trade his girlfriend. He grabbed Zhao Haoyang's clothes and punched him hard in the face. "Damn it. You have such a wolfish ambition. Are you still human?" Bang. "Shao Qing has always treated you as childhood friends and has always said good things about you in front of me. So you guys are just going to betray your brothers like this?" Bang. "Hit someone. Hit someone." Mao Jingjing wanted to pull Ouyang away. But Ouyang is tall and strong. How can he pull it? "Sun Qing, I'm going to fight you." Mao Jingjing turned around and got angry at Sun Qing. As soon as he raised his hand, he was stopped by Lu Xinyan. Bang. Lu Xinyan slapped her in the face and said, "Disgusting." Sun Qing looked at Mao Jingjing with tears in her eyes. "Jingjing, I thought we were good sisters and grew up together, but I didn't expect you to plot against me." Mao Jingjing, however, seemed to take it for granted. She covered her face and smiled. "We are sisters. You should help me and help Haoyang go further." As soon as these words came out, Sun Qing immediately realized that Mao Jingjing didn't consider her a sister at all. If she really regarded herself as a sister, she wouldn't have framed herself like this. Sun Qing was sad. Ouyang left Zhao Haoyang and hugged her. "We are no longer friends." Mao Jingjing helped Zhao Haoyang up, a look of resentment flashing across her face. "Good friend? Now you've caused Haoyang to lose his chance of promotion. You vicious woman." Sun Qing became more and more sad. Su Yan also felt that these two people were unreasonable and shook his head. "Let's go. Don't get entangled with them. Such people only care about their own interests. No matter what else. Maybe he'll do something crazy. Let's go." Ouyang supported Sun Qing and followed Su Yan away. Didi. The car lights flashed, and Ouyang opened the door to let Sun Qing get in. Lu Xinyan naturally sat in the passenger seat. "You can't leave." Mao Jingjing was furious. She ruined her boyfriend's good deeds and beat someone up. She wanted to just leave like that. What a wishful thinking. Su Yan had already gotten into the car and it started. He suddenly stopped in front of Su Yan's car and said, "Don't even think about running away. You want to leave in a broken BYD?" She stopped the car, pressed the hood, and wanted to sit in. "It's all up to you." However, when she was in the air, Zhao Haoyang had already seen her. "Damn it. Is this BYD? Is the waiter blind? What kind of BYD is this?" But Mao Jingjing was already in the air if she sat down and collapsed. They can't even afford to pay a year's salary. However, it was too late to stop her. Zhao Haoyang kicked his girlfriend out without even thinking. At the same time, they made way for him. Mr. Su, Mr. Ouyang, walked slowly. He bent down, bowed, and even helped them block Mao Jingjing at the same time. "This man looks like a dog." Lu Xinyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle while sitting in the passenger seat. There are always some people who don't like being human and like being dogs. Su Yan smiled. There will be more and more such things in the future. The car has slowly left. "Zhao Haoyang, what are you doing?" Mao Jingjing stood up, rubbing her butt. She was so angry that she was about to ignite Zhao Haoyang. Zhao Haoyang was still in shock. "You didn't even see what kind of car it was, and yet you dared to provoke it. It's just a broken BYD. Do they have the right to beat people up?" Mao Jingjing was furious. "Broken BYD? Look carefully, that's BYD. That's Bentley. Zhao Haoyang was furious. If you had sat on it just now, our 2 years' salary wouldn't be enough to compensate you. Bentley. Mao Jingjing stared blankly at the taillights of the car going away. Although she has never seen it or sat on it, it does not prevent her from hearing about it. I know why Mr. Bao left at that time. Zhao Haoyang suddenly had an idea. What that beautiful lady said was true. A Bentley worth more than 4 million. Mao Jingjing was still in a daze. More than 4 million. With over 4 million, isn't it better to buy a house? The value of a car depreciates after it is purchased. Zhao Haoyang shook his head and exclaimed, how can we understand the mind of such a rich man? More than 4 million, isn't it just a piece of cake? No wonder he's so handsome. As soon as he came in, I could sense his extraordinary aura. I guess he looks at Mr. Bao like he's a fool. Xiao Qing is such an amazing friend. Jingjing, we need to spend more time with Xiao Qing in the future. Mao Jingjing also came back to her senses and nodded vigorously. Yes, we are good friends. Her friends are my friends. The dining place was not far from the Intercontinental Hotel, so Su Yin simply brought them here. Since Ouyang and the others are going to stay anyway, they might as well just stay in their own hotel. Su, we can just find a hotel to stay in for one night. A big hotel like this is very expensive. Seeing the car drive into the hotel gate, Ouyang was daunted by the mansion-like entrance. Let's stay here tonight. Su Yin stopped the car, and the doorman immediately came up to open the door. Young master. The doorman's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yin. Please park the car for me. Su Yin threw the key to the doorman. Yes. Young master. Lu Xinyan took Su Yan's arm. Ouyang was also a little dazed. Even Sun Qing, who was in a bad mood, realized that something seemed unusual. Mine. Su Yin smiled helplessly. Having too much money at home is also a kind of helplessness. Is this also yours? Ouyang couldn't help but shout loudly. Wang Tianlong came running over. Master, you are here. Go and do your own thing. My brother is here and will stay here for one night. Wang Tianlong looked at him and nodded. Master, follow me. With his arrangements, everyone quickly went directly to the 15th floor underground. 2 duplex Lakeview suites are ready. Young master, this is the only room we have. Wang Tianlong opened a room for Ouyang and the others. Then he said with embarrassment. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush. Go ahead. Su Yin waved his hand and said to Lu Xinyan. Senior, there is only one room left, you see. Chapter 25 Wife. Our family savings have exceeded 100 million. Nanjing Province. The taxi drove out from the airport. Yi Chen's face was full of excitement. Wife. Wife. He couldn't wait to share it with Li Qin. What are you doing? Li Qin was curious seeing how excited he was. Our family's savings have exceeded 100 million. Yi Chen was so excited that even the taxi driver in front couldn't help himself. I have worked hard all my life, but my assets are still not even 100 million. Less than a few days after finding his son, his assets exceeded 100 million. Li Qin was also a little excited. She quietly hit Yi Chen and then smiled. So fast. It hasn't stopped all afternoon. Yi Chen glanced at the driver and said in a low voice. Several payments have been made. Yi Chen smiled happily. From a few thousand to hundreds of thousands. It's a lot anyway. My son has finally learned how to spend money. Li Qin was very pleased. The driver also pricked up his ears when he heard that the deposits exceeded 100 million. Unexpectedly, I just pulled it, and it led me to the home of a billionaire. In the end, I heard his sentence. My son has learned to squander money? You have a grudge against your son. You can't be too public about this matter. Li Qin's expression suddenly became serious. We found Xiao Luo this time, but we haven't told either side yet. Yi Chen also calmed down. I know my limits. You have no sense of propriety. Before we found Xiao Luo, there were so many people eyeing our company. Now that we have found Xiao Luo, it means we have cut off their source of income. Li Qin frowned. I'm afraid there will be more trouble by then. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and said, it was already quite unhappy. Next up, he was also in a dilemma. What I'm most worried about is that once they know Xiao Luo is back, they will all point their guns at Xiao Luo. Li Qin was a little worried. At worst, we can just divide the company among them. We have Xiao Luo anyway. Yi Chen felt upset and said unhappily. He started from scratch and built up assets worth tens of millions. Moreover, my son is gone again. His brothers, as well as Li Qin's brother, all set their eyes on this piece of fat meat. They used to fight over it. Now that Xiao Luo is back, maybe they will all point their guns at Xiao Luo. This is what they are most worried about. Impossible. We already owe Xiao Luo so much. This company must be handed over to Xiao Luo. What system? These are all fake. Who knows when they will disappear? Li Qin refused outright. As long as the company is here, even if the system is gone, it can still provide support for Xiao Luo. Yichen nodded and sighed. What I'm most afraid of is that they'll do something to Xiao Luo's return to his ancestral home. Li Qin's eyes flashed coldly. They dare. If they dare, we'll just break up. Isn't Xia graduating soon? I plan to let her join the company first. Yichen glanced at his wife and asked, have you thought it through? When we adopted Xia, we already agreed that she would be our daughter first, and when we found Xiao Luo, she would be our daughter-in-law. Okay, let's do this first. We'll confront them soon. Yichen said, let's pave the way for Xiao Luo first and wait for him to come back. Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. So he is a rich second generation now. Sun Qing stared at Ouyang with eyes wide open. Ouyang shrugged. I thought he was already poor and destitute, but I didn't expect him to suddenly become a super rich second generation. This. Sun Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. Will I affect your relationship? Ouyang smiled and hugged her. Don't worry. Asu said you were good. He took me to buy the gift. Sun Qing thought of the pair of watches. Does this really cost over 200,000? Yes. Ouyang had a headache. He also said he would pay back the money. More than 200,000 yuan. Where can I get it to give him? This is too valuable. We can't take it. Give it back to him. Sun Qing said quickly. Well, let's go check it out. Call first. Why call first? What if they are? Ouyang suddenly realized and made a phone call. After making sure that he hadn't done anything shameful, he went out to find Su Yan. Do you want to take a hot spring bath? Su Yan was wearing a bathrobe. Sure. Layers of steam rose up, and several people sat in the hot spring pool. Sun Qing apologized first and then thanked him. Then he took out the watches and said, Asu, we can't have this pair of watches. They are too expensive. Ouyang nodded and said, I can still pay you back for the haircut, but I can't afford this pair of watches. Su Yan shook his head and smiled. Ouyang, please don't be so formal with me. This isn't a matter of being polite. This is simply too valuable. Even if you have money now, you wouldn't spend it like this. Just take it if I give it to you. Su Yan didn't care. Ouyang, what are your plans for the future? Ouyang was immediately attracted by Su Yan's attention. What else can I do? Of course I'll continue. Su Yan paddled the water in front of him. Now, I have the ability. You and Xiaofei should concentrate on school and stop working. That won't do. Ouyang quickly refused. Su Yan said, Ouyang, listen to me. It's true that you can work and study, but it will share your energy after all. I'm going to start my own business next, and I need your help. Ouyang said, if you want to start a business, then start one. How can I help you? Su Yan said seriously, you can see that a car sales agency, a hotel, and countless cash. Such a family must be very complicated. Even if I don't want to fight for the family property, I will be involved in it in the future. I started a business not just to start a business. It's also to protect myself. Ouyang was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with self-protection? Have you heard of the 9 dragons struggle for succession during the Qing dynasty? Ouyang studied in general. What does this have to do with you? His emotional intelligence is also average. Sun Qing bumped into him and asked, internal fighting among the wealthy families? Yes. Although Su Yan didn't necessarily have to fight for so many assets. However, in the future, there will definitely be people who will regard themselves as a target of struggle. Didn't you say that you are an only child? Ouyang might not understand. But what about my cousins? When I was away, they all had a chance to inherit. Now that I'm back, I'm a stumbling block to them. Ouyang's eyes widened. A wealthy family? Is there any way to do this? They won't show up to assassinate or anything? Su Yan shook his head. I don't know either. So, I need you to help me. Ouyang scratched his head. I'm not good at studying. I'm just an ordinary undergraduate. How can I help you? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. How about I join the army? When I come back from my military service, I will protect you. Su Yan glanced at Sun Qing and said, forget about joining the army. Why don't you study hard and help me run the company in the future? Ouyang shook his head, as if he had made up his mind. Xiaofei is smarter than me, and things that require thinking have been taught to you since you were young. I don't understand anything. I just need to follow your orders. Sun Qing's face was flushed by the hot spring. Asu, you are promoting Ouyang. It's not like Ouyang is joining the army like in ancient times, but he is not going to the battlefield. Su Yan only knew that Sun Qing was good, but he didn't expect that she had good taste. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. That's fine. You can join the army now and keep your student status, or you can apply to a military academy when the time comes. It's up to you. With Ouyang's personality, he is suitable for military training. If I could become an officer, it would give me some help. Background. Such a huge family has too poor a foundation. A family that gave himself tens of millions in cash at will. I guess I've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Horrible. Chapter 26 Humph. Scumbag. As for his own entrepreneurial project, Su Yan still needs to conduct some market research. After all, the world is different, and the projects from your previous life may not be suitable here. Adjustments need to be made after market research. Starting a business is not something you do on impulse. It requires careful consideration. Soak in hot springs, sauna, and spa. After all these things, Su-yin is still thinking about starting his own business. Lying on the soft cloud-like bed, I closed my eyes and thought deeply. It is impossible to rely solely on parents for the foundation of one's life. Moreover, family infighting is inevitable. He also needs to prepare early. Leaning against the head of the bed, Su-yin thought silently. What are you thinking about? Lu Xinyan came over. Su-yin glanced at her and could see a lot through the loose neckline. A smile appeared on his face. Senior, I'll give you two choices. Lu Xinyan leaned her head on Su-yan's shoulder. What choice? A sweet smile appeared on her face. First, you sleep on the sofa tonight, and when I start my own business, you come to the company to help me. Second, you sleep on the bed, and I sleep on you. The smile on Lu Xinyan's face disappeared, and she looked at Su-yin seriously. Finally, he smiled again and said, Why can't we be together? Su-yin shrugged. If the feelings are not there, I don't want to have a physical relationship with my employees. Why? Lu Xinyan asked curiously. Because there is a physical relationship, there is a high probability of spiritual needs. Unless you come to my company to be a vase, then this choice is no different from the second one. Lu Xinyan is very smart. What you are worried about is that you will become arrogant because of your favor. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated this rich second-generation man in front of her. Millions of dollars to buy a car. I just gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to my friends. Thought he was a loser. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were extraordinary. Yes, this is a devastating blow to a startup. Talking too much will only bring tears. This is the experience gained from previous lives. I understand. Lu Xinyan frowned. Company benefits. It depends on your ability. As a startup company, you have plenty of opportunities. Of course, if you don't have the ability. Su-yin touched his nose. You may not earn as much as selling cars. That? If you choose the second one, you'll get 100,000 per month, and you'll be on call anytime. Su-yin reached out and gently lifted Lu Xinyan's chin. The delicate face looked a little flustered at this moment. Mr. Su, what you said makes it difficult for me to choose, even if you can lie to me and give me an annual salary of $1 million or something. Lu Xinyan smiled coquettishly. Will it be useful for me to lie to you? Su-yin also said, the most important thing is you. Then do I have no chance to get you? My boss. Lu Xinyan held Su-yan's face at this time. Not really. The alluring body fragrance wafts into my nose, and my delicate face gets closer and closer. He couldn't help but jump his head. It seems that senior sister has made a choice. However, Su-yin quickly calmed down. Sure enough, there was still a fire in Lu Xinyan's heart. After 10 years of hard study, I was admitted to Shanghai University and learned a lot of skills, but you were just going to give up like that? Impossible. Right. Lu Xinyan leaned on Su-yan's shoulder again. I was ready to be a vase today, but boss, you. Hey, I haven't even graduated yet, but I've already found that society is too cruel. Especially what happened to Sun Qing today. If I don't have the ability, I might be abandoned or sold at any time. It's rare that someone is willing to give me a chance. How can I be content if I don't fight hard? Su-yin nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lu Xinyan continue. If I am not capable enough, can I still choose the second option? The smart woman. Su-yin did not refuse. It's not impossible, but I don't want to wait until you are old and ugly. Ah. Lu Xinyan sighed. The boss is forcing me to work so hard. If you don't fight hard, you will realize how cruel society is. Su-yin saw that she was still leaning on his shoulder. Why don't you go to the sofa? But, boss, I don't want to sleep on the sofa. Lu Xinyan said coquettishly. Are you going back on your word? Su-yan's eyes lit up. He is a man, not Liu Xiaohui. Lu Xinyan turned over and sat directly on Su-yin. Looking down at Su-yin. No, but I'm an adult, not a child, so of course I want them all. At this moment, Lu Xinyan's face had a hint of coquettishness and a hint of desire. No man can remain calm in such a situation. So annoying. Lu Xinyan's face turned red for a moment, then quickly turned charming again. She licked her lips with her pink tongue. How can I let go of such a handsome man like my junior? Besides, boss, you don't mean what you say. Like a tigress, she pounced down suddenly. We haven't signed a contract yet, so it's not an employment relationship yet. Lu Xinyan giggled. Su-yin was furious. It seems that I have to give you some employee training before you go to work. Immediately, Su-yin started employee training on future entrepreneurial directions. Afterwards, he taught Lu Xinyan how to grasp the key points of her work. Su-yin's mouth was dry and his saliva was flying. Until he shared all his experience in business and entrepreneurship from his previous life. The next day was Sunday. Su-yin got the taste of it and patiently taught her his entrepreneurial experience. Lu Xinyan benefited a lot, but she couldn't accept Su Yan's years of accumulated experience all at once. Finally begged for mercy. It's not good to chat with other women in front of me, right? Lu Xinyan hugged Su Yan from behind. Su Yan looked at his phone. What? You're not planning to start a business, but to get promoted. Lu Xinyan snorted. I'd better just go to work honestly. Looking at the message sent by Li Qingxue on the phone, Su Yan's mouth curled up. Finally, the second fish entered my fish pond. Li Qingxue still wanted to add his private number. However, he was still prepared to hang on. During the live broadcast today, Su Yan did not give any gifts. Let's whet your appetite first. Take your time and don't rush. Boss, what should we do next? After putting on her clothes, Lu Xinyan sat in front of the dressing table and asked while putting on makeup. Help me find an office space first and wait for me for a few days. Su Yan put on his clothes and said, I'm leaving. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Today is Monday, and he still has classes to attend. Lu Xinyan looked at the closed door, snorted, and frowned. Humph, scumbag. Zhonghai University. Su Yan's Bentley drove into the university and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The lines are gentle and the colors are natural. The most important thing is the logo on the front of the car, which attracts many people's attention. Wow, that car is so cool. Bentley. This car looks very expensive. At least $1 million car. Who is driving? Could it be the rich second-generation kid in school? I didn't expect there would be such a rich second generation in school. He looks so handsome when he drives. Chapter 27. Li Qingxue sells herself. Sanner, where have you been these days? Wang Wei threw Su Yan's book to him. Yeah, I thought you were gone. 3 brothers came over. Su Yan shrugged. My friend came over and I played with him for 2 days. Zhou Kai immediately winked and said, female? There are boys and girls. Su Yan smiled. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai seemed to be in heat the last time they saw what happened to Xiaoqiong. If he knew that Lu Xinyan and I had been having a wild time for 2 days, wouldn't he go crazy? So I changed the subject and said, I bought a car by the way. The 3 people's eyes lit up. You bought a car? Where's the car? What car? There is no man who doesn't love cars. This is it. Su Yan patted the car behind him. Wow, so cool. Wang Wei rushed forward and touched the car paint. Zhou Kai also walked around the car, while Fu Jiejun opened the door, got in, and touched the steering wheel. Third brother, since you were so rich, why did you buy a BYD? Zhou Kai walked around the car. Don't worry about it. Sanner, let me drive a few laps after class. Wang Wei was eager to try. What BYD? Old 4, look carefully. This is a Bentley. Bentley. Fu Jiejun's hands were shaking. Bentley. Zhou Kai looked at the car logo again. It's definitely not BYD. His face suddenly turned red. Bentley? I thought it was BYD. Wang Wei yelled, is it expensive? Fu Jiejun sat in the driver's seat, touched the car logo on the steering wheel, and swallowed. It'll cost at least $3 million. And that's a low-end model. It'll buy 3 of my dad's cars. Right? Su Yan smiled and said, the current car only has a high-end version, and it's just shy of $5 million. Hiss. Zhou Kai took a breath of cold air. At this time, people had already arrived one after another. Xiaoran, look. Shan nudged Wang Ran beside her with her hand. Su Yan. The moment he saw Su Yan, Wang Ran's eyes lit up. He seems to have become more handsome. No, look at the car behind him. Wang Ran looked over quickly and saw Fu Jiejun sitting in the driver's seat, and Su Yan and others standing outside the car, chatting. It seems that Fu Jiejun is not going to pretend anymore. Xiaoran, if this happens, you will be under a lot of pressure. Wang Ran suddenly became nervous. But I contacted Fu Jiejun over the weekend, but he didn't reply to me. What should I do? I need to think about it. If Xiaoqiong sees this, you will. What? Before Shan finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Her expression immediately changed. Xiaoqiong, why didn't I see you over the weekend? Xiaoqiong smiled and said, I went out to play. Did Fu Jiejun buy a car? Her eyes sparkled. Wang Ran suddenly felt a huge pressure. Hey. Zhao Qiong immediately left them both behind and ran towards Su Yan and the others. Fu Jiejun, did you buy a car? Zhao Qiong jumped out. She seems to have dressed up carefully today, with her hair combed up and the light makeup on her face seems to glow. The clothes are also very pure and beautiful. The moment they saw her, Wang Wei and Zhou Kai couldn't help swallowing. It seemed as if he could see through her clothes. Fu Jiejun opened his mouth and was about to say that it was not him, but was kicked by Su Yan. Haha. Wow, this car is very beautiful. Is it expensive? Zhao Qiong blinked her eyes and looked at the men who were looking at her with eyes full of desire. I couldn't help but feel happy. I can easily defeat Fu Jiejun. I've never ridden in such a beautiful car. Zhao Qiong walked to the door and deliberately approached Fu Jiejun. When will you take me for a ride, Fu Jiejun? Haha, class is about to start. Fu Jiajun stood up. He knew that Su Yin didn't seem to want to be exposed, so he closed the door. Zhao Qiong was like a jumping bird, surrounding Fu Jiajun. Sanner, what's going on? Wang Wei came up to Su Yin and asked behind him. Su Yin shrugged, fishing for a rich husband. Can the boss grasp it? Wang Wei was a little skeptical. How should I know? Su Yin had a smile on his face. Su Yin, are you feeling better? Wang Ran came behind Su Yin without knowing when. Su Yin looked at Wang Ran. Her looks were around 80, and with some makeup, she might be around 90. Moreover, close contact gives people a feeling of pity. Coquettish and timid. Their brother is fine. Zhou Kai stood between the two of them. Sanner, you can't be soft-hearted. Wang Wei reminded in a low voice, leaving some face for Wang Ran. I feel better, Wang. I'm going to class now. After saying that, he turned and left. Wang Ran was a little dazed. How come the little bootlicker I used to be is so resolute now? As soon as she hesitated, He Shanshan beside her immediately reminded her, don't let Zhao Qiong get there first. Wang Ran gritted his teeth and chased after him. Wait for her to follow into the classroom. Then he saw Fu Jiajun find a seat at the back and sit down, and was about to greet Su Yin. Zhao Qiong had already sat down next to him, as close as if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yin could only sit on the other side. Xiao Ran. He Shanshan reminded, and Wang Ran quickly sat on the other side. Just happened to be sitting next to Su Yin. This made the whole class look at it strangely. Everyone knows about the entanglement between Su Yin and Wang Ran. Wang Ran had always been ambiguous towards Su Yin, so why were they sitting together today? Zhao Qiong usually elusive, so how come he is entangled with Fu Jiajun? Wang Wei was anxious. Zhou Kai was helpless. Su Yin glanced at the classroom and found that Li Qingxiwei was not there. In fact, he didn't come until the get-out of class was over. Things were really weird today, and the whole class couldn't help but talk about it. Why is Zhao Qiong involved with Fu Jiajun? Wang Ran accepted Su Yin. I heard that Fu Jiajun is a second-generation rich man, super rich. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Didn't you see the car downstairs? A Bentley. His. If it's not his, he'll be in the driver's seat? Where are Wang Ran and Su Yin? Wang Ran has always treated Su Yin as an ATM. Why is he? Who knows what's going on? But I think she is more interested in Fu Jiajun. Now it's interesting. I wonder if Fu Jiajun and Su Yin will have a fight. By the way, why didn't I see Li Qingxiwei today? I don't know. He's been elusive lately and even started live streaming. She's not that kind of person, is she? Who knows? Everyone was talking about it, and Su Yin also found it a little strange. I picked up my phone during get-out-of-class break and saw that Li Qingxiwei was still live streaming. There were quite a lot of people in the live broadcast room, with nearly several thousand people watching. His mental state was not particularly good. He seemed to have black spots before his eyes and his eyes were red. Holy crap. The anchor is awesome. That's fucking awesome. It's already been almost 10 hours. This is the first time I've seen a live streamer with such a long broadcast time. Except for those who live stream sleeping, this anchor has the longest live streaming time. Anchor, please take a break. Look at her. She can't hold on any longer. Li Qingxiwei took a sip of water and continued singing, her voice a little hoarse. I don't know why I work so hard. The bell rang, Su Yin turned off the live broadcast software and prepared to go to class. Then I heard the cell phone ring. I couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. His face turned a little strange. I saw a private message from Li Qingxiwei. How much did I sell my first time to you? Chapter 28, 2nd Battalion Commander. Pull out my Italian cannon. Sanner, it's class time. Why are you still playing with your phone? When Wang Wei saw Su Yin's look, he couldn't help but come over curiously. Wang Ran was sitting next to Su Yin. He stretched his neck and suddenly saw the interface of the live broadcast software. His expression changed slightly. She didn't see anything else, only the balance in it. 400,000. Converted into real currency, that's 40,000. He still has 40,000 yuan in his live streaming software. Wang Ran's heart suddenly warmed up. Zhao Qiong, this little slut, is trying her best to seduce Fu Jiajun. Fu Jiajun was also fascinated by her. Without He Shanshan's advice, he was obviously no match for her. However, Su Yin already has 40,000 yuan in his live broadcast software, so maybe there's even more money left. She no longer cared where Su Yin got the money from. The only thing I was thinking about was the 40,000 yuan. This is true. With Su Yin's intelligence, won't these 40,000 yuan be mine sooner or later? Soon, the class began. Everyone has his own thoughts. Jiajun, where are we going to have lunch later? Let's go together. Zhao Qiong followed Fu Jiajun closely. Xiao Ran, what's going on? He Shanshan hadn't received any message all morning, which made her a little anxious. Why are Zhao Qiong and Fu Jiajun so close? Su Yin still has money. Wang Ran said in a low voice. No way. He still has money. He Shanshan was a little surprised. I saw that there is at least 40,000 yuan in his live streaming platform account. Wang Ran was a little excited. The only person who could pay for him like this is a fool like Su Yin. I was worried that this idiot would get involved in a mess of online loans and would never be able to recover, so I was ready to kick him out. I spent 120,000 yuan on gifts for Li Qingxue twice, and there is still 40,000 yuan in the account. Add to that what I spent before. Yishan was a little shocked. So, you plan to start with Su Yin? First squeeze Su Yin dry, and then use him as a springboard to hook up with Fu Jiejun. Yishan touched her chin and said, "It's difficult, but the benefits are the greatest. I can do it. I'll go find him first." Wang Ran was a little excited. "Hey, Su Yin, Wang Wei Zhou Kai." Zhao Qiong was very familiar, as if she was already Fu Jiejun's girlfriend. How could she know that she was completely seen? "Boss you." Zhou Kai looked at Fu Jiejun in a daze. "You acted so quickly? Did you ask the fourth brother for the video?" Wang Wei was dumbfounded. Zhao Qiong asked curiously, "What video?" Su Yan's heart was as clear as a mirror. "Nothing, just a teaching video." Wang Wei nodded quickly. "Yes, it's a sports teaching video. It can improve physical test scores." Zhao Qiong showed a surprised expression. "There is such a video? Let me see it. I am most afraid of physical education class." All three of them looked at Wang Wei and asked, "Can't you just shut up? By the way, what are we having for lunch?" "Haha, it's better than. It's not as delicious as dumplings, and it's not as fun as S." Wang Wei spoke without restraint, and Zhao Qiong blinked her eyes. She realized that she was indeed very charming. "I have something to do," Su Yin said quickly. "If you hang out with them, who knows what will happen?" Fu Jiejun glanced at Zhao Qiong beside him and felt itchy in his heart. "Throw yourself into my arms. The dish is beautiful and smooth. Especially after watching it. Even if I am wearing clothes, my mind is full of the image of that day. Let's go to Tianranju. It's my treat. Do you want to go shopping after dinner?" The last question was asked to Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong was overjoyed. "This is getting started. Sure enough, my charm is invincible." Fu Jiejun was taken down by Zhao Qiong. Yishan said upon hearing this. Wang Ran's expression also changed. Although Su Yin still had tens of thousands of dollars in his hands, how could it compare to the wealth of the rich second generation? "What should we do then?" Wang Ran was anxious. Yishan hesitated for a moment. "Later, you rush to get on the car first and don't give Zhao Qiong a chance. Even if she sits, she can only sit in the back seat, and you will have the advantage." Wang Ran's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but kiss Yishan. "Thank you, Shan." Several people walked downstairs. There was talking and laughing on the way, especially Zhao Qiong and Wang Ran. If others didn't know, they would think they were really Fu Jiejun's girlfriends. "Take it and go eat." Fu Jiejun waved his hand. "I'm leaving now. I have something to do." Su Yin walked towards the car on his own. After opening the car door and getting in, I found that Wang Ran was actually one step faster than me and sat in the passenger seat. "What are you doing?" Wang Ran widened his eyes and looked at Su Yin. "I was just about to ask you what you were doing." Su Yin almost choked with laughter. "Do you know what kind of car this is?" Wang Ran was furious. "Do you know how much this car cost? If it gets scratched or dented a little, I can't even afford the compensation even if I sell you. Still want to borrow Fu Jiejun's car to show off? If you borrow it, what should I sit on?" "I know. I bought the car. How could I not know? Get out of the car. I have something to do." Su Yin chased people away. "You bought it." Wang Ran was so angry that he laughed out loud. "Su Yin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. This car starts at 2.7 million. Can you afford it?" "You are wrong. This car is a high-end model. It is only over 4 million. If it is landed, it will cost nearly 5 million. Get out of the car quickly." Su Yin looked at Wang Ran. I felt a little disgusted. Why were my predecessor's eyes blind? 5 million. You bought it." Wang Ran's eyes widened. "What are you bragging about?" "Get lost." Su Yin didn't want to waste time talking. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Wang Ran was a little dazed. Sitting in the car, muttering to himself. Su Yin had to lower the car window. "Please help and get her out of the car." Wang Wei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Su Yin would fall into the trap of a beautiful woman again. "Sanner, just wait and see." Wang Wei patted his chest. "Didn't you say you were my godfather?" Su Yin joked with a smile. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai opened the passenger door and pulled Wang Ran out of the car. "I don't want to get off the car. Let me go." Wang Ran grabbed the car door and refused to get out. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? What is Wang Ran doing? Is this a Bentley? Damn, could it be that she wanted to hook up with a rich man and got kicked out? How can he be a sugar daddy? The one driving the car seems to be Su Yin. Su Yin? Bentley, are you kidding me? What happened to Bentley? This Bentley cost at least 3 million. Where did Su Yin get the money? Online loan. The online loan company must have had a problem approving him 3 million. What's going on? Who knows? In full view of everyone, Wang Ran was pulled out of the car. Su Yin took the opportunity to step on the accelerator and drove away. Only Wang Ran was still dazed. Xiao Ran, what happened? Why did Su Yin drive the car away? He Shanshan asked. He said the car was his. Wang Ran wasn't in a good state at this moment. Zhao Qiong also saw and heard it. A smile appeared on his face. Jiejun, why did Su Yin borrow your car and drive away? Fu Jiejun laughed and said, the car originally belonged to the third brother. Let's go, he's busy, we'll go eat by ourselves. Who knew that before he finished speaking, Zhao Qiong had already let go of his hand. By the way, I have something else to do in the club, you guys eat. It's so infuriating. I didn't expect the car belonged to Su Yin. After saying that, he walked away with his butt twisted. Damn, Fu Jiejun was stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Boss, what's going on? You just fell in love, and you're already broken up. Wang Wei asked with a smile. Fu Jiejun sighed, fuck. She thought the car was mine, that's why she was so enthusiastic. I was blinded by lust. It's not too late to turn back. Wang Wei was calm. Go to hell. Fourth brother, send me the video later. I have to study it carefully. Fu Jiejun hugged Zhou Kai. Boss, I think you want to be the 2nd Battalion commander. Wang Wei said in a humble manner. What's 2nd Battalion commander? Hey, Drat, what do you think third brother is busy with? Zhou Kai asked. He must have gone to fight someone. Forget it, boss, let's have dinner at Tian Ranju, let's go. Fu Jiejun said. Forget it, we are not the 2nd generation rich like the third brother. Let's eat in the cafeteria. Fuck, boss, you are also a rich 2nd generation. No money. You value women over friends. Wang Ran stood there, not coming back to his senses. After a moment, Shanshan, what do you think I should do? Shanshan frowned. It seems like we have to find out more about Su Yan's background. How do you touch it? Go eat with his roommate. Chapter 29, 2 million to buy you 5 years. Hyatt Hotel. At the door, a young girl in a t-shirt and jeans was standing at the door of the hotel. A little weird. Although the weather was not cold, she wore a wide-brimmed hat and a pair of sunglasses. There was even a scarf around her neck. It was as if he was afraid of being recognized by others. She walked back and forth again and again from a distance at the door. Every time I look at the hotel, it is full of complexity. After checking his phone, he finally gritted his teeth and walked into the hotel. Standing in front of the door on the top floor, she hesitated again. Li Qingxue, you are now at a dead end. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Finally, she wiped away her tears, gritted her teeth, and knocked on the door. Come in. A young voice. She lowered her head and dared not raise it. I only saw that the other person seemed to have just finished taking a shower and was wearing a white bathrobe. He has a nice body and doesn't look like a wealthy man with a big belly. Please sit down first. Li Qingxue shuddered and walked into the room cautiously. The room was large and spacious. When I entered, I found myself in a living room, which was completely different from those small hotels. She lowered her head and sat on the sofa. The other person seems to be blow-drying his hair. After a while, he sat next to him. Li Qingxue almost jumped up in fright. What? The voice was a little stern. No, nothing. Li Qingxue hesitated. She was totally different from the Li Qingxue he knew before. So cold and so serious. Instead, it looked like a frightened deer. Is this really the first time? The weird feeling in my heart grew stronger and stronger. Li Qingxue didn't dare to look up. Depend on. Su Yin was a little upset. I thought I met a green tea girl. I want to raise a fish in my own fish pond. Damn it. Drat. He walked to the refrigerator in annoyance and took out a bottle of drink. Something happened at home? Do you need money urgently? Li Qingxue nodded without saying anything. Tears fell drop by drop onto the back of my hand. I gave you a reward of 120,000 yuan. You should have received 60,000 yuan, and there are other rewards from the live broadcast room. Is it not enough? Su Yin finished the drink in one gulp, and the gas from the carbonated drink went straight to his forehead. Not enough. Li Qingxue lowered her head. Besides, the live broadcast platform will take until next month to withdraw the money. I don't have enough time. Her voice sounded like a mosquito at first. Then he seemed to gather his courage and spoke louder and louder. Because if the other party can't hear clearly, you may not get the money. How much? Li Qingxue hesitated for a while and finally mustered up the courage to say, the surgery costs 50,000 yuan, the kidney source 200,000 yuan, and hospitalization may cost tens of thousands of yuan, a total of 300,000 yuan, and my family still has 100,000 yuan. Oh, Su Yin couldn't help laughing. How much money do you want a day? Li Qingxue burst into tears, 200,000. Do you have diamonds? Are they worth 200,000? Suyin laughed angrily. Li Qingxue lowered her head more and more. After struggling for a while, he whispered, I can ask you to do anything, as long as you are willing to save me and pay me. She knew that if she talked about saving people, it would be suspected of moral kidnapping. Now, she really has no other options. Then let me see, are you worth 200,000? Suyin sighed. Sometimes having no money is really the most helpless thing in the world. Li Qingxue slowly raised her head, feeling unwilling and helpless, but more of a compromise with fate. There were 2 lines of tears on her pretty and innocent face. Like pear blossoms in the rain, it is pitiful. Tears blurred her eyes, and the bright sunlight coming in from the window made it difficult for her to see Suyan's face. I wiped away my tears, and then I could see clearly. When she saw it clearly, she couldn't help but exclaimed, ah, panic, at a loss, shame. All emotions burst out at this moment. She really had no choice. If there was a way, I wouldn't go this way. That day I saw that the IP address of 2 bags of water guns was shown in Zhonghai, and it had money. This is the life-saving straw. However, he never expected that it was Suyin. Why is it you? What's wrong with me? Suyin looked at her. No. You are not loaned out by an online loan. Li Qingxue didn't know what to say for a moment. Suyin smiled and handed her the tissue. Don't be nervous. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Li Qingxue inexplicably felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. 200,000, I have it. However, we are just classmates, so it's no problem to lend you the money, but 200,000 is not a small amount. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Li Qingxue almost cried with excitement, but the second half made her heart sink. I can do it. Li Qingxue mustered up her courage. As long as you lend me 200,000, I can do anything. Deal continues. Suyin looked at her and said, 200,000, is that really enough? Li Qingxue was stunned. Even if 300,000 is enough for the surgery, what about the recovery and medication after the surgery? No need to pay. Hearing this, Li Qingxue was stunned. She hadn't thought about it. The 300,000 yuan surgery fee was almost overwhelming her. How about your own studies and living in the future? You don't need any money. Li Qingxue lowered her head in silence. Tears welled up again. Now, the transaction has the premise to continue. Suyin looked at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue nodded numbly. She had never thought about these things, and now that Suyin pointed it out, she felt that she could no longer control her destiny. I'll give you 2 million in 5 years. You'll do whatever I tell you to do and go wherever I tell you to go. During these 5 years, you can't date or get married. You'll only belong to me. Suyin looked at the girl. Li Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at Suyin in shock. 2 million. He actually offered 2 million. With these 2 million, my mother can be saved. Moreover, I can continue to go to school. My whole family was saved. Of course, if you can pay me back, I'll let you go free. The hemp rope is broken only at the thinnest part. Even if I don't support her, she probably has no other choice. I am not inhumane. Even a little kind. I give myself a thumbs up. Do you agree? Suyin asked when he saw that she didn't say a word. I agree. Li Qingxue nodded. She was at her wit's end. Okay, just agree. Give me the card number. Li Qingxue hurriedly took out a bank card. Send it to me. Do you want me to type it in again? Li Qingxue was embarrassed and hesitated with her phone in hand. We didn't add Feishuan. Add now. After adding it, Suyin looked at the dazed Li Qingxue and glanced at her. Go take a shower. Are you waiting for me to wash you? Li Qingxue's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. I ran to the bathroom in a panic. Just as I got to the restroom and was still struggling internally, I received a text message on my phone saying that 2 million had arrived. I was happy for a moment because the money was raised. I felt sad for a moment. I sold myself out. I couldn't help my emotions. I gritted my teeth, crying while taking a bath, following the sound of running water. Wash away the makeup. Like a lotus emerging from water. Take it off yourself and lie down. Suyin stood beside the bed, looking down at the girl who looked like a newly blooming lotus. Watching the liquid rolling down from the corners of her eyes and soaking into the quilt. Fuck it, I'm worse than a beast. Looking at the helpless girl, Suyin felt inexplicably sad and empathetic. You deserve it for being a dog licker. Li Qingxue wondered why he didn't move. She secretly opened her eyes and found that he had put on his clothes without her knowing. Fuck it, I'll find you next time. He said viciously. Li Qingxue wrapped herself in the quilt, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly smiled. It's like a lotus slowly blooming and the fragrance permeating out. You are a good man. Nice guy? I'm just too tired yesterday, and I'm not in the right mood today. Wait for my call. Oh, Don't forget to go back to class. I don't want an uneducated mistress. After saying that, Su Yan left angrily. Bang! The door closed and Su Yan sighed. I am such a loser. Inside the door, Li Qingxue suddenly laughed out loud. What a nice guy. Pretending to be ferocious. But he has a heart softer than anyone else. For a moment, I couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 30, is 50 million enough? If not, I'll give you another 100 million. Wife, our son can't do it. Yichen sat in the office and called Li Qin, who was not in the company. There has been no movement in the past few days. If this continues, how long will it take to spend the 50 million? It hurts. I didn't spend any money on Sunday. How can this be considered a prodigal son? How can I become the richest man if you don't become a prodigal? No movement today? The sound of shuffling cards came from Li Qin's side. Isn't it? He may not know how rich our family is, or that our education is not enough. Yichen nodded. But he must not be close enough to us since we just got to know each other. How about we go to Zhonghai again? No. He rejected it as soon as he finished speaking. Don't push him too hard. You have to give him time. Don't you have another sum? Give it to him. Let him know our strength. Give him 100 million. Yichen couldn't help but raise his voice. Give it to him. We don't need this money. If you don't give it to him, how will he know our strength? How can we complete? 80,000. Li Qin didn't say spendthrift, but played a card. Okay, I'll just give this card to him later. Yichen also figured it out. If you don't give money to your son, how can he know the strength of his family? How can you spend money with peace of mind if you don't know your own strength? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 2 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Zhonghai International Circuit. Damn it. Wife. Yichen became excited. My son just spent 2 million. 20,000. Oh no, I won't play. Li Qin was so excited that she even played the wrong cards. Really? What's the benefit? Yichen lowered his voice and said, Zhonghai International Racing Circuit. Check it out and tell me later. Li Qin became calmer. Okay, I'll transfer the money to him later. Yichen was so happy that he almost jumped up when his son was a spendthrift. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Yichen, who originally wanted to call his son, put down the phone first. Second uncle, are you calling Luo? Yi Jiang came in with a smile on his face. No, I called your aunt. What's going on? This is the engineering project for next quarter. I'm sending it to you. Yi Jiang handed over a folder. Yichen took it and said, that's fine. I'll go out first. Okay, I'll have a meeting to discuss it after I finish reading it. Yichen nodded and started reading it seriously. Thank you for your help. How could that be? Second uncle is joking. Yi Jiang left the room obediently. But my heart kept beating. What did you just hear? 100 million. My second uncle actually has assets worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, that Luo just now actually spent 2 million lavishly. Where did my second uncle get so much cash? A little guy who has been lost for who knows how many years is going to inherit the family business as soon as he comes back? Without our help over the years, would you, Yichen, have built such a huge business? Now that his son has been found, he wants to abandon us. You wish. I have to tell Dad right away. No, I can't tell you. If I tell you, someone else will come to snatch it away. I must think of a way to capture my second uncle. Or in other words, it would be better if Luo didn't come back. But that's against the law, so I have to find a way. Where? Sitting in the car, Su Yan felt a burning fire in his heart. Any man couldn't help but be moved by the scene just now. Are you at work? Lu Xinyan's phone rang on the other end. Wait for me at the hotel. Mr. Su, we agreed to come here. Lu Xinyan was a little surprised. We are not in an employment relationship yet. Okay, I'll open a hotel near Tianqi. Whatever. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan was so angry that he even wanted to slap himself. Why are you pretending to be a good person? Idiot. You spent 2 million, and you're not the one who did this. Idiot. The hotel room door opens. Su Yan grabbed Lu Xinyan with a grim look on his face. What's wrong? I'm a fucking idiot. Su Yan snorted coldly. Ding-ling. Help me get my phone. Su Yan's cell phone rang, and he asked Lu Xinyan, who was lying on the ground with both hands, to pick it up. Lu Xinyan found the cell phone from her pants that were thrown on the ground and handed it to him. Hush, I'm going to take a call. Hello. Son. Hearing the voice, Lu Xinyan became nervous. You just spent another 2 million? Did you find me at home for wasting money? That's right. I just spent nearly 5 million to buy a car 2 days ago. Another 2 million spent today? Even if you have billions of assets, it's not enough to be wasted. An average of 1 million a day, that's 30 million a month. That's 360 million a year. Depend on. Who has so much cash flow to cause trouble for you? Yes, I spent it. who knew that before Su Yin finished speaking, he heard the other side hurriedly explaining, "Dad is not stopping you from spending money. Don't worry. Our family has enough money. I'm just worried about you. Is 50 million enough? If not, I'll give you another 100 million. Lu Xinyan almost screamed out. What kind of magical parents are these? Is 50 million enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you another 100 million. Depend on. Su Yin was also confused for a while. What family? I was just trying to help Lu Xinyan out of kindness. It's enough for me. Su Yin was still worried that his father would come to blame him for spending 2 million at once. Not enough. You are in Zhonghai, and your expenses are high. No matter how much China overseas spends, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Lu Xinyan almost forgot to cover her mouth. Yuchen immediately said quickly on the other end, I bought the Zhonghai International Circuit for you to play, make more friends, and don't be afraid to spend money. Our family has plenty of money. Hey, what are you doing over there? So confident. No, I'm in the gym and someone next to me is stretching. I've already spent a lot of time. Su Yin said embarrassedly. Son, your parents earn so much money for you to enjoy and spend. Spend as much as you can. Spend as much as you can. Yuchen laughed. Gym? Not bad. It's fun. Find me a daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be better to find a daughter-in-law earlier so that the two of you can spend money together? I'll transfer the money to you later. Buy a supercar for fun first. I just bought a Bentley. Chapter 31. 2 million a day. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. When Yuchen heard this, there was a hint of envy in his tone. Bentley, I want to open my fucking mind too. Son, you are still young. You can't control the Bentley, so leave it to me. You are still young, so you should drive something better. Something more exciting. When you get older, you won't be able to experience the thrill of speeding. Yuchen said seriously. So, now that you are still young, go play with supercars. Play things that are full of excitement. Leave these stable Bentleys to your dad. I'm not trying to trick my son, but to guide him, so that he won't regret it later. Ah, Lu Xinyan exclaimed. Such a dad is simply a godly dad, right? Fell down again? Son, you have to be careful with women out there. You can play with them, but you have to marry a virtuous woman, you know? Of course, you have to pay attention to safety. You seem like someone who has been through this before. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Bah, don't say that. If your mother hears it, this matter will never end. Okay, I'll transfer the money over in a while. I'll give you a bank card later and transfer money to you from time to time. Just give the system card to your son to do the calculation. My wife is right. It was originally given to him, so we might as well give it to him now. That's enough for me. If I tell you to take the flowers, take them. We lack everything except money. If you spend money like this today, you will never be able to spend it all in your lifetime. 2 million a day can't be spent in a lifetime. Lu Xinyan felt that her worldview had been overturned. 700 million a year, that's 700 billion in 100 years. It turns out that his family is one of the richest. No wonder Tianchi Automobile buys it whenever it says it will. Su Yin was shocked. No way? Even if you are the richest man, you don't have so much cash flow, right? Don't worry, even the richest man doesn't have as much cash flow as our family. Besides, our family will be the richest man sooner or later. By the way, keep up the good work like today. Yuchen was somewhat happy. 100 million was given to him. Now it's time to work hard to lose money, right? Su Yin blurted out, no. Make persistent efforts? Do you date college students every day? Why not? Dad is telling you, if you don't do some things when you were young, you will regret it when you are old. Don't be afraid as long as your parents are here. Yuchen is full of confidence. But one college student is enough. When I get older, I still like young people. I will spend money then. Su Yin blurted out and regretted it before he finished speaking. You're sponsoring a college student. Yuchen was stunned. Damn it. I didn't enjoy it, my son. My son is not that kind of person. He must just have a girlfriend. Well, now that I have a girlfriend, I have more places to spend money. Isn't this performance improved? Okay, hello college student. I have something to talk about with you. Lu Xinyan was stunned. What kind of father is this? Is this how you teach your son? Son, don't be reluctant to spend money on others. Spend it when you should. We are not short of money. Don't let others down. Yuchen was happy and proud. By the way, take it home to play with when you have time. Yuchen hung up the phone contentedly. My son is going to drive a supercar and buy a luxury house soon. I will soon become the richest man in the country. Mr. Su, your father. Lu Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your three views are a bit distorted. Don't worry about him. Just study hard. What a great training session. Although there were some unexpected events in the middle, it was still completed smoothly. I'm going to buy a bag later. Lying on the bed, Su Yin directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Xinyan. If you have time, help me check. A house in Zhonghai is only about 100 million. Also, have there been any supercars coming into Shanghai recently? I want to buy one. Lu Xinyan was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, do you really want to spend it? Why keep it if it's not spent? Su Yan stood up. Help me finish these things. I'll tell Zhang Qiang later. It doesn't count as asking for leave. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan's face was filled with joy as she looked at the 100,000 yuan that had arrived in her account. I know that his family is not short of money. This cash flow is simply shocking. Do your job well, you won't suffer any loss. Su Yan had already started to put on his clothes. Mr. Su, where are you going? Lu Xinyan asked hurriedly. Also started to put on clothes. Go back to class. Senior, I haven't come out for internship yet. I have to wait until next year. Mr. Su, you are so rich. Do you still need to go to school? Money is only temporary. Knowledge is eternal. Su Yan shook his head. You can make money with knowledge, but money can only buy a diploma, not the essence and accumulation. After saying that, Su Yan left the room. Bop scumbag. Lu Xinyan couldn't suppress the disappointment in her heart. He doesn't seem to be very interested in himself. But then again, they are a wealthy family. Moreover, it doesn't look like an ordinary wealthy family. Before, I just thought the conversation between father and son was vulgar. Who would have thought that he would say such philosophical words? It seems that I need to recharge myself as well. Mom. Su Yan had Bluetooth headphones in his ears and couldn't suppress his emotions. Xiaoyan, don't you have class today? Why did you call back? When the other party heard this, he was obviously happy and his voice was full of excitement. How are you feeling lately? Good, very good. The guy on the other side nodded. Ouyang called me and said that you found your parents. I heard that your family conditions are pretty good. That's great. Don't worry about us. Get along with your biological parents more. There will definitely be a gap at the beginning. They have been looking for you for so many years. You can't blame them. Just go home and live a good life in the future, okay? Don't think about me. Don't let them think too much. The voice on the other end was choking with a hint of sob. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Mom, the grace of giving birth to me is not as great as the grace of raising me. You will be my mom for the rest of my life. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Yui smiled. Those are your biological parents. I'm serious. Su Yan sniffed. I've transferred 2 million to your card. Tell Ouyang and Xiafei not to work anymore and focus on their studies. And aren't Hao and the others in high school? Give them more pocket money and let them eat better. And the little ones are all sent to kindergarten. What about me? Zhou Yui was a little flustered. Xiaoyan, how can you spend money recklessly? That's your parents' money. What do you mean by wasting money? What they give me is mine, and I am free to do whatever I want with it. Su Yan comforted him. Besides, they are also reasonable people, so don't worry. From now on, I will be responsible for the expenses of my brothers and sisters every year. We can find a few more aunts in our family, and I will come back to make arrangements when I am free. Oh, Xiaoyan. Mom, I have to go to class. Don't worry, they won't mind. You raised me up like this. What does this little money mean to you? Su Yan stopped the car, hung up the phone, and took a deep breath. I feel a little complicated. This is the softest spot in his heart. He has bigger plans for the future. Chapter 32. I was really worried about my son's ruin. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yichen couldn't help but feel happy when he heard about the 2 expenditures again. Sure enough, calling was useful. This phone call immediately cost him 2,100,000. If I had known this, I would have made this call earlier. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bonus skill. You are so cool driving a Ferrari with one hand. You are so cool when driving a Ferrari with one hand. When the host and related personnel touch the steering wheel of the Bentley Flying Spur, you can get it. When driving a Ferrari with one hand, the charm value is +10, and when driving a supercar, you get temporary master-level driving skills. What? Yichen was stunned for a moment. Bentley Flying Spur? Isn't this our son's car? Do I need to touch the steering wheel of my son's car to get it? Wait, what does relevant personnel mean? System, what do you mean by relevant personnel? However, the system did not respond at all. Can I get it just by touching my son's steering wheel? Wrong. That won't be the case. Related personnel, doesn't that include my son? Yichen's mentality suddenly collapsed. What does it mean? I am the host of the system. Why is it that my son always gets the benefits? He can date female students, drive a Bentley, and spend money lavishly. You can also get rewards. Is this my system or my son's system? Forget it, forget it. As a father, why should I argue with my son? Besides, when I drive a Ferrari, I will also be very handsome. When can I drive a Ferrari? Yichen sighed. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 2 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 50 million yuan. 50 million. It's just a small amount of money. Give them all to him. Anyway, The company is running smoothly and I am not short of money. It would be better to give it all to my son as an investment. The more money he spends, the more rewards he can get. He began to prepare to transfer money to Su Yin. However, the happiness was only temporary, and for several days afterwards, Su Yin did not engage in any wasteful behavior. Wife, what did we do wrong? Our son is a spendthrift again. Yuchen let out a long sigh. Even though he was holding a bottle of Maodai in his hand, it didn't smell good. This is indeed a big problem. Li Qin nodded. But it's normal, right? What's the meaning? After all, our son is a good boy. How could he always be a spendthrift? Yuchen thought about it and nodded, but he was still a little unwilling. That's what he said. But if he doesn't ruin the family, when will I become the richest man? Li Qin smiled. She looked much better recently. I have time to play mahjong and do beauty treatments with rich ladies. We still have to wait. She thought for a while. Someone needs to take care of him. Otherwise, how will my son learn to be a spendthrift? Yuchen's eyes lit up, but then he was disappointed. Where can I find such a person? The fourth brother's kid is a scoundrel. Li Qin shook her head and said, Hai Chao is a scoundrel, but his vision is too narrow. He must be introduced to some real second-generation rich people. I heard that there are supercar clubs in Haitian Xingyan. They need such people. Yuchen immediately said in embarrassment, How can I be such a person? Li Qin shook her finger. That depends on your efforts. Make the company bigger and stronger, and rank among the top richest people in the province, or even the country. When the time comes, someone will naturally come to look for our son. It's hard for me to just work hard. You can urge Xiao Luo to not be afraid to spend money, but you can't slack off. I've made an appointment with Mrs. Zhao to play cards. Oh, and I want to buy a new car. Li Qin turned around and said, Do you have any money recently? No. I transferred all of them to my son. I asked him to ship the Bentley back. It's a good opportunity to urge him to buy a supercar. Li Qin nodded. Okay. Wait until his wife leaves. Yuchen touched his chin. Finally, he sighed and drank the matai in his hand. I've been so worried about my son ruining the family business. Damn it, why did he leave so soon? Seeing Su Yin's leaving back, Wang Ran stomped his feet in anger. Su Yin has been elusive these past few days. He arrives on time before class every day and leaves as soon as the bell rings. Even if you ask Fu Jiajun and others, they don't know what Su Yin is doing. All the messages I sent to him fell on deaf ears. It's amazing. Shan, what do you think I should do? Wang Ren asked while sitting in the dormitory and putting on makeup. Zhao Qiong applied body lotion on herself. Xiao Ran, Su Yin has clearly seen through your true nature now. Hearing this, Wang Ran's face suddenly turned gloomy. What do you mean by my true nature? Su Yin and I are in love with each other. Just believe it yourself. Zhao Qiong laughed. Everyone in the class knows exactly what kind of person you are. Now you think Su Yin is a rich second generation and want to stick to him again? You wish. Today, I'm going to break up with my godfather. A wealthy family is your destiny. Shan was reading a book by herself. It's not that there is no chance. When a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there is a layer of gauze between them. As long as you persevere, there will definitely be a chance. Wang Ran snorted at Zhao Qiong. By the way, Li Qingxue has taken leave recently and hasn't been doing any live broadcasts. I don't know what she's been doing. Zhao Qiong put on her slim-fitting jumpsuit and sprayed herself with some perfume. I think I have the best chance. Bye. Bitch. After she left, Wang Ran became unhappy, and then he opened the live broadcast software and started live streaming. His face was immediately filled with smiles. Tianchi Automobile, in front of BMW 4S store. Today, all the sample vehicles have been driven away, leaving only a container truck parked there. It sits motionless, taking up more than most of the parking spaces. It was just the right space for the incoming car, which was a bit inconvenient. What's going on? How come there's a truck in such a big BMW store? Lu Hui was driving a Porsche Cayenne and felt a little unhappy when he saw this car. Sitting next to him was Zhao Qiong, who was dressed coolly. Godfather, why did you bring me here today? Today she wants to break up with Lu Hui peacefully. The company has allocated me some options, and I will reward you with a car. Don't you want a Mini? Let's buy it today. Lu Hui said with a smile. Zhao Qiong's eyes lit up. It's better to break up with him a little later. We must first grasp the existing interests. Thank you, Godfather. She kissed Lu Hui on the cheek. Crunch. Just at this moment, the Cayenne suddenly hit the cart. Dry. Lu Hui looked unhappy and Zhao Qiong was also frightened. This Cayenne cost over $1 million. If it were wiped like this, it would cost at least 10,000. If I want to replace it, it will cost tens of thousands. The two men hurriedly got out of the car and saw that the two doors of the Cayenne had been dented and even one of the doors had a hole. Depend on. This cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped up and down. He opened the trunk, took out a wrench, and walked towards the truck aggressively. Fuck him. The wrench slammed hard on the cart. Ding! What are you doing? When the driver heard the sound, he got out of the car and ran over. When Lu Hui saw the man, his face darkened and he kicked him. Can you fucking stop your car? You scratched my car. Can you afford to pay for it? The driver was kicked to the ground and saw the Porsche parked next to him. His expression changed. This is someone I can't afford to offend. Lu Hui still felt unsatisfied, so he kicked him again and again. What are you doing? Just then, a group of people gathered around. Chapter 33: Smashing the Car. Godfather. Zhao Qiong pulled Lu Hui. At this time, someone rushed up and pushed Lu Hui away. The round body almost made him roll away. Shit. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Damn it. All of a sudden, Zhao Qiong and Lu Hui were surrounded. Lu Hui held a wrench in his hand, and Zhao Qiong hid behind him. You, what do you want to do? Fuck. Who told you to do that? You are looking for death. Who the hell told you to beat someone up here? Someone helped the driver up from the ground. There were footprints all over his body, and his nose was bleeding. Fuck. Beat him. Someone was so angry that he shouted loudly. Lu Hui felt panicked. Why do I feel like I have stirred up a hornet's nest? I can't defeat so many people by myself. Boss Lu, why are you here? Zhu Huili, the manager of Porsche, saw the excitement and Lu Hui's Porsche and hurried over. Lu Hui bought his car from here. Mr. Zhu, everyone in the crowd knew Zhu Huili. Seeing this scene, Lu Hui felt relieved, but he became a little nervous. Boss Zhu, what's going on here? It's a mess. Is the quality of your employees so poor? They even beat people up. Zhu Huili smiled widely. Boss Lu, I'm sorry to have made you unhappy. What happened? Zhu Huili turned to ask her colleagues. Boss Zhu, this guy just smashed young Master Su's car. He also beat up the driver. Young Master Su hasn't arrived yet, and the car was almost smashed. He was so cruel. This is Mr. Su's new car. Hearing this, Zhu Huili's face changed, and she looked at Lu Hui with a gloomy face. Boss Lu, you've gone too far in this matter. Lu Hui almost laughed out of anger. I went too far. Mr. Zhu, do you still want to do business? I come here to consume, just to enjoy God's treatment. What are you doing? Zhu Huili sneered. Boss Lu, this car is our boss's new car. We can't be held responsible for anything that happens to it, and the same goes for you. And you beat someone up. We have surveillance cameras here. Lu Hui frowned. What? Threatening me? Did I grow up being threatened? It's not a threat. Zhu Huili suppressed her anger. It's just explaining the facts to you. Lu Hui had just received allotment from the company and was now worth quite a bit, so he was feeling quite proud of himself. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing when I went out to buy a car with my mistress? Of course I can't save my face. I think you don't want to do business anymore. I originally wanted to buy a Porsche, but it seems like, baby, the Porsche is too much. Let's buy a Mini. Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped up and down and immediately turned to threaten Zhu Huili with sales volume. If I offend you, Mr. Lu, at most I will not be able to do business with one person. But if I offend our small boss, I will not be able to do business with him anymore. Zhu Huili made it very clear. Zhao Qiong immediately said in a disgusted voice, Okay, I'll do as you say. This kind of face should be given to men. I was going to buy a Mini anyway. Lu Hui immediately held his head high and puffed out his chest. Mr. Lu, the BMW in Zhonghai doesn't want to do business with you. BMW store manager Deng Chao was suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Lu Hui's expression changed slightly. Is there something wrong with your BMW brains? Because this is also our boss's car. Deng Chao pointed to the cart. Lu Hui frowned and turned to look at Zhao Qiong. How about the Mercedes-Benz? Zhao Qiong nodded. Of course, I like any car you buy. I heard someone in the Mercedes-Benz store also say, Mercedes-Benz won't do business with you. You are also our small boss. Now, even Lu Hui's face looked a little unhappy. Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Porsche 4S stores are actually the same one? You have pretty good strength. However, he is not afraid. What can those people in sales do no matter how strong they are? Audi. Lu Hui was just about to ask Zhao Qiong what the Audi was like. Then I heard, same for Audi. Zhao Qiong was a little nervous and took his hand. Godfather. Even though she was a college student, she realized it at this time. Several luxury brands are all from the same company. This family is quite powerful. What a big store that bullies customers. Good. You're not the only one in Zhonghai that sells BMWs and Mercedes-Benz. Lu Hui said coldly. Boss Lu, we have surveillance cameras at the door. Do you want to call the police? Who is responsible? Zhu Huili said without hesitation. By the way, our boss is the Zhonghai general agent of these cars. Boss Lu, you hit people and smashed cars. You will be on our blacklist. Lu Hui was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Fuck, is your car inlaid with diamonds? What's wrong with me hitting it? What's wrong? You're just a lousy driver who parked his car in a random place. I'll beat you up if I want to. Baby, let's go. This isn't the only place in the world with cars. In fact, Lu Hui was a little scared. China Overseas General Agent. It is also the general agent for many luxury cars. I'm afraid his strength is not weak. Let's go buy a Volkswagen. Zhao Qiong also felt guilty. Okay, the Beetle is also good-looking. The two men turned around and were about to leave, but a car suddenly stopped and blocked them. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Zhao Qiong took a look and wondered who else could this be but Su Yan? Manager Zhu, why is there a traffic jam here? Su Yan, who came to pick up the car, was a little surprised. Master Su, little boss. All the shop assistants' eyes suddenly lit up, and someone helped him open the car door. It was this guy who drove without paying attention and almost scratched your new car. He even hit someone. Yeah, that's fucking cruel. Su Yan got out of the car and heard a lot of discussions, but he quickly found out what had happened. Is everyone okay? Su Yan asked the driver first. There was a tissue stuck in the driver's nostril, with a bit of blood sticking out. It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. The driver also knew that the real boss had arrived. Is this the broken car? Su Yan walked towards the Qian and looked at the car body. TSK, the door is broken. This will cost a lot of money to repair. Mr. Su, right? Seeing that he was not looking for trouble with him, Lu Hui said that his car needed a lot of money to repair. He came here to buy a car. If he wanted to make money, he had to buy a car himself. We came here to buy a car, and your clerk actually wanted to beat us up. The faces of the shop assistants around him suddenly changed. This guy actually told tales. Master Su, that's not the case. We didn't do anything. This guy is very arrogant and starts beating people right away. Zhao Qiong watched from the side, her heart pounding. So majestic indeed. Unexpectedly, Su Yanjia is actually the general agent of China Overseas Automobile. Aren't there all kinds of cars? BBA is all theirs. These shop assistants all obey orders. Okay, I understand what happened. Since the car is broken, let me take care of it. Su Yan looked at Lu Hui. When he saw Zhao Qiong again, he immediately knew who this person was. New grudges and old grudges. Mr. Su is indeed an open-minded person. Lu Hui gave a thumbs up. Many shop assistants were a little angry when they heard Su Yan's words. Master Su, he hit someone. Su Yan nodded. Mr. Lu's luxury car, why don't I do it myself? How about it, Mr. Lu? Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Su. Lu Hui felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't noticed that he had met Su Yan before. The wrench in his hand was also taken by Su Yan. No trouble. Not at all. Bump. As soon as he finished speaking, the wrench in Su Yan's hand had already hit the window of the Qian. The first car window didn't break. However, Su Yan showed no mercy. Bump. Bump. After 3 or 5 hits, the car window began to crack into fine cracks. Lu Hui was stunned. Why did you smash my car? You drive a broken Porsche and hit my people. Who gave you the guts? Next time I'll blow your head off. What are you standing there for? Get together and smash them all. Chapter 34 Young Master Su wants to monopolize Zhonghai. What are you doing? Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped up and down. Why did you smash my car? This is a Qian. Qian. It cost me more than $1 million when I bought it. After being hit by Su Yan a few times, the car window glass cracked, and the car became bumpy and small paint pits appeared. It made him feel so distressed. After feeling distressed for a moment, his face suddenly darkened and he stared at Su Yan. Young Master Su, what on earth do you want to do? Su Yan handed the wrench to a clerk next to him. Smash it. Smash it hard. Hitting people is wrong, but smashing a car is okay. Okay. Master Su, leave it to me. Smash it. Young Master Su told us to smash the car. They have sold many cars, but this is the first time they have smashed one. A group of people swarmed up and smashed the Qian. Mr. Su, what on earth do you want to do? I saw someone jump on my car and hit it hard. The driver who was beaten by himself jumped on the roof of the car, waving a huge wrench. Bang! A wrench hit it down, and a big hole appeared on the front windshield instantly. What are you doing? Does it feel good to beat someone up? Su Yan turned around and finally stared at the other person seriously. I feel really good smashing cars now. When Lu Hui saw so many people smashing his car, he knew he couldn't change anything. Mr. Su. Su Yan ignored him and asked Zhu Huili. Manager Zhu, how much is this car worth now? He bought a low-end model at the time, which cost around 950,000 yuan. I remember buying it the year before last, and after taking into account all the damage to the car, its current value is no more than 500,000 yuan. 500,000. Su Yan wrote a check and threw it to Lu Hui. 500,000 for you, get out. Lu Hui had 500,000 in his hand and felt somewhat complicated. He has money, but he can't just take out $500,000 and buy a car to smash it like this. Can't bear to. Most importantly, he didn't have that much money. You? Bang. Before Lu Hui could finish his words, Su Yan slapped him hard. You hit me. Lu Hui was so angry. I compensated you for your car, but what about the man you beat up? Bang. Almost at the same time, Su Yan kicked him away. Lu Hui fell to the ground. Tit for tat. This is what you deserve. Zhao Qiong stood aside and watched the scene in front of him. This is the real rich second generation. This is the spirit that a real rich second generation should have. Unruly. Compared to Lu Hui, he is many times stronger. Su Yan kicked him a few times and said, You can get out now. Lu Hui stood up. You. Zhu Huili stepped forward and said, Boss Lu, you hurt people first, and we have the surveillance footage. You'd better think it through. Lu Hui was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he didn't dare to say anything. He is bound to bear this loss. Let's go. Zhao Qiong looked at Su Yan deeply. Dad. Lu Hui was a little surprised as to why she changed her address. But it's a bit exciting. Baby, if you can't buy a BBA, Dad will buy you a Beetle. Zhao Qiong breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Lu Hui would be exposed. Good. She glanced at Su Yan with reluctance, then left with Lu Hui. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 500,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Rudy Automobile Company. Ha! Yi Chun, who was discussing business, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boss Yi, what are you so happy about? The business partner sitting across from him asked curiously. Yi Chun smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. Boss Yi, I heard that you just found your biological son recently. When can we hold a banquet so that everyone can congratulate you? Hearing this, Yi Jiang, who was sitting next to Yi Chun, changed his expression. Wouldn't this allow Yi Luo to come back early? Yi Chun waved his hand. It's still early, Mr. Zhao. Let's continue chatting. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Uncle, phone call. Yi Jiang saw a phone number with no remarks. Mr. Zhao, wait a moment. Yi Chun picked up the phone. Mr. Yi, I am the general manager of Rudy Automobile Company. You have just acquired our company in full. Yi Jiang kept his ears perked up and heard something like full acquisition. My heart couldn't help but beat fast. What did the second uncle do? Yes. Yi Chun stood up and walked to the window. Mr. Yi, when are you free to come? I'm not in Zhonghai. You can go find Zhang Chong from Tianqi Automobile. All matters over there are left to my son. You can just contact him when the time comes. Yi Chun directly passed the buck. Anyway, it's China overseas business, and they are all mature channels. You enjoy the luxury cars and mansions, so you should contribute a little, right? What's more, as long as you don't mess around, it's a business that is sure to make money. Mr. Zhao, sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Zhao asked curiously. Mr. Yi, I heard it was from Zhonghai. Do you have business there too? Yi Chun waved his hand and smiled. What does it have to do with me? My son acquired a car company. Is your master so capable? Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up. It's just a minor fight. Yi Chun was a little too proud of his son being praised. It's all his hard work. Spending money is also part of hard work. Then you can ask Master Ling to buy a car next time. You can pick any car you want. Yi Zhang's eyes flickered. Could it be that Yi Luo is a smart person? If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with? Starting a business in his 20s is definitely not an ordinary person. Master Su. When Lu Hui was pulling Zhao Qiong away, a middle-aged man strode over and said, I guess this is Mr. Su. I am the general manager of Rudy Automobile. My name is Zhou Qing. Zhu Huili lowered her voice and whispered in Su Yan's ear, Rudy Auto is another company in Auto City. It is the agent for Volkswagen, Lincoln, Jaguar, Toyota, and domestically produced cars. It has a different positioning from us and is more people-friendly. Boss Zhou, what do you want from me? Su Yan asked curiously. Mr. Su, I'm here to report my work. Mr. Yi just bought Rudy and told you to take care of it. That's why I'm here, right? Su Yan was slightly startled. Dad is so awesome. Another car company in Motor City also bought it. I gave myself 150 million before. Bought another car company. What does he want to do? Monopolizing China overseas? I'll skip the reporting for now, but I want to let off some steam now. Zhou Qing's forehead suddenly broke out in sweat. Young Master Su, please speak up. If I did anything wrong, please blame me. Su Yan knew that he had misunderstood, so he didn't say much and smiled. I want that person, and I can't buy a car in Zhonghai. When Zhou Qing heard this, he thought, it's none of my business. Then it's okay. Master Su, leave this to me. With Rudy and Tianqi, except for the top luxury cars, I guarantee that no 4S store in Zhonghai will dare to sell his cars. I felt like I was being too confident. Second-hand cars. Although I have some connections, it's more. Su Yan waved his hand. It's okay. A few big ones will hold him back for me. Okay, leave it to me. Zhou Qing looked at Lu Hui's back and felt inexplicably grateful. Noble man. As soon as the new boss took office, he gave himself a big gift. As long as I can handle you, at least my impression score will not be low. Zhu Huili was stunned. Damn it. The boss bought Rudy again? Mr. Zhang is under great competitive pressure. Wrong. It seems that all Zhonghai's affairs have been handed over to Su Xiao. This shows that Su Xiao is the real driving force behind the incident. Could it be that young Master Su wants to monopolize the automobile industry in Zhonghai? Oh my god. What courage. What a huge financial resource. She became excited. If this really worked. No. Now half of China overseas automobile sales industry is firmly in the hands of Su Xiao. Chapter 35, I Don't Like Your Dad. Volkswagen 4S store. Lu Hui walked in with Zhao Qiong arm in arm, head held high. Are the new Beetles in stock? As soon as he entered the door, he raised his voice. Besides the Beetle, do you have a Phaeton? I want one too. Now that I have received bonus shares, my net worth has increased even further. It's just the right time to buy myself a better car. Godfather, you are so awesome. Zhao Qiong's eyes sparkled. After today, I will have my own car. Wang ran. That's too childish. Where are the people? Can't they hear it? However, when everyone heard the voice, they just looked up at him, as if they were invisible. Depend on. Lu Hui was so angry that he exploded. These people actually ignored me. Are you blind? Can't you see such a big guest here? Lu Hui said loudly. At this time, the store manager standing aside said, Sir, please leave. What do you mean? Lu Hui thought someone was going to talk to him and was stunned for a moment. The store manager sneered. You've offended our boss, and you still want to buy a car from us? Who is your boss? Lu Hui suddenly trembled, thinking of that overly handsome young man. No way. Isn't our boss outside? Zhao Qiong turned around quickly and saw Su Yin walking in accompanied by a middle-aged man with a humble look on his face. When Lu Hui saw Su Yin, his face turned pale. Let's go. Just walked out. If the East owner doesn't sell it, the West owner will. I don't believe it. I have a lot of money, but I can't buy a car. Lu Hui gritted his teeth. Zhao Qiong's eyes were sharp, and when he saw Su Yin, he showed a helpless, bitter smile. It seems to be saying that what happens here has nothing to do with me. Humph. Do you think this entire auto city belongs to you? You have the final say? Lu Hui snorted coldly. Zhou Qing sneered and said sarcastically, although the auto city is not mine, it belongs to my young master. Zhao Qiong's heart skipped a beat. Young master? Su Yin. The entire auto city belongs to them. How big is his family's business? Are you kidding me? You guys only know how to brag. I can't do that. I can't have you. Volkswagen, BMW, or Martha Lincoln. I'm so sorry, I just bought it. Su Yin shrugged. Mr. Lu, if you don't believe me, you can go around and ask. Lu Hui turned around suddenly and stared at Su Yin. What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to see you get humiliated. Country bumpkin. Su Yin snorted. Lu Hui didn't understand, but Zhao Qiong's face changed drastically. He knows. Did he really know? That hotel is not Fujiajun's. No way. Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel is also his family's property. Zhao Qiong's face turned pale. Su, classmate Su. Zhao Qiong said quickly, Maybe. Is this your classmate? Lu Hui asked hurriedly, your classmate. He's not very old, but he's quite arrogant. Let's go. I don't believe that I can't buy a car even if I have money. Lincoln, not for sale. Martha, get lost. Jaguar, not for sale. I went to every store, but they all rejected me. You have money in your hand but can't spend it? It must be your classmates who did this. Lu Hui said angrily. Zhao Qiong was absent-minded at this time and didn't speak. The two walked back to the entrance of the BMW store. I saw that my Cayenne had been smashed to pieces. When I saw it suddenly, I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The cart that he had hit had already started. The side door slowly rose up, revealing a dark blue supercar inside. Lu Hui couldn't help but swallow. I saw that the bottom of the car was moving slowly. Moving sideways, the supercar seemed to be flying in midair, then slowly descend to the ground. Only then could he get a glimpse of the full picture of the supercar. Ferrari la Ferrari. Lu Hui couldn't help but exclaim. Godfather, is this car expensive? Zhao Qiong asked curiously. Lu Hui's eyes showed envy. Expensive? More than expensive. It's outrageously expensive. Ferrari la Ferrari. Limited to 499 units worldwide. The price is at least over 20 million. At this point, he was frightened again. Fortunately, it only hit the cart. If it hits Rafa, I will really cry. Mr. Su, your car. At this time, Lu Hui and his companion saw the truck driver and a salesperson handing a pair of car keys to Su Yin. Mr. Lu, have you bought the car? Su Yin held the car keys and looked back at Lu Hui. Su Yin looked around the new store. Almost all 4S stores for household cars in the entire Auto City are included in it. Most of this Auto City belongs to you. After taking a quick look, he returned to the cart. The Cayenne is no longer in good shape. Even the roof was crushed. Humph. I just don't believe that you can cover up the entire Zhonghai with one hand. Lu Hui was still angry. Zhang Chong also rushed back. Is this the idiot? Didn't anyone tell him that we are an agent? Everyone looked at Lu Hui with a smile. It's like looking at a fool. Agent. Doesn't that mean that all the cars in Zhonghai are controlled by them? Lu Hui's expression finally changed. He could not match such power. His face turned red. Zhao Qiong looked stunned. Almost all the car dealers in Zhonghai. What kind of family is this? Moreover, he owns a Bentley worth more than 4 million, and also bought a Ferrari supercar worth more than 20 million. Tin Lu Hughes can't compare to him, and most importantly, he is much more handsome than Lu Hui. Mr. Zhang, you can't say that. Mr. Lu wants to buy a car, and it's not impossible. At least we still don't have an agent for trailers and trucks. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and stared at Su Yin. But he didn't dare to get angry. Whatever Zhao Qiong could think of, he could also think of. I can't afford to offend such an existence. Finally, he managed to utter, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't recognize the great man. No, I can't bear it. Su Yin waved his hand. I still appreciate your arrogant look. Lu Hui felt even worse. Su, classmate Su Yin, I. Zhao Qiong couldn't help but take a step forward. She originally wanted to kick Lu Hui out, but now seeing that Su Yin has a supercar and is a car agent, she is even more tempted. There is even a vague idea in my heart. Since he had known it for a long time, he deliberately targeted Lu Hui. Is it because of jealousy? After all, in terms of figure, I am better than Wang Ran. In terms of appearance, he and she have their own merits. He likes Wang Ran, so why can't he like me? Baby, please plead for me. Lu Hui said softly. As a company executive, it would be embarrassing for him if he didn't even have a car to go to and from get off work. Zhao Qiong looked at Lu Hui hesitantly. Now she was his daughter. Student Zhao Qiong, are you here with your dad to buy a car? I'm sorry, your dad is so awesome. I'm in a dilemma. After all, I can't just hold my breath and not say anything, right? Hearing this, Zhao Qiong was a little dazed. He really didn't know. He immediately smiled. Student Su, I'm really sorry. My dad was a little too impulsive. I'll ask him to apologize to you. No need. Su Yin waved his hands quickly. I can't afford it. Really, it doesn't matter. We are classmates. It's my dad's fault. He didn't know it was yours. He was just angry for a moment. Zhao Qiong spoke more and more naturally. It seems like the whole person's state has improved. He doesn't know. I have a chance. It's really great. If I kick Lu Hui out when I get back, won't I become a wealthy lady? By the way, classmate Zhao, why don't you and your father have the same surname? Su Yin asked with pretended curiosity. Zhao Qiong was suddenly speechless. How to say it? He stammered for a moment. She has the same last name as her mother. Mr. Su, you two are classmates. Do you want to go out and have fun together? Go for a ride? It was just a misunderstanding. Let's just write it off. Lu Hui quickly said in a flattering tone. Zhao Qiong was delighted that Lu Hui did not expose her. Don't I still have a chance? Isn't this awesome? Create opportunities for yourself. What she didn't expect was that Lu Hui wanted to trade her. Do you think I don't have a woman? Su Yin looked at Lu Hui with disdain. Mr. Su, when will you take me for a ride? Shi Piling finally found an opportunity and walked to Su Yan's side. Zhao Qiong saw Shi Piling and compared herself to her. Small. The figure that I am so proud of is really too small. Even a little inferiority complex. Mr. Su, I've been waiting for you. Lu Xinyan also came over and glared at Shi Piling. While I was changing my clothes, this little slut wanted to take over. One stood on the left and one on the right of Su Yin. Zhao Qiong looked at Lu Xinyan again. Her figure was equally good, with purity and charm appearing on her face at the same time. Even Lu Hui couldn't help swallowing when he saw it. She was also holding a Gucci bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I immediately put myself behind others. Wait, let me pay the car payment first. Su Yin found the salesperson of Ferrari and paid off the car price of more than 20 million yuan. Master Su, come to me if you need anything in the future. The salesperson bowed respectfully. Student Su Yin. Zhao Qiong didn't even blink when he saw the more than 20 million. I suddenly felt full of regret. Want to fight for it. Student Zhao Qiong, don't bother with that. Su Yin shook his head and said, I don't like being in the same boat with your father. Let's go for a ride. Su Yin pulled Lu Xinyan up, and the car door opened like a butterfly spreading its wings. Lu Xinyan got into the car with her head held high, like a victorious hen. Boom. Rafa roared like a wild beast and galloped away. Baby, let's go. Lu Hui sighed. I can't compare. Get out. Zhao Qiang finally understood after hearing the last sentence. He knows everything. What did you say? Lu Hui widened his eyes. I told you to get out. You've ruined my life. Zhao Qiang yelled hysterically. Lu Hui's face also turned gloomy. You want to have a gigolo behind my back? You bitch. Bang. He slapped Zhao Qiang hard on the face. It's all your fault. This is all your fault. Zhao Qiang pounced forward with fangs and claws bared, and the two of them immediately started wrestling with each other. TSK. I thought they really were father and daughter. I didn't expect they had such a relationship. Zhu Huili sighed and took out her mobile phone to record the video in disappointment. Zhang Cheng was also disgusted. Yes, the world is going downhill. Zhou Qing also raised his phone. What about morality? What about ethics? Chapter 36 Leak in Supersports. It was detected that the prodigal son spent 22,500,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, the like in Hypersport. The prizes have been parked at the Zhonghai International Circuit parking lot. Please go there to sign for them. Boss Zhao, this matter is settled. Yuchen shook hands with Mr. Zhao contentedly, and the joy on his face could no longer be suppressed. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhao also laughed out loud. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure working with you. However, after laughing for a while, Yuchen showed no sign of stopping. I can't help but feel strange. This business is not that big, so it shouldn't be like this, right? Boss Yi, are you okay? Yuchen shook his head. My son will become a spendthrift. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just happy. When happy things happen, people feel refreshed. Oh, Mr. Yi, do you have any other good news? Let's share it together. My son just bought a car. I'm happy for him, haha. Yuchen said. Mr. Zhao was puzzled. A family like theirs wouldn't need to buy a car, right? But he still showed a congratulatory expression on his face. It's time to celebrate. What car did your son buy? It's nothing, just a Ferrari. Young people like fancy things. The smile on Yuchen's face continued to rise. As expected of Mr. Yi, so domineering. Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up. This shows that Yuchen's family has sufficient water supply. I can buy my son a Ferrari, a car worth at least millions. It seems that my choice was right. Yu Zheng frowned. The company's accounts are crystal clear. Could it be the second uncle's private money? Damn it. He was a little angry. This money should have been his. Who would have thought that as soon as Yi Luo came back, his second uncle would buy him a Ferrari? No, I have to move faster. Second uncle, when will Luodi come home? I haven't even seen him yet. After Mr. Zhao left, Yi Jiang finally asked. Yuchen smiled and said, take your time. He has been away from us for so many years, so there must be a process of adaptation. Now Luodi still doesn't. Yi Jiang's eyes flickered. Second uncle and second aunt are so good to him. After all, we didn't raise him. It's normal to have some estrangement. Yuchen smiled. Xiao Jiang, you've worked hard today. You can go back first. Okay, uncle, please slow down. Yi Jiang smiled. Plant a seed today. After a few days, it will naturally take root and sprout. When Yi Jiang left, Yuchen's expression changed slightly and he sighed. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Luo came back, everyone had some different thoughts. He mentioned Ferrari just to test the waters. Do you really think you can't hear things like uncle and aunt are so good to him? It's not me who gave me that money. It was all my son who lost it all. But why is the car rewarded by the system in Zhonghai? Isn't the system mine? Why send it directly to my son? I am obviously the host. Yuchen rubbed his face as he walked towards his car, then took out his cell phone and called Su Yin. Hey son, Dad bought you a new car, so you should bring the Bentley back. You can't control it. A white BMW slowly drove away. Inside the car window, Yi Jiang's face was gloomy. I bought the car myself. Su Yin held the steering wheel with both hands and put the cell phone amplifier aside. You bought it. Yuchen pretended to be clueless. It doesn't matter. Dad will buy you a new car, and you can drive it alternately. Just give me the Bentley. The car is parked at the Zhonghai International Circuit. You can pick it up yourself. By the way, you are also responsible for the management of the circuit. Su Yin sighed. I can't manage it. Lu Xinyan, who was sitting next to him, had sharp eyes. I still underestimated the assets of Su Xiao's family. Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. Tianqi Automobile. Ludi Cars. Now, even the China Overseas International Circuit has been purchased. How much assets does this require? All in all, his net worth is close to 10 billion, right? It just so happens that these are all in Zhonghai, and I can't do anything about them. You are in charge. Profits and losses don't matter. If you really don't want to manage them, just sell them. Yuchen didn't care. They're all given by the system. Selling it for cash would be nice too. Okay. Su Yin sighed. He still wanted to start a business. I'll give you the general manager's phone number. Just call him when you get there. After hanging up the phone, Yuchen whistled excitedly. Bentley. I can drive a Bentley myself. Cool. I'm going to the racetrack now. Please arrange for my Bentley to be shipped home to my dad. Su Yin threw away his phone and instructed Lu Xinyan. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan's voice became sweet. What are you doing? Eating candy? Su Yin asked curiously. Lu Xinyan pouted. No, Mr. Su. Do you want to try it? Driving. The car stopped at the China Overseas International Circuit. Master Su, do you want to try it now? Lu Xinyan looked at Su Yin with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Su Yin pounced directly on him. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two were playing, someone knocked on the car window. Mr. Song, why don't you get out of the car? What are you doing here? Well, Master Song actually likes to play this game. A new car, right? Mr. Song? Is the girl's car new too? At some point, a group of young people surrounded them. Both men and women. Lu Xinyan blushed and Su Yin lowered the car window. Who are you? When these people saw Su Yin, their expressions changed slightly, and they were a little embarrassed. Hop, brother, you got the wrong person. I thought it was young Master Song who arrived. It's okay, just keep going. Keep going. Su Yin also laughed. This group of people were obviously the second generation of rich people. It's already like this. How can I continue? He walked out, cursing and laughing. My name is Li Siming. What's your name, brother? The two shook hands. Su Yin. Mr. Su seems to have never seen him before? Li Siming asked curiously. I thought that only Mr. Song and Zhang Hai could get Rafa. Still studying. Su Yin said with a smile. After a few pleasantries, someone said, Mr. Song is here. Mr. Song. A group of people were chatting, and when they heard Song Xiao, they immediately surrounded him. Su Yin couldn't help but be curious. Mr. Li, who is Mr. Song? Li Siming smiled and said, Mr. Song is the second son of Zhonghai Song Group. Song Qin. Mr. Su, you haven't heard of him, right? It turned out to be Mr. Song, the first person in the world to collide with Rafa. Su Yin suddenly remembered. Moreover, the Song Group is ranked among the top 500 in the country, and its wealth is terrifyingly high. After a while, Song Qin came over. Damn, isn't this a LaFerrari? Song Qin walked over and touched the car. I wanted to buy another one some time ago, but I couldn't find any. Brother, didn't you buy it first? Su Yin smiled. I don't know. I asked someone to help me make it. If Mr. Song likes it, you can take it. It just arrived today. Anyway, Dad got himself a new car. Song Qin didn't care. A gentleman doesn't take away what others like. I've taken a fancy to a new car. It's fine if LaFerrari has driven it before. Mr. Song is so domineering. Li Siming and others praised him. Mr. Song, what car do you like? Yes, let us see it too. Yes, it's a pity that we didn't catch up when Mr. Song made his first global collision. Otherwise, it would have been a hit if he had broadcast it live. Speaking of cars, Song Qin was also a little excited, saying, Leakin is super sporty. Limited to 7 units worldwide, with an opposed twin-turbocharged 6-cylinder engine, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration of 2.8 seconds, 751 horsepower, and a top speed of 395 miles per hour. Doesn't that mean that young Master Song will be invincible in Shanghai in the future? Li Siming couldn't help but joked. I'll try it out after I get it. Song Qin was determined to win. How much does it cost? Song Qin said, the selling price is 70 million, and it is estimated that after all the landings, it may be close to 8,000. Lu Xinyan was dazzled by what she heard. In their eyes, 80 million is just like 8,000 yuan. By the way, don't talk about me. This is Mr. Su's first time here today. What is he doing here? Song Qin asked. Su Yin smiled and said, my dad bought me a new car and asked me to come pick it up. Your LaFerrari is also new, right? Did you just pick it up today? Song Qin asked. What new car did Mr. Su buy? Li Siming also asked. I don't know either. My dad bought it and just put it here. Su Yin walked over. Master Su. A man in his 30s ran up to Su Yin. Mr. Song. Mr. Li. You are here too, the manager asked hurriedly. Mr. Zhu, why are you here? Everyone was also curious. I'm here to see our Master Su. Master Su, your car has just been delivered. Please come this way. Song Qin also became interested. What car did young Master Su buy? Let us see it. Yes. Yes. Let's go run a lap on the track later. A new car needs to be pulled out for practice. Boss Zhu, what car did young Master Su buy? Like in Hypersport. Chapter 37 Young Master Su is gifted. Right here. Mr. Zhu pressed the remote control and a rolling door slowly rose. The supercar inside also revealed its true appearance. The silver-gray car body is full of powerful muscular lines, and it looks like a prehistoric beast lying on the ground. Even if you just stand in front of the car, you can feel the infinite power coming towards you. Leak in Ultrasport. Song Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Li Siming was also a little surprised and looked at Song Xiao. Song Xiao, is this the Lycan Supersport you want to buy? Is this it? A supercar worth 80 million? Mr. Song. Everyone looked at Song Qin. Song Qin smiled bitterly. I thought I had a chance to buy it. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to get there first. This was also the first time Su Yin knew about it. It turned out to be a supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan. I don't know. My old man bought it. He traded it for my Bentley. Lu Xinyan was even more stunned. 80 million. Most people in the world will never earn 80 million in their lifetime. Even 8 million is difficult. As a result, they are born with it. If it is destined to happen, you will eventually get it. If it is not destined to happen, you will have to ask your father for help. I also have a Bentley. Lee Simon couldn't help but said, my dad definitely doesn't want to exchange it for a Lycan with me. Mr. Ming, please stop flattering yourself. A car worth 80 million, except for Mr. Song. No one here can afford it even if we want to. I'm so envious. Forget it. Song Qin sighed. This is the only one left. Having missed out on his favorite car, Song Qin could only sigh. However, Master Su is here for the first time today. How about a duel with me? Song Qin was eager to try, his heart full of fighting spirit. Su Yin suddenly blushed. Sorry, I've never run on a racetrack. Li Siming immediately asked curiously, Mr. Su, you have never run a racetrack. How come you sent the car here? At this time, President Xu hurriedly said, Master Ming, Master Song, our racetrack has been acquired by Master Su. He just acquired it today. At this time, even Song Qin couldn't help but be stunned. Master Su, if you don't know how to race, why buy a racing track? Li Siming also nodded. Besides, if the racing field wants to maintain its level, it needs a lot of investment every year. Track maintenance requires a lot of money. The most profitable project is hosting competitions. Events with little influence cannot make money, and hosting events requires more connections. Not only that, hosting an event requires a lot of manpower, energy, and financial resources. It can be said that the racing track is not a project worth investing in. My old man bought it. Su Yin shrugged. Let me manage it. Everyone was stunned, and Li Siming said jokingly, why not my old man? Song Qin couldn't help but agree. Yeah, I wish my old man was so open-minded. Su Yin actually found it strange as well. I always feel that my old man is not doing things right when it comes to investments. There is no system either. Maybe the old man has his own ideas. Su Yin could only comfort himself in this way. After all, a fortune of at least tens of billions is definitely not something that can be made casually. Since the old man has given Mr. Su a racing track, how can he not go on the track? Song Qin said with a smile. Let's get familiar with each other for a few rounds. Maybe young Master Su has extraordinary talent. My beloved car was stolen. Although he was proud and arrogant, he still wanted to vent his anger. Then let's have some fun. Su Yin was also somewhat tempted. Racing. The ultimate man's dream, isn't it? What's more, he felt that his driving skills had improved dramatically in the past 2 days. Maybe he really is gifted? Go, go, go. When everyone heard about the competition, they became excited and drove their cars to the track. Song Qin's car is a Pagani Zonda, worth more than 20 million. Sports cars are parked on the track. Everyone started to put on their equipment. Master Su, these are a helmet and gloves. This is your first time on a track, so you should get familiar with the track first. Don't go too fast. Master Song and the others are already familiar with it. Drive a few laps first and observe the condition of the tires. We have a professional team here who can change tires at any time. We also have professional oil. If it's a race, the most important thing is to pay attention to the fuel level and tire condition. Mr. Zhu was very detailed and began to tell Su Yin some things to pay attention to. Su Yin listened carefully. No need for equipment. I'm just having fun. Okay. Mr. Zhu nodded. Song Qin and his colleagues didn't wear any equipment either. Young Master Su, let's slowly get familiar with the first few laps. Safety is the priority. Song Qin gave instructions before driving. 2 cars stood side by side. Good. Su Yin nodded and got into the supercar. How did you get up here? Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan was already sitting in the passenger seat. At the starting point, there is a young girl wearing denim shorts and only a bra on her upper body. I'll go with you. I've never been in a car worth 80 million. Lu Xinyan smiled. This is my first time on the track. What if there is a? Then I'll be a couple with the same name as you. Lu Xinyan smiled casually. No, I'm as hard as iron. Don't think you can move me like this. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You still have to make money for me. Capitalist. At this point, the girl had already untied her bra and lifted it above her head. Everyone's supercars have been started and are ready to go at any time. At this time, Su Yan's Lycan was already rolling and rubbing violently against the ground. Mr. Zhu's expression changed. What a high speed. Well, young Master Su said he can't do this? Li Siming was shocked. I think young Master Song is going to lose this time. Fuck, how did you do that? It doesn't look like you won't do that, does it? Master Su pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Haha. Young Master Song is going to be defeated now. Young Master Song even specially learned from a racing driver, but it is said that he never learned this trick. It's open. It's open. I bet on Su Xiao to win. I'm betting on Su Xiao too. Okay, whoever loses will treat us tonight. Following the starter in front of her, she posed and swung her bra downwards. Bra landed. The two supercars roared out like wild horses. Boom. Boom. A violent roar. Lycan took the lead and was half a car length ahead of Pagani at the start. Holy crap. Such a strong acceleration. It feels like 100 kilometers in less than 2 seconds. This is the technique. Young Master Su's car is parked in place, but the speed has exceeded 10,000 revolutions. In other words, his car is driving in place. It may have reached a speed of 100 kilometers in place. Li Siming also understood. Zhu Zong said, the speed should be over 15,000. Young Master Su is extremely talented. Now both of them are driving at 200 miles per hour. Everyone quickly looked at the data interface on the side. Holy crap. Young Master Song broke the record. It's the first time he reached 200 yards so quickly. Li Siming also nodded. It seems that Mr. Song is serious. This time there is something to watch. Chapter 38. The God of Cars. The God of Cars. Holy crap. So fast. Song Qin was shocked when he saw Lycan suddenly rushing out. He immediately stepped on the accelerator hard. He kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to relax at all. It's my first time running on a track. Isn't this a bit crazy? However, people who have not been trained dare not drive too fast. This is common sense. Without proper training, you will lose control when your speed reaches 150 miles per hour. The racetrack is not like the highway. You can keep an eye on the situation several kilometers away on the highway, but not on the racetrack. The entire track is less than 6 kilometers in total and has many bends. The car speed can't be increased at all. After the starting point is a long straight line, which is only a few hundred meters long. 200 yards. Song Qin was shocked. He didn't even realize that he had already advanced 200 yards on the track. He is not a professional racing driver and rarely goes over 200 yards. It's the first bend. This is where I'll overtake. Song Qin took a deep breath. Running on the track requires experience and skills. It was Su Yan's first time on the racetrack. Straight line acceleration depended entirely on the car, and entering the corners was the real test of his skills. He stepped on the accelerator lightly and slowed down the car. Preparing to drift into the turn, this is a technique he just learned. What? However, even as he slowed down, Lycan continued to charge forward at high speed like an indomitable warrior. He doesn't want to die? Starting point. Everyone was already standing in front of a large screen, where they could observe the situation on the track through surveillance cameras placed around the track. Lycan is so fast. This acceleration is awesome. It seems that Master Song has really met his match. Li Siming crossed his arms over his chest. It's normal that young Master Su relied on the performance of a supercar to not fall behind in a straight line in the early stage. The first bend is the real test for him. Yes. President Zhu also nodded. The first bend is 90 degrees, and it takes skill to enter the bend. This is young Master Su's first time running on the track, and he doesn't know the track well, so he needs to slow down significantly. Young Master Song overtakes at this moment. OMG. However, the next moment, they were all slapped in the face. The Pagani's speed dropped significantly when it was about to enter a corner. However, Lycan kept moving forward. Originally leading by half a car body, it now suddenly jumped out. President Zhu's face changed drastically. It's over. Master Su doesn't know the situation. Quick. Contact the hospital immediately. Ask them to send an ambulance. He began to make arrangements in a hurry. It was the boss's first day at the racetrack and something went wrong. What an idiot. Why didn't you stop him? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this even possible? Just as he was complaining and stamping his feet, there were sudden cries of surprise from the crowd. It seems nothing happened. Judging from this sound, nothing should have happened. Mr. Zhu looked over quickly and saw that Lycan entered the turn directly at a speed of more than 200 yards. The front wheel stuck to the inner circle, and the rear wheel swung outward desperately, completing a tailspin drift in a thrilling but extremely beautiful way. What's the speed? What speed is this for drifting into a turn? So beautiful. Soon, the speed display appeared on the big screen. Cornering speed, 203 kilometers per hour. Corner exit speed, 214 kilometers per hour. Oh my God. What kind of magical skill is this? Drifting with acceleration? It's amazing. Mr. Song is sure to lose today. Master Su doesn't look weak either. Su Yin could afford to buy Lycan, an asset like a racing track which had little investment value. It seemed that they had already regarded him as a wealthy man of the same level as Song Qin. Mr. Song has also entered the circle. The speed entering the corner dropped to 180. When exiting the corner, it was 160. Ouch. Mr. Song is doomed to fail. Not necessarily. Li Siming frowned. President Zhu also agreed. Yes, this is Su Xiao's first time running on the track here, and he doesn't know enough about the track. He can look ahead to the first turn, but there are nearly 360 degrees turns behind. There are even continuous curves, so he must have slowed down. But the first bend is so cool. Indeed, no one here can do this speed, right? No. Song Qin felt more deeply than them. This guy is crazy. He cursed and stepped on the accelerator. The next segment is also a straight line. But the race has just begun. The entire track map is in my mind, and I know the track like the back of my hand. The next turns will be more difficult than the last. The fourth 360-degree turn is when I will overtake you. The accelerator is roaring. Pagani turned into an arrow shot from a bow, rapidly improving. However, Lycan was faster out of the corner and had already opened up a long gap. It is impossible to catch up in a straight line. We can only hope for the bend. It's the second turn. This curve is a circle, and the curve is longer. Young Master Su doesn't understand it, so he must slow down. Just now, young Master Su's straight line speed exceeded 250 yards. Isn't Mr. Su driving too crazy? However, for this circular curve, young Master Su must slow down, at least to 200 yards, before he can turn. I think it's more than that. If you are familiar with it and drift through the corner, you don't need to slow down too much. But I remember young Master Song has practiced this curve before. What's the fastest record? Young Master Song's fastest turn was 197 miles per hour, and his master, long phase record was 231 miles per hour. Mr. Song has a chance at this corner. Depend on. Master Su didn't slow down. However, they saw that Su Yan's Laken did not slow down at all. Call an ambulance. Is the ambulance here? Mr. Zhu asked the staff loudly. Boss Zhu, we've called and the ambulance will be here soon. Entering a turn at a speed of nearly 250 miles per hour can easily lead to an accident. I have to keep the ambulance ready at all times. Cornering speed, 253 kilometers per hour. Everyone was shocked. Moreover, the speed is still soaring. The front wheels drive the rear wheels, and the whole car seems to float. Drift all the way. Perfect drift. Damn it. Young Master Su actually drifted around the corner. Look, the speed out of the corner. Corner exit speed, 245 kilometers per hour. Damn it. The speed didn't drop much after such a long drift distance. Drifting is a special technique that uses the friction of the tires while also reducing the speed of the car. However, despite such a long curve, the car speed did not decrease much. Oh my god. So handsome. Now, who among you still thinks that young Master Song can win? Li Siming also smiled bitterly and shook his head. We were all fooled by Su Xiao. He must be a master. He's more than just a master. He even broke long phase record. God of cars. From today on, Master Su is my god of cars. Mr. Zhu almost couldn't catch his breath, his face full of shock. It's too scary. He clutched his chest with one hand and took a deep breath. Then a smile appeared on his face. We won. Master Su will not lose. Chapter 39 Ambulance. Call an ambulance. President Zhu sighed, although there are still a few more bends to go. But with Master Su's skills, it will definitely not be a problem. Li Siming also nodded. Although the fourth bend is 360 degrees, it is the easiest for Su Xiao's drifting skills. Mr. Song is so pitiful. I think he is holding his breath. Haha, my car was stolen. I was planning to win a race on the track. Now it's good. I'm being ridden on the face. Haha. Okay, stop laughing for a while and save some face for young Master Song. Yes. Yes. Everyone also relaxed. Sure enough, the next few turns were not a problem for Su Yan. His superb skills in entering and exiting corners are truly a pleasure to watch. Is this a professional racing driver? Li Siming was stunned. Boss Zhu, who is young Master Su? Mr. Zhu shook his head. I don't know. It was just bought today. I haven't heard of such a racer. Do you have any news? Li Siming asked others. Everyone shook their heads, not sure. I've never heard of such a rich man. He who bought Leakin and the racing track must be someone who is not unknown. I don't think I've ever heard of someone with the last name Su. Everyone became more and more curious about Su Yan. It is indeed strange to hear about the existence of a person with a net worth of at least 10 billion for the first time. Oh my god, he's still speeding up. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Almost 300 yards. Mr. Zhu's heart was about to beat in his throat. Staring closely at the big screen, ambulance. Has the ambulance arrived? The staff member hurriedly said, We're here. We're at the door. We're on standby. It now shows a speed of over 300 miles per hour. The big screen shows the speed of the Leakin at that moment. 304 kilometers per hour. In the World Supercar Championship, The maximum speed is only around 300 miles per hour. It's not because their supercars can't reach that speed. But if the speed exceeds this, the driver's control will drop sharply. A single stone can cause a tragic accident resulting in car crash and death. Has the track been cleaned today? Mr. Zhu felt like his whole body was shaking, and he grabbed the staff and asked, Cleaned today. Are you sure there is not even a single stone on the track? Mr. Zhu covered his chest with his hands. Extremely nervous. Once the speed reaches 300, any slight flaw will lead to huge danger. How can the staff guarantee this? Useless. You are a bunch of useless people. If anything happens to the boss, you will all be finished. Damn it. The speed is still increasing. It's already 320 miles per hour. Master Su is awesome. At this speed, we can even participate in a competition. With this speed, you can win a prize in the competition. I'm turning. I'm still not slowing down. Damn it. Is Su Xiao crazy? How is it? How many more bins are there? Mr. Zhu was too scared to look anymore. He felt his heart bursting out of his throat. There are 3 more consecutive bins to come, at Master Su's speed. Li Siming was also a little nervous. There is also a difference between continuous curves and curved roads. This means that the direction needs to be constantly adjusted. During this process, it is extremely easy to cause the vehicle to drift. Caused a rollover. The car overturned at a speed of more than 300 miles per hour. It was obvious that not only the car could not be saved, but the people inside the car could not be saved either. Master Su, slow down. Mr. Zhu's face turned pale. Snap. He slapped himself twice. Why the hell didn't you let young Master Su bring his equipment? Now, communication is impossible. If you wear a helmet, there is still a way to communicate. Tell him about the series of bins ahead. At that time, in order to consider Su Xiao's face, Song Qin did not bring it, and did not let Su Xiao bring it. I'm a fool. I deserve to die. Boss Zhu, we're entering the corner. Li Siming exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look at the big screen. Entering the corner. Next are 3 consecutive bins. Everyone stared at the screen intently. Oh my god. Still not slowing down. Cornering speed, 318 kilometers per hour. Master Su, entering a corner at this speed is absolutely dangerous. When Mr. Zhu heard the discussions, his heart beat even more happily. This speed is too risky. Boss Zhu, what was the highest cornering speed in previous races? Hearing these people's questions, President Zhu sighed and said, the highest cornering speed in history is 322 miles per hour. This is when professional racers are familiar with the venue in advance and remember the venue map clearly. In the end, it still flipped over. It's over. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhu became even more desperate. Even though the professional racing driver was familiar with the venue in advance and knew the route on the map, he still overturned. So, now Mr. Su has nothing. Entering a turn at such a high speed, the outcome speaks for itself. What a beautiful drift. Li Siming high-fived. What's the speed now? Current speed, 307 miles per hour. Li Qin did a beautiful drift and entered the corner. The second bend is coming. The almost S-shaped curve requires continuous turning, and the car body will inevitably be unstable. This requires strong technical support. When to turn the steering wheel, step on the brake, etc. all require timing. Wow. There were exclamations from the crowd. The wheels are off the ground. You didn't slow down enough. Just after drifting, young Master Su stepped on the accelerator. This is caused by unfamiliarity with the route. When Mr. Zhu heard the wheels leave the ground, he was so shocked that he almost exploded. Ambulance! Has the ambulance arrived yet? Be ready to rescue people at any time. He no longer cared about many things. The ambulance is already in the backfield. The staff's voice came from the intercom. At the second bend, young Master Su hasn't slowed down yet. The wheels are off the ground. Why don't you slow down? This is dangerous. Damn, he's stepping on the accelerator. Li Siming saw that the speed on the big screen was actually increasing. Crazy. This is definitely a lunatic. No one cares about Song Qin's situation anymore. Third turn. Still drifting. Still not slowing down. Mr. Zhu's eyes were rolling back. After the last 3 consecutive bends, there is a straight line of several hundred meters until you reach the finish line. Everyone ran out. Sky. Here it comes. It's coming out. Holy crap. Nothing happened at such a high speed. This is crazy. Hearing that everything was fine, Mr. Zhu finally felt relieved. I'm glad you're okay. Fortunately, Mr. Su is fine. Holy crap. Did the tank explode? He was about to go out to greet the victor when he heard a cry of surprise. Exploded. His heart tightened, his eyelids rolled back, his eyes turned black, and he fell down on the spot. Boss Zhu. The staff was shocked. An ambulance. Call an ambulance. Chapter 40. A set of tires is worth a BMW. The ambulance that had originally driven into the inner field heard the news and quickly drove back. Li Siming smiled when he saw the ambulance coming back. Young Master Su's skills are so amazing that President Zhu was almost scared into getting on the ambulance. Haha, who said it wasn't? Mr. Zhu called the ambulance so many times, maybe he used it for himself. I was really worried that he might faint. Look, someone really was sent to the ambulance. Who is it? Everyone quickly turned around to look. I saw Mr. Zhu lying on a stretcher and being carried towards the ambulance. Is Mr. Zhu okay? Li Siming quickly asked the nurse who was on duty. It's okay. I was too excited and my heart was not getting enough blood, which caused me to fall into a temporary coma. Everyone. Damn it. Can Mr. Zhu really not bear it anymore? I find it a little funny for some reason. Indeed, Mr. Zhu is really a bit funny. They were not worried when they saw the ambulance was there. Master Su is too fierce. The new car exploded immediately. Mr. Song is here. They stood at the finish line and saw that Liken's speed was rapidly decreasing. At the exit of the 3 consecutive bins, Pagani also came out. It's really hard to say who will win this time. However, young Master Su lost control, but the car is still moving. How fast is young Master Song? Li Siming asked. The person watching the big screen said quickly, Mr. Song is now running at 180 miles per hour. Mr. Su is still running at 230 miles per hour. I suddenly feel like it's time for a word problem. The distance from the exit to the finish line is 1,000 meters. Song Xiao's speed of 180 yards is still increasing, while Su Xiao's speed of 230 yards is decreasing. Who will win in the end? Everyone laughed. At first, I thought this was a foregone conclusion. The process was indeed without suspense. However, there was a suspense in the end. Su Yin lost control and Song Qin had another chance. It sounds long, but a distance of 1,000 meters is just a moment. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 cars crossed the finish line in the blink of an eye. It's almost impossible to tell which comes first. Who's winning? Everyone looked over quickly. There is competition-level videography at the finish line. Who's winning? Pagani drifted, stopped, and walked over quickly. Mr. Song. Hearing this, Song Qin didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It was young Master Su who crossed the line first. Damn it. Song Qin couldn't help but curse out loud. I thought he had exploded and had a chance to win. This beast. Who said I exploded? At this time, Su Yin also got out of the car, feeling refreshed. Lu Xinyan couldn't wait to vomit. I didn't expect the track to be so fun. Su Yin looked excited. Mr. Su, there's no point in pretending. With this level, I wouldn't believe it even if you had never been on a racetrack. Song Qin walked up to him with a smile. Mr. Song, you must be joking. I really have never run on the track. Su Yin shrugged, looking helpless. If I had been on the track, I wouldn't have run out of gas in the end. No oil? Isn't the tank blown? Li Siming asked in surprise. Of course not. The fuel tank is empty, and the wheels have no grip. Su Yin smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Song Qin laughed out loud. You deserve it. You deserved it. You were drifting all the way, and I couldn't even see the back of your car. When everyone walked over to take a look, they saw that the 4 wheels of the Lycan were smooth and shiny without the slightest pattern. TSK, the tire is ruined after just 1 lap. This is the first time I've seen such a fierce opening. Almost. It's mainly because young Master Su is too reckless and drifts endlessly all the way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Song Qin sighed. Handsome, but not as handsome as him. Not even as fast as him. Really, it was a terrible loss. Mr. Su, you're awesome. However, he accepted his defeat sincerely. Li Siming stepped forward and hooked Song Qin's neck. Master Su, your speed is comparable to that of a professional racing driver. Indeed. Song Qin nodded. I asked Long Fei to teach me before. His level is top in the country, but compared with Su Xiao, he is still a lot behind. I was just playing around. Su Yin smiled and waved his hands. Mr. Su, if you had told me your level earlier, Manager Zhu wouldn't have been so scared that he was sent to the hospital. Li Siming said while holding back his laughter. Mr. Zhu is in the hospital? What happened? Su Yin doesn't know the situation yet. In just a few words, everyone made the matter clear. Su Yin was speechless and decided to go see him. Master Su. After Lu Xinyan spit out and rinsed her mouth, she came over. Have someone to tow the car away and replace the 4 tires. Mr. Su, you are at your own racing track, and you still need others to tow you? Li Siming said with a smile. Now I finally believe that this is Mr. Su's first time on the track. Young Master Su, we can change it here. Song Qin also smiled and said, I believe it too. Su Yin suddenly felt that there was still a gap between him and these rich young men. The knowledge in all aspects is poor. He suddenly understood what Yu Qin and Li Qin meant by giving him money. Living changes the body, nourishing changes the energy. It is impossible to develop a comprehensive vision in a short period of time, but if you have enough money, you will have enough confidence. When he had no money, he would be afraid to go into a high-end restaurant. But now he has over 100 million in cash. Don't be afraid to go anywhere. As long as you go there a few more times, your horizons will naturally broaden. Fortunately, young Master Su is very wealthy. If we replace these 4 tires, we can at least buy a BMW 5 Series. Indeed. You don't understand. Young Master Su has his own racing track. What is he afraid of? Master Su, how did you do that drift just now? By the way, how did you? Although Su Yin didn't understand, he did have a lot of driving experience in his mind, which he shared one by one. Had the guys at the racetrack changed the wheels on the Lycan? All 4 wheels burst after driving just 1 lap. It's such a waste. It's equivalent to a BMW. But Su Yin didn't care. He figured it out. Yuchen just wanted to cultivate his temperament. While changing the tire, Su Yin drove the LaFerrari up. Senior, do you want to join us? Upon hearing this, Lucinyan quickly shook her head. During the last lap, Su Yin cheered as he drove. But Lucinyan almost broke apart. It's so uncomfortable. Beyond 300 yards, no matter what car it is, the riding experience is not good. Even the slightest movement of the steering wheel can cause a huge deviation. Don't you want to live and die with me, and be a pair of lovebirds with the same fate? Su Yin joked. Lucinyan looked up and said aggrievedly, Mr. Su, you still want me to make money for you, right? Su Yin didn't make things difficult for her and ran a few more laps. This is the end with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Change 3 sets of tires today alone. Because drifting is so fun. Mr. Zhu hurried back before the meeting ended. Mr. Su, did you have fun today? Mr. Zhu still served carefully. Mr. Zhu, if you are not feeling well, just rest in the hospital. There is no need to rush back like this. Su Yin glanced at him. He quickly wrote a check. Here's the money for changing your tire today. Mr. Su, it's our own money. What's the point of money? Mr. Yu laughed dryly. We can't let you bear the cost of our expenses. 2 million should be enough, right? He changed 3 sets of tires, while the others changed 2 sets in total. More. Mr. Zhu also breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yin doesn't give the money, this will have to be added to the account later. But the accounts will not look good, and there may be losses. The young boss was very understanding and gave them money directly, so there was no need to worry about the interpersonal relationships. If there are more, I'll give you bonuses. Su Yin didn't care and waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Mr. Zhu was very happy. If I have a boss like this, I will do my best to make money for him. Mr. Su, let's go. There's a party tonight. Let's join us. Song Qin and the others were already there greeting him. What game? Su Yin was also quite interested. Since Yuchen and Li Qin want to train me, I can't let them down. As a wealthy family, it is obviously beneficial to have contact with some second-generation people. Of course, it's a good game. Song Qin blinked at Su Yin. Chapter 41 Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel is also yours. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 2 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the award. Dongyi Media Company, Limited. Yuchen took off his coat, and Li Qin took it. Suddenly, she saw her husband showing a happy expression, and she couldn't help asking, What's the good news? Did everything go well today? Yuchen hugged his wife and kissed her. It went smoothly. It went more than smoothly. After being married for many years, their life has become dull. Unexpectedly, Li Qin suddenly felt such a hot emotion today. Her face turned red, and she spat. You're already old, and you're still doing this. Yuchen hugged his wife and laughed. Our son is a spendthrift again. Again a loser? Li Qin's eyes were also shining. Didn't you say you bought a supercar? No, there was another 500,000 before. Neither. Yuchen shook his head, put on slippers and smiled. Just when I walked in, another 2 million. Although I don't know what he did, he has gradually gotten used to it now. Li Qin was also very happy. I said, if you give him enough money, he will be brave enough. Who said she wasn't? You really are a good wife. Yuchen hugged Li Qin and smiled even more brightly. What was the reward this time? The reward was given to a company called Dongyi Media. What does this company do? Yuchen said after checking the system. Li Qin checked her phone and said, Dongyi Media is a film and television production company, but the company mainly invests in film and television. We are not familiar with film and television production, this aspect of the business. Yuchen frowned. Very difficult. Since you are not familiar with it, why not leave it to your son and let us help him take care of this piece of land? Li Qin said with a smile, the company is also in Shanghai anyway. In Shanghai again? Yuchen widened his eyes. Yes, what's wrong? Li Qin asked curiously. Why are all the rewards in Shanghai? All around that brat. Yuchen was a little unhappy. It's obviously my system. Li Qin rolled her eyes at him and said, even if it's your system, it was obtained by my son's hard work and squandering of money. trying hard to lose money. Yuchen felt very uncomfortable. But no buts. Just leave it to him. Young people are more familiar with the film and television sector. Anyway, just let him spend the money. We don't have to worry even if the company makes a loss. Let him invest as he wants. Li Qin smiled. Yuchen hugged his wife and sighed in his heart. My son is having sex with a female college student, while I... Forget it. After finding her son, Li Qin smiled more and more, and it was quite charming. Wife, we haven't had sex for a long time. At the beginning you said you wouldn't have another child if you couldn't find a son, but now... Go take a shower, you bastard. Yes, your majesty, I'll be there right away. Zhanghai is bustling at night with bright lights and feasting. Boom, boom, boom. Supercars lined up in a row, roaring like beasts and speeding past on the road. Oh my god, so many supercars showing off? Are all the second generation in Zhanghai coming out? Oh my god, look at the car in the lead, a Lycan Supersport. Is it valuable? Of course, there are only 7 Lycan Supersports in the world. They are worth at least 80 million. Oh my god, 80 million to buy a car? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a house? This car must belong to young Master Song, right? Young Master Song is the only one in Zhanghai who has this ability. No, Mr. Song's car is the Pagani Zonda behind. I saw Mr. Song driving it. Who is the first one? I don't know him. Snap. Snap. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. This was the first time anyone had seen such a large event. Mr. Song, please lead the way. After the traffic light started, Su Yin sent a message to Song Qin through the radio in the car. Master Su, it would be a waste if you don't use your 80 million Lycan as the lead vehicle. Li Siming's voice also came over. That's right, Mr. Su, 80 million, by several of our cars behind. Let us take some credit too. Go to Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. Master Su, don't you know the way? Everyone talked one after another and told the location. Tianhu Intercontinental? What are they going there for? Su Yin felt strange. But I definitely know the way. You can only rush all the way in the front. Lakin drove into the hotel that looked like a manor. Oh, I forgot to give Su Xiao an invitation. Li Siming's voice suddenly came from the intercom. It's okay. Even if you don't know Lakin, you know supercars. Song Qin said. As he spoke, Su Yin's Lakin had already stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The doorman saw a supercar stop and immediately ran over respectfully. Sir, do you have an invitation? Mr. Su. He stopped talking halfway and respectfully helped open the car door. Mr. Su, have you changed your car? The doorman asked with a flattering look on his face. What's going on? Do you need an invitation today? Su Yin threw the car keys to him and asked. Someone booked the hotel today. It's very strange. Include a hotel? It's quite mysterious. Master Su. The other employees bowed when they saw him. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be a regular customer. I thought you were going to be humiliated. Li Siming, Song Qin, and others came over with laughter. What's so mysterious? Do we have to book a hotel? Su Yin asked. You'll know in a moment. Song Qin smiled and followed Su Yin inside. Wang Tianlong was already walking over quickly. Master Su, our hotel is booked today. Wang Tianlong was a little embarrassed. How about I go and push it now? Su Yin turned around and looked at Song Qin. Didn't you guys pack it? Song Qin and others also looked at Su Yin in shock. The Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel is yours? Both sides looked at each other. The old man bought it. I only come here occasionally. Su Yin said casually, it's not bought by you. Why don't we go to another place? No need. Song Qin and others took out the invitations. Wang Tianlong then noticed Song Qin. So it's Master Song and Master Li, you guys are here. Reasonable. Very reasonable. It is very reasonable for the boss of my family to hang out with these rich second generations. Old Wang, there was a rumor that a wealthy man bought Tianhu Lake with cash. Is he Su Xiao's family? Li Siming asked. Wang Tianlong nodded repeatedly, of course. The boss bought the hotel and said he would let the young boss take care of it. Damn it. Li Siming looked at Su Yin in shock. Young Master Su, the market value here is close to 5 billion. The market value of the racetrack is also 30 to 40 billion. With this money, I might as well give it to you directly. Su Yin could only smile bitterly. He also learned that the hotel was slightly better than the racing track, but it would take a long time to make a profit. However, both assets are high-quality assets because of the land. It is the kind that is difficult to get a return on investment, but easy to get a loan. Master Su, who are you? Just these two businesses require nearly 10 billion in cash. Li Siming was really curious. So much cash flow. The average rich person definitely can't afford it. It seems that the old man is a traditional businessman. Chapter 42. Who doesn't take our dongi seriously? Li Siming nodded. He was shocked at first. I figured it out soon afterwards. Although it doesn't make quick money, it is definitely a high-quality asset. Awesome. Li Simon gave a thumbs up. Song Qin immediately hooked his arm around Su Yan's neck and said, Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so rich. You must lend me the car later. Even if you were hit, you probably wouldn't feel bad. He has tens of billions of assets in his hands, and they are just given to him to manage. This shows that the old man in Su Yan's family definitely has more than just this little bit of assets. You can drive it if you want, but if you crash it, you have to compensate me with a similar car. Su Yan said, even if I don't drive it, you can keep it as a collection. Shit. If I crash this car, where can I find a similar car for you? Song Qin said helplessly, but I didn't borrow it just to crash the car. The elevator opened with a ding. Stopped at the hot spring level. Mr. Song, you still want to borrow a car from someone? Are you kidding me? A man stood at the door with a friendly smile on his face. Quite a bit of temperament. Su Yan recognized him at the first sight. Isn't this the popular star Hongan? Why is he here? No kidding, Mr. Su, the hotel you booked belongs to him. He also has a supercar that is limited to 7 units worldwide. If I don't borrow it from him, who else can I borrow it from? Hearing this, Hongan immediately became enthusiastic. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet Su Xiao by chance. Li Siming waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Everyone, please come in. Hongan always had a smile on his face, and he didn't seem to care at all even if Li Siming ignored him. What's going on today? Su Yan was curious. This was his own hotel. There was something that he didn't know everything about, but he had been there several times. Go inside and you will find the hot spring. He wants to attract investment. Li Siming curled his lips. Attracting investment? It would cost a lot of money to rent such a big hotel, right? Su Yan was surprised. With this money, why not invest it? Song Qin smiled and said, his contract expires this year, and he wants to work on his own. He is preparing to open a business. He doesn't want to be told what to do, but he also wants to share the risk. Su Yan understood. So, Hongan approached these rich second generations. These rich second generations who have money and are too lazy to make decisions are obviously the best choice. More than that, Hongan didn't care and spoke directly. If this play can make money, I can still establish a relationship with you. It's a sure win. Su Yan didn't expect that he could say these words so calmly. Indeed, this is an open conspiracy. At this time, Su Yan's phone rang. Mr. Song, Mr. Li, I need to take a call from my old man at home. Su Yan gestured, and Song Qin and Li Siming nodded immediately. Mr. Li, who is this Mr. Su? Hongan took the opportunity to ask. Li Siming smiled and said, Mr. Su, we can't compare. I bought 2 cars today. One is a Leica that costs 80 million, and the other is a LaFerrari that costs more than 20 million. 2 cars cost 100 million. What the hell? Hongan's eyes lit up. This is the real cash cow. This is 100 million in cash. If you can easily take out 100 million in cash to buy a car, then you wouldn't mind investing it in yourself, right? More than that, Song Qin was worried that Hongan might offend Su Yan, so he simply gave him some leverage. The Zhonghai International Circuit and this hotel are all assets given to him by his family. Do you understand? Hongan was stunned. He understood. These 2 assets may just be there to provide him with a bottom line. Because making money is not fast, but the assets are of high quality and any collateral can yield tens of billions in cash. Where did he come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Hongan was very curious. There's no Su among the top 10 richest people, right? The country is so big. How can all the rankings be figured out? You can only see what you are allowed to see. Song Qin pointed at him. Hongan immediately understood. I'm afraid this is the real boss. Seeing Su Yan coming back, Hongan became even more careful. If there is such a person, invest in yourself and establish a relationship with him. Then I won't have to worry at all. Mr. Su, this way please. Su Yan nodded. What does the old man want to talk to you about? Song Qin asked curiously. Su Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nothing. I guess he wanted to be lazy and threw another company at me. Now I don't even have time to start a business. Li Siming laughed. Mr. Su, you have everything you need now. Can't you just prepare to take over the family business peacefully? How hard is it to start a business? Song Qin shook his head. I think the industry of the older generation belongs to them. The times are developing and changing, and we must also have our own industry. After walking a few steps, I saw smoke rising. I didn't meet a waiter along the way. However, when we got here, we saw a group of young men and women in cool clothes who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The makeup is exquisite, and she looks young and beautiful, full of youthful atmosphere. However, Su Yan recognized several of them at a glance. I've seen them on TV. Many of them are well-known stars. However, most of them are still unknown to me. Maybe a trainee. It's really interesting. No wonder Li Siming kept hinting to himself that Lu Xinyan should leave. So, this is how the situation is. Master Su, Master Song, Master Li, there is another person from the circle here today. You won't mind, right? At this time, Hong'an spoke. Damn it, if you had told us earlier that there were outsiders, we wouldn't have come. Li Siming's face changed. The boys and girls who were originally smiling all changed their expressions. They know what to do today. Unexpectedly, the financial sponsor turned hostile as soon as he arrived. Hong'an immediately smiled and explained with a bitter face. Mr. Li, what happened here will never be spread out. He is also an insider. I have no choice. After all, I am putting all my wealth on the line this time. Mr. Li, please give me some face. Hong'an always spoke in a humble manner, even with a hint of pleading. Li Siming said angrily. If you can't do it, don't do it. Can't I receive young Master Su by myself? Damn it. It's more of a hindrance than a help. It's a bummer. Even though he was scolded like this, Hong'an still kept smiling. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. Su Yan waved his hand. No, I'm just joining in the fun today. Who is it? Considering that they had had quite a lot of fun together the previous few times, Song Qin gave him a way out. It also gives Li Siming a step down. Su Yan, however, saw through it clearly. Li Siming's rage was to show his attitude and give a big stick. Song Qin gave him a way out and gave him a red date. Let Hong'an know that he shouldn't think that everything can be done according to your will. One of them plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy. But he was hitting Hong'an and even lifted Su Yan. Master, these second generations are not just good at squandering money. I'm the investment manager of Dongi Media, and I play sometimes. Mr. Song, Mr. Li. Hong'an looked at them eagerly, hoping that they would give him some face. Mr. Su, what do you say? Li Siming handed the decision to Su Yan. This means making friends with Su Yan. Easy Media. Su Yan was a little surprised. My dad had just bought it and gave it to me when I encountered this. Just a good opportunity to get a feel for the situation. Let's take a look first. You're lucky. Damn it. Dongi Media is a piece of crap. Damn it. Li Siming snorted coldly. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sarcastic voice. Who is so arrogant that he doesn't take Dongi Media seriously? Chapter 43 star. A voice with a hint of arrogance sounded. Hong'an's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly trotted over to meet him. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in a swagger, wearing a snow-white bathrobe. There was an arrogant look on his face, and he was holding a charming woman on his left hand. Su Yan raised his eyes and looked. Wasn't this woman Yu Zixin, the leading actress in a previous hit TV series? Although she was wearing a bathrobe, revealing only a section of her snow-white calves, it still couldn't hide her hot body. She plays a heroic female agent on TV, but at this moment, she is leaning on Mr. Cheng's shoulder like a little bird. Huh. Li Siming snorted coldly, showing his attitude. Hong'an whispered, Mr. Cheng, these people are famous in Zhonghai. Mr. Cheng also snorted and said, I know, he's a famous rich second generation in Zhonghai. There was disdain in his words, and he didn't even lower his voice. Hong'an felt like he was about to explode. Do you regret putting them together? So what if you're a rich second generation? Anzi, in the film and television industry, you can't do whatever you want just because you have money. There is a hidden meaning in the words. You fucking bastard. Li Siming was so angry that he rushed forward and wanted to hit someone. Hong'an quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Li, Mr. Cheng didn't mean that. What Mr. Cheng meant was, he has more connections. Song Qin also said coldly. And, didn't you say you didn't want others to interfere? Now you let Dongi join the game. What do you mean by that? Hong'an smiled bitterly. Mr. Song, Dongi is a well-known investor in the industry. They only send people to keep an eye on the accounts and never interfere with the filming process. This is also the best investor he can think of. In fact, he is better than people like Song Qin. Because Dongi has connections and resources, but he does not interfere. Almost perfect party, eh? As long as it passes the review of our investment department, we will only be responsible for the money and will not care about anything else. Mr. Cheng pinched Yu Zixin's waist. Yu Zixin was even more like a puddle of mud, leaning on his shoulder. Li Siming didn't know how to refute for a while. Indeed, in the film and television industry, neither Song Qin nor Li Siming has many connections. Now compared with Dongi Media, it is at a disadvantage in all aspects. Hong'an seemed to have some ideas in mind. Sharp. Su Yan couldn't help but want to give Mr. Cheng a thumbs up. Looks young, but quite experienced. When facing the rich second generation, he is neither humble nor arrogant, and may even have the upper hand. It's worthy of being our own company. Young Master Song, Young Master Su, Young Master Li, look. Hong'an looked at them embarrassedly. Next time, I'll host a banquet for a few of you. He had already made up his mind. Song Qin and Li Siming both looked unhappy. Especially they lost face in front of Su Xiao, which made them very unhappy. Li Siming sneered and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Yan. Mr. Hong, don't worry. Dongi Media has very good conditions in all aspects. But are you sure your script can pass the review? Song Qin's eyes lit up. Although they don't have to invest. Now it is no longer a question of investment, but a question of face, and I suddenly became excited. This? Hong hesitated. Indeed, if Dongi Media fails, he will offend these moneybags again. Wouldn't that be a lose-lose situation? Feel sorry. He slapped himself hard. Master Su, Master Song, Master Li. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking clearly. Please. Anzi, you don't trust Dongi Media, but you also don't trust me? Mr. Ching seemed a little unhappy. I have just suppressed the arrogance of these rich second generations. Got slapped in the face. He came from a poor family, and to have made it this far, he is indeed extremely capable. What I look down upon the most are those rich second generations who just eat and wait for death. Mr. Chung, how could that be? Hong quickly gave Yu Zixin a wink. Yu Zixin smiled sweetly and said, Boss Chung, brother and has also made preparations for both situations, so don't blame him. Hong then smiled and said, I'll give Xiao Xin a favor. Thank you, Brother Chung. Yu Zixin smiled like a flower. Li Siming snorted heavily and walked quickly into the locker room. It seemed like he didn't want to stay with Mr. Chung for even a moment longer. Su Yan, Song Qin and others also followed them in, but Hong did not follow this time. However, the locker room was not empty. Mr. Song, Mr. Li, each of them was wearing a bathrobe, and the loose neckline revealed a hint of graceful figure underneath. Su Yan took a quick glance and saw several familiar faces. Many of them are trainees of girl groups. It is the age of youth. A young girl walked up to Su Yan shyly. I'll help you change your clothes. The girl has a slender figure, fair skin, and slightly rosy cheeks. She has a high nose bridge and slightly sunken eye sockets, which gives her an indescribable exotic charm. Su Yan just felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't remember its name. It's troublesome. He nodded and looked at Song Qin. Song Qin was also enjoying the changing of a female group member, but Li Siming was furious and didn't want anyone's help, just taking off his clothes on his own. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, It seems that Master Li is very angry today. It seems that Master Li likes this project very much. Song Qin couldn't help laughing. How could he be interested in this project? He is interested in the beauty next to Cheng Su. I remember Yu Zixin debuted in a girl group last year, and Lao Li liked her very much. In order to vote for her, Lao Li invested over $1 million. The servants around were all girls, and when they heard this, they all showed envy. Millions of hits. It's enough for any one of them to debut. Suddenly became more enthusiastic. No wonder Lao Li is angry. I would be angry too if I were in his place. Su Yan originally wanted to mediate between the two. As for investment, it wouldn't be a problem to invest in both ends. It seems that it is not easy for me to intervene now. After all, one is a friend and the other is a subordinate. It's not good to help either side. I'll do this myself. As he said this, Su Yan realized that his underwear was almost taken off. His face suddenly turned red, and he tried to stop it in a panic. Damn, Mr. Su, you're not a virgin, are you? Li Siming laughed. I see that young Master Su is very reserved. Could he really be a virgin? Then I would be committing a great sin. Song Qin stood there, fiddling with the little star at will. I don't do anything myself. Su Yan knew that he was still timid, but he didn't care. Thickness is something that needs to be cultivated. Old Song, Old Li, since you have discovered this, you must have a red envelope, right? Su Yan changed into his swimming trunks. Here, I have to give this to you. It's old Su's first time. Li Siming took out his checkbook, wrote down several zeros, and stuffed it into the chest of the girl group next to him. Send it to young Master Su. The little star was sent to Su Yan as instructed. Lao Su, you have to hold this carefully. Lao Li won't give away his iron hair easily. Song Qin also laughed. This little star is not very old, but her cleavage is quite deep. Li Siming pushed hard, but couldn't see the corner of the check. Su Yan could only bite the bullet and reach out to take it. The little star giggled. Damn it, I can go to the bank to withdraw every penny. But how can you do this with more than 10 zeros after the decimal point? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh and scold when he saw the check. Mr. Su, you have 2 cars worth over 100 million yuan and tens of billions of assets. Do you think you need even a penny from me? Li Siming's mood finally improved, and he hugged a little star. I will definitely keep this check safe, frame it, and put it on display later. Su Yan said viciously. I think it can be sent to an auction house. If nothing else, I'm willing to pay 1 million for it then. The relationship between the three of them has become much closer. Let's go and see how arrogant Dongi Media is. Li Siming regrouped, obviously wanting to intimidate Cheng Su. Walk. Song Qin also hugged a female star. Su Yin glanced at the girl next to him. She seemed a little nervous. Don't force it, just move forward alone. Then I heard someone talking behind me. Adela, this young master is definitely not an ordinary person. If you want to debut, don't just stand there. This is an opportunity that many people would beg for. You want to debut, you want to be famous, you want to make money. You can't just wait for others to give you money, right? You became famous for a dance on the internet, but is it useful? The most important thing is to have someone to support you. Look at Yu Zixin. Look at yourself. A moment later, Su Yin heard footsteps behind him. The girl named Adira was walking beside him. Oh, Star? Yes, I'm sorry, Su Xiao. Adela walked timidly on Su Yan's left side. Su Yin said indifferently, don't listen to people's nonsense. Sometimes, sticking to your principles is also a virtue. Attica lowered his head and said nothing. Let's go. Su Yin stretched out his hand, and Adela immediately took the initiative to let Su Yin put his hand on his shoulder. Don't judge a book by its cover. In a bathrobe, you really can't tell. Chapter 44. It's no use begging Master Su. When they arrived at the hot spring pool, Cheng Su and Hong and were already soaking in the water. In the rising water vapor, Li Siming saw Yu Zixin lying in the water at a glance, and his face changed slightly. Lao Su, we're here. He ignored the two of them and simply entered another hot spring pool. Outside the hot spring pool, young girls are dancing to DJ music. It seems that she wants to attract the attention of people in the pool by dancing passionately. Seeing that Su Yin and others did not come in, Hong Yin's face changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, Cheng Su became more and more angry, sneering continuously and speaking even louder. Anzi, it's actually not difficult for you to get investment from Dongi Media. Cheng Su glanced coldly at these rich second generations. It seemed as if it was deliberately intended to provoke them. Mr. Cheng, you say? Hong Yin felt his hair stand on end. He didn't expect that he would mess up today. I hope these rich young men can save some face for themselves. However, when he heard that he could get Dongi's investment, he was delighted and quickly cheered up and asked, Mr. Cheng, I still need your advice. These girl group starlets took off their bathrobes and soaked in the hot springs. All of them were wearing bikinis. Cheng Su smiled. I'm going to make an exception today and give you some pointers on the script. The script should either be able to make money and have a market, or it should be able to win awards. Hong Yin smiled apologetically. Who doesn't know this? Li Siming was not polite at all. Lao Su, Lao Song, why do people always talk nonsense? Cheng Su snorted. What do those lazy people who only eat and live off their savings know? Hong Yin felt even more uneasy. Cheng Su was seen patting Yu Zixin's snow-white back. Yu Zixin couldn't hold her breath anymore and finally came out of the water. Only then did he slowly point at his nose and say, the other one is me. Hong Yin's eyes lit up. Mr. Cheng, what do you mean? Cheng Su glanced at Su Yin and the others. I can even help you increase the investment in the show, but I don't know if you are willing to do so. Hong Yin's face lit up with joy. This is also an unspoken rule. Although Su Yin didn't understand the ins and outs of it, he could hear some hidden meanings and couldn't help but frown. As long as it can be done, there is no problem, said Hong Yin. I'm talking about my rules. Cheng Su hugged Yu Zixin and acted recklessly, and Yu Zixin tried his best to please him. I don't know Mr. Cheng's rules. I've read your script. Although the quality is good, it's still a little lacking. It will be difficult to pass Dongi's review. Hong Yin's face looked a little unhappy, but he also knew that this was the highlight of the show. He lowered his voice and asked, then, Mr. Cheng, your rules are. Cheng Su was so proud that he even raised his voice, 40 to 60. You have to invest 80 million in this play. You have to invest 20 million yourself, and the remaining 60 million will all be given to Dongi. However, on paper, the investment in this play of yours is expected to reach 120 million. Can you do it? Hong Yin's face turned a little ugly. Boss Cheng, this is too much, right? Cheng Su didn't care. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Your play doesn't have other investors involved. Otherwise, it would be at least this proportion. Oh my God. Is this how the film and television industry is now? Song Qin couldn't help but be shocked. It is claimed that the investment is 120 million, and 40 million has been booked in advance. Are you really not afraid of something happening? With such a big hole, Hong Yin would have to be stupid to agree to it, right? Li Siming also widened his eyes. Su Yin squeezed Adela's hand and asked, do you know the situation? Adela looked up at Su Yin, her face flushed. Indeed, I heard that the prices of many props of the crew are very high. For example, they can sell a $10 item for 100 or even more. The three of them understood immediately. I see. Su Yin felt a little gloomy. Damn it, I just gave you a thumbs up. Now you want to cheat the company out of 40 million. Grass. Call. Hong and let out a long breath. Boss Chung, it will be easy for Dong Yi to find out such a large account, right? I'll tell you some inside information. Chung Su was very proud. Dong Yi has changed its owner now, and the boss hasn't come in to check the accounts yet. There are many ways to manipulate the accounts. God knows nothing. Ghosts know nothing. Drafting? Suyin was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Adela cried out in pain. Master Su, it hurts. The voice is as melodious as an oriole. Suyin let go of his hand with a gloomy face. This guy wanted to cheat me out of 40 million. Lao Su, why are you so nervous? Song Qin could see that Su Yin was in a bad mood. Then Hong'an said, Mr. Chung, since you can handle it, I will do it. Chung Su burst into laughter. Anzi, it's settled then. We will have many opportunities to cooperate with each other in the future. 40 million. I can buy a house again. I promise you that your script will be approved soon. I can guarantee that your script will never pass. Before Chung Su finished speaking, he heard a cold voice. Who the hell told you to interrupt? If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. Today, I'm going to teach you a free lesson on how to make money in the film and television industry. Chung Su is arrogant and domineering. Su Yin stood up from the water with a splash. There were still water droplets on his handsome face. I didn't expect that the film and television industry could make money this way. Su Yin sneered. This already involves breaking the law. You young boy, you pretend to know everything. Just enjoy your money now that you have it. Chung Su was furious, but he was already complaining in his heart. I didn't notice just now, but this rich second generation is so handsome. Depend on. It's so unfair. He couldn't help but tighten his belly. Even Yu Zixin beside him was stunned. In the misty water vapor, Su Yan's handsome face was looming like a god. What are you looking at? Is he more handsome than me? Chung Su felt even more upset and slapped Yu Zixin in the face. Yu Zixin immediately withdrew his gaze. Do you want to be the heroine? Yu Zixin covered her face, holding back her tears, but still smiling. Mr. Chung, what did you say? Of course you are more elegant. That's good to know. Chung Su felt extremely satisfied, but his eyes swept towards Adela beside Su Yan. Earlier, Adira was wearing a bathrobe and her figure was not visible. Only now can I see that her waist is slender and can be held in one hand. But it supports fruitful results. She has a high nose bridge and a small cherry mouth. Plus the eye sockets are full of exotic style. It made his head hot. You come and keep me company. Hong'an was suddenly in great trouble. On one side is Dong Yi Media, and on the other side is the money bag, the rich second generation. I can't afford to offend anyone. Adela couldn't help but hug Su Yan's arm and wanted to hide behind him. What are you looking at? Why don't you come over? Don't you want to be famous? Or do you think we Dong Yi are easy to bully? Chung Su stared at Adela coldly. Adela's expression changed again and again, and she looked at Su Yin with pleading eyes, like a kitten asking for help. Master Su. At least Mr. Su was gentle and considerate, and he didn't do anything inappropriate to her. She had already seen through Mr. Cheng's behavior clearly. What's the point of begging your Su Xiao? What does Xiao mean? Do you understand? Cheng Su waited over and said, it means there's an old man above him. He's just a second generation. The smile was sinister, and he felt the pleasure of stealing the female companion of a rich second generation man. There is also the pleasure of looking down on the rich second generation and scolding them. If he can make the decision, he won't be called Master Su anymore. Mr. Su, isn't that right? Cheng Su stood in front of Su Yin, raised his head and looked at Su Yin. Although you have to look up, you still feel like you're looking down on others. Fuck. Li Simon couldn't hold back any longer. You're getting ahead of yourself. Who the hell do you think you are? He rushed forward and slapped Cheng Su in the face. You fucking hit me? Cheng Su also didn't expect that these rich second generations who had been suppressed by him for a whole night would actually dare to take action. Call the police. Hong'an, call the police for me quickly. His mind was very clear at this time. If a rich second generation hits someone, it will be known all over the world tomorrow. By then, your stock price will plummet. Let's see how your old man will deal with you. Li Siming's expression changed slightly. Boom. The next moment, water splashed everywhere. Chapter 45. You can't get Dong Yi's investment. Cheng Su was shouting when he suddenly flew backwards. Like a depth charge, the water in the hot spring splashed everywhere. The little star who was originally twisting her waist didn't dare to move anymore. Hong'an was shocked. The hair stood on end. Finished. Today is all fucked up. I'm afraid my own project is gone too. Damn it. The most important thing is that he offended Dong Yi Media and several rich second generations in Shanghai. What a sin. Damn. Mr. Su, you're awesome. Song Qin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Li Siming was just stunned by Cheng Su. He was indeed a little worried. If I were caught by the police, I would definitely be exposed. With Cheng Su's methods, it would be difficult not to be exposed. By then, when the family's stock price drops, the old man will definitely feel pressured. The board will inevitably put pressure on us. You will suffer the consequences. However, Su Yin knew the current situation clearly and still dared to take action. He had to give it a thumbs up. Lao Su, you are impulsive, Li Siming advised. Depend on. Cheng Su emerged from the water, and Hong An quickly reached out to help him up. He was furious and slapped the water with his hands. How dare you hit me? He shouted at Su Yin. Why don't I dare to hit you? Su Yin stepped directly across the hot spring pool and slapped Cheng Su in the face again. A bloody slap mark suddenly appeared on his face. Cheng Su almost fell down. You dare to hit me? Cheng Su couldn't believe it. You're done. Your whole family is done. Your stocks. Bang. Before he finished speaking, another slap appeared on Cheng Su's other face. You. Cheng Su wanted to say something harsh, but was afraid that Su Yin would attack again, so he just stared at Su Yin viciously. Idiot. Do you know who I am? Do you know which company my family belongs to? Su Yin sneered. Cheng Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Hong An. Hong An felt a little dizzy for a moment. It seems so. I heard there is a racetrack and a hotel. However, it seems that none of them have been launched on the market. Idiot. Just when Cheng Su was stunned, Su Yin kicked him over again. Cheng Su was just about to struggle to stand up. A big hand suddenly pressed down on his head. After a full 3 minutes, Su Yin finally grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Threaten me. Su Yin said coldly, try it. You're not even clean yourself. Cheng Su's face was covered with tears and snot at this time, and Su Yin threw him away in disgust. Hong An, I'm going to fucking kill him today. Cheng Su, who had finally stood up with the help of Yu Zixin, finally exploded. Hong An smiled bitterly. What are you looking at? You don't want to invest anymore? Do you want to be banned by Astongi? Cheng Su yelled, call someone. I'm going to make them pay for what they've done. If you walk out of here standing today, I lose. When they heard the word ban, everyone's face changed. For people in the film and television industry, being banned means losing everything. Of two evils, choose the lesser one. Hong An made a decision immediately. He had offended the rich second generation of Zhonghai, and the actors were flying around the world anyway. But if he offended Dong Yi, with their connections, he would lose his agency. By then, it will really be banned. Boss Ching, just leave the things here to me. Hong An took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to make a call. He is good at networking and knows a lot of people. Otherwise, no star would know these rich second generations. Let's go, Lao Su. Song Qin and Li Siming said hurriedly. Hong An obviously went to look for someone. There's no need to confront them head-on. The three of them immediately walked out of the hot spring pool. Are you scared now? Cheng Su was very proud. He tilted his head, which was swollen like a pig, and hooked his finger. Get over here, you bitch. Adira's face was filled with horror. She didn't expect Su Xiao to be so impulsive. The situation took a turn for the worse in an instant. He looked at Su Yin, then at Hong An. Hong An gave her a look, and her face turned even paler. She could only move towards Cheng Su reluctantly. It seems that you haven't been beaten enough. Su Yin suddenly turned around, grabbed Adela, and pulled her into his arms. You even dare to snatch my woman. You are so brave. Cheng Su snorted and sneered twice. Su, you will find out how powerful I am sooner or later. That's it. I'm afraid you'll kneel down and beg me. Haha. Cheng Su seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Will I kneel down and beg you? Go and dream about your spring and autumn daydreams. Old Su, don't argue with him. Let's go first. Song Qin didn't have his phone with him at this time. We have to get the phone first before we can call people, Li Siming also said. Su Yin nodded and walked out with Adela in his arms. Hong An immediately stopped the three people and said, 3 of you, please wait until the matter is resolved before leaving. Li Siming frowned immediately. Hong An, you should think it over carefully. If you offend us, you will suffer the consequences. At this time, Hong An had already made up his mind. Mr. Li, stop joking. You are just the second generation of rich people. Before he finished speaking, Su Yin said, you also said that we are the second generation of rich people, very rich. Who knows when we acquired the film and television company? Haha. Hong An laughed. Mr. Su, you are really too naive to say that. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the stock prices in the film and television industry are all inflated. Generally, industrialists will not invest in the market. So, Dad bought another non-quality stock? If you have this money, it would be great if you can spend it on me. Nothing is absolute in this world, Mr. Hong. Su Yin smiled. Hong An also sneered and said, young Master Su, you should think carefully about how to leave here later. How can I leave? Su Yin smiled even more. Why should I leave? Have you forgotten that this hotel is mine? Who knew that Hong An didn't seem to be afraid at all, but smiled even more brightly. Mr. Su, Mr. Ching is right. You are really too naive. Fuck. You are so arrogant. What good will it do you if you offend us? Li Siming was furious. Aren't you afraid of us? Song Qin stared at Hong An coldly. Afraid? Why shouldn't I be afraid? Hong An gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that young Master Su would dare to take action directly. But it doesn't matter. As long as I get the investment from Dongi Media and the movie is released, I can transform myself into capital. The winner takes it all. People only look at the results. Now that I have become the capital, I am not afraid of anything. There was excitement and a bit of fanaticism on his face. You second-generation rich people are still too naive. Mr. Cheng, don't you agree? Now, he is completely on the same side as Cheng Su. He understands now. The film was a success and a box office hit. You can become the capital in the circle. At that time, why would you still be afraid of these rich second generations? Unless their old man takes action, it will be almost certain. I've already told you that you want to rely on them. What else do they have besides a couple of bucks? Cheng Su sneered, come over quickly. Hong An also stared at Adela, come here. Adela was a little at a loss, but Su Yin held her neck. Don't worry, Mr. Hong, you can't get Dong Yi's investment. Chapter 46 Mr. Su, we are innocent. Hong An looked at Adela. You stinky bitch, come here quickly. Cheng Su's face was full of anger, and he stared at Adela viciously. At this moment, Adela was like a sheep, trembling in fear when facing the scarlet eyes of a hungry wolf. Can't you hear what Mr. Cheng said? Hong An also understood at this time. If I hesitate and waver now, I will offend everyone. Might as well take a firm stand now. Leave a good impression on Mr. Cheng. Do you want to be hidden? Adela glanced at Su Yin timidly. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Su Yin pinched her shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, they won't do anything to you. These words seemed to give great encouragement to this exotic girl. I mustered up my courage and walked out. Huh? Cheng Su couldn't help but laugh. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to protect this girl? Rich second generations are so naive. Even though I'm a rich second generation, I've never eaten rice from your family. Su Yin looked at him as if he were a clown. You wait. Cheng Su looked at Hong An. Hong An nodded to him. Old Su, let's go and don't confront them head on. Song Qin said in a low voice. They have realized that Hong An might have set up some big trap. Want to leave? You wish. Cheng Su and Hong An quickly blocked their way. You're looking for a fucking beating, aren't you? Li Siming was furious. This was the first time he had been treated like this in Zhonghai. Song Qin also looked at the two of them. You'd better think it through. This is Zhonghai. You know what you're doing. Hong An's expression changed and he looked a little flustered. Cheng Su smiled and said, of course we know, Mr. Song, your family is deeply rooted in Zhonghai, but we will leave in a while, and you will leave before you can react. I just don't believe that your hands can stretch that long. Song Qin's expression also changed. Are these people determined to screw themselves? Although his family is worth billions, they don't have such long arms. Master Su. Just then, a security guard ran in quickly. How? Here we come. Su Yin immediately understood that Hong An's arrangement had come true. Someone's breaking in. Our people can't stop them. The security guard said anxiously, Boss Wang is blocking them now. Hong An seemed relieved, but Cheng Su became proud. How about it, Master Su? Are you still awesome now? He, who had been hiding far away before, now walked in front of Su Yin arrogantly. His smug look is disgusting. Bang. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin slapped him hard in the face. I almost fell down. Depend on. The security guard was also furious when he saw this scene. How dare you speak so loudly to our young Master Su? He also kicked twice with his hard leather boots. Hong An originally wanted to step forward to help, but when he saw this scene, he immediately took a step back. Mr. Hong, what do you want to talk to me about? A voice came in laughing. Hong An's face suddenly became overjoyed. Brother Chang. Brother Chang. Wald Chang touched his shiny head, followed by 10 arrogant and domineering younger brothers. Who offended our Mr. Hong? Su Yin couldn't help but frown. I suddenly felt a little nervous. However, he quickly erased it. Brother Chang, it's just... Before Hong An could finish his words, Su Yin interrupted him. Brother Chang, I didn't expect that you have other businesses besides lending. When he saw Su Yin, Guang Tuqiang was stunned for a moment. Very impressive. The man who was beaten by himself became the son of a billionaire in the blink of an eye. This was the first time he had seen such a wonderful experience. It turned out to be Master Su. Guang Tuqiang quickly smiled. Master Su, you are here too? Master Su. Wang Tianlong also ran in nervously at this time. A dozen security guards followed closely behind him. In addition to the security guards, there were doormen, waiters, and even chefs running in with spatulas. Mr. Su, are you okay? Wang Tianlong looked Su Yin up and down, and was relieved to find that he was fine. It's okay. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The security guards are here, even if there are fewer of them. Don't worry too much. Brother Chang, I didn't expect you to come. Tell me earlier so I can arrange a good room for you. Guang Tuchang was surprised and asked, Master Su, is this hotel yours? I go to school here, and the old man bought it for me. Su Yan had a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, you really are a real person who never shows your true colors. Bald Chang couldn't help but admire. No wonder he was given 10 million in pocket money. Hotels worth billions can be bought at will. Brother Chang. Hong'an couldn't help but grit his teeth. It's these guys. Fuck it. Why bother talking to them? Cheng Su covered his face and said viciously. Guang Tukyang couldn't help but frown and looked at him with some disgust. Mr. Hong, are you sure it's Mr. Su? At this time, Song Qin and Li Siming also stood up, and us. When Guang Tukyang saw the two of them, he couldn't help but be surprised. Song Qin. Li Siming. Zhanghai's famous rich second generation. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Su Yin had already mixed with people at their level. It is obvious that Su Yin is on the same level as them. He couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Su Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Bald Chang coming. Brother Chang, you don't want to be our enemy, right? Hearing Su Yan's words, Guang Tu Chang quickly laughed and said, Young Master Su is joking. Hong'an's face changed. Brother Chang. Bald Chang slapped him in the face without even thinking. He took advantage of the situation and kicked Chang Su to the ground. The girls around were startled and hid far away. Hong'an, how the hell do you do things? Chang Su is going crazy. What's going on? Hong'an also looked at young Tu Chang in surprise. Brother Chang, why did you hit me? Huh? You filmed so many TV shows and movies. Do you still think you're the protagonist? Su Yin smiled. This is Zhanghai. Who are young Master Song and young Master Li? Are you trying to harm Brother Chang? Bald Chang's expression also looked a little ugly. You can go. You can leave Zhanghai, but Brother Chang still has to make a living in Zhanghai. Song Qin also figured it out. The tension was gone, and I heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Chang, thank you for your help. Guang Tukyang flexed his fist and said, Don't worry, Master Su. Catch him and beat him up. His subordinates immediately rushed forward and started punching and kicking Hong'an and Cheng Su. Su Yin was well aware of how hard Baldy Chang's men attacked. Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Bald Chang nodded and bowed. He had already discovered that Song Qin and Li Siming were secretly led by Su Yin. This made him even more terrified. After all, he had offended Su Yin. Boss Wang, call the police. Su Yin did not answer directly, but asked Wang Tianlong to call the police. Bald Chang suddenly looked horrified. The girl groups were also frightened out of their wits. If we call the police, they will all be exposed today. Maybe it will even make the headlines. Master Su, we are innocent. Yes, Mr. Su, we just. Master Su, you can do whatever you want, but don't call the police. Master Su. A group of little actresses in bikinis swarmed over. They surrounded Su Yin, and the scent of cosmetics and body odor filled his nose. This damn gentle place. Wang Tianlong didn't dare to move. What if Mr. Su changes his mind? However, Su Yin's heart was as firm as iron. Lao Wang, go call the police. Also, bring me my phone. Wang Tianlong hurried to do it. Guang Tukyang's expression was not good either, young Master Su. Brother Chang, I also hit someone. Don't worry, I'm not Hong'an. I called the police because someone in my company was corrupt and took bribes. Hearing this, Guang Tu Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I was being abandoned. Don't beat him to death. The police will be here soon. Chapter 47 I told you to kneel down. Kneel down now. The handsome Hong'an was thrown in front of Su Yin like a dead dog. Cheng Su's head was like a pig's. Mr. Cheng, how do you feel now? Su Yin squatted down and looked at him. Cheng Su's eyes flashed with malice, but he said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Hong'an crawled to Su Yin and said, Mr. Su, I didn't recognize the real talent. I'm sorry. I was really wrong. Where did you go wrong? Su Yin looked over and asked. I shouldn't have offended Mr. Su. I shouldn't have let Adela leave. I shouldn't have let Dongi Media participate in the investment. I'm playing two-faced. Hong'an enumerated his faults as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. No. Su Yin shook his head. Who cares about your script? How much is it worth? You were right about all these. Your mistake is that you shouldn't have troubled me in Zhanghai, especially when young Master Song and young Master Li are here. I have no money or power in Zhanghai. You can do whatever you want to me. I can't do anything about it. But young Master Song is different from young Master Li. Who in Zhanghai wouldn't give them some respect? Upon hearing this, Song Qin and Li Siming both felt a little proud. Hong'an nodded repeatedly. But I kept muttering in my heart, you are much more cruel than them. Mr. Su, Mr. Song, Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Hong'an cried. You adults are so generous. Just treat me like a fart. Adela looked at Hong'an, who was like a dog in front of her. It was completely different from the domineering and arrogant person I had seen before. Lao Song, Lao Li, You guys deal with this guy. I'll take care of my own business. Su Yin was too lazy to pay attention to Hong'an. Song Qin asked curiously, Lao Su, what's your matter? Su Yin glanced at Ching Su and said with a smile, the old man just happened to buy Dongi Media, and I ended up running into this kind of thing. What do you think? Song Qin and Li Siming were both stunned for a moment. Grandpa bought Dongi Media again? At this moment, Hong'an was stunned and stared at Su Yin blankly. It turns out that this is the real owner. He actually colluded with Chang Su in front of him and planned to cheat Dongi Media out of 40 million yuan. It's over. Chang Su was beaten into a daze and woke up at this moment. He looked up at Su Yin. Did you buy Dongi Media? What? Doesn't it look like that? Su Yin walked up to him. Want to squat down. But he found that Adela had pulled a chair over for him at some point. Su Yin turned around and looked at her in surprise. Adela was at a loss for a moment, pinching her fingers and said embarrassedly, I see those big guys on TV sitting down and talking. That's how they look impressive. Su Yin smiled and sat down. Cheng Su, I have to thank you for letting me know so many industry insider information. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know it. Cheng Su felt cold all over and said tremblingly, Su Shao, No need to explain. The public security, procuratorate, and court will help me investigate this matter. As for your result, the public security, procuratorate, and court will naturally make the judgment. Su Yin rubbed his fists. Of course, Brother Chang and I beat you up because we heard that you were going to embezzle 40 million from the company. We were out of righteous indignation for a while. At most, we will just fine you a little money. Upon hearing this, Bald Chang immediately burst into tears of gratitude. I thought I was going to be abandoned. Unexpectedly, Su Shao had already thought of a way out. Cool. As for the medical expenses, do you dare to take it? Cheng Su was trembling all over. This is not true. This is absolutely not true. You must be lying to me. Dongi Media's value is inflated because of the industry dividend, which is why it has a valuation of 2 billion. In fact, it is worth at most 10 billion. Only a fool would buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin kicked him on the knee. Are you saying that my old man is a fool? Impossible. Even Dongi Media is not worth 1 billion. You actually bought it. Mr. Su, your phone is calling. Wang Tianlong held the phone and stood beside Su Yin with his head bowed. Su Yin dialed a phone number. By the way, I forgot to ask you. What is the name of the person in charge of Dongi Media? Haha, I knew you were bluffing. You don't even recognize our President Wu. Cheng Su suddenly discovered the blind spot. I just bought it today. Isn't it weird? The call was connected, and a voice that made Cheng Su shudder came from the amplifier. Mr. Su, Mr. Yi just talked to me on the phone. I thought it was too late today, so I'll call you tomorrow to ask for instructions. If this isn't the company boss Wu Wenjun, then who else could it be? Su Yin raised his eyebrows. Boss Wu, there's a guy named Cheng Su right next to me. You know Xiao Cheng. Wu Wenjun didn't know the situation yet. Yes, he taught me how to operate Dongi Media. He dared to make a false account and make it 120 million for a movie with an investment of 80 million. He also took advantage of the recent personnel changes to embezzle 40 million. What a Dongi Media. Wu Wenjun was so frightened that his entire body was covered with hair. Master Su, this is an isolated incident. No need to explain to me, I have already called the police. Next, the matter will be handed over to the judicial authorities. I understand. Mr. Su, I will definitely cooperate with the police and get to the bottom of this matter. Wu Wenjun vowed. Cheng Su was even more shocked. Boss Wu, you must help me. I don't have. Wu Wenjun seemed not to have heard it. Mr. Su, thanks to your clear vision, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Su Yin nodded. Boss Wu, your work is still lacking. Tomorrow you tell all employees that the company will not reduce the money they deserve, but if they don't deserve it, we will cut off their money every time they reach out. Yes. Yes. Wu Wenjun said yes repeatedly. Wang Wenlong was standing aside, also trembling with fear. This young master looks kind, but he is actually very cunning. It seemed like Wu Wenjun was told in advance so that he could be prepared. In fact, as long as the police investigate, Dongi Media will definitely cooperate. Cheng Su is a useless person. At the same time, it is also a warning to the other party and to clean up the company internally. Wu Wenjun dared not underestimate him. Even the accounts made previously have to be settled, and all the money swallowed must be spit out. The most important thing is that what we have just done is a big stick and a warning. At the same time, it is also red dates. I told you in advance. You can also take out some people from different factions or deal with some opponents. These are hidden benefits. Very clever. Master Su. Cheng Su didn't know when he had knelt straight on the ground and crawled forward on his knees. I want to hug Su Yan's thighs. Master Su, I was wrong. I was really bewildered for a moment. I was really wrong. He understood it too. In one sentence from young Master Su, he would have to stay in prison for at least a dozen years. This is the minimum. He was about to get closer, but Su Yin stepped on his shoulder and he only heard Su Yan's voice. I told you to kneel down. Are you kneeling down now? Chapter 48, I want to be the man behind you. Yes. Yes. Cheng Su no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance at this moment, but instead tried his best to force out a flattering smile. Young Master Su always keeps his word. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the gold and jade. He deserves a beating. He deserves a beating. As he said this, he slapped himself left and right. Until his cheeks were swollen, he said incoherently, Mr. Su, I have old people and young children to take care of. Please let me live. Su Yin frowned and sighed. I am a soft-hearted person. I can't stand seeing scenes like this. Cheng Su was overjoyed. Li Simon couldn't help but said, Lao Su, don't be soft-hearted. Just after he finished speaking, he saw Su Yin covering his eyes and waving his hand. Brother Chang, help pull him away. Guang Tuqiang was shocked. I understand. Move him away. Don't let young Master Su see that you are soft-hearted. His men immediately stepped forward and dragged away the crying Cheng Su. Everyone was stunned. Adela was stunned. Master Su, I admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Hong'an lowered his head and said, I was wrong. I am guilty. I shouldn't have been in the same boat with Cheng Su. I accept the punishment and the beating, but I hope you can leave some food for me. Lao Song, Lao Li, what do you think? Today was supposed to be a plan set up by Hong'an's group, but we didn't expect so many things to happen. Song Qin shrugged. I'm not interested at all. I'll do whatever you say. Li Siming hesitated for a moment and nodded. Su Yin sighed. Fuck you guys. Just let me be the bad guy. After saying that, he covered his face with one hand and said, pull him aside as well. It makes people feel soft-hearted. Almost one sentence can determine the life or death of some people. Turn your hand and clouds will appear. Turn your hand again and rain will fall. Control life and death. Such a domineering and interesting person. Adira was curious. Master Su, we are all miserable people. These sisters and I are all here to make a living. After seeing this scene, Yu Zixin also knew who was the person in charge. Said hurriedly, you are smart. You just confuse yourself with them. Su Yin looked at this young but shrewd woman. Master Su. The voice of young Master Su was so lingering and gentle that it made one's bones go soft. Su Yin glanced at the group of trembling little stars. Are you in partnership with Hong'an? How do you divide the shares? Seeing that Su Yin didn't cover his face, Yu Zixin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, let's set up an agency. For now, it's 50-50, he gets 51, and I get 49. My agency contract expired before his, so I created a few girl groups in advance. Girl group? Su Yin smiled. How does this look like a girl group? More like PR. However, it is indeed useful to me. How much did it cost to set up the company? It didn't cost much to set up the company, but it cost more than 2 million to train them over the past few years. Yu Zixin said. Su Yin nodded. Okay, you convince Hong'an to transfer all the company shares to me, including your share. I'll pay 3 million. Yu Zixin's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't underestimate the premium. A profit of several 100,000, can that be called money? But Su Yin is the boss of Dongi. This is equivalent to directly clinging to the big and thick leg of Dongi Media. Leave it to me. Yu Zixin patted his chest, shaking like waves. You want to be my boss? The situation changed so quickly that the young girl Adela was dazzled. Su Yin looked back at the little girl who had already put on a bathrobe and said with a smile, actually, I want to be the man behind you. Adela didn't understand and nodded. Oh. Damn it. Lao Su, you were really shameless when you covered your face like that. Li Siming was reluctant to look away. Indeed. I thought you were really soft-hearted. I won't watch the Oscar for Best Actor if you are not included. Song Qin also joked. Wang Tianlong immediately praised. This is because young Master Su is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see the suffering of the world. Guang Tuchang also gave a thumbs up. So domineering. Master Su, I didn't expect that you have been completely transformed in just a few days. I, Lao Hai, really admire you. Thanks to Brother Chang. Su Yin raised his head and signaled Wang Tianlong. Old Wang, give Brother Chang 300,000 for tea. Guang Tuqiang quickly refused. Mr. Su, don't be polite. We are all family. Su Yin shook his head and said, Brother Chang, this is tea for the brothers. He didn't want to have too close contact with these people, but sometimes he had to rely on them. Therefore, it is best to maintain a relationship of interest. As long as Baldy Wang is not stupid, he can see through his own methods. That's good. After a while, Wang Tianlong brought a bag to Bald Chang. Bald Chang rubbed his hands, scratched his head, and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Su. With just this one move, he got 300,000 yuan. Young Master Su is really generous. Moreover, all the backup plans have been arranged. You're welcome, Brother Chang. I may have to trouble you again in the future. Okay. Young Master Su is open-minded. Call me if you have any problems in the future. It's done. Master Su, it's done. Yu Zixin was a little excited. Mr. Su. He promised to sell all the shares to me. Su Yin smiled. This is a smart woman. He didn't say he bought it himself. If he had said so, Hong'an would definitely not be willing to accept it. As for the price, he doesn't care whether it's more or less. Anyway, he offered 3 million. I guess Yu Zixin wouldn't care either. You are responsible for taking care of these girls tonight. Sign the contract tomorrow. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Su. Yu Zixin immediately began to arrange for everyone. Everyone put on your clothes and follow me. Do you want to be on the headlines tomorrow? Do you want to be banned? Today is the most important lesson you've ever learned. Go back and think about it carefully. Don't think you can get carried away just because you are famous. There are always people better than you. Always remember. Hong'an, who was taken aside, also heard these words. His expression changed from bright to dark, and finally he sighed. Why did I get so carried away today? Damn it. Mr. Su, the police are here. All the female members of the group were taken away. Su Yin turned around and saw a tall and beautiful female police officer standing in front of him. It was a bit surprising for a moment. Behind her, in addition to the police, there was a plainclothes officer. Look around. Did you report the case? Xiaoling Yun looked at Su Yin, who was wearing a white bathrobe and had a calm and composed temperament. Especially her face, which is delicate yet strong. I was a little dazed for a moment. Yes, when I was taking a hot spring bath today, I accidentally learned that someone in my company had colluded with others to embezzle and damage the interests of the company, so I called the police. Su Yin touched his nose. Not lying, that's pretty much what I meant. Is this an internal matter of your company? Xiaoling Yun wrinkled her nose slightly. He teamed up with outsiders to prepare false accounts and embezzled 40 million. Moreover, I suspect this is not the first time he has done this. Hearing this, Xiaoling Yun was also a little dazed. 40 million. Whether it is a fraud case or a corruption case, it has reached the highest level. Okay, who is it? We will take him back for investigation. Xiaoling Yun handled the matter impartially. Although she was impressed by Su Yan's handsomeness, she still had to do the job. Chapter 49. Cold female police officer Xiaoling Yun. Bring them up. Su Yin waved his hand, and Bald Chang's men immediately brought Ching Su and Hong'an up. When Xiaoling Yun saw Bald Chang, she couldn't help but sneer. Bald Chang. Officer Xia. Bald Chang chuckled. Some chi deficiency. What are you doing again? Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but yelled. Officer Zhou, look, Officer Xia is looking at me with tinted glasses again. Bald Chang obviously knew who the real culprit was and couldn't help but complain. The plainclothes officer behind him waved his hand. Are you causing trouble again? Su Yin was not surprised and immediately explained. Originally, these two people wanted Brother Chang to support them. Fortunately, Brother Chang stopped and helped me. Otherwise, I might have been beaten to death by them. Xiaoling Yun gave him a suspicious look. Especially Hong'an and Ching Su, who had bruised faces and noses. On the contrary, he was neatly dressed and spotless. Then, come back to the police station with me to record your statement. Xiaoling Yun waved her hand. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Uncle policeman, sister. It's not necessary, right? It's so late. Su Yin said with a wry smile. Xiaoling Yun glared at him. I think you are the ones who are bullying others by taking advantage of your power. I have seen many people like you. Li Simon couldn't help but shouted. Officer, you can't frame us. Su Yin also said, Yes, Officer Xia, we are the ones reporting the case. Officer, there's no need to make things so complicated. Why don't we record a statement here? Song Qin also stepped forward and said. Officer Zhou saw Song Qin and Li Simon and nodded. Xiao Xia, record your statement here. Captain Zhou. Xiaoling Yun's eyes widened with dissatisfaction. It's obvious now that these two people were beaten. No matter what, beating people is a crime. Haven't we recorded our confessions yet? Let's record them first. Captain Zhou smiled at Song Qin and others. He just discovered that Song Qin from the Song group was here. Li Siming is also there. Moreover, the hotel manager reports to Su Yin first. Both Song Qin and Li Siming seem to focus on Su Yin. I'm afraid this person's identity is not simple. If you can avoid offending, try not to offend. Captain Zhou, this is against the rules. Xiaoling Yun said angrily. Captain Zhou was not to be outdone. Deputy Captain Xia, you must learn to adapt. After that, he lowered his voice again. Don't you see, these are the sons of the Song and Li families. If we take them back to the police station today, they will be on the headlines tomorrow. If Shanghai's economy suffers a setback, you can just walk away, and we will take the blame. In an instant, Xiaoling Yun knew that she could not defeat them. Because, if she objected to this statement again, she would be going against the entire police station. Humph. However, she was still very dissatisfied. She took the confession book and began to record her confession. Captain Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. You can do whatever you want with other things, but don't drag me into this kind of thing. Even if you come from above, you still have to consider the economic development of China overseas. Otherwise, my boss will be bombarded with phone calls tomorrow. Mr. Su, how could they be beaten like this? It's my fault for being too impulsive. When I heard their conspiracy, I rushed up and beat them up. Su Yin said immediately. Are you alone? Xiaoling Yun asked. Su Yin nodded and pointed at Hong Qing and the other two. You can ask them. How dare Hong and Cheng Su resist now? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Don't blame Master Su, it's all because we are obsessed with money. Xiaoling Yun frowned even more. If he threatens you, don't be afraid, I will take care of it for you. No, really not. Cheng Su quickly shook his head. You were beaten like this, so you can have him detained and compensated. Xiaoling Yun tried desperately to dig out the truth. Hong glanced at Su Yin with some resentment. But he was kicked by Cheng Su and finally came to his senses. I have always underestimated the strength of the second generation. After becoming famous, you have money and connections. He has drifted away. Now I realize that all this seems to be empty. The opponent's strength lies in his foundation. No, I haven't. Hong shook his head and lowered his head. You don't have to be afraid. This is a time to abide by the law. It's not like before. Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but scold. Su Yin quickly spoke up. Officer Xia, I am the one who reported the case and the victim. However, I have reason to suspect that you are targeting me. Xiaoling Yun glared at him fiercely. It was an obviously fierce expression, but when she made it look a little fierce. Xiao Xia, leave this to me. Captain Zhou also felt that it was indeed a bit too harsh and excessive. Snort. Xiaoling Yun shook her hair and went to take other people's statements indignantly. Mr. Su, excuse me, let's continue. Captain Zhou became much kinder, and it didn't take him much time to give his confession. Everyone's testimony was consistent. Especially Hong and Cheng Su, they didn't dare to say anything even after being beaten. Eventually the two were taken away. Officer. Just as they were withdrawing, Su Yin followed and said, Mr. Su, what's the matter? Xiaoling Yun's pretty face was full of anger. Officer Xia, Su Yin said, I suspect that he is not the only one who did this in my Dongyi Media Company. I hope you can go deeper when investigating. Xiaoling Yun immediately glared at Su Yin. Do you think the police station is owned by your family? Mr. Su, this is indeed inappropriate. Captain Zhou rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Yin pondered for a moment. I know this is not appropriate. Captain Zhou, you can go back and ask the leaders of the bureau. I am willing to donate a police helicopter to the Shanghai police in the name of Tianqi Automobile. Captain Zhou was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Master Su, I will tell you about this when I get back. Slow down. Thank you for your hard work. In the police car, after Captain Zhou got in, he said, Xiao Xia, when we are handling a case, we must be flexible as long as it does not violate the regulations. The people present just now include Song Qin, the young master of the Song Group, and Li Siming, who is worth tens of billions of dollars. If they are all taken back, Shanghai's economy will be in turmoil tomorrow. Captain Zhou said earnestly. Xiaoling Yun, who was sitting at the back, hummed. Don't feel unhappy, you will understand later. As he spoke, he started calling his boss. In the dark shadow behind the car, Xiaoling Yun covered her face with her hands, feeling her face was extremely hot. This is so cool. Is my performance okay? Yes, it must be okay. Thinking about it in my mind, I quickly took out my cell phone and sent a message to the person. Let me tell you, I was on a police call just now and saw a very handsome man. He looked like he came out of a comic book. At the same time, he also attached a very happy expression. Is it true? How handsome is he? Super handsome. Xiaoling Yun typed quickly. You don't know how fast my heart was beating. In order to hide it, I kept a cold face the whole time. Also included is an emoticon of a tsundere policewoman hugging her chest and saying humph. So, you were playing a cool policewoman before? What do you mean by a cold policewoman? I am one. Ha ha ha, someone said she is a cold and aloof policewoman. The other party obviously has a good relationship with her, which is really heartbreaking. My heart is still beating really fast. If I die now, it will definitely be because of watching him die. Oh no, I forgot to take a secret photo. Xiaoling Yun glanced at her colleague secretly, feeling extremely regretful. Captain Zhou has been on the phone. When they returned to the police station, Captain Zhou said, Captain Xia, you will investigate the matter of Dongyi Media tomorrow. Remember, dig deep. The leaders said that this is within our authority. Xiaoling Yun nodded with an indifferent expression. For the helicopter? Isn't this an exchange of interests? It's not for the helicopter, nor is it an exchange of interests. Tianqi Automobile and Dongyi Media have nothing to do with each other, so how can it be considered an exchange of interests? Moreover, this is within the scope of our authority. Captain Zhou said. We are fighting to protect the lives and property of the people. I understand. Xiaoling Yun turned away with disdain. Captain Zhou shook his head. Captain Zhou, Captain Xia is so cool. Why did you let her go? This is for her, to temper her temper. You will go with her tomorrow. Remember, dig deep. Do you understand? Okay. What they couldn't see was that Xiaoling Yun ran into the bathroom, her face flushed with excitement. I almost jumped up. I'll have a chance to see him later. Chapter 50, I'll just rub. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 300,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a 4-star movie script. Wife, our son just ruined the family business again. Yichen turned over, breathing slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. It doesn't cover up the fact that you take an hour to shower and take 2 minutes to do your job. Li Qin covered herself with the quilt, turned over, and faced away from Yichen. It's not my fault. It's mainly because the system suddenly scared me just now. Yichen argued. You still blame the system for this? Li Qin looked at Yichen with resentment. Isn't there some kind of strengthening system? Why aren't you stronger? Yichen couldn't help but shudder. No, the system only gave money. Humph, Li Qin snorted. What reward did you give your son this time? Yichen was immediately a little unhappy. What do you mean by rewarding my son? I am the host of the system. Isn't it your son who got it for you? Where is the reward this time? Yichen seemed to be deflated immediately and sighed. This time the reward is a script, which is in my son's car. It is obviously my system. I think it's good. It saves you from having a life of debauchery. Li Qin snorted. Since her husband got the system, she has also read a lot of novels. Since I have money, I might as well support the original version. But after watching it, I found that the male protagonist who obtained the system soared to the sky. At the same time, there are countless women around him. In particular, there is a system to enhance physical fitness. When did I ever flirt with other girls? Yichen complained bitterly. Who knows what you'll think once you have the system? I don't want it anymore. Is that not okay? Yichen wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Li Qin sneered. If you don't want it, how can my son become the richest man in the world? Fuck you. For the first time, Yichen felt that his wife was somewhat unreasonable. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we were supposed to have a good game tonight. Song Qin said apologetically. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that Donnie Media has this drawback. Su Yan smiled and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. He didn't quite understand, but wanted to drink some. He opened the red wine and poured a glass for Song Qin and Li Siming. It's also a self-defeating move. The three of them had just finished a drink when they heard a knock on the door. When Su Yan opened the door, he saw Adela standing at the door. She was only wearing a bathrobe and her face was blushing. Master Su. When Song Qin and Li Siming saw this, they hurriedly left with a smile. Adira's face turned even redder. Come in, what's going on? Su Yan sat on the sofa, looking at Adela who was at a loss. Adela just felt tense all over and clenched her fingers hard, and Yu Zixin's words came to her mind. Adela, if you want to be famous and make money, you should know that today is your best chance. Our company has been acquired by Su Xiao. Adela, at least Su Xiao is not against you. If you lose this opportunity, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Su Yan sat quietly on the sofa, shaking the red wine in his hand. Su, Master Su. Adela was so nervous that her whole body was shaking. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Su Yan smiled. I can see that you are very nervous. Don't force yourself. Don't worry. No one will force you in the future. No, it's not. Adela was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. Are you volunteering? Adela stuttered even more. No, that's not right. I just think it's too fast. This is still a simple girl. Don't you want to be famous? Su Yan thought she was very special. Adira shook her head. Her eyes suddenly reddened. I'm all ready for today. Wow. She burst into tears. Yes, she wants to be famous. I also want to stand in the spotlight and attract everyone's attention. However, the entertainment industry doesn't seem to be that easy to get into. Even after signing the contract, apart from becoming popular on the short video website, he continued to remain silent. Finally, I stepped into this world of romance and debauchery. She finally couldn't help but burst into tears. But I met Su Xiao today. Su, Master Su, you are like the hero from a movie or cartoon, so great and glorious, making me fantasize. Su Yan was a little surprised. This little girl seemed to have a good imagination. What are you fantasizing about? I fantasize about being the heroine in the story and being able to date you openly. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, until it was almost inaudible. Huh. Su Yan couldn't help laughing. If you become famous, can you still date me openly? Even if I can't make it public, I'm willing to do it. Adela mustered up her courage. I just feel like being in a relationship with you is just like in a novel. She lowered her head, not daring to raise it even a little. This little girl is very cute. Come and sit down. Su Yin patted the seat next to him. Adela sat down nervously. Then, let's talk about it. Su Yin looked at the other party with a smile. Ah. Adela was startled and covered her mouth with her hands. Su Xiao, really? Su Yin shrugged. Why not? Adela was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Let's go to bed. Su Yin hugged Adela. Oh. Adela was completely stunned. I just want to see my girlfriend every day when I open my eyes. For a moment, great joy surged into Adela's chest. Why? This is a fish that has taken the bait. As long as you pull up the fishing rod, you can catch the fish. When Adela woke up, she found herself in someone's arms. My whole body suddenly tensed up. Then I heard a gentle voice. Good morning, girlfriend. Adira suddenly recalled what happened last night. I'm not dreaming. She pinched her cheeks cutely. Really? Su Yin couldn't help laughing. What else? Adela screamed suddenly, then threw herself into Su Yan's arms and kissed him. Good morning, boyfriend. The two hugged each other. Adela's small face was all blushed. The four looked into each other's eyes. Just when the movie was about to become inappropriate for children, the cell phone suddenly rang. Telephone. Never mind it. What if something happens? Depend on. Chapter 51. Son, is the money enough? If not, I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Adela's slender hand reached for the phone from the bedside table and handed it to Su Yin. His face was full of smiles, showing that his little trick had been accomplished. Just as he was about to get up, Su Yin grabbed him. You better be okay. Seeing that it was Lu Xinyan calling, Su Yin got a little angry. Junior, why are you so angry so early in the morning? Lu Xinyan giggled. Of course I'm angry. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Xinyan said with a smile. Mr. Su, I've been looking for the house you asked me to find recently and found a few good ones. Do you have time to take a look today? Well, in the afternoon. Su Yin glanced at the beauty in his arms. No time in the morning. No time, very busy. If nothing else, hang up. After saying that, Su Yin hung up the phone. At this time, I have no place to vent my anger. If there is something, you can go and do it first. Adela said gently. No, what could be more important than your girlfriend? Adela immediately hugged Su Yin tightly. It was as if she wanted to hug herself tightly in Su Yan's arms. After a long time, Adela was held in Su Yan's arms, with traces of tears on her face. After a lot of sweet talk, Su Yin finally calmed down and got up to have breakfast. Not long after, Adela was called away by Yu Zixin. Oldly, how was your day yesterday? Did you feel good about getting what you wanted? Song Qin, who was sitting in the restaurant eating breakfast, asked with a smile. Li Siming looked very happy. It's just so. Lao Su, you really know how to enjoy life. You just bought a brokerage company. The three of them chatted about all sorts of things. Yu Zixin also noticed Adela's abnormality. Her eyes lit up. Adela, are you done? Adira nodded shyly. Good. Yu Zixin said 3 good words in a row. Adela successfully established a relationship with Su Xiao. As long as he was bound to her, he could be bound to Su Xiao. From now on, you must listen to what Mr. Su says. Do you understand? Yu Zi's face was filled with joy. Soon, the company will push you to become the top lady in the company. Adela quickly said, Sister Xian, you are the #1 sister in the company. Yu Zixin smiled, knowing what she was thinking, and said, in the future, I will be a manager, maybe I can film a movie occasionally, and you will be the top sister of the company. Okay, Adela thought Yu Zixin was testing her. I also feel that it is a legacy from previous generations. For a moment, I couldn't find a TV show to substitute for the drama, and I felt a little confused. Good boy, don't think too much. Yu Zixin smiled happily, but there was a hint of jealousy in her heart. If I hadn't clung to Cheng Su's thighs as soon as I arrived last night, if I followed the right person, would I be able to replace Adira? Unfortunately, I was wrong at that time, otherwise I wouldn't have to knock on Li Siming's door in the middle of the night. After Su Yin and others finished breakfast, she brought the contract to Su Yin. Su Yin also asked Wang Tianlong to find a lawyer, and after confirming that there were no problems, he signed the contract. At the same time, he wrote her a check for 3 million. From then on, Su Yin officially became the boss of the company. Let's change the company name to Long Yi. Please prepare a company profile for me to see. Hey, before he had even finished starting his own business, he ended up taking over a film and television company. But it's not a big problem. Okay, Mr. Su. Yu Zixin nodded happily. Then, next, our company's project. What project was it before? Su Yin asked. In order to get Hong to agree to sell the entire company to me, I gave him the original startup project. Yu Zixin asked embarrassedly. Then let's see if there are any good projects. Su Yin touched his nose and tried hard to recall some TV dramas he had watched in his previous life. Yes. I saw Song Chin and Lee signing off in the parking lot. What are you thinking about? Adela asked worriedly when she saw Su Yin frowning. I'm thinking about how to make you a female diva. Su Yin scratched her nose. Adela suddenly felt shy because Yu Zixin was beside her. I'll put the contract in the car first, so I don't forget it. Su Yin opened the door and saw that there were only 2 seats, only to discover that the Lycan Super Sport didn't even have a trunk or front trunk. It can only be thrown on the passenger seat. What's this? When he was putting his things away, he saw a file bag and pulled it out of curiosity. When I opened it, I found a thick-bound script inside. Startling by each step. There is a script here. Why didn't I find it before? No way. Has the old man really arranged everything for me? It is unlikely that he can monitor it at all times. That only means that Yi Chun had already made arrangements. Take a look at this. Su Yin casually handed the script to Yu Zixin. Yu Zixin quickly took it and looked at it carefully. Su Yin started making a phone call. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 3 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 million yuan in cash. Haha. Yi Chun, who was sitting in a meeting, suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Jiang, who was reporting on his work, was stunned. All the company executives started to act weird. Mr. Yi is usually very serious, but he has been in a much better mood recently. I didn't expect him to suddenly smile during the meeting today. What is this operation? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yi Chun couldn't help but restrain his smile. I can't share it with anyone right now, really. Go on, go on. He waved his hand for Yi Jiang to continue, who knew that at this time the phone rang, and seeing his son calling him, he immediately said, "Wait, I'll take the call." After saying that, he immediately picked up the phone with a look of joy on his face. Son, is the money not enough? He continued talking on the phone and walked out. When Yi Jiang heard that it was Su Yin calling, his face darkened. He pricked up his ears, and at the moment the door closed, he vaguely heard, "If the money is not enough, Dad will transfer another 100 million to you." 100 million. Yi Jiang was completely stunned. Where did Yi Chun get the 100 million? It shouldn't be 100 million, but a lump sum. So hateful. You work hard to make money, but in the end you are making money for others. No, this is absolutely not possible. Hey, Mr. Ye's son is not a prodigal son, right? It's easy to become complacent when you suddenly become rich. Boss Xiaoya is still the best. If Boss Xiaoya takes over the company, there will be great potential. Who said it wasn't? It's a pity that Xiaoya is not his biological child. As the voices came into his ears, Yi Jiang felt a little happy in his heart. The people's hearts can be used. Chapter 52. Thompson First Class, is he worthy of it? Hearing this, Su Yin was shocked. Another 100 million? How much cash is there at home? I just want to ask, there was a script in the car you gave me. Yi Chin's voice came from the other side. Oh, didn't you buy Dongy Media? When I ordered the car, I saw a good script and bought it. What? This whole time logic is a bit. Okay, since you bought it, I'll invest in it. If you are sure that it was bought by the old man, then there is no need to worry. Of course, I'll transfer the money over in a moment. Yi Chin said, I still have money here. Su Yin refused. That's for you to buy a car and a house. As for investing in TV shows, that money is of course separate. Yi Chin laughed. He suddenly realized that making movies and TV shows seemed to be a way to spend money. Even if you invest tens of millions, there is still a high possibility of losing money. It's a sure win. This industry is good. Look around more in the future and invest in any projects. We have plenty of money. Yi Chin said immediately. Okay. Su Yin nodded. I always feel something is weird. I still have a meeting to attend, so that's it. Yi Chin saw Yi Jiang coming over. Hang up the phone. He really is here to ask for money. Yi Jiang just heard it vaguely. If this continues, perhaps the entire company will be emptied by him. No. Uncle, the meeting has started. Here it comes. How about it? Su Yin hung up the phone and asked. The two women were still reading the script. Mr. Su, we have just started watching, so it will take some time. Su Zixin replied. Okay. Su Yin was confident about this script. Although he had never watched this TV series in his previous life, he had heard of it. I remember it was quite popular at that time. You guys watch it first and evaluate it first. Su Yin thought for a moment and said, take out the specific investment amount, and you will be the producer. This drama must be filmed well and of high quality. For the heroine, give it to Adira. Adela was immediately pleasantly surprised. Can I really do this? If I say yes, of course you can. Do a good job. Su Yin pinched her face. Okay, I will do my best. Both women were full of surprises. Then I can only read the script today. Adela looked at Su Yin pitifully. It's okay, I'll be back in the evening. After giving the other person a kiss, Su Yan left, getting ready to go look at the house. Mr. Su, the road ahead is under construction, so you have to walk there. Lu Xinyan was standing at the intersection. When she saw Su Yan's lake and stop, she said embarrassedly, "Well, is there a parking lot nearby?" Su Yan didn't care. He wasn't brought up in a pampered environment. This way, Lu Xinyan was obviously well prepared and took Su Yan to a parking lot. The Rafa she drove away last night was parked nearby. I sorted out the information. There are several options within your budget range. Depending on your needs, there are 3 large flats. As for the villas, they may be a bit out of the way. This is the bank of the Huangpu River. The house price is not low. 1 unit in Thompson Courtyard, 2 units in Zhongliang Courtyard, and 2 units in Binjiang Huafu. Lu Xinyan had obviously done her homework. These apartments are reasonably priced and have convenient transportation. Okay. Su Yan nodded. Although he had only heard of Thompson Epine, he knew that it was priced sky high. I never thought I would be able to afford it one day. Let's go. Lu Xinyan affectionately took Su Yan's arm and walked forward with Su Yan. This is the one. They'll take us there. These properties in Thompson 1 have already been sold out. Only second-hand properties are available. Therefore, Lu Xinyan had no choice but to find an agent. This is a unique room in Thompson Epine, but I have already made a reservation in advance. She pointed at the agency of Anjie and said, "Inside the Anjie store. Is anyone watching Thompson Epine today?" The store manager looked at today's work schedule and asked, "Xiao Su, are you sure?" He looked at the young man with some shock. "Yes, manager, the customer has made an appointment in advance." A young man was full of excitement. "Manager, if it is convenient, can you lend me your car?" The store manager nodded. "Of course, Xiao Su, you can drive, right?" "Yes, it's just inconvenient to buy a car in Shanghai." Xiao Su nodded repeatedly. "Brother Su, if you sell Thompson Epine, you'll get a lot of commission, right? This house is worth more than 100 million yuan, so the commission is at least 1 million yuan, and Brother Su must get at least 300,000 yuan. Wow. Many people couldn't help but exclaimed. "Xiao Su, if it works, you have to treat us." "Yes, you must treat us." Xiao Su was a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "It's not ready yet. This kind of house will take at least a few months to complete. If it's completed, I will definitely treat you all. Come on." Xiao Su, the manager patted him on the shoulder. "If it succeeds, he will also get a commission." "Yes." Just then, Xiao Su's phone rang. "Yes, you're here." "Okay." Everyone was shocked to hear that the customer had arrived. He quickly looked outside the door. Xiao Su ran to open the door even faster. A young man's eyes lit up, and instead of going to the door, he ran to get some water. "As long as you are smart enough, you might be able to get the order. Although it is unethical to steal the order, it's 300,000. When Su Yan entered the room, he saw the employees of Anjia Tianxia lined up neatly. "Welcome." Everyone had smiles and expectations on their faces. "It's quite grand." Su Yan smiled. "Did you arrange it?" "Mr. Su, are you kidding?" Lu Xinyan leaned on his shoulder. "You are Miss Lu, right?" Xiao Su greeted her warmly. "Yes." Lu Xinyan nodded. "Please come in. It's cooler inside." After they entered, everyone brought chairs and helped them sit in the conference room. "Brother Su, are the customers here?" A young man said, holding 2 bottles of Evian mineral water. "Xiao Zhou, this water. I will pay you back later." "Thank you very much." Xiao Su knew that the water was very expensive, so he said gratefully, "No need." Xiao Zhou smiled. "This is what I should do." As he spoke, he had already passed by Xiao Su. Came to the meeting room. "You two, the weather is too hot. Please drink some water." Xiao Zhou walked in quickly, smiling, slightly bent over, and placed 2 bottles of water in front of Su Yan and the others. However, the next moment, his expression froze. "Xiao Zhou, what do you want to do?" Xiao Su reacted quickly. "This guy wants to steal the order." "Su Yan?" Just as Xiao Su rushed in, he heard Xiao Zhou speak loudly. "Brother Su." Xiao Zhou immediately laughed. "Just return the money to me later." Xiao Su was stunned. "What's going on? Why do I feel confused? What's wrong?" "Xiao Zhou, you." Xiao Su was stunned. "Brother Su, I'm afraid this deal won't work." "What do you mean?" Xiao Su felt that he was provoked. "A part-time student, so arrogant?" "Brother Su, you may not know that this guy is a famous bootlicker in our school. He was beaten up by the debt collector. He owes hundreds of thousands. Tangchen, first grade. Tangchen, first grade. How can he afford it? No. Does he deserve it? He will never be able to afford a mansion like Thompson first floor. You don't have to waste your time." Xiao Zhou showed a look of sarcasm and disdain on his face. Chapter 53. Can you deal with the dog in your store? Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Xiao Su is a full-time employee. When Xiao Zhou first came as a part-time employee, he brought him along for a while. Is this what the company taught you? Hearing this, Xiao Zhou shrugged and said, Brother Zhou, the company taught me to be respectful to customers. Instead of him, a guy who borrowed money from online loans. A bootlicker. He can afford Thompson Epine. Are you kidding me? Xiao Zhou had great contempt for Su Yan. In his opinion, if you want money, you should earn it yourself. His family situation is also average. But when he is not in class, he goes delivering takeout. And when he is in class, he can concentrate on his studies. On weekends, I come to the agency to work part-time selling houses. In addition to maintaining my own expenses in a month, I can even save a lot. Be a real man. You are over 18. Why can't I rely on my own hands to work hard? To work hard? Do you know me? Su Yan looked at Zhou Kun. Who doesn't know you, a piece of shit? Zhou Kun curled his lips in disdain. You're simply a disgrace to the school. Don't you have any hands or feet? What kind of money can't you make? Su Yan felt a little embarrassed. However, that was the predecessor. The old man seemed to be trying hard to turn himself into a prodigal son. However, it will take a little probing to find out. So I despise you and look down on you. Zhou Kun then looked at Lu Xinyan. Senior sister, don't be fooled by him. This man is not a good match. Only after this incident did he dare to look at Lu Xinyan. His eyes were full of love. Lu Xinyan looked at Zhou Kun with a smile. She had seen this kind of look too many times. She didn't believe a word he said. A man with tens of billions of assets and over 100 million in cash still needs to borrow online loans? What's more, this show guy obviously coveted him and slandered Master Su. You take care of me. I like it. She hugged Su Yan and even kissed him. Zhou Kun was stunned and even gnashed his teeth with anger. He wants to cheat you out of your money. He was about to jump up and down. Senior sister, he was a bootlicker of another woman before. He owed hundreds of thousands of dollars for that woman. The whole school knows it. Lu Xinyan just thought it was ridiculous and didn't believe it. She asked with a smile, Mr. Su, you spent hundreds of thousands on a woman? I guess so. Su Yan nodded. Lu Xinyan immediately showed a jealous expression. I'm jealous. Didn't I buy you a bag? Su Yan smiled and hooked her nose. Zhou Kun was furious when he saw this. The goddess that he wanted but could not get, and whom he watched from afar but dared not touch, was now nestled in the arms of another man. How dare you deceive people by just buying a fake bag? He didn't cheat me. I used the cash he gave me to buy a bag. Lu Xinyan said with a smile. It's just 100,000, not even enough for young Master Su to go for a ride in a sports car. Senior, you've definitely been fooled. I didn't expect that he would stop being a bootlicker and start cheating people instead. How could such a useless guy have such a beautiful woman by his side? You work hard, but you're still single? I believe him. Lu Xinyan was like a little bird, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Yan was almost tearful. Xiao Zhou, get out. Xiao Su was almost angry to death. All of my guests will be disturbed. You. Zhou Kun showed an angry look. Then he thought of a solution quickly and said sarcastically, Brother Su, come on. I'm sorry, Miss Lu. Xiao Su sat down again. He's just a part-time student and doesn't know anything. Although he still had a smile on his face, he no longer spoke to Su Yan. Obviously, there was some skepticism. Lu Xinyan said somewhat dissatisfiedly, Your people are too unprofessional. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups later, Xiao Su said. It's okay. Our young Master Su wants to take a look at the house in Thompson Epine. Lu Xinyan said, Mr. Su, focus on this man. Xiao Su felt a little panicked. Could he really be that poor? Good. However, he hesitated for a moment and nodded. No problem. Both of you please. Who knows, just as I walked to the door, Xiao Su. The store manager called him. Manager. When Xiao Su saw Zhou Kun standing next to the store manager, he knew in his heart that he had already reported him. Yeah. The store manager nodded and looked at Su Yan. Mr. Su, right? Su Yan nodded. As soon as he heard these words, the store manager's heart sank. Damn it. Zhou Kun was right. Mr. Su, are you a student of Zhonghai University? The store manager still had a smile on his face. Su Yan knew that the other party had already doubted him, but he still nodded. Yes. Manager, let me tell you. Zhou Kun said disdainfully, he is just a guy who owes a lot of debts, let alone buying Thompson Epine. Brother Su, don't waste your time. As he said that, he took a step forward and snatched the bottle of Evian mineral water from Su Yan's hand. Damn, I wasted hundreds of dollars. He doesn't deserve to drink such good water. Zhou Kun stared at Su Yan, full of hatred for having his wife taken away. Senior, today I will find a way to make you see clearly what kind of liar he is. After saying that, he looked at Su Yan complacently. In order to protect my goddess, I will tear off all his disguises. He had figured it out. Su Yan pretended to bring Lu Xinyan to see Thompson Epine. It was just to pretend to be a rich man in front of her. Want to cheat money and sex? Manager, Is this the quality of your store? No matter what, we are all customers, right? Lu Xinyan said dissatisfiedly. Mr. Su, the store manager looked at Su Yan. I'm very sorry, because Thompson 1 is the top luxury house in Zhonghai, and this one is worth over 100 million yuan, and it's the only house in the city. So, if it's convenient, I think we need to verify the capital. Su Yan nodded. Of course, but I think a dog has been barking for too long. I think the manager knows how to deal with it. You liar. What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Kun was furious. Su Yan shook his head. The dog is barking again. It's really annoying. Su Yan took out his cell phone and opened the text message. Show the mobile phone interface in front of the store manager. Your card with the last digit 5888 ICBC income is 100 million yuan. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Seeing the string of zeros on it, the store manager felt his eyes were dazzled. 100 million. The cash in his bank card at this time exceeded 200 million. OMG. This is the real rich man. There is 200 million in cash in a bank card. It is entirely possible to buy a house in Thompson Epine in full. Gurgle. Zhou Kun also took a peek and couldn't help swallowing. Fake. This must be fake. He still owes hundreds of thousands. How could he have so much money? This must be fake. Manager, this is fake. He just couldn't believe that Su Yan was so rich. Manager, can we deal with the dog in your store now? Chapter 54. Thompson First Class, I want it. This is absolutely fake. If he had more than 20 million, why would he need to borrow money online? Zhou Kun absolutely didn't believe it. This is photoshopped. This is definitely photoshopped. Lu Xinyan was almost laughing out of anger. Forget it, Mr. Su. Let's go see Kafko Sea View number 1. The dogs here look down on people, and they don't know how powerful Su Xiao is. Su Yan nodded. It's really meaningless. Bang. As soon as the two finished talking, the store manager slapped Zhou Kun in the face. Master Su told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? Zhou Kun felt a burning pain on his face. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. After a moment, he jumped up. Manager, you hit me. You hit me for a liar. You're fired. The store manager took a deep breath and said, go to the finance department to collect your salary. Manager, he's a liar. At this moment, Zhou Kun felt like he was a loyal and devoted minister who was framed by treacherous officials. Senior, the whole school knows about it, don't you know? Manager, it seems you can't control your dog. Su Yan sighed. He turned around and left with Lu Xinyan. Get out. I told you to get out, the store manager shouted. Zhou Kun, you are fired. Su Yan, you liar. I will definitely expose you. I will. Zhou Kun gritted his teeth. Of all his part-time jobs, this one was the easiest and the one that made the most money. In the end, it was lost because of a liar. Xiao Su, throw him out. The store manager said angrily. Let's go. I taught you when you first came here that you should be polite to customers. Xiao Su sighed. Zhou Kun was indignant and wanted to speak, but he saw that his colleague, who was usually nice to him, was standing in front of him with an unfriendly look on his face. Shit, can't I just take my own things? As he said that, he walked to his workstation, packed up his things, and turned to leave. He was originally a part-time student. Humph. Since you were unkind to me today, don't blame me for being unkind to you. As he walked out the door, Zhou Kun spat. Mr. Su, I'll take you to see the house now. Seeing the store manager's expression, Xiao Su quickly said, let's go, it's a waste of time. The store manager quickly said with a smile, if Mr. Su is interested, we can help you bargain with the seller. Let's see first. Xiao Su hurriedly and respectfully took Su Yan and the other person away. Manager, aren't you worried about his photoshopped pictures? After seeing them leave, someone couldn't help but ask. The store manager shook his head. For us as agents, the most important thing is to be discerning. From beginning to end, Mr. Su did not show any panic. He wanted to see a mansion worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and he was not panicked at all when he was pointed out as a liar. The store manager's eyes flashed with wisdom. Moreover, the most important thing is, even if it is true, what do we lose? It's just a loss of Xiao Su's trip. If it is true, it will be a turnover of millions. Great. You are worthy of being the store manager. Mr. Su, this is a 597 square meter high-rise apartment with a first-line river view. It can be said to be the floor with the best scenery. The Bund, Huangpu River, Yu Garden, Jinmao, and so on are all in sight. Xiao Su was driving an SUV and ran over the shoulder of a road that was under construction. The car vibrated, and Xiao Su suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The road is being repaired here recently, so the road condition is a bit worse. The community has an independent clubhouse of more than 4,000 square meters, and Xiao Su introduced the situation to Su Yan along the way. Wait for them to go to the community and take the elevator directly upstairs. Master Su, this apartment has 3 elevators leading directly to the house, ensuring privacy. There is also an independent elevator for workers. When the elevator door opened, a huge elevator hall was revealed. This elevator lobby alone is comparable to the living rooms of many people. The gate that leads to the top is magnificent. Xiao Su used the door card to open the door. Standing at the door respectfully, Mr. Su, Miss Lu, welcome home. The previous owner had just finished renovating the house when he ran into funding problems and never lived in it for a single day. The luxury renovation cost tens of millions. After entering the door, it is our living room. You can wash away all your fatigue as soon as you enter the door. Xiao Su knew everything about this house and talked about it with great enthusiasm. This balcony offers a panoramic view of the Huangpu River. At night, the lights are bright and colorful. You can sit on the balcony with a glass of red wine and enjoy the most beautiful scenery of Zhonghai. Xiao Su was full of anticipation, as if he was the one enjoying it. How much? Like mastering all living beings, huh? Su Yan overlooked the entire Huangpu River and could see the bund by turning slightly to the side. There is no obstruction and the breeze is gentle and pleasant. How much is this house? I want it. Xiao Su was overjoyed. The asking price is 180 million. If Mr. Su really wants it, I can help you negotiate. 150 million. If the owner is willing to sell, it must be paid in cash. Su Yan cut the price by 30 million in one go. Xiao Su was a little embarrassed. Mr. Su, this price. You should ask the landlord first. If he needs help urgently, no one is more suitable than me. After hearing this, Xiao Su was still a little worried. 30 million, but that's 1/6. Aren't there a few other sets? Su Yan didn't want to waste time. Lu Xinyan said, Kafko Seaview number 1. But the units there are smaller and the price is cheaper. Su Yan nodded. Let's go and take a look. But then, there is also a villa. It's a little further away though. Okay, you arrange it. Su Yan didn't care. Hearing this, Xiao Su looked a little panicked. After all, if he changed the house, he might not be able to get the agency fee. Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll call now. Xiao Su said quickly. I'm waiting for you. Su Yan sat down directly on the balcony and looked at the scenery. Xiao Su hurriedly went to make a phone call. Mr. Su here. Lu Xinyan gently rubbed Su Yan's shoulders. I like it here very much. Su Yan said with a smile, but I have to save some money for the TV series. The filming of Startling by Each Step also requires a lot of money, and the payback period is extremely long. Mr. Su, are you planning to invest in the film and television industry? Lu Xinyan asked. This is not a good entrepreneurial project. The return on investment is slow and the risk is high. Su Yan nodded. I know. This is the mess the old man threw at me. If I start my own business, I will definitely not choose this. Lu Xinyan nodded and had a more intuitive understanding of Su Yan's assets. She smiled and said, Young Master Su, what kind of business are you planning to start? I still have no idea. I haven't thought about it yet. Lately, my old man has been throwing all these messy businesses at me, and I really don't have time to deal with them. Master Su, the other party is willing to sell it. He asked when the contract will be signed and the payment will be made. Xiao Su said excitedly. Soon, both parties signed the contract at Anjie and then transferred the property and paid the money. In less than 2 hours, everything was done. Mr. Su, even though you cut the price by 30 million, I still have to thank you. The homeowner is young and very smart. I do like this house. Just then, Su Yan's phone rang. Sorry, I need to take a call. Mr. Su, I'm from Lianjiao Agency. Your father just asked me to contact you. Where are you now? Chapter 55. The moon is surrounded by stars, a manor worth tens of billions. China Overseas Agency Group. This piece of news instantly set off the entire Feishuan group. Tangshan Yiping is sold at first sight with full cash payment from an employee of Anjia Tianxia. Oh my god, isn't Anjia Tianxia too awesome? Where did this rich man come from? I remember I wanted 1.8 small goals. It's incredible. How come we haven't met such a rich man before? Is this true or false? And Jia Tianxia has placed a big order. Manager, you have to treat us. Lianjia, a store on the same street as Anjia Tianxia. Zhou Kun is here at this moment. Manager Luo, I'm just a part-time worker, and I have the internal information of Anjia Tianxia with me. Zhou Kun introduced himself with a smile. Internal information of Anjia Tianxia? Manager Luo was a little surprised. Of course, it's mainly customer information. Information about the wealthy people within Anjia Tianxia. We can definitely poach them. Zhou Kun smiled sinisterly. Since you fired me and looked down on me. If you are unkind in defending that liar, don't blame me for being unjust. This is a good thing. Manager Luo rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "That's settled then. I'm optimistic about you, Xiaozhou. Sign the contract now. This is a huge gold mine. How could it be so unwise to settle down and rule the country? I'll go get the contract." The computer started printing and Manager Luo stood up to get the contract. Zhou Kun was a little excited. I took out my cell phone and saw the message in the intermediary group. His expression changed immediately. It's really sold. Why was he fired? Is Su Yan really rich? Isn't that photoshopped? No, it's definitely not Su Yan. Su Yan, this dog licker. This liar. I definitely can't afford it. Right. Definitely not him. He waited in the office for a long time. I didn't even see Manager Luo come back to sign the contract. He felt a little strange and couldn't help but stand up and look outside. At this moment, she saw that the entire Lianjia store was in an uproar. Brother Quan, what happened? He couldn't help but pull a person who was walking through the door and ask. Brother Quan said excitedly, "It's a huge order." Zhou Kun looked curious. What big order? Shishan Jiuxing Mansion is sold. Brother Quan is radiant. Zhou Kun was also shocked. 9-star mansion. The entire project has 9 villas, built in the manner of 9 palaces and flying stars. When they were built, the best feng shui master in the country was invited to arrange them. Yes. Brother Quan continued. It is said that the layout inside contains a feng shui pattern and even condenses a dragon vein. Each building is priced at a sky-high price. Although Zhou Kun does not believe in the theory of feng shui and dragon veins. But the rich believe it. As I recall, no one was interested because the price was too high. It's not because it's expensive, there are so many rich people. It's just because the building in the center is located on the island in the middle of the lake, surrounded by stars. At first, a rich man was ready to buy it, and the feng shui master he invited said that the whole layout is surrounded by stars. It's best to buy all of them. Take advantage of the whole feng shui. Brother Quan said regretfully. No one is interested in it immediately. After all, each of the 9 villas is worth over 1 billion. The total price is over 10 billion. No one has so much cash, so it is temporarily shelved. There is such an inside story. Zhou Kun was also curious. So which building has been bought now? Which one? Brother Quan snorted twice. All of them. All of them. Zhou Kun's eyes widened immediately. Which rich man has tens of billions in cash to buy all the villas? Hundreds of billions in cash. What is the concept? I don't know yet. It was sold by the headquarters. What a pity. We are only responsible for the handover. Brother Quan shrugged regretfully. Otherwise, the agency fee alone would be hundreds of millions. I would be financially free in no time. Then now, Zhou Kun was also a little excited. No need to talk about it. Everyone is busy preparing for a grand house handover ceremony. We must give enough cards. The store manager is questioning the owner now. It's too late. Everyone follow me. Manager Luo clapped his hands. Have you got the property certificate? 5 minutes. Xiaolin said we'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay, make him faster. Let's go and greet the owner immediately. Do you remember what I taught you? Remember. Walk. Manager Luo walked out of the door in a hurry. Everyone adjusted their clothes to look their most beautiful and best. Zhou Kun was also a little excited. He immediately followed and wanted to witness this moment. Manager, when are we going to sign the contract? I'm really looking forward to the company getting such a big order. Zhou Kun quickly followed Manager Luo. Manager Luo also smiled and said, we'll sign the contract when we get back. Zhou Kun smiled happily. Why are you walking this way? Shouldn't we drive there? No, the owner is in Anjie now. We just need to go there. Settle down the world? A gloomy look flashed across Zhou Kun's eyes. Although I was fired before you. But my revenge is coming soon. He gritted his teeth. After a few steps, they saw Anjie, and Manager Luo quickly quickened his pace. Manager Luo, why are you here? Old he. Manager Luo laughed. Isn't this something? Is there a Mr. Su in your store? Manager he couldn't help but look at Su Yan. What do you want to see young Master Su for? Master Su. Manager Luo walked quickly to Su Yan, and the employees of Lianjia also rushed forward, pushing aside the employees of Anjie. Deeply. 90 degrees bow. Zhou Kun was also excited. He squeezed next to the store manager just to get to know the super rich man. Who knows, if such a rich man gives me a hand, I will be able to turn into a dragon when the wind and clouds come. Hello, Mr. Su. He was about to bow as well when he froze. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her face full of disbelief. It's you? He exclaimed. It's you, Su Yan said with a smile. Manager Luo, you must be mistaken. How could it be him? He is a bootlicker who owes hundreds of thousands of foreign debts and was beaten up by the debt collectors. Manager Luo was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Kun absolutely couldn't believe it. How could this liar afford a mansion worth tens of billions? I'm not kidding, he's the disgrace of our school. What a joke. He was beaten up for being in debt, and the whole school knows about it. This is a 10 billion project. 10 billion. As soon as Manager Luo frowned, he heard Manager He say, Manager Luo, you are not going to accept him, are you? Zhou Kun's shouting made Manager Luo feel a little dissatisfied. Old He, what's going on? After listening to Manager He's words, Manager Luo also began to have doubts. This kid has been targeting young Master Su, framing him, and making noises all the time. He almost ruined Thompson Yipin's business. Manager He said, Mr. Su also bought Thompson Yipin? Manager Luo was a little surprised. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Kun shouted immediately. He is an orphan. Where did he get tens of billions? How could he possibly buy Thompson first class? He's a liar. Yes. You must have all been deceived. Zhou Kun shouted. Chapter 56. A 10 billion gift for coming of age. Why don't you believe me? He's just an orphan. He's a liar. He's a dog licker. Manager Luo, Manager He, call the police immediately. Catch him. Seeing Lu Xinyan leaning intimately on Su Yan, an unknown fire surged in his heart. I couldn't help but question loudly. Manager Luo, young Master Su is busy. Manager He reminded. Manager Luo suddenly realized. Get lost. At the same time, a slap had landed hard on his face. Manager Luo, I'm serious. Zhou Kun wanted to defend himself. Then Manager Luo snorted coldly. An ant-like existence like you is like a summer insect talking about ice. Get out of here right now. Manager Luo, he really is a liar, believe me. He still owes money. Manager He also said, liar? I think you are the liar. If young Master Su is a liar, why don't you just pay the full amount in cash to buy Thompson Yipin? Zhou Kun was stunned. You said he paid in full. Cash. He must have said a hook. Right. It's definitely a hook, and when the time comes, I'll swindle the house out of all the cash in one go. Yes, that's absolutely true. Xiao Su couldn't help but said, Xiao Zhou, I don't know what hatred you have with Su Xiao, but it's unacceptable for you to frame a passerby like this. Mr. Su has already completed the transfer formalities and paid the full amount. The seller has left. How can you cheat? Zhou Kun frowned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Manager Luo also said, besides, you framed young Master Su. When did young Master Su become an orphan? Young Master Su's father bought the 9-star mansion and gave it to young Master Su. What? Zhou Kun remembers it very clearly, and his classmates explained it very clearly when they were chatting. Orphan. Waste. Dog liquor. Online loans. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would become the heir to a billionaire? Rich second generation. Isn't this too scary? What? Jiuxing Mansion has been sold? Which building? Before Zhou Kun could be shocked, he heard Manager He's shocked expression. The cheapest one, I remember, was 1 billion. Manager Luo nodded. Yes, but young Master Su's father didn't buy any one villa, but all of them. The entire Jiuxing Mansion, 9 villas. No, it should be said that the manor, all gave them to young Master Su. That's what Su Xiao's father said. This is a coming-of-age gift for his son. Gurgle. Everyone was filled with shock. A manor worth tens of billions was actually given directly to his son as a coming-of-age gift. What kind of family is this? What? Manager He's eyes widened. The whole thing is sold. Manager Luo nodded, also full of emotion and shock. A manor worth tens of billions. 9 villas. Full payment in cash. The property deeds are on the way. Lu Xinyan's head was buzzing. Before, she thought she respected Su Yan enough. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated his family. 10 billion in cash to buy a house. What kind of wealthy family could do such a thing? Manager Luo, the property deed has arrived. Just then, an extended Hummer slowly drove over. The Hummer, which is over 10 meters long, is full of dominance. In the passenger seat, a home-loving employee reached out his hand. There is also a Grand Cherokee protecting the front and back. The car stopped and the Hummer driver got out, wearing a snow-white uniform and spotless white gloves. The home-loving employees also hurriedly got off the car. The back door opened, and a woman in a suit and short skirt got out gracefully, full of neat temperament. She was holding a box in her hand. Wearing high heels, I can still feel relaxed when walking on the road under construction. 4 people got out of each of the 2 Grand Cherokees, wearing a suit and a communicator on his ear. 4 people guarded the 4 corners of the stretched Hummer. 4 other people followed the woman. Manager, I'm back. The employees of Lianjiao were very excited. Where is the property deed? Manager Luo asked when he saw that he had nothing in his hands. The house certificate, oh? It's over there. Kid, can you be more reliable? You actually let someone else take such an important thing. Manager Luo was almost furious. Manager, it's not that I don't want to take it, but they don't want to give it to me. The employee looked helpless. Manager Luo took a look at the other party's formation and didn't dare to say anything. After all, he wouldn't dare to do that. Excuse me, who is Su Yan, Mr. Su? The woman walked in front of the crowd, and her eyes swept around, finally stopping on Su Yan. It seemed that it had been confirmed that he was Su Xiao, and he was just waiting for an answer. Zhou Kun was stunned, as if he was petrified, standing there blankly and stupidly. Who are you? Su Yan asked. This formation is a bit exaggerated. Master. The woman immediately bowed 90 degrees. The four men in black behind him also bowed. My name is Tong Yakin. I'm the chief steward of Jiuxing Mansion, and I'm happy to serve you. Housekeeper. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Until now, he still hasn't figured out what is going on. The old man said he had prepared a house for himself. What a coming-of-age ceremony. It's worth tens of billions. Now, the limited edition stretched Hummer. There are also 8 bodyguards who are not simple at first glance. Young Master Su, it is said that Jiuxing Mansion has no property management, only a housekeeper. The housekeeper manages all the personnel. It is said that it is a team with many people. Xiao Su quickly reminded Su Yan in a low voice. Su Yan understood. Still real estate. It's just a change of name. Okay, I understand. Su Yan nodded. Housekeeper. Very feudal. Very powerful. Quite interesting. Master, these are all the property deeds of Jiuxing Mansion. Tong Yakin held up the box with both hands and placed it in front of Su Yan. Li Xinya took it immediately. She was also feeling a little dizzy. I suddenly felt a little regretful. Did I make the wrong choice in the first place? Why do you want to start a business with Su Xiao? Isn't it nice to be a young lady? Even if I can't be the eldest, second, or third young lady, it's all fine. After the property title was taken away, Tong Yakin stood up and said seriously, Master, each villa is currently equipped with a butler and a team of 30 people, including servants, gardeners, nutritionists, gardeners, etc. All security teams are retired special forces. Please get in the car. I will explain the situation to you in detail in the car. Damn it. 9 villas meant a servant team of 270 people. Even the security team may not be included. I'll drive my own car. You guys just lead the way. Hearing Su Yan's words, Tong Yakin immediately nodded. Yes. Following behind Su Yan, following him closely. Behind him, 2 Grand Cherokees and an extended version of the Hummer followed slowly. Those who settled down in the world and loved their families also followed suit. Such a grand event attracted countless people's attention. Chapter 57. Seizing the family property. Holy crap. Rafa. I didn't expect there was a Rafa in this crappy parking lot. Isn't this LaFerrari so cool? Let me take some pictures. What's the brand of the car next to it? Why have I never seen it before? Let me check. Damn. This car is called Lycan, and it's even more expensive than the LaFerrari. Oh my god. There are actually 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions in this temporary parking lot. A group of young people took pictures with their mobile phones. Curious. Please take a photo with me. So cool. The $80 million supercar is on the left. The $20 million LaFerrari is on the right. I am a winner in life. You're just standing here, and you're no different from a monkey. These 2 cars are worth over 100 million yuan. Don't they compliment me? It makes you look even poorer. Hey, stop playing. Stop playing now. The young man who was taking pictures just now suddenly stood at attention. What? The young man who was taking the photo of him was a little dissatisfied. I haven't taken the photo yet. The owner seems to be here. The young man who was standing at attention said stupidly. Oh. As soon as the young man who was taking the photo came to his senses, he felt a strong force coming from his shoulders. Who? What? He turned around in dissatisfaction and saw 4 big men in black suits standing behind him. They are the ones who pushed themselves away. Big brother. The young situation instantly turned into flattery. Please make way. Thank you. The young man was immediately satisfied, and he actually said, thank you. What reason do I have to refuse? Please make way. The young man who was standing at attention also nodded and made way, because they saw the huge group of people behind them. Several people were pushed aside and even watched by special bodyguards. Fuck, who is this person? The young man who loved taking pictures just took out his phone when he was held down. Sorry, our master doesn't like being photographed. Okay. The young man nodded repeatedly, closed his mouth, and dared not speak. But the 2 eyes were fixed on each other. I saw a handsome young man walking towards me with a beautiful woman. They were protected by 2 bodyguards and led by a woman in professional attire. There were 2 bodyguards behind him. 2 Cherokees and a stretched Hummer followed closely behind. There were quite a few people following the car on both sides. What kind of ceremony is this? I saw the woman in professional attire opening the door of the lichen. Master, please get in the car. Suyin sighed and opened the driver's door. I'll drive. You can do whatever you want. Tong Yakin quickly sat in the passenger seat. Another woman got on Rafa. The Cherokee led the way, followed by two supercars, one in front and one behind, and then followed the Cherokee, and the stretched Hummer was the last one. Watching the 5 cars slowly leave, everyone felt relieved. Holy shit, what just happened? World leaders out on the street. The young man taking the photo said blankly. That guy is so handsome. A girl couldn't help but be infatuated with him. Oh my god, just these 2 cars cost over 100 million. Hey, brother, who is this person? So rich. Xiao Su was bumped on the shoulder and asked. I don't know either. I only know that he just bought Thompson Epine. Xiao Su was dazed. Not only that, his father gave him a mansion worth tens of billions as a coming-of-age gift. The other agent was also stunned. This simply shocked these young people. Are you really not an agent? A little girl asked. Where did Zhonghai get the billion-dollar mansion? You know Jiuxing Mansion, right? It's in the National Forest Park. There are only 9 villas in the entire community. It's worth tens of billions. Oh my god, buying 9 villas at once. Can you live in them? You care about others? That's right, those bodyguards just called him master. So abstinent. This is a real wealthy family. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Zhou Kun felt his head buzzing. Impossible, he's a liar. Idiot. Damn, I feel like this person is crazy. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Zhou Kun hurriedly chased after them. Manager Luo, is the contract ready? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed hard on his face. Fuck you. I suggest you go see a psychiatrist. Manager Luo was furious. You almost lost me a super customer. But he is really a liar. However, no one paid any attention to him. Oh my god. After the company's high-level meeting, Yi Jiang drove Yi Chun to a villa. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 150 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 9-star mansion. Jiuxing Mansion. Many people in the industry know this. A villa worth 1 billion. This luxury villa has been circulating in the circle for a long time, but has never been sold. Unexpectedly, I was rewarded with a set. Second brother, you are already so old, and you are still so startled. What's the matter? A white-haired old woman in the room couldn't help but scold. The room was already full of people. It was Yi Chen's family. Mom, it's okay. Yi Chen smiled and walked into the room. Li Qin was already there. In addition to old Mrs. Yi, there is also Yi Chen's eldest brother, Yi Ju's family, and Yi Zhang's parents. Yi Chen's younger brother Yi Huan and his family. He also has a pair of children. And Yi Chen's younger sister, Yi Mingyu and her family. When everyone saw Yi Chun, they greeted him. Second brother, I heard that the company's financial situation has been difficult recently. Old Mrs. Yi asked, narrowing her eyes. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mom, who told you that? The company is running very normally. Yi Ju's wife, Zhao Xinhua, Yi Chen's sister-in-law, was about to speak when she was stopped by her husband. Instead, Yi Huan's wife's son Mei spoke first. Second brother, I heard that you have been giving Xiao Luo pocket money, and it seems that you have given him a lot. At this time, Zhao Xinhua spoke up. Second brother, we still have to focus on the development of the company. Although it is a good thing to find Xiao Luo, it is not certain yet, right? As soon as the 2 sisters-in-law opened their mouths, Li Qin knew that the matter was not simple and was directed at Xiao Luo. She could have chosen not to fight for it before, but now, she couldn't help but speak up. Sister-in-law, Ame, the money is ours, and the company is ours too. It's okay for us to spend it however we want, right? Yi Jiang sat aside, feeling a little anxious. As a junior, he was not in a position to speak. Zhao Xinhua wanted to say something, but was kicked by her son. Sun Mei said, Sister-in-law, you can't say that. It's true that my second brother founded the company, but we have also worked hard over the years. Without us, can the company develop? Yi Mingyu also nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, you can spend your own money however you want, but the company is the company. They are 2 different things. Li Qin knew that the first wave of offensive had already arrived. If she gave in now, she might be swallowed up in the future. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yi Chen say, What do you mean? Chapter 58. The Bentley my son gave me cost 5 million. After Yi Chun asked this question, old lady Yi paused with the cane in her hand and said, Second brother, since Xiao Luo has been found, why don't you bring him back? Li Qin glanced at the old lady, and then she heard Yi Chen say, Mom, we just met each other. After all, Xiao Luo has been separated from us for more than 10 years, so we need some time. Yi Huan interrupted. No matter how many years have passed since we were separated, No one can deny that we are blood relatives. Shouldn't we go home and recognize our ancestors? He still has to study. Li Qin felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere today. Studying in Zhonghai? It's been 2 weekends, and he hasn't come back. Sun Mei also said, who knows if his heart is with us? What if he just wants to curry favor with the rich and powerful? What do you mean by climbing up the social ladder? Li Qin raised her eyebrows. Does the Yi family have an heir to the throne or something? The current company of the Yi family was also built brick by Brother Chun. We can do whatever we want. At this time, Yi Ju finally spoke up and smiled to smooth things over. Sister-in-law, we didn't mean that. We were just afraid that you would be deceived. Brother. Yi Chen frowned. No one can lie to me, especially my son. Old Madam Yi said, it's not easy to start our company. Second son, although Xiao Luo has recognized me, he hasn't come back to see me, his grandmother. I don't know what his character is like. Don't spoil him too much. I heard that you gave him a lot of pocket money. How foolish. What we in the Yi family want is family affection, not money or flattery. Li Qin said unhappily. Mom, the company belongs to Brother Chun, so of course the future will be handed over to Xiao Luo. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Old Mrs. Yi had a dissatisfied look on her face, and she heard the eldest brother say, Sister-in-law, let's talk about the future later. I have a good thing today. After saying this, Old Lady Yi put away her dissatisfaction. Li Qin had a bad feeling in her heart. Brother, do you have any good news to share? Shirya has graduated from college and is not young anymore. Xiao Jiang grew up with Shirya, and they know each other very well. They have a deep relationship. A few days ago, Xiao Jiang said that he has admired Shirya for many years. Why don't we get closer, second brother? What do you think? Yi Chun rubbed his hands. Brother, they are brother and sister. No blood relationship. Yi Jiang also looked expectant. Uncle, aunt, I really like it. We are not in the old feudal society now. Xia is free to fall in love, and we won't force him. Li Qin did some tai chi, but his face didn't look good. Not only him, but also Yi Huan, Yi Mingyu, and others were a little surprised. Old Mrs. Yi said, I think it's a good idea. Why not let Shirya return to the company and have more contact with her? Li Qin sighed and looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun shook his head and said, let's talk about it later. This reunion was full of intrigue. It made him very dissatisfied. Just when Yi Ju was about to speak, Yi Chun's phone rang. I'm going to take a call. Mr. Yi, we have delivered your car to your door. Good. Yi Chun was overjoyed. Bentley. My Bentley. I can finally drive a Bentley. I'll come out now. With that he stood up and left. Second brother, we haven't finished talking yet. Yi Ju persisted. Brother, my car has arrived. I'll go pick it up. He winked at his wife as he said this. Li Qin also followed him out. Today I see they have no good intentions. Walking out of the yard, Li Qin lowered her voice and said unhappily, what did you say about Xiao Jiang and Shirya being childhood sweethearts? Did you forget about bullying Shirya when they were young? You want to use Shirya to seize the power of the company. Do you think we are fools? Yi Chun also sighed. Alas, I shouldn't have let them get involved in the first place. Oh, without them, we wouldn't have so much time to manage the company. Li Qin is not ungrateful. The couple sighed. Second brother, did you buy a new car? Yi Ju and others followed him out, hooking one hand around his brother's neck. What do you think of Xiao Jiang? Is he worthy of your Shirya? Yi Chun smiled and said, Brother, this depends on Shirya's own wishes. At the gate of the courtyard, Zhang Chang saw Yi Chun and others coming out and ran over quickly. Boss Yi. Yi Chun rubbed his hands. Where's the car? Put it down so I can have a look. Zhang Chang immediately knew that this was the real culprit. Yes. Young Master Su asked me to send it over. I had the car serviced, and it was delivered right away. Mr. Yi, please take a look. Seeing that his brother was adamant, Yi Ju could only change his focus and look towards the car. The cart slowly opened and a car stopped inside. Then the floor of the cart was raised and the cart was put aside. The car has rounded lines and a majestic look. Yi Chun couldn't help but be overjoyed. Bentley. This is my Bentley. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Zhang Chang leaned forward. Brother, what kind of car is this? Bid. Sun Mei took a look at the car logo. What BYD? Aunt San, this is a Bentley. Yi Zhang's face was full of shock. Bentley. Isn't this car expensive? Zhao Xinhua asked. I think I heard someone say that. It's more than expensive. Yi Zhang exclaimed. The cheapest Bentley costs more than 1 million. Sun Mei covered her mouth and bumped into her husband. Yi Huan quickly said, Second brother, why did you buy such an expensive car? Zhao Xinhua quickly agreed. Yes. Does the company have so much money? She looked at her son. Yi Jiang shook his head. He was not in charge of finance and didn't know the specific situation. Second brother, you can't spend money recklessly. Business is difficult this year. Yi Ju was also a little dissatisfied. There seems to be something wrong with my second brother since he adopted me as his son. Spend money everywhere. This car was probably bought for my son. If this continues, he will ruin the company. That's right. Xiao Luo is still studying. Does he need such a good car? Xiao Jiang bought a BMW after he started working, Sun Mei said. Seeing that everyone was pointing their fingers at Su Yin again, Li Qin was about to get mad, but Yu Chen said with a smile, how could I buy this car for Xiao Luo? This is a gift from my son. He looked at Yuju with a smile on his face. Brother, did Xiao Jiang give you any gift? Yuju glanced at his son. Does a razor count? Old 3. Where is your family? Yihuan smiled awkwardly. Second brother, stop joking. They just graduated. Where did they get the money? Yu Mingyu smiled and said, second brother, isn't Xiao Luo still studying? How can he afford $1 million luxury car? Obviously full of suspicion, you didn't pay for it yourself, did you? Yu Chen glanced at his sister. Can I afford it? Don't you know how much money the company has and how much it is paid? Yu Mingyu, who is in charge of finance, naturally knows how much liquid funds the company has. 1 million, the company can afford it. But I will definitely not use it to buy a car. I won't use the company's money to buy a car, and I hope others won't do that either. Yu Chen nodded secretly. He couldn't help but walk towards the Bentley, touch the car, and click his tongue. My son gave it to me. A Bentley. How much did it cost? Zhang Cheng quickly praised his boss, Boss Yi. When young Master Su bought it, he paid almost 5 million. 5 million. Yu Chu, Yi Huan, Yu Mingyu, and others all widened their eyes. Yu Zheng frowned deeply. Xiao Luo, what kind of existence is he? He actually took out 5 million to buy a car for Yu Chen. Wife, let's try the car. Yu Chen couldn't wait to take the car keys and got in the car. Li Qin also sat in the passenger seat. Luxury cars are great. Yu Chen was delighted as he drove smoothly. Soon, his expression became restrained. Hey, my son drives a luxury car worth more than 80 million and lives in a mansion worth 1 billion, but I can only drive a Bentley worth 4 million. Li Qin rolled her eyes at him and said, if you didn't have a son, would you be able to afford a Bentley? Yu Chen thought about it and said, that's right. If I didn't have a son, I really couldn't afford it. Thinking of this, I felt happy again. What do the boss and the others want to do? Li Qin asked. What else can I do? I'm afraid that Xiao Luo will come back and take the company away, so I want to put the money in my pocket. Yu Chen knew it very well. This is what I thought. I will shape Xiao Luo into a successful young tycoon. By then, they will definitely be afraid. Li Qin nodded. But the rewards from your system don't seem to be something that can help you start a business successfully in the short term. Yu Chen suddenly became distressed. I still have to keep spending money. I'll just have to spend all my money to come up with a project. Talk to Xiao Luo later. Let him spend money boldly. But he has to have a project, otherwise it won't make sense. Live streaming is quite profitable this year. Our son is so handsome, why don't we let him do it? Chapter 59 Super Luxurious 9-Star Mansion. Jiuxing Mansion. The Grand Cherokee opened the way and entered Xishan National Forest Park. There are green trees on both sides of the road. The tall trees are like guards, protecting the surroundings. Occasionally a little squirrel would be frightened by the sound of cars and climb up to the treetops. Master, the front is your 9-star mansion. Through the car window, Su Yin saw a sign, private territory, no entry. At the end of the road is a simple gate. Next to the gate, there stands a gatehouse with a security guard in uniform standing like a javelin. In front of the gate, there is a flat bridge that is wide enough for 4 cars to enter and exit side by side. Under the flat bridge, there is a long winding river with gurgling water and groups of koi swimming around in it. This is the moat of Jiuxing Mansion, which surrounds the entire Jiuxing Mansion. As the car drove into the gate, the security guard on duty immediately saluted. As soon as you enter the door, you will see 2 parking lots on both sides of the road with tour buses parked. This is the visitor parking lot. After entering Jiuxing Mansion, visitors can park their cars here and our people will take them home. This parking lot can accommodate dozens of cars. Where's your car? Su Yin couldn't help but ask. We have a special minibus to pick us up every day. Leaving the parking lot, the road begins to wind, but still spacious. The green plants in the community are comparable to those in the forest park. The green plants here are kept in their original state, and the green area is very high. Going further ahead, you will see a villa. In front of the villa is a very large lawn. There are also various trees planted next to the villa. The car was driving slowly. It seems like it has made a big circle, with villas number 1 to 8 distributed in this circle. Each household is separated by a river of living water. Flow to the middle. This is villa number 9. Tong Yakin sat in the passenger seat and introduced Su Yin. All the rivers flow toward the center and eventually gather around villa number 9. Su Yin looked and saw a small river surrounding villa number 9, forming an island in the middle of the lake. There are also groups of white swans playing in the river. Moreover, the architectural styles of the 9 villas are different. Each villa has underground space, one basement and one underground garage. Come down and take a look. This downhill road leads to the underground garage. The car drove into the underground garage. The Grand Cherokee did not follow, but Lucignan's LaFerrari followed behind. As for the stretched Hummer, it had already been parked in a dedicated parking lot. Open the rolling door to reveal the huge parking lot inside. The parking lot is very large, more than enough to park 10 cars. This half is a parking lot that can accommodate 12 cars, and the other half is an entertainment space. The home theater, billiard room, chess and card room, game room, wine cellar, etc. have all been renovated, and the 2 underground floors are all equipped with fresh air systems. As the car stopped, a group of people came down from upstairs, standing in 2 rows, as if welcoming the most precious host. Everyone was in uniform and respectful. Master, welcome home. There were 4 servants in maid uniforms. 2 of them were carrying basins of water, and the other 2 were holding snow-white towels in their hands. Suyin and Lusignan washed their hands, and the servants dried their hands before leaving. This is the housekeeper of Villa Number 9, Jiang Fian. Suyin looked over and saw a beautiful woman with a ponytail. She looked to be at least 8.5 in appearance and had a hot body. Master, welcome home. Looking at the housekeeper and then at the servant in maid uniform, Lusignan couldn't help but feel alarmed. I kept thinking to myself, we are just taking what we need. Well, that's it. There is a mahjong machine in the chess and card room, and there is a chessboard next to the floor-to-ceiling window, where you can play both Go and chess. The game room is equipped with most of the game consoles on the market, as well as top-performance computers. There is also a cabinet on the front wall, which seems to be a space prepared for figures. The home theater is equipped with surround sound and the most advanced equipment, so the owner can watch it whenever he wants. Even the master tapes can be played back. The wine cellar uses the most advanced constant temperature and humidity system, which can adjust the temperature and humidity in different areas and place various types of fine wines according to the owner's preferences. Tong Yakin introduced them one by one, as if they were her own treasures. Lusignan was stunned. Is this really a house to live in? Not a shopping mall. It was also the first time that Su Yin saw such a luxurious house. Miss Lu, you're joking. Only a noble person like the master is worthy of such a house. Tong Yakin still kept smiling. Going further up, the basement floor is the restaurant, lounge, kitchen, storage room, linen room, etc. The first floor has bedrooms, living room, sitting room, indoor heated swimming pool, etc. There are study and bedroom lights on the second floor. Outside the house, there are large lawns. Near the villa, there is a garden with colorful flowers. The gardener is tidying up the garden. There is also an outdoor swimming pool that imitates a beach, a basketball court, and a badminton court. This is not a villa. It's like an amusement park. Master, if you need anything, you can tell us, including what kind of modifications are needed. Jiang Fian was talking and laughing happily. Suyin nodded, not yet. Just then, Suyan's phone rang. Son. The call was connected, and a joyful voice came from the other end. I've received Bentley. So cool. Haha. Did you receive the surprise from Dad? You didn't expect it, did you? Hearing this, Suyin was speechless and said, Didn't you tell me to buy a house? I just bought one, and you're buying another. Haha. You never expected that? Surprised, right? Yuchen smiled happily. There is no place to express the pain in my heart. The system rewards are given out, and you have no say in it. Isn't this a waste of money? Suyin said speechlessly. Don't worry, this little money is nothing. Are you out of money? I was just about to ask Dad to call you again, but then I remembered that I had no money. Damn it. Yuchen looked at his wife in the passenger seat with an innocent look on his face. Li Qin felt much better when she heard her son's voice. Your dad saw that you hadn't made a move yet, so he bought it for you. It's okay. You can't have too many houses. Just treat it as an investment. But buying a whole community at once is unnecessary, right? What? Yuchen exclaimed. A neighborhood. Have you bought all of Jiuxing Mansion? The couple looked at each other, both with shock in their eyes. The system is too powerful, isn't it? You don't know. Su Yin felt even more strange. No, I just want to ask you, are you surprised? Yuchen quickly laughed. Buy more, so that when my parents come over in the future, they will have a place to stay, and they don't have to squeeze in with you. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Although Li Qin was shocked, she still tried to smooth things over for him. On the one hand, it's an investment for you. Regardless of whether it depreciates or appreciates in the future, real estate is still real estate. What else? Li Qin hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Yuchen spoke the truth. Son, your uncles want to seize our company. They will definitely stop you from returning to your roots and make things difficult for you. So, your father has created a personality for you, a promising young man who has achieved success in entrepreneurship. Su Yin said casually, didn't you say that as long as I don't start a business, Chapter 60. I am such a spendthrift. I spent 200 million in just half a month. What did I say? Yuchen immediately played dumb. You said, as long as I don't start a business, our family's money will never be spent in a lifetime. Su Yin couldn't help but remind him. Yuchen laughed dryly and said, yes, as long as you don't start a business, our family's money will never be spent. But if you start a business, our family's money will never be spent in several lifetimes. What he said makes a lot of sense. What if it fails? Yuchen smiled even more happily. If I fail, I fail. It doesn't matter if I fail. If you fail, the system will give you more. Li Qin also chimed in. Just listen to your dad. He's just setting up a persona for you. Just pretend to be nice. Don't worry about the money. Yuchen suddenly became a little anxious, waving hands repeatedly. What if the system doesn't reward cash? I'll be left with no money. With the company only getting a few pieces of money, even if the entire company is bid on it, it still won't be enough. I understand. Let me see what to do first when starting a business. Su Yin said. Li Qin said, Mom has a suggestion. Just a suggestion. Live streaming is quite easy to do this year. How about you do one? Yuchen quickly said, yes, just do a live broadcast, traffic data, and so on. We can spend money on it. As long as we establish a personal image, it will be fine. Okay, let me take a look. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Do you have enough money after buying a house? Li Qin asked worriedly. If you don't have enough, ask your dad to help you. Yuchen smiled bitterly. Don't mess around. I have no money either. I still have some. Didn't Dad give me 200 million before? You bought a house, a car. Don't worry. I have enough money. I plan to invest in a TV series, and the rest should be enough for the live broadcast. Su Yin thought about it for a moment and decided that the money he currently had should be enough. Okay, I'll give you more when you don't have enough. Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was too worried about his son saying that he had no money now. Because he has no money. It's not that I don't have money, but I only have a few million. What can I do with that? Okay, my boy, be brave and start your own business. If you don't start your own business, how can I become the richest man in the world? Yuchen figured it out. Starting a business is not that easy. Who doesn't fail a few times? Don't you have to spend money every time you fail? That's not what you said at the beginning. Su Yin was speechless. At the beginning, Dad told you that there was enough money at home, and you can spend it as you wish. Yuchen was very satisfied with his own wit. Now Dad has figured it out. The young eagle will eventually spread its wings. Anyway, you were right. Su Yin sighed. Hang up the phone. Master, please sit down. The maids brought him a glass of juice, opened the parasol on the artificial beach, and asked him to sit down. Thanks. Su Yin nodded, sat on the beach, and asked Lu Xinyan, is there any way to buy a helicopter? Lu Xinyan was stunned for a moment. So we need to buy a helicopter? He shook his head and said, Mr. Su, I'm a car salesman and an intern. Where can I find the channels? Hearing this, Su Yin also suddenly realized. Master, if you want to buy a helicopter, I know. Tong Yakin stood aside respectfully. You know. Su Yin was a little surprised. Of course, in fact, Jiuxing Mansion can build a helicopter pad, and we must also do our homework in this regard. Tong Yakin said. Okay, what police helicopter should I buy? Su Yin asked the other party. Tong Yakin thought for a moment and replied, AC-311, the price is about 15 million. Of course, other helicopters are also okay, but due to mission requirements, the price is generally between 10 million and 100 million. Hearing this, Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Damn it. Are helicopters so expensive? He thought a few million would be enough. Now looking back, I think I should either invest the remaining cash in startling by each step, or buy a helicopter. Now it's over. Su Yin sighed. He just said that he had enough money. Is it possible to break your promise and gain weight? This is really embarrassing. What to do? It's better to find a way to make money yourself. The old man is about to start his own business, and these assets are probably to give him confidence. The cash flow may not be enough. Bang. Su Yin slapped himself lightly. I'm such a fucking loser. More than 200 million yuan was almost spent in the blink of an eye. Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Lu Xinyan asked hurriedly. Tong Yakin also looked at Su Yin strangely. It's okay. I just suddenly felt that I am such a loser. With a sigh, Su Yin lay down on the beach chair. Master, do you need a massage? Tong Yakin asked. It may help you think. Need not. In fact, Su Yin has many ways to solve the cash flow problem. The best and fastest way is to mortgage any one of the 10 houses. It's not at that stage yet. Mr. Su, are you kidding? Lu Xinyan said with a smile. She was unconsciously influenced by Tong Yakin and others and unconsciously used honorifics. I spent 200 million in just half a month. Do you believe it? Su Yin sighed. A LaFerrari, a Lycan, and a Bentley, that's more than 100 million. And I also bought a Thompson brand, which adds up to almost 300 million. Lucinyan counted on her fingers. Lakin doesn't count. Lakin was given to me by the old man. Su Yin sighed. Even though Tong Yakin had been trained, she couldn't help but gasp at this moment. Half a month, 200 million. What is the concept? I'm running out of cash now. Su Yin rubbed his brows. I only have about 50 million left. Puff. Lucinyan, who was drinking juice, spat out all the juice. Master Su, listen to this sentence yourself. Is it human language? Tong Yakin and Jiang Fian also nodded secretly. Is this human language? You don't know. My next project is a TV series, and I have a budget of 50 million. I also promised to donate a police helicopter. Lucinyan also frowned. This is indeed difficult. Su Yin smiled and said that Lucinyan was still a little younger. He already has a solution to this problem. Yakin, please help me order an AC-311. Su Yin took out his checkbook, wrote a check for 15 million, and tore it to Tong Yakin. After the helicopter arrives, senior sister, after the helicopter arrives, you will donate it to the police station in the name of Tianchi Automobile. Lucinyan was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to use Tianchi car? That's what we agreed on. Su Yin stood up and stretched. Jiang Fian suddenly asked, Master, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Whatever, let's have Chinese food. Su Yin said casually. Yes, Chinese food, for 2 people. Su Yin was strolling on the road of Jiuxing Mansion, but he was constantly thinking in his mind. You said, if I want to do a live broadcast, how can I quickly increase the volume? Su Yin founded an e-commerce company in his previous life. The key points are all very well understood. But now the situation is completely different. He wants to increase the volume as quickly as possible and invest some money, and he is not afraid at all. Chapter 61. The family's capital chain is in crisis. Wife. It has to be a Bentley. Yuchen drove the Bentley steadily on the road. Such handling, such steering, such comfort. TSK. I just feel refreshed, and my pores are clear. Is it easy to drive? Li Qin asked. It's so easy to drive. I've never driven a car so easy to drive in my life. Yuchen was so proud of himself. Look, all the cars around are avoiding me. I can even drive with my eyes closed. Is it really that easy to drive? Of course, this is a Bentley. A 5 million Bentley. Yuchen was very happy. Okay, let me drive this car. As soon as Li Qin finished speaking, Yuchen exploded. What? Wife, this is a Bentley, your skills are not good enough, and you can't control it. Yuchen said hurriedly. Didn't you say it's easy to drive? I don't have good driving skills, so I shouldn't be able to drive an easy car. Li Qin looked at her husband who was driving, Bang. Yuchen couldn't help but slap himself. Why am I so mean? Yes. Driving this car is absolutely safe and easy to drive. My wife is more suitable. My Bentley. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 15 million yuan. Yuchen, who was driving, suddenly felt happy. My son is a spendthrift again. This time he spent 15 million. Li Qin was also delighted. If my son keeps spending like this, there won't be enough money. The system is really timely. Cash. It has to be cash. Yuchen also secretly encouraged himself. If you don't give me money, my son will be left with no money to squander. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Zhen Weiquan. What? Yuchen was completely stunned. Where's my money? Where's my cash? How can I help my son squander his money when I have no money or cash? What's wrong? Li Qin could see that Yuchen's expression was a little strange. Zhen Weiquan didn't pay. Yuchen wanted to cry. Li Qin checked on her phone. Zhen Weiquan is a popular restaurant in Shanghai. It's said to be very popular. Even though business is booming, our biggest problem now is that we don't have enough capital. Yuchen said anxiously. That's true. Li Qin sighed. This is indeed a problem. The family funds are in a hurry. What should we do now? Yuchen parked the car on the side of the road and walked back and forth. Don't worry. Li Qin held Yuchen. Don't we still have a company? What can the company do with that little money? Yuchen was anxious. This could spend 200 million in half a month. What is our company worth? Even if the entire company invested in it, it wouldn't be enough for him to spend in a week. Li Qin nodded. That was indeed the case. What should I do? How about I call my son and ask him to spend less money? If you ask him not to spend money now, he will be worried that we will look down on him and think he is an outsider. What will happen if he stops spending money in the future? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. Li Qin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What should she do? Yuchen sighed. I still have to talk to him about it, and mention it vaguely. He ruffled his hair. You have to be careful with what you say. As he was walking, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Oh no. What a loss. What loss? Li Qin asked. How much is Zhen Weiquan worth? Yuchen asked. A popular online restaurant is probably worth around 10 million at most, said Li Qin. Isn't this a loss? My son spent 15 million, and in return he got a restaurant worth tens of millions. Yuchen sighed. Wasn't the profit 10 or 100 times that last time? Did you lose a little this time? Indeed. Li Qin nodded. But have you ever thought about it? This is all for nothing. It seems to be true. Yuchen smiled and said, let's go, have lunch first. Think about it slowly. Brother Chen, is that house you were talking about ours? Li Qin suddenly pointed. The two of them couldn't help but look over and saw a Zhenweixuan restaurant. Let's go and take a look. They parked the car and walked into Zhenweixuan. Come in. Yuchen looked inside the restaurant and saw that it was bright and clean with a unique decoration style. There was still some time before dinner time, but the place was already full of people. There are even quite a few guests waiting. You guys, is this a chain? Yuchen asked curiously. Yes, sir, we have 3 stores in Shanghai. We will expand to first and second-tier cities across the country. This is the 4th store. It feels so comfortable. No loss. Okay, let's eat here today. Yuchen walked inside. Sir, please get in line. The door attendant immediately stopped them. Yuchen almost laughed. Do you know who I am? Sorry, everyone has to line up according to the rules. The waiter refused to budge. Brother Chen. Li Qin pulled Yuchen. Even if it's our own restaurant, we still have to queue up. Yes, uncle, we have been here for a long time. Even if you're old, you still have to follow the rules. That's right. Everyone's time is time. Yuchen immediately realized that he seemed arrogant. I'm sorry, I'll give you a discount later. Uncle, it's okay for you to treat us. Do you have the final say on the discount for the restaurant? Yeah, how about you treat us? Everyone laughed. It's a pity that I'm not my son. If I were my son, I would have invited you. How come the spendthrift system isn't his own? Yuchen was queuing at the back, laughing and joking. Uncle, you are so interesting. Most of the people who check in at internet celebrity restaurants are young people. Bossy. Just then, the restaurant manager passed by, saw Yuchen and his wife, picked up his mobile phone and looked at it. Bossy, why are you here? The waiter looked curious. Manager, he just wanted to cut in line. Queue jumping. This is our restaurant's new owner. Mr. Yi, you're here. Please come in. The manager said respectfully. Do you know me? Yuchen asked curiously. The head office group has just notified everyone in advance, and the specific email has also been sent. The manager shook his phone. Sure enough, there was information about Yuchen on the phone. Are you here for an inspection? The manager asked. No, I just happened to pass by and tried it. Yuchen felt happy. The chatter of the customers waiting in line next to him reached his ears. So the uncle is the boss? Damn, the uncle is the boss and he's so kind. That's great. No wonder he's rich. Hearing these words, Yuchen felt a little elated. Damn it. It feels kind of good. Is this my son's day? It's so fucking cool. Mr. Yi, please come in. The boss came to eat, but was stopped outside the door and had to queue? Will that work? Then I'm sorry to cut in line. Yuchen stood up with a smile. Because I cut in line, I'll give you a 20 discount. Uncle, the new store just opened and we were offering a 30 discount. Are you raising the price for us? That's so rude, boss. Is there anyone like you? Yuchen heard this and said, I'm sorry, then I'll give you a 50 discount. Thank you, uncle. The boss is awesome. The manager immediately remembered all of this. Boss Yi, I'll make arrangements here. Please come in. Sitting in the restaurant, Su Yin was eating. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes for dishes and 1 soup. But it was very delicately made and tasted very good. He was scrolling through his phone and watching live broadcasts. I was silently thinking about what kind of live broadcast I would do in the future. Son, we bought Zhenweixuan. You can go there to do some live broadcasts when you have time. Do you have money? If you don't have enough, tell Dad. I'll pay you once I have the funds back. Okay, I understand. Su Yin nodded. He drummed his fingers on the table. It seemed that the family's cash flow was insufficient. Chapter 62. I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Go buy some gifts. Fortunately, I don't have any big expenses in the future. Su Yin thought about it and realized that apart from the investment in the TV, he basically had no other expenses now. In the past, I earned less than 1,000 yuan a month, which was enough to live on. At least hundreds of thousands left. A few years will be enough. What's more, there is the hotel, car dealership, and restaurant that had just been handed over to him. You can generate a stable amount of cash for yourself every month or even every day. Of course, Dongyue Media is also like this, but this kind of company has high expenditures, a long payback period, and requires a lot of capital. These are enough for me to splurge on. Now, let's do the live broadcast first. He had done live streaming in his previous life and even reaped some benefits. Later, he got out and started his second business with his first pot of gold. However, you still need to have a deeper understanding of live streaming first. If you want to quickly increase your volume and gain a foothold in the live streaming industry, you need to learn again. He ate and watched at the same time. Swipe down. A girl was sitting in the live broadcast room, wearing sexy clothes, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. The live broadcast room was filled with the howling fish giants. Wow, the anchor is so sexy. Jump, jump, and I'll give you a gift. It looks a bit like a dormitory. Is the host a student? Don't cover it up. Give some benefits. If you don't give benefits, how can you give gifts? All kinds of vicious words appeared in the live broadcast room. Wang Ran seemed not to see it and instead smiled sweetly. Thank you all for your support. Give me some red hearts and give me some small gifts. Suddenly, she saw through the live broadcast room that Su Yan's account suddenly came online and entered the live broadcast room. He was overjoyed and smiled brilliantly. Welcome, brother 2 bags of water gun to the live broadcast room. Ran, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hearing the sweet voice and the heavy makeup on her face, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Didn't you see it during class on Friday? Are you pretending to be innocent here? Other audience members also started to boo. Wow, the boss is here. The former number 1 on the list is here. No wonder Ran is so happy. Wang Ran was also very happy when he saw this scene. He is here. He will definitely not forget me. So he said, brother 2 bags of water gun. I'm trying to get on the weekly list. Can you help Ran? As he spoke, he winked at the camera. Seems to be teasing Su Yan. Looking at it from the screen, it does look a bit charming. Even Lu Xinyan couldn't help but glance at Su Yan. Is it so disgusting? I got goosebumps. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Su Yan took a quick look and changed the live broadcast room. Wang Ran was immediately disappointed when he saw Su Yan leaving the live broadcast room. Brother Bang is gone. Ran is so disappointed. His expression changed. Haha, it looks like Big Brother Bang has no money left either. Who would really spend a lot of money online? It's usually the unions that do it, right? Of course. When Wang Ran saw the scene, he said, that's definitely not the case. My brother is not such a person. He will definitely feel sorry for Ran and help Ran achieve greater success. It was Su Yan who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to make her the number 1 on the weekly chart and have a large number of fans. Ran is still good. However, Brother Bangda has no surplus food at home, so I guess there is not enough money. At this moment, the entire website suddenly put up a banner. 2 bags of big water guns, give the anchor, cherry fish balls, a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. Oh my god. Big Brother on the list ran away. Ran, what's going on? When Wang Ran saw this scene, his expression changed instantly. However, this is not the end yet. Carnival X3. X10. 30,000. Impossible. Why would he give a reward to that fishball? And not to yourself? Damn. He is worthy of being the number 1 brother on the list. Brother number 1 on the list gave gifts to another female anchor a while ago, right? How did Ran offend Big Brother Bang? Big Brother on the list abandoned Ran. All kinds of weirdness made Wang Ran almost lose his mind. 2 bags of big water guns. Give the anchor, Little Witch, a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. X2. X3. X10. 10 more. Countless live broadcast rooms have been affected. On the contrary, Wang Ran's live broadcast room was not affected much. Did Big Brother on the list really run away? Ran, what did you do? You 2 didn't meet in person, did you? Did the number 1 guy on the list run away with a train? No way. No way. I think the taste of the Big Brother on the list has changed. I think so too. Yuan is a sweet and cute girl, and the Little Witch is also a cute girl. Ran is so sexy. When Wang Ran saw this scene, he actually felt a sense of agreement. Could it be that he really likes cute girls? I understand. Dress cute tomorrow. Su Yan put down his phone and sighed. Everyone still likes to watch pretty girls when watching live broadcasts. No, Mr. Su, it should be big data analysis. You often watch beautiful anchors, so I recommend you beautiful girls. I mostly show off my wealth. Lu Xinyan took out her cell phone. Hey, show off your wealth. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't have the luxury of showing off my wealth in my previous life, but now I can. Show me. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, the phone rang again. What's the matter with the old man? Su Yan was a little surprised. It had only been a short time since the last phone call, right? Won't the funds collapse? As a result, Lu Xinyan answered the call while looking at her phone. Son, what are you doing? As the call was connected, Yichen's hearty laughter was heard. I'm eating. Where are we going to eat? Home. Home. Yichen was stunned. Just when Yichen and his wife were having dinner, it was detected that the prodigal son lost 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 100 million yuan. Why do I have to spend money to eat at home? I'm still watching the live broadcast to see how others do it. Su Yan added. Yichen suddenly understood. Watching live broadcasts is good, very good. Watch more live broadcasts. Yichen was immediately happy. Do I have to give tips when watching live broadcasts now? Yes, many anchors are like this, but they have other sources of income. Su Yan explained, for example, advertising, etc. No, Dad, That's not what I meant. Yuchen explained quickly. I was afraid that my words would make my son afraid to spend money. What? What I mean is that if you are watching the live broadcast, you should watch it carefully and put yourself in the shoes of the paying viewers. If you don't pay, how can you understand why others pay? Hearing the old man's words, Su-yin couldn't help but admire. As expected of a man who is in charge of such a huge asset, it must not be that simple. The knowledge is indeed extraordinary. Just go for it, look around, and give more gifts. Don't worry about the money. Yuchen's confidence increased. I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Go buy some gifts. Chapter 63. We don't have shares in Douyin, do we? Transfer another 100 million. Especially for gifts? We don't have shares in TikTok, do we? Su-yin was speechless. Directly recharge 100 million cash into the live broadcast platform. This money can be used to acquire shares of Douyin and earn a lot. Maybe. Yuchen thought for a moment and smiled mysteriously. What if at some point the system rewards you with Douyin shares? Awesome. Su-yin could only give a thumbs up. Although TikTok is not listed yet, owning shares now means it is a venture capital. If it goes public, its value will skyrocket. So, you don't have to worry about the money. My funds will be recovered quickly. Yuchen is full of ambition. You're really quick at this. Su-yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You told me you needed to make some adjustments before dinner, and you made them right after dinner. I feel like you're kidding me. Yuchen chuckled, just to show you your father's methods. Okay, I understand. Su-yin understood. This company really had everything, especially money. Okay. Watch carefully, study carefully, and make some noise in the live broadcast industry. When you have time, come to our restaurant. The head office is also over there, in Shanghai. You can take care of it. Your mother and I tried it, and it tasted pretty good. After saying a few words, Yuchen hung up the phone. I also took a look at the accounts that Lu Xinyan followed that showed off her wealth. These are mainly short videos. Ding dong. In the background of Douyin, an anchor named Cherry Fishball contacted me actively. Cherry Fishball, brother Big Water Gun, can I add you on with chat? Seeing this, Su-yin suddenly realized. Why is this person looking for me? Of course it's for money. Now that I have enough money, I don't have to worry about the cost at all. Let's get started. 2 bags of water guns. How much does it cost to get a full-level Douyin account? Sakura Fishball, brother Big Water Gun, are you still online? It's my lucky day to get your attention today. Cherry Fishball, to reach the maximum level on Douyin, you need to top up 20 million. Brother Big Water Gun, do you want to reach the maximum level? At this time, a female anchor who had just finished her live broadcast was full of excitement. Just by scooping like this, I caught a big fish. This fish is simply too big, isn't it? Start by reaching the maximum level right away. Isn't that crazy? I love it so much. However, what she didn't know was that Su-yin had already closed the chat interface with her. Open the recharge interface of Douyin. Suddenly, an idea struck me. This is a good subject. Do you have masks at home? Su-yin stood up and asked. Tong Yakin quickly bowed and replied, yes, I'll have someone get it. Bring it to the gaming room. Su-yin talked as he walked, and Lu Xinyan hurriedly followed. Mr. Su, what are you going to do? I plan to test the waters with live streaming first. Senior sister, you have a good figure, and it would be nice for you to be a good-looking anchor. Su-yin looked at her. Lu Xinyan smiled sweetly and said, Master Su, if I were a beauty anchor, I might as well follow you directly. If you were a woman, would you rather pose for one person or for everyone? Awesome. Su-yin gave a thumbs up. It has to be said that Lu Xinyan is an ambitious person. Being a live streamer makes a lot of money. That's the top. There are so many anchors in the world, but only a handful of them can make it to the top. Luck is an element of it. But if you work with young Master Su, you'll at least be a founding member, right? Lu Xinyan smiled shrewdly. Young Master Su is very wealthy and powerful. Even if he is not the richest man in the future, he will at least own a unicorn company. As a founding member, he will be financially independent if he doesn't do anything. I haven't even confirmed a project yet, and you trust me so much? If young Master Su fails, who else in the world can succeed in starting a business? She had never heard of a second-generation entrepreneur with such strong capital. You are such a clever little fellow. Su-yin smiled and shook his head. Walk to the gaming room. The computer boots up in almost seconds. Mr. Su, what are you going to do? Watching Su-yin open the TikTok interface. Live streaming. Su-yin debugged the computer a bit and directly broadcast the computer interface live. Then point the camera at yourself. Master, a mask. Tong Yakin brought a black mask to Su-yin. Wearing a mask, Su-yin faced the camera. He may show off his wealth, but he doesn't want to be noticed. I just randomly named a live broadcast room. Live broadcast of the prodigal son. Sprint to the maximum level in one day. Su-yin gave himself a name that fits his personality very well, Prodigal Son. Then, start the live broadcast directly. The account just started live streaming, and there is no one there. This is normal operation. Su Yin was not in a hurry. He recharged 100,000 today, plus the original 40,000. Minus the 60,000 I spent today. There is also 80,000 in cash. Give yourself a carnival first. Increase the traffic. Then recharge live. Today, I rushed to the maximum level of Douyin account, which is also a gimmick. 2 bags of water gun. Give the anchor 2 bags of water gun a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. As soon as this website became popular, it attracted people instantly. Holy crap. What kind of operation is this? Giving yourself a reward? This drainage method is awesome. Go check it out. Host, I'll go take a look and grab some fish balls to give you as a reward. Let's go together. Of course, Cherry Fishball has been staring at the phone, waiting for a reply from Su Yin, the big fish. Therefore, when the red color appears in the app, you can see it immediately. Big Water Gun gave himself a tip? He was live streaming. I was a little confused at first, but suddenly my eyes lit up. My chance had come. He didn't even care that he had just ended the live broadcast and immediately started it again. Zhanghai University, Girls' Dormitory. Shanshan, Su Yin seems to have completely given up on me. She felt a little lost. Su Yin didn't give himself any reward today. I lost interest in live streaming and simply ended it early. Shanshan waved her phone and said, Xiao Ran, don't give up. There are many opportunities. It depends on whether you can grasp them. What opportunity? Wang Ran's eyes immediately lit up. Su Yin is live streaming. Why is he doing live streaming? He's so rich. Wang Ran was curious. We don't understand the thinking of rich people, but since he opened it, doesn't that mean the opportunity has come? Hearing this, Wang Ran was confused for a moment. What opportunity? You should first adjust your mindset and think of yourself as a suitor. Get to know him, get close to him, and become friends with him. So, what will you do when your good friend broadcasts live for the first time? I'll help him. Go check on him and drain him. Right. I love you so much, Shanshan. Wang Ran excitedly hugged Shanshan and kissed her, then immediately turned on the live broadcast on his phone. Hello, my dear friends. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I miss you again. Wang Ran, who got the secret book, was immediately in high spirits and started live streaming again. Chapter 64, Insufficient Bank Card Balance. I was attracted by the treasure chest. Haha, me too. A rich man doing a live broadcast? Giving himself tips? Just invest normally, 3,000 per carnival. 3,000 is not a small amount of money, but if in the future. Anchor, here I come. Anchor, I'm leaving. Thank you, treasure chest. Goodbye, host. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded hundreds and was heading towards thousands. Most of the audience came in to collect the treasure chest. Su Yin also knew that it was just like handing out flyers. Every person who takes a flyer doesn't mean that everyone is your customer. So, these viewers left the live broadcast room in a blink of an eye. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped rapidly from hundreds. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below the 100 digits and is still falling. 2 bags of water gun. Give the anchor 2 bags of water gun a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. Su Yin immediately bought himself another carnival. Oh my god. Anchor, can you please move faster? Haha, I just went out. Here I go again. Here I go again. Anchor, you are awesome. See how long you can keep us. Su Yin also smiled and spoke for the first time in the live broadcast room. It depends on how much you want the treasure chest. Damn, the host's voice is kind of nice. That's interesting. Host, do you want to reach level 75? Maximum level 75? How much does that cost? About 20 million will get you to the maximum level. Anchor, you have 20 million. Why are you still doing live broadcast? One more. Anchor, one more. Gone. How long do we have to wait like this? Lucinian looked at the number of people watching the live broadcast, which reached 1,000, and then began to drop rapidly the next moment. 2 bags of water gun. Give the anchor 2 bags of water gun a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. The number of online viewers instantly increased, reaching 1,000 again. Still moving forward quickly. Anchor, are you paying us to play? I'm here again. This time I want to ask, is there anything else? The host has something. I have to wait. Tell me, should I leave? Su Yin didn't leave them anymore. Continue to move the mouse. 2 bags of water gun. Give the anchor 2 bags of water gun a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. X2, X3, X5. The carnival special effects appear over and over again. The screen is full of carnival special effects. Keep going. Keep going. The anchor is awesome. More people started clicking on the treasure chest. X10, X11, X12. Holy crap. Isn't this too awesome? The anchor is so awesome. 10. I can't order them all. I can't order them all at all. My mouse is on fire. X20, X25. X26. Anchor. Wait. Please wait a moment. Anchor. My computer is freezing. I can't finish ordering. I can't finish ordering at all. The number of comments in the live broadcast room also increased wildly, from 1,000 to more than 50,000 online viewers in a short period of time. Da-da-da. The sound of a mouse came from the live broadcast room. However, Carnival did not jump out. Pop-ups kept popping up on the screen. Your balance is insufficient. Because it is a live broadcast, everyone can see it. Anchor, we're out of money. Charge your money quickly. 26. Keep going. Don't let this combo fall. Suyin couldn't help laughing. I forgot to recharge. At the same time, open the recharge interface and enter the recharge amount. Holy crap. Are you counting, host? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. How many zeros are there? 20 million. The Anchor is really planning to reach the maximum level. No. Anchor, are you ready to go off the air? If you put in 20 million, won't you reach the maximum level? What on earth does the Anchor want to do? Is it too boring? After entering the amount, Suyin entered the password again. Recharge failed. Now, everyone in the live broadcast room laughed. I thought it was a live stream showing off wealth, but it turned out to be a comedian. It's possible to do this. I have to say, the Anchor is awesome. Anchor, you don't have enough money. Suyin felt a little strange. Is there a limit on top-up? I just topped up 100,000 yuan. Popular science in the live broadcast room. There is no limit on top-up on TikTok. Anchor, it's your bank card that has a limit. Yes, your balance is insufficient. Please top up. Danger. Danger. Your bank card balance has been reduced to 0. Bank card limit. Suyin slapped his head and realized that for large transactions, people usually just wrote checks directly. Is there any transfer payment method? He himself had forgotten it. My bank card has reached its limit. What should I do now? First, I need to make sure that 100,000 is acceptable. Then I will try 500,000. Suyin entered a number and entered the password again. Recharge successful. Owner. At this moment, Tong Yakin suddenly spoke up. If the master wants to increase the credit limit, there is a bank in the community. I can ask them to provide door-to-door service. Before Suyin even opened his mouth, the live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit. What did I hear? Just now, a young lady called the Anchor Master in a sweet voice? What a sweet voice. Your praise is here. It makes me ecstatic. I didn't expect that the host and I are actually in the same league. Wow, you thought he was a broadcaster showing off his wealth? He was actually a broadcaster showing off his wealth. Do you think I'm a live streamer? Sorry, I'm a voice streamer. Love it, love it. All kinds of hidden wolves swarmed in instantly. Didn't you notice that the young lady was talking about having the bank come to your door? Since when did the bank provide door-to-door service? Besides, there is a bank in the community. How big is the community? Tiantanjiwen? I know, this is a drama Anchor. Suyin was also surprised. Banks can provide door-to-door services? Tong Yakin kept smiling and nodded. Yes. Okay. ICBC, right? Of course. I'll have them come over now. Please wait a moment, master. The number of comments in the live broadcast room increased rapidly. It was really amazing. Anchor, what on earth are you? Stop talking for now. I've already got a new mouse. Come on. Let my new mouse also smoke. Then let's get another 500,000. After recharging 500,000 yuan, Suyin started to give rewards again. X10, X20, X30. The live broadcast room started a carnival again. Is this a sports anchor? Don't mention it. My index finger is already a little sore. Haha, there are only a few dozen. There are still many more to come. X100, X110, X120, X167. Suyin's balance hit rock bottom again. Nah, this is the first time I've seen a streamer give himself hundreds of carnivals. Host, we have already spent over 500,000 yuan. What are you trying to achieve? Yeah, I love it though. Anchor, is there anything else? Follow me. This isn't a host. This is a boy who brings wealth. No, this is the God of Wealth's live broadcast room. Pay attention, pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you will be sorry for the fish balls I got. Suyin spoke again. Next, let's guess what the bank card limit is. Chapter 65. Does the bank really provide door-to-door service? Bank cards have limits? Mine don't have any. Neither do I. Doghead. It's not that your bank card has no limit, it's that your balance is insufficient. It hurts so much. The Anchor has already spent nearly 600,000 yuan. Does he want to continue? It's over. It's over. I can't go back. I just wanted to get some fish balls and leave, but I didn't expect the host's temperament to completely attract me. Is it temperament? Do you really think it's temperament? It's that damn money ability. Suyin knew that these people talked about all sorts of things. They could be at the equator 1 second and at the North Pole or the South Pole the next. The limit is over 50, so it's either 2 million or 1 million. but 1 million is more likely. So let's try 2 million first. I entered the password, but the payment was not possible. It seems like it's 1 million. Enter your password again. Recharge successful. With the successful recharge, Su Yan's account level has reached level 59. Are you ready? Su Yan laughed. All right. The new mouse is ready. Go. It's a pity that the recharge took a while, otherwise I could have done a combo. But Su Yan didn't feel it was a pity at all. X10, X20, X30, X40. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent again. Master, please drink some water. Just as he clicked the mouse, a maid walked into the esports room carrying 2 glasses of juice. Wearing a maid outfit, she placed a glass of juice next to Su Yan. Oh my god. Oh my god. This girl is so beautiful. Maid costume. Is this really not a live plot broadcast? I suspect it's a live broadcast. Hey. Isn't this too cool, host? Why do cups? Is there another person in the room? The anchor is living the life I want to live. It's obviously very pleasing to the eyes, but I feel a bit depressed. I wish I could take his place. Su Yan picked up the water cup and took a sip. Help me light it for a while. I'm a little tired. Master, what should I order? The maid was a little nervous. Su Yan stood up and gave his seat to the maid. Just keep ordering this. Just keep ordering it. The maid did not dare to sit in Su Yan's seat. Instead, she bent her knees slightly, held the tray with one hand, placed it on her knees, stretched out her right hand, and began to order gifts. It's over. I feel like I'm in love. Isn't this too unfair? Black stockings. And black stockings. This is the day I imagined. Su Yan twisted his waist and moved around a bit. There was a knock on the door. Master, the people from the bank have arrived. Tong Yakin stood at the door in a pretty manner. There were 2 staff members following behind her. All waited quietly. I'm broadcasting live, you don't mind, right? Su Yan said with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Su. Everything in the community is to serve you. The bank clerk kept smiling. Thank you very much. The bank clerk walked straight into the room and took out the tablet from his briefcase. Mr. Su, do you need to increase the spending limit on your bank card? The bank manager was very respectful throughout the process. Yes. Your current single transaction limit is 1 million, and the daily limit is 5 million. Do you need to increase it? Need. Okay, I'll help you with that now. The business manager immediately took action. The entire live broadcast room was stunned. Holy crap. Is this true or fake? It's an act, right? When did the bank start providing door-to-door service? Don't they say that when an elderly person passes away, they need proof of their death? They even have to carry it to the bank to get it done. Is this true or false? It's fake. It must be fake. I am not responsible for anything you do after leaving the counter. It's an act. It must be an act. What are you doing? I was attracted here by the treasure chest. There are so many people. I'm so scared. We were all attracted here by the treasure chest. Haha, same. Maximize the level in one day? Damn. I'm still rewarding myself. Anchor, what are you trying to achieve? There's also facial recognition, which looks pretty good. This is simply a divine bank. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time I saw a bank providing door-to-door services. It was truly eye-opening. Under the operation of the bank manager, everything went according to plan, including face scanning and password input. Fake. When did the bank staff become so polite? The bank clerk laughed? She was actually laughing. I don't believe this is a real bank. No one could believe that this was a bank. Mr. Su, how much do you want your limit to be increased to? Asked the bank manager. 100 million. Is that okay? Su Yan thought about it. Of course, you are the most valued customer of our bank. Your needs are our mission. After a moment, Mr. Su, your single transaction limit has been raised to 100 million, with a daily maximum of 2 billion. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Su Yan smiled. Well, Mr. Su, let's go. I have something else to do, Yakin. Please see the manager off and give them a cup of tea before you leave. Tong Yakin bowed slightly. Yes, master. The maid continued to click the mouse. X50. X60. The treasure chests keep stacking up. More and more viewers flock to the live broadcast room. What kind of live broadcast room is this? I saw black stockings. I saw Mochan. I saw a female, cosplay. No, you're all seeing things wrong. This is a live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. No, this is a live show-off room. This is a fucking live broadcast room of a god. Can the limit be raised to 100 million? Host, do you have that much money in your account? No. Are bank clerks really so kind? As the treasure chest continued to increase in value, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased wildly. The live broadcast room, which had just broken the 10,000 mark, was now rapidly heading towards 1 million people. The real number of online users exceeds 1 million. Moreover, it is still growing. X100, X150, X200. The number of carnivals continues to grow rapidly. Everyone felt dizzy. Oh my God, what's going on? 200 treasure chests. Not only that, there were more than 100 before. Streamer, what are you trying to achieve by rewarding yourself? You tip yourself, the platform takes half, and the anchor keeps half. Anchor, you are throwing money away. Anchor, why don't you just give me the money directly? Even the audience watching online seemed a little distracted. Isn't this such a waste? More than 1 million disappeared in the blink of an eye. What does he want to do? Wang Ren also stared blankly at the live broadcast room. Shan, what does Su Yin want to do? Shan was also not calm at this time. She swallowed her saliva and said, maybe he has too much money and has nowhere to spend it? Impossible. Who would complain about having too much money? Wang Ren couldn't imagine what Su Yin was trying to do. Did you drain him? What are you sitting there for? Shan said anxiously, look at his live broadcast room. It's full of beauties who are no less attractive than you. Even the bank manager is good looking. You have to seize your advantage. Yes. Wang Ren immediately came to his senses and prepared to drain Su Yin. But the next moment, she was about to cry, Shan, all my audiences have been attracted away. Chapter 66. Millions of views. This anchor is something. Shan almost jumped up. However, she soon understood. How come hundreds of treasure chests falling down can't attract all the people away? If there are only 1, 2, or even dozens, there will be no problem. But now there are hundreds of them continuously. Who can bear it? There will definitely be a large number of audiences attracted there. She changed the subject. Can he really get the bank to come to his house? Wang Ren thought for a moment and said, did you hear what he said just now? He was talking about the inside of the community. Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. No, what I just heard was that they were all serving Su Yin. Does he own a residential complex? There is a bank in the residential complex? What kind of residential complex is this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Ren simply couldn't imagine where there was such a community. There must be at least hundreds or thousands of houses in a residential area, right? If there is a bank in the community, it will have to be even bigger. What is the concept? Even if one house cost 1 million, how much would 1,000 houses cost? How much would several thousand houses cost? Perhaps we all underestimated the financial resources of Su Yan's family. Shan's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Wang Ren asked. That's not the point. The point is, we must catch him. Wang Ren was a little unconfident, but if you look at his live broadcast room, a maid is no worse than me. She felt a little ashamed of herself. Shan, look at the maid's outfit and you'll know that he likes cosplay of cute girls. Shan touched her chin. You know how to dress yourself, right? Besides, they are just servants. If you become Madame Su, you will be their mistress. Wang Ren's ambition suddenly burned, and his eyes flashed with passion. Yes. Shan, you must help me. X300. X333. Master, the order is finished. The maid half squatted and looked back at Su Yin. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yin sat down again, and the maid nodded. Everything is for the service of the master. Having said that, she walked away gracefully, holding the empty cup. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly filled the screen. My happiness is gone. Don't go. Anchor, you are awesome. Just making this plot alone must cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? Tens of thousands? The anchor has spent more than $1 million on tips for himself. I really don't understand the world of rich people. Host, are there any more treasure chests? If not, I'm leaving. Host, you are only level 59 now. You are still a long way from the maximum level. Some people were shocked in the comments, while others were booing. Su Yin smiled. No one noticed that he was wearing a mask. Of course, we agreed to reach the maximum level today, so let's reach the maximum level today. He sat down again, now with the limit raised, and started to top up. Anchor, do you have any money in your card? Don't worry about insufficient bank card balance. Su Yin entered the password. Recharge successful. Oh my God, the anchor is really. I'm crying. If I had 20 million in cash, I could keep it in a credit card and earn interest and live a life of ease. Anchor, so what exactly do you want to do? Tell us. I'm a fan. This is not a live broadcast room. This is an ATM. Haha. Yes, in this live broadcast room, I have no fish balls. The anchor can give me some. Haha. Anchor, please change the name to ATM Live Room. Carnival. The number of online followers continues to increase, but the proportion of followers is not high. However, it has already attracted more than 100,000 followers. I've reached the maximum level, Su Yin said with a smile. Damn it. Streamer, you're not going to give out treasure chests when I first arrive. My butt isn't even warm yet. Anchor, one more wave. Another wave. Your money is useless in the account anyway. Yes. Giving rewards to myself, can at least get back half of the money. That makes so damn sense. Come again. Come again. Since the old man has all the money. And they asked me to do a live broadcast, so I made some noise. Not to mention becoming the top anchor. At least you need to be well known. From what I have seen these days, it seems that the old man doesn't care much about money. Then, the movement must be big. Then send out another 1,000 treasure chests. Suyin did not refuse and wanted to secure another wave of fans. Increase the attention. Click, click, click. The mechanical mouse keeps clicking. Carnival appeared in the live broadcast room like rain. Trench. Look at other anchors. I'll take care of it. Sing and dance for me. Look at the anchor. Uncle, please give me some alms. Insightful. The computer is stuck. Damn it. Me too. My phone is getting hot. Suyin didn't care and just ordered it. X100. X200. X300. It's really tiring to order. Senior, please help me click for a while. Suyin glanced at Lu Xinyan, who was sitting next to him, poking at the screen with her mobile phone. I'm trying to grab the treasure chest. Lu Xinyan raised her head. Why don't you call someone in? Light it for me for a while. Suyin dropped the mouse. Lu Xinyan could only help him click. She did not show her face, but caused a commotion in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, there's a girl next to the anchor? Senior, show your face. This anchor is great. Maid, housekeeper, office lady, senior, full of taboos. He is truly a role model for our generation. This anchor has something. Suyin glanced at the phone that Lu Xinyan put down and found that she was silently grabbing the treasure chest on the side. X500, X600, X700. Carnivals are stacked one after another. It's so dazzling and overwhelming. X1000. Okay. Lu Xinyan put down the mouse and let out a long breath. This is the first time I've realized that spending money can be so tiring. Suyin couldn't help laughing. I really didn't expect it. He flexed his fingers. The number of people online in the live broadcast room is in the millions, even close to tens of millions. The number of followers has also reached hundreds of thousands. This time, not many people left, but instead gathered together to chat. This anchor is great. The carnival treasure chest is really good. A local tyrant. Super rich. It's incredible. It really opens my eyes. Deeply shocked. Anchor, what are you trying to achieve? Suyin sat down again and said to the camera, I had a lot of fun today. Depend on. We thought we had gotten a good deal, but the anchor said he had a lot of fun. So, we took the fish balls and got played again. Anchor, please play with me again. Please. Rage me as much as you can. Suyin ignored these people and continued. What am I trying to achieve? I'm planning to start a business, and the first step is to do some live streaming. However, I haven't decided what to do next. Or, tell me, what do you want to see? Chapter 67. Want to see the Porsche? I'll have them deliver it to you. I laughed. What kind of joke is this, host? You deposited 20 million to start a business? Isn't that a waste of money? It's no different than skipping stones on water. Anchor, you must be kidding me. You recharged 20 million, and you want to earn 20 million back from us. It's doomed to fail. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Anchor, why don't you show off your wealth? Really, I just want to see what life is like for a rich man who can top up 20 million yuan at a time and even have the bank come to his door for service. I'm curious too. Is there any Thompson first grade? I want to see it. Supercar. I want to see supercar. Porsche supercar. I want to see a Porsche. I want to see a girl. Just the maid girl from before will do. I've seen a lot of anchors showing off their wealth, but none like this anchor. Haha. Do you feel like the stupid son of a landlord? It's so funny. After seeing the comments in the background, Suyin thought for a moment. Now, the live broadcast personality has been established. The next step is to see how to keep people here. Today's live broadcast is just to set the tone. The next few live broadcasts will be the real test. Thompson first grade. Yes, but not today. I'm not there. As for supercars, I do have one, but I don't have a Porsche. I'll buy one and show it to you later. At this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly said, Mr. Su, you want a Porsche? Do you want them to send one over? Hey, Suyin slapped his head. Okay, let them send one over. What model do you want to see? Damn, the host is so arrogant. Any model will do. I want to see a 911. Can it be delivered anytime? Do we need to book a car in advance? You're telling me that I'm arrogant for directly charging 20 million on TikTok? That's right. But Porsche needs to be ordered in advance, right? Yes. I have a friend who placed an order for more than half a year and still hasn't received the car. It's really tragic. Host, can you handle it? Suyin also saw it. Where's your friend from? If he's from Zhonghai, I can help you speak to him. Oh my god. No. Anchor, I want to ask if I can get the car today. The anchor has a wide network of contacts. Awesome. Awesome. Does the anchor know everyone? It's not Zhonghai, it's in Dongshan City. Then there's nothing I can do. Su Yin smiled bitterly. Sorry, I can't help you. But, whatever car you want to see today, I can satisfy you. The anchor is bragging. Any car will do. Don't change the subject. The anchor is talking about Porsche. I want to see Padme. Kian. Of course it's Kian. 718 is so cool. Taikum. All kinds of car models are reported one by one. Senior, do the car dealerships have sample cars now? Lu Xinyan shook her head. How should I know? She is a Bentley salesperson, not a Porsche salesperson. Please make a phone call for me and ask them to send one of all the car models over. Okay. All the conversation between the two of them fell into the ears of the audience. Anchor, is this possible? Don't hold on. If it doesn't work, we can go to the car dealership. Yes, it's not impossible to live broadcast at the car dealership. Porsche doesn't allow live streaming, but I don't know about anchors like this. Why does the anchor wear a mask all the time? Su Yin sat there chatting with the audience while waiting for news from Lu Xinyan. I wear a mask because I'm afraid I'll look better than you. TSK. I think the anchor must be too ugly to show to others. Absolutely yes. I'm going to spray salt water in your face. You're already so rich. How can you still be handsome? That's right. God will never open both the window and the door for you. Do you think you are Jesus? Su Yin shrugged. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhu said that the car is available. Do we need to register it? No need. Just bring it here and leave it here for 2 days. The garage is empty and really boring. Su Yin thought of his garage that looked like a basketball court. Okay, the car has already started loading, and it's expected to be delivered in half an hour at most. Su Yin nodded. Everyone will be able to see it in half an hour. Holy crap, is the anchor really that awesome? Don't we need to add optional extras? Don't we need to pay extra? Don't we need to negotiate the price? Damn, why is it a little different from what I heard? Don't you mean that for a $1.2 million Pamela, you have to choose at least $150? The host's energy seems to be beyond my imagination. Su Yin simply chatted and then took everyone to watch the live broadcasts of other anchors. Nanjing Province. Yi Family Villa. Yi Chen stood in the garage, walking around the Bentley again and again. Sleep with it tonight. It can be your little wife. Li Qin walked down and found that he was still looking at Bentley. Touch here and look there. When I married you, I didn't spend so much money. 5 million. So you think I'm cheap, right? Li Qin put her hands on her hips. Yi Chen quickly begged for mercy. No, I think I must compensate you now. Humph. That's better. Li Qin smiled. You can drive this car yourself. I don't have anything to do anyway. Real. Yi Chen found it a little hard to believe. Of course it's true. What's the point of me driving this car around? If you drive it out, others will think your company is strong. Li Qin said with a smile. Thank you, wife. Yi Chen was ecstatic. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 500,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 50 million yuan in cash. Double happiness. Yi Chen was shocked. Sure enough, wife, if you tell him to transfer money to himself, he will spend it boldly. Another reward? Li Qin said happily. Of course, this time we spent 500,000. The reward is 50 million in cash. It's better than nothing. Yi Chen smiled reservedly. Li Qin rolled her eyes. How much money does your company have? Yi Chen collapsed immediately. It's not even as much as what my son earns in one meal. Seeing Li Qin's proud look, Yi Chen suddenly became proud as well. That's my son too. The couple smiled at each other. Go up and rest for a while. If you keep touching the Bentley, the paint will fall off. After a while, it was detected that the prodigal son lost 1 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500 million yuan in cash. Yi Chen, who had just laid down to take a nap, suddenly stood up. Wife, 500 million. This time the reward is 500 million. Li Qin also perked up, 500 million in cash. Yes, look, the money has been credited to the bank account. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the bank card deposit information. My son has made great progress. What do we do now? Let's keep 50 million in case of emergency and transfer the remaining 500 million to him. Li Qin's eyes lit up. I'll give you 500 million and see if you can squander it. Chapter 68, damn, the Porsche belongs to him. Haha, I've really made some money. 500 million in cash. Yi Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm so happy. My son is awesome. Dad loves you so much. This time, I got 2 cash rewards in a row, so I can be considered lucky. You can keep 50 million for the first time. 50 million. Hee. Call your son. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. I used to worry that my son didn't have money. I have money now. Well done. Wait, let me save it a little longer. 500 million. Yichin happily held his phone. Li Qin was not worried that he would not give it or something. He just felt that after all these years, he could finally relax for a while. The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes are all stretched out, and they are all smiling. Have you seen it? Yichin looked at his wife. No. Li Qin shook her head. How about I call the bank now and ask them to prepare 500 million in cash for us? Yichin suddenly had an idea. Li Qin was almost amused by him. Why are you acting like a child? Forget it. I'll count the zeros for a while and then transfer the money to my son. Otherwise, what will he do if he has no money? The couple felt more relaxed than ever before. The son was found, and he is so promising. The burden and pressure that I once carried on my shoulders are gone. Or, just give the company to them. Yichin couldn't help but think so sometimes. The system always gives me a very frivolous feeling. Li Qin sighed. Logically speaking, we are so rich, it really doesn't matter whether the company wants it or not. And Xia, we have to prepare one for her. The couple hugged each other for a rare time and looked out the window silently. The sunlight poured into the room, and the silhouette behind me seemed so long. It was detected that the prodigal son spent 19 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 2 of the shares of Douyin Company, Limited. Yi Chun, who was about to take a nap, rolled over and got up. What are you doing? Li Qin was a little dissatisfied. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Yi Chin's expression became almost ferocious. What do you mean? Li Qin was afraid that something might happen to Yi Chin, so she quickly supported him and patted his back with one hand. I'm worried that he won't be able to catch his breath. Tick-tock. We just got 2 of Tick-tock's shares. Yi Chin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's only 2. Why are you so excited? Li Qin was almost scared to death by him. 2. Yi Chin shouted. Tick-tock is a subsidiary of ByteDance. Although it is not listed, its competitor Suto currently has a market value of 200 billion. Tick-tock is the #1 short video software in the country. How much do you think it is worth? Li Qin knew about Douyin, but she didn't expect it to be so profitable. Even Speedhand is worth 4 billion. Give this to our son. This way, even if we die, he can live a life without worries. Mr. Su, the car has arrived. Lu Xinyan answered a phone call and walked in. Good. Su Yin stood up, wearing a mask on his face. Everyone, I will broadcast live to you on my phone next. Close the live broadcast interface on the computer, open the mobile phone, and reconnect to the live broadcast while walking. At this time, the number of people in Su Yan's live broadcast room had dropped to 800,000 after half an hour of live broadcast. It can't be true? Why are you doubting it? The host is clearly showing off to you. Haha, I was also blown away by the host, but I still felt it was a bit far-fetched. Anchor. Whether it works or not depends on this one time. Oh my god. The anchor's house is so big. What did I just see? A billiard room? The host has a billiard room at home. The parking lot is right outside? Anchor. I was dazzled again. Walking out of the esports room, there is a hall with a billiard table. There is an entire wall of glass outside the billiard room. Outside the glass wall is the entire parking lot. Holy shit. Is this a parking lot? This parking lot is huge. Is it the parking lot for the entire community? Anchor, please show the full view. As soon as the live broadcast room logged in, the audience saw the huge parking lot. This parking lot is mine. Su Yin held up his phone, walked to the parking lot, and slowly walked around it. Holy crap. It really is a private parking lot. There's only one door, leading directly to the billiard room. Host, your IP is in Zhonghai. Is Zhonghai's personal parking lot so big? How much is it worth? Let's put it this way. Zhonghai's current housing price is 56,000 per square meter. This parking lot must be at least 300 to 400 square meters. Nima, how inhumane. Doesn't this parking lot alone cost more than 20 million? It's just SOSO, more than 20 million. The anchor spent 20 million on Douyin. Watch the live broadcast, 20 million, sprinkle some water. Display, holy shit, 20 million? I can't make that in my lifetime. Haha, that's true. Mr. Su, the car is still on the ground. Should we let them move it down? Lu Xinyan asked. Let them drive down. Su Yin was too lazy to go upstairs, and he had to get in and out of the elevator, which was very troublesome. It would be better to just let the car drive in. A van drove directly into the basement, which had sufficient height. Master Su. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Chong who personally escorted the shipment. Su Yin smiled and said, Boss Zhang, why are you here? Mr. Su's matter is top priority. Mr. Su's car is a Cayenne. The carriage opened and the car was slowly lowered. Su Yin walked around the car, opened the door, and took out all kinds of information. Su Yin just checked the information and regarded it as promoting Porsche. After the Cayenne was put down, a Palmer came in. This is Pam. Then 911, 718, and Taiking entered the garage one by one. The last one to come in was Mekong. This car is Mekong. I don't know whether it is easy to drive or not because I have never driven it. Su Yin walked around the car. The iconic frog face still looks very handsome. This car is an entry-level Porsche model with a moderate price. Friends who are interested can buy one for fun. If you're in Shanghai, you can get a discount by being a fan at the Shanghai 4S store. Su Yin didn't understand the market situation, so he asked, Mr. Zhang, how much discount can you give me? Zhang Cheng immediately showed his face in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, just based on Su Xiao's fans, at least 30 off. Then, he rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhu told me before he came here that this car has been sold. It has to be sent back. Okay, I'm not driving anyway. Su Yin didn't care. It's just to highlight the love for fans. Leave the remaining cars here for now, and give me a price. Mr. Su, these are all ours. There's no need to divide them so clearly. These are all your things. You also have to live, and I don't need this little money. Su Yin said. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your understanding. Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. 9 million is enough. Okay. Su Yin casually wrote a check for 9 million. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Chang burst into tears of gratitude. Why do I feel like the owner of this 4S shop is like my son? Real for son shop? Aha. 30 off. This discount is good. Shanghai fans are in luck. Even in Shanghai, you can't afford a Porsche. Why does it feel like the anchor is promoting Porsche? I feel the same way. Anchor, is there a PY transaction? Su Yin couldn't help laughing when he saw the comments in the live broadcast room. I'm just promoting the products. Porsche Shanghai is my agent. Holy crap. The Porsche is his. No wonder they were shipped here just like that. No wonder the boss is like his son. It turns out he is the boss. No wonder the boss doesn't dare to collect the money. Chapter 69, 500 million pocket money. Holy crap. Another 9 million spent. In terms of a live broadcast, the host spends more than me. Haha, it's really funny enough. Didn't the anchor say he was starting a business? Why did I just see him spending all his money? He spent nearly 30 million on a live broadcast. It's so funny. I think the above is wrong. It should be based on a live broadcast. The anchor does not earn as much as I do. Ha 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 ha, that makes sense. Porsche is offering a 30 discount, and you can also get fish balls. It's really cool. Do you think the anchor cares? Look at the other 2 cars he has parked in the garage. What happened to the other 2 cars? If I'm not mistaken, one of them is LaFerrari. LaFerrari? Oh my god, why would I want to look at Porsche when I can have Ferrari? Rafa is worth over 20 million. Awesome. No wonder the anchor doesn't even have a Porsche at home. That's ridiculous, host. Are you complaining that your Porsche isn't high-end enough? Don't just look at that Ferrari. At this time, Su Yan's camera was facing the 2 sports cars. See that car next to it? That car can buy 3 or 4 LaFerrari cars. What kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? I checked online. The Lycan Super Sport is worth more than 70 million. It will cost at least 80 million when it is launched. Damn it. There's only one small target for the 2 cars in the anchor's garage. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? No wonder, he recharged 20 million without blinking an eye. Oh my god. Mom, I thought 20 million is nothing on the internet. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed that today they finally saw what real rich people are like. 2 cars worth a small goal. The private underground parking lot is as big as a basketball court. The basketball court alone is worth more than 20 million, so what about the house above it? Recharging 20 million is like drinking water. Write a check and buy the entire range of Porsche models on sale. It is no exaggeration to say that it was an eye-opener. Su Yin didn't care, and the live broadcast came to an end. I didn't expect that nearly 1 million people would watch my first live broadcast today. I am really honored. Someone in the live broadcast room immediately said, "You spent money to get it." Su Yin pretended not to notice. This makes me feel very stressed. What can I do in the next live broadcast to attract you? It's really a headache. Seeing Su Yan's distressed look, fans said, "Keep throwing money. We will be back soon. How about we do something exciting tomorrow? How about picking a car from the garage and running Didi?" Su Yin looked around the garage. Cars ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions are all on the list, quietly waiting for the master's visit. How do I choose? Su Yin has some difficulty making choices. The live broadcast room immediately shouted, "Let the young ladies come." Yes, miss, lie on the ground and make a human roulette. Fuck. You guys are so evil. Su Yin quickly rejected the proposal. No, that's too disrespectful. He really did. I cried to death. He deserves to be rich. Just when everyone was making a fuss, a text message suddenly popped up on Su Yan's phone. Your card with the last digit 5888 ICBC has a receipt of 500 million yuan and a balance of 6 yuan. The text message reminder stayed for a short while. but it instantly ignited the entire live broadcast room. Holy shit. What did I see? Just earned 500 million? Look at the balance. Did you see it? It's over 600 million. Nima. What kind of divine balance is this? Damn. Is this crazy? But I am uneducated, so I can only say, wow. Isn't it enough to just put it in the bank and earn the interest? According to the normal deposit rate, 3 per year, that's 600 million. That's 18 million per year. What kind of business can I start? That's right. And there are also large denomination certificates of deposit, which can reach at least 50 million. That's 30 million. The interest from these deposits alone is enough to support a company going public. Never heard of it. Never seen it. I feel the same as the anchor. I open my eyes every morning and find that I have over 100,000 yuan more. I have too much money to spend. I am so worried. Anchor, may I ask, what can I do to earn this much? Suyin didn't expect that his text messages would be exposed. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Being a son means I get this kind of income. Just at this moment, Yuchen's phone call came in. Everyone saw the comment from Old Man. Anchor, don't stop. Answer the phone. Don't interrupt. Let's see Daddy. Yes. Let's listen to Dad's scolding. Haha. I also want to hear the anchor being scolded. Suyin also laughed. You even want to listen to my old man's phone call? Okay, then I'll let you listen to it. There's nothing serious to do anyway. Since I've heard about the transfer of 500 million, then there is nothing to hide. Hey son, did you receive the money? As soon as the phone was connected, Yuchen's hearty laughter was heard. I got it. Didn't you just transfer money to me? Suyin said with a smile. That was the reward for your TikTok. Now this is pocket money for you. Yuchen is still very cheerful. Okay, as long as you're happy. Suyin looked helpless. The live broadcast room couldn't bear it anymore. Holy shit, what did I hear? Shouldn't you teach your son a lesson? No wonder the anchor is so generous, with a special fund of 100 million for live broadcast rewards. 500 million pocket money. I admire it. I admire it. Please give me a father like this. The key anchor looked reluctant. Anchor, I don't want a father like this. Please give it to me. Suyin glanced at the comments and didn't care. They were all meaningless anyway. He could understand Yuchen and his wife. After all, who wouldn't want to have more contact with their son whom they haven't seen for more than 10 years? Even just talking is fine. Don't worry, Dad has recovered the funds. Don't worry about not having enough money. Having earned 50 million today, Yuchen was in a good mood. I understand. I have enough money and there is nothing to spend. Suyin said. Don't you want to start a business? I will transfer the startup capital to you later. Yuchen was ambitious. Anyway, you will have money soon. With 500 million yuan in the bank, my son will be rich in no time as long as he spends some of it. Good. Parents in this world are incredibly wealthy. By the way, Yuchen seemed to have found an opportunity and suddenly lowered his voice and said, Your mother doesn't seem very happy. What's wrong? Suyin asked quickly. Didn't the Bentley you gave me arrive today? She thought it over and gave it to me later. Yuchen said in a low voice. Suyin understood. Okay, I understand. Beating around the bush. He wanted to give his mother some care himself. A little surprise, huh? Hee, it's okay for you to know. I will come to Shanghai in the future, and give you some support for your business. Suyin nodded, then realized that he couldn't see it. Okay, I understand. That's fine. Just spend as much as you can. Daddy has plenty of money. Bye. Chapter 70. Money is nothing. TikTok is our world. The screen is full of barrage. Dad, don't hang up. You don't even acknowledge me as your son. Godfather, please accept my greeting. Anchor, no. Brother, when will you introduce our dad? Anchor, may I ask, how can I be born into a family like yours? Anchor, how come you were so lucky? Excuse me, Anchor, how can I earn a small goal? Don't ask the anchor, he doesn't know himself. You have to ask my dad. That's my dad. Then, the word dad appeared all over the screen. The data in the live broadcast room is even more popular. There was no carnival at this time, but the number of online viewers exceeded 1 million. Suyin took a look at the live broadcast and couldn't help laughing. If it is destined to happen, it will happen. If it is not destined to happen, ask Dad for help. The audience immediately howled in agony. Critical hit. It hurts, my friend. Anchor, do you have to be so realistic? The key is that my dad doesn't have it either. Anchor, you are so naughty. Is it too late to change a father now? Suyin didn't pay attention to their jokes. Mr. Zhang, please help me deliver this car to my mother. He looked around and chose a Porsche Panamera. Everything Zhang Chang sent over was top-notch. Choose Pamiai, mainly for 4 doors and 5 seats. The space is large, suitable for her to go out, or to take her sisters out to play and have room to sit. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Chang immediately drove a car in and loaded Pam into the car and took her away. A harmonious family, a loving father and filial son. No wonder he's so rich. My father only gave me a hint and arranged it right away. Mom, why does your dad have a car but I don't? Anchor, arrange it. This is a huge profit. With 500 million in pocket money, I can just give my mom a present like Pam. After doing all this, Su Yin was ready to go offline. Today's goal has been achieved. I have other things to do. Okay, thank you all for watching my live broadcast. See you tomorrow. Su Yin waved his hand. I still want more. I felt the disparity in the world. Host, no matter what you broadcast tomorrow, let's agree on a code word. No matter when it starts, please remind me with carnival. Haha, that's right. Please wake me up with the carnival. Su Yin also nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow. With that, today's live broadcast ended. Zhonghai University. Wang Ran's live broadcast room has regained popularity. Many fans have returned. Ran, the number one brother on the list, is live streaming. Your number one brother is so rich and inhumane. I've seen it all today. Wang Ran didn't even bother to say goodbye and ended the live broadcast directly. She looked at Yishanshan. Yishanshan was also looking at her. There was shock in both of their eyes. Su Yin's family seems super rich. He's more than super rich. Yishanshan seemed stunned. A car worth 100 million, pocket money worth 500 million, and another 100 million for him to give as a reward. Xiaoran, you made it. Wang Ran's face suddenly turned ferocious. It's all your fault. If you hadn't said you wanted to hook him up, I would have agreed to it a long time ago. Yishanshan smiled bitterly and said, how could I know that he would actually pretend to have no money? Wang Ran also sighed, knowing that he still needed Yishanshan. Shanshan, what should I do? First of all, we still have to start with the image. Su Yin probably likes cute girl cosplay. Although Su Yin's live broadcast ended. But the influence is far from gone. Several entries suddenly appeared on the Douyin hot list. The anchor gave himself thousands of rewards at the carnival. I've never seen a bank provide door-to-door service. Hame family, if you give me pocket money, I will give you a Porsche. 500 million pocket money. If it is destined to happen, it will happen eventually. If it is not destined to happen, ask your father for help. The richest anchor in history. These trending searches are soaring rapidly like rockets. In less than half an hour, it was already among the top 10 trending searches. In fact, they directly occupy 6 of the top 10. More and more people are seeing it. There is more and more discussion. Is this anchor's brain not working properly? Holy crap, thousands of carnivals, and more than 4 million? It turns out that you need to top up 20 million to reach the maximum level. I suddenly felt that the instant noodles in my hand didn't smell good at all. Su Yin's live broadcast footage was cut into short videos, which gained more and more attention on the Douyin app. Su Yin, who was off the air, did not notice that more and more fans were following him. At the same time, it was not just the audience who paid attention to Su Yin. There is also a streamer guild. The current anchor guild has become a system and a registered company. Yinjing, Superstar Network Information Services Company, Ltd. That is one of the top 10 guilds in TikTok, the Superstar Guild. Have you seen today's data? I checked the backstage and found that Afei's live broadcast data has dropped a lot year on year. The president held the data report and said with some dissatisfaction, what's going on? Afei is the head of our guild. Is there any resource tilt? If we can't do this well, how can we attract new members? President, a new anchor appeared today, attracting a large number of online users. 6 of the hot searches on the hot list today are about him, and the highest number of online users exceeds millions. What new anchor is this? Is he so arrogant? Has he joined a guild? No, said the subordinate. Then go and recruit people. Are we going to wait for other guilds to recruit people? The president was full of dissatisfaction. But, President, he is very rich. The president frowned. How rich can he be? Is he richer than our company? We must find a way to get him to the guild. A newcomer is so powerful. If he is snatched away by someone else, we will be doomed. If we can't get him, we will destroy him. He has 600 million in pocket money. The president swallowed his saliva and said, we may be rich, but Douyin is our world. Quick. China overseas. This new anchor is a bit tricky. The first live broadcast accumulated hundreds of thousands of fans and millions of people were online. We can learn from this method. Our share of the profits from Douyin will be higher and the cost will be lower. We have to find a way to sign this new guy. But he is so rich. What does having money mean? Douyin has its own rules, and he has to abide by Douyin's rules and let people contact him. Clear. People all over the country notice Su Yin, the newcomer who suddenly emerged. Contact information. Backstage. If you can't contact the backstage, just ask Douyin for the data. You can even buy it. This new guy must be captured. Boss, he seems to be very rich. It's just an online persona. If you want to get it, I can get you 1 billion in pocket money. Really? How do you do this? Why don't you just mark my phone number as bank? and I'll edit the information and send it to you. As for those cars and houses, they can be rented at will. In fact, he only spent a few million in tips, and he will be able to earn it back soon. Holy crap. Is this even possible? This guy has a very good brain, so we must capture him. If we can't capture him, then destroy him. Chapter 71. Friendship between Guan Yu and Bao Bao? Surefield? It doesn't exist. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 500,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Physical fitness has been enhanced. Obtaining conditions. The host and related personnel can obtain it when they drink the first sip of drinking water in Thompson Epine. Yichin, who was watering flowers in the garden, suddenly changed his expression. Skills again? Previous skill. You are so cool driving a Ferrari with one hand. Although it has been obtained by touching the steering wheel of Bentley. But it's useless. Where did I get my Ferrari? Where did I get a supercar? This time, there's something good that can improve your physical fitness. In the end, you still have to go to Shanghai? Thompson first class? I have a house in Thompson 1? No, my son bought it at Thompson Epine. Damn it. Is this system mine or my son's? Wife. Yuchen dropped the kettle and ran into the house. What's wrong? Why are you so startled? Asked Li Qin, who was washing vegetables. I'm going to Shanghai. Yuchen was serious. What are you doing? Li Qin asked curiously. Why do you want to go to Shanghai? I transferred those shares and other things to him. Yuchen didn't know how to explain it. Relevant personnel. I don't know if it includes my wife. We have to experiment first to know for sure. What's the hurry? Li Qin waved a carrot in her hand. Do you think your son has a lot of free time? Doesn't he have to go to school on weekdays? Can't we wait until the weekend? Yuchen had a sad face. I want to improve my physical fitness. Who made you always dislike me? I have to prove myself this time. Let you know what it means to be in ecstasy and what it means to be unable to stop. What is? Yuchen was immediately discouraged. In order to regain his strength, he wanted to give his wife a surprise. He had to keep it a secret first. Then I'll let you see how powerful I am. Let's go together on the weekend. Li Qin turned around. Why? Another week to wait? I can wait, but you may not be able to wait. Master Su. Well. As soon as Adela saw Su Yin, she threw herself into his arms and cried. What's going on? Su Yin put his arm around her shoulders and asked Yu Zixin. I saw that Yu Zixin's eyes were also red at this time, as if she had been crying too. Mr. Su. Yu Zixin sniffed and said with a wrong look, Ruashi is really miserable. Su Yin was speechless. It seemed like you guys just read scripts all day. Did you finish reading it? What do you think? Su Yin naturally embraced Adela and walked on the lawn. Yu Zixin followed closely behind. The script is really great. I think this time, we will definitely be able to bring out a large number of newcomers. However, it will still be better if there are veteran actors in charge. Su Yin nodded. We need to build a good reputation for this drama. Make achievements. The acting must not be bad. There must be a limit to supporting newcomers. He thought for a moment and said, the role of Ruashi is given to Adela. How's her acting? Adela became nervous when she heard this. Adela is a newcomer after all. Yu Zixin didn't dare to make a guarantee. He was afraid that he would make young Master Su unhappy. That means you have no acting skills. Su Yin sighed. Give her a professional acting teacher. How long will it take from now on to the start of preparations and filming? It will take at least a month at the earliest. Then we'll see the results in a month. If she's not good enough, we'll replace her. When she meets the requirements, we'll give her the female lead. Hearing this, Adela immediately wiped away her tears and said, Master Su, I will definitely work hard. I'm optimistic about you. Startling by each step is a female-led drama. If the leading female role is not good, then there is nothing to say. Yeah, Adela said shyly. Yu Zixin sighed. People can replace you at any time, so why are you still complaining? Being in love is not a good thing. Also, if we promote newcomers appropriately, older men can also have a market. For the leading actors, acting skills are the most important thing. As for the other newcomers in the company, we will assign them to suitable roles if they are available. Give them a chance, let them have a chance to succeed. I understand. Yu Zixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yin really treated this company as a career. What a big villa. Yu Zixin couldn't help but be amazed. Did they walk quite a distance just now? As a result, just arrived at the door? Pushing open the door of the courtyard, it feels like entering a botanical garden, full of colorful flowers. There is also gurgling water and a natural floral fragrance in the air. Walking along the cobblestone path, a door opened. Master, welcome home. At the door, maids lined up in 2 rows, welcoming them with smiles on their faces. Welcome, distinguished guest. A girl in a maid outfit was half kneeling at the door, with a pair of white slippers ready. Help Su Yin take off his shoes and change into slippers. On the other side, 2 girls brought 2 pairs of slippers for the 2 women to change into. Yu Zixin has come into contact with many wealthy people. However, this is the first time that such a grand ceremony has taken place. Mr. Su, what kind of existence is he? Adela stared blankly at the girls in front of her. Is this Mr. Su's home? And there are maids. They are all very beautiful. I feel a strong sense of crisis. Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan leaned against a wall, watching several people come in, feeling a little sad. Did I make the wrong choice? Who are these two? Yu Zixin saw the complicated expression on Lu Xinyan's face. My heart skipped a beat. Finished. How dare Su Xiao? Two women meet. Is this going to be a sure field? How should I comfort Adela later? How to save Su Xiao's image? Just for fun? This scene is lively. Still, in a moment, Yu Zixin had overturned 18 plans in his mind. No, this is still a little bit worse. Unexpectedly, Su Yin hugged Adela and said, Adela, my girlfriend. Damn it. Mr. Su, what do you want to do? With Yu Zixin's many years of experience, he could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was unusual. In the end, Su Xiao didn't avoid it at all. Adela is happy. What should this person do? Sure enough, when she looked at Lu Xinyan, her expression was almost frozen. He is also an artist of my company. Also, this is the person in charge of the company, Yu Zixin. Yu Zixin swallowed deeply. What do I do? How about I leave? What if I haven't been here? I can't handle this sure scene. This is a senior from my school and also a close friend of mine. She will also be my future partner. Su Yin blinked at Lu Xinyan. When Lu Xinyan heard about the friendship between Guan and Bao, she felt a little better. Another partner. At least we are equal. Can't you change your girlfriend at any time? Yu Zixin saw her sudden smile. What does it mean? Is it really a pure relationship? Pooh. The relationship between the two is definitely a pure relationship between a man and a woman. Which tube? Which abalone? Definitely the one I was thinking of. Chapter 72, The Effect of Enhancing Physical Fitness. In this short minute, God knows how many times Yu Zixin's mentality changed. Su Xiao, you're this. She gave Su Yin a thumbs up in her heart. Sit down and eat first. Su Yin invited a few people to come to the restaurant. Dinner had already been prepared. As soon as I sat down, the maid brought me a hot towel. I washed my hands first, then my face and rinsed my mouth. You just need to sit in your seat throughout the whole process. No need to move at all. Then one hot dish after another came up. I plan to invest 80 million in this drama as the company's opening project. Yu Zixin was delighted. In fact, the cost of real shooting does not need to be very high. The main reason is that there are too many tricks involved. Sister Xin, you are the producer. Keep a close eye on them. No matter the actors, directors, or props. There can't be any mistakes in any link. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Hearing this, Yu Zixin felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was very heavy. But I am happy inside. Most female stars are young and powerful. As we get older, who doesn't want to move behind the scenes? Senior, you should learn management from me. Su Yin assigned work to Lu Xinyan. No matter how well Lu Xinyan studies or how strong her professional skills are, she still needs training in all aspects. And the crew is a great place. Okay. Lu Xinyan nodded. Shall we start now? Under the table, a foot gently rubbed Su Yan's calf. Su Yan shuddered and looked at Lu Xinyan. She just blinked at herself. Seems to be hinting at something. From now on, the employment relationship officially begins. Full of teasing. Forget it. Let's start tomorrow. Su Yan still lost. Lu Xinyan's mouth corners suddenly raised. Adela happily sat next to Su Yin and ate. Yu Zixin felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table seemed a little weird. They both seemed to be hinting at something. What is it? Don't think about it. It's better not to think about these things. With Adela's level, she can't even start a Shura field, let alone start a palace fight for her. Then she doesn't even know how she died. It's too early to start being jealous. Everyone has their own thoughts when eating a meal. After eating, Su Yin wrote a check for 80 million to Yu Zixin. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will definitely make this drama a good one. Su Yin pinched Adela's nose and said, work hard for me. I hope you can become famous overnight. Yes, I will definitely train hard. I will definitely become the heroine. Adira clenched her fists. Yu Zixin sighed. It's true, everyone has his own destiny. It really became an overnight success. Yu Zixin quickly shook her head and said, no, I can't let my imagination run wild. This is disrespectful to the boss. Or did you think about it again? How about finding a little fresh meat tonight? Just as she was daydreaming, Su Yan's phone rang. Okay. I'll be back right away. After casually hanging up the phone, Su Yin touched Adela's face apologetically and said, I'm sorry, the school will conduct room inspections tonight. When Adela heard this, her face was filled with disappointment, but she quickly said, then you should go back to school. I really want to wake up with you every day and have breakfast with you. Su-yin said affectionately. Adela was obviously moved. I want to too, but study is more important. We still have a long future ahead of us. Sorry, you can stay here tonight. Su-yin stood up. No, it's better for us to stay in a hotel. Yu Zixin stood up quickly. Such a big mansion is said to have just been bought. The first time should be left to the host. That's fine. Let them arrange a car to take you back. I have to rush back to school now. Su-yin hurried downstairs. Adela and others followed him downstairs. Su-yin finally chose a Taikyung. As soon as I got in the car, I found Lu Xinyan was already sitting in the passenger seat. Senior, where are you going? Su-yin pretended not to know. Since you call me senior, I want to go back to school too, Lu Xinyan said with a smile on her face. Su-yin was speechless. Can you be more obvious? Senior, you're already doing an internship. Su-yin glanced at Adela, as if he was worried that she might misunderstand him. Choose a car for yourself. Lu Xinyan thought that she had already won tonight and was not going to provoke Adela. Okay. You will have bronchitis sooner or later. Adira blushed immediately. Yu Zixin was so angry when she saw Adela blushing beside her. They clearly have the upper hand tonight, can't you see that? Which of these cars in the garage is cheaper? As a result, they just choose randomly, can't you see it? Mr. Su, it's actually okay for you to send your senior sister off, Adela said shyly. Yu Zixin covered her face. Don't call me Master Su, it makes us seem distant. Just call me a yin or anything else. Senior sister can drive herself, let her drive. Su-yin lowered the car window and said, I have to go first. You should get some rest early. I will come to see you when I am free tomorrow. Okay. Drive slowly on the road and don't be in a hurry. Adela gave instructions and watched Su-yin and Lu Xinyan leave one after the other. Sister Xian. Mr. Su is really a very manly guy. Adela was infatuated with him. Yu Zixin nodded casually. Yes. Hey, let's talk about it when you really have a chance to get promoted. Taikyung is speeding all the way. The Qian is not far behind. Use facial recognition to enter Thompson first class. Go straight to the new house. During the day-to-day, Lu Xinyan has arranged for a cleaning company to carry out a comprehensive cleaning. Although the daily necessities may not be complete, it is already habitable. As soon as they entered the door, the two hugged each other. Didn't you say the school was conducting an inspection? Why are you here? Lu Xinyan smiled sweetly. When a senior student checks a junior student's room, isn't that also a schoolroom check? You're just making up stories. Lu Xinyan got up and said, I'm going to take a shower first. No. Tomorrow we will be in an employment relationship, Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan said it lightly, but there was a sense of resentment in her voice. Su-yin leaned against the head of the bed, picked up the mineral water he had just brought, and took a sip. Put down the fire. It seems that it is not good if the fish takes the bait too quickly. After taking a sip of water, he felt refreshed, and every cell in his body burst into unprecedented power at this moment. I clearly feel that my body has become much stronger. What's going on? This water is so sweet. Su-yin felt that every cell in his body was cheering and strength was constantly surging up. He glanced into the bathroom. Suddenly, spring is endless. Chapter 73. Everyone is reborn. Who wants to fall in love? The sky brightened. Su-yin turned over and opened his eyes to see that Lu Xinyan was already dressed. Senior, so early? Lu Xinyan smiled and said, Boss, you are the boss. I am a worker, and I need to go to work. Hearing that Lu Xinyan's way of addressing him had changed, Su-yan's heart couldn't help but darken. Senior, actually. Don't. Lu Xinyan raised her hand to stop him from continuing. I don't want to be anyone's vassal. These days, it's just my own physiological needs. Su-yin sighed. But in his heart, he was full of admiration for Lu Xinyan. I know that if I follow Su Xiao, I will definitely not be treated unfairly, but I still want to be Lu Xinyan. She put on her clothes and looked back brightly. So, boss, don't persuade good women to go into the adult industry. Screw you. Su-yin threw a pillow over. Let's go. After saying that, he waved his hand, picked up his handbag and left the house. Su-yin watched her leave, feeling a little complicated. Wash and get dressed. Su-yin went down to the garage, but saw two Porsches still parked quietly in the parking spaces. He drove the Taycan to the gate of the community and saw Lu Xinyan standing at the door waiting for a car. Rolling down the car window, Senior, why don't you drive away? Boss, that's your car. Lu Xinyan was not wearing any makeup, but she was still beautiful. This is for you. Su-yin is very wealthy. No. Lu Xinyan shook her head. If I want your car, I will want the house, the whole of you, or even half of your assets. Then I would no longer be myself. And boss, are you sure you can make such a promise now? She tilted her head slightly upward as she spoke. Looking a little stubborn. Su-yin knew that he couldn't make any promises. Now that you are reborn as a rich second generation, who still wants to fall in love? Isn't it fun to raise fish? As she spoke, Lu Xinyan pulled out her wallet from her handbag and took out a stack of cash. After thinking for a while, he took out 3 tickets and threw them into the car. Yesterday, just consider it as my guarantee for you. It was almost on yesterday when I asked him 3 times, and that's only 300? Even the capitalist would cry. Su Yin couldn't help but complain. Humph. Last night I was party A, and you were party B. 100 each time. Lu Xinyan said arrogantly. Okay, then, party A's father, get in the car, and I'll take you there. Lu Xinyan laughed. Let's go, we're going to be late, Boss Su, and I've already called a taxi. Su Yin looked at the time and said, fuck, I'll leave first then. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away. Lu Xinyan stood there, watching the Porsche leave, and the smile on her face gradually faded, holding the Gucci bag tightly in her hand. He bit his lower lip gently and finally spat. Bop scumbag. An online hailing taxi stopped. After confirming your number, get on the bus and sit down. Lu Xinyan held the bag in her arms. The cell phone rang. It was a voice message from Fei Xuan. If you need party B, be sure to find me and I'll give you a discount. Hearing these words spoken with gritted teeth, Lu Xinyan burst out laughing. He typed quickly with his fingers. It depends on my mood. Humph. I'll keep the bag as a souvenir. Thanks, Boss Su. Big one. Second one. Fourth one. Su Yin hurried as fast as he could and rushed to the classroom. Fu Jiejun handed Su Yan's book to him and made a face. Wang Wei saw Su Yin and pretended to be hypocritical. He pointed his index finger at Su Yin and said, You damn bastard, you still remember to come back? You just hang out outside all day long. I was wrong. Second brother. Su Yin quickly begged for mercy. Wang Wei's sissy look was really unbearable. Third brother, where did you go to have fun over the weekend? Second brother has been talking about it for 3 nights. Zhou Kai said anxiously. Anyway, after that incident, Wang Wei and Zhou Kai have been restless. I don't know whether the 2 of them have lost their virginity. Go do market research and look for some talent. Hey. Su Yin sighed pretentiously. I want to start a business, so I need to work hard. He can't say that he went to a yin party, right? If I tell this to others, can we still be friends? Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Wang Wei and others stopped paying attention. Zhou Kai frowned instead. Damn, why did Wang Ren change his temper today? Everyone couldn't help but look over. Wang Ran, who usually dresses brightly and fashionably, was wearing a snow-white short-sleeved shirt today, revealing his delicate white arms. She had a pink silk flower tied at the neckline and was wearing a gray plaid JK skirt. Her long hair was let down and she had a pink hairpin on her head. She looks very youthful and a little fragile. Seeing Su Yin and others looking at him, he smiled faintly. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but kick Zhou Kai. Old four, what nonsense are you talking about? Hastily changing the subject, I don't think I saw Li Qingxue last week. What happened? Fu Jiejun quickly shook his head. I don't know either. By the way, third brother, there seems to be a club activity today, and it is said that they have attracted a big sponsor. They were afraid that Wang Ran would attract Su Yin back by dressing like this. Although Su Yin is rich now, they all know very well what Wang Ran is like. Student Su, these are the steamed dumplings I made myself. Just when the 3 of them were trying to attract Su Yin's attention, a clear, sweet voice was heard. At the same time, it is accompanied by bursts of fragrance. Su Yin didn't know when a green lunchbox was placed in front of him. There are quite a few scratches on the lunchbox. Li Qingxue. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment. Chow Chow? I just said it's coming? Zhou Kai was stunned for a moment. She smiled at me. Thank you. I just missed breakfast. Su Yin opened the lunchbox and ate the buns one by one. Sit down. Li Qingxue immediately sat down as she was told. Do you want to eat? Su Yin pushed the lunchbox over. I've eaten. This is for you. Li Qingxue's eyes seemed to glow. Obviously, he has come out of the shadow of the past. Come back and study hard when you're okay. Su Yin didn't hesitate and continued eating. Yes, I will pay you back the money. Li Qingxue lowered her voice, a little nervous, biting her lip. But before I pay you back, I will follow the contract. Execute. Su Yin looked back with some surprise. If it were someone else, they would have just gotten away with it, right? Could it be that a fish has entered the pond? Su Yin, you ate Xiaoxue's breakfast. Do you have to be so overbearing? Chapter 74. I have my period today. A voice sounded nearby, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Junyang, what the hell is this to you? Wang Wei looked up and saw a male classmate in the class and immediately retorted. Zhao Junyang snorted coldly. You think you were right to bully female classmates? Bullying classmates is everyone's business. Many people in the class were looking over here. After hearing what happened, they all nodded. Especially Li Qingxue, although she has a cold personality, she is beautiful and has many male fans. Yeah, how can you bully your classmates? I didn't expect Su Yin to be such a person. But I saw that it was Li Qingxue who walked over by herself. right? How is it possible? Li Qingxue is used to being alone in class, right? Wang ran, and Shanshan stood not far away, feeling a little worried. Shanshan, aren't they going too far? It was that little slut Li Qingxue who took the initiative to go over there. Wang Ren said worriedly. Shanshan instigated Li Qingxue's supporter Zhao Junyang to go over there. She only said, don't worry. Get rid of Li Qingxue first, then you'll have a chance. Wang Ren nodded slightly and looked over there. Zhao Junyang heard the support of the people around him, and a proud look appeared on his face. Xiaoxue, you don't have to be afraid. I will definitely protect you from this cancer in the class. He looked at Li Qingxue's profile with obsession in his eyes. Li Qingxue's smiling face turned cold as she turned around. What does it have to do with you? Wang Wei laughed loudly, studently. You should say it's none of your business. That would be more impressive. Zhou Kai quickly said, second brother, I am a lady. Su Yin couldn't help laughing either. While laughing, he continued to eat breakfast. Zhao Juanliang's face suddenly turned red, the color of pig liver. Xiaoxue, Don't call me Xiaoxue, I don't know you well. Li Qingxue still had a cold expression. Shanshan couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. Why did Li Qingxue become so strong? Wang Ran couldn't help but grit his teeth. She must have noticed that my Su Yin is so rich. That's why she couldn't help but stick to him. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang. Zhao Junliang felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly found a seat to sit down. Walk. Shanshan immediately pulled Wang Ran to sit next to him. Zhao Junliang, you can't even handle Su Yin? Shanshan said deliberately. Zhao Junliang wanted to save face, so he sneered. Will I be unable to handle him? Look how sweetly Qingxue's smile is. Shanshan deliberately provoked him. When Zhao Junliang saw this, he was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he didn't know what to do for a moment. Shanshan said, aren't you a cadre of the club? I heard there's a big event today. Zhao Junliang's eyes suddenly lit up. He already had a plan in mind. But when he saw Li Qingxue and Su Yin talking and laughing, he felt even angrier. Finally, the get out of class was over, and Zhao Junliang rushed over. Xiaoxue, there's an activity in the club today. Ice cream sponsored by BMW. Let's go and take a look together. Zhao Junliang said quickly. Li Qingxue glanced at Su Yin, still cold and aloof, and kept him at a distance. I'm on my period today, so I can't eat ice cream. Zhao Junliang suddenly became as motionless as a stick. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. BMW sponsors ice cream? Zhou Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't BMW have an ice cream incident before? It's not from China Shipping. The BMW agent of China Shipping organized the event to restore its reputation. Fu Jijun said. Sanner, do you want to go and take a look together? Wang Wei also said excitedly. It's a waste if you don't eat it. Okay. BMW's activities were brought to the school. That's just right. I can go and check it out myself. See how well they work. Would you like to come with us? He asked Li Qingxue, who immediately nodded. Okay. Then let's go. A group of people stood up and left in a flash. Zhao Junliang. The society is your territory. Once you get there, you have the final say, right? Shanshan fanned the flames. Zhao Junliang's eyes lit up again. Yes. Isn't the society your own territory? Walk. Wang Ran was worried. Su Yin and Li Qingxue were having an affair? Can I compare to her? Don't worry. Li Qingxue must have just approached her. Xiaoran, you have the advantage. Shanshan consoled. Where's Xiaoqiang? I don't know. Maybe something happened. Without her, you will have one less competitor for the time being. Let's go. The two of them hurriedly followed. A number of small stalls have been set up in an open-air square in the school. It's like a small amusement park. There are food and entertainment and all kinds of stalls. There were various prizes on display, all sponsored by BMW. At the entrance booth was a table with a large refrigerator. There are iron buckets in the refrigerator, all filled with Häagen-Dazs ice cream. There is a huge door plate with a BMW car and a few big words printed on it. BMW treats you to free ice cream. There was a long queue in front of me. Xiaoxue, look, this is the sponsorship our club has secured. I planned this event, and it has a lot of fun things in it. Zhao Junliang lingered. Even though Li Qingxue ignored him, he still persevered. I'll get you an ice cream. Now that I'm here, isn't this my home ground? He ran happily to the front of the team. Give me an ice cream. All of a sudden, it caused dissatisfaction among the team. Is there no one in charge of the club? Someone is cutting in line. Do you have any manners? Cut in line. Which department are you from? Shame on you. Are you looking for death? The club member whispered something in the BMW staff's ear, put a ball of ice cream on a cone, and handed it to Zhao Junliang. Zhao Junliang held his head high and said, I'm from the club. Sorry. He said sorry, but he didn't feel sorry at all. Even a little proud. This feeling of enjoying rights is really great. Fuck. Are those in the club so great? There is no order at all. How can we organize activities in the future? I'm still in the fucking student union, and I didn't take advantage of my privileges. Zhao Junliang no longer dared to be complacent and hurriedly left with his head lowered. He came to Li Qingxue and handed her a ball of ice cream like offering a treasure. Xiaoxue, come, have some ice cream. Li Qingxue shook her head. I don't like vanilla flavor. I like vanilla flavor. Zhou Kai said immediately. Who can eat just one? Wang Wei also said. Vice President Zhao, is this okay? Fu Jiejun also said. Zhao Junliang snorted. If you want to eat, go and queue up yourself. Do you think the money for the BMW came from the wind? Häagen-Dazs, 1 ball per person. That's already a lot of money. Zhao Junliang stuck his head out. What do you want to eat? Su Yin asked others instead. Sanner, I want to try it too, Wang Wei laughed. Let's go and line up. Fu Jiejun called everyone. No need to queue, just follow me. Zhao Jiejun took a look and thought, this guy, what is he doing pretending to be so great? Hey, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be so pretentious. This is our rule. Don't embarrass our school. Facing the other party's sarcasm, Su Yan turned around and said, embarrassment? Anyway, our vice president Zhao has already embarrassed himself. Chapter 75. What she doesn't like is the vanilla ice cream you give her. Zhao Junliang was almost mad to death because of being blocked. Zhao Junliang, as the vice president of a society, you can't be unable to handle Su Yan, right? He Shanshan continued to fan the flames. Zhao Junliang snorted. Don't think I don't know anything. Wang Ran. Now that you see your licking dog has run away, you want to use me, right? He glanced at Wang Ran, and Wang Ran's expression really changed. Are you worthy enough to compete with Xiaoxue? Zhao Junliang said with disdain. However, we can stand on the same front for now. Don't let He Shanshan fan the flames everywhere. You don't need to remind me what I should do. Wang Ran opened his mouth. He Shanshan smiled and said, Vice President Zhao knows everything, so we have common interests. Snort. Zhao Junliang ignored them and followed them up with big strides. Shanshan, he found out. Wang Ran said while pulling He Shanshan. He Shanshan smiled and said, he knows nothing. They call it a united front, but they are just tools. As long as Li Qingxue is surrounded by flies like this, Su Yin will get tired of it sooner or later. Wang Ran nodded, and the two of them followed. Look for opportunities to contact Su Yin. This is a school event. No one is allowed to cut in line. Just as Su Yin and his team reached the front of the team, Zhao Junliang rushed over and spoke loudly. Damn it. This damn president is here again. He said no cutting in line. Bah, he has the nerve to say that. He was the one who just used his power as the guild president to cut in line. He just walked to the front. He didn't say he wanted to cut in line, did he? It's clear that he's trying to take revenge on someone else. Now these people are treating student unions and societies as their rights and showing off their power. How shameful. As a result, before Su Yin and his friends could even open their mouths, they heard people in the queue blaming them. Zhao Junliang's face turned black. I am now organizing the team in the name of the society's vice president. All of you, hurry up and line up. He pointed at Su Yin and others. Fu Jiejun frowned. Zhao Junliang, don't be shameless. The governor is allowed to set fires, but we are not allowed to light lamps, right? Xiaoxue, come here, this ice cream is for you. In the hot weather, the ice cream has begun to melt slowly. I told you, I don't like vanilla flavor. Li Qingxue frowned. Oh, so it's for women. You are no different from a dog licker. So he's a bootlicker, really, TSK, TSK. The people in the queue couldn't help but laugh at him. Zhao Junliang's face changed, but he remained calm. No queue jumping, no queue jumping. He stiffened his neck and said, you guys, come and maintain order. Don't let those big companies look down on us Zhonghai University students. 2 officers wearing sleeves were called over. Zhao Junliang suddenly felt much more confident. Only the ball. Su Yin seemed not to see them and asked directly. Hey, classmate, you can't cut in line. The club's secretary hurried forward. Zhao Junliang thought he would hear people mocking him. I just cut in line and they all started talking. Who would have thought that when Su Yin cut in line, no one responded? They just want to see Zhao Junliang's fun. It was obvious that Zhao Junliang was targeting Su Yin and the others. Now Su Yin cuts in line. Isn't this going to be a big show? Zhao Junliang turned around to look at the group of people queuing and said, why don't you speak up? However, still no one spoke. Su Yin, even though we are classmates, rules are rules, and we can't make things difficult for the sponsors, right? Since I can't borrow the power of my classmates, I'll borrow the power of my sponsors. No, Su, classmate. When the BMW employees saw Su Yin, they immediately smiled brightly. Bend your body slightly. The expression on his face was flattering. Seeing Su Yin shaking his head at him, the one who originally called him Mr. Su immediately changed his address to Student Su. Not just scoops of ice cream. Anything you want, we can have it. What? Zhao Junliang originally thought that Su Yin would be rejected, and then he would be able to get it, and the difference would be obvious. Who knew that the other party would actually be a little bit flattering? Zhao Junliang was completely dumbfounded. The BMW salesperson immediately took out an exquisite cruise ship model from the refrigerator, with ice cream scoops piled on top. Su, classmate, this is smooth sailing. Then he brought out an ice cream shaped like a hot pot. This is flame ice cream. Besides, the BMW staff brought out several at once. Each one looks very luxurious. It's completely different from a simple ball. Oh my god, there is such a hidden version. Isn't this too luxurious? If you put it in the store, it will cost at least a few $100s, right? You can't get more than a few $100s. Last time I went there, 3 balls on a small boat cost hundreds of dollars. Zhao Junliang was also stunned. As the vice president of the society, I didn't enjoy any of this. He actually gave it to Su Yin. Give me 5. Su Yin pointed, and the BMW clerk was embarrassed. Because only 4 of these luxurious models are prepared. Su, classmate, I'm sorry, we only prepared 4. He wants to cry. Su, Deng Chaowo rushed over at this time. Wait a moment, we will do it right away. Forget it, classmate Su, I want to eat vanilla flavor. Li Qingxue said courageously. Okay, give me another scoop of ice cream in different flavors. Su Yin said immediately. Okay, we'll do it right away. Deng Chaowo breathed a sigh of relief. Almost screwed it up. I originally wanted to flatter you. He gave Li Qingxue a grateful look. Manager, this is not good, right? Zhao Junliang didn't dare to speak loudly to the sponsor. They cut in line. Su Yin blinked and ignored him. Classmates, I'm sorry for cutting in line just now. As compensation, can everyone have 2 balls from now on? The students who were originally queuing were a little dissatisfied when they saw that Su Yin not only cut in line, but also got a super luxurious boat. Upon hearing this, there was originally 1 ball, but now there are 2 balls. My mood suddenly improved. Classmate, you're not going to brag, are you? Can you make the decision here at BMW? The concept of 2 balls is different from 1 ball. Su Yin, stop messing around. Zhao Junliang was so scared that his face turned black. This is the sponsor I managed to secure with great difficulty. Please don't fuck it up for me. Originally, it would have been impossible for them to attract a sponsor like BMW. Because most college students are not BMW's target users. Who would have known that this time I was just trying it out, but the other party agreed right away. The most important thing is that the funds they provide are so abundant. Unexpectedly, Deng Chaowo nodded and agreed immediately. Of course, we will actively adopt the opinions of classmate Su. From now on, we will give 2 balls to everyone. Oh my god, my classmate is awesome. Handsome. If you don't go to the external relations department, I won't recognize this student union. The club should change its president. Zhao Junliang was stunned. Are people from BMW so easy to talk to? That's really generous. Mr. Su, here's your ice cream. The waiter made a piece of ice cream and stacked a high layer of balls on the crispy cone in various colors and flavors. Here you go. Su Yin handed it to Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue blushed slightly, took it, and whispered, thank you. Holding it in his hand, he carefully licked the vanilla ice cream on top, squinting his eyes, his whole expression full of satisfaction. Let's go. Su Yin and his friends took away some luxurious ice creams. Zhao Junliang was left holding the vanilla ice cream that was about to melt. Don't you dislike vanilla flavor? She doesn't like the vanilla ice cream you gave her, not Su's. Chapter 76, Su Yin owes money again. Ha! A dog that licks a dog cannot get a house. Look at him, he really looks like a dog. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhao Junliang couldn't help but jump up and down and said, who said I was a dog licker? He, Su Yin, is the dog licker. It's the joke of the whole school. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked from behind. The huge force caused her to fly more than half a meter away, and she fell directly to the ground. The ball of vanilla ice cream stuck directly to his forehead. It looks as funny as it can be. Who is it? Who the hell is it? He got up, his face full of anger. A corner of ice cream slid down his forehead. I didn't expect that there are such students in Zhonghai University with such poor quality. Deng Chaowo retracted his legs, his face gloomy. How dare the fucking boss talk about me in front of me? I want to die? Deng, Manager Deng. Zhao Junliang's eyes almost popped out. Why did you hit me? He felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. We are all classmates, and we all come to school. Why do you show off? You are using your little power to seek benefits in school now. How can you be so arrogant in society? Deng Xiaobo was good at speaking. I will teach you a little lesson now, so that you won't harm others and yourself in the future when you go out into society. Classmates, do you agree? Right. This manager is absolutely right. 3 views are very positive. No wonder you make money. The classmates started to make a noise, and Deng Xiaobo waved his hands. Let's show off our ugliness. Let's line up in order, 2 balls per person. Zhao Junliang looked grim. He didn't expect that he had lost the support of his classmates and the support of his sponsors. I could only run away in shame. Shan, Zhao Junyang failed. Wang Ran was a little worried. Zhao Junyang is just the vice president of a society. He is of no use. He is just a knife to us, not an accomplice. Shan continued to give advice. That? Wang Ran was a little absent-minded for a moment. I think at least we have gained something this time. Follow me. The 2 women hurriedly chased after him. Hello. Shan caught up with Deng Xiaobo, a smile on her face. Hello, we are Su Yan's classmates. Wang Ren felt a little embarrassed. Su Yan asked us to look for him at BMW, but we didn't see him. Do you know where he is? Shan said without hesitation. Oh, you were looking for young Master Su. He just left and is over there. Deng Xiaobo said enthusiastically. I'll take you there. Shan quickly shook her head. No need. We are familiar with the school and can find it ourselves. Deng Xiaobo nodded repeatedly. Okay, take care. After Deng Xiaobo left, Wang Ren asked Shan, what did you say? A hint of wisdom flashed in Shan's eyes. This BMW 4S store is most likely owned by Su Yan. What? Wang Ren was completely stunned. How did you know? Shan smiled and said, it's very simple. You can tell from the manager's attitude towards Su Yan that he respects Su Yan very much. Moreover, he changed his words several times in the middle. It could be that they just have cooperation, or they know Su Yan's identity. Wang Ren found it unlikely. Shan shook her head and said, but did you notice that when we said we were looking for Su Yan, he asked us to come here to look for him? He was not surprised at all. He was even very polite to us. Well, what's wrong? This means that they are more than just acquaintances. Su Yan even controls his job. Shan's extremely precise inference left Wang Ren speechless. He's already very rich, so it is normal for him to be rich, Wang Ren said. Shan glanced at her and said, these will all be your property in the future. Silly girl. Wang Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. I see. Let's go find Su Yan now. 5 people were leisurely eating ice cream in the restaurant. Because of the presence of Li Qingxue, they couldn't talk about any taboo topics. Sanner, why can you cut in line and ask BMW to add a scoop of ice cream? Wang Wei took a bite of ice cream, put it in his mouth and enjoyed it. Zhou Kai also looked at Su Yan curiously. Yes, third brother. You seem to be very mysterious recently. Su Yan shrugged, because I'm handsome. Fu Jiajun glanced at Su Yan and said, if you're handsome, we can get it done. Then we can take a photo of you with us when we go out. Wang Wei immediately took out his cell phone and said, come on, Sanner, smile. I want one too. I want one too. Zhou Kai quickly took out his cell phone. Su Yan was speechless. Li Qingxue watched the 4 people playing leisurely and felt somewhat relieved. Hey, Su Yan. When Shan saw them, she waved quickly, as if she was familiar with them. Wow, are you eating ice cream? It was too hot just now, and we didn't even get in line. Do you mind eating together? She didn't seem to want their consent and just sat down and pushed Wang Ran to the opposite side of Su Yan. Hi, Su Yan. Wang Ran was a little reserved. This is a super rich man. Billionaire. Such an existence was something she could only dream of but could not achieve before. It's right in front of me now. In fact, he used to be his own bootlicker. Wang Wei and the other 2 suddenly fell silent, afraid that Su Yan would fall again. By the way, Sanner, we had an appointment to play against each other in the dormitory across the street. We're going to be late. Wang Wei suddenly had an idea. Yes. I almost forgot. Fu Jiajun also said quickly. I haven't finished eating yet. Shou Kai was eating ice cream. Let's go. Wang Wei hurriedly went to pull Su Yan. Forget it, I won't go. Su Yan shook his head and refused them. The expressions of the 3 people suddenly changed. Even Zhou Kai silently put down the spoon in his hand. The third brother can't be so confused. Wang Ran was a little unhappy at first, as it was obvious that the people in their dormitory were excluding him. However, I didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Su Yan actually rejected them. He must still have me in his heart. I still have to go to work. Su Yan stood up. Work to earn a living? The expressions of everyone present changed. As a second-generation rich kid from a billionaire family, what kind of job do you do? Do you still need a part-time job? Yes, life costs money, and we can't just be lazy and eat and do nothing. Su Yan smiled. There are still many debts to pay. Well, he agreed to his fans' request yesterday. Even if it is to give face to the old man, we have to stabilize the traffic and data. Still in debt? Wang Ren frowned. How much do you still owe? Li Qingxue couldn't help but ask. He gave himself so much money in the first place. Maybe there are problems in his business now. A lot. Su Yin let out a long sigh. I have more here, Li Qingxue said quickly. No need. Su Yin waved his hand. You guys take your time eating. I'm leaving first. I'm going to be late soon. Ding ling. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. Su Yin answered the phone. Hello, are you Mr. 2 Bags of Water Gun? I'm from the Superstar Guild, and we'd like to invite you to join the guild. He didn't notice yesterday that his private message backend was already filled with messages from major guilds recruiting members. But he is so busy, how does he have time to check? Su Yin pointed at the phone, stood up and left. Joining the live broadcast guild will be very beneficial to you. You can get a higher commission. The other party began to introduce himself in a torrent of words. Watching Su Yin leave, he Shanshan asked tentatively, Su Yin owes money again? Chapter 77. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Second brother, fourth brother, is there anything else? Fu Jiajin asked. No. Let's go. Fu Jiajin picked up his ice cream and stood up. Li Qingxue also stood up. Even though she was cold and aloof, she was not unaware of the entanglement between Su Yin and Wang Ran. This matter may not be known to the whole school, but no one in the class does not know about it. The ice cream tasted sweet, and she felt that being with Su Yin also felt a little sweet. Depend on. Seeing the 4 people leave directly, Shanshan was a little dissatisfied. Why are you pretending to be so proud? You are just a little slut. Wang Ran looked a little unhappy. Shanshan, is Su Yin really in debt again? Shanshan smiled. Rich people like them have to pay back the bank every day when they wake up, but that doesn't stop them from being rich. She is full of confidence. You saw it. His bank card is full of money. Need not. Su Yin directly rejected the guild. With his current financial resources, simply setting up a guild would be better than working for others. Mr. Su, from yesterday's live broadcast, we can see that you are a smart man. With a little money, you made yourself a top anchor. The other party seemed to know everything. I am now at Zhonghai University, and I have come with a contract and sincerity. If you refuse, I personally suggest that you meet in person and sign the contract. Hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. All my identity information has been exposed. What does TikTok want to do? And he threatened me? This made him a little unhappy. Okay, where are you? I'll come over in a moment. Su Yin narrowed his eyes. His eyes were somewhat sharp. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Do you know any law firms? Master, do you need it now? Tong Yakin asked. Yes, now, immediately. I will use it soon. Okay, I'll arrange it for the master now. Then he slowly walked towards the agreed location. Boyi Law Firm. One of the top 10 law firms in the country. Have the most professional and top team. Lawyer He, did you really sell the law firm? Early in the morning, everyone came into the barrister's office. He Wenba wore glasses and smiled. It happened at midnight yesterday. The other party offered a price that no one could refuse. So, He Lu, where are you going to start your next business? I'll go with you. Yes, we will all go with you. Yes, He Lu. Everyone was clamoring to leave with He Wenba. He Wenba shook his head. I'm not going to leave. The contract has already clearly stated that unless I no longer work in any legal industry, I will have to work here until I retire. They offered me a price I couldn't refuse. They bought me and the company together. I'm still your boss until the new boss takes over. A man in his 30s suddenly said, Lawyer He, the person you asked me to check yesterday was the new boss? Yes. Is there any news? Ziyun, is there any news? He Wenba asked. Zhou Ziyun handed over a folder in his arms. He Wenba took it and looked at it. The entire folder only contained a few thin sheets of paper. Zhou Ziyun said, there is a lot of information about the new boss on the internet, so it is easy to find him. He Wenba continued reading. A company with a market value of less than 100 million yuan, started from scratch, lost its son, and just found it recently. This is all very normal. But starting this month, things started to go a little bit weird. They bought the Tianhu Hotel, 2 car dealerships, a racetrack, and a restaurant. After they found their son, they suddenly started buying things. Where did they get the money? My son is quite handsome. It's a bit outrageous. It's not something he can afford. He Wenba frowned. Zhou Ziyun said worriedly, I thought so too. The new boss might have some intentions. He Wenba shook his head. These have nothing to do with us. We are lawyers. We know all about professional ethics. Besides, we don't allow him to be a hidden rich man. It's not like we haven't come across such people before. Yes. Everyone understood immediately. Lawyer He, I just received an urgent order. The call was from Jiuxing Mansion, saying that their owner needs legal assistance. Now, at Zhonghai University. Jiuxing Mansion, there are indeed rich people. Okay, I'll go there and visit our young boss. Wenba stood up. He already had a certain understanding of yuan. The rest depends on contact. Seeing that the chief lawyer was dispatched to deal with such a small matter, they didn't say anything. In this law firm, Wenba's words are like an imperial edict. This is customer information. Before he left, the clerk sorted out the information and delivered it to him. Su-yin. Wenba's expression froze for a moment. Could it be that he is really that kind of boss who messes around? If you are involved in gangs or something, I'll fuck you. He felt a little regretful. Don't ruin your reputation. Fortunately, he was relieved to see the need for assistance later. Looks like we're in trouble. Make a good first impression. Xiao Chui, you graduated from the law department of Shanghai University. Come with me. There is a cafe opposite the school. A man in a blue suit put down his cell phone. With a smug smile on his face, he said, how ridiculous. A small anchor dares to challenge a superstar. When has his arm ever been stronger than a thigh? It's best to be unruly. I'll show you what the power of a guild is. Whether it is short videos or live broadcasts, they have been developed for many years. His eyes suddenly lit up. Beauty, I'm from Superstar, one of the top 10 guilds on Douyin. I think you have the potential to become a top anchor. Are you interested in joining our guild? As long as you join the guild, you can get a lot of support, such as high commissions, high recommendations, and even arrange for you to connect with the top live broadcasters, which can push you to the front in a short time. Su-yin was not in a hurry and slowly walked towards the other shore coffee shop. A Volkswagen Bora stopped at the school gate and immediately came over to greet Su-yin when he saw him coming out. Su-yin? Master Su. Wenba had a good impression of Su-yin when he saw him for the first time. She was neatly dressed and looked very nice. Who are you? Su-yin looked at the gray-haired old man in front of him curiously. I'm Wenba, a lawyer at Boyi Law Firm, and this is our trainee lawyer, Chui Cece. Thank you, Attorney He. Thank you, Attorney Chui. This is a simple matter. We can talk while we walk. There are many things to do. Wenba had a better impression of him. Quite polite. Mr. Su, aren't you worried about the lawyer's fees? Su-yin smiled and said confidently, a problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Okay, then let's talk while we walk. Su-yin briefly recounted the incident. So we should mainly focus on TikTok and the guild for illegally disclosing and obtaining your private information? Wenba immediately grasped the key point. What is your appeal? Request. Su-yin thought for a moment. My request is to beat them up in one go, so they don't have to bother me every now and then. Chapter 78. The top 10 law firms are also mine? The other shore cafe. As soon as Su-yin entered the door, he saw a man in a blue suit chatting with a little girl. Miss, I think you are very suitable. Su-yin walked over with Wenba. Wenba stood one step behind Su-yin from beginning to end. Are you Qin Shou? Qin Shou glanced at Su-yin and was shocked by his appearance. You are so handsome. Why do you wear a mask when you are live streaming? With this appearance alone, she can gain a place in the entire live streaming industry. And she has a well-proportioned figure. There is no problem in debuting as a star. He suddenly thought of the company's future strategy, shifting from the live broadcast industry to the entertainment industry. This person may be the opportunity. We must make him sign the contract. Judging from the information, he is just a college student in his early 20s and easy to control. However, behind him. Seeing Wenba, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that some guild has already contacted him in advance? 2 bags of big water guns, right? Please sit down. Qin Shou smiled. I think you have thought it through. Our Superstar Guild will definitely provide you with the best resources, not just limited to the live broadcast industry. Qin Shou started talking incessantly as soon as he sat down. Su-yin listened very patiently. When Qin Shou saw it, he was overjoyed. There is a chance. He immediately started talking about various benefits. After he finished speaking, Su-yin spoke up. How did you know my contact information? Qin Shou was very proud at this time and wanted to show the strength of his guild, so he said, our guild is one of the largest guilds on Douyin. As long as you register on Douyin, we can get your information. Identity information, address, phone number? Certainly. Su-yin looked back at Wenba, and Wenba nodded to him. You are breaking the law. Do you know that? Su-yin frowned deliberately. Is it illegal? Qin Shou laughed. Douyin is such a big company. Don't you know about it? Since he dares to sell it, what else can we not dare to buy? As he spoke, his face darkened slightly, and he pretended to be profound. Not only that, although you spent millions to push yourself up yesterday, we still have the ability to take you down. Moreover, the cost must be lower than yours. Su-yin sighed. Why bother? I just want to do a live broadcast quietly. Why does it have to be like this? Qin Shou shook his head. You think too much. TikTok is like a big cake. The cake is limited, and everyone wants to have a big piece. If you take a big piece, what will we earn? So, you have no choice but to join a guild. Otherwise, you are doomed to die on Douyin. He said it with great confidence. Then I'll think about it. Su Yin stood up directly. The evidence has been collected almost completely. Qin Shou suddenly became anxious. Mr. Su, our guild is the most powerful in the entire Douyin. No other guild can offer such good conditions. Compare prices from 3 different stores. Su Yin smiled. Qin Shou looked at him and his face gradually darkened. Mr. Su, the guild is not as simple as you think. If you don't know the current situation, the action against you will start immediately. Su Yin turned around and asked, really? Of course. When the time comes, you'll realize that all your actions are a joke. You can't beat the guild. I understand. I'm looking forward to it. Su Yin nodded. After saying that, he left with Yuanba. Qin Shou looked at his leaving back, feeling so angry that his teeth were itching, and gradually a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. Su Yin has probably contacted other guilds. Let's take action. Lawyer He, what do you think? Su Yin walked out of the cafe and asked. Yuanba nodded. Mr. Su, the recording just now is enough. They are involved in multiple crimes such as violating personal privacy rights, suspected of monopoly, disrupting market order, etc. The odds are stacked against us. Su Yin nodded. Didn't you say that recordings can't be used as evidence? It's not that recording is not allowed, but that obtaining it through illegal channels, such as wiretapping, is not allowed. I understand. Su Yin nodded. He is indeed a lawyer. It's just awesome. Please come with me to a few more stores. Okay, if we can collect more evidence, we will have a better chance of winning. Yuanba nodded and said, however, Mr. Su, if you try to shake up Douyin by yourself, you can win, but the battle will be very long. It will take a lot of time. And there's a high chance that they'll target you with data. Yuanba expressed his thoughts. Su Yin nodded. It doesn't matter. We must defend our personal rights. I will stand up and be the first to speak out. I am better than some ordinary people. Yuanba looked at Su Yin with some surprise. This young man seemed unusual. He was different from those people who suddenly became rich and became arrogant. I went to a few more stores and they all gave me almost the same story. Thank you for troubling me today, Lawyer He, Lawyer Chui. Su Yin expressed his gratitude. How much will it cost this time? Yuanba immediately said, Master Su, don't you need to discuss this big matter with the boss? Boss. Su Yin was surprised. Let me introduce myself again. I am the founder of Boyi Law Firm and currently a partner of the firm, Yuanba. Late last night, your father acquired the law firm, but retained my position as a partner. Late at night. The old man is really energetic. So, Boyi is my own family? Su Yin was a little amused. Yes, Mr. Su. One of the top 10 law firms in the country is actually my own. Su Yin couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, he even felt a little sorry for Kouxing and the others. Okay, you guys will take care of this matter, and you can pay according to the market price. Yuanba asked curiously, Master Su, let's put it this way. This is my entrepreneurial project. Even if it becomes a group in the future, I still have to pay for it. Su Yin said, besides, I want the best lawyer this time. I'm going to do something big. They will definitely not let me go. So, act fast. Understood. I'll do it myself this time. As for the bill, I'll have someone deliver it to you, Mr. Su. Yuanba felt Su Yin's ambition. This is a young man who wants to start a group. Although he is just a second-generation rich man who has become wealthy suddenly, one can feel his ambition from his every move. Okay, then I won't see you off. Su Yin smiled. I'm going to start a live broadcast soon. Okay. Master Su, you are busy. After Yuanba and others left, Su Yin walked to the school gate and put on a black mask. Open the live broadcast room and start preparing for the live broadcast. Chapter 79, The 10 Major Unions Block. After opening the live broadcast room, Su Yin first changed the name of the room. Yesterday was the day I reached the maximum level. The content of today's live broadcast has been changed, so of course the room name must be changed. Fans follow the host, and as long as the host remains unchanged, they will know that he has come online and started live streaming. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, fans came in immediately. Brother DeHeo. Brother DeHeo is awesome. Brother DeHeo, when will you become the #1 on TikTok? Today. Today. With hundreds of thousands of fans, it became lively as soon as it came online. Carnival. Let's start the carnival. How much do you plan to spend today? Why don't we open a plate? I think we need at least 1,000 a day. Brother DeHeo topped up 20 million yesterday, and he still has 16 or 17 million left. He won't spend 1,000. Su Yin saw the live broadcast room and smiled. Okay, let's do a carnival today. Having said that, he directly clicked on the gift giving. X1. X2. As soon as Su Yin started the live broadcast, the guild received the news. That 2-bag water gun has started live streaming. You're quite courageous. You rejected our guild and still want to broadcast live. He's already started the carnival. Haha, it's naive to think so. I was caught off guard by him yesterday, but today I have figured out his tricks. Then let's have some fun. What's a personal anchor? It's just a small thing. Do you want to use this method to promote new people? Of course, we want to break his myth. If we follow this process and launch another anchor, he will soon become a joke. Are the villas, luxury cars, servants, and everything ready? I'm ready. Then let's get started. In a villa, a new female anchor looked at the huge villa nervously. The first floor alone is several hundred square meters, and there are servants and so on. This villa was borrowed with the help of the boss, so you must be careful. Someone beside her kept giving instructions. Don't destroy the things inside at will. If one of them is broken, you will never be able to pay for it in your lifetime. The new female anchor nodded repeatedly and even spoke carefully, for fear of lifting the floor with one breath. Okay, let's start the live broadcast now. The female anchor took a deep breath, and the surrounding lights and cameras were all ready. She didn't say much. There are not many people in the new live broadcast room. Sit in front of the computer and start buying gifts for yourself. Carnival X1. Carnival X2. As one carnival after another was released, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Damn it. Another person who gives himself gifts. Of course. Yesterday, the rich man spent millions and attracted hundreds of thousands of fans. Of course, he wanted to seize the limelight. Brother DeHeo is also participating in the carnival. Let's get started. Let's try to get a car today. Ha ha, it seems to be really working. Several anchors are posting it. I frantically switched to my brother's live broadcast room. The female anchor was overjoyed as she saw the number of viewers in her live broadcast room increasing. I'm going to be famous. If a host becomes popular, he can make a lot of money. This time, the guild recharged her account with virtual currency worth 3 million. Enough to make her an instant hit. X100. X500. With continuous clicks, more and more viewers enter the live broadcast room. X800. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. The comments were full of exclamations. The female anchor didn't have time to watch it. X1000. 3 million, all spent. She glanced at the number of people watching her online. 8 million viewers. Hello, everyone. The moment she said hello, the number of online viewers dropped by 1 million. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes. The next moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped by 1 million again. What's going on? The person in charge of the live broadcast asked quickly. The backstage data monitoring personnel immediately whispered, the number of people in the live broadcast room is dropping precipitously. Why is this happening? There are less than 50,000 people following it. What? Less than 50,000 fans. For a new anchor, it's a hit and it's popular. However, they spent 1.5 million and recharged 3.5 million virtual coins. The result is only 50,000 fans? $30 for one fan. I lost everything I had. According to market prices, 1,000 real fans only cost 180. 50,000 for only 9,000. And that's without discount. After the discount, I estimate it can be bought for around 5 or 6,000. As a result, they spent 1.5 million. What went wrong? The person in charge asked quickly. At this moment, there are still people enjoying the carnival. The backend data monitoring staff immediately discovered the problem. There's the Tianhong Guild, the Hemming Guild. Almost all of the top 10 guilds are participating in the carnival. Tianhong, Hemming, all are among the top 10 unions. The person in charge immediately realized where the problem lay. They want to replicate miracles too. No. They are all trying to stop Su Yin. Didn't this guy agree to any of it? What's going on in Big Water Gun's live broadcast room right now? Someone immediately entered Su Yin's live broadcast room to check the situation. After a moment, the man said with a strange expression, he is taking his fans to various live broadcast rooms to grab treasure chests. The person in charge was in a terrible state. What's going on? Show it to me. Look. Immediately, a tablet was handed to him. The person in charge immediately saw that Su Yin seemed to be on the street, leaning against a car casually, still wearing a mask. Brothers, go. TikTok is giving out big benefits today. Go grab them. Before you go grab it, click on the follow button. When they stop posting, I'll call you back. Follow us and don't get lost. By the way, he also entered other people's live broadcast rooms, grabbing treasure chests and commenting. That won't work. Be careful. Who would only sit halfway on a chair at home? I closed the car door very carefully, and the paint won't fall off. It's fake. Those in charge were stunned. I clicked on Su Yan's homepage and took a look. His fans are increasing continuously. Just a little bit away from breaking 1 million. What's going on? He was actually a little confused. What on earth was this operation? Shouldn't I be furious? Shouldn't I be nervous? Shouldn't we be wary of everything? You, what do you mean? Don't you know that we are all blocking your success? Why is it okay for you to spend money but not for us? Are you gaining followers instead? He fooled me. The person in charge was shocked and thought of the key. As soon as he started the live broadcast, all the guilds rushed over to start the carnival. He simply stopped and waited until they stopped brushing before continuing. Then, viewers who want to grab the treasure chest will definitely pay attention. It means that the top 10 trade unions have made wedding clothes for him. What a smart person. What should I do now? 1.5 million has already been invested. As a result, Su Yin gained a lot of fans. I'll call the president. The person in charge sighed. What can you do? The president asked on the other end of the phone. Of course there is a way. And there is more than one. Chapter 80 want to compete with me in wealth? Then I'll play with you guys. What is the solution? Hearing the president's question, the person in charge quickly said. First, the guild will approve another sum of money and let the anchor announce another carnival. Learn from the enemy and defeat them. Just like the big water gun. Attract a wave of fans. This method is only general. But this is just a starting point. Second, stop sending money and let the big water gun start sending money. Then we will start to expose his scam. His personality. If his character collapses, Su Yan's live streaming career will be ruined. The third way is to compete with him in wealth. Whoever wins gets to take all. The first method. The president pondered for a while. The first method may not be as effective. As for the second method, the president seemed very hesitant. It would be equivalent to blocking this path completely. Maybe we can promote a few anchors with rich personalities. The third one. I just don't believe that he can beat us in a contest of wealth. The president laughed softly. We already have a recharge discount and a higher rate. What he spent 3 million to complete, we only need half of his fee, or even less. The president naturally has something on his mind. Then let's try the third method first. If there's any problem, we can try the second method. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, he heard the president say, do you think we will lose in the competition of wealth? His performance today is enough to prove that he is not as good as us. The person in charge nodded. Okay, president, what is the budget this time? 8 million. Doesn't he have 20 million? Let's fight him. With 8 million, you can create the effect of 24 million. Can you do it? The president gave the order, and the person in charge had no choice but to say, it's difficult, but I will do it. I believe you. Besides, he doesn't even have 20 million. Holy crap. Today is such a great day. A lot of people are playing the carnival, and they are brushed in piles and piles. There are so many treasure chests. I feel like it's so easy to make money. As soon as the anchor came out, many anchors with rich personalities came out. The anti-violence movement has set a precedent. Haha, they are the ones who hold the carnival for themselves. In Su Yan's live broadcast room, Su Yan also began to slowly refresh his treasure chest. Brothers, are you having a good time today? He was also chatting with people. He himself robbed a lot of treasure chests. Great. It's so great. What day is today? This is so cool. There should be tens of thousands of carnivals on TikTok today, right? How cruel. These people are so awesome. The anchor is still awesome. Su Yan knew clearly that he had been blocked by the guild. Although my cleverness helped me temporarily gain a victory, the other party would definitely not give up so easily. There are other means behind this. I just don't know what it is. My winning strategy only requires one strike, but it still needs some time to brew. During this time, just play with them. Brother DeHeo, why don't you take a break? They are starting to continue playing the carnival. Haha, yes. It's really great today. I think today can be a memorial day. Brother DeHeo, please stop for a moment. Millions of viewers online spoke up. This time, Su Yan shook his head and said, it seems that these people want to step on my head to get to the top. Now everyone understood. Those anchors are obviously following the style of the rich guy and doing live broadcasts. They even did it while the rich guy was live streaming. Isn't this a slap in the face? Brother DeHeo, there are many anchors throwing money around. Anchor, how many people have you offended? Ha ha ha, it looks like they're all from the top 10 unions. I heard that the top 10 guilds on Douyin are very powerful. If new anchors don't join the guilds, they will be suppressed. Brother DeHeo, so, you didn't join the guild? Su Yan leaned against the car and said, of course, why should I join a guild? If I join a guild, I won't have to work for them every day. However, since the guild wants to fight me, let's fight. Damn, so domineering. Brother DeHeo, so domineering. Brother DeHeo, we support you. Go ahead, do it. Is it okay? Brother DeHeo, they all know your background. Su Yan didn't care at all, then let's compete. His fingers kept tapping the phone screen. X800, X900, X1000. As he continued to click, 3 million had been swiped out. However, the guild members are also constantly increasing the speed of rewarding. X2000, X3000, 10 million. The person in charge of the live broadcast location of the Superstar Guild swallowed his saliva. Spending millions for a live broadcast. This is a bit crazy indeed. Call TikTok and ask them to give us another 10 million worth of virtual currency. Put the remaining 4 million into it. Their recharge is another kind of virtual currency. Looks exactly the same in the foreground. But the anchor does not get any commission. Okay. After seeing the virtual currency arrive, the person in charge gritted his teeth and said, "See if you have any more money. X 4,000. X 5,000. X. Almost 20 million. Everyone became nervous. He must be running out of money. The person in charge clenched his hands tightly. He stopped. He didn't continue. News came immediately from the data side. Is this true? The person in charge was overjoyed. Haha. Look at the barrage. Call up the barrage immediately. Awesome. The rich guy has stopped. This wave of victory is numb. The person in charge was pleasantly surprised. What about the number of fans? It's growing. Very fast. The people backstage were also delighted. Slow down. What's going on? The person in charge rushed over and saw that the number of fans was not growing very fast. Not normal at all. Brother DeHeo has recharged. The person in charge was confused. What? Yes, the rich guy recharged another 20 million on the spot. He started to swipe money again. And, in his live broadcast room, he suddenly asked, "Why is there no recharge screen in our live broadcast room?" The person in charge was stunned. There is always a loophole. I actually forgot about this. But there's nothing we can do about it. If you really recharge through the recharge interface, you must actually recharge 20 million. If they purchase data directly through the background, they can directly modify the background data. This is a completely different way of operating. The money is gone. The anchor on Superstar's side kept clicking to give gifts. But a pop-up window appeared saying that there was insufficient balance. Damn it. The person in charge was a little angry. Why does he still have money? He quickly called the president. What? He recharged another 20 million. The president was a little surprised. Shouldn't he be a fake character? He frowned. Could it be that he is really super rich? The person in charge said, "It is unlikely." Now when rich people enter the live broadcasting industry, they either do it themselves, which brings their own halo and minimizes the cost, or they can invest in live broadcasting software. For someone like him to become rich by spending a lot of money, it means he has a certain amount of money, but he is not a super rich person. The president nodded after hearing this. It is also possible that someone is helping him. So what should we do next? The person in charge's eyes flickered. The third option. Chapter 81. The secret of the rich man's personality revealed. Targeting. Group of presidents of the top 10 trade unions. Haha, I'm finally out of money. Wow, this fund is quite substantial. Is there anyone supporting me behind this? There must be someone who supports him. Otherwise, who would spend 20 million to support a newcomer? That's true. But now the winner takes all. Haha. Shit. Why does he still have money? 2 live shows, spending 20 million. What kind of family is this? He recharged another 20 million. What does he want to do? Will you follow me or not? The whole group was silent for a while. At this time, the president of Superstar spoke. No. Your anchor should also have a pop-up window saying insufficient balance, right? When the time comes, we will have to top up our account ourselves. If we don't, everyone will be able to see what's going on. Now, everyone was silent. That is indeed the case. What should we do then? The Superstar president continued. Next, we will bring out another group of people to reveal the secrets. Let everyone know how he operated. Hold a live broadcast to fight against scams on the entire network. Make him a scammer despised by the entire network. Sure. That's a great idea. Awesome. I think this is okay. I even think it could be made into a TV series. It feels so good. Okay. Let's do it. Su Yan's live broadcast room. Awesome. Brother DeHeo is really awesome. I turned around and recharged another 20 million, which scared them away. They can't stand the scrutiny. I've heard that if you want to top up your live stream, you need to use real money. No way. Can the guild really do this? It is said that they can get the inside price. By constantly giving us rewards in the live broadcast room, they stimulate our consumption. Damn. So cruel. Of course, otherwise how can the number 1 brother on the list give you money? Brother DeHeo is still awesome. He is the top brother on the list. Haha. Looking at the cheerful comments, I couldn't help but laugh. I temporarily put my phone on the hood of the car, took a sip of water, and casually put the mineral water bottle on the car. Pick up the phone again. Noticing that the number of people in his live broadcast room was increasing, it seems that I won this time. He didn't realize that the big 10-second blocking plan had already begun. Brother DeHeo is awesome. Brother DeHeo, what are you going to broadcast live today? Interesting, really interesting. Brother DeHeo, did you invite those people to cooperate with the plot? It's so dramatic. It's even more impactful than watching a TV series. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. That's true. I actually invited these people to cooperate with the performance. Awesome. Rich guy. What's next? Today we've spent 20 million. Rich man. They've all admitted defeat. What are we going to play next? Just as more and more people came to the live broadcast room, Su Yin temporarily let down his guard. Oh my god. Go watch another live broadcast. Someone is broadcasting a rich guy cheating. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. They are revealing the secret. Zhonghai University. Wang Ran and Yishan returned to the dormitory. Xiao Qiong, are you back? Yishan saw that Xiao Qiong had returned to the dormitory. There seemed to be something wrong with her. I feel very depressed. Xiao Qiong lay on the bed, turned over, and said nothing. The two girls didn't take her indifferent look seriously at all. Shan, what should I do now? Wang Ran asked. Yishan thought for a while. Su Yin seems to be determined, and now he has a little slut-likely Qing Shui by his side. It will be difficult for you to get promoted. When Xiao Qiong heard them talking about Su Yin, she turned over slightly and pricked up her ears. What should we do? Wang Ran was anxious. No one would have thought that Su Yin actually had such a powerful background. What's the background? Xiao Qiong interrupted. It seems that all the BMW 4S stores are owned by him. Wang Ran said bluntly. It was too late for Yishan to stop it. Xiao Qiong rolled his eyes. It's not just the BMW 4S store. If you knew that almost all the luxury cars in Shanghai are from his store, you would know how amazing it is. Lu Hui was very angry because he had suffered the same loss before. Su Yin. She narrowed her eyes. Lu Hui was no longer worth it. Su Yin is the best destination for him. I must find a way to get close to Su Yin again. In her opinion, Wang Ran posed no threat at all. If you want to catch a man, the most important thing is to catch his handle and foundation. What's the point of a girl chasing a boy? It's just a layer of gauze between them. If you are not sexy enough, who will care about you? Xiaoran, check out the live broadcast. Yishan suddenly spoke. Wang Ran came over immediately. What live broadcast? Unveiling the wealthy personality of a certain anchor. She saw the name of the live broadcast room and was confused. Some anchors want to be famous nowadays, and they will do anything to achieve their goals. Don't be fooled by the tens of millions of dollars they spend, because it's all fake. First, he could get cheaper virtual currency recharges through Douyin's internal staff. You see, he spent tens of millions, but in fact he only needed a few million. After attracting a large number of viewers and fans, all the money will be earned back through live streaming soon. This is inevitable. As for his wealthy personality, I will reveal them one by one in the live broadcast room today. Friends who like it can click to follow. According to our investigation, a certain anchor was just a college student who owed hundreds of thousands of online loans some time ago. Why did he suddenly have tens of millions of funds for? There must be a financial sponsor behind him who wants to make a lot of money through his live broadcast. The anchor talked freely in the live broadcast room. Although no names were mentioned, the criticism was directed at Su Yin. Wang Ran looked at it for a while, frowned and asked, is he talking about Su Yin? Yishan nodded, 9 out of 10. Is there really a financial backer behind Su Yin? Wang Ran asked worriedly. It's hard to say. Su Yin's sudden wealth must have some problem. He was beaten up by debt collectors before, and now he suddenly becomes so rich. There must be a problem. Yishan couldn't make up her mind for a moment. The Bentley he drove to school before? Wang Ran was unwilling. Maybe the sponsor lent it to him? Yishan didn't have enough information and couldn't infer more information. Except for a few people in the dormitory, no one knew that Su Yin had found his biological parents. They will not publicize this matter casually. Xiao Qiong frowned. She thought of the video of herself in Su Yin's hand. It was obviously taken from a high place, which means that he, or everyone in their dormitory, was staying at the Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel that day. Second, what happened last weekend could not have been a performance in conjunction with him. After all, if it was the sponsor, there would be no need to act even at that time, right? So, Su Yin is really a rich second generation. It's just that these people don't know it. Isn't this your chance? So she interrupted and said, I didn't expect Su Yin to be such a person. Chapter 82 What happens if you put a bottle of water on the roof of the car? Although Wang Ran does not pose any threat, it is still a good thing to have one less competitor. After all, Wang Ran was once Su Yin's white moonlight White Lotus. However, it's not surprising that he can do anything like borrowing online loans to give rewards. Xiao Qiong looked at them from the upper bunk and said casually. Yishan always felt that something was not right. Wang Ran also frowned, feeling complicated for a moment. Has all my recent efforts been in vain? Xiaoran, congratulations. Maybe Su Yin works hard to make money just to spend it on you. Xiao Qiong said sarcastically. Wang Ran couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. No. Yishan shook her head. I don't think it's that simple. Now it feels more like someone is deliberately discrediting Su Yin. Xiao Qiong was panicked. How could it be? Why not? Yishan already had an idea in her mind. Just now the 10 major trade unions were obviously targeting Su Yan. She also watched the previous live broadcast. She kept refreshing the carnival and grabbed a lot. All parties have invested huge amounts of money, and it is obvious that everything is centered around Su Yan. After Su Yan won, he immediately started to discredit him. Things are already a bit obvious. Shan, are you telling the truth? Wang Ran suddenly became energetic again. Shan shook her head. I'm not sure right now. We have too little information. But 9 times out of 10, someone is targeting Su Yan. Su Yan recharged virtual currency in front of the live broadcast room. Another group of anchors, on the other hand, stopped immediately after their balance was insufficient. Zhao Qiong suddenly felt panicked. Shan, there is something. He obviously didn't have as much information as I did, but he was able to infer so many things. What should I do then? Wang Ran regained his confidence. Thinking of what Zhao Qiong had just said, he felt that it made a lot of sense. Take a look first. Shan watched the live broadcast. She changed the anchor. A certain anchor will do anything to attract attention. I despise him and despise him. The purpose of creating a wealthy persona is actually to make fans relax their guard and spend money on him without realizing it. In the short term, he will continue to create. Several anchors were replaced in succession, and they all seemed to be targeting the anchor. With so many people targeting him, the situation is obvious, right? Zhao Qiong said, with his ears pricked up. Shan shook her head. I think this is too obvious. The corners of her mouth began to rise, and she became more determined in her thoughts. Xiaoran, we'd better collect more information about Su Yan. He is not that simple. Wang Ran was in a dilemma. Where can I collect it? Shan shrugged. Su Yan's roommate was hostile to them, so it was really hard to find him all of a sudden. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. As long as you can catch up with him, don't worry if it takes a long time. Even if he has a girlfriend, there is no need to worry. Shan said. Rich second generations like them may just be playing around. Sharan, you have the biggest advantage. You are his white moonlight. Wang Ran suddenly gained confidence. Zhao Qiong became even more anxious. After being reminded by Shan, she also realized that Wang Ran was the biggest competitor. After all, Su Yan was so humble and servile before because of this woman. Is there something attractive about her? Zhao Qiong set his eyes on Wang Ran. Observing each other. Want to gain experience. Even Brother Fei Xiang is doing a live reveal. Shan was surprised. She saw a top anchor who was revealing Su Yan's wealthy personality. Everyone knows how to make money. The next step is to create a rich anchor persona. It's actually very simple. First, we found a villa. If we want to have a wealthy persona, the live broadcast scene must not be too shabby. Brother Fei Xiang had a confident expression on his face. A certain anchor's villa has not been shown, so of course he may hope to postpone it to the future. However, we can definitely rent a top-notch villa. Let's show you how to spend little money and do great things. He kept calling. As you can see, renting a villa for a month only costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Moreover, the entire villa has not been exposed. What does that mean? That means he's not the only one using this villa. It's a villa shared by many wealthy people. This is called spending little money to achieve great things. But today Brother Fei Xiang will show you what a real big villa is. I'll take you to experience the top villas in Zhonghai. Wang Ran began to worry again. Shan, what they said sounded like the truth. If we help Su Yan, will he? As a top anchor, Brother Fei Xiang still has credibility. Shan shook her head. How can we help? You support him on live broadcast? Your influence is not enough. Let's see if Su Yan can break the impasse first. If he can, you should immediately support him on the anchor. Reap the fruits of victory. After saying that, he smacked his lips and said excitedly, what does Zhonghai's top villa look like? Sandalwood Palace? It is said that one building costs several hundred million. Zhao Qiong was also very interested. Wang Ran also yearned. It would be great if I had a villa like this. I think Su Yan is most likely genuine. Xiaoran, don't forget me when you become successful in the future. Shan said with a smile. Of course, we are sisters. Zhao Qiong frowned, thinking of a way to eliminate the threat. However, he remained calm and continued chatting with them. My fingers are a little tired. Su Yan complained to the audience in the live broadcast room. Can't Douyin have a one-time gift-giving function? I have to work hard on myself to top up his account. Upon hearing this, all the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. This is the first time I've heard a host complain about TikTok. Brother Taheo is still interesting. That's very spiritual. Damn it. Brother Taheo, Brother Fei Xiang, and many other anchors are saying that your wealthy persona is fake. Su Yan, who was about to get in the car, frowned. What do you mean? They said that your virtual currency was obtained through internal channels, and that your villa and other things were all rented. That's very convincing. At this time, Suyin also discovered that the number of people in his live broadcast room was declining rapidly. It seems that it was still greatly affected. At this time, Suyan's cell phone rang. An unexpected incident occurred yesterday, causing him to accidentally expose his deposits. So, today I specially asked someone to prepare a new mobile phone, which is specifically used for live streaming. What is it? Master, a group of people just came here and wanted to rent the villa. It seemed like they were doing some kind of live broadcast. Do I need to reject them now? Tong Yakin said. Live broadcast. Rental. Suyin immediately grasped the key point in his mind. I couldn't help but feel happy. Today's live broadcast content is here, isn't it? No, just make some software to hold them back. I'll be back soon. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, he found that the number of people in the live broadcast room was still decreasing, and he was not in a hurry now. Today we have a big event. Suyin was interacting with people in the live broadcast room, opened the car door, and got in. Just as he was about to start the car, a hot girl in a white miniskirt, revealing her long legs and flesh-colored stockings, came in. She was wearing a pair of black high heels, and her big eyes were blinking as she looked at Suyin. In his hand, he was still holding the bottle of mineral water that Suyin had just placed on the roof of the car. Gently unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Suyin was stunned. A rumor suddenly came to my mind. Mineral water on the roof. Chapter 83. The live broadcast room was blocked. No way. No way. I actually met him? I have never encountered such a thing in my previous life. Unexpectedly, I would meet him myself. Watching the girl finish drinking the water, she gently licked her red lips. The big watery eyes looked straight at him. Suyin admitted that he was a little moved. But, big sister, do you want such a coincidence? If you are here at any time, I will never reject you. But now, there are so many people in the live broadcast room. The girl winked at him and fastened her seat belt on her own initiative. The seat belt is fastened on the body to highlight your advantages. Oh my god, what does that mean? This girl is pretty. Hot body. Where did this girl come from? The girl drank water. Holy shit. Is this rumor true? OMG. Suyin quickly covered his phone. He took a look, but luckily his face wasn't revealed. Otherwise, you will get into trouble. Hello, little sister, you are. The other party obviously didn't know that Suyin was doing a live broadcast, and said with a smile, You put a bottle of water on the roof of the car? Isn't that obvious? What's the matter? Suyin pretended not to know. I'm sorry, I put it in the car after drinking it, and forgot to take it. Thank you for reminding me, Mississippi. The girl couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be such a coincidence? You drove such a nice car and parked it in front of the school, and you happened to put a bottle of water on the roof. How could it be such a coincidence? Don't worry, I won't eat you. Maybe you will eat me instead. As he said that, he couldn't help but reach out and put his hand on Suyan's thigh. The body was slightly turned sideways and slightly leaning forward, revealing a large area of snow white. Suyan's heart couldn't help but waver, but he immediately refused. Miss, you really misunderstood. I have something else to do now. You go first. I've already gotten in the car and drank your water. Brother, are you really so cruel that you won't follow me? Suyin quickly pointed to his phone and said, I was live streaming. I really forgot about it. Damn it. If you keep talking, you'll be doomed. When the girl heard this, her expression changed immediately. Are you kidding me? No, it was really an accident. Suyin could only explain. The girl didn't care about anything else and got out of the car and ran away like the wind. Suyin then picked up the phone and said, Accident. This is really just an accident. However, at this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit. What did I see? Awesome host. If you don't understand, why would a lady get on a car with a bottle of water on the roof? Internet rumors are not necessarily true. I just heard that drinking my water equals sleeping with me. Is this a plot created by the anchor? I think so 9 times out of 10. How can college students be so stupid nowadays? Don't you see what car the anchor is driving? A Porsche. This is a Porsche. Damn, I've learned a lot. I've really learned a lot. The host broadens my horizons every day. I will drive my Wuling Hongguang to try it tomorrow. Haha, I'm afraid your car will be overturned in front of the school. Suyin quickly stopped talking and said with a smile, This is the plot I arranged for you today. It's all plot arrangement. Plot arrangement. Unexpectedly, the plan changed. I'll give you a big job today. Wow. The anchor actually said it was a plot arrangement. It's so funny. The anchor is still here making jokes? I think it's probably true. The biggest problem has to be the luxury cars. I think it's still fake. The anchor said it was a plot arrangement. Looking forward to the host telling me to give myself a big job. At this moment, Suyan's live broadcast room suddenly went dark. He was actually kicked out of the live broadcast room. Is there a problem with the network? Suyen frowned. Just as he was about to reconnect, he saw that his Anchor account had been blocked. Your account has been banned for 999 years for live streaming pornographic and vulgar content. Nima. Suyen couldn't help but swear. Why am I so unlucky today? Just because he casually put a bottle of water there, he got himself banned? Although the live broadcast room was banned, the viewers have not been kicked out. Instead, they gather in the barrage area to chat. Oh my god, what's going on? The Anchor was banned for 999 years. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. The Anchor has been banned for 999 years. Can he live to see the day when he is unbanned? A huge tragedy caused by a bottle of water. It's so funny. I spent tens of millions of dollars, but my career as a broadcaster came to an abrupt end. Well now, my fun for today is over. Hey, go watch another live broadcast. Every day, countless new anchors appear, and countless anchors are eliminated. To the audience, they are just passers-by in life. Superstar Guild. Haha. Big Water Gun's live broadcast room has been blocked for 999 years. Some people were very happy. Who told him to do this? He's an idiot. He wasted tens of millions for nothing. It's so funny. Everyone was very happy. Suyan's live broadcast room was banned, which was a good thing for them. President, should we stop now? Someone asked. The president shook his head and said, no, continue. When a whale dies, everything comes to life. He helped us gather so many fans, allowing others to continue and attract more fans. He also helped us bring in more newcomers. The president is wise. Is live streaming really that simple? It's too simple. You still wanted to make a stunt. Now you are experiencing the consequences, right? Now, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The live broadcast industry is still our world. Do you really think that you can just spend tens of millions? Have we offended any financial sponsor? The president smiled and said, what does it have to do with us? Even if the sponsor is angry, we are just competing fairly. He asked for it himself, so the live broadcast room was banned. Yes. Indeed. He's just an idiot. What does it have to do with us? Huh. By the way, who reported him today? Give him a bonus. You must give him a bonus. I thought he would be a tough opponent, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with. I really can't believe it. Give him a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Communicate with TikTok and don't give him the chance to appeal to have his account unblocked. Depend on. Suyin sat in the car and took a deep breath. He also knew that this was an accident. Being banned is normal, not being banned is abnormal. He could only call TikTok customer service. Hello, I'm 2 bags of water guns. My live broadcast room has been blocked. Is there any way to unlock it? The live broadcast room has been blocked. How can I fulfill the old man's instructions? Sorry, sir, your live broadcast room has been banned in accordance with regulations because it spreads harmful information. Is there no way? Yes, there is no way. The other party was firm. Suyin didn't bother to argue. Very normal. But what he didn't know was that after he hung up the phone, the news immediately reached the ears of some people. Tell the top 10 unions that we have done it. The money should be transferred to us. Chapter 84. You dare to bully my son? You are seeking death. Done. The president of the Superstar Guild received a call and used his mobile phone to pay the other party 200,000. I couldn't help but snort with laughter. You idiot. You want to fight me in the TikTok live broadcast world. I'll let you know why the Horse King has 3 eyes. President, is it done? Yes. TikTok has confirmed that it will not change the policy anymore. And that guy just called and wanted to lift the ban. He is just dreaming. It's just a small thing and they cost 200,000. Those people are really a ripoff. Some people felt a little distressed. There's nothing we can do. This isn't just about the money for doing the work. It's also about maintaining the relationship. The president sighed. Who makes them need to rely on TikTok to live? Not just us. I guess all the 10 major unions that participated in the blocking will have to pay this money. Hearing this, everyone gasped. That's $2 million. Isn't this too easy to make money? However, it's a good thing that this guy has been suppressed. Everyone nodded. Suyin, this guy, was obviously making progress, but he ended up causing trouble for himself. Idiot. I didn't expect that he would rise to prominence in just 2 days. But he's like a shooting star, rising quickly and falling quickly. Yes, it feels like when a whale falls, everything comes to life. Get them moving. This time, I must eat enough. Suyin put one hand on the steering wheel, constantly thinking about the problem. TikTok banned my account. Should I open a new one? How about asking the old man? Before he said maybe. Thinking of this, Suyin was just about to call Yi Chun when the phone rang first. Li Qin? Suyin felt a little strange because it was always the old man who called him. Why did my mom call me today? It was detected that the prodigal son lost 20 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 2.45 of Douyin Company, limited shares. Huh. As soon as he parked the Bentley in the parking space, Yichen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cool. Now we are almost close to owning 5 of TikTok's shares. Based on this market value, his net worth has increased again. Boss Yi, what are you so happy about? An executive who was on his way to work was also parking his car and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yichen shook his head. Boss Yi, did you buy a new car? A Bentley. The senior official was surprised. Considering the size of their small company, driving a Bentley was really shocking. Does Mr. Yi have other business? I can't help but have more expectations for the company. Yeah, I got a new car. My son gave it to me. Isn't it cool? Yichen was very proud. His whole face was filled with a smile. Master Yi sent it. How much does this cost? This is a Bentley. The executives were shocked and thought that the multimillionaire had found his long-lost son. Who would have thought that it was a billionaire who found his biological parents? Isn't this too generous? Not much, only about 500 yuan. My son is very filial. Yichen became more and more proud. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao Yi to be so rich. What a loving father and filial son. I can't envy you enough. I really can't envy you enough. Every executive was filled with envy. Okay, stop talking, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner later at my son's chain restaurant. Well, see if you can go there for company receptions in the future. Yichen was even happier. Praising your son feels better than praising yourself. Boss Yi is so domineering. Executives kiss up to their bosses. Take the elevator all the way up. In the elevator, Li Qin called. Brother Chun, my son gave me a Porsche. Li Qin on the opposite side was full of surprises. Really? Yichen pretended not to know. I guess your car just arrived, so I sent it to you right away. That's right. Don't you see who the biological child is? Li Qin said proudly. Of course not. Just drive it if you give it to me. Okay, I have to call my son. Li Qin couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Mr. Yi has a huge business. An executive was very envious. The elevator is so small that you can hear everything being said. It's just SOSO. Young people like to make trouble. Yichen suddenly became reserved. I just sent a car to his mother. It's a Porsche. But her face was full of joy, as if it was sweeter than eating honey. Hiss. Mr. Xiaoyan never thought that such a young man would be so successful. Who says it's not true? The Bentley given to Mr. Yi is 5 million, so the Porsche should be at least 2 or 3 million, right? Young and promising. You can't compare. That brat of mine keeps asking me for money all day long. Now I can't wait to go home and give him a beating. There's no comparison, no comparison. Yichen laughed so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. Just fooling around, he started a chain of restaurants and seems to have won the agency of several cars. It's a mess of investments. There is no system. Proud. My son. Awesome or not? Sharp. The executives gave a thumbs up. The elevator has arrived. Everyone came out. I'll take another call. Yichen was puzzled. Why did Li Qin receive so many calls today? Wife, what's the matter? Is there anyone around? Li Qin's voice was gloomy. Yichen was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the fact that she went to a foot massage parlor with her clients was exposed? I didn't do anything. I'm still waiting to go to Zhonghai to have a drink of water. No. He hurried into the stairwell. After making sure no one was around, he asked, what happened? The tone of his speech was weak. What else could it be? My son's live broadcast was going well, and he was spending a lot of money on it. And yet your shabby Douyin company just shut down the live broadcast room without any investigation. Typically, Li Qin took her anger out on Yichen. Oh. Yichen was also stunned for a moment. Didn't Xiao Luo just do a live broadcast yesterday? Who said it wasn't? You are a shareholder. Can you take control of that crappy live streaming platform? Since it wasn't his business that was exposed, Yichen immediately felt confident. Although we don't have many shares, we are still shareholders. How dare you bully my son? Yichen said, by the way, just now, we got another 2.45 of the shares. I will call them now. Hurry up. Li Qin hung up the phone directly. Yichen breathed a sigh of relief silently. That time the customer really insisted on taking me there. Fine. If you haven't been discovered, you haven't been there. How dare you bully my son? Considering that TikTok is not listed yet, apart from the dividends from the shares in hand, it seems that I don't have much power. But you can't bully my son. If it doesn't work, just spend more money. I don't believe it. Sooner or later, the entire company will have the surname Yi. Yichen had a dark face and strode towards the office. Yi Zhang looked at his second uncle with a complicated expression. He just heard about it too. Yi Luo gave second Anne another Porsche? What exactly does he do? Suddenly, do you feel ashamed of yourself? I need to observe him further. If he is really good, I will have to adjust my methods. Chapter 85. My son wants to sue you? You must have done something immoral. TikTok headquarters. High-level meeting. I just sold another part of my shares today, 2.45. Zhang Ming sat in his seat. The executives present were speechless. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you want to do by giving away your shares? Yes, although we haven't gone public yet. We have sufficient cash flow and don't need financing. Mr. Zhang, if you are short of money, we can actually share the profits. Zhang Ming shook his head. The main reason is that the other party offered too much, and I really couldn't refuse. What do you think about this? If a business is successful, are people not allowed to cash out? It's not like they are cashing out, it's just a small portion. It is this behavior that everyone does not quite understand. Mr. Zhang, what is the identity of the new shareholder? Why is it that you can't refuse? An executive couldn't help asking. It won't be the big and small horses, right? But with Mr. Zhang's current status and position, he is not inferior to them at all. Is there someone that Mr. Zhang can't afford to offend? That's not right. Mr. Zhang looks so radiant. He must not be threatened. So is he a hidden rich man? Everyone was speculating what kind of person could make Zhang Ming give up his shares twice in a row. At this time, the phone rang and Zhang Ming took a look at his phone. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. The new shareholder called me. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Listen carefully. Zhang Ming also turned on the amplifier. Mr. Yi, do you have time to come over for a meeting today? Everyone wants to meet you, the mysterious new shareholder. Zhang Ming is polite and courteous. Mr. Zhang, I am also a shareholder of the company. Isn't it too much for Douyin to do this? Who knew that the other party would be so irritating as soon as he opened his mouth? Zhang Ming was suddenly a little embarrassed and asked quickly, Boss Yi, what happened? What happened? Yi Chen snorted. My son recharged tens of millions on Douyin these 2 days and played some live broadcast. As a result, within 2 days, his live broadcast room was blocked for 999 years. What do you want to do? Are you targeting me, Mr. Zhang? Although Yi Chen could guess that it was done by the people below. But, in fact, it has to be displayed. After all, I am a shareholder. The most important thing is to give my son some vent. Not only Zhang Ming, but other executives couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Boss Yi, there must be some misunderstanding here. Yi Chen was relentless. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Mr. Zhang, my son's live broadcast room has been closed, but it's a fact. Boss Yi, I'll check it out right away. Zhang Ming said quickly, what's your name? Su Yan, you'd better give my son an explanation. I just found my son. If you make him unhappy, I will fight you to the death. Yi Chen felt that he was too weak to negotiate with such a big company. How can you not be single? The most important thing is that you are a shareholder. If you are not single, how can they take you seriously? Okay, let's check it out right away. Zhang Ming quickly hung up the phone. I was shocked and had an idea. Boss Yi is a little angry. Yes, and the son who was just found must be more doted on. Let's see what the situation is. Mr. Feng. Everyone looked at Mr. Feng. Zhang Ming also looked at him. Boss Feng, your content department should check it out immediately. Mr. Feng nodded quickly. I'll go right away. After a while, Mr. Feng came in and said, Mr. Zhang, I found it. This Su Yan. No, Mr. Xiao Yi recharged more than 40 million in 2 days. He was the one who live-streamed the carnival for himself. So it was him. What's the reason for the ban? Zhang Ming thought it was natural. I have money. He sold 4.45 of the shares and made a lot of money. More than 40 million, just sprinkle some water. Because he damaged the reputation of college students and involved sexual transactions during his live broadcast. Mr. Feng's thick lips trembled a little. Zhang Ming couldn't help but frown. Have you seen it? Not yet. Then let's take a look together. Someone from the technical department immediately called up the live broadcast records. After reading it, everyone was silent for a while. Well, I think this is an accident, said an executive. Yes, Mr. Xiaoya just poured the water casually. Who asked him to get in the car? It was someone else who misunderstood him. It has nothing to do with Mr. Xiaoyi. Everyone spoke up. Zhang Ming also nodded. That's right. Unblock Mr. Xiaoyi. Immediately, right now? From now on, whenever Mr. Xiaoyi starts live streaming, push his recommendation position to the top. Okay. The head of the technical department nodded immediately and recorded the key points of the work. At this moment, a secretary knocked on the door and came in. Hello, bosses, something happened. We received a lawyer's letter from Boyi Law Firm. Also, the court just sent a subpoena. Zhang Ming's face changed. Bring it here. Boyi Law Firm, one of the top 10 law firms in the country. The energy is amazing. Moreover, there is a court summons. Neither should be underestimated. Su Yan sued us for allegedly leaking user information. Zhang Ming's head was about to explode. Leaking user information is a big deal. If this matter is exposed, it will definitely have a huge impact. In fact, competitors will never let TikTok go easily. Su Yan, isn't he President Xiao Yi? An executive couldn't help but speak. Zhang Ming was stunned. Yes. Him again. Check it out quickly. I'll talk to Mr. Yi. Zhang Ming now regrets selling his shares. But I also feel lucky that he is one of my own. He sent a lawyer's letter, saying there is a possibility of mediation, so get started. Zhang Ming immediately called Yi Chun. Boss Yi, the matter has been investigated clearly. The review requirements were a bit strict. It's not Boss Yi's fault. We will unblock him immediately. Let's solve this problem first, then talk about the other one. Yi Chun's tone was much better. Since it's a misunderstanding, that's good. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhang. That's not true. Isn't Mr. Xiao Yi one of us? Mr. Yi, regarding Mr. Xiao Yi wanting to sue us. Yi Chun almost exploded when he heard this. My son wants to sue you? What evil things have you done? Zhang Ming, do you think it's us without asking any questions? Isn't this too much of a pampering? Be careful not to spoil your child, or he will become a spendthrift. No, I think we can resolve this matter internally. It's all company business. Why should we make our loved ones sad and our enemies happy? Right. That's right. My son is not unreasonable. But you should check yourselves first. Yi Chun would never make a decision for his son. That's my son. Yes, yes. There is really nothing to say when you meet someone who dotes on his son like this. Almost at the same time, the top 10 trade unions have all received court summonses. Guild Leaders Group. What? This Su Yan is so bold. All 10 guilds have issued subpoenas. He's really got the guts out of this. The old man hanged himself, seeking death. Every guild president would be furious. Suing 10 major trade unions at once. What a courage. Boyi Law Firm seems to be quite strong. It's one of the top 10 law firms in the country. Are we 10 guilds still afraid of him? Since we are suing in his name, it means that the financial backers behind him have given up on him. Fuck him. We also hire the top 10 law firms. Yes, we have closed down the live broadcast room. Are you still thinking of rebelling? This time, if we don't kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, we will lose all our face. Soon, the presidents of the 10 major guilds reached a consensus. Go to court. Who is afraid of whom? Are we, the top 10 trade unions, unable to defeat you? Chapter 86. Why are you here? Feixiang Brothers Live Broadcast Room. At this time, Brother Feixiang was walking in a beautiful community. Everyone, please look, this is Zhonghai's top luxury villa complex. Brother Feixiang will introduce it to the audience. There are only 9 villas in the entire community, and each one is worth more than 1 billion. It is located in Xishan National Forest Park. Every time you take a breath, a large amount of negative oxygen ions will enter your body. It's a rare opportunity to be here. I must take a few more breaths. Brother Feixiang was joking in the live broadcast room. Today, for the sake of our fans and friends, we are also risking our lives. We will rent a villa here later and let everyone see what this billion-dollar villa looks like. If I didn't have some connections, I really wouldn't be able to rent it. The property here is simply amazing. Did you see the young lady just now? That's the butler, who provides services specifically for the owners. What a pity. The villa here is said to have a feng shui layout of being surrounded by stars, so no one has ever bought it. This time when I came here, I found out that someone has bought it. The housekeeper was very considerate. I just wanted to rent an unsold unit, and even asked the owner for permission. This is service. Brother Feixiang has also done his homework. Here she comes. The housekeeper is here. Brother Feixiang turned to the other side, and the staff around him immediately moved away so as not to appear on camera. Sir, our owner has agreed to rent it out. He promised you can go in and shoot first. He is already on his way back. Tong Yakin said. Thank you so much. Brother Feixiang smiled happily. He turned around and boasted to the audience in the live broadcast room. See? This is my strength. Even billionaires will give me a little face. Please come this way. Tong Yakin still maintained her composure and took them to the nearby villa number 4. Wow, look at this big lawn. I thought I was on a prairie. I must buy a set in the future. While introducing it to everyone, he walked into the villa. Hello, if we help you sell a villa through the live broadcast room, how much commission will you get? Just as Brother Feixiang was introducing the villa, his employees asked Tong Yakin. Tong Yakin was stunned for a moment, then replied, No, they have all been sold. Who else should they be sold to? The owner of the house doesn't look like he is short of money. I will definitely not take action in the short term. Upon hearing that there was no commission, the employee immediately frowned and gave Brother Feixiang a look. Brother Feixiang immediately felt a little unhappy. If you don't get any commission, let me introduce you to someone. Let's go to the parking lot downstairs. Follow us and give us a reward. Today, Brother Feixiang will show you what a real luxury house is. A certain anchor has no bottom line for traffic. Brother Feixiang couldn't help but complain about Su Yin. He has already obtained the support of the guild, and today he is going to suppress Su Yin to death. I have already rented a car. Everyone knows that I will walk you through the plot in a moment. Come to the underground parking lot. Look everyone, the parking lot here is so big. It's even bigger than a basketball court, big enough to park a lot of cars. Brother Feixiang rotates the camera to show it to everyone. There is no commission, and he is too lazy to introduce anything else. Damn, this parking lot looks so familiar. What's going on? Tell me in detail. It looks familiar to me. That's the billiard room, and outside is the parking lot. Isn't this what the rich guy did? Isn't this the rich man's house? Who is the rich guy? The rich guy is 2 bags of big water guns. His live broadcast room has been blocked. He's a liar. You're the fucking liar. What if this is the rich guy's home? Is this the rich guy's home? Stop laughing. It's more like the rich guy rented this place. Brother Feixiang also saw these barrages and couldn't help but frown slightly. He had also watched Su Yin's live broadcast, and it seemed that they were really a bit similar. Am I so lucky that I rented the same apartment complex as a certain anchor? Look, everyone, the villa here is worth 1 billion. How rich must the family be to be able to spend 1 billion to buy a house? How can a billionaire do a live broadcast? Brother Feixiang curled his lips in disdain. They usually go live to sell goods. They don't like this kind of live broadcast. If I had 1 billion, no. If I had 100 million, I would just lie down. Next, he started the operation again. Following Su Yin's example, he asked someone to send a car over. The cars are all of the same brand, Maserati. He also risked his face and borrowed the car from the Maserati 4S store and promised to help them promote it once. Then I borrowed a car from the warehouse. Master Su, the car has arrived. On the cart, an employee pretending to be the person in charge of Maserati came to make the connection. Look everyone, this Maserati is. He introduced Maserati and said, Dear audience, if anyone wants to buy a Maserati, go to any 4S store in Shanghai and tell me your name, and you can get a discount. Mr. Liu, how much discount can you get? 40 off. Since Master Su asked, of course we have to give him face. Brother Feixiang laughed. Did you see that? This is the trick. Spend little money and accomplish great things. I have to say that a certain anchor has a really good brain. Unfortunately, he used it in the wrong way. He used it to deceive people. Brother Feixiang said with a sigh. There was a look of disdain on his face. What the hell? Just report the rich guy's ID card. The car is 40 off? Are you kidding me? My friend went to Porsche and asked today, and it really is 30 off. Is this true or false? Navy. Where can I get the job? How much for one? Take me with you. The comments are a mess. However, some people have begun to believe that Su Yin is a liar. Moreover, the number of people in his live broadcast room began to increase. It rose to an unprecedented height. This wave is stable. He was immediately delighted. At this moment, a car drove directly into the basement through the entrance. Who is that? Brother Feixiang is a little strange. Maserati has arrived. Why are there more cars coming in? Isn't this supposed to happen? A Porsche. It looks like the owner is back. Brother Feixiang smiled and greeted him warmly. This is a super rich man with a fortune of billions. Although driving a Porsche Taycan is a bit cheap. But the identity is here. Look at this. Look at this person's temperament. The camera was aimed at the Porsche, the door opened, and a leg stepped out of the door. Just this leg alone can make people feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The oppression of a billionaire. Brother Feixiang used all his abilities to flatter the boss. He even ran quickly to the car door and used it as the roof for others. Thank you, I'll do it myself. The people in the car got out and thanked us very politely and warmly. No, it's my duty. If you didn't agree, I wouldn't have the chance. As he was talking, Brother Feixiang stood there in a daze. He saw it. Only then did he see clearly that the person who got out of the car was. Rich guy. Why are you here? Chapter 87. Are you setting up a honey trap in my house? Oh my god. Brother Deheo. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. A rich guy suddenly appeared in Feixiang's live broadcast room. Awesome. What kind of operation is this? Just now Brother Feixiang has been complaining about Brother Deheo, and Brother Deheo came over through the internet? It's very possible. Who told Feixiang not to even block the address? I'm laughing so hard. When enemies meet, they fight each other. You are all wrong. I think what Brother Feixiang said before was sarcastic. He was actually helping Brother Deheo to whitewash himself. Well, it's very likely. The great alliance of the century. This plot is amazing. Comfortable. There was a sudden burst of joy on the barrage. Brother Feixiang didn't notice it at all. His eyes were about to pop out of his head. I see. You also rented this house? But I'll use it first. Brother Feixiang laughed even more happily. Didn't I catch him in the act? The guild's mission was successfully completed ahead of schedule. You use it. I just want to take a look. Suyin also laughed. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Humph. Wait and see how I expose your secrets. I'll make you exposed in front of everyone. You won't be able to hold your head up high. Suyin shrugged and stood aside. Brother Feixiang became complacent instead. I feel like I have caught the other person in the act. Work harder. Look everyone, I caught a certain anchor in the act. As for some friends saying this is his home, think about it. If this is his home, where is his car? All his cars are gone. Doesn't that make sense? Before, it was a landing confrontation, but now it has turned into direct face-to-face damage. Brother Deheo, I really admire you for coming up with such an awesome plot. Brother Feixiang even expressed his admiration for Su Yin. Just this wave of plot has earned him countless fans. But now all these fans belong to me. Because a large number of viewers came to see Brother Deheo, a legendary meteor anchor. Holy crap, the rich guy really showed up. How much did the rich man lose when his live streaming room was shut down? With at least 20 million viewers, the viewer account should not be blocked. No, did you notice that the membership account of 2 bags of water guns has also been blocked? Is this true? So cruel. Brother Feixiang looked up at his team. The team was holding a sign. Synchronized some information to him. 2 bags of water guns, this membership account has indeed been blocked. He was immediately delighted. The show was really great. Brother Water Gun, can I interview you? How do you feel now? Suyin still wore a mask. What a feeling. I feel like someone is going to be in trouble. Feixiang's expression changed slightly. You're not talking about me, are you? But Suyin shrugged, and the phone rang. I'll take a call. Seeing Suyin walk aside, Brother Feixiang changed his target and started his performance again. But the camera kept scanning Suyin intentionally or unintentionally. Then he winked and turned the camera away. A staff member immediately stepped forward and said, "Leave now." Suyin answered the phone. What? The other party seemed to have planned it in advance and pushed Suyin. Suyin took a step back and stood firm. As soon as he frowned, the other party fell to the ground as if possessed by the movie star. Brother Feixiang jumped over instantly. What's going on? Why are you hitting someone? Several staff members also gathered around, looking at him eagerly. Suyin held the phone, speechless. Is this a honey trap or a scam? Brother Feixiang held up the camera. What did you say? You beat up my brother and you're pretending you knew nothing? A popular internet celebrity is beating someone up. Several people surrounded Suyin but did not take any action. The live broadcast room was in an uproar at this point. What just happened? I don't know. The camera didn't capture it. Brother Deheo hit someone? Isn't this too arrogant? That's too much. You actually hit someone. He must be jealous of Brother Feixiang, who got his account blocked. Who wouldn't go crazy if they spent tens of millions? Several live streamers have already started to expose the truth, saying that there is a financial sponsor behind him, and the financial sponsor must have withdrawn his investment. Maybe he'll even end up in debt. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Call the police. You must call the police. Seeing the barrage, Brother Feixiang was secretly happy. I completed double the task today. Originally, the guild only asked him to do the revealing. He is now directly discrediting everyone. Brother Feixiang stepped forward and said, "We are all friends, Brother Deheo, as long as you compensate my friend for the medical expenses and leave here, and don't affect our live broadcast. Is that okay?" Suyin glanced at him and said, "Hey, I didn't expect that popular anchors are all evil-hearted. How about this? Since you guys said I beat someone up, then call the police." Feixiang was stunned at this, and quickly said with a smile, "No need to call the police. We can just settle it privately. My companion is not seriously ill." "Let's call the police," Suyin insisted. "Are you afraid that we will blackmail you? We all have important tasks, so we definitely won't do that." Brother Feixiang assured, "Just apologize in front of the live broadcast room." Suyin shook his head. "Let's call the police. They should pay for the medical expenses and mental damages. There are already some not-so-good signs in the barrage. Why did Brother Deheo want to call the police, but Brother Feixiang wouldn't let him? No way. This isn't really a honey trap, is it? Blackmail? Brother Feixiang doesn't seem like that kind of person." Seeing this, Brother Feixiang immediately made a plan in his mind. There are many of us here, and many witnesses. By then, even if I end up in the police station, it will be at my advantage. Okay, let's call the police. Feixiang nodded. But, Deheo brother, can you leave here first? Let me broadcast live first. Who knows? Suyin shook his head and said, "No, I have to stay here. I've rented this place now. You have to get out." A group of people surrounded him. Someone even secretly pushed Suyin. "I told you to get out, so get out. Do you still want to hit someone? What is this place? Take a closer look. Get out. You piece of trash." Brother Feixiang even came out to be a good guy. "Brother Deheo, you go first. My brothers are a little angry. You shouldn't have taken action." "Sorry." He is constantly guiding the emotions in the live broadcast room. Indeed, Brother Taheo has gone too far this time. No matter what, it's hard to do it. That's right. I used to have some feelings for him, but now it's all gone. Brother Feixiang is so generous. Brother Feixiang, we support you. The plan succeeded. Brother Feixiang was secretly delighted, and the camera was intentionally or unintentionally aimed at Su Yin. Who knows? Su Yin shook his head. I never thought that someone would try to trick me in my house. It's too low. You're going too far. Are we setting up a trap? Feixiang pretended to be very angry. Brother Taheo, don't go too far, or I'll get angry too. Get out of here now. Don't you understand? This is my house? Who should leave? Chapter 88. They all say that all 9 villas are mine. Brother Feixiang is really tolerant of each other. I wanted to be his fan before. I didn't expect Taheo to be such a person. Why do I feel like a legal expert? What did I just hear? The rich guy said this is his house. Are you kidding me? Brother Taheo's wealthy persona is fake, and now the whole internet knows it. He's still pretending here. I was born with a performing personality. As long as I face the camera, my acting skills will come out. Did I hear wrongly? Brother Feixiang said in shock. Is this your home? Brother Taheo, it's time to wake up. That's right. Feixiang's team members also spoke up. There should be a limit to performance. Your home? Where's your car? Have you sold your car? I'm afraid so. I changed it into money to do live broadcast. Haha, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. Brother Feixiang looked at Su Yin as if he was a clown. There is only one owner here. Brother Taheo, you are not talking about you, are you? Is villa number 4 your home? I don't think anyone lives here. Yes, I am the only owner in the entire community. I bought all 9 houses. Is that not okay? Ha 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 ha. Do you know how much 9 villas cost? Did you buy them? There are millions of viewers watching you now. You are bragging too much, right? Brother Feixiang pointed to the live broadcast room. Su Yin shook his head. Why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? Get out now. I rented this place. Brother Feixiang's face darkened. No, you didn't. Su Yin shook his head. We didn't sign a contract. Brother Feixiang's expression changed. How did he know? Is he really the owner? Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a number of electric patrol cars drove directly into the garage. Praise, praise, praise. More than a dozen strong security guards jumped down from above. Mr. Su, are you okay? These security guards rushed forward like wolves and tigers, protecting Su Yin in the middle. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What is going on? Damn, the security here is so strong. They are all protecting the rich man? Damn it. Could it be that this is all the territory of the local tyrants? Now this is hilarious. I rented a villa to live stream, but got kicked out by the owner. Not to mention that Brother Feixiang was shocked. The situation in the live broadcast room suddenly reversed. You. Brother Feixiang was stunned at this time. Do you believe it now? Su Yin looked at Brother Feixiang with a smile. Feixiang frowned. Are you kidding me? He understood it in his mind instantly. The other party already knew that I rented a villa, and he rented it to me, just to make fun of me. I'm not kidding you. Just keep streaming, and I'll rent it to you. Su Yin shook his head. But you insist on pulling me down and trying to set up a trap in my house. Do you think I'll let you go? Brother Feixiang was so angry that he almost exploded. Okay. What good will it do to me? Your live broadcast room has been blocked. Su Yin shook his head. Sorry, my live broadcast room has been unblocked. At this point, Brother Feixiang was about to collapse. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've been sealed for 999 years. How can you be unsealed so easily? Why do you think it's impossible? I didn't do anything. I was just doing a normal live broadcast. Why did you ban me? Su Yin smiled. They want you dead. How could they let you unblock? Brother Feixiang frowned. Who wants to kill me? The top 10 trade unions? Or TikTok? Su Yin asked. Of course it is. Brother Feixiang suddenly shut his mouth. It was meaningless to say more. It's impossible. It's not that simple. The live broadcast room also became lively at this time. Holy crap. It's really unblocked. What's going on? Didn't we agree to ban it for 999 years? How long has it been? 999 minutes. What do you mean by 999 minutes? It's not even certain whether there are 999 seconds. This is the first time I've heard of it being unblocked before the time is up. Pay attention to the message. I just received a push notification. Doane admitted that the staff made an operational error and apologized to the anchor. 2 bags of water gun. The power of money? Brother Taheo refreshes my opinion every day. The audience in the live broadcast room had already left, and they saw that Su Yin's live broadcast room had been unblocked. Everyone was very surprised. Generally, a blocked live broadcast room will never be unblocked. Even the anchor will not be unblocked. Who would have thought that 2 big bags of water guns could be accomplished so easily? Now, can you go? Su Yin looked at Brother Feixiang. Feixiang's expression changed. Impossible. Even if you're the owner, you can't chase me away. This villa is not yours. It belongs to the property management. Hey, Su Yin sighed. Why bother struggling? I've already said that I've bought all 9 villas. Get him out of here. The burly security guards nodded immediately. Yes. Please leave. The security guard stepped forward, and the muscles on his body exerted great pressure on Brother Feixiang. You can't kick me out. I'm a tenant. Brother Feixiang didn't believe it. 9 villas, worth tens of billions. No matter how rich the rich guy is, it is impossible. At this time, Tong Yakin came running over from upstairs. Please leave. Brother Feixiang was stunned. This doesn't belong to him alone. I'm a tenant. All 9 villas here are owned by their owners. Please leave. Your actions have been captured by surveillance cameras, and the police are on their way. What? Brother Feixiang was completely stunned. The 9 villas really belong to Brother Taheo? How rich is this? Take them to the gate and keep them under guard until the police arrive to handle the matter. After giving all these instructions, Tong Yakin came to Su Yin. Master, I'm sorry. It's okay. I promised. Su Yin waved his hand. I originally wanted to give the anchor a chance. Live broadcast. Very normal. Who would have thought that someone would step on him right in front of him? If I give him face again, I will become a saint. Only after they left did Su Yin take off his mask. Master, I have already made an appointment with a lawyer from Boyi Law Firm. When the police arrive, you can hand it over to them for negotiation. Tong Yakin is indeed a top housekeeper, and she has arranged everything properly. You did a great job. Su Yin praised generously. Master, the police have arrived and you are needed to come in person. Walk. A sightseeing car drove in and took Tong Yakin and Su Yin away from Villa Number 4. At the gate, a police car was parked and several policemen were inquiring about the situation. Officer, it was him. He started it first. Brother Feixiang is still broadcasting live with his phone in hand. As soon as he opens his mouth, he starts to confuse right and wrong. Chapter 89. The rich guy likes this tune. Su Yin looked at the police officer coming over and was stunned. Her again? It's difficult. This beautiful policewoman is serious and looks difficult to deal with. And some of it is directed at me. Hi, Officer Xia. Su Yin still smiled and waved to say hello. Xiaoling Yun frowned and looked at Su Yin, who was wearing a mask and acting sneaky. He is definitely not a good person. Hello. Xiaoling Yun nodded. You were the one who hit him? Su Yin was stunned. Brother Feixiang is awesome. Before he could speak, Tong Yakin said, Officer Xia, this is the owner of our Jiuxing mansion. We called the police. Xiaoling Yun frowned. Did you call the police? Yes. These people are slandering and blackmailing our property owners in our community. Our property owners' attorneys will be here soon, Tong Yakin said in an orderly manner. Xiaoling Yun immediately looked at Brother Feixiang and others. Brother Feixiang was also confused. It's just a small matter, and you still hire a lawyer. I panicked immediately. It was obviously you guys. Tong Yakin ignored them completely. At this time, a Volvo drove over and stopped at the door. Chui Cece got out of the car and was stunned for a moment when she saw Su Yin wearing a mask, but she quickly recognized him. Mr. Su, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Chui Cece was impressed by Su Yin as her boss. Be meticulous in doing things and think long-term. He is also very handsome, and even though he is wearing a mask, I can still recognize him at a glance. Lawyer Chui. Su Yin nodded and said, Thank you for your help. This is what we should do, Master Su. Chui Cece blushed a little. Mr. E can't come because he is dealing with matters related to Douyin and the 10 guilds, so he asked me to come over. She was a little nervous. After all, she was just a trainee lawyer. But don't worry, I will be responsible for collecting information, and other big lawyers will be involved in the rest. It's because your previous case was a bit complicated. After hearing her explanation, Su Yin nodded and didn't care. After all, it's just a small thing. Hello, officer. I'm Chui Cece from Boyi Law Firm. I'm the attorney for Mr. Su. We've already understood the situation. Our law firm will communicate with the police on the relevant matters. Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but frown when she heard this, but everything was done according to legal procedures, so she had nothing to say. Okay. They framed and blackmailed my client. We have video evidence. Chui Cece stepped forward and took out her cell phone to show Xiaoling Yun. Xiaoling Yun looked at her phone and saw everything that happened in the parking lot. He frowned immediately. These people mislead themselves as soon as they open their mouths. Take them all back. Captain Xia. The detective under his command was a little embarrassed. We don't even have enough cars and people. Brother Feixiang's live broadcast team consists of several people. They can't take so many people with them. Xiaoling Yun was also a little embarrassed. Officer Xia, our community can help. Tong Yakin received Su Yan's signal and immediately spoke. That's troublesome. Xiaoling Yun agreed. and soon she saw the security captain of Jiuxing Mansion and a team of 10 security guards running towards her. Everyone's spirit and energy are extraordinary. Just look at the way they obey orders. You can tell at a glance that they are all from the army. Walk. Brother Feixiang and others were directly sent to a minibus, which was escorted by special security guards carrying electric shotguns. The live broadcast room was extremely lively at this time. Holy crap. That's awesome. Brother Deheo is so awesome. These security guards don't look simple. One of them can beat at least 10 of me. I turned around and went to the rich guy's live broadcast room and became a fan. Why am I a fan of Deheo brother when I'm watching Feixiang brother's live broadcast? It's so funny. Brother Feixiang is in jail. Haha. I also think this plot is really awesome. Brother Feixiang sent himself to the police station. The anchor's moral level. Brother Feixiang is done. Boyi Law Firm is one of the top 10 law firms in the country. This time, Brother Feixiang is going to be yellow. Brothers, you can retreat now. Brother Pink is leaving. Brother Deheo is so funny. And there are so many beautiful women. See? The housekeeper, the police officer, and the lawyer are all pretty good. Yesterday there were also seniors and maids. Holy shit. Brother Deheo likes that tune. I like it too. If you don't understand, just ask. What tune is it? Uniform Temptation. Lawyer Chui, we still need your client to come to the police station to give a statement. Xiaoling Yun looked at Su Yan. Chui Cece glanced at Su Yan, and after getting his consent, she said, of course there is no problem, but in order to protect the privacy of my client, I asked the other party to turn off the live broadcast equipment and not use any means to film. If the other party violates, we will pursue legal action. Chui Cece looked at the other party. Brother Feixiang was extremely anxious at this time. The number of fans in my live broadcast room began to drop sharply. Brothers, this is just a misunderstanding. It will come out soon. Just cooperate with the investigation. He was about to cry, but he pointed the camera at Xiaoling Yun and Chui Cece. I hope to stabilize the situation with the help of the female police officer and the lawyer. The number of people online has increased, but the number of fans is still decreasing. He didn't dare to turn off the live broadcast. Turn off the live broadcast. Xiaoling Yun turned around and glared at him. Feixiang made a bitter face. Officer, this is my job. If you don't want to be sued, just turn it off. Xiaoling Yun reminded. Goodbye, brothers. Wait for me to come out, and I'll show you around and take you flying. He could only turn off the live broadcast silently. The live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter. Were you slapped in the face? Seeing Brother Feixiang get slapped in the face, I suddenly felt so good today. All the joy of the day is here. When will the rich guy start live streaming? Isn't he banned? It's been unblocked. Holy crap, they can finally unlock the seal after 999 years. What kind of energy is that? Money power. Police station. At this time, all the leaders of the police station were present. At this time, they could only stand in the back row. Standing in the front row are the deputy mayor of Zhonghai and the chief of police. Standing next to him were Tranchi Automobile General Manager Zhang Chang and Lu Xinyan. Mr. Zhang, you are so polite. Fujiu looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter coming from a distance. Zhang Chang smiled and said, this is what our master Su meant. You have paid too much to protect the property and lives of the citizens. Fujian sighed slightly. Nowadays, there are too few people like your Su Xiao. Isn't Su Xiao coming today? The helicopter landed on the police station's helipad. The rotating propellers create enormous wind pressure. When the wind pressure subsided, they hurried forward. Zhang Cheng quickly explained, Su Xiaogui is very busy. He thinks this is what he should do, and it's not worth mobilizing a large force. He likes to keep a low profile. Chapter 90. Su Xiao's Connections. Scared face Yang. What a great spirit. Your master Su is extraordinary. There was a look of approval in Fujia's eyes. Zhang Cheng quickly agreed. However, we must publicize this point. Fujiao cannot be refused. Since Tianchi Automobile has donated, then the card must be given. Another point is that it also proves that the police station has done a good job and has been recognized by the society. Let's go. Let's go and take a look together. Afterwards, major media outlets also began to report on the incident. Today, all major news websites will make it a hot topic. A mysterious billionaire donated a helicopter worth tens of millions. This is definitely a huge gimmick. For Fujiao, it is also a political achievement. Taking photos, interviewing. It took quite a while to complete all these things. After the reporters left excitedly, Fujiao personally sent Zhang Chang to the gate. Boss Zhang, please convey our gratitude to Mr. Su. With this helicopter, the mobility of our police force will be greatly improved. Zhang Cheng was held by the hand and nodded. Okay, Mayor, I will. Hey, why is Su Xiao here? Lu Xinyan, who was standing aside, suddenly brightened up her eyes and saw Su Yan. Mr. Su is here? Fujiao was full of curiosity about this young man who spent more than 15 million to donate a helicopter. Zhang Chang also looked over quickly and saw Su Yan's figure. Indeed, it looks like something has happened, Zhang Chang said quickly. No matter what Su Shao does at the police station, it will definitely be much more convenient with Fujiao around. Let's go. It's great. Let's go get to know each other. The car is parked in the parking lot. Everyone got off the bus. There were already people waiting at the police station. Xiaoling Yun called and said there was a shortage of staff. Captain Zhou brought people to take over in advance. Hello, platoon leader. The security captain jumped off the minibus first. When Captain Zhou saw it, long-lost memories suddenly came to his mind. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. The security captain also heard the familiar voice and quickly stood up to return the greeting. Xiao Shou, why are you here? The security captain looked at him and said, You're a policeman? Great. Captain Zhou shook hands with him tightly, his eyes filled with tears. He looked at his former platoon leader, who was now wearing a security uniform, and couldn't help but feel sad. Platoon leader, how could you? The security captain laughed and said, I was injured, and the chief asked me to transfer to logistics, but I still chose to retire. Whether it's logistics or the front line, it's... Captain Zhou choked up a little. Cry me a bitch. The security captain slapped him in the face. I'm doing fine now. I'm the security captain in Jiuxing Mansion. My salary is definitely higher than yours. And I've trained a bunch of brats. You may not be able to compare with them. Captain Zhou couldn't help but look behind him. The security guards looked energetic and held their heads high. It is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he had also heard of Jiuxing Mansion, a mansion among mansions. The treatment will definitely not be less. Platoon leader, what are you doing here today? Captain Zhou asked calmly. There were a few bastards who were trying to set up a trap for our owner. We caught them and sent them here. Hearing this, Brother Fei Xiang couldn't help but shrink his head. Platoon leader. And listening to the two of them talking, it seems that this platoon leader is not simple. Damn it. A security captain has connections in the police station? Is the Jiuxing Mansion so evil? Retired military officer works as security guard. Depend on. Protest. Officer. I protest. He cannot handle our case. Brother Fei Xiang's eyes rolled and he immediately started shouting. If he fell into Captain Zhou's hands, he would probably suffer if the security captain just said a few words. What's your name? Suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. Everyone looked over quickly. When Captain Zhou saw the other party, he stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Chief. Damn it. How come the deputy mayor is here today? That's right. A wealthy man donated a police helicopter today. When Fei Xiang heard that it was the chief, he immediately complained. Hello, Chief. I want to apply for a replacement for this case. This officer has a relationship with him, and I'm afraid. Fujiao became unhappy when he heard this, and he looked at Captain Zhou with a dark face. Captain Zhou couldn't help scratching his head. Director, my platoon leader when I was in the army. Are you questioning the fairness of our police's handling of cases? Hearing the director's question, Fei Xiang shrank back. No, Director, that's not what I meant. Mr. Su, this is the deputy mayor of Zhonghai and the chief of the police station. Fujiao. At this time, Zhang Chang brought Su Yan over. Su Yan quickly took off his mask. Mayor Fu. Master Su. Fujiao smiled brightly and stretched out his hand to hold it tightly. Master Su, thank you for your contribution to the Zhonghai police. The reporter was just asking why Master Su didn't come. I thought I would never meet Su Shaoyuan again, but I didn't expect it to happen now. Brother Fei Xiang's eyes popped out. Damn it. What's going on? How could that be? The security captain knows the criminal police captain. He knows the director directly? The deputy mayor. Finished. Today I'm going to fold it in. This is the fate between the mayor and me. Something happened at home. Su Yan said with a smile. Fujiao looked at the crowd. What happened? He asked. As long as it was not a big deal, he would help Su Yan solve it. This can bring the relationship closer. But if it's a big deal, then it has to be handled impartially. It's a small matter. Su Yan said with a smile. A few people came to my house to set up a trap, and we caught them. Come here to record your statement. When Fujiao heard this, he thought it was a small matter. Xiao Shou, please handle this matter well and impartially, said Fujiao. Captain Zhou immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes. At this moment, Brother Fei Xiang really wanted to die. The rich guy turns out to be so handsome. If I were this handsome, I would have become the #1 on TikTok long ago. Master Su, the helicopter you donated has solved our mobility problem. It really solved our urgent problem. Let's go and take a look together. Fujiao is very enthusiastic. Mayor, I still need to record a statement. Know when to advance and when to retreat. Young man, not bad. Fujiao smiled and said, didn't you bring Boy's lawyer with you? There are other witnesses as well, just let them go. He recognized Chui Cici. Is this okay? I hope it won't bother the mayor. Why not? Isn't that what lawyers do for you? Fu Jia laughed. Honest child. You have a sweet mouth. Great. It's no trouble at all. It's almost time. Let's have dinner at the bureau. I hope young Master Su won't be unaccustomed to the food. Su Yin quickly laughed and said, of course not. How many people would want to have dinner with the mayor? Watching the two of them walk away side by side. Brother Fei Xiong really wants to die. Donate a helicopter worth more than 10 million. I can even chat and laugh with the mayor. What the hell was wrong with me to offend him? As for the guild, forget about it all. What is a guild? The value of the 9-star mansion alone far exceeds theirs. Master Su. Master Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Chapter 91. He is a shareholder of Douyin. Zhonghai University. The live broadcast is over. Shan put away her phone, shocked. Xiaoran, your Su Yin is so rich? Wang Ran was stunned for a while, and then he became a little proud after hearing this, of course. Zhao Qiong put away his shock and wiped his saliva. Then why did you treat me like that before? Wang Ran immediately jumped up and down. I just didn't expect him. Zhao Qiong said sarcastically, I didn't expect him to pretend to be poor? Yes. Wang Ran nodded immediately. What if he's really poor? Wang Ran blurted out, I really love him. No matter if he is really poor or pretending to be poor, I will still love him as always. Zhao Qiong curled her lips and said nothing. I cursed in my heart, shameless little slut. But 10 billion. One villa is worth more than 10 billion, and he has 9 such houses. If I'm really with Su Yin, wouldn't he be able to give me a building? No. We can't let this little slut Wang Ran succeed. I have to think of a solution myself. Shan felt sorry. Oh, if only my parents had given birth to me a prettier child. Otherwise, how would Wang Ran have any chance? Xiaoran, we must seize the opportunity. Shan said quickly. Wang Ran looked at his dog-headed military advisor. Shan, what do you think we should do? He has blocked me now. Don't worry. Shan was confident of winning. We are classmates. There are plenty of ways. What method? Zhao Qiong's eyes lit up. Party. Find a reason to organize a party, and then. Shan glanced at Zhao Qiong and didn't say the rest of the plan. Yes. Wang Ran immediately became interested. How do we do it? Let's have a class dinner this Friday and sing karaoke together after the dinner. Shan made a suggestion. Both Wang Ran and Zhao Qiong felt that it was very feasible. Then, what excuse should I find? Wang Ran was in a dilemma. Shan thought for a moment and asked, Isn't your birthday on Friday? I'm not. Wang Ran was stunned. I want next month. Next month is too late. Your birthday is on Friday. Treat the whole class to a meal, said Shan. That's going to cost a lot of money, right? Wang Ran began to feel bad about the money. There are 30 people in the class, at least 3 tables. And sing. How much does this cost? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, said Shan. As for her doing something wrong, that's impossible. Well, my living expenses. Wang Ran was even more embarrassed. It's my birthday this Friday, Zhao Qiong said immediately. After all, she has a godfather and he is rich. Wang Ran's eyes lit up. That was great, and he didn't have to pay for it. Zhao Qiong, is this really possible? Shan sighed and didn't remind her. This silly girl. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, eating and singing is just an excuse. Of course, I'm happy to see you get promoted, Zhao Qiong said with a fake smile. Wang Ran was even happier. Thank you, Zhao Qiong. Shan was speechless. You can't climb up the wall. It doesn't matter. I, as the military advisor, will take action. Master Su. I was wrong, Master Su. When Brother Fei Xiong saw the 2 people leaving, he rushed over and hugged Su Yan's thighs. You were so magnanimous. I didn't mean it. It was someone else's instruction. Hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Mr. Su, this matter seems to be quite serious. Fu Jia also heard that something was going on. However, Su Yin thought about it for a while and figured it out. I can basically guess what's going on. Oh, since Master Su knows about this, that's great. We should be on guard against others and be careful. Fujiao reminded. It's not a big deal. It's just that I blocked someone else's money path by doing a live broadcast yesterday, and they just wanted to suppress me. Fujiao was surprised. This kind of thing can be big or small. Some people are so crazy that they can do anything. It's not that serious. I just took away their fans. It's not that serious. In Fujiao's eyes, the implications may be huge. In fact, it is just a battle for fan traffic. I have authorized Boyi to handle it. Chui Cece said quickly. Yes, Mr. He personally led the team and has sent lawyers' letters to 10 guilds in Douyin. I guess the court summons has also arrived. Mr. He is leading the team? Then there is no need to worry. He is a victorious general. When Fu Jia heard this, he realized that this was the case, but he still reminded them, Be careful of these people's tricks. Thank you for the reminder, Mayor. I don't think they dare. Su Yin blinked. After all, my old man still has shares in Douyin. This time I just teach them a lesson. Wow. Fu Jiao looked at Su Yin. It turns out he is a shareholder of TikTok. Now there is no one in the country who doesn't know about TikTok. From the youngest to the youngest, almost everyone is playing TikTok. Although Douyin has not been listed, its influence is huge. No wonder he can afford the 9-star mansion. Super rich. Even Cui Cc and Xiaoling Yun looked at the young man in shock. Especially Tracy. Are you suing your own company? What is this operation? Brother Fei Xiong sat down on the ground. Where am I? Who I am? What am I doing? Did he offend the shareholders of TikTok? Case solved. Why was his account unblocked so quickly? Why isn't he afraid of the top 10 trade unions? Why can't the top 10 trade unions suppress him? So, he is a shareholder of TikTok. How could the top 10 trade unions possibly defeat him? What are these guilds? They all rely on Douyin to make money. Master Su. I was really wrong. It was the Colorful Star Guild that made me do this. I'm just a small character, a pawn. I was wrong. As long as Master Su lets me go, I can be a witness. It's all about the internal affairs of the Caixin Guild. Caixin Guild is a guild. Their downfall has nothing to do with me. But you can't lose your job. He was very aware of the interests involved. Su Yin is the real Thai. What's going on among them? Su Yin became curious. I know a lot. Caixin Guild evaded taxes, and the amount involved was very large. And what's more, Caixin Guild also set up a pornographic live broadcast platform. If the female anchors in the guild can't achieve results, they will transfer to this platform. Damn it. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes widened. Then I thought about it. It seems normal. The entertainment industry is doing all this, and live streaming is also present. I just don't know the URL. Mr. Su, it seems that this case is not a small matter. Fu Jiao was shocked. Xiao Shou, you guys take responsibility for this matter. Yes. Captain Zhou was shocked. It's a big case. Xiao Xia, you are in charge of this case. Xiao Xia. Captain Zhou looked at Xiaoling Yun. She just had a stern face and stared at Su Yin. Still holding a grudge? Little girl. Get to work. He woke up Xiaoling Yun. The director is here. If you mess around, won't he be angry? Yes. Take it away. Xiaoling Yun's heart was pounding, and she tried hard to stay calm. See him again. Chapter 92. Donate another 100 police cars. Mayor, I'm sorry to trouble you. Su Yin felt a little embarrassed. Fu Jiao laughed. No way, let me say that young Master Su is the lucky star of our police station. The branch director and others beside him nodded repeatedly. Yes, if this case is solved, there will be a bonus. Yes, there is one more indicator for solving the case. I don't know how many fallen girls have been saved, all thanks to Master Su. Su Yin felt that his way of rescuing the fallen girl was still not enough. He still prefers to go deep into the tiger's den and rescue it himself. Allowing them to make money and achieve common prosperity is the real salvation. Look at our level. Of course, I couldn't say that in front of the police chief. So, I have some credit? Fu Jiao nodded and said, of course. Moreover, it is estimated that many things will be involved. That is, my colleagues in the bureau will be busy with some things. Su Yin suddenly felt a little embarrassed, touched his nose and said, Director, how about this? I will give a batch of experience coupons to the bureau. I wonder if it is appropriate? Fu Jiao asked, what experience voucher? Su Yin thought about it, and among the several companies he could currently be in charge of, Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel seemed to be the most suitable. The hotel has recreational facilities as well as relaxing massage facilities. It can be said to be ideal. How about the leisure package at Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel? No, the price is too high, and it's not appropriate for us civil servants to go in and out of high-end consumption places. Fu Jiao quickly refused. This kind of thing is inappropriate. I'm so sorry. Su Yin felt a little guilty. How about this? I'll donate 100 police cars. Fu Jiao looked at Su Yin. This young man is really extraordinary. It feels like money is not considered money. 100 police cars. At least tens of millions. But this is really hard to refuse. This is also part of the political achievement. Master Su, is this too much? So scary. This rich second generation is so scary. If Su Yin hadn't mentioned anything and donated everything to the bureau, he even thought that this young man was going to corrupt him. It doesn't matter. Su Yin waved his hand. You shed blood and sweat for the people. I'm just doing my bit. Then on behalf of all the police officers in Shanghai, I would like to thank Mr. Su. The group walked and stopped and looked at the helicopter. It was almost time, so we had a meal together in the police station cafeteria. Because Fujiao had other things to do, he left in a hurry after dinner. Master Su, the matter has been clarified. After hearing the report, Branch Director Lin Jiaoliang said to Su Yin, According to Su Xiang's confession, that Caixin Guild is too dirty. Su Yin was a little curious. Director, what did they do? Lin Jiaoyang put away his smile and his expression became a little serious. They not only run a pornographic live broadcast platform, but also engage in prostitution, incitement to prostitution, sexual bribery, gathering crowds, and so on. It can be said that they have committed a lot of evil. It also involves tax evasion, leaking user data, embezzlement and bribery, etc. Tisk. Su Yin could only utter some exclamations. No wonder they were able to become one of the top 10 trade unions. This is all experience. Master Su, thanks to you this time, we can remove another cancer. It's all your fault. I just ran into it by accident. Accident? Okay, really, I have cut off the guild's financial resources myself. Director Lin, can you please not involve me in this matter? I think Mayor Fu is right. I am also afraid that someone will do something desperate. Lin Jiaoyang nodded. Of course, we just received reports from the masses. Afternoon. Chui Cece followed behind Su Yin. Young Master Su. Su Xiang wants to entrust us to help him. Do you want to take this case? Who is Su Xiang? Su Yin stretched lazily. It's Brother Fei Xiang. His brain circuit is good. Su Yin was a little surprised. Of course, how can we not make money? But Chui Cece was a little worried. He provoked. Su Yin pointed at his nose and said, he was just a little arrogant. He didn't do anything. Besides, this kind of commission must be worth a lot of money, right? Chui Cece nodded. Because he is involved in the Caixin Guild case, the case is complicated, and the commission fee will not be low. Then take it. Help me deal with my opponents and make money for me. Brother Fei Xiang, you are a good man. Chui Cece was speechless. This rich second generation seemed a little unusual. Hey, Officer Xia. When walking out of the police hall, Su Yin saw Xia Lingyun fiddling with her cell phone. Snort. When Xia Lingyun saw Su Yin greeting her, she snorted, turned her head, and walked away. Did I provoke her? Su Yin asked curiously. Chui Cece also found it a bit strange. No, Officer Xia is quite kind. I think he has a good relationship with his colleagues. Am I too handsome? Su Yin touched his chin. Chui Cece said speechlessly, Master Su, this is the police station. Please remain serious. Am I not handsome? Su Yin looked at him. When Chui Cece saw those star-like eyes, her heart started beating fast. He's quite handsome. That's it. Xia Lingyun ran to the bathroom and took a deep breath. The originally snow-white face turned red in an instant. He said hello to me. Xia Lingyun quickly sent a message to her best friend. Who? That's the super handsome guy. Did you take pictures? My best friend also became excited. Got it. Xia Lingyun excitedly sent out Su Yan's photo. This is only a side view. What about the front view? The friend was excited. So handsome. It's really too handsome. No front. Captain Xia, a female police officer, walked into the bathroom. Xia Lingyun nodded and became serious. Walk out of the bathroom slowly. She became a cool policewoman again. After leaving the police station, Su Yin called Lu Xinyan. Boss, what can I do for you? Lu Xinyan asked in a businesslike manner. Help me contact 100 cars. Boss, I'm working in a film and television company now. Okay, I'll go find Zhang Chang. Su Yin sighed. Are you used to the work? Boss, I was seconded by Mr. Zhang when I first came to the company. Su Yin could only call Zhang Chang. 100. What kind of cars? Zhang Chang asked after hearing the demand. Chinese cars are safe, reliable, and fast. That's all. Since it is China overseas, domestic cars are the best choice, and safety must also be taken into consideration. The purpose of accelerating fast is to chase the criminals. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll do it now. Zhang Chang was a little surprised. They just donated a helicopter, and today they donated a police car. He's indeed a rich second generation. A budget of 20 million should be enough, right? Su Yin asked. That's enough. Mr. Su, I'll go pick a car now. I'll send the check right over. Chapter 93 Dodge Tomahawk. Master Su, you are here. As soon as the Porsche Taycan stopped, Zhou Qing, general manager of Rudy Auto, immediately took the lead to open the door. Su Yin nodded, got out of the car, and wrote a check for 20 million directly on the roof of the car. He handed the check to Zhang Chang. Mr. Zhang, this is the budget. Have you chosen a car? Zhang Chang took the check. Looking at the check in Zhang Chang's hand, Zhou Qing was so jealous. He immediately said, Master Su, the car has been chosen. We'll choose a BYD Han car. It has a fast acceleration and good quality. And it's a domestic brand. It's also fuel efficient. No need. Remember to act quickly and send it to the police station. Su Yin nodded. Good choice. BYD is doing well. In the past, his dream car was to make money to buy himself a BYD Han. Who would have thought? I can drive my Porsche freely now. You always have to have dreams, right? Good. Now that this matter is settled, Su Yin is also preparing to return to school. Before getting in the car, the phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Su Yin picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiaoyi. I am the general manager of Douyin Company, Limited. My name is Lu Chaochuan. TikTok? What's up?" Lu Chaochuan quickly said, "Boss Xiaoyi, this is what happened. The company didn't know that Boss Xiaoyi was live streaming. The audit department made a mistake and caused your live streaming room to be banned. I happened to be on a business trip to Shanghai, so I came here to apologize." He said it carefully. Seeing that Su Yin had not left, Zhou Qing and Zhang Chong stood outside the car waiting respectfully. "Oh, it's just a small matter. No need," Su Yin said lightly. "Boss Xiaoyi, there is one more thing. The company received a subpoena from the court and the lawyer's letter from you. Boss Zhang asked me to ask. If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be so shy." Yes, I was wrong." Lu Chaochuan apologized quickly. "Boss Xiaoyi, where are you now? I'll come find you. I'll be back to school in a bit. Go to Jiuxing Mansion and tell them you're looking for me." Jiuxing Mansion is not far from Shanghai University. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 20 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a Dodge Tomahawk V10 and master-level motorcycle driving skills. Collection instructions: the motorcycle has been parked in the underground garage of Villa No. 9, Jiuxing Mansion. When the host and related personnel activate the Dodge Tomahawk, they will automatically obtain master-level driving skills. You can claim it at any time. Depend on. Yichen was sitting in the office busy. Hearing the sound, he suddenly cursed. "Is this my system? Why are all the things being sent to Shanghai? System, do you have a rating? I'm going to give you a bad rating right now." However, the system remained silent. Yichen was cursing, and Yi Jiak knocked on the door and came in. "Second uncle, what's wrong?" "Xiao Jiang, it's nothing. Your brother bought another Dodge Tomahawk." Yichen answered casually. "Dodge Tomahawk?" Yi Jiang was young after all, so it was normal for him to like motorcycles. "Second uncle, don't you think Xiao Luo is wasting money? The Dodge Tomahawk isn't cheap. One car costs 550,000 US dollars, which is nearly 4 million yuan in domestic currency. No, he spends his own money. I don't care." Yichen rubbed his eyebrows. "I'm just worried about his safety. It's a motorcycle after all. Wouldn't it be better to change it to a supercar? Motorcycles are iron wrapped in flesh, while cars are flesh wrapped in iron." Yi Jiang was shocked and became even more curious about his brother whom he had never met. "I couldn't help but ask, second uncle, what does Xiao Luo do? He's so rich, he must have spent tens of millions just on buying cars, right? He's just messing around, like doing some live streaming, and he also has some original shares in TikTok." Yichen didn't mind revealing a little bit. "Let you want to compete with my son? Do you dare?" Yi Jiang took a breath of cold air. "TikTok original shares? Damn it. Any 1 point represents assets worth hundreds of millions or even billions. Xiao Luo is younger than me, right? He should be in college." Yi Jiang couldn't speak clearly. Who said it wasn't true? Hey. Yichen deliberately showed a sad expression. Children without parents have to take charge of the family early. Gurgle. Yi Jiang was so envious. Why wasn't she trafficked in the first place? If I had been trafficked, would I be a billionaire now? He laughed dryly and said, "Second uncle, this shows that Xiao Luo follows you." Yichen was immediately pleased with himself. Of course not. By the way, what's the matter? These documents require your signature. After signing the document, Yi Jiang walked out of the office with his legs weak. Damn it. TikTok shareholders. Billionaire. We must change our strategy. He quickly called home. Xiao Jiang, what's the matter? Dad, don't even think about competing with second uncle. Yi Luo is not an ordinary person. Yiju was surprised and asked, not an ordinary person? Could it be that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? He is a shareholder of Douyin. Yi Jiang lowered his voice, but wanted his father to understand the importance of this. TikTok? Isn't TikTok not listed yet? How did he get it? Yiju asked curiously. That's not important. Wasn't TikTok just founded in recent years? Maybe he had some investment in advance. No matter how much he has, it means that once it goes public, he will have at least 1 billion, or even tens of billions of assets. Gurgle. Yi Jiang heard the sound of his father swallowing saliva. Is this true or false? How could that be false? Yi Jiang said quickly, do you remember the Bentley he gave to second uncle? And today he bought a Porsche for second aunt. Second uncle just said that he bought himself a motorcycle worth more than 4 million. What kind of motorcycle costs over 4 million? Yiju felt that the world had gone crazy. He spent tens of millions on cars in the past 2 days? Yes. So, if Xiao Luo returns to the Yi family, will he be interested in our company? They all want a piece of this company. However, the market value of the entire company was only enough for him to buy more than 20 cars. Then you won't fight? Yi Jiang nodded. What are you fighting for? Fighting with your head. By the way, son, don't we still have Shurya? Why don't you try hard and marry Shurya? Yuju said. Dad, you were so confused. My second uncle and second aunt raised Shia as a child bride. I am cheating on Shaluo. Yes. I was confused. Let's go to your second uncle's house tonight and bring some good things. Yes, my friend gave me a whole tiger penis and a few deer penises, and the three of us will eat them tonight. Dad, this is illegal. Yujiang hesitated. Yuju said angrily, this is a bullwhip. Do you know what a bullwhip is? You are so young. If you don't take care of yourself, how can you give me a grandson to play with? Chapter 94, Do I Need an ID Card to Enter the Community? Lu Chaochuan was sitting in the online car-hailing vehicle as the sky gradually darkened. The car seems to be getting more and more remote. No way? Zhanghai is such a big city. What era is this now? There shouldn't be any robbers, right? He felt a little guilty. It should be sent by someone from the branch office. But he didn't want others to see him groveling. He was worried until he saw the light, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, we've arrived at Jiuxing Mansion, but we can't get inside, said the driver. Oh. Lu Chaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jumped out of the car. When he got off the car, he saw two burly security guards staring at him. Fortunately, there is a surveillance camera installed on the gate. Otherwise, he was really a little scared. I'm here to see Mr. Xiaoye, Su Yin. Although I don't understand why he is obviously Mr. Xiaoye, he is called Su Yin. But that doesn't matter. You are Lu Chaochuan, Mr. Lu, right? The security guard held a notebook. Lu Chaochuan was delighted and nodded quickly. Yes, it's me. Did Mr. Xiaoye give us a heads up in advance? Although this community is a bit remote, the property management is indeed of good quality. Please show your ID card. The security guard ignored him. Do I need an ID card to enter the community? However, Lu Chaochuan still cooperated very well and handed over his ID card. After confirming the identity card, Mr. Lu, please follow me. The security guard took Lu Chaochuan into the community, where an electric sightseeing car was waiting for him. Accompanied by the security guard, the driver took him all the way to the brightly lit villa number 9. Master, Mr. Lu is here to visit. The maid at the door took Lu Chaochuan into the house, just in time to see Su Yin sitting in the living room watching TV. It's time to eat. Su Yin stood up, and the maid immediately went to prepare the meal. After this series of operations, Lu Chaochuan has become somewhat restrained. He is the general manager of the company and has a high annual salary. However, the visiting process was so luxurious and extravagant that it was like entering a royal palace. Mr. Yi. Lu Chaochuan trembled with fear. Su Yin waved his hand. You can call me Master Su. Mr. Su. Lu Chaochuan was a little reserved. It's a great honor to meet you. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart now. Don't beat around the bush. Su Yin said, regarding this time. What does Doing think? Lu Chaochuan finally recovered a little and said quickly, Mr. Su, we have received a subpoena from the court and the company has started a self-inspection. Don't say such cliches. Su Yin waved his hand. As a shareholder of the company, I don't want Douyin to suffer any losses because of this matter. The matter is very simple. Someone is selling user information within Douyin. I have evidence. If you want it, I can ask the people from Boyi Law Firm to give it to you. As for who it is, I don't know either. Go investigate it yourself. Investigate it thoroughly. And resign and be held accountable. Hearing this, Lu Chaochuan's face changed. Young Master Su, this is making too much noise. What's there to be afraid of if it gets out of hand? It would be best if the whole world knew about it. Then we would still have a good reputation. If we wait until others expose it, what do you think will happen? The maids began to serve the food and poured freshly squeezed juice for Su Yin. Lu Chaochuan was still a little hesitant. Su Yin said, you become timid after achieving a little success. If you don't eliminate minor problems, the company will be ruined in your hands. If you don't explode, I'll see you in court. Lu Chaochuan looked at Su Xiao in front of him. Is this rich second generation so wild? But compared to seeing him in court, it is better to blow yourself up. We will check ourselves. Not only do we need to investigate, we need to investigate thoroughly. The company is full of corruption, bribery, and information selling. I think my live broadcast room was blocked because someone must have taken advantage of it. Su Yin looked at Lu Chaochuan. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly as well. Lu Chaochuan looked embarrassed. He knows this too. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Master Su, this. Don't talk about this or that. There's no room for negotiation. I have evidence in my hands, and I can even find out who did it in the company. Do you want me to do it, or do it yourself? Lu Chaochuan suddenly became dispirited. Once I have done these things, I will withdraw the lawsuit against TikTok. Su Yin took a sip of juice. Lu Chaochuan nodded. I will definitely convey what young Master Su said to President Zhang. Also, after we investigate thoroughly, I want you to provide proof of what these people did. I still have a lawsuit to fight with the top 10 guilds. Su Yan ate his meal in small bites. Chew every mouthful of rice carefully. This is his habit. Young Master Su, the top 10 guilds have a large number of anchors. If they take action, we will use doing. They have become a cancer. Su Yan was a little angry. Look at what the trend is now. As soon as I showed up, they dared to threaten me. They dared to buy my information. They dared to come to my door. They dared to frame me. What are you doing? Douyin wants to be a leader and form a gang. Su Yan said unhappily. It's so smoky and foul. The Caixin Guild is finished. You will soon find out what the so-called top 10 guilds are like. Lu Chaochuan trembled. I didn't expect that a rich second generation could have such a powerful aura. Master Su, after dealing with these two things, the scope of involvement will definitely be very wide. When the anchor leaves, what should we do? Lu Chaochuan couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. What should we do? If the guild can't be run, can't we establish a more effective and healthy model? Su Yan sighed. Use your brain more and learn from other experiences. Lu Chaochuan looked innocent. Who to learn from? After all, TikTok has just come out. Hey, learn from the entertainment industry. The anchors set up their own companies and run themselves. We are just a platform. As for how they do it, it's up to them. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Chaochuan's eyes lit up. This is actually not much different from a guild, but it gives the anchor enough freedom. There is no guild standing in the way. Maybe the overall live broadcast environment will be healthier. Great, Master Su. Let's eat. Now that things have been made clear, the matter is over. Yes. The two of them then had a pleasant conversation. Lu Chaochuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. Lao Su, this is your home. You bought Villa number 9 in Jiuxing Mansion. A hearty voice came. Song Qin strode in under the guidance of the maid. Li Siming was there too, just the two of them. Hey, are there guests? Song Qin walked to the dining table. Have you eaten yet? Serve them 2 sets of tableware and 2 more dishes. Yes, master. The maid immediately went down to work. You're great. You're more extravagant than me. Li Siming said with a click of the tongue. There are so many girls at home. It was hard for Lu Chaochuan to describe his feelings when he saw the 2 rich second generations from Shanghai. I hope that my little you won't be led astray. How much is Villa number 9? Unfortunately, it's too expensive. The old man will definitely not agree to spend 1 billion to buy one. Song Qin felt it was a pity. The overall environment is very good and the area is large, especially being able to be neighbors with Su Yan. Chapter 95. How do you know I am a time traveler? The old man doesn't want to buy it, so he starts his own business to make money. Su Yan smiled. Starting a business is difficult. Song Qin shook his head. It's not that easy to start a business. By the way, you haven't told me how much Villa number 9 costs. I don't know. Su Yan shook his head. Didn't you buy it? Li Siming asked curiously. Did the old man buy it? Song Qin also asked. I guess the old man doesn't know either. Su Yan smiled and put down his chopsticks, took a sip of orange juice. The entire Jiuxing mansion has been bought. Damn it. Song Qin and Li Siming were both shocked. The entire Jiuxing mansion was bought? 9 villas. It is said that the price is over 10 billion. Even the 2 rich second generations were stunned at this moment. Even if it is a loan, the down payment is 3 billion. It's about the same. I'm not exactly sure how much one building costs. Su Yan told the truth. Damn, you're the one who's pretending to be so awesome. Song Qin said speechlessly. Li Siming couldn't help but shook his head. I can't compare to you. Lao Su, you are still awesome. Lu Chaochuan could only concentrate on eating. 10 billion. He spent 10 billion just for a house. Most importantly, he observed when he came in. The entire community, lawn maintenance, care of flowers and plants, and all these servants, all cost a lot of money. Normal people have to pay property fees when buying a villa, and they think the property fees are expensive. But this is different. Because the labor costs of the entire community have to be paid by Su Yan personally. Old Su, the entire community has to spend a lot of money every month, right? Li Siming obviously thought of this. I don't know, I just bought it. Su Yan shrugged. He really didn't know. Haven't even lived there yet. Old Su, tell me honestly, what does your family do? How come you were so rich? Song Qin was really curious. A man who can spend 100 million to buy a car, and can also buy a mansion worth tens of billions. This kind of family is definitely not ordinary. You know, selling cars, opening hotels, and investing. Su Yan said casually. I don't know myself. Anyway, I am now exposed to assets worth tens of billions. Hundreds of millions in cash. If you think about it this deeply, this is definitely a very scary family. It would be tens of billions if I gave it to myself. What about the old man himself? Where is his brother? It may be a business circle covering all walks of life. Food, Clothing, housing, and transportation? Everything included? My house is horrible. He couldn't help but shiver. By the way, this. Lee Siming was shocked, and his rating of Su Yin in his heart became higher. It must not be easy to have dinner with Su Yin. Maybe you can expand your network. Mr. Song, Mr. Lee. Lu Chaochuan quickly introduced himself. I am the general manager of Douyin. Today I am here to report to Mr. Su on my work. Don't air your dirty laundry in public. Your own company's affairs should be resolved within the company. Tick-tock. Song Qin looked at Su Yin, then at Lu Chaochuan. Lao Su, isn't Douyin also yours? Lee Siming almost jumped up. He didn't even notice when the maid brought them bowls, chopsticks, and orange juice. Su Yin quickly shook his head. How is that possible? This can all be checked. My family just has some original shares. Nah. Although TikTok is not listed yet, its valuation is close to 500 billion. Susho's user base is almost twice that of TikTok, and its current market value is 200 billion. Lu Chaochuan smiled proudly and reservedly. TikTok is so awesome. Once it goes public, it will create a large number of billionaires. How much do you have? Song Qin's eyes sparkled. Why don't you sell me some? At the market price. You will make a profit if you buy the original shares of this promising unicorn. Su Yin laughed out loud. Go to hell. If you have money, go buy it yourself. Song Qin smiled helplessly and said, this thing really can't be bought with money. Now all the investors in the industry know about Douyin's valuation, and everyone wants to get a piece of it. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming is not short of money now. Everyone wants to buy it, but it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Lao Su, you are a billionaire. Why do you give us this to drink? Lee Siming took a sip of freshly squeezed orange juice and said with a smile. Pure natural, pollution-free, are you still not satisfied? Su Yin asked. You have to open a bottle of good wine anyway. Song Qin also joined in the fun. We have to have a good meal today, fight the landlord. Dog Tycoon. The two of them started to make a noise. Is there any wine at home? Su Yin asked. A maid immediately replied, Master, the family has not prepared. His face was full of apology. Su Yin suddenly realized that he had only owned the house not long ago, and if the old man didn't buy it, where would he get the red wine? Send someone out to buy some wine and keep it at home. Su Yin said casually. Yes, master, I will do it now. The maid left quickly. Song Qin sat on the chair with a comfortable look on his face. It's comfortable. Old Su, I wouldn't do your life even if you traveled through time and space to become an emperor. Damn it. How do you know I traveled through time? Su Yin glanced at him and suddenly remembered that he didn't pay him, and he was also working. Even if I go to buy wine, how can I buy it without money? He quickly wrote a check for 1 million and called Tong Yakin. Use this money to buy some wine to entertain guests at home. Yes, master. Tong Yakin took the check with both hands. When I saw the amount above, I was stunned. 1 million for wine? Then I understood. Someone who can spend 10 billion to buy a house doesn't mind spending 1 million. So, you can't buy ordinary wine this time. The four continued to eat and drink. After a while, Tong Yakin came back and said, Master, we have called the winery and it will be delivered soon. Second brother, I'm so sorry. Yuju raised his wine glass. Hey, what happened before was not fair to my brother. I came here today to apologize. Yijian quickly picked up a bottle of blue Matai gypsophila and poured a glass for Yichin. Uncle, please drink. This is my father's treasured gypsophila, and I brought it here today for uncle and aunt to taste. Li Qin looked at the father and son strangely. This is a bit strange. How can you be so enthusiastic under normal circumstances? This baby's breath is not cheap, right? She asked indifferently. Yichin was delighted. Baby's breath. A bottle costs at least tens of thousands. He usually doesn't want to drink it. After all, this kind of wine has collection value. It's selling for more than 20,000 yuan in the market now. Yu Jiang said flatteringly. TSK. Big brother, you brought good wine and good goods today. I really feel sorry for you. Yichin took a bite of the tiger whip. Delicious and chewy. Endless aftertaste. Tonight, I must show my wife what a tiger coming down the mountain is like. It's my duty. Although Yiju felt a little painful, he still smiled. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 1 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. A box of Guiju 1573, 3 bottles of 1958 5-star Matai, 1 bottle of Wheel Matai, and 1 bottle of 1992 Han Emperor Matai. Chapter 96 1 million for a bottle of wine. Second brother? Yiju held up his wine glass and looked at his second brother sitting opposite him in a daze. As if in a daze. Could it be an allergy to tiger penis? Or is it an allergy to deer penis? If something happens after eating this, I will have to take the responsibility. What are you doing? Li Qin kicked her husband and said, Brother is toasting you. Yichin quickly came back to his senses, raised his glass and clinked it with Yiju's. Brother, I'm sorry, I just thought of something. It's okay. You are busy with company matters and have a lot of things to do. It's normal. Yuju didn't care. It's good that it's not allergic. This is my good brother. By the way, brother, I heard that you bought some Matai collections and some stocks. Although Yuchen is knowledgeable, he has not done much research on wine. Yu Jiang quickly filled his uncle's glass. Yes, Dad has a lot of wine collection, including a bottle of 50-year-old Mount I. Uncle, come to our house and drink it when you have time. Yuju, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly froze. It hurts. What a prodigal son. Can you drink that? This can add value. Starry Sky is the best Matai you can get on the market. Of course, this is produced by market circulation. He has treasures. For example, 50 years of Matai. He had a bottle hidden away. This bottle is not cheap. Yuchen immediately became interested. Brother, do you know Guizhou 1573? As soon as he mentioned it, Yuju became excited. Guizhou 1573, that's a good wine. A single bottle can be sold for more than 330,000. Moreover, it's only available at auctions. 330,000 per bottle. Even though Yuchen is a billionaire, he was still dumbfounded at this moment. One box, that would be millions. Even several million. What about the 1958 5-star Matai? When it comes to Matai, Yuju knows it like the back of his hand. The king of wine at an auction in 2011, more than 1 million per bottle. Where's the wheel Matai? In a domestic auction in 2012, it was sold for a whopping 1.5 million yuan. Han Emperor Matai from 1992? Yuju stood up in a flash. Han Emperor Matai from 1992? That's worth a villa. 8.9 million in 2011. The price would be even higher now. Second brother, how did you know about these wines? Gurgle. Yuchen swallowed hard. Nothing. Didn't we go to Shanghai to see Xiao Luo last time? I saw some in Xiao Luo's house. Yuchen was heartbroken. Wine. Just these bottles of wine are worth over 10 million. Why was it sent to Shanghai again? You can give me a bottle just to show off. He suddenly felt that the bottle of baby's breath in his hand, which cost more than 20,000 yuan, was not fragrant at all. What? Xiao Luo has so many fine wines collected at home. They can definitely be auctioned. No. They can even hold a wine exhibition. Yuju was shocked. Yu Jiang once again refreshed his understanding of Su Yin. Spend tens of millions on a car. Tens of millions spent on wine. My younger brother is extraordinary. You must hold this thigh tightly. Yuchen looked at the prompt on the system interface. It will be delivered to Jiuxing Mansion in half an hour. Please check it. Why? I want it too. Second brother, when will you take me to see Xiao Luo? As an uncle, I haven't even met my nephew yet. This doesn't make sense. Yuju rubbed his hands. Wait a while. Yuchen felt sad. What are tiger penis and deer penis? What is Matai Starry Sky? It doesn't smell good anymore. Come, eat. Yuju took a deep breath and glanced at Yu Jiang. I used to think my son was very good, but now I think he is just average. Really so? Owner. Tong Yakin walked in quickly. The owner of the winery has delivered the wine. He wants to see you. Is that possible? Su Yin glanced at the three of them. Let's go. Let me see what kind of wine Lao Su has prepared for us. Song Qin stood up. Li Siming also nodded. If you are not satisfied with the wine today, Lao Su, I tell you, you can't get through. Lu Chaochuan didn't say anything, but he was very curious. Although my annual salary is not low, without stock quota, my net worth is barely close to 100 million. What he was curious about was what kind of wine the billionaire drank. He glanced at Su Yin and saw that he had stood up, so he quickly stood up as well. Then go and have a look. Su Yin stood up and Tong Yakin led the way. Lao Su, you are worth over 100 million. You can't lose face. Song Qin laughed and looked like he was going to take advantage of a wealthy man. Your worth is too low? Su Yin scolded with a smile. You can't afford it at home? Song Qin chuckled. His family is wealthy, so of course he can afford it. But today we are going to eat the big guys. This is different. At home, the old man is in charge, but today it's all young people. Li Siming said. That's exactly what I mean. Several people came out of the restaurant and walked to the door. Follow the path and walk out of the yard. A man in a suit stood next to a car. Hey, Lao Yuan. Song Qin recognized the other person at a glance. Mr. Song, Mr. Li. Yuan Xing'an immediately smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you two here. The 9-star mansion won't be yours. Song Qin quickly shook his head. How can we afford Jiuxing Mansion? The entire community is reserved by Old Su. You can afford it, but buying the entire community is a joke. Yuan Xing'an became more respectful, Master Su. Well, where's the wine? Yuan Xing'an immediately took out a large box from the trunk. There is also an LCD screen on the box, which displays temperature, humidity, etc. Mr. Su, this is the wine you want, Romani Conti from 1990. In addition, I specially gave you 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. He carefully opened the box, revealing a bottle of red wine. Damn it, Lao Yuan, you sent all the treasures of your store here, Li Siming exclaimed. The 1990 Romani Conti is very expensive and has always been treasured by Yuan Xing'an. It can be said to be the treasure of the store. Yuan Xing'an said with a smile, young Master Su wants a bottle of wine worth 1 million. I dare say that in the entire Zhonghai winery, except for those who sell fakes, there is only this bottle. 1 million for a bottle of wine. Old Su, you are really awesome. Song Qin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Yuan, you're spending a lot of money, and you're also giving me 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, which is at least 100,000 yuan. Li Siming shook his head. There's really no comparison. 1 million for a bottle of wine. They really can't compare with this way of spending money. When they play with their friends, spending tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars is no big deal. However, such an ordinary meal is paired with a bottle of million-dollar wine. They can't do it. Lu Chaochuan also gained some experience. Although he had a good fortune, his background was still far behind those wealthy families. Yuan Xing'an also smiled and said, I mainly want to meet Master Su. Master Su, if you want any wine in the future, just give me a call, and I will definitely get it for you. In the entire Zhonghai, I am one of the best in the wine business. He must have some connections with such a wealthy family. Yes, Lao Su, what Lao Yuan said is right. If he can't find the wine, no one in Zhonghai can find it. Song Qin also said. Chapter 97. The Yi family with profound background is so terrifying. In fact, even Su Yan was a little shocked at this moment. I gave you 1 million so that you could fill up my wine cellar. Who asked you to spend 1 million to buy a bottle of wine? However, I can't say that now. He never thought that Tong Yakin would do this. I have to say, well done. It's just that I have a lot of money now. Otherwise, I would be so angry that I would die. Mr. Yuan, would you like to come in and sit with me? Su Yan invited. Is it okay? Will it disturb you? Yuan Xing'an was very tactful. But today, it was too tempting. A wealthy man who can buy the entire Jiuxing mansion. The existence of someone who spends millions on wine when dining with friends. If I don't get closer to him today, I'll have fewer and fewer opportunities to interact with him in the future. This is also the reason why he was willing to give 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Don't be fooled by the fame of 1982 Lafite. In fact, the price is not expensive. Of course, most people are reluctant to drink it. We don't have anything to do, just to get together with friends. Now that we have finished the serious business, we might as well consider it as expanding our network. I did business in my previous life, although I am rich now. But they are all empty. He needs connections. Maybe in the future battles among the rich and powerful, I will need some help. Sorry to bother you then. He immediately closed the box and took out 2 bottles of Lafite from the car. Mr. Yuan, just leave it to us. Immediately, a maid came forward to get the things. Yuan Xing'an was a little embarrassed. Okay, thank you. He is indeed a rich man. Even the servants are young and beautiful girls. This kind of life is really enviable. However, he didn't dare to look around. Who knows? Is this the harem that young Master Su built for himself? Master, someone at the door said that the wine that Mr. Yi ordered has arrived. Should we bring it in? Tong Yakin heard the voice in the headphones and asked quickly. Mr. Yi? Yi-chun, Su Yan asked. Yes. Let them bring it in. Su Yan said to them. I'm sorry, the old man at home bought some wine. You guys go in and sit down first. It's okay, let's go together. Song Qin was curious. By the way, Lao Su, why don't you have the same surname as Mr. Yi? Li Siming asked curiously. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Does it take my mother's last name? Is the legendary Mr. Yi the son-in-law? And then counterattack? I was kidnapped when I was a child, and I took the director's mother's surname in the orphanage. Su Yan didn't mind his identity. Everyone was shocked. Lao Su, you sorry? Li Siming showed a hint of apology. Su Yan shrugged. What's there to be sorry about? I had a good childhood, and the dean's mother treated us very well. After a while, a security vehicle drove in slowly. In front was the security car leading the way. Master Su. The security captain jumped out of the car, and several security guards immediately surrounded the escort vehicle. What a big scene. Li Siming couldn't help but be shocked. Young Master Su, they insisted on driving the escort vehicle in. The security captain said apologetically. It's okay. Sorry for bothering you. Su Yan was impressed by the security captain. It is said that he is a platoon leader. No trouble. The security captain spoke in a loud voice. Are you Mr. Su? A middle-aged man in a tuxedo and white gloves got off the escort vehicle and confirmed Su Yan's identity. He was followed by several sturdy security guards. No wonder the captain reacted so strongly. It seems that these security guards are not ordinary people. Right. After confirming Su Yan's identity, the other party immediately introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Su, I am from the Golden Shield Security Company, the person in charge of this operation. My name is Wu Long, and Mr. Yi has entrusted our company to give Mr. Su a gift. Gift? Last time, he gave a coming-of-age gift worth tens of billions. Aren't we talking about wine this time? Wu Long waved his hand, and his men immediately carried boxes down from the back of the armed escort vehicle. The first box was very long and had a metal exterior. Like Yuan Xing'an's box, it had an LCD screen. Yuan Xing'an couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Mr. Song, who is Mr. Su? This box is worth a lot of money. Song Qin glanced at him and said, don't you have one too? Mine is a regular model, which costs only tens of thousands of yuan. I've seen his, which is a custom-made model, and it probably costs at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Yuan Xing'an was jealous and envious. It's not like you can't afford hundreds of thousands, Li Siming said with a smile. Yuan Xing'an shook his head. The point is, I don't have so much wine to customize this. Wu Long opened the safe. Master Su, this is Guojiao 1573, 360 per box, 12 bottles. Inside the box, there were 12 bottles of wine neatly arranged. It is worthy of being called the national cellar. The golden jar is magnificent. Awesome, Yuan Xing'an exclaimed. What do you mean? Li Siming asked. A bottle costs more than 330,000. It was brewed in the National Treasure Cellar during the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty. There are very few in the world. Young Master Su actually got a box. Usually, auctions are unique pieces. A box is worth more. Another box was carried down. Wu Long introduced. 1958 5-star Matai, 3 bottles. What about this? Yuan Xing'an took a deep breath. Aged Matai, the auction price for a single bottle is over 1 million. Next came 2 small boxes, similar to Yuan Xing'an's. A bottle of 1953 wheel-shaped Maodai. Yuan Xing'an knew that they didn't understand, so he simply introduced 1.5 million per bottle. There are very few left in the world. Each bottle can be regarded as the treasure of the town. Young Master Su is worthy of being Young Master Su. A bottle of Handi Matai, 1992. Wulong opened the last box. Oh my god, Yuan Xing'an's eyes almost popped out. Li Siming was confused. What's wrong? Isn't it from 1992? Even those born in 1958 were not so shocked. Is it of high value? Song Qin also asked. Yuan Xing'an took a deep breath. There are only 10 bottles left in the world. It was once the most expensive liquor in the world. Now it ranks second. It is definitely worth collecting or even passing down as a family heirloom. The auction price back then was 8.9 million. I guess it is even more expensive now. This is the first time I've seen it. Hiss. Song Qin and Li Siming couldn't help but look at Su Yan. I thought Su Yan was a prodigal son. Now it seems that Mr. Yi is not bad. Not inferior at all. This can no longer be called a prodigal son, but a person with profound background. It's even possible that it's a century-old family. No wonder young Master Su would use million-level red wine to entertain us casually. These white wines explain everything. Yuan Xing'an felt that he had opened his eyes today. Although some of the wines here are not as expensive as the 1990 Romani Kani, but the value is not lost at all. Whether it is Guojiao or 5-star Matai, these types of liquor are collectibles. You can take it home as an heirloom. Song Qin and Li Siming looked at each other. The Li family is definitely not simple. I'm afraid I've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Lu Chaochuan had been silent until now, but now he realized it. Mr. Zhang is really smart. This Yi family has a deep foundation and is so terrifying. Chapter 98. Drink Romani Kani from a fish tank. Mr. Su, please sign after confirmation. Wu Long handed a list to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't understand either. Since it was bought by the old man, there shouldn't be any problem, so he just signed to confirm. Then have it taken to the wine cellar. Master Su, these are all famous wines handed down from generation to generation, and there are requirements for their storage. Yuan Xing'an reminded hurriedly. It's just right that with a professional like Mr. Yuan, I can save myself a lot of trouble. Su Yan said with a smile. I'll try my best. I'll try my best. He has never dealt in this kind of famous wine that is passed down from generation to generation. How to preserve it is very important. Old Yuan, can you get these wines? Li Siming bumped into Yuan Xing'an. My old man's birthday is coming up. I want to give him a bottle. Yuan Xing'an quickly shook his head. Mr. Li, stop joking. Where can I get them? You can't buy these just because you have money. You just said that there is no wine in Zhonghai and you can't get it? Song Qin said in a narrow manner. Yuan Xing'an was held up and slapped himself lightly. Mr. Song, Mr. Li, I'm slapping you in the face. No, find a way to get me a bottle. Li Siming said. I really can't get it. Instead of asking me, You might as well ask Su Xiao to give you a bottle. Yuan Xing'an looked helpless. Mr. Li, these wines are not Romani Conti. The annual production is more than 100,000 bottles, and they are used up one bottle at a time. We really can't get them. If you want Romani Conti 1990, I can get you another bottle, but these wines are really unavailable. Li Siming asked curiously, why? Yuan Xing'an sighed and said, Mr. Li, Romani Conti is available overseas, and the overseas selling price is actually about 400,000. If you import it, you will have to pay more than 48 tax, plus the profit, and it will only sell for 1 million. And these wines are rarely seen on the market. Li Siming understood. Su Yin and Song Qin also understood. Old Li, if you want one, take a bottle, Su Yin said with a smile. Consider it my birthday present to you, old man. Li Siming shook his head quickly. This is a gift from Mr. Yi. A gentleman should not take away what others like. Whatever you want, go open the Romani Conti. We'll have a drink later. Li Siming immediately shouted. Lao Su, are you not polite? Why are you being polite? Su Yin said with a smile. You refuse, so you don't want it? Li Siming sighed. I'll go to the market myself. Big dog owner. Miss, give me a fish tank. I want to drink Romani Conti. Satisfy him and get him a fish tank. Yuan Xing'an carefully followed the security guards who were carrying the wine. Be careful. Stop falling. Since everyone had almost finished eating, we just followed them down to the wine cellar. The wine cellar is on the second underground floor. Several people took 3 elevators to go downstairs. Yuan Xing'an was unwilling to leave the bottles of wine for a moment. Damn, you have a billiard room here? Coming to the underground garage, which was the billiard room, Li Siming couldn't help but exclaimed. Don't you have any at home? Su Yin asked curiously. No. Li Siming shook his head. There is a chess and card room. How could it be possible if it was done by the old men? Song Qin picked up a golf club and tried it. Play a game. Su Yin also became interested, but he couldn't play billiards alone. Okay, let's go check out the wine cellar first. Yuan Xing'an has followed the security guards to the wine cellar. Oh my god, it's a state-of-the-art constant temperature control room. Yuan Xing'an looked around and touched things, just like a person who had never seen anything before. I am curious about everything inside. As expected of the 9 Stars mansion. As expected of Master Su. Yuan Xing'an wished he could live here for the rest of his life. It took him a long while to come back to his senses and realize that he was here today to instruct these people on how to store the wine. However, when he came to his senses, he found that all the wines had been sorted and placed according to their respective storage conditions. Seeing his stunned look, Tong Yakan smiled and said, Mr. Yuan, is there something you did wrong? No, very professional. Hui Yuanxing'an was stunned. What kind of family is this? Even the servants are so professional. That's good. I only learned theoretical knowledge before. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Xing'an felt a little ashamed when he heard Tong Yakan's words. No, you are more professional than me. Su Yin also saw this scene. He didn't expect the housekeeper to have such a high level of professionalism. Mr. Yuan, would you like to go out and play for a while? Yuan Xing'an hurried over and said with a wry smile. Master Su, this lady is much more professional than me in storing wine and beverages. Su Yin smiled and said, let's go out and have some fun. He himself has never lived here, so he has not experienced many things. Play billiards, chess, cards, etc. There is also an indoor heated swimming pool on the first floor. In addition, there is a sauna room next to the swimming pool, 1 dry steam room, and 1 wet steam room. Master, you are sober now. About an hour later, Tong Yakan came over and said to Su Yin, who was playing billiards. Lu Chaochuan and Yuan Xing'an are playing chess. Li Siming is playing games in the esports room. Send it over, please. After a while, Romani Conti was delivered. All 5 of them stopped what they were doing and sat together to chat. I never thought I would have the chance to taste a bottle of red wine that costs 1 million, Lu Chaochuan exclaimed. Mr. Lu, stop joking. At least once TikTok goes public, you will be a billionaire. Yuan Xing'an couldn't help but sigh. The 4 people present are all super rich now or in the future. Only I am slightly worse. That's a matter for the future. Who knows what will happen in the future? This 1 sip will probably cost several thousand. Lu Chaochuan took a sip. TSK, it tastes really good. Li Siming also said. Su Yin only felt that the fragrance was different. As for the taste, he didn't understand and simply kept silent. What a spendthrift. What a spendthrift. Song Qin drank red wine comfortably. Who are you calling a spendthrift? Su Yin said unhappily. Why don't you give the wine back to me? I'll spit it out to you. Do you want some? Song Qin drank it all in 1 gulp. Roll. Su Yin was disgusted, but these second-generation rich people were very easy to get along with. The levels are similar, and everyone is just like ordinary people. Men remain young until they die. Oh, right. Su Yin suddenly thought of something. Did you prepare a fish tank for Mr. Li? Are you serious? Li Siming looked confused. Then, he burst into laughter. Come on, who's afraid of who? I'm just afraid that you don't have enough wine. $1 million bottle of Romani Conti, and I drink it out of a fish tank. Change my fish tank too. Song Qin also joked. Satisfy them. Su Yin waved his hand. After a while, the maids brought in 2 threaded fish tanks as big as children's heads. There's actually a cup holder underneath. Fall. The remaining bottle of Romani Conti was filled up for the 2 of them. Today is Monday. Su Yin has to go back to school and doesn't want to drink too much. Mr. Su, I also want to change the fish tank. Yuan Xing'an raised his hand weakly. This is Romani Conti. Li Siming and Song Qin both divided it up. I just tasted it. Ha ha ha, Lao Yuan, this is for you. Song Qin quickly handed the fish tank to the other party. Chapter 99. What kind of driver's license does an experienced driver need to drive on the road? By the way, Lao Song, why did you come to see me today? Su Yin shook the wine glass in his hand and looked at Li Siming. Old Li, drink. If you waste a little, I'll make you pay. Bah, this wine is more expensive than gold. How can I bear to waste it? Li Siming licked his lips. I'm looking for you. I want to borrow your car for fun. Song Qin said with a smile while drinking. You want to drive a Lycan? Su Yin immediately remembered what Song Qin had mentioned to him. Song Qin nodded. Yes, I came here today to make an appointment. When you are not driving, lend it to me to play with. No, I have to go to school and can't be too high profile. I drive the Porsche. You can drive away, Lycan. Su Yin waved his hand. These are all small things. The car is parked in the garage and just stays there. If it is lent to Song Qin, it will bring the 2 closer together. Since he asked to borrow the car, it meant that he also wanted to make friends with me. This is a good thing. Driving a Porsche is considered low-key? Li Siming breathed a sigh of relief. For Mr. Su, Porsche is indeed too low-key. Lu Chaochuan's eyes were sharp. Can we drive away today? Song Qin's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands. I specially asked Lao Li to drive me here today. Hiki. So you had this planned all along, right? Su Yin also laughed. It's better to be prepared. Song Qin didn't mind at all when his secret thoughts were exposed. You drive away later. Go and have a look. Song Qin finished the red wine in his glass, somewhat impatiently. Let's go. Li Siming stood up holding the small fish tank. Let me take a look at Lao Su's garage. I just noticed that there seemed to be a lot more cars recently. The lights in the garage weren't on just now, so I couldn't see clearly. I got a few Porsches and used them for daily transportation. Su Yin said casually. Several people stood up and walked towards the garage. When the visitors walked out of the billiard room, the lights in the garage suddenly lit up. Lycan, LaFerrari, Porsche Cayenne, etc., all the cars are brand new. Under the light, it emits a sparkling glow. Cool. Song Qin was immediately attracted to Lycan. The tough lines are just like a prehistoric beast. As expected of Mr. Su, he has so many cars. He also has a Porsche and a Cayenne. But compared to Su Yin, there is no comparison. What is that? Li Siming was attracted by something covered by a car cover in the corner. Is it a motorcycle? His eyes began to glow. Motorcycle? Su Yin was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember putting a motorcycle here. Master, this is the motorcycle that Mr. Yi sent today. He said it's a gift for you. Tong Yakin's expression remained unchanged. If a mansion worth tens of billions like Jiuxing Mansion can be given to one's son casually, what's the big deal about giving him a motorcycle? She has become very calm. Motorcycle? When Su Yin heard that it was a gift from the old man, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that they are trying to make up for the missing years. But I feel warm in my heart. Open it and take a look. 2 maids immediately stepped forward and carefully lifted the car cover. A metallic motorcycle suddenly appeared in front of everyone. There are 2 wheels at the front and back. Both the front and rear wheels look weird, as if they were 2 wheels merged together. It also allows it to stand firmly on the ground without any support. Everyone was attracted by this metal monster. Holy crap! Dodge Tomahawk? Li Siming exclaimed, Lao Su, this is a Dodge Tomahawk. Where did you get it? No, when the Tomahawk was first produced, only 9 were sold. Due to poor sales, production was discontinued. Where did the old man get such an awesome car? This is every biker's dream car. Li Siming's eyes lit up, as if he saw a fly in food. Can I take a picture? He touched here and there and looked around. Of course. Su Yin nodded. He also liked this motorcycle very much. Being handsome is all. TSK, I didn't expect to see a car like this. Li Siming was circling around the motorcycle, as if possessed by a demon. Mr. Song, is Mr. Li okay? Yuan Xing'an asked worriedly, holding 2 fish tanks in his arms. It's okay, he's just a motorcycle guy. Unfortunately, his family doesn't let him ride a motorcycle. They say it's too dangerous. Song Qin felt the same way. For a family like theirs, they actually have no say over many things. The Viper's V10 engine, 500 horsepower, 10 cylinders, 0-100 meter acceleration in 2.5 seconds, theoretical top speed of 676 kilometers per hour. Li Siming muttered to himself. She went around and around, and finally, with tears in her eyes, she took a photo while hugging the Dodge Tomahawk. Do you want to ride 2 laps? Su Yin threw the key to Li Siming. Li Siming caught it in a hurry, and finally shook his head. Lao Su, I can't ride a motorcycle. Isn't he a biker? Su Yin turned around and asked Song Qin curiously. Song Qin was a little embarrassed. He might be the Zhao Kuo of the motorcycle industry. Then I'll try. Su Yin grew up in an orphanage. He started helping buy groceries in junior high school, riding the director's mother's small motorcycle. Unfortunately, by the time he grew up, motorcycles had gradually disappeared from the market. Use a small emu instead. So there is no need to rely on a motorcycle driver's license. Of course, when you insert the key and start the motorcycle. As he leaned forward and grabbed the handle, it seemed as if all kinds of knowledge were entering his mind. At this moment, he felt like a motorcycle master who had been training for countless days. Any move, any motorcycle can handle it. Boom. A huge roar of a motorcycle was heard. He twisted the accelerator in his hand and the motorcycle shot out. Damn it. Lao Su. Song Qin was startled. Isn't this starting speed too fast? Even in an underground garage, you wouldn't dare to rush in like this. Prepare for rescue. Li Siming couldn't help but shout. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he saw the Dodge Tomahawk suddenly lift up its front wheel. It's like standing up. This is actually possible? Song Qin stared blankly. Li Siming shook his head. Impossible, impossible. The Dodge Tomahawk weighs more than 600 kilograms. It is very difficult to drive on one wheel. Ah, master. Tong Yakin was also startled. It's going to hit us. Just as the expired battle axe was about to hit the wall, it was seen spinning in place. He landed steadily and then rushed over again at an extremely fast speed. Hey, hey, hey. When I saw the car approaching, it didn't show any sign of slowing down. Everyone screamed in fear. Just then, there was a creaking sound. The front wheel of the Dodge Tomahawk suddenly stopped between Li Siming's legs. At the same time, the rear wheel is lifted high. Ahe. Tong Yakin and several maids hurriedly ran up, wanting to protect Su Yin. But he saw the parking space swung in the air, and the whole car was directly across in front of Li Siming. Cool. Su Yin stopped the car and supported himself with one foot. Looks like I have to take the motorcycle driver's license test. Fuck, you don't have a motorcycle driver's license? Li Siming almost peed. Turns out, he doesn't have a driver's license? What kind of driver's license do you need for an experienced driver to go on the road? Chapter 100. Are you lying down because you feel uncomfortable? This is the Dodge Tomahawk. This is the Tomahawk. Li Siming felt that he had leaked a little, and he covered up his embarrassment by yelling. If it really hits me, I'll be dead. Su Yin glanced at him and said, Look, it has stopped properly, hasn't it? What if? What if? Li Siming's voice was filled with envy. Nothing could possibly happen. As soon as I got in the car, I knew I was an experienced driver. Su Yin was full of confidence. Although I have only ridden a small motorcycle before. But once I got on the motorcycle, I felt that it was more flexible than my own legs and feet. Bah, you don't even have a driver's license, and you still call yourself an experienced driver. Li Siming was furious. Su Yin glanced at him and said, Old Li, when you pick up girls, do you need to show your ID card? No. Li Siming shook his head. Then when you eat, do you need a meal pass? Shake your head. I don't need a driver's license to ride a bicycle, so why do I need one to ride a motorcycle? You are changing the concept. You dare to ride the bike just by getting on it. How dangerous. What if you hit someone? What if you get hurt? I took the girl to the room and took off my clothes. Do I need to take a driver's license first? No, the same. Look, my dad has bought cars and put them in my garage. Is there any difference between this and a girl taking off her clothes and lying on the bed? Li Siming's chest heaved with anger. Come, have a drink to calm your nerves. Su Yin stuffed the fish tank into his arms. If you're scared to pee, change into my pants first. Who peed? Who peed? How could I possibly pee in such a small situation? Li Siming was exposed and screamed immediately. Su Yin sighed and looked at Song Qin. Look, he's anxious, he's anxious. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't. Li Siming shouted angrily. A lot of fun. The time was almost up, so Lu Chaochuan and Yuan Xing'an said goodbye. Su Yin asked the housekeeper to send someone to send them back. After all, we all drank. Not long after, someone sent Song Qin and Li Siming home. Finally, I asked someone to take me back to school. Because I have classes tomorrow morning. It is not easy for me to separate myself from the masses. But by now it was already late. When Su Yin arrived at the dormitory, the door was already closed. Open the door. Open the door. Su Yin knocked on the door. Who is it? Wang Wei reluctantly walked over to open the door. It's already late. It's really disturbing my rest. I saw him open the door, holding a mobile phone in his hand without looking up. What are you doing? Closing so early? Su Yin asked curiously. Ah, Santa, you're back? Wang Wei and Zhou Kai both looked down at their phones and said casually. What are you doing? Su Yin put down what he was holding. Fuck. Idiot, second brother. Are you lying on the ground because you're sick or something? Why are you standing up? Did someone shoot you in the head? Zhou Kai was filled with anger. You are the one who is disgusted. You. So what if I am disgusted? Wang Wei said righteously. You can only blame me for my talent. Who made you lose in a gunfight? Zhou Kai was furious. You were the one who insisted on fighting? I came to support you, but you ran away. Damn it. That's your SIM card. Can you blame me? It was you who took away my far-leading position? Bah, shameless. Zhou Kai was speechless at Wang Wei's shamelessness. Your far-ahead memory is not enough. What's going on? Wang Wei asked. It's nothing. Give it back to me. Zhou Kai snatched his phone. Do you have a teaching video saved on your phone? Take it out and share it with others. Wang Wei rushed over to grab it. Fuck. I won't give it to you. Zhou Kai's old face turned red. The two of them immediately got into a fight. Fighting and grabbing, laughing and playing. Where's the boss? Su Yin asked. In the end, no one answered him. Bang. There was a crisp sound. A cell phone fell to the ground. The dormitory suddenly became quiet. Wang Wei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, Lao Si, I didn't mean it. Zhou Kai also felt a little distressed about his newly bought mobile phone. Although I have saved a lot of teaching videos from various teachers. But that was all saved up bit by bit through my own hard work, and I felt heartbroken when I saw the screen cracked. It's okay, it still works. I'll compensate you with a new one tomorrow. Wang Wei apologized deeply. No, at most I just need to change the screen. The two people who were fighting just now became polite to each other. Oh, I forgot during the day. I changed my phone and bought one for you too. Su Yin took out 2 mobile phones from his bag. One per person. The two of them suddenly looked over, and Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Mate 60. So far ahead. Zhou Kai immediately said, Damn, this is an extraordinary master. Third brother, this is not good. Extraordinary master, the cheapest one costs 12,000. Yes, we can't accept. Wang Wei pushed it back to Su Yin, his eyes almost falling out. Hey, if you don't accept it, I'll just leave it there to collect dust. This group of brothers can really get along. When I was in the most difficult time, he did not add insult to injury, but instead raised money to help me. A drop of water is repaid with a spring of water. This is what my mother, the dean, taught me since I was a child. You guys helped me so much when I owed money. What is this? Su Yin said casually. He bought something else, but it hasn't arrived yet. We didn't contribute much. The total amount of us two is less than 10,000. The rest belongs to the boss. Zhou Kai felt embarrassed. It's enough to show your intention. Where did you get the money? Su Yin didn't care. Take it. Each of them put a cell phone in their arms. Hey, Sanner, I won't be polite then. No. Godfather. Wang Wei happily started to disassemble the machine with a hint of apology and joy. He opened his new phone and fiddled with it for a while. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Zhou Kai was also very happy to get his new phone. Me too. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm so happy to have 2 adopted sons today. Great things are going to happen. I have a bottle of fine wine from the western regions, just perfect for celebrating. As he said this, he took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Sanner. Wang Wei found Su Yin looking at him and quickly changed his words. Foster father, the wine is in the luminous cup. We don't have a luminous cup. Isn't your tooth cup light transmissive? Zhou Kai said. Yes. Yes. Come on. Fill it up. The 3 of them took out the cups they usually use to drink water, opened a bottle of Lafite, and poured a glass for each of them. You know what? This wine is indeed wine. Wang Wei smacked the bottle for a while and expressed his opinion. I thought you really knew how to taste wine. You're like a cow chewing a peony. Zhou Kai interrupted. Wang Wei immediately scolded him. You are Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. All right, listen to what your father says. We are all brothers, so stop quarreling. At this time, Fu Jiajun opened the door and came in. Old 3, why didn't you take out the garbage today? I'm on duty today? Su Yin was stunned. He really doesn't know. Chapter 101. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Yeah, you haven't been in the dormitory lately, so you might not know. Fu Jiajun had no intention of complaining. This is the established rule. Excuse me, boss, I'll sweep it now and take it down and throw it away tomorrow morning. Su Yin nodded. My heart has indeed become a little wild recently. Or rather, a little bit drifting. This is subconscious. and you may not even be aware of it. No matter where you go, there will always be people flattering you and helping you do things. In the small group of the dormitory, I seem a little bit out of place, even isolated from the group. Boss. Just as Su Yan was about to get the broom, Wang Wei immediately stepped forward and said, I'm going to blame you for this. Fu Jiejun was stunned for a moment. What does it have to do with me? Am I right? He looked at Wang Wei blankly. Wang Wei said, my adoptive father lives a life of luxury. How could he do such a thing? Of course, I, his adopted son, will do it for him. Zhou Kai also nodded repeatedly. I think it's right. As they spoke, the two of them, one taking a broom and the other taking a dustpan, started cleaning. Second brother, fourth brother, let me do it. Su Yan felt even more embarrassed. No need, godfather, just drink your wine. Cross your legs and watch your children build a great empire for you. Wang Wei pressed Su Yan into the chair with a flattering smile on his face. Zhou Kai immediately handed over his phone and water cup. Godfather, you are enjoying your wine and playing with your phone. Do you want me to give you the teaching materials so that you can review them? Fu Jiejun was stunned when he saw this scene. What's going on? Did you take the wrong medicine? Boss, why don't you come over and meet our godfather? Wang Wei pulled Fu Jiejun over. Yes, boss. The Han dynasty had the 3 heroes of Peach Garden, and the Sui dynasty had the 13 guardians of Yonglin, and the 3 of USR. Zhou Kai was stuck. Wang Wei suddenly had an idea and said, 407 3 heroes. The 3 heroes of 407. Fu Jiejun looked at Su Yan. Where do you put the third one? Zhou Kai sighed and said in a tone of regret. Boss, you are confused. What? Fu Jiejun was speechless. The third brother is my adoptive father now. We 3 heroes must do our best to assist him and let him enjoy the happiness of family life. Wang Wei looked excited. Zhou Kai immediately nodded in agreement. Old 4 is right. Are you fucking not sick? Fu Jiejun was speechless. Are you sick? How about we call an ambulance for you? Why are you acting like lackeys? Hey, no, shallow. What a lackey. As his adopted sons, how can we just stand by and watch? Wang Wei said. Zhou Kai also nodded. That's right. Besides, he lives a life of luxury and is high up in society. How can he do such rough work? 1 against 2, Fu Jiejun was immediately at a disadvantage. To be honest, you are wrong, boss. How can you put my godfather on the duty list? You are being disobedient. Right? Su Yan was happy to see this. Such days of playing and fighting are really relaxing. Fuck you. As soon as Fu Jiejun opened his mouth, Wang Wei stuffed a new mobile phone into Fu Jiejun's arms. Far ahead, extraordinary master. This is what our godfather prepared for us. Fu Jiejun glanced at the phone in his arms. Just because of a cell phone? You sold out your dignity. You are just trying to curry favor with the powerful and are servile. I don't want to associate with you. Fu Jiejun looked at Wang Wei and Zhou Kai with a cold face. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Start to reflect deeply on yourself in your heart. Right, godfather? What Fu Jiejun said to Su Yan almost made them sprain their waists. Father, I was wrong. Fu Jiejun said sincerely. I shouldn't have arranged a duty roster for you. How can such a precious foster father do such menial work? Wang Wei was stunned. Fake minister. Godfather, you must open your eyes and see clearly. I am your most loyal adopted son. The 3 of them got into a fight. Su Yan stood up. The 3 of them separated immediately. Godfather, what do you want me to do? Yes, just tell us to do it if you have something to do. I'm going to run some water. Su Yan wanted to squeeze out. Wang Wei immediately held him down and said, Godfather, why do you need to go there in person for this kind of thing? Fu Jiejun also said quickly, yes, how could your shoes get dirty in such a dirty place? Lao Si, go help your godfather. Zhou Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll go. This can also be a substitute. Su Yan was speechless. Let me go. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei and Fu Jiejun kept stopping him. What's wrong with saying it? Godfather, you are precious. In fact, it just doesn't allow Su Yan to go. Zhou Kai even walked to the balcony and locked the door. These 3 guys. Playing with me. Damn it. You bunch of rebellious sons. Su Yan yelled. Wang Wei and Fu Jiejun also laughed and held Su Yan on each side. Godfather, just leave this matter to us. Yes, you just sit still. Drink. However, when Su Yan struggled hard, the 2 of them felt a powerful force coming. The 2 of them involuntarily took 7 or 8 steps back and only stopped when they reached the edge of the bed. Oh my God, Godfather, how come you are so strong? Wang Wei was shocked. Su Yan didn't know what happened, but it didn't stop him from putting his hands on his hips and looking proud. You rebellious sons, you are braver than Lu Bu for your father, but you are nothing more than that. Nima. Fu Jiejun rubbed his back and said, "Third brother, you are too strong, like a bull." After a while of fussing, Su Yin finally got his wish and went to the bathroom. Oh my god. As soon as I finished washing my hands and walked into the bathroom, I heard Fu Jiejun exclaim, "Third brother, is this la fight?" Fu Jiejun was holding the bottle of wine and observing. Su Yin casually pulled out a piece of paper and said, "Yes. This is from 1982. Fu Jiejun looked stunned. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai couldn't help but jump up. What? 1982 law fight? I've only had 1982 law fight. Is it really 1982 law fight? After all these years, you haven't finished drinking it yet." The three of them looked at Su Yin. "Yes, it's 1982 law fight. I bought a bottle of wine today, and the boss gave me 2 bottles of 1982 law fight as a gift." Hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Fake. I was scared to death. Su Yin was speechless. What's fake? This is real law fight. However, there are indeed many fakes on the market. This bottle is real. Wang Wei immediately waved his hands. How is that possible? Sanner, how could someone give you a real 1982 law fight? Yeah, I heard that the 1982 law fight is super expensive. Zhou Kai also nodded. Fu Jiejun frowned. Old third, what kind of wine did you buy? Romani Connie from 1990, Su Yin replied. Law fight from 1982 is actually not that expensive. Chapter 102. You are a tiger coming down the mountain. You move very quickly. I know 1982 law fight is not expensive. Sanner, how much is a bottle of 1982 law fight? Wang Wei asked curiously. Then Fu Jiejun suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god. Third brother, Romani Connie from 1990, 1 million per bottle." Zhou Kai and Wang Wei slid off their chairs and sat on the ground. Really? Is this wine made from gold or diamonds? Is there such an expensive wine in the world? The three of them looked at Su Yin in amazement. Did you really spend 1 million to buy a bottle of wine? Fu Jiejun looked at Su Yin. Su Yin shrugged. He didn't say anything. Fu Jiejun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Third brother, I know your parents are very rich now, but you can't spend money like this." Wang Wei also nodded. "Sanner, this is not good." Zhou Kai put the unopened phone in Su Yan's arms and said, "We can't take the phone either." Looking at the three brothers in the dormitory, they are now looking at him with worried expressions. "It really warms my heart. You understand the truth even if we don't explain it to you," Fu Jiejun said, and there's no need to say more. He placed his phone on Su Yan's desk and said, "Sometimes, a wealthy family is not as simple as you think." Wang Wei was also ready to return the phone. Su Yan smiled and slapped his phone on Fu Jiejun and Zhou Kai. "Don't worry, I know my limits." The third one. Su Yan quickly reached out to stop the three people who wanted to speak. "I am very rich now." He shook his phone interface. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. More than 50 million. Zhou Kai's eyes almost popped out. Wang Wei was stunned. "Sanner, all the 50 million is for you?" I'm blind. I'm blind. This series of numbers is so bright that it blinds my eyes." Fuck. Just dig out your eyeballs. Look carefully. This is more than 50 million. This is 500 million. Fu Jiejun was stunned. 500 million. Although it was not cash, it was the first time he saw such a long balance on a bank card. 500 million. Wang Wei rushed over at once, his eyes almost glued to the phone interface. Let me see. Zhou Kai pushed Wang Wei aside, looked again, and finally looked at Su Yin suspiciously. "Third brother, you didn't Photoshop the picture, did you?" Wang Wei immediately hugged Su Yin and said, "Sanner, where are our parents? Did they lose their son as well?" "Yes, that must be me. I felt close to our parents last time. So it's..." Zhou Kai also spoke immediately. Su Yin was speechless. "You just called me godfather, and now you want to be my brother? You are a rebellious son." Fu Jiejun's lips moved again and again. "There are many things on the tip of my tongue that I don't know how to say." "Boss, don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Su Yin said quickly when he saw his expression. Who would have thought that Fu Jiejun would say, "Third brother, I am mainly worried about whether you can spend all the money." Yes. How about I help you share some of the burden?" Wang Wei said shamelessly. "Godfather, I can do it too. Just a fraction of it will be fine." Zhou Kai gave Su Yin a back massage diligently. "This is not pocket money." Su Yin quickly found an excuse. "This is the startup capital for starting a business." "Yes, startup capital," Fu Jiejun said leisurely. "With this money, what business can I start? I can just put it in the bank and earn interest, and I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. For a general large deposit, with this amount, you can get at least 5. Even at 5, The annual interest is close to 30 million, more than 2 million per month. Wang Wei was surprised and said, "Holy crap, bank interest is over 2 million a month." Gurgle. Zhou Kai could only swallow his saliva. "I am so envious." Fu Jiejun was sincerely considering Su Yan, third brother. "Starting a business is risky and you may lose your money. I have seen many people." At this point, he said somewhat disappointedly, "I once had a high school classmate. His family was quite wealthy, with assets exceeding 10 billion. After graduating from high school, he started his own business. I heard that when he was in college, his parents sold a lot of assets to fill the hole for him." Zhou Kai quickly asked nervously, "So fierce. Starting a business is not as easy as you think." Su Yan nodded and said very seriously, "Don't worry, boss. I will seriously consider starting a business." "Okay, as long as you know it. It's not easy for uncle and aunt to make money. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly change to a new phone and play a game. Try it out and see if you are really far ahead. Hey, didn't you say you didn't want it? Don't be such a jerk, you rich dog. By the way, it seems Zhao Qiong has a birthday on Friday, and she is inviting the whole class to dinner." "Invite the whole class? So rich. Hey, I have a godfather." Nanjing Province. Chu. Yi Chun sneezed violently and turned over and lay on the bed. Let out a long breath, satisfied. "Wife, I always feel something is wrong today," Yi Chun said with a serious face. Li Qin rolled her eyes. "Who just said that I should have a taste of what it's like to be a tiger descending from the mountain?" "So, you are a tiger that runs down the mountain, and you run really fast." Yi Chen's face flushed, and he said with a little embarrassment, "No, someone must have been trying to murder me behind my back just now. I felt a chill on my back, and I couldn't control myself. Blow. Just blow as much as you can. I said the price of beef has become more expensive, and you're blowing me to death." Li Qin obviously didn't believe it. "With you, who would plot against you behind your back?" Yi Chun touched his chin and said, "I think Big Brother and Xiao Jiang must have something to do here today." "What else could it be?" Li Qin said speechlessly. "Xiao Jiang must be unwilling to give up and wants to get closer to her and covet our Shurya. I can hear their little calculations clearly, even though I'm halfway across Nanjing Province." Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief and finally changed the subject. "It seems that I have to go to Zhonghai as soon as possible. Go to my son's Thompson Epine. It has to be as soon as possible. Otherwise, when will I be able to regain my former glory? By the way, who is cursing me behind my back?" Both of Mr. Su's requests are not excessive. Moreover, it can be said that he has cleared the company of a cancer. Zhang Ming's voice came from Lu Chaochuan's phone. "Besides, he has already taken action. I just received news that the Caixin Guild in Zhonghai has been closed down today. From the guild president to the anchor, all of them have been taken back for investigation." "Ah." Lu Chaochuan was full of surprise. "Master Su did it?" 9 out of 10. Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. "You met him today. What do you think of him?" Lu Chaochuan thought about it and said, "She is smart and sensible. Moreover, her background is mysterious and her family power is beyond imagination." Chapter 103. Big shock in the live broadcast industry. Walking in the campus, Wang Wei stretched and said, "I slept so well last night." Drinking red wine before bed is said to help improve sleep quality. Zhou Kai was also in high spirits at this time. "Sanner, get a few more bottles of red wine. No need for La Fight. That's too expensive, just an ordinary one will do." Wang Wei laughed. "I'll give you a whole bottle of Erguo too. After one sip, I guarantee you'll fall asleep right away." Fu Jiejun smiled and said, "Let's go have lunch first. We still have another class in the afternoon." The four of them walked into the cafeteria together. Suddenly, Zhao Qiong came over and said, "My birthday is on Friday. You must come." "I'm ready." She tried to put on a sweet smile. "This time, it is Wang Ran's chance. It's also your own chance. Of course, this is definitely not the last chance." "Okay. Miss Zhao, we will definitely come." Wang Wei agreed immediately. Seeing that they agreed, Zhao Qiong was immediately delighted. "Then see you there." After saying that, Zhao Qiong jumped and ran away. "Second brother, you are not attracted to her, are you?" Zhou Kai squinted his eyes. "How about I send you the video so that you can watch it every day?" Wang Wei shrugged. "I can't afford to support a woman like this. Only the eldest and the third are qualified to like her." "Don't." Fu Jiejun waved his hands quickly. "A lock can only be opened by one key. If it is a lock, any key can open the door. Do you think this lock is worth keeping?" "No," Wang Wei said firmly. "Doesn't that mean anyone can come and go as they please in my house?" Zhou Kai nodded. "The most important thing is not that the second brother's house is accessible at will, but that the second sister-in-law is accessible at will." Wang Wei trembled all over. "No, Absolutely not. Your train of thought is really amazing. Su Yan gave a thumbs up. The three of them chatted while eating. When it was Su Yan's turn, he felt his pocket and said, "My meal card is gone." I touched my phone again and remembered that I had just bought a new one. Not linked to NFC. So embarrassing. Sanner, take it and spend it. Second brother will support you. Wang Wei is full of heroic spirit. Let's find a location first. Fu Jiejun and the other two saw that Su Yan had a meal card, so they went to find a seat first. Okay, Su Yan ordered 3 dishes. 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, 10 yuan. The aunt quickly agreed on the price. Drop. After swiping the card, Su Yan saw Wang Wei waving. Sanner here. Walk over with the food. Su Yan threw the meal card to Wang Wei. Thanks, second brother. Call me second brother. Wang Wei curled his lips and put away the meal card. You have no manners at all. I just topped up your meal card with 50,000 yuan. It should be enough for the 4 of us until graduation. Su Yan didn't care and said, Second brother, how can you see clearly? Is this the third brother? This is the foster father. Zhou Kai immediately put on a stern face and taught Wang Wei a lesson. At the same time, Fu Jiejun's slap had already landed on the back of Wang Wei's head. You have no manners at all. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Wang Wei laughed. Godfather. Godfather. I was wrong. I was really wrong. These people are so weird. They actually call their classmate Godfather. Several girls nearby looked at them strangely. Zhou Kai's face turned red. Fu Jiejun and Su Yan were a little embarrassed. Only Wang Wei stiffened his neck and said, You know nothing. What does foster father mean? He is the one who feeds us and clothes us. When the girls saw his appearance, they immediately ran away. Is this person sick? Most likely. Hurry up and stay away from him. His adoptive father looks quite handsome. Wang Wei's face turned dark when he heard the sound coming from afar. Fu Jiejun picked at the dishes in the bowl and said, I may spend less time in school next time. What's wrong, boss? Zhou Kai asked with concern. Su Yan also looked at him. Don't look at me like that, as if something happened. Fu Jiejun laughed. I found a company for an internship. Wang Wei asked curiously. Doesn't the internship start next semester? Yes, I have enough credits, and now there is less competition when looking for an internship, said Fu Jiejun. That makes sense. My credits are almost enough. Zhou Kai immediately realized. Damn, how did you get enough credits? I'm still a little short. Sanner, how about you? Wang Wei looked at Su Yan with a look full of expectation. That's enough for me. But come to think of it, I also have to find a company for internship. Su Yan touched his chin. Zhou Kai said, Third brother, do you still need an internship? How can you be a boss with an internship? Su Yan shook his head. Don't I want to start a business? I should learn more. I can't just lose money and ruin my family, right? That's true. Fu Jiejun nodded. Third brother, I suggest you don't drive a luxury car to your internship, otherwise people will think you are here to experience life. You have to blend in to get a clear understanding of the situation. I would go to my dad's construction site to do some work every summer vacation, and I also took the second-level construction qualification exam. I also learned a lot about the situation of my dad's company. Damn, how insidious. Wang Wei looked at Fu Jiejun speechlessly. Are you ready to take over at any time, boss? Wait until I graduate and go help my dad as soon as possible. His health has not been as good as before in the past 2 years. Fu Jiejun was a little worried. The 4 of them talked about the future and ate. By the way, Wang Ran hasn't looked for you recently, right? Wang Wei asked. He seems to have restrained himself a lot. I'm afraid he knows he is not worthy of the third brother. Zhou Kai said with a smile. After eating, I returned to the classroom for class. Su Yan also looked through the job search information. Now it is a good opportunity to start a business doing live streaming. I already have the account foundation of 2 bags of water guns. I have done live streaming to sell goods in my previous life. Although it didn't become very popular, I did gain some experience. But how about finding a live broadcast company to intern for a while? Su Yan immediately started looking at recruitment information from live streaming companies. I want to learn about company management models, how to train new employees, etc. Don't learn the guild kind. He didn't want to go in. What he didn't know was that an unprecedented turmoil was brewing in the live streaming industry. Guild Leaders Group. Damn it. Caixing is ruined. I heard the news too. What happened at Caixing? I heard that Caixing's president tried to flee overnight yesterday, but was stopped by the police at the airport. Shit. No way. Isn't he quite powerful? Who knows? It is said that his company was thoroughly investigated. What on earth is going on? Everything has been exposed, including tax evasion, pornographic live broadcasts, forced anchors, sexual bribery, etc. Shit. How could something like this be exposed? You were dirty. Clean your butt quickly. By the way, why was Su Yan's live broadcast room unblocked? Not sure. I couldn't find anyone on TikTok last night. Their phones were all turned off. What's going on? I don't know. By the way, superstar president, what did the lawyer say? Something happened to the Zhonghai Caixin Guild, causing panic among this group of people. After all, they did a lot of things in private. Otherwise, how to make money? I remember he said before that he would meet with a lawyer, so it shouldn't be a big problem. You think that Caixin is in Zhonghai, and if he gets into trouble, could it be related to Su Yin? Chapter 104 Caixin. It's over. How is that possible? Although his live broadcast room has been unblocked, he still hasn't started live streaming. I guess his sponsor has abandoned him. Brother Caixin Feixiang's live broadcast. Did you all watch it? That live broadcast was so weird. Indeed, I can think of several possibilities. Either he gave in to Caixin, which would explain why he hasn't been live streaming until now, and it affected him. Or maybe he really is a rich man, but why does he spend so much money? Or maybe the sponsor has abandoned him and is planning to use this account to find another anchor. I hope it's the first one, then we don't have to worry. Yinjing. Superstar Guild. The president was standing at the door and saw a middle-aged man taking the elevator up and immediately went to greet him. Lawyer Feng, right? Feng Zhengming nodded. Hello, my name is Feng Zhengming, and I'm from Junming Law Firm. I've heard that Junming Law Firm is one of the top 10 in the country. I think it should be number 1. The president greeted with a smile. Please come in. Okay. Feng Zhengming walked in with a young lawyer carrying a briefcase. Meeting room. Lawyer Feng, this time it all depends on you. The president took out all the information. With Lawyer Feng this time, Boy is bound to lose. He was quite eloquent and would praise the other person from time to time. Feng Zhengming was also somewhat happy, as this made him happier at work. Don't worry, we will do our best. Feng Zhengming took the information. While watching, he explained to the president. Actually, it's not a big problem. According to the information, their evidence is not sufficient. However, the person from your company let the cat out of the bag. This is a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. The chain of evidence is not sufficient. It is not difficult for us, Zhengming. Listening to Feng Zhengming's eloquent speech, the president felt his confidence doubled. Of course, Junming is one of the top 10 law firms after all. Sorry, President, we can't take this order. Feng Zhengming stood up. The president was confused. What? What do you mean? President, we can't take this order. Feng Zhengming began to pack up. No, Lawyer Feng, didn't you just say that it's not a big problem? The president said anxiously. Feng Zhengming nodded and said, President, you should seek help from someone else. We at Junming cannot handle this case. What do you mean? Your Junming is one of the top 10 law firms. How come we can't win? The president was anxious. It's not just us who can't make the call. I guess none of the other top 10 companies will answer the call. Feng Zhengming sighed and walked out of the meeting room with a smile. The president always felt that something was wrong here. Lawyer Feng, wait for me. He hurried back to the office, and soon, he stuffed a wad of cash into Feng Zhengming's hand. Lawyer Feng, what is going on? Can you tell me? Feng Zhengming glanced at the cash in his hand and said, This is the consulting fee? Damn it. The president was speechless. This is a bride. Yes, this is the consultation fee. Don't lawyers and psychologists charge consultation fees? Feng Zhengming nodded and put away the money. We are not afraid of Boyi, but our opponent this time is He Winba, Mr. He. The president shook his head, not quite understanding. You are also in the top 10, and Boyi is also in the top 10. This has nothing to do with the top 10, but with He Winba, Mr. He. Feng Zhengming was very direct. Let's put it this way. Mr. He is a top-level lawyer in the country, and there are only a handful of people in the country who can fight him. You can't do it either? The president praised him secretly. Feng Zhengming quickly shook his head. Me? It would be better to let my teacher do it. Since I have received your consulting fee, I will tell you the truth. Your lawsuit is not big or difficult, but there are many things that can be argued about. It is very complicated. No one dares to say that they can win against Mr. He. The president looked dazed. The most important thing is, think about it, for such a small case to be able to invite Attorney He to take action, who did you offend? To be honest, if you can reconcile, then do it. It's okay to pay a little price. It's better than being killed by others. After saying that, Feng Zhengming left. The president was left standing blankly at the elevator entrance, dazzled by the wind. Can't win? Reconciliation? Pay a price? The president was a little confused. This matter. He quickly turned on his phone. Enter the Feixiang group. Brothers. As soon as he showed up, someone responded immediately. How is it? Is Junming's lawyer okay? Is it stable? It's a small matter. After all, Junming is one of the top 10. We should. The president saw this group of people and said helplessly, Brothers, Junming's lawyer advised us to pay a price to settle. We can't win. I told you, if we find Junming, we'll definitely win. That's what I mean. A small anchor. No, Jiu Ming's lawyer advised US to pay a price and settle with them. What? When the president explained the matter, everyone fell silent. He hired the best lawyer in the country. Are you kidding me? Doesn't the lawyer fee cost money? Didn't they say that the financial backer behind him gave up on him? Could it be that he really has some background? Since Jiu Ming's lawyer won't take the case, let's go find another lawyer. Yes. I don't believe it. A few hours later. As soon as the other party heard it was Boyi's case, they refused to take any of the cases. What? Shit. What happened? Then, let's increase the money. It's impossible for us to bow down to a small anchor. Yes. Absolutely impossible. Where will we put our faces when that happens? A group of guild presidents are usually high and mighty and have great power. Which anchor would not be humble and submissive after seeing this? Who would have thought that there would be a small anchor going against them? Don't you want to live anymore? I've found a lawyer. I'll talk to him first. Superstar Guild. It was already time to get off work, and the president welcomed a young lawyer. Lawyer Zhang, this is the situation in this case. What do you think? Lawyer Zhang pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry. He Wenba is a senior, but the younger generation will always be able to push the older generation forward. We must despise the enemy strategically and take him seriously tactically. I have learned about this case through my classmates in the judicial department. Don't worry, I am here. The president heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Young lawyers are still full of energy. Then I'll leave it to you, Lawyer Zhang. The president was all smiles. Well, President, can you reimburse my round-trip travel expenses? Lawyer Zhang smiled. Yes. Look at me. I almost forgot about this. The president took out 1,000 yuan and handed it directly to the other party. Then wait for my good news. Finally, a lawyer dares to take this case. The president looked relaxed. With a smile on his face, he opened his phone and reported the good news to everyone. I'm telling you, is there anyone in the judicial system who dares to cover up everything? That's right, the law is still fair. The latest news from Caixing. Have you read it? A link was sent directly to the group. The president clicked it and his expression changed immediately. Caixing, it's over. After reading it, this was the only thought in his mind. Chapter 105. Young Master Su has a very deep background. Comrades, this is the most critical moment. We must unite. Yes, solve any problems immediately. Don't let Caixing get involved. Fuck. Who did that idiot Caixing offend? The police in Zhonghai? Are they moving too fast? Should we go abroad to hide? Caixing's butt is not clean. What does it have to do with us? By the way, does anyone among you have shares in that platform? Be careful. After Superstar President said this, the entire group of presidents fell silent. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I remember now. I made an appointment with my family to go abroad for vacation. I have already booked my flight ticket. My goodness, except for him, the remaining 9 presidents all had problems. Damn it. You all don't have shares, do you? The Superstar President was confused. No wonder I can't beat them in the field of erotic live broadcasts. So, I'm the only outsider here, right? Hey, this doesn't involve us right now. The main thing is to solve the problem of that little anchor first. Someone said something fair. Yes, hurry up. If we don't deal with this person, we will have a hard time. I just checked his account, and he already has millions of followers. In just 2 or 3 days, he went from being penniless to having millions of fans. He will definitely be a threat to us. Besides, if we let him become powerful, he will definitely take revenge on us in the future. It's better to kill him in advance. With everyone talking, the president's group became lively again. In a cafe outside Zhonghai University, Lu Chaochuan took a piece of information and handed it to Su Yin. Master Su, this is the result of our internal investigation overnight. Su Yin did not look at the information, but handed it to He Wenba beside him. Mr. He, you are more professional than me in this area. He Wenba nodded and took out the information to take a look. An expression of shock suddenly appeared on his face. The paper of this document has the watermark of TikTok printed on it. He looked up at Su Yin, then at Lu Chaochuan. Is this TikTok's internal information? Su Yin nodded. Mr. He, if you have this information. Mr. Su, if this information is leaked internally, it cannot be used as evidence. It can only be used as a reference. He said tentatively. No, Mr. He, this is the result of our internal investigation at Douyin. As long as Mr. Su needs it, we can announce it at any time. Lu Chaochuan said quickly. He has received instructions from Zhang Ming. Cooperate with Su Xiao fully. Mr. Su's background is really too unfathomable. Mr. Su, you and Douyin or He Wenba couldn't figure out Su Yan's background anymore. He had asked someone to check it before. A little shocking. The old man at home got some original shares. He Wenba was completely speechless. So, you are sabotaging your own company, right? Or is this an internal struggle within the company? Su Yan's father wants to seize power in Douyin? He quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind and began to look at the information carefully. After a moment, he put down the information in his hand. Mr. Su, with this information and the support of Douyin, there is no need for me to take any action. You can just go to the police station and report the case yourself. Wenba smiled bitterly. The top 10 guilds have basically been sentenced to death. At this moment, the whole case became unusually clear. It is clear that the top 10 guilds colluded with TikTok internal personnel and engaged in various bribes. What else do you need to do? It all depends on how much the case can involve in the end. Hearing this, Su Yan understood what was going on. Mr. He, what if I want to wipe out all the 10 major guilds? When Lu Chaochuan heard this, his heart trembled. As expected, we cannot offend young Master Su. It's just that they use some tricks behind the scenes to directly wipe out the top 10 guilds. Fortunately, I arrived early. If it's a little later, I'm afraid TikTok will have a hard time. It really is an internal struggle. It seems that Master Su is ready to eliminate his competitor's right-hand man and left-hand man. That will take some time. Wenba thought about it. I understand. Su Yan nodded. It must be difficult for the top 10 guilds to become the top ones in just a few years. I don't have a golden finger, so I can't just eradicate it if I say so. Boss Lu, I think the guild is harboring filth and has a bad influence on Douyin. Douyin has now become the top live short video company in China and cannot be implicated by them. Caixing Guild is an example. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaochuan trembled all over and nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Su, Mr. Zhang wants me to fully cooperate with you. Overbearing. Although he doesn't have many shares, he behaves in a domineering manner. And very organized and well prepared. Mr. He, if you need any information in the future, just look for Mr. Lu. Su Yan nodded and said, also, if possible, dig deeper. Take Caixing as an example. They are diverting traffic from Douyin to build an erotic platform. Lu Chaochuan was shocked. Nodded. Indeed, if they are allowed to continue doing this, Douyin's reputation may be in jeopardy. Mr. Su, what do you say? Publish the results of the internal investigation immediately. Wenba frowned and asked, will it alert the enemy? If his goal is to be in the top 10, something will obviously go wrong if he announces it now. Su Yan shook his head. For the time being, we will announce the results of an internal investigation into the Caixing incident. Everyone has a lucky mentality. Yes. Mr. He. Su Yan turned to Wenba. How much money do you need this time? Wenba smiled and said, it's all our own business. Let's put things one way or the other, Mr. He. Even if you don't mind, there are still many colleagues in the law firm. They can't just starve to death, right? Su Yan had worked and started a business in his previous life. Know some rules. Then I'll give you 1 million first. Su Yan wrote a check casually. Why? Yuchen took off his shoes and sighed heavily. Li Qin, who was washing vegetables, heard it and asked, what are you doing? I didn't even sigh. Why are you sighing? A tiger coming down the mountain? Yuchen was speechless. Is this my fault? Can I be blamed for this? I can only blame my brother for getting a fake tiger whip that has no effect. Li Qin glanced at him vaguely, which immediately discouraged Yuchen. Hey. He sighed heavily again. What's wrong? Just say it. Li Qin saw through Yuchen's thoughts and asked. Yuchen said with a bitter face, it's not his son. He didn't spend much money today. He only spent 50,000 yuan. He put his briefcase on the table and went to the kitchen to help wash the vegetables. What did you get for 50,000 yuan? Li Qin helped him roll up his sleeves and asked. Only 5. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 1 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Chapter 106 I am not the host. I am the nanny chosen by the system. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Master-level Cantonese cooking skills. Receiving conditions, host and related personnel. 5 what? Li Qin saw her husband suddenly froze, so she grabbed his dish and asked. Oh, just 5 million in cash. Yuchen quickly retracted his thoughts. Can I keep this 5 million for my own use? Li Qin rolled her eyes at him. What do you want these 5 million for? Is your family short of money? Yuchen shook his head. The family doesn't need the money, so why are you taking it? The company doesn't need you to advance the money. If you don't give it to your son, how can he spend it? What should he spend it on? Yuchen said aggrievedly, he has hundreds of millions in cash now, and he doesn't care about these 5 million. Then save it for him. Li Qin said seriously, save up 100 million and send it to him. I am obviously the host. How come I have become a tool? Yuchen was heartbroken. Li Qin smiled. How can you be a tool? Just change your perspective. Think about it. If your son doesn't squander money and doesn't spend money, how can you get a reward? We are his support and confidence now. Besides, didn't your son give you a Bentley? Listening to his wife's earnest teachings, Yuchen accepted his fate. Okay, save it for him. Yuchen sighed and suddenly became excited. Wife, let me show you my cooking skills today. The system reward has just arrived. The conditions for receiving the certificate are clear. Receiving conditions: the host and related personnel hold the spatula and kitchen knife with both hands at the same time and shout, "God of Cookery." You. Li Qin was a little unconvinced. After being married for so many years, I didn't know you could cook. You don't want to poison me with dark cuisine, do you? How is that possible? Yichen was full of confidence, holding the spatula and the kitchen knife respectively. Just wait and see. I'll show you what a god of food is. God of food. Li Qin smiled. If you're the god of food, I am Guanyin Bodhisattva. God of cookery. Suddenly, Yichen felt countless cooking skills suddenly flooding into his mind. Even the muscles in my body seemed to have a trace of electricity running through them. It feels like he has been a cook all his life. Are you sure? Looking at her husband's excited face. Certainly. Brush, brush, brush. The spatula in his hand unexpectedly spun a few times in his palm. Li Qin's eyes widened. You really know how to cook? God of cookery. God of cookery. Yichen was extremely excited. Finally, one time, the system delivered the reward directly to me. Then I'll go watch TV for a while. Li Qin was skeptical, but still left the kitchen to Brother Chen. Just wait and see. Next, Li Qin heard a lot of clanging and noise coming from the kitchen. She held the phone in her hand, opened the takeaway interface, and had already picked the dishes. If you can't eat it later, pay immediately. Okay, honey, come and eat. Yichen came out with 2 plates of food in his hands. As soon as the kitchen door opened, a fragrant smell wafted out. It smells a bit nice. Li Qin couldn't help but say. He quickly walked towards the restaurant and saw 2 plates of green vegetables in Yichen's hands. All vegetarian dishes. It doesn't matter. You must not slander. Instead, we need more encouragement. Brother Chen, how did you make this dish? The color is so bright. It always fades when I cook it. Yichen immediately became proud. This is the secret. Wait a minute. One is blanched Chinese cabbage. The other is lettuce with oyster sauce. Mushroom pork ribs clay pot rice. He came out with a casserole using tongs. The fragrance immediately hit my nose. Interesting. Li Qin took a bite and her eyes suddenly lit up. The ordinary Chinese cabbage and lettuce actually have a unique and refreshing taste. The ribs combined with the tender mushrooms constantly stimulate her taste buds. The rice grains are distinct. The rice crust is very crispy and not sticky at all. It's really delicious. It's really delicious. Brother Chen, your cooking skills are no less than those of a chef, Li Qin said sincerely. Yichen also sat down and took a bite. Tasty. I never thought that one day I would be able to make such delicious food. The system is awesome. System race. After finishing my meal happily, I heard my wife's cold voice. From now on, you will cook the meals at home, and I will be responsible for washing the dishes. What are you looking at? Li Qin was happy in her heart, but her expression darkened. You've been hiding this from me for so many years and never went into the kitchen. Now it's exposed. Do you have to compensate me? Speechless. Xiaoqin, actually this is the skill that the system just rewarded me. Bah, do you think I should believe it? The system has received so many rewards, but which one of them, other than cash, has reached you? Li Qin raised her eyebrows. In fact, she believed it a little bit. After all, she had read a lot of system articles recently, and the system was never reasonable. Besides, think about it, Brother Chen, you have good skills. Will our son remember your skills in the future? Will he come home more often to visit? Will you be useful when you have grandchildren? Your son and daughter-in-law would love to have you tied up at home to cook for them. I can see my son and my grandson at the same time. Others can't even imagine it. Yichen was drunk by her magic potion and couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. That's the truth. Asshole. Suddenly, he came to his senses. So, you want me to work like a slave? I was furious when I saw my wife running to the kitchen. System, come out. Let's have a good talk. Am I the host, or is my son the host? However, the system was silent. I thought that once I got the system, I could sweep away all opponents. So, you all treat me like a beast of burden, right? The fragrant clay pot rice in my hand suddenly didn't smell good at all. I thought I gained a skill. So, a god of cookery nanny was assigned to my son? Tears slid down her slightly rough face and fell into the clay pot rice. President's group. How's it going here? It's almost done. I still can't get through to the people at TikTok. Is anything wrong? Some people are worried. They have deep interests tied to TikTok. I didn't get through either. What should we do then? Look at the hot searches. Something big has happened. Saixing has been implicated in a corruption case within Douyin. What? Damn it. Saixing really deserves to die. They hurried to see. As expected, I saw the number 1 on the hot list. TikTok corruption case exposed. TikTok self-examination caught several big rats. Now they all panicked. I looked at the list and caught them all. It won't involve us, will it? We must be picked out, and Saixing must be killed in one bite. Yes, If they expose us, it will only increase the sentence. We must tell them. What should I do now? Assign them a lawyer to represent them and have the lawyer pass on the message. This is the only way. I'll let Lawyer Zhang go. All the presidents were panicked. Now we are in big trouble. Chapter 107. Lawyer Zhang scored a great goal and made great contributions. The presidents of the top 10 guilds almost all climbed up from the bottom. They took advantage of the live streaming trend, became rich overnight, and achieved class transition. The guild is everything to them. Therefore, no one wants to lose the guild. Losing the guild means they lose the means to make a living. Their money, social status, connections, all will disappear. The president called Lawyer Zhang immediately. Lawyer Zhang, there is a situation now. You must help us. The president said nervously. President, how can I help you? Compared with Feng Zhengming, Lawyer Zhang is more friendly, positive, and enthusiastic. The president did not shy away from the issue and covered up the matter, cutting out the beginning and the end, but gave a general account of it. Lawyer Zhang pondered for a while on the other end of the phone. I understand. I will defend them. Okay. The president breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Lawyer Zhang. But, President, it's time to get off work. I understand. Lawyer Zhang. After hanging up the phone, the president immediately sent him a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan. It's done. Lawyer Zhang is good in every way, except that he's a little greedy. There's nothing wrong with being greedy for money. It means he's willing to do a lot for money. Yeah, it's much easier now. Things have been quite eventful lately. I think we need to build a good relationship with lawyers. How about we jointly invite Lawyer Zhang to be our respective legal counsel? I think so. I agree. Strong winds reveal strong grass, and turbulent times reveal loyal officials. Lawyer Zhang is much more reliable than the top 10 law firms. Yes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge rock that had been pressing on their hearts suddenly relaxed. Talk about this and that, exchange ideas with each other or something. Damn it, that Suyin started live streaming again. What? He dares to broadcast live? Didn't he get abandoned by the sponsor? Maybe the sponsor thinks it's too complicated to maintain an account? It doesn't seem that simple. Yanjing Police Station. Douyin's headquarters is in Yanjing. Therefore, all those who committed crimes were sent to the police station. A taxi stopped in front of the police station. Lawyer Zhang was wearing a neat suit, and he straightened his clothes when he got out of the car. Take a deep breath. It's been such a long time since I passed the bar exam, and now I finally have the opportunity to do something big. After entering the police station, he quickly completed the procedures based on the information given to him by the president and met one of them. He put down the briefcase in his hand and sat opposite. I am the attorney hired by the Superstar Guild for you. Wu Wenmin frowned and looked at him, thinking about what he said on Douyin before he was arrested. I couldn't help but be stunned. The 9 Superstar Guilds will not be revealed for the time being. Why would they send someone here? Lawyer Zhang didn't care and continued. Mr. Wu Wenmin, I will be the one defending you in this case. Wu Wenmin didn't understand, but nodded anyway. I guess they're afraid they'll reveal something. Superstar Guild President asked me to tell you something. Don't reveal anything about them. They will do their best to help you. Lawyer Zhang didn't know what the specific matter was. According to the president's instructions, every word must be said. I'm still a little nervous. I didn't expect that my first case would be so complicated. However, the more complicated it is, the more it shows that you will have a chance to succeed. Although he really wanted to know what it was. I understand. Wu Wenmin nodded. Why are these people doing all this trouble? I still feel a little touched in my heart. Otherwise, just don't cooperate with TikTok and blackmail the top 10 guilds at the same time. In this way, even though I go to jail, I can still get a lot of money. Right. Just do it. Lawyer Zhang. Wu Wenmin narrowed his eyes and looked at the young lawyer. Go back and tell them that if they want me to help them conceal these things, it will cost 10 million. 10 guilds, 1 million each. Isn't it a good deal? Otherwise, I know their background very well. What Saixing didn't they do? Lawyer Zhang was stunned. He had also heard about the Color Star Guild, but he didn't expect that Superstar was also so bad. I am a professional barrister. You must remain calm. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. By the same token, the bigger the mistakes they make, the more benefits they get. Okay, I'll tell them, Mr. Wu. I'll go meet the others. The words were conveyed. He pulled his clothes with both hands and stood up in the most handsome manner. Is there anything you want me to bring to your family? Not yet. Just tell those people that the money has been transferred to my parents' account, and I will know about it. The two men didn't notice that the indicator light of the surveillance camera in the interrogation room was flashing. How would an ordinary person, a rookie lawyer, know about the interrogation process? Monitoring room. Holy crap. Superstar is the same as Color Star. A policeman looked dazed. Then, what a great achievement. This is definitely a huge achievement. Saixing's case involves a very wide range of issues, and it is said that the tax evasion amounted to tens of millions. There are also prostitution and other activities. It can be said that all 5 poisons are present. I didn't expect that Superstar also has it. From what he said, I'm afraid the other guilds aren't clean either. Another policeman couldn't help but say, "Isn't this against the rules?" He pointed to the surveillance screen. "What's illegal about this?" The lawyer didn't mention it himself, which means it's allowed to film. The police laughed, reported immediately. "Detain this lawyer." Switched to another monitoring room. The police station suddenly became busy. This rookie lawyer has done a great job. Lawyer Zhang had no idea that he seemed to have made a great contribution to the police station. The horse gallops in high spirits. Big business. Big business. It's true. If you close the store for 3 years, you can eat well for 3 years after you open it. Defending so many people and acting as a lawyer, the basic fees alone are huge. Wakakaka. Walking out of the interrogation room of the last person, he felt very proud. Even my future job is secure. Mr. Zhang, now, we need you to cooperate with the investigation. As a result, he was stopped by the police as soon as he went out. What do you mean? Lawyer Zhang looked confused. You are now suspected of being involved in multiple cases, and we need you to cooperate with our investigation. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Lawyers must also abide by the law. Holy crap. What's going on in this guy's head? Is this even possible? I think this is possible. Really, it's a plus. We can also learn it and use it as a gimmick for live broadcasts. It's great. Hey, don't we have to follow him and do the same? Awesome. He must have a very strong planning and operation team. I'll arrange it now. By the way, Lawyer Zhang has been gone for several hours, right? There are so many people, and we don't understand lawyer matters. The workload is really huge. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Zhang. Little did they know that Lawyer Zhang had scored a great goal and made a great contribution. Chapter 108. With a loud bang on Douyin, the rich man makes a grand appearance. Zhonghai University. Girls' dormitory. Su Yan is live streaming again. Come grab the treasure chest. He Shan was holding her phone and watching the live broadcast. When she saw Su Yan's live broadcast, she immediately spoke up. What? Su Yan is live streaming again. Wang Ran was shocked and quickly picked up his phone without even washing his face. Spending money recklessly again, she said with a hint of complaint, but also with pride. He's not your boyfriend yet. Don't be nervous. Zhao Qiong ate fruit with her snow-white legs on the stairs. Wang Ran's face changed, and he looked a little unhappy. He Shan spoke for her. Not now, maybe in the future? Zhao Qiong curled her lips. Who can tell what will happen in the future? He must like me, Wang Ran declared. Zhao Qiong sneered and said nothing. But I felt a little disdainful in my heart. What are you, a silly girl, no? Men like sexy girls. For someone like you, the more reserved you are, the easier it is to lose. I am different. I have developed very well. Also, I'm not clingy. She is aware of her disadvantages. Su Yan knew her situation, and she also figured it out. It was unlikely that she would ever be able to get promoted. But who says you can't have a fleeting romance? He swiped another 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals means 300,000. For a wealthy man like this who spends money like water, even if it is just a fleeting romance, he can still gain a lot. Isn't his money endless? Wang Ran was surprised and disappointed. Didn't you see that he has hundreds of millions in his bank card? Zhao Qiong said with a smile. That's not Photoshop, Wang Ran asked. Someone revealed the secret during the previous live broadcast. Do you think he can't be so rich because you lost the opportunity? Zhao Qiong said with a sneer. He Shan still helped Wang Ran. Indeed, there are doubts about this matter. We have been classmates for so many years, and Su Yan suddenly became a rich man. He used to receive subsidies from the school. Besides, he said he was an orphan during his freshman year. Where did he get so much money? Wang Ran also nodded. If it weren't for the fact that he was handsome enough and loyal enough to her, she wouldn't waste her time. I don't know about that. Zhao Qiong would never say that his family almost monopolized the sales of luxury cars in China overseas. I can't figure this out, though. But does it matter? It seems like he doesn't feel bad at all when spending money on tips and the power of Zhonghai Auto City. I knew it wasn't that simple. Bitch. Wang Ran suddenly frowned. Zhao Qiong was stunned, then became furious. What did you say? He Shan immediately came to the rescue. She is watching the live broadcast. Zhao Qiong frowned. What did he do on the live broadcast? Why is there such a big reaction? She also quickly opened the live broadcast room. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but spit, bitch. But I felt a little nervous. Wow, the rich guy is online again. There was a loud bang on TikTok, and the rich guy made a shining appearance. Welcome, Mr. Rich. Brother Taheo is awesome. Once again, I am attracted by the wealth of the rich man. Brother Taheo. When the rich guy stamped his feet, the whole TikTok shook 3 times. Brother Taheo, does the recent incident on TikTok have anything to do with you? What did the rich man do? Brother Feixiang is dead, do you know that? I know. It involves a lot of big cases. I'm so tired of eating so much. I didn't expect the guild to be so shady. Why can I only see this kind of live streaming platform in the news every time? Where is conscience? Where is morality? Where is the live broadcast link? Yesterday really made me laugh to death. Feixiang wanted to expose Taheo's secret, but ended up renting a house at Taheo's house. Then he was sent in. What happened next? Can you tell me, Brother Taheo? What exactly happened in the police station? I'm also curious. Rich man. Tell me, and I'll give you a sports car. Upstairs, are you insulting our rich brother? What's a sports car? Ha! This is the first time I heard that someone wants to give a tip to the rich guy's live stream. Please look at the fan list of the rich guy. The fan list of Su Yan's live broadcast room is quite long, but the amount of reward is very small, and they are all just clicks on follow or something like that. The only person on the list with the highest reward amount is himself. The number 1 guy on the list is actually me. Su Yan sat on the Porsche Taycan, set up a phone holder, and put his phone on it. Looking at the audience in the live broadcast room talking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. For this matter, we just need to wait for the police officer's announcement. He has some backup plans, but he hasn't used them yet. Colorful Star Guild? No. All the top 10 guilds will be wiped out for you. On the surface, it is for the good of TikTok, to eradicate the cancer or something. In fact, even if we eliminated the top 10 guilds and switched to a corporate model in the future, it would be almost the same. It's just a warning to them to stop them from going too far. The most important thing is revenge. The cloud-piercing arrow has been launched, and the brothers are all here. Now it's up to me to broadcast the live broadcast to you all. Su Yan's voice has a hint of rhythm. Today I will live broadcast my Didi driving for you all. I have already registered the Didi driver number, and it happened to be approved this afternoon. So let's start the live broadcast. When I heard that Su Yan was going to live broadcast his driving for Didi, the live broadcast room was speechless. Brother Taheo, your plot was so explosive the other day, and today you show us this. Yeah, putting a water bottle on the roof of the car yesterday and making a guest appearance in Feixiang Brothers' live broadcast room were both very explosive. The maid the day before yesterday was also explosive. The phone call with Dad was also very good. Driving Didi today, nothing interesting, right? Brother Taheo, you will lose us if you do this. That's right, make better arrangements. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those 2 live broadcasts were just luck, right? Who could have thought that the old man would suddenly transfer money to me? And he transferred 500 million at one time. Yesterday, someone dramatically took a water bottle from the roof of a car and got into the car. And Feixiang brother rents a house. Those are all coincidences. Su Yan also told the truth. I can't help it. But life is a big drama. Maybe we can encounter something fun today? After all, Porsche driving Didi is somewhat of a gimmick. Business is coming. Su Yan soon received the first order. Porsche Taycan is launched. In front of a restaurant. A couple is standing. How? Aren't you going to take me home? The girl looked up at her boyfriend with a pleading look on her face. Ahao looked back at the restaurant and said, my classmates are still here. Xiaomei, go back first. I've called a Didi for you. It will be here soon. Xiaomei lowered her head, a look of disappointment on her face, and looked at her toes. Your first love is also here. Xiaomei, I broke up with her a long time ago. We just met today. You are the only one in my heart. Even if you have some ideas in your mind, you can't say them at this time. Why hasn't Didi come yet? If you don't come again, how can I go back? Xiao Feng looks even more charming now. Let's sing a song together later. Maybe we can rekindle our old friendship. Kiki. Chapter 109. Is this fast food legal? Of course, Xiaomei didn't know what her boyfriend was thinking. After all, we haven't seen each other for many years. We'll get together today, and it might be a bit late. I'll go home as soon as possible. Ahao explained. Okay. The sensible Xiaomei nodded, then go home early and send me a message when you get home. Good. Ahao held Xiaomei's forehead and kissed her. Xiaomei showed a happy smile on her face. Didi. Just then, a Porsche stopped on the side of the road. The horn was honked. Wow, what a nice car. Xiaomei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ahao took a look and said with some envy, it's very expensive. Let's go to the side. Oh. Xiaomei took a look. Following Ahao, he walked to the side. Do you like it? Let's work hard together, and I'll buy you one like it in the future. Ahao hugged Xiaomei and spoke heroic words. Yeah, I believe you. Xiaomei was enveloped by tenderness. Tail number 6733, is that you? The driver asked as the car window opened. Ahao was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Xiaomei's call? He used Xiaomei's account to take a taxi. Yes, you are. Xiaomei asked with a smile on her face. I'm a Didi driver. Get in the car. Okay. Xiaomei immediately prepared to get in the car. Ahao quickly pulled out his girlfriend, using a Porsche to drive Didi. Are you kidding? He might be a liar. Xiaomei looked at Su Yin in surprise. No way. He drives such a nice car. He must be richer than us. Why would he lie to us? Ahao suddenly became anxious. If it's not a scam, then it's a scam. Who would use a Porsche to drive Didi? Is the money earned enough for gas? Xiaomei turned on her phone and checked the license plate. Yes, it's this car. Don't worry. Remember the license plate. I'm going home first. Have fun. Ahao suddenly became anxious. Xiaomei is pretty, and I managed to win her over after a lot of persuasion. If I drive a luxury car and see the world, he might no longer look down on me. No. I'll call another one for you. Ahao immediately refused. Xiaomei was unwilling to do so. I have to wait if I order one, and I've never ridden in a Porsche before. On one side is the uncertain ons, on the other side is NTR. Ahao gritted his teeth and said, let me take you home. Aren't you going to a class reunion? Xiaomei looked at her boyfriend. Forget it, let's contact each other next time. Anyway, the contact information has been exchanged. Take your time and cultivate it first. Then the chances will be higher. At least, you won't have any cuckold on your head. Okay. Xiaomei agreed. The two sat in the back seat, and Su Yin started the car immediately after confirming their identities. Xiaomei looked around and touched things. Master, you drive such a nice car to drive Didi? Can you make back your money? Su Yin smiled and chatted. Young people are starting a business. There is no other car at home, so I found the worst one. Ahao curled his lips and said, starting a business, driving a Didi. Master, are you kidding me? You always have to try more. Life is like finding a girlfriend. You always have to try a few to know which one is right for you. Master, you are quite humorous. Xiaomei giggled. Is this your worst car? Sir, is this a new service launched by Didi? When Ahao heard his girlfriend's laughter, he just felt it was irritating. Does Didi have such a service? Su Yin was also quite curious. Who should I ask if you ask me? Besides, can I earn enough money to pay for gas by driving Didi with this car? I don't know whether I can make money from the gas or not, because mine is electric. At this point, everyone in the live studio was laughing to death. Ha ha ha, the rich guy is being targeted. This guy's defense is broken, it's so funny. Come to the live broadcast room. I tell you, brother, this is really the worst car in Daheo's family. Really? The worst one is Mekong. Almost. To a rich guy, can a car worth less than 1 million be called a luxury car? I feel so upset. Why do I feel the disparity in the world every time I watch the rich guy's live broadcast? If it were me, I'd also be worried that my girlfriend would run away after taking a Didi like this. Su Yin was driving and didn't watch the live broadcast. I don't care. After a short while, the two were sent to their destination. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Su Yin reminded before getting off the car. Master, no problem. Xiaomei smiled playfully. After they closed the car door, Su Yin started to interact with the people in the live broadcast room. How about it? Brother Daheo is really talented. Life is like dating a girlfriend. You need to try a few. Golden words. It's quite interesting. That guy broke through the defense. Haha, interesting. I can smell the sourness through the screen. The car stopped on the side of the road, and Su Yin took an order while chatting. Bang. The car door closed and a man got in. Send me back to where I was just now. Ahao looked unhappy. Depend on. I thought I could get in tonight. Unexpectedly, I was still kicked out. Brother, this is Didi, not a taxi. Su Yin said, turning around. Is Didi different from a taxi? Ahao was in a bad mood and a little anxious. Today is all planned. Originally, I had sent it back from a long distance. You have to maintain the gun, right? Who knows, it still won't work. Go back now quickly. Maybe you will have a chance to use the old pool again. How can they be the same? Taxis are the ones that stop when you hail them on the road, but Didi requires advance reservations. Only when I grab the order, it's mine. Su Yin explained. Ahao took out his wallet and took out 200 yuan. I'll take care of you tonight. If only there was a Porsche like this waiting for me. The chances of maintaining the gun yourself will be higher later. Brother, a fast food meal costs more than 200 yuan now, right? Besides, I can't violate the platform rules. Su Yin refused. Ahao's face turned purple. Who wants the kind of fast food? But on second thought, this price is really high. It might as well be fast food. Brother Daheo is so good. Excuse me, is this fast food decent? No. What I want to ask is this fast food legal? Brother Daheo, I'll add 100. Can you come pick me up? Is this rich guy someone who is interested in these $200? Zhonghai fast food is going to cost thousands now, right? It depends on the quality. There are expensive ones that cost thousands of dollars, and there are also cheap ones. Are you really not afraid that the rich guy will be banned? Can you give me a contact number? The live broadcast room was also very lively. Because it's so funny. Master, let's make a deal. You finish work today, and I'll rent a car. I'll add another 200 yuan to the price. I'll take out another 200 yuan. Do you think I'm short of these $400? Su Yin said with a smile. Why are you driving a DD if you have enough money? Ahao got angry. Chapter 110. It's so hot in the car. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the car window. Su Yin lowered the window. A girl stood by the car, holding her phone and asked curiously, Master, are you? DD. You were the passenger with the last number 1181, right? Yes. The little girl is very quiet. I'm so lucky. This car seems to be a Porsche. The girl was overjoyed and quickly opened the passenger door and got in. Brother, you've arrived. It's time to get off. I didn't want to give up such a great opportunity. Miss, I'll give you 100 yuan. You can take another taxi. The young lady who just got on the bus was startled. Master, why are there two of us? One of her hands was already on the car door. Be ready to run at any time. It's okay. It's the previous passenger who wants to charter a car. Su Yin explained quickly. Even if I want to be a bad guy, you are not allowed. Millions of people are watching in the live broadcast room. Please get off the bus when you arrive, brother. I'm in a hurry, the young lady said directly. No, miss, I want to hire a car. I'll give you the money. Ahao explained. I will go back in a Porsche later, which will be very face-saving. Isn't it easy to catch Xiaofeng? 100. The young lady's eyes lit up. Porsche belongs to Porsche. After all, this car is not mine. But once you get the $200, it's yours. Right. Ahao nodded. If I can't handle you, can I handle the passengers? 100 is too little. This is a Porsche. The young lady is very smart. Ahao gritted his teeth and asked, how much do you want? 200. The young lady's eyes sparkled. Okay. Ahao immediately took out 200. Really give it to me? The young lady was still unsure. It's not that easy to make money. Real. The young lady opened the car door and was about to get out. Su Yin quickly called her. Miss, please help cancel the order. Okay. The young lady gave a thumbs up. Then he ran away. I was afraid that if I stayed here any longer, I would be asked to leave. Master, can I rent your car now? Just for tonight. Ahao said. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. Oh my god. Brother Deheo, give me a location. I'll go there right now. What a ripoff. That young lady is so straightforward. 200 for nothing. Hurry up. I want to go and get some wool too. 200 per time? Rich man, why don't you send me your location? I had no idea that he was being taken advantage of. Su Yin sighed. We have to abide by the rules. If you want to use my car, you can place an order here. The platform will assign orders based on the principle of proximity, so the chances are very high. What happens after this is over? Ahao asked. Why don't you set the location farther away so that I can never get there? Isn't that fine? Su Yin said. Ahao's eyes lit up, and he immediately started placing an order without thinking about the bugs. Pay attention and make sure you grab it. He also did not forget to remind. At this moment, Su Yan's phone received another order. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Ahao said excitedly. No, I went to the Paradise Bar. What? Didn't I tell you to grab it quickly? Brother, the platform is about assigning orders, not grabbing orders. If we grab orders, how unsafe would we be? Su Yan was speechless. Fuck. I wasted another 200. Just then, Su Yan's phone rang. Hey, where are you? Didn't I tell you? Why can't I see you? There was a very aggressive voice coming from the other end of the phone. I parked right under the telephone pole. Where are you? There's only a Porsche here. Su Yan saw a girl wearing a black leather miniskirt, a cute top, and a denim jacket standing on the side of the road, smoking and talking on the phone. The look of heavy makeup. It's this Porsche. What a joke. If you dare to lie to me, I will complain to you. The girl walked over smoking a cigarette. Su Yan opened the car window. Are you the passenger with the last digit 5438? Yes. 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 The girl's expression suddenly changed, her face full of surprise. Get in the car. The girl opened the car door excitedly and quickly threw the cigarette in her hand to the ground. He stomped it out with his foot and then sprayed some perfume on himself. He chewed another piece of gum before getting on the bus. Miss, I'll give you 200 and you can change the car. Ahao spoke again. Fuck. Who are you? The girl blurted out, then lowered her voice. The last passenger. Su Yan smiled. I'll give you 200. Please get off the bus quickly. We are in a hurry. The girl spoke in a soft voice. Live broadcast room. I really want to see if the young lady is pretty. From the sound of her voice, she's so sexy. Did you swear just now? That's definitely not our passenger lady. Yeah, the little sister has such a sweet voice. I hope the young lady won't be blinded by money. If I hear this sound, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. There's something wrong with you. I didn't give up, I'll give. Really, I'm in a hurry, sir. I don't want to delay everyone's time. The girl spoke softly, but her refusal was unquestionable. I tried to persuade her with soft and hard words for a while, but there was really no way. Finally, I had to get off and leave. Miss, please fasten your seatbelts. We are leaving now. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. If Su-yin hadn't just received the call, he would have thought it was two people. Master, how come you can drive a Porsche? The young lady asked casually. Forehead. Speaking of starting a business, I was just looked down upon by a how. I know, experience life, right? Almost. It's market research. Your family business must be big, right? To train you like this. Good. How much can you earn in a day if you drive like this? The girl tested him intentionally or unintentionally, and Su-yin just responded casually. Suddenly, the girl unbuckled her seatbelt. Master, it's so hot in your car. Is it okay if I take off my coat? She didn't even wait for Su-yin to answer and had already taken off her denim jacket. Is it hot? Su-yin felt that the air conditioner was on and it was quite cool. It's so hot. It's so hot. The girl fanned herself with her hands. It looks really hot. It seems that you are really hot. I will turn down the air conditioner and you can put on your clothes. As he said that, Su-yin turned down the air conditioner. At the same time, increased the air volume. Cold wind kept blowing out from the air outlet, whistling. Su-yin felt goosebumps even when he was wearing a t-shirt. However, in line with the purpose of serving customers, he endured it. No need to wear clothes, it's still quite hot. The girl's face turned pale and goosebumps appeared on her skin. Is this still hot? Su-yin even felt his nose was a little itchy. I feel like sneezing. Yeah, your car's air conditioning might not be working very well. The girl said in a greasy voice. Okay, I'll lower it a bit. Chapter 111. I like locks that only I can open. The young lady has such a sweet voice. She must look very sweet too. Brother Deheo, why don't you turn the video over? Just let us see the little sister. The young lady is so tough, she doesn't even want $200 for free. Every gift from God has a clear price tag. The young lady doesn't want $200, she wants more. What do you mean? Someone saw through the girl's thoughts at a glance. Some people still don't understand. But when the young lady said it was hot, it started to become obvious. Holy crap. I heard the air conditioning in luxury cars isn't very good. Is that true? Haha, it's possible indeed. Rich man, is the young lady taking off her clothes now? Just get started right away? It seems Porsche is really hot. Beautiful hands. Rich brother will be happy today. Is it happiness? I think it's sex. Shut up. We're one family. It's okay. Brother Deheo has connections everywhere. His account won't be blocked. Ha ha ha. If this is blocked, there's nothing the rich guy can do about it, right? What did I see? Is this something that can be seen? I thought it was a young lady, but it turned out to be an experienced driver. Brother Deheo is holding the gear handle, little sister. Can I watch this? Can I watch this? What about ethics? What about morality? Where's the young lady's phone number? Is this possible? Isn't this too exaggerated? It's too shameful to watch. It's too shameful to watch. I want to hide my phone for fear that someone will see it. Brother Deheo, don't get carried away. You're live streaming. Of course, Su-yin wouldn't get carried away. Although the other person had a good figure, the powder on her face was really not flattering. Is it still hot? Su-yin felt it was a bit too cold. Even I, a strong and masculine man, can't handle it. It's hot. Look, I'm sweating. The girl forced a smile. I feel quite cold. Su-yin shivered. But it's okay, young lady. You're already here. Please pay attention to your belongings. The girl was stunned, her face full of surprise. Master, are you not able to do this? It doesn't matter. What's important is that you have arrived at your destination. Su-yin's expression remained unchanged. Actually, I don't mind. I think you're very handsome. Why don't we drive the car farther away? The girl leaned back in her chair, showing no intention of leaving. Let's find a quiet place and have a good chat. You only need to give a little. Compared to this car, it's a drop in the bucket. As she spoke, she lifted her legs and placed her feet in front of the windshield. It seems like she wants to show off her long legs. Su-yin sighed. No need. I just prefer locks that only I can open. What do you mean? The girl's face changed. It's nothing. Su-yin smiled. It's just that I prefer to drive a private car instead of squeezing into the subway with everyone else. Besides, I'm afraid of the cold and you're afraid of the heat, so we don't get along. You're crazy. The girl suddenly opened the car door. slammed it, and left. Call. Su-yen let out a breath and opened the car window to get some fresh air. The entire interior of the car was filled with a strong scent of perfume. It made him a little uncomfortable. The girls he comes into contact with generally have a light fragrance that is timeless and elegant. How is it? Driving a DD is interesting, right? The live broadcast room became more lively. Fuck, Brother Deheo, you are really so funny. I seriously doubt whether the rich man has paid someone for it. How much is it per session? Brother Deheo, let me come with you. Brother Deheo is good at speaking, but I only like to open locks that only I can open. I prefer private cars to buses. I'm afraid of the cold and you're afraid of the heat. We don't get along. It's so funny. Haha. I can't wait for the next passenger. Is that young lady pretty? You can even hold back on this? Brother Deheo, you are too awesome, aren't you? Su-yen shrugged. After all, you don't want your car to be driven by someone else, right? Oh my god. Brother Deheo, are you trying to threaten me? I seriously doubt you are threatening me. But what you said makes so much sense. I actually have no way to deal with it. I just hope my girlfriend doesn't meet a rich guy. Wake up upstairs, you don't have a girlfriend. It seems that the rich man has been through a lot, and ordinary people look down on him. When will you take us to see the fine brand? To say that I really have no feelings at all, that's not true. He is not a eunuch, but he is so flirting with her. You have to show some respect. He took out his cell phone and looked through his address book. Lu Xinyan. Adela. He was about to call Adira. Bang. Suddenly, a handbag was thrown directly into Su-yan's car through the car window. Almost smashed Su-yan's phone. He couldn't help but look up. 4 men were carrying a drunk woman towards the car in front. The 4 men seemed unaware. Instead, it was the woman, with her head hung and tears streaming down her face, who seemed to be winking at him. Oh my god. Su-yan frowned. What was going on? Picking up corpses? Or what? Su-yan looked at the other 4 people and just opened the Land Rover in front. It seems like a girl was kidnapped. Su-yan sighed and briefly explained the situation. I'll go and give it a try. If anything happens, please help me call the police at the entrance of Zhonghai Paradise Bar. Got a vaccination. The 4 opponents look big and strong. I may not be able to defeat them. Damn it. Brother Deheo, if this isn't acting, don't do it. Yeah, even if you arrange the plot, you have to put subtitles. Don't scare me. You're worth billions. There's no need to be so brave, right? Su-yen raised the handbag in her hand and said, people have asked for help. If I pretend not to see it, my conscience will hurt. But don't worry, I'm a smart person. I won't confront them head on. Brother Deheo, you are so righteous. When you see injustice, shout. I'm a fan. If this wasn't an act, Deheo brother would be my idol. Su-yen watched them all get in the car and sighed. I'm really panicking right now. I'm not acting. Brothers, if I get beaten up later, it means something's wrong. Remember to call the police. Damn. Brother Deheo clearly wants to do the right thing, but he talks like a coward. Haha. So funny. At home, he's a billionaire, the master. But when you go out, brothers, help me call the police. At this time, Su-yen had already switched the camera to the rear camera. The Land Rover was photographed through the windshield. Brothers, I hope this is just my illusion. Su-yen took a deep breath. The Land Rover in front has started. The reverse lights come on. As soon as his wheels moved, Su-yen started the Taycan and stepped on the accelerator. Bang. The frog-like front face of the Porsche Taycan is stuffed directly under the rear of the Land Rover. I'm going, brothers, help me keep an eye on it. Turn off the engine and stop the car. Su-yen rushed down aggressively. Can you drive? Can you drive? Chapter 112 Su-yen. Why am I so strong? Did the rich guy just bump into it himself? I think so. I'm not sure. It always feels a little weird. If it hadn't been live, I would have thought he had really been hit. The Oscars owe him a Best Actor award this year. I won't watch this year's Oscars if he's not there. Better be careful. If a fight really breaks out, the anchor won't be a match for you. This is acting. No matter what, the anchor said to call the police. I will definitely help him call the police later. Ha ha ha. You guys have such a bad conscience. I love it so much. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity, but unfortunately, they couldn't hear any sound. At this time, Su-yen had already arrived next to the Land Rover. The other person also got out of the car. He was big and strong and looked very tough. How do you drive? Do you know how to drive? My car is parked right here, damn. Su-yen cursed loudly. The sturdy man walked to the back of the car and took a look at the situation. His expression changed slightly. Porsche? The front of the car hit the rear bumper directly. The headlights were also broken and would cost a lot of money to repair. My car hasn't even started yet, the sturdy man said immediately. You crashed into it yourself, didn't you? What do you mean I bumped into you? I was sitting in the car waiting for someone, and you suddenly reversed and bumped into me, and I'm blaming you for it. Su-yen sneered. I clearly didn't even release the brakes of my car. How could I have hit you? The other party obviously didn't want to pay compensation. You didn't stop steadily. You should compensate me. The strong man was a little annoyed. Obeo, don't cause trouble. Leave quickly. Another strong man in the back seat lowered the window a little and said, pay him money and let him go. The sturdy man Abao looked a little embarrassed. Brother who, it's a Porsche, the front is completely sunken. Brother who was also stunned. Porsche? Brother who got out of the car quickly. He moved so quickly that Su Yin couldn't see what was going on inside. After checking it, his expression became a little serious. Brother, let's add a face yuan. We will compensate you for the cost of repairing the car. Of course Su Yin wouldn't let him. How can that be? If you run away, where can I find you? Brother who handed over a cigarette and said, we drive a Land Rover. How can we cheat you? Su Yin refused. Who knows? Let's call the police and let the traffic police handle it. Let's determine the responsibility, right? When Abeo heard that the traffic police were asked to come, his face looked a little anxious. Forget it. Let's settle it privately. Brother who quickly refused and forgot to light the cigarette in his mouth. For this little bit of frontage, 3 sides, I'll give you 3,000, okay? Brother who quickly signaled to Abao, transfer the money to this gentleman. Abao looked painful, but he still took out his cell phone. At this time, Su Yin had already realized that there were indeed some problems with these people. 3,000. Are you kidding me? This is a Porsche. And it's all dented. And there are headlights. At least 150,000. Su Yin also asked for a huge sum. 15,000? You might as well just rob. Abao screamed. So, everything is guaranteed by insurance. Su Yin said innocently. Brother who frowned and whispered, Brother, you are not trying to defraud insurance, are you? We can be sure that our car did not move just now. Su Yin smiled. Brother who, right? If I'm committing insurance fraud, it's better for me to drive a Camry than a Porsche, right? That's right. But they didn't move. Brother who was a little confused for a moment, wondering what Su Yin was trying to do. Could it be that he discovered what he wanted to do? Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Let's call the police, right? You don't have to pay for it. We can use insurance. Su Yin took the mobile phone he used for communication and started dialing 110. Brother who saw it and grabbed Su Yin's phone. His face turned a little gloomy. For ordinary traffic accidents, all he needed to do was dial 122. However, this person called 110 directly, which is wrong. What do you want to do? Su Yin was panicked. Either of these two men is stronger than me. His arms are very thick, and you can tell at a glance that he is very strong. Brother, there's no need to call the police. Really? 150,000, right? Let's talk in the car. Why bother talking in the car? Call the police. The insurance company will pay for it. There is a problem. There must be something wrong with these people. Let's get in the car. At some point, another sturdy man stood behind Su Yin. A sharp object pressed against Su Yin's waist. What do you want to do? Su Yin was suddenly shocked. What a bad decision. I shouldn't have stood up in the first place. It's not as simple as picking up corpses. Could it be a human trafficker? Depend on. We didn't mean to do anything. Brother who lit up a cigarette and stopped pretending. You brought this upon yourself, so don't blame us. Brother, I don't want the 150,000. Can I just consider myself unlucky? Su Yin looked timid. Right, I don't know anything and I didn't see anything. No, you saw it. Brother who opened the back door of the car. There was a ferocious-looking man in the car, and at the same time, the girl was leaning back in her seat in a daze. The girl opened her eyes with difficulty, as if asking for help. Too impulsive. Su Yin reflected on himself. I thought I was being very cautious, but I didn't expect that I underestimated the other party's ferocity. Get in the car. Abao pushed Su Yin hard. With just a stumble, the sharp knife on his waist fell off his body. Su Yin did not dare to neglect. I'm afraid these people are not just picking up corpses. With a strong slam, he crashed into Po. Abao only felt a tremendous force coming, and his body involuntarily stepped back. Damn, you're looking for death. Brother whose face changed and he grabbed Su Yin's shoulders. However, once I grabbed hold of it, I felt as if I was being dragged by a car. The idea is difficult. Huga yelled. Abao got up again, and another strong man stabbed him with a sharp knife. The left and right are men. Su Yin grabbed Hu's hand on his shoulder and threw him over his shoulder. Throw him directly onto Abao. At the same time, he kicked the burly man with a knife. The man was kicked into the air. Holy crap. Am I that strong? Su Yin himself was stunned. The knife in the hand of the strong man with a knife flew away. He was kicked unexpectedly and flew directly into the middle of the road. Bang. A car braked suddenly and knocked him away for the second time. Abao and Hugo also fell to the ground, rolling around and crying. So weak. Su Yin looked at himself, then at the 3 people lying on the ground. He didn't know that he had already strengthened his physical fitness. At this time, the area was already full of people. Many passers-by took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. What's going on? Is the fight so fierce? Have you called the police? Call the police now. The driver who hit someone also called the police in a panic. He flew out suddenly. Everyone help me to be a witness. Chapter 113. Is there any cigarette? I'm nervous. Who is this person? So fierce. Yeah, he looks so weak, but he can fight 3 strong men by himself. The one who was hit by the car won't die, right? It's so scary. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. We're calling the police. I captured it with my phone. Don't even think about committing murder. Su-yin stayed there for a while, and then he saw that he was surrounded by people. They were all holding their phones and taking pictures of themselves. Everyone was talking and shouting at him. Damn it. Are you also enthusiastic? Why did you call the police? It makes me feel like a bad guy now. Everyone, help me keep an eye on these people. They are bad guys. Su-yin defended himself. Unexpectedly, the people around me didn't listen at all. I just saw you hitting someone. You are confusing right and wrong. This person is too bad. Don't even think about running away. I recorded it all with my phone. Su-yin was speechless, but it was okay. When the police arrive, everything will become clear. The live broadcast room was also very lively at this time. Holy crap. Is the rich guy so awesome? 3 strong men, knocked down in one go? Isn't he a coward? This is too exaggerated. This should be acting, right? If not acting, how can the rich guy beat 3 strong men? They also didn't quite believe it. Oh my god, someone got knocked away. It's over now. Brother Taheo has to take responsibility now. I hope it's not acting. At this moment, the sound of the engine of the Land Rover next to Su-yin suddenly came. Get out of the way. Su-yin exclaimed. The other party wanted to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Land Rover suddenly start. Although Abeo and Hugo were wailing, they rolled to the side of the road. But one of his legs was still crushed by the Land Rover. Ah. Brother who hugged one of his legs and wailed loudly. Abeo's feet were also run over. The other party seemed to be completely blind and was about to rush out in his car. Bang. The front of the car hit the rear of the car in front. The car was pushed out half a meter and hit another car. Several onlookers were hit. All of a sudden, the scene became a mess. Get out of the way. Su-yin yelled, and while the car door was not closed and the car was not fast enough, he grabbed the door frame and flipped into the car. This matter is not simple. I'm afraid it's not as simple as picking up a corpse. Fortunately, many cars were stopped on the road because of the hit-and-run incident. Su-yin entered the car easily. Without a second thought, she grabbed the burly man who had secretly climbed into the front driver's seat and grabbed the man's hair. Parking. You're looking for death. The opponent was not at all afraid and instead stepped on the accelerator. The car hit a car again. Su-yin's body involuntarily rushed from the back row to the front row. Parking. He threw away the hair he had pulled, pounced on it again, and quickly pressed the start button. Get out of here. The sturdy man also saw this scene and quickly waved his hand to hit Su-yin. Su-yin protected his head and took the blows with his back. Puff. As Su-yin pressed the button for a long time, the car suddenly stalled. At the same time, he punched the opponent in the face with his backhand. The strong man's nose suddenly bled. Damage. Su-yin was furious. He was hit several times. Although he was not injured, it hurt. While he was crying and his nose was running, a hand grabbed his head and slammed it against the car window. Bang. The sturdy man's head was hit directly on the glass, and he quickly said angrily, Do you know who you've offended? Do you fucking know who I am? Su-yin was furious. He was now worth billions and thought he was doing something brave and righteous, but things turned out to be so serious. Threatening me. Bang. Bang. After 3 consecutive hits, the car window glass suddenly cracked into a dense spider web, but did not explode. However, the strong man had completely lost consciousness. Turning on the electronic handbrake, Su-yin opened the car door and pushed the strong man out of the car. He jumped down too. He walked out holding the strong man's collar and half lifting him. The originally bustling street suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at this tall and thin young man like a god of war. He walked towards the street, carrying a sturdy man who was a lot bigger than him but as thin as a noodle. You, don't come over here. The sturdy man who was holding the knife before woke up at this time, and when he saw Su-yin, it was as if he saw a devil. Don't come over here. Do you know who we are? I'm not interested in who you are. Su-yin didn't want to know who they were. All I know is that they made themselves angry. With your other hand, lift the other person. I hold one in each hand and it doesn't seem that heavy at all. He dragged the 2 people to Brother Hu and his men and threw them together. The people around him just looked at him quietly. I didn't dare make any sound. This is really shocking. He swept his eyes around, and everyone unconsciously avoided them. Any cigarettes? Leaving the 2 people behind, Su-yin looked at a man on the side of the road. The man hurriedly put away his phone and shook his head unconsciously. I have. A beautiful lady took out a pack of cigarettes. Give me one. I'm nervous. Only then did Su Yin feel a slight tremor in his body. A little nervous and a little excited. The lady immediately took out a cigarette, and after Su Yin took it, the lady helped him light it. When Su Yin took off his mask, the ladies were stunned. So handsome. Took a deep breath. He smoked in his previous life, but he never smoked again after traveling through time. The stimulating nicotine enters the lungs and the body produces a natural reaction. I couldn't help but cough violently. So fierce. Is this a plot? Is this a plot created by the rich guy? Brother DeHale looks weak and fragile, but he's so fierce. It's just like a movie. You dared to jump out of the car. This is too fierce. Ha ha ha, he doesn't know how to smoke. Are you okay? The lady patted Su Yan's back. Fine. The pungent smell of cigarettes calmed him down completely. Throw away the cigarette and stamp it out with your foot. Put your mask back on. Only then did he turn around and prepare to ask who they were. Judging from their tone, it's probably not that simple. However, the sirens have already sounded. Before he could ask any questions, the police arrived. What's going on? The scene was in disarray and 4 people were lying on the ground. The police were stunned. However, they quickly set up a cordon to protect the scene. Arrange everyone to start taking notes. In front of Su Yin, a policeman was also questioning him. In other words, you are acting bravely? After listening to the whole story and considering the situation at the scene, the policeman was a little bit unconvinced. Isn't this too dramatic? I'm live streaming right now. You can check out the replay. Su Yin took out his cell phone from the car. Close the live broadcast immediately and hand over the phone to the police. Okay, we'll find out. Chapter 114. The top 10 guilds are finished. The police were very efficient. In less than half an hour, most of the confessions had been recorded. When a limp girl was carried out of the Land Rover by the ambulance, the people around them then began to understand a little bit of the truth. Oh my God, these guys are actually robbing people in the street. I've seen for a long time that they're not good people. Yes, he looks fierce and ferocious. I didn't expect this boy to be so powerful. One man bravely fought against 4 fierce bandits. That's amazing, right? It must be very handsome. In order to save people, I crashed the Porsche. This is a real man. On the way, many girls showed heart-shaped eyes, as if they wanted to eat you alive. Mr. Su, this case is a bit complicated. We need you to go to the police station to cooperate with us. The police will definitely not let Su Yin go easily. Nothing has been concluded yet. It was just a simple investigation of the scene and the confession. Sure, but can I call my lawyer over? No problem. After a while, Su Yin arrived at the police station. Some passers-by were also brought in to record their statements and give evidence. The girl and 4 strong men were sent directly to the hospital. After all, one of the 4 strong men had 1 leg broken and 1 foot disabled. One was hit by a car and the other was knocked unconscious by Su Yin. Su Yin sat in the interrogation room and continued to cooperate with the police investigation. Mr. Su, we watched the replay of your live broadcast and combined with your confession, we have basically understood the case. However, we still need to wait for the girl to wake up. We need you to stay in the police station. Is that okay? Looking at the policeman working diligently, Su Yin subconsciously wanted to agree. Officer, our Mr. Su is cooperating with the investigation, but there is no reason to detain a witness or a citizen who is acting bravely to save a country, right? Just then, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open and He Winball walked in. Mr. He. Su Yin smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to bother you again. This is what we should do, Mr. Su. We understand the case. Just leave it to me from now on. He Winball nodded. The policeman obviously knew He Winball. Mr. He, this case is a bit complicated. Even if the director comes. He Winball immediately interrupted him. Then let your director come. The police nodded. He was not good at dealing with lawyers. Moreover, there is a high probability that Su Yin really acted bravely to help others, and since he has He Winball as his lawyer, he might as well sell it for the better. Then wait a moment. Having said that, he went out. He Winball glanced at the camera. Soon the camera stopped flashing. Mr. Su, why are you taking such a risk? He Winball was a little worried. Are you okay? Su Yin shook his head. I'm fine. With your wealth, why don't you bring 2 bodyguards with you when you go out? It would be much safer this way. He Winball suggested. Su Yin quickly shook his head. Mr. He, I'm just a student. Bringing bodyguards with me, this is a joke. You are a multi-millionaire internet celebrity now. Isn't it normal for you to have 10 or 8 bodyguards? He Winball joked. The 2 chatted briefly about the case. So, these people probably have some background. He Winball frowned. Can you find it? Su Yin asked. He Winball nodded. I'll try my best to check. By the way, Master Su, the top 10 guilds are probably finished. Su Yin was surprised. What's going on? Didn't you say to start later? Be more prepared. He Winba smiled bitterly. This time the lawyer's letter was sent in my name. The lawyers in the legal circle all gave me some face. I don't know where the top 10 guilds found this young man. As soon as they heard that Douyin had conducted an internal investigation and arrested several people they bribed, they immediately asked the young man to explain himself. Who would have thought that the guy really didn't know anything and didn't even turn off the surveillance camera? He just told everything. Hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help but take a look at the monitor. It's closed now. He Wenba said with a smile. My friend in Yinjing told me that the police have obtained a lot of information about the 10 major guilds. The nature is similar to that of the Colorful Star Guild. I guess they will take action tonight. Su Yin was speechless. What's good about this? Are they unlucky? Then this matter has nothing to do with us? Su Yin asked. Not really, but I guess, by then, it will most likely be a joint trial, and we just need to give it a push. He Wenba also felt relieved. Besides, the sentence won't be too light. President's Group. I have really seen that Su Yin is quite capable. I think this is also a way to do it. It's worth doing it by using live broadcasting to tell the story. Indeed, the sense of immersion is really strong, and it costs a lot, as it requires renting a scene. You can give it a try. Look at the reaction today, it's pretty good. But he made a mistake. He spent a lot of money to gain fans, but now no one is giving him rewards. Ha, that's true. I'm afraid he himself hasn't thought of this. That's true. By the way, how is Lawyer Zhang doing? The president of Superstar immediately replied. No news yet. Don't worry, those people at Douyin are not fools. Lawyer Zhang may be able to get them all out. If we can fish it out, that would be amazing. With their connections, we can recruit them to our company when the time comes. When the time comes, don't fight with me. At this moment, a president suddenly asked, Are you still not off work? There's still work to do tonight. Haha, today I'm going to guest star in a late-night live broadcast. There's a new anchor here, and she has a very domineering figure. What a beast. Then I want to see it. Can I fly here in time? Come if you want. I guarantee everything will be arranged properly. There are relatively few female anchors entering the industry recently. Are you stupid? You should make an online loan first. You didn't do it. It was done, but the quality is hard to describe. You haven't gotten off work yet? The president asked again. No, you're off work? Everyone knows that we have a rich nightlife. Indeed, I'm going to take people to sing karaoke later, but we have to wait until the next broadcast. I really envy you guys. I'm socializing. As expected, when discussing things, you still have to bring the anchor with you. The superstar president sat in his office and glanced at the live broadcast room. I was still busy outside, but when I saw the messages from the president's group, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. He opened the drawer, which was full of the host's information. Let me see. Who are you looking for tonight? He casually pulled one out from it. It's you. His face immediately lit up when he saw the female anchor. There was a sudden noise outside. The male anchor is quarreling again? He was just about to go out and take a look. Several policemen suddenly pushed the door open. Police? Why are the police here so late at night? He was a little nervous. How did you find this place? This wasn't his guild office. It's an underground live broadcast in. Chapter 115. Confusing right and wrong and putting the blame on someone else. Officer, you. We received a report that your company is suspected of illegal operations. We came to check it out. Here's a search warrant. A search warrant was produced before the president. The president couldn't help but look at the various live broadcast rooms. The expression on his face suddenly fell. Many police officers poured into each live broadcast room. One by one, the male and female anchors were escorted out wrapped in bedsheets. The scene was serious yet lewd. At this moment, the president realized that he was finished. However, he couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong. Officer, can I call my lawyer? The president held it in for a long time before saying something. The police officer laughed when he heard this. You mean Lawyer Zhang? He is currently under investigation at the police station. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know that you have done so many things. Could it be that Lawyer Zhang is an undercover agent of the police? The president was stunned. At the same time, such scenes have occurred across the country in companies with the top 10 labor unions. In a city, a policeman put down his cell phone. I didn't expect these people to have such low vigilance. On his mobile phone page, the Feishuan President Group was clearly displayed. It was him who found out the current addresses of the guild leaders. However, for them, this is just the beginning. There is still a long process of investigation and evidence collection ahead. But one thing is for sure, the top 10 trade unions are finished. Even Su Yin didn't expect that the police would act so quickly. He and He Wenba were chatting. There is almost no doubt about this matter. Gradually, He Wenba's expression looked a little unhappy. But, Mr. Su, we have been a little long. What do you mean? Su Yin didn't know much about this. Logically speaking, given the complexity of this case, we can almost confirm it by watching the live broadcast. But we have been chatting for half an hour. Yuan stood up and said, I'll go check out the situation. The policeman who had just left came back in. Su-yin, right? Follow me. The police officer's expression changed from being kind to becoming gloomy and serious. Where are we going? Yuan asked immediately. He already sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Su-yin is suspected of intentional injury and will be temporarily detained. Intentional injury? Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Officer, you have already watched the live broadcast replay. There are so many witnesses outside, can't you see it? The police officer smiled and said, Mr. He, we are just following the law. There is no sound in the live broadcast. Everything is said by Su-yin himself. What about the witnesses outside? The witness only saw Su-yin beating someone. Is the victim awake now? The policeman smiled and said, the victim hasn't woken up yet, but according to our investigation, the victim was just a friend to them. They sent the victim home, but were beaten up by Su-yin for no reason. For people have been severely injured. They are now charging you with intentional injury. We are detaining you for investigation. Su-yin frowned. Yuan's expression was also somewhat ugly, lawless. Biting back. Snakes and rats are the same nest. Mr. He, please don't talk nonsense without any evidence. The police officer laughed even more strangely. If they were just sending him home, why did they start the fight? And why did they use a knife? And why did they drive away without caring about the safety of their own people? Su-yin asked. I can answer this question for you. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a slick back hair and glasses walked in from outside the door. Situ Liang. Yuan exclaimed. Mr. He, I didn't expect that we would fight again. Situ Liang smiled and looked at Su-yin. My client was scared by you and thought you were a robber, so he wanted to escape, but he didn't expect to hurt them by mistake. As for the knife, we didn't see it. Yuan snorted. I was wondering why this method was so insidious and despicable. I didn't expect it was you. Mr. He, you were just talking nonsense. You were slandering me. I can sue you. Situ Liang seemed to be confident. In their mouths, the wind direction changed in an instant. It can be seen from Yuan's state that Situ Liang is definitely a lawyer. I want to see the evidence. Yuan stood up immediately. Evidence? Situ Liang was not panicked at all. The police are still investigating and collecting evidence. Since we are still just collecting evidence, we are cooperating with the investigation. There is no reason to detain my client. Yuan was very tough. Also very angry. The police officer glanced at Situ Liang. Situ Liang said, Of course I am cooperating with the investigation. Officer Ding just wants to find a more comfortable place for Mr. Su to rest. After all, it's already night. Cooperating with the investigation will take 24 hours, and I'm afraid Mr. Su will be tired. He speaks slowly but in a very irritating way. Yuan had no choice. Let's stay here for a while. I have something to say to my client. Yuan immediately drove them away. He originally thought it was a very simple matter, but he didn't expect it to become so complicated all of a sudden. Certainly. Soon, they all left. Yuan glanced at the camera and confirmed that it was not on. Then he said anxiously, Young Master Su, this is not good. Su-yin also saw it. Mr. He, tell me. This Situ Liang is a scum. He fabricated false evidence and helped someone escape punishment. When he was discovered, he was stripped of his lawyer's license by the Justice Bureau and has been missing ever since. Who would have thought that he would become a lawyer again? How could he still be a lawyer? Su-yin asked in surprise. Since he dared to appear in front of me, it means that this point cannot touch his pain point. In all likelihood, he holds a foreign lawyer's license. Yuan shook his head. Master Su, you haven't hidden anything from me, right? No. Su-yin said firmly. I was careless just now. I'm afraid they gave us time to deal with the witness outside. Next, they asked you to cooperate for 24 hours just to produce false evidence. Su-yin frowned. He didn't expect that his brave act would cause such a big thing. There is a lot behind those strong men. No wonder he dared to speak harshly to me at that time. How to produce false evidence? Su-yin asked. Situ Liang is an expert in this area. He bribes victims, bribes witnesses, suppresses public opinion, etc. Yuan was anxious. Obviously, his opponent Situ Liang also brought him a lot of pressure. Ding-ling. Su-yin's cell phone rang. He couldn't help but look at his phone. It's TikTok calling. I guess they have already taken action. Yuan became even more worried. The other party's movements were much faster than expected. Chapter 116. If anyone touches my son, I will fight him to the death. Mr. Su, did something happen to you? As soon as the call was connected, Lu Chaochuan's anxious voice came over. It's just a small incident, Mr. Lu. What's the matter? I just received a call from Mr. Zhang. Someone used his connections to delete the data that Su Xiao just broadcast live. The kind that wants to be permanently destroyed. We also need to suppress the popularity of related short videos. Hearing this, Su Yin understood. Situ Liang and his men really took action. He Wenba also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Su, you are a shareholder of Douyin. Otherwise, this matter would be really difficult to handle. What price did the other party offer? The next moment, Su Yin asked in a relaxed tone. Lu Chaochuan was stunned. Not long ago, Lu Chaochuan received a call. The other party was willing to pay 30 million yuan and asked him to help delete the live broadcast record. After a while, Zhang Ming called. There was also pressure from his side to make an offer. The price is higher. Lu Chaochuan couldn't help but ask Zhang Ming, why don't you sell it? TikTok has not yet gone public, and the more shares it holds, the more benefits it will naturally receive. Who would have thought that Zhang Ming would tell him that there was someone who could offer a price that even he couldn't refuse? Can't afford to provoke. Of course, there are definitely many benefits that such people bring. What's more, as shareholders, we are all in the same boat. Lu Chaochuan understood, so he called Su Yin immediately. I'm offering 30 million. Mr. Zhang's offer is definitely higher. There are also people below him who may have received a call. I asked my people to transfer to the data center. Tell Mr. Zhang that he can sell it if the price is right. Su Yin said without thinking. Lu Chaochuan was shocked. Mr. Su, you can't sell it. This is important evidence, proving that they were the first to take action. He Wenba also said quickly. Find someone you trust, make a copy of the data, and send it to me. Of course, Su Yin is already downloading it himself. Master Su, what you mean is, this kind of money is worth making, so remember to give me some. Also, give enough to your confidants. As for the people below, if anyone reports it, let them sell it. Keep a close eye on those who don't report it. Lu Chaochuan's heart was burning with excitement. I understand. 30 million. A full 30 million. This is also a lot of money for him. No, Mr. Su, will this be against the law? You just got rid of a few people who were selling data, and now you're doing it yourself? He was also a little weak. Let them issue an invoice for the information consultation fee. Mr. He, is this okay? He Wenba's head was buzzing at this moment. Swallowed. This is a case of robbing one's fellow thieves. I didn't expect that Su Xiao looks cheerful and sunny, but has such a dark heart. No problem. Remember to pay taxes. Su Yin reminded Lu Chaochuan. Understood. After hanging up the phone, He Wenba took a deep breath and said, although we have kept the video evidence now, we still have to be on guard against their other methods. Su Yin thought for a moment and said, please help me contact Fu Jiao and Lin Jiaoyang. Find out their situation. Fu Jiao is the deputy mayor of Zhonghai. He is young and has a bright future ahead of him. Lin Jiaoyang is the director of Dongjiang District, and Su Yin is now in Shijiang District. Mr. Su, do you know Fu Jiao? He Wenba was delighted. Let's feel around first to see if they have been bribed. Officer Ding has most likely been bribed. Su Yin pondered. Officer Ding is the direct person in charge of the case. So, young Master Su is planning to break the situation with the top leadership? He Wenba also understood that this was the best and fastest way. There are still victims. They will definitely not let go over there. Okay, Mr. Su, you are alone in the police station, so be careful. He Wenba stood up. It was destined that a big battle would be fought today. Rest assured. Su Yin nodded. He Wenba left quickly. He walked to the door of the police station, thought about it, and still felt that something was not quite right, so he took out his cell phone and called Yichin. What? Looking at Li Qin wearing rose-red pajamas, lying on her side on the bed. My heart trembled. No. When the weekend comes, I must go to Zhonghai. Aren't you sleeping yet? Li Qin's eyes were almost tearful. Just then, the phone rang and Yichin breathed a sigh of relief. Almost there. It was almost like my old waist was going to be tortured. I thank you. I'm going to take a call. Li Qin nodded in disappointment. Okay, hurry up. I'm ready to chat all night. What? Someone is trying to frame my son. Yichin's words woke Li Qin up. He even forgot to put on his shoes and ran to Yichin, listening with his ears perked up. The police station in the sea. Is there someone behind this? Yichin's face became increasingly gloomy and uglier. I understand, Mr. He. Thank you for your hard work on this matter. You dare to touch my son? You're seeking death. After hanging up the phone, He Wenba shrugged. I couldn't help but start to reflect on whether I had made things too big. Forget it. At least young Master Su is safe this way. At this time, Yichin and Li Qin were sitting on their sofas, no longer having any thoughts. What should we do? Brother Chen, someone is trying to frame our son. We are a small family and don't have any acquaintances in Zhonghai. Li Qin was a little confused. Yichin tried hard to calm himself down and took a deep breath. We are in Zhonghai now. It's not like we don't have a foundation. Since someone wants to get my son, I'll risk everything to fight them. Li Qin nodded quickly and calmed down. Yes, we still have a business in Zhonghai. At worst, We can just give it all away. If anyone dares to touch my son, I will fight him to the death. The couple quickly reached a consensus. They immediately started making calls. Intercontinental Hotel, China Overseas International Circuit, Tanchi Automobile, Liddy Automobile, Zenweixuan, East Easy Media. The heads of all the companies received calls from their bosses. Even in the middle of the night, the heads of these companies began to take action. No, this is not enough. Yuchen gritted his teeth. These companies are not important enough. Yes. Let Douyin put pressure on us as well, Li Qin said quickly. Also, we can contribute money, whether it's donation or investment. Make a deal with Shanghai. Hearing this, Yuchen couldn't help but frown. Where do we get so much money? We don't have it, but our son does. Let our son pay. My son only has a few $100 million. What can he do? Yuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, right? I'm going to mortgage all my properties. No matter what I do, I'll invest it in Shanghai. Li Qin nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. We can get at least tens of billions of cash by mortgaging these companies. She just calculated that the system had acquired assets worth more than tens of billions. She would do anything for her son. Let's go to sleep first. How can we still sleep now? Let's wait for more news. Li Qin stood up nervously. No, we have to go to Shanghai now. Chapter 117. I told you to suspend your duties, so you have to suspend your duties. On the internet. Is Brother Taheo okay? Why is there no news yet? It should be fine. The police are here after all. Not necessarily. Have you noticed that there seems to be no news about today's incident? Yeah, this is indeed a bit strange. With something this big happening, it shouldn't be that difficult to at least make it to the top of the trending searches, right? Brother Taheo looks like a god of war, so handsome. Maybe it's fake? No. If it's fake, the police would have reported it. If it's real, the police should have reported it too. There was no movement from the reporters. That was not right. I just posted a clip, and it got no traffic at all. Is this true or false? Yeah, zero play. Nothing will go wrong, right? Let's give it a try. On the internet, it is clear that the other party has already taken action. No matter what platform, there is no relevant news at all. Police interrogation room. Su Yin, you better tell the truth and admit your mistakes. Officer Deng looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face. Now we have the truth of the matter. Su Yin looked at him with amusement. What's the truth? The victim has woken up. She confirmed that she was good friends with those people, and you were the gangster who attacked them without reason. You have committed the crime of intentional injury, causing serious injuries. Su Yin quickly waved his hand and interrupted the other party. Officer Deng, I have a live broadcast replay. Officer Deng smiled. Live replay? Where is it? I always have the habit of saving live broadcast replays on my phone. Why don't you hand over the evidence? Officer Deng's expression changed slightly. I forgot. Su Yin took out his cell phone and put it on the table. In this phone, Officer Deng stared at the phone. Yes, I can play it for you. Su Yin directly opened the mobile phone interface and played the live broadcast replay he downloaded. Officer Deng looked at him carefully, and his expression became uglier and uglier the more he looked. Officer Deng, can this be used as evidence to prove my innocence? Su Yin asked, pretending not to know. The video can prove that your motives are good. Do you have any other evidence that can prove your innocence? Su Yin shook his head. Now. Just as he stretched out his voice, Officer Deng snatched the phone away. No, you don't have it. Why did you steal my phone? Su Yin exclaimed, glaring at Officer Deng. Officer Deng slammed his phone down on the table. Once, twice, the phone suddenly twisted. Then throw it into the glass of water in front of you. Now, you have no evidence. Officer Deng smiled. You are a black cop. Su Yin was furious. You took the money, but whose money did you take? Why did you want to harm me? Mr. Su, sometimes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. If you block someone's way of life, can they let you go? Officer Deng had a gloomy face but a smile on his face. Black police. Parasite. Su Yin cursed. Officer Deng smiled and didn't take it seriously. I did it myself. Next, you will get a large sum of money. Aren't you afraid of being suspended? Hearing Su Yin's voice breaking, Officer Deng didn't care at all. Don't worry about it. Bang. The door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. Go out. Officer Deng's face changed and he turned around suddenly. But he saw the branch director standing at the door. Hello, director. Shui Yuhang, director of the Shijiang branch, stood at the door. Mr. Su. Shui Yuhang ignored him. Instead, he looked at Su Yin. At this time, Officer Deng discovered that Su Yin had actually quieted down. He was afraid that Su Yin would go crazy and do nothing. By then, I will have to accept the investigation. Hello. Su Yin nodded, very calmly. Does he have any backup plan? Officer Deng suddenly became a little flustered. Officer Deng, what did Mr. Su do wrong? Hearing this, Officer Deng quickly smiled and said, Chief, It's already 4 in the morning. Why are you here? You fucking know it's 4 in the morning? Shui Yuhang said with a dark face. Do you know that I was woken up by more than a dozen phone calls an hour ago? Officer Deng was shocked. What big thing happened? The mayor, several deputy mayors, the Economic Management Bureau, the Development Bureau, the bank, and the director of Dongjiang District all called me. Officer Deng swallowed. Zhonghai, is the world going to change? Chief, what happened? Shui Yuhang asked. What did Mr. Su do wrong? Intentional injury, disturbing public order. Police officer Deng quickly exaggerated the matter and confused right and wrong. Is the evidence conclusive? Shui Yuhang rubbed his brows. Things were becoming a little tricky. Many people saw it at the scene, Officer Deng said immediately. If the evidence is conclusive, I want you to withstand the pressure. Handle this case well. Shui Yuhang rubbed his temple this time. Yes. Officer Deng was delighted. I don't care who is behind you or what your background is. If you break the law, you must be punished. Shui Yuhang looked at Su Yin. Su Yin also revealed a hint of a smile. He could tell from what he heard that this director seemed to be impartial and just. I have evidence. Why don't you hand it over? Now, you don't have. The sound of Su Yin and Officer Deng talking could be heard throughout the interrogation room. Officer Deng's face changed drastically. You're trying to trick me? Shui Yuhang's expression also changed. What's going on? Just now, Officer Deng and I had a conversation, and my cell phone containing evidence was destroyed by him. Su Yin glanced at the water cup on the table. Deng Lin. Shui Yuhang was furious. Chief, this kid is trying to induce a confession. Induce a confession? I'll induce you to confess. Are you a policeman, or is he a policeman? You don't need to be responsible for this case. Accept the organization's internal investigation. It's a headache. Shui Yuhang was furious. Director, if you want evidence, why don't you go to the monitoring room and find out? You don't need to teach me. I'm so pissed off. I didn't sleep well all night. All the city leaders are keeping an eye on this case. As a result, the captain under his command actually caused trouble. What the fuck? Director. Deng Lin wanted to speak. Shut up. You are now suspended and under investigation. Get out. Just as Deng Lin was about to leave the interrogation room, he heard Su Yan's voice. Officer Deng, if I say you want to be suspended, you have to be suspended. Deng Lin glared at him hatefully. Shui Yuhang also left the interrogation room and walked towards the monitoring room. Where is the surveillance video just now? He asked. Chief, Officer Deng just said not to turn on the camera. Shui Yuhang immediately realized that it was really Deng Lin who was causing trouble. When I walked out of the monitoring room, I saw Deng Lin making a mysterious phone call. His teeth were about to break. Mr. Su, do you have any video evidence? Chapter 118. If you dare to harm my son, I will beat you to death. Yes, I have. Su Yin pushed the ground with his feet, letting the chair shake with him. Shui Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was our negligence, Mr. Su. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Where is the evidence? Su Yin looked at him and shook his head. Director, I need my attorney to be present. I don't trust you. Mr. Su, who don't you trust? A voice came from the door. Fu Jiao pushed the door open and Shui Yuhang stood up immediately. Then Fu Jiao waved his hand and said, Mr. Su, we meet again. Mayor Fu, I'm sorry to ask you to make the trip in person. Su Yin also laughed. Shui Yuhang's expression was quite interesting. Mayor Fu is here in person. This is really a big deal. It seems that the young man in front of him is of extraordinary status. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. The fact that the deputy mayor personally got out of bed was enough to show how important he was. And now, the police from my own police station are causing trouble. It's all over. Mr. Su, you've caused me so much trouble. The mayor pulled me out of bed in the middle of the night. Fu Jiao joked. Su Yin was also a little surprised because he didn't know the mayor. He thought it was He Wenba who contacted him. Didn't expect it to be the mayor? Not only the mayor, but also the deputy mayor in charge of the economy. They all called me nonstop. I rushed here overnight. Unexpectedly, the deputy mayor received the same treatment as me. This young man has an extraordinary identity. Mayor Fu, just now. Listen to Shui Yuhang tell the story again. Fu Jiao was furious. How do you do things? How can there be such a person? Catch him. Our own internal staff are actually doing this? Master Su, we were wrong in this matter. We will definitely handle it properly. Fu Jiao thought that Su Yin had committed a crime and needed to be settled. When children commit crimes, parents will definitely embellish the situation. Who knew that it would involve internal affairs of the police force? And he is a big sponsor who donated helicopters and police cars. I believe this kind of termite is definitely just an isolated case. Su Yin said with a smile, Mayor Fu, I don't think the whole thing is that simple. Now that their plan has failed, I'm afraid to take action against the victim. Although Deng Lin said the victim had woken up, he did not mention it to Shui Yuhang. Maybe the victim hasn't woken up yet. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Fujian nodded. We will immediately protect the victim's safety. Having said that, the two of them immediately left in a hurry. Damn, you want me to sleep here? Suyin was speechless. In a luxurious villa in Shanghai. You're useless. You can't even handle such a small thing. A young man with a sinister face fiercely swept the things on the table to the ground. Can you take that girl away? After venting his anger, the young man suddenly asked. She is now under police protection and cannot be taken away. You useless bastard. How could such a good thing be messed up like this? The young man was furious. The old man's birthday is coming up soon, and I finally found the right person. Depend on. Master, it seems that Su Yin has quite a strong background. It would be better for us to evacuate for the time being. The young man was very unhappy. It's so hard to find someone like this. Master, let's leave some people behind and look for another opportunity. As long as we know the goal, there is always a chance of success. I understand. I'll go to the airport now. Also, make a bayo, Lao Hu and the others shut up forever. Yes. The young man walked out of the villa and got into the Maybach parked at the door. And that guy who ruined my business. Clear. Watching the young man leave, the middle-aged man slowly straightened his back. He exhaled. The young master is still young, but he was too impatient. He took action without knowing Su Yan's identity and background, and instead alerted the police. It's not easy. We still need to find out the bottom line first. It's getting light. The door of the interrogation room was opened, and Su Yan, who was half asleep, woke up. Mr. Su. Wenba looked listless, obviously having not slept much the previous night. What a big deal. Something happened. Wenba sighed. Those 4 people are all dead. How is this possible? Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. They are all dead. Well, the police are investigating the cause of death. What about this case? Hearing Su Yan's question, Wenba shook his head and said, Young Master Su can go out now, but he may need to cooperate with the investigation. I see. How's the victim? There are residual hallucinogens in the victim's body, and he hasn't woken up yet. It seems that they are not prepared to kill the victim. Wenba said curiously. There is something strange about this case. The other party did not seem to be prepared to kill the victim, but several suspects died. How did they die? The police haven't said anything yet. Then let's go first. Su Yan stood up, his heart full of doubts. He was deeply impressed by the other party's arrogance. But now he suddenly died without any clear reason. Mr. Su. Shui Yuhang was waiting for him at the door. I'm very sorry about this matter. We will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Su Yan nodded. Dang Lin only represented himself. He alone cannot represent everyone. How did those 4 people die? Su Yan suddenly asked. Shui Yuhang was stunned for a moment. I shouldn't have told Mr. Su this, but it should be considered a reminder. They were injected with cyanide. Mr. Su, we are tracking down their identities. You need to be careful. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded. Murder. No wonder it has nothing to do with me. Thank you, Chief. Young Master Su, I can only take you so far. Fujii also sent Su Yan to the door. This matter is very tricky. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yan said with emotion. Thank you for your support, Mr. Su. The two shook hands and said goodbye. The murder case immediately elevated the whole matter to another level. Mr. Su, right? Just then, a sarcastic voice was heard. Oh Yang Liang, what do you want to do? Wenba blocked Su Yan's way. I didn't mean to do anything. Oh Yang Liang stood not far away and looked at Su Yan. Young Master Su, you must be careful in the future. Be very careful. You are threatening. Just as Wenba was about to speak, he saw Su Yan rush in front of Oh Yang Liang. Bang! A hard slap landed on his face. Half of his face suddenly swelled up. You. Oh Yang Liang's mouth was swollen. You better be careful, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Su Yan kicked him in the stomach. If you dare to hit someone, I will sue you until you go bankrupt. Oh Yang Liang said viciously. Go ahead and sue me. Mr. Situ, how much compensation do I need to pay for hitting someone? Su Yan squatted down and looked at him. Situ Liang suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a tiger. Thinking of how Abayo and the others were treated, he immediately shut up. Tell me, how much compensation do you have to pay for beating someone up? Su Yan slapped Situ Liang in the face again. No, no more. If you dare to harm my son, I will beat you to death. Chapter 119. My son beats you. Does he need a reason? Suddenly, a scream was heard. Su Yan only felt someone rushing towards him. He started punching and kicking Oh Yang Liang. At this time, Su Yan could see clearly that Li Qin had arrived without him noticing. There was some hair oil on her hair, and she stomped hard on Oh Yang Liang's body with her half-high heels. Wife, don't be impulsive. Yu Qin stepped on Oh Yang Liang's hand, pretending to stop Li Qin while stepping hard. Step on the left hand and then step on the right hand. Step on the right hand and the left foot. Hitting people is against the law. Hitting people is against the law. Although he said that, he really showed no mercy when he attacked. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Yang Liang kept begging for mercy. Uncle Police, you were hitting me. Seeing his parents suddenly appear, Su Yan's eyes felt a little sore. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Stop fighting. It has nothing to do with him. Su Yan stopped the two of them. When they heard the words Mom and Dad, Yichen and Li Qin were stunned. Yang Liang was completely unaware of the half-high heels and leather shoes he was wearing. Son, are you really okay? Li Qin looked Su Yan up and down. I was relieved when I confirmed that there was not a single scratch on his body. It's okay, Su Yan said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Your father almost sold all his property to help you with the lawsuit. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He Wenba felt very happy when he saw Yang Liang being humiliated. When I heard Li Qin speak, I was almost scared to death. Just because of such a small matter, they sold all the assets worth hundreds of billions? This will easily lead to a prodigal son. You're done. You're all done. Beating someone up in front of the police station. Yang Liang stood up. Apart from the redness and swelling on his face, there was nothing wrong with it. However, his body was definitely covered with scars. My son beat you up. Does he need a reason? Yichen turned around and stared at Yang Liang fiercely. Gurgle. Yang Liang swallowed. He Wenba thought Yichen could make some sense. Who knew that he would sound so spoiled as soon as he opened his mouth? Mr. Yi, he is just the other party's attorney. He Wenba quickly introduced himself. Yichen then frowned. Attorney at law? Lawyer he, is this a bit troublesome? He Wenba nodded slightly. After all, Yang Liang was a lawyer. How much compensation do you want? He Wenba looked at Yang Liang and knew that lawyers of their level charged a lot of money. Mental damages, lost wages, medical expenses, a few $100,000 should be enough. Hearing Yi Wenba say this, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, son, give him money, 1 million. No, 2 million. What? Yi Wenba thought he had heard it wrong. Do you understand that it is easy to raise a prodigal son if you do this? Mr. Yi, there's no need to do this. Yi Wenba quickly advised. No need. Our family doesn't need this little money. This is what my son needs. He gave a thumbs up. She continued, the person he beat up should also be respectful. Otherwise, wouldn't it make my son look very low? I've racked my brains. Just to let my son know that we are not afraid of anything. Just have money. What else can I say? Yi Wenba thinks this kind of education method is simply too low. But if I were his son, I would definitely feel great, right? Dad, isn't this too much? The input-output ratio is too low. Su Yan said immediately. Who knows? Yichen frowned and thought for a while. Kid, sometimes, things that can be solved by spending money are not a problem. Yes, don't be afraid to spend money. Your dad has plenty of money. Li Qin also echoed. There is something wrong with this pair of parents. On the contrary, Su Xiao has kept his original intention, which is really good. Give me the money, Yichen urged. Why'd I have to pay? Su Yan asked. Dad, since you're here, why don't you pay for it? If I pay out, I'll really be a loser. Besides, I don't have that much money. Xiaoluo, Yichen said earnestly, you have grown up, and you should take responsibility for some things yourself. What does it mean? Su Yan always felt something was weird. Okay, I understand the logic. But you keep hitting this with a hammer and a stick, and you're going to burn out my CPU. Su Yan wrote a check and gave it to Yang Liang. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 2 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the ancient boxing method Tai Chi Boxing Classics. The Tai Chi Boxing Classic has been placed in the armrest box of the Bentley Flying Spur. Please check it. Wakakaka. Yichen was instantly overjoyed. This time, the reward finally arrived directly in the account. No more middlemen making a profit from the price difference. Cool. Is it possible that the system has a range limitation? Every reward is in Shanghai. Otherwise, I'll just live in Shanghai from now on. Mr. Su. After receiving a check for 2 million, Yang Liang thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. How? Su Yan asked. Li Qin immediately stopped Su Yan behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. This matter is not as simple as you think. You blocked other people's way of survival. They will not let you go so easily. Yang Liang said. What do you mean? I just saved a girl. How can I block someone else's life? Su Yan frowned. Yang Liang smiled and said, there are some things that I don't know much about, but you should be careful. Those people are desperate criminals. Desperado. Yichen and Li Qin's expressions changed drastically. Thank you for the 2 million. This news is for you. After saying that, Yang Liang left. Xiaoluo, what should we do now? Li Qin was a little panicked. It's okay. Now we live in a harmonious society and a society ruled by law. They dare not be so cruel. Su Yan said. Yichen nodded. Don't worry, son. Dad has a unique boxing skill passed down from our ancestors. I will teach it to you later. Brother Chen, Do you also know martial arts? Li Qin was stunned. That's it. We've been married for so many years, and I've never seen you use it. That's why it's called ancestral inheritance, passed down to males but not females. Yuchen talked nonsense. You must not let your wife know that the system rewards these. At least not before I demonstrate my strong physical fitness. Snort. Let her look down on me. Good. Su Yin nodded. But are we just going to let him leave like this? Mr. Su, do you want to investigate him? He Wenba looked at Ouyang Liang's back. Su Yin shook his head. The police will do that. The police let him go. It must be a bait. Mr. He, do you know who Ouyang Liang works for now? He Wenbo made a brief analysis and said, his current lawyer's license is from Southeast Asia. It is very likely that he is a foreign force in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Su Yin took a deep breath. Okay, don't think about it for now, son. You made a fuss all night yesterday. Go home and have a rest first. Li Qin said with concern. I still have classes today. Su Yin suddenly thought. How can class be more important than your health? Go home and have a good sleep first. As he said this, he yawned. Su Yin immediately understood that his parents had rushed to Shanghai overnight, and his heart was burning. Okay, let's go home and rest first. Chapter 120. You were just a tool. Without a son, you were just a show-off. Su Yin didn't let the two elders drive. He drove himself and brought the two elders to Jiuxing Mansion. After a night of tossing and turning, the family of three were very tired and each went to sleep in their own room. Li Qin and Yuchen slept for a while and then got up. Isn't this house too luxurious? Li Qin looked around the room. Yuchen nodded absent-mindedly. So envious. The villa is full of young and beautiful girls. Really pleasing to the eyes. Brother Chen, do you think our son has any psychological problems? Li Qin smacked her lips and said, the little girls are all dressed so. What kind of psychological problem is this? If the child likes it, just go along with him. I'm not even envious yet. That's right, that's not a problem. Li Qin was immediately delighted. My son is awesome, owning such a big, luxurious villa. I earned that. My son earned it. I am the host. You are just a tool, you don't have a son, and your system is just for show. Yuchen was angry and his self-esteem was hurt. Where are you going? Li Qin asked. Go out and take a walk. Li Qin also quickly got up and said, I'm going to make some soup for my son. Remember to come back and cook later. So, my cooking skills are just for you too? No. Yuchen put his hands behind his back and took the elevator downstairs. Li Qin walked out of the room, and Tong Yakin came up to her immediately when she saw her. Madam, what can I do for you? Li Qin looked him up and down. Big but means good fertility. Satisfied, he said. Are there any dishes at home? I'll make something for my son. This way, please. The kitchen has everything. I can ask the chef to come and cook whatever dish you want. No, the chefs will never be as delicious as the ones I make myself. Tong Yakin nodded immediately. That's right, madam. This way, please. On the other side, Yuchen had already arrived at the underground garage. He took out a bound handwritten copy of Tai Chi Chuan Jing from the armrest box. Haha. This time, I have to be better than my son. I will teach him after I learn it. Let him see what comes from his father's background. Let me show you what it means to truly show your power in front of others. When I arrived at the garden, I chose a piece of lawn in front of my son's window and opened the book. Rule for collection. 1. Self-study, please show me your martial arts talent. Difficulty, 5 stars. 2. Let the relevant personnel get in touch with the Taiji Jing and then let him teach you. Difficulty, 0 stars. 3. Learn and teach to relevant personnel at the same time. Difficulty, 3 stars. What do you mean? Yuchen almost couldn't hold it anymore. What's the meaning? Does my son have to learn it first? Then how can I pretend? I'm so proud of myself. No. You have to do it yourself. Yuchen immediately began to study it diligently. She sinks into Dantian. Feet apart. Wild horses split their manes. Dad, is this the ancestral secret skill you mentioned? Su Yin looked down from the upstairs balcony and saw Yuchen dancing in the garden. He didn't look like he could fight at all. Come down, Dad will teach you. Aren't you in danger? Dad will teach you a life-saving skill. Although Su Yin was a little bit unconvinced, he still went downstairs and came to Yuchen. I'll teach you. Yuchen tried it with a 5-star difficulty. I don't feel anything anyway. Then try the 3-star one. Is it reliable? Su Yin had serious doubts, because Yuchen's actions did not seem like he could do it. Of course, this is passed down from our ancestors. Others may deceive you once or twice, but would I, your father, deceive you? Su Yin nodded. Yuchen is very reliable. If it weren't for him today, he would be willing to spend 2 million to resolve the beating issue. They won't be able to get any information about Ouyang Liang. I didn't know there were potential threats. So this is the wisdom of the rich. It's all hidden in the phrase, if money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. My own vision is still not big enough. Even in the previous life, I had money. However, I still have the habit of being frugal. However, compared with the waste of time, energy, emotions, etc., money is the least valuable thing for them. Su-yin felt that he had learned something, and you have to put it into practice in the future. No wonder they give themselves so much cash. This is to cultivate your own big picture. Stay with your feet apart. Yichen was seen holding an ancient book in one hand, and while holding up the book, he began to speak, holding a big watermelon. What? Su-yin was stunned for a moment. What's with the watermelon in hand? Isn't that an internet meme? What internet meme? Just listen to it. Yichen scolded. Isn't this difficult? It's really difficult. Dad, how about I come and take a look? Su-yin wanted to get the book. What are you looking at? It's inherited from our ancestors. Do you understand it? The formulas above are all secret words, not passed down. You can't understand it if you look at it yourself. Yichen was stubborn. The dignity of being a father. Su-yin has been holding half a big watermelon and doing horse stance for half an hour. Dad, how long will this take? By the time I'm done, my son will be born. That's right. This is too slow. Yichen sighed. Look for yourself. Dad has passed on the Tai Chi that was passed down from our ancestors to you, so you can practice it slowly. If you don't understand anything, ask me again. Su-yin took the boxing manual and opened it immediately. As he flipped through the book, page after page of knowledge flooded into his mind like a stream of information. At this moment, he seemed to have mastered all the contents of the boxing manual. Dad, this boxing technique doesn't seem to be difficult. Su-yin looked at Yichen. Yichen was about to cry. Isn't this difficult? Is it because my talent is not good enough? Then tell me about it. Yichen's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this not embarrassing? Let me see how much you know about these secret words and whether you have practiced them correctly. When Su-yin heard it, he thought it made sense and immediately told Yichen the content. That's what this means. That means. As his son told him the story, Yichen nodded repeatedly. This is easy to understand. It's very simple. Am I not suitable for reading? Dad, is there something wrong with my understanding? Su-yin asked after finishing a book. Yichen touched his chin. How would I know? But he nodded. I'm very pleased that you inherited your father's intelligence and wisdom. You understand it pretty much. Pack. Must pretend. Can't lose face. Dad, I think I've learned it. How about we fight? Actual combat is the way to test your results. Su-yin only felt that he had all kinds of practical experience. It even seems that even my own muscles have related memories. Yichen also felt that he was stronger than ever before and was even more eager to try. Old people are smarter, and old ghosts are more clever. I'll teach you, little brat, how powerful I am. Okay. Chapter 121. He must be made to spend money. He must be made to squander money. Let me show you your father's decades of experience in Tai Chi. Yichen laughed. Get ready immediately. Su-yin also made a starting move. Learning martial arts seems quite simple. Dad, please show mercy. Su-yin said. After all, this was my first actual combat experience, and I had only read the book once. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Seeing his son being so humble, Yichen thought he knew nothing. Confidence increased. Come. Move, block, and beat. Su-yin took the lead in launching an attack. Grab the Kwei. Through his son's instruction, Yichen fully understood the principle of using little force to achieve great results. His hand was like a peacock, hooking Su-yin's fist. Full of confidence. However, the next moment, Yichen only felt Su-yin's punch coming at him, like a real hammer. He failed to catch the Kwei, and his body staggered instead. So strong. Yichen was completely stunned. Dad, didn't you eat? Su-yin blurted out. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. This kid actually dares to look down on me. I'll teach you a lesson. Single whip. Move, block, and beat. Move forward and block the punch. Turn around and hammer. Every move he made was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and glared, as if he really had a grudge against Su-yin. Su-yin saw the exquisiteness of these moves and did not dare to relax. He concentrated all his attention and scooped them up with one hand. Huh, so soft? Just pull it gently. Yichen flew out like a fish. He fell directly to the ground. A large piece of grass on the ground was lifted up. Dad, are you okay? Why don't we eat something first? Yichen didn't let Su-yin help him. He patted his clothes and got up. You little brat. I'm not in a good mood today. Just wait. Yichen left with a hum. Still mocking me. This son is good, but he can't speak. When I strengthen my physical fitness, I will knock you down. You must have just drunk water. I'll go drink Red Bull then. Drink Dongpeng. Drink Warhorse. Drink physical energy. It's more powerful than plain water, right? Of course, of course. Dad, you have practiced boxing for so many years. You must be more proficient than me. I just didn't eat enough today. Su-yin followed his words. A man's self-esteem must hold it. However, When Yi-Chen heard it, it did not sound like that. It hurts. It's so fucking heartbreaking. My wife is like this, and so is my son. Didn't you buy a new house? Take me and your mother to see it later. I wonder if drinking 6 walnuts can help nourish the brain. Forget it, my brain is enough. Gotta get some other energy drinks. Okay. Su-Yin nodded without any doubt. Master. Zhang Fian stood at the door and handed Yi-Chen a hot towel. Please prepare various drinks for me, including energy drinks. Bring me 1 bottle of each kind, and I'll take them away later. Yi-Chen wiped his face and hands with a hot towel and said, Yes. Zhang Fian is the housekeeper of Villa Number 9. The butler is only responsible for execution without asking reasons. Brother Chun, come and cook. Li Qin called out just in time. Yi-Chen's expression froze. The brat hit me and wanted me to cook for him? Are you kidding? Gala. Just then, when I entered the door, I accidentally twisted my waist. My waist. My waist is broken. Zhang Fian was startled and quickly supported Yi-Chen, and the maids next to him also came over. Su-Yin also ran over. Dad, are you okay? Li Qin also hurried over. I'll let you go wild. Don't you know you're too old to be useful? Puff. Yi-Chen really wanted to vomit blood. It's even more heartbreaking. Help the master go to the massage room and ask the masseur to come over. Zhang Fian immediately started to make arrangements. Su-Yin immediately helped Yi-Chen to the massage room. I'm going to the new house. Must go. Go as soon as possible. Why are you going? Li Qin was so angry that she almost died. I finally have the chance to give my son a good meal. As a result, my waist was twisted. These 2 places must be recovered. Let you and your son look down on me. Son, go get some safflower oil. Li Qin sent Su-Yin away. Don't you see? My son is still worried about spending money. Yi-Chen lay on the massage bed, panting, and nodded vigorously. Indeed, this is not good. Even though we have a lot of cash now, there is not much income. It costs money. Got to be a spendthrift. Even though my son drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion now, look at him, he doesn't have a single decent piece of clothing. Li Qin's eyes were filled with heartache. Yes. Yi-Chen nodded. There was almost no sign of anyone living in this house. He must be made to spend money. He must be made to squander money. The couple reached an agreement again. So do you have any ideas? Yi-Chen asked. Let's buy him some clothes first. Li Qin said with a smile. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. It's just right, aren't we here? Let's buy him some clothes. Let's see if there are any high-end places and take him to see them. Yi-Chen was immediately embarrassed. I'm not familiar with Zhonghai either. I'm not familiar with Nanjiang province either. No matter what, let's take him to buy some clothes first. Buy him expensive and good-looking clothes. Don't you say there are high-end couture clothes? Let's get some of that too. Anyway, I absolutely cannot let my son lose money. Li Qin said faintly. Okay, I'll accompany him for a day today, and then go see my son's new house. Yi-Chen could only postpone this matter. Tonight I'll let you see how powerful I am. Snort. I'll beat that brat to a pulp tomorrow morning. What's so good about this house? Why haven't you ever thought of going to take a look at this entire neighborhood? Li Qin didn't understand. That's different. He picked it himself. I have to see my son's vision. Let's talk about it later. Li Qin was not in the mood. Isn't a house meant to be lived in? Su-Yin knew they had something to say, so he took the safflower oil and waited for a while before going in with the masseuse. I had a home-cooked meal and drank Li Qin's stew at noon. At Li Qin's repeated request, Su-Yin went shopping with his parents for the first time in his life. When he arrived at the underground garage, Su-Yin felt a little embarrassed. Although Laken was driven away by Song Qin, but there are still quite a few cars parked in the garage. Porsche Series and LaFerrari, and a motorcycle worth millions. I am still a bit too spendthrift. It would be embarrassing if my parents saw it. We don't have enough cars. Don't leave the Qian and Mekong here. Buy a few more to rotate. Yi-Chen turned around and felt a little disappointed. Sure enough, my son still couldn't let go. How can you ruin your family if you can't let go? Yes, there are not enough cars. The Porsche models are just average. I'll go back and buy more. Li Qin's eyes lit up. You can try out all kinds of cars. You have such a big garage, and if you put all these cars in it, you will be embarrassed by your father. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with my parents. How can this be possible? Buy Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Lamborghini, and so on and drive them all. Yi-Chen said. I'm alone and can't drive. Chapter 122. Men must rely on themselves. You buy it first, and then ask your father to give you money. Su-Yin was speechless. If you are alone, you only need one car. What are you going to do with all the cars you buy? Li Qin was stunned and sighed inwardly. My own son still doesn't have enough vision. If you don't drive, the servants at home will have to drive. They need a car to buy groceries or run errands. Yi-Chen also said, besides, We also need a car when we come here, right? Although there is some truth in this, it seems a bit crooked. Here's the drink you requested, sir. Jiang Fian brought a box of energy drinks with her friends. Looking at the various energy drinks, he glanced at Yi Chun and said, "What do you want to do? Have you forgotten that your blood sugar is a little high? Are you going to die?" Su Yin also looked at Yi Chun. "Dad, you still need to pay more attention to your health. Otherwise, who will teach me Tai Chi?" Although he can learn it quickly, it is definitely not that easy, and there is still a lot to learn. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt that his son's words were too hurtful. He was not interested anymore, so he waved his hands and said, I know. This is for you and your mother." "Thank you, Dad." Su Yin picked up a bottle of Red Bull and drank it. Yi Chun's eyes turned red. My Red Bull. Hopefully Red Bull isn't the best. This time, Su Yin sat in the passenger seat, Li Qin and Yi Chun sat in the back seat, and the driver was driving. In particular, he also had 4 security guards follow behind in a Grand Cherokee. In order to conceal his identity, the security guard did not wear a suit or work clothes this time. It's daily wear, so it won't be eye-catching. However, the car left Jiuxing Mansion and drove onto the elevated ring road. After a while, it was blocked. Zhonghai is an international metropolis with a population of tens of millions. Once there was a traffic jam, they were forced to stop on the road for half an hour. Why is it so congested? Li Qin was losing some patience. There's nothing I can do. It's Zhonghai, and there are too many people. Yi Chun twisted his neck, trying to move it around. Although his waist wasn't a big problem, he still felt a little uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. "How about we go to the new house first?" he suggested. Li Qin glared at him fiercely. Her son doesn't spend money or squander money, so where did you get the money? It's quite far, but the location is not far apart. Su Yin smiled bitterly. Yi Chun immediately stopped talking. "You don't know how I feel." After another half an hour, Li Qin became impatient. It took half an hour to drive only a few hundred meters. "Hey, how long will it take?" The driver said. "Madam, we just need to go through this section. It seems that driving a luxury car is useless. I still get stuck in traffic." Li Qin sighed. Yi Chun smiled and said, "If you want to avoid traffic jams, you can fly over it." Hearing this, Li Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes. Son, why don't you buy a helicopter? This way it will be more convenient for you to go to school and other things." These parents. It's amazing. It's like he's trying to find ways to make himself spend money. "Helicopters are quite expensive," Su Yin said. It's very expensive." Li Qin heard it. If Su Yin said it was expensive to carry hundreds of millions in cash, then it must be very expensive. It's expensive, so forget it. When it comes to squandering money, you have to do it step by step. If you squander it all at once, it will not be sustainable. "Yes, I donated one to the police station before," Su Yin said. "Hey, you donated one to the police station?" Li Qin asked quickly upon hearing it. Su Yin hurriedly explained. "Thanks to my donation of the helicopter, the deputy mayor came out to help me this time. Don't spend money recklessly. It's your parents' hard-earned money." Yi Chun nodded with satisfaction. "You did a good job." Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you donated one, it means you can afford it. Then buy another one for yourself." Li Qin was happy. "I found another money-sucking project for my son." "Mom." Su Yin was speechless. He thought Li Qin thought it was expensive. "Together. How about asking my dad to buy me one?" Su Yin joked. Yi Chun waved his hands quickly. "Men, you have to rely on yourself. Where the hell do I get the money? Apart from what I earn myself, I only had 5 million. These 5 million are yours too." "Yes." Li Qin nodded repeatedly. "Men, you have to rely on yourself. If you want it, just buy it, and then ask your dad to give you the money." Puff. The driver almost couldn't hold it in. Is this called relying on yourself? Why? The master is lucky. He was born with a golden key in his mouth. Some people were born in Rome, unlike themselves, born to be cattle and horses. Su Yin turned around and glanced at them. "I always feel something is weird." "It's okay. Your dad has money," Li Qin said with a smile. Su Yin nodded. "Let me take a look later. Why don't we buy a few more and try out all the good ones?" Yi Chun suggested. "Well, buy them separately and see which one is more comfortable. I heard that getting a driver's license is quite expensive. Why don't you go get a pilot's license, son?" Li Qin immediately started thinking. "Also, you must pay attention to safety and learn the parachuting technique. Spend money to learn it. Isn't this a lot of money spent?" "Pretty." Li Qin gave herself a big thumbs up. "There are those running on the ground, those flying in the sky, and those floating in the water. Son, let's buy a few yachts and have fun with them." Yes. Yi Chun nodded repeatedly. "This is also good. It is said that yachts are quite expensive, and it also requires regular maintenance. Also need to dock. This is all money. Thanks for the traffic jam." Thanks to Zhonghai for the vehicle. Thanks to the car owner of Zhonghai. Isn't this too wasteful? Su Yan was stunned. Buy a few helicopters and yachts. How much will this cost? Your idea is too dangerous. Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Son, you must remember that you deserve a private helicopter and a private yacht. Li Qin also nodded, her eyes slightly red. You deserve all the beauty in the world. Hearing this, Su Yan was stunned. What kind of divine statement is this? A feeling of deep emotion welled up in my heart. Is a private plane also okay? Su Yan couldn't help but argue. Yi Chen's expression froze for a moment. I have no money. But you absolutely cannot say that. Of course, he heard his wife speak, and his heart sank. Where would I get the money to buy him a private jet? It's just that mom and dad are not capable enough right now. This is not your problem, but mom and dad's problem. When your dad has money, you can buy a private jet. Then, our whole family can fly our own plane and travel around the world. So beautiful. Yi Chen looked at his wife. It's really beautifully said. Yes, son, don't worry. Isn't this the meaning of mom and dad making money? Yi Chen gave his wife a big thumbs up. But isn't this too hard for you? Yi Chen quickly said, you are wrong. Even without you, we still need to work hard. Just with you, we will have more motivation to work hard. The couple sang in unison and looked at each other. Perfect match. Chapter 123. Starting a business. You must start a business. Su Yan was deeply moved. Thank you, mom and dad. Su Yan was moved as never before. It's okay, it's okay. Isn't this what parents are supposed to do? Hearing their son say this, Yi Chen and Li Qin's eyes couldn't help but turn red. We are the ones who are sorry for you. We have made you suffer for so many years. As she spoke, Li Qin's tears rolled down. I didn't suffer. Su Yan smiled. Dean's mother is very good to us, just like her own children. Speaking of the orphanage, scenes from his childhood immediately emerged in his mind. Although I don't want to say this, Xiao Luo, the grace of raising a child is more important than the grace of giving birth to him. As a human being, you should be grateful. Yi Chen said earnestly. I know. I gave the dean's mother 2 million yuan before, and promised that I would pay for the tuition and living expenses of my younger brothers and sisters in the future. Su Yan said. Li Qin was stunned for a moment, and her expression gradually became serious. Xiao Luo, you did this wrong. Su Yan's heart trembled. I'm spending money on the orphanage, aren't they happy? Start a business. You must start a business. Have your own assets. I understand. I won't spend money recklessly next time. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen said, how can 2 million be enough? 20 million, 200 million is not enough. If it weren't for them, no amount of money would be enough. Li Qin said, remember, she is your other mother. You have to be filial to her. Our family has nothing else but money to make up for it a little bit. Is my heart too dark? Su Yan silently repented in his heart. I see. When we have time, we must go and thank her for educating our sons so well. Yeah, if it weren't for her, we don't know if we would be able to see you again. The couple felt sad and grateful. Mr. Yi, Madam Master. The driver's tone was a little muffled, as if his nose was a little blocked. We're at the mall. Master, do you have a cold? Why don't you go home and rest first, and we can drive back by ourselves? Su Yan said. Yes, I see your nose is blocked. Li Qin also said, take a taxi home. Son, give me the money. Why does it feel like I'm letting the dog out behind closed doors? Thank you, master. Thank you, madam. I'm fine. The driver turned around with red eyes. I'm just touched. Don't delay your shopping because of me. Thank you. The driver bowed deeply. Take care of yourself. If you feel too tired, just go home first. It's okay. Yi Chen also instructed. The three of them looked at the driver strangely, but didn't say much. After the three hosts left, the driver pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, son, Dad has agreed to buy the Alienware computer you wanted. A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad, didn't you say it was too expensive? It's not expensive. You deserve all the good things. It's just that Dad is not good enough. It has nothing to do with you, said the driver. Dad, are you okay? The son was shocked. Huawei is actually not bad. It's okay. You deserve better. Buy it with confidence. By the time they went upstairs from the garage, the 4 bodyguards had already casually blended into the crowd of people shopping. Guahao Plaza. It is China Overseas' top high-end shopping mall. The interior of the mall is magnificently decorated, and almost every store is a luxury brand. There are still many rich people in Zhonghai. Li Qin looked at the long queues in front of each luxury store, waiting to go in and shop. Yeah, do we have to queue up to buy clothes now? Yi Chen had never seen such a scene before. Each store has a limited reception capacity. In order to provide customers with the highest-end service, the number of people entering the store must be limited. Someone next to him explained casually. But, Queuing at the door isn't much of an experience, right? Li Qin shook her head. Yichen looked left and right, and almost all the big brands were queuing up. How long do we have to wait to go shopping like this? When will I be able to go to my son's new house and have a drink of water? How can I be strong tonight? Wife, what should we do? This is too inefficient. Yichen said in a low voice. Yeah, it's true. Li Qin also nodded and frowned. They are here to refresh the system today. If you can't keep up with the pace of spending, won't it all be in vain? Let's take a look first. I don't believe there's a queue for the entire mall. Li Qin took the lead and walked quickly around the mall. After walking around, Su Yin, whose body had been strengthened, felt a little overwhelmed, but Li Qin was still full of energy. Dad, do you usually go shopping with me? Su Yin couldn't help but look at Yichun, who was calm and composed. Yichun smiled and said, just take it as a walk after dinner. The three of them took a walk. Su, classmate. While shopping, Su Yin suddenly heard a familiar voice. When I turned around, I saw Li Qingxue standing not far away. Why are you here? Aren't you going to class? Su Yin asked curiously. I'm here part-time. Li Qingxue lowered her head. I don't have classes in the afternoon. You didn't have classes in the morning. Is there something wrong? Do you need my help? Su Yin shook his head and smiled. How can you help me? Li Qingxue was suddenly embarrassed because she still owed the other person money. There was nothing else for me to do. Could it be that he really wanted my body? I'm just worried and want to ask. Li Qingxue lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. When Yichun heard the voice and saw the beautiful girl, he quickly grabbed his wife, who was shopping. Look! Li Qin looked at her and her eyes lit up immediately. She is so pretty and elegant. It seems like she likes our son. After a while, his face darkened. No. If this goes on, my son will have nothing to talk about. I'll go help him. Son, who is this? Your girlfriend. Li Qin popped up. Su Yin held his forehead with his hand. Mom, this is my classmate, Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue's face turned red. Ah, hello, Annie. Hello, Xiaoxue, do you hate my Shaluo? No, Su Yin. Li Qin asked. Li Qingxue blushed and shook her head. Let's go. Accompany your Annie for some shopping. Do you know where you don't have to queue? Li Qin pulled Li Qingxue and walked away. If you don't hate it, then you like it. If it's not now, then it will be soon, right? My son is so handsome and rich. Unless she's blind. Li Qingxue hesitated for a moment, thinking that she would not make much money even if she worked. After all, she still owed Su Yin 2 million. Just consider it as paying the interest first. Is there any store here where you don't have to queue? It's such a long line. How long will it take? Li Qin asked. There aren't many places that don't require a queue, but when I looked at a few watch shops, there were generally not many people. Li Qingxue works here and knows something about it. Good. The watch is great. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Isn't that perfect? Take your son into the pit. Walk. There's a Rolex over here. Chapter 124. Buy. Sell them all. Rolex should be nice. Li Qin took Li Qingxue's arm, stood still, and looked back at the father and son who were strolling around. Son, I'll buy you a watch. Come here quickly. Hearing his wife's voice, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Finally a place to buy stuff? Hurry up. After spending the money and receiving the reward, I will go to the new house to drink water. Rolex? Rolex is nice. Yi Chen smiled happily. I always hear about the green submariner. Young people like fashion. I will buy one for you today. He and Li Qin had almost no time to enjoy themselves in the first 10 years. Most of the money he earned was used to find his son. I have traveled all over the world. Although I don't have to tighten my belt and go on a diet, I won't enjoy myself lavishly either. So, he himself only wears an old Xiangbishan watch. It only costs a few $dozen when you buy it, and it is durable. So, a group of 4 people walked into Rolex. 4 bodyguards took up observation positions at the door. Hello, welcome to Rolex. The salesperson standing at the counter saw a family of 4 walk in. He spoke very quickly, but his expression was calm. There are too many people entering Rolex every day. At the same time, 4 glasses of water were immediately served. Please have some water. The salesperson had a reserved smile on his face. Yichun just wanted to solve it quickly and go home to drink water. Is there a green water ghost? Yes, but it's only a display model, not in stock. This popular model is really out of stock. The public price is only more than 70,000 yuan, but it's been hyped up to 130,000 or 140,000 yuan outside. So high. Yichun exclaimed. The elephant trunk mountain in his hand was only worth a few dozen yuan. Good quality, resistant to drop and wear, accurate in time. Of course, the price is not expensive for him. It's just that the increase is too expensive. Yes, we can't get the goods. If you want, you can register with us in advance. As long as the goods are available, we will notify you. The waiter smiled and said, Of course, you can also take a look at the logs here. The logs are also very good. Log. Yichen looked at the log over there. Logs are a bit cheap. Son, this one looks good. Li Qin leaned on the counter and pointed at a watch and said, it's blue and red. It suits Xiaoxue very well. Also, forget about that one. You can wear this one. It will definitely look cool. And the two watches match well. Li Qingxue was shocked when she saw the price. Close to 90,000. Auntie, I can't. She was so flustered that her tongue became tied. Li Qin seemed not to hear it. Look at this, it changes color. Suyin walked over and saw that it was a coke ring and a gradient ghost king. Based on his experience in his previous life, these watches are all popular models. If you don't increase the price, we won't sell it to you without matching the goods. Moreover, we will sell it to you at a higher price. Ma'am, you have a very good eye. These two watches are popular models and are out of stock in the counter now. The waiter saw that these were rich people. They are all potential VIP customers. Maybe I can place an order today. A lot more enthusiastic. This is out of stock. Li Qin frowned. Yes, ma'am, you can take a look at the logs over here. They are also very good. The waiter introduced her to the display cabinet next to it. All you need is a few logs, and you'll have the goods. These don't look good. Li Qin shook her head. Son, do you like any of them? No. Suyin shook his head. This is the way Rolex works. Ma'am, you can take a look at Tudor. Tudor is also very good. The waiter continued to introduce enthusiastically. Actually, these are popular items. It's normal to be out of stock. We will be the first to. The waiter introduced enthusiastically. Just then, a young man walked in. Kimmy. The enthusiastic waiter's face suddenly looked like a blooming flower. Mr. Chen, you're here. Jeffrey, hurry up and get some water. Another waiter brought over a bottle of mineral water, and Suyin noticed it was a bottle of Evian. He was holding a paper cup in his hand. The waiter immediately took the water and handed it to Chen Xiao. Hey boy, let's. Yichen saw a watch and wanted to ask about it. The waiter turned around and said, Sir, please wait a moment. Let me take a look first. Chen Xiao unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Give me 2 green water ghosts and a gradient ghost king. Pack them up for me. I'll go give them to someone. Okay. The waiter nodded immediately. I'll give you the ticket now. Green water ghost 70,000. Gradient ghost king 90,000. A total of 330,000. Upon hearing this, Yichen immediately quit. Hey, didn't they say that the green submariner is out of stock? The waiter quickly explained. Sir, Mr. Chun is a VIP customer of our store. He ordered the goods in advance. Chen Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, Uncle, this is your first time at Rolex, right? They've spoiled you. If you don't match some other models, they won't sell you the popular ones. Should I introduce you to the Datejust and Tudor? If you buy a few of those, you'll have the style you want. The waiter quickly defended himself. Mr. Chun, please don't talk nonsense. Did I say anything nonsense? Chen Xiao scolded with a smile. The first time I came here, you refused to sell it and insisted on introducing me to the Datejust and Tudor. In the end, I bought a car worth more than 100,000 yuan, and I lost tens of thousands of yuan when I went to the second-hand market. The waiter didn't dare to say anything. After all, it is true. It's not good to offend Mr. Chun. The most important thing is that Chen Xiao helped to speak out his true feelings. It's really interesting. I only saw this kind of thing a few decades ago. Even after the reform and opening up, you still have to beg the merchants to buy things. Yichen was amazed. Mom and Dad, let's look somewhere else. Suyin didn't think it was necessary. Who knew? Li Qin and Yichen looked at each other. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Isn't this a waste of money? Is there anything more ruinous than this? Matching goods. Bundled sale. It would only cost 100,000 or 200,000 to buy it, but you have to match the goods and spend 300,000 or 400,000 to buy it. This is definitely a big injustice. Pooh. Isn't this the system's dreamland? Rolex is really a good place to refresh the system. Match. Must match. You don't deserve it. I'm suing you. Must match. The waiter was a little disappointed when he heard Su Yan's words. He could see that this family was not short of money. When I saw the price of the watch, I didn't even blink. It's a pity that the other party doesn't seem willing to accept the matching goods. But he still kept smiling. Li Qingxue, why are you still here? Just then, a voice rang out. Li Qingxue quickly turned around and saw a young man standing outside the Rolex door. Manager Qian, I just sent you a text message asking for leave. If you ask for leave at this moment, where can I find someone to replace you? Manager Qian said helplessly. Why don't you go back to work first and ask for leave tomorrow, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone say, Buy, one of each type here. Chapter 125 Yichen. The new way to lose money is to start a business. Start. Must start. Manager Qian, who had just spoken, was suddenly interrupted. He was stunned for a moment. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman who was holding Li Qingshua's arm. It looks a bit weathered, but has a certain charm. Could it be her mother? He looked up at the sign again. This is Rolex. A watch costs at least tens of thousands of dollars. If I buy all of them, how much does it cost? Even Su Yan was stunned. Mom, it's useless to buy so many watches. If you want a wholesale, can't you buy a watch store yourself? What is this operation? I don't understand it at all. Ma'am, are you telling the truth? The waiter was also stunned by this piece of pie that fell from the sky. Chen Xiao, who was drinking water, also froze. I've seen people matching goods, but I've never seen them match like this. I want one piece of each. He hadn't even thought about it. Now, I have the style I want, right? Yi Chen said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. I'll ask someone to go to the warehouse to take an order now. Please wait. The waiter became more respectful. Jeffrey, hurry up and get some water for the gentlemen and ladies, the waiter Kimmy shouted. Move the chairs. Move the chairs quickly. No, move the sofa out. Yes, push these counters inward. Let the gentlemen and the ladies sit down. Is there any more tea? The whole Rolex became lively. Every waiter started working like clockwork. Those who moved the sofa, and those who pushed the counter. Sir, madam, drink some water. Kimmy took the Evian and handed it to Su Yan and the other three one by one. Sorry, we only have Evian in the store. Kimmy was very sorry. Chen Xiao felt that the Evian in his hand was not as fragrant as before. Interesting. Yi Chen smiled. Kimmy was a little embarrassed and quickly said, Sorry, sir, we will definitely change it in the future. VIPs and ordinary customers are treated equally. This sentence points out the reason why he was arrogant at first and respectful later. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's normal. We were just ordinary customers before, but now we are VIPs. It's normal to be treated differently. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your understanding. Kimmy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I performed well before. There is no such thing as being slapped in the face as in online articles. Also got slapped in the face. But I felt so good when I was slapped in the face. Mom, buying so many watches. Su Yan wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yi Chen. How can I get rewards if you don't spend money? I just told you in the car, have you forgotten? You deserve everything, do you know that? Yi Chen stopped Su Yan with a word. If you don't like it, you can go home and give it to your friends, servants, security guards, and drivers. They work hard, too. Li Qin said casually. Anyway, it's okay to spend money. Be generous. Uncle, does your family still need a servant? Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask jokingly. Yes, why don't you try it? Yi Chen knew that he was a rich man, so he joked. Sir, what do you think of me? Kimmy asked quickly. Yi Chen glanced at him and said, Do your job well first, and don't rush for a little profit. What if you can't handle the rules of my family? Kimmy immediately nodded and said, Sir, I am rude. My work attitude is not good enough. It must be improved in the future. Manager Qian, Li Qingxue carefully wanted to ask for leave. She knows what is important and what is not. I owe Su Yan 2 million, so I should do whatever he asks me to do. At worst, I can just quit this job. No need. No need to ask for leave. Manager Qian immediately refused firmly. Why ask for leave? Your task today is to accompany these customers. No, distinguished guests. Tell me immediately if they need anything. They are the employees of the shopping mall. If they don't entertain such customers well when they come in, it will be their loss. Now I just ask Li Qingxue to be my shopping guide. If possible, he would like to carry them while shopping. Thank you, manager. Li Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxue, are you still working? Li Qin pulled Li Qingxue's hand with some heartache and glared at Su Yan while saying that. How can I let such a beautiful girlfriend work? How hard is it? Yeah. Li Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. Son, how about? Su Yan quickly said. Mom, I hired her, but my entrepreneurial project has not been finalized yet. Starting a business. Does it cost a lot? Li Qin was a little worried. What should I do if my son starts a business and makes a lot of money? No more losers, the system. Yi Chen was equally worried. For their generation, starting a business requires real hard work. Spend little money and do big things. If my son stops spending money, how can I become the richest man? Son, starting a business is too hard. Our family is not short of money. Yi Chen also advised. Chen Xiao, who was standing aside, was also confused by what he heard. What kind of family is this? I have bought the entire series of Rolex watches, but I still oppose my son starting his own business? Shouldn't we throw some money into supporting it? Yes, what's the good of starting a business? As long as you don't start a business, our family's money. Li Qin took back her words cautiously. You can't spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Dad, You said that a man has to rely on himself. I have to try my luck. I can't lose face for you. Su Yin smiled. Chen Xiao said on the side, Uncle and aunt, although it is difficult to start a business now and it is easy to lose money, boys should always try their luck. You can't be a second generation who lives off the wealth, right? When Yi-Chen heard this, he thought, starting a business is difficult? I didn't feel it at the time, it was just a little harder. Easy to lose money. His eyes lit up. Really? Is it difficult to start a business now? Is it easy to lose money? Yi-Chen asked hurriedly. Chen Xiao nodded. Yes. Uncle, why do you look so expectant? It's nothing. Starting a business is good. Starting a business is wonderful. Yi-Chen was overjoyed. He would lose money whenever he started a business. Once you lose money, you will get a reward. Damn it. Doesn't this mean there's a new track? Not a loss. This wave is definitely worth it. Superior. Must go. Son. Yi-Chen patted Su Yan's shoulder with a smile. Starting a business is good. You should work hard and don't be afraid to spend money. Su Yan. Dad, why do I feel like you're looking forward to me losing money and starting a business? No, absolutely not. Huh. Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. I always feel like there is. Sir, madam. Kimmy came over, holding a list, and bowed respectfully. This is all the watches in the 14 series of Rolex in our counter. A list of 99 watches, valued at $23,287,000. After rounding off the decimals, the total is $23.2 million. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. More than 23 million. 99 watches. A watch costs more than 200,000 yuan. Son, pay. Yi-Chen expressed great satisfaction. What's this little money? No big deal. Su Yin glanced at Yi-Chen. You want me to pay? Didn't you buy it for me? Chapter 126 My Prodigal Parents. Chen Xiao swallowed his saliva and said, Uncle, there is no need to buy so many. Rolex has 14 series in total. Just buy one watch from each series and collect it. Even Kimmy couldn't help but tremble. Yes, there are so many watches, it's hard to put them away. Just 1 or 2 watches from each series will be enough. No need. I've bought them all. You don't have to worry about where to put them. Yi-Chen waved his hand, as if he didn't care about the money at all. Son, what are you standing there for? Pay the money. Seeing Su Yin looking at him, Yi-Chen said, Not to mention that I don't have that much money. Even if I have it, you have to pay for it. If you don't pay, how can you be considered a spendthrift? How to get the reward? Okay, swipe the card. Su Yin said helplessly. Take out the card and give it to Kimmy. Everyone stared at the father and son in a daze. So, in the end it was the son who paid? It was detected that the prodigal son spent 23,200,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 equity of Zhonghai Pengguang Technology Company, Limited. Another company. Yi-Chen was somewhat delighted. Although I don't know what to do, it doesn't matter. Just let your son take over later. Yi-Chen looked at his son with satisfaction. So cool. Hello. Sir, you will become the most distinguished member of our counter. Kimmy took a membership card and handed it to Su Yin together with the bank card with both hands. If there are any problems with the watch you bought, or if it needs to be adjusted, you can always come back. The smile on his face grew even wider. Okay, thank you. Su Yin nodded. Counter members are busy packing. Give me this. Li Qin pointed to a 36mm rose gold day-date women's watch. Wait a moment, ma'am. Kimmy took the watch back. Madam, do you want to wear it now? Give it to her. Li Qin pointed at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue suddenly panicked. Auntie, this is too expensive. The average price of a watch here is 230,000. How could she accept it? Moreover, the dial is inlaid with fine diamonds, which looks very valuable at first glance. Just keep it if I give it to you. Su Yin has already paid for it. You should give it to someone else even if you don't want it. Li Qin was very satisfied with the quiet and beautiful Li Qingxue. Moreover, the watches have been bought. There's no value in keeping it. Look, we can wear the same one. Li Qin asked Kimmy to get a watch with a turquoise dial and put it on herself. Li Qingxue's face suddenly turned pink. He looked at Su Yin as if asking for help. My mother gave it to you, just keep it. Su Yin didn't care, his mother had already given it to him. But it's too expensive. Madam, you are so kind to your daughter-in-law. Kimmy said sweetly, this diamond-paved model is priced at 1,116,400, while the turquoise model is only a little over 940,000. Why don't you keep talking? Li Qin glared at him. Sure enough, after Kimmy said this, Li Qingxue quickly withdrew her hand. Chen Xiao's eyes almost popped out. A watch worth over 1 million. It's a gift when you say it. What's the background of this family? Manager Qian was so speechless that he could hardly close his mouth. This Li Qingxue had such a deep background. He quickly ran to the side and said through the intercom, "Have someone prepare the top-level Supreme Black Card membership card immediately. Send it over immediately." "Manager, we don't have the authority." "No authority? Bullshit. Go tell your supervisor that someone bought 99 watches from Rolex, spending more than 20 million in one go. Is this not enough for the Supreme Black Card?" Finally, at Li Qing's insistence, Li Qingxue put on a Rolex. She guarded her watch carefully. "This watch is worth over 1 million, enough to sell myself." I couldn't help but have tears welling up in my eyes. When I was at my wit's end, I was ready to sell myself for a few $100,000. And now, she felt the warmth. Don't listen to what others say. It is a blessing for this watch that Xiao Xue can wear it. Li Qing pulled her out. "Dude, you're so domineering." Chen Xiao approached Su Yan. Su Yan smiled and said, "As long as they are happy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Mingyu." "Su Yan, let's play together when you have time," Chen Mingyu said enthusiastically. "Good. Mr. Su, where should we send these watches to you?" Kimmy asked after the two of them finished talking. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, "Just send him to Jiuxing Mansion." "Which Jiuxing Mansion?" Kimmy asked seriously. "The 9 Stars Mansion is all mine. If you send it over, someone will receive it." Su Yan waved his hand, and a bodyguard came over immediately. "Master Su, what can I do for you?" "Take them home and let Tong Yakin arrange these." "Okay." The bodyguard nodded and stood aside. Kimmy swallowed. Unparalleled heroism. The Jiuxing Mansion belongs to someone else. TSK. Are you Mr. Su? Chen Mingyu's eyes suddenly widened. The one who is said to have bought the entire Jiuxing Mansion. Su Yan nodded. "Have you heard of me?" "I've heard of you. How could I not have heard of you? Young Master Song and Young Master Li often talk about you." Chen Mingyu was a little excited. No wonder Rolex wants a model." Kimmy was shaking all over. "You know Lao Song and Lao Li." Su Yan was also a little surprised. "I know him, but not very well. I can't compare with you guys." Chen Mingyu was a little embarrassed. The rich second generation are also divided into circles. "It's okay, let's play together when we have time." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. Take care." Chen Mingyu looked at the mobile phone with Feishu and added, and felt satisfied. "Mr. Su is very approachable. This kid is good. Let's communicate more with him." Yichen had just received a reward and was in a good mood. "I don't even feel that urgent to drink water anymore. Let's go to Vacheron Constantine next door." Li Qing waved her hand and designated the next destination. "Mom." Su Yan quickly called Li Qing. "What's the matter?" Li Qing asked, holding Li Qingxue's arm. "That's right, we can pick 1 or 2 that we like. There's no need to buy all of them." Li Qing didn't know how to answer for a moment and couldn't help but look at her husband. Yi Chun frowned slightly. "Son, it's true that thrift is a traditional virtue, but that's only when you have no money. Now that you have money, it's no use keeping it in the bank. It's better to take it out and spend it. But there's really no need to spend tens of millions on a watch. I feel like it's a bit of a spendthrift." Su Yan said carefully. "My loser parents. Spendthrift? I just want you to ruin your family." Yi Chun and Li Qing looked at each other. Yi Chun said earnestly, "Son, you are still young. You don't understand. Spending money is one of the links in social economy. Only when money is spent can economic flow be created. When you spend money, someone will get paid, and when they get paid, they will buy things, which stimulates economic growth. Don't think we are just spending money. In fact, we are contributing to the whole society. The reason why banks sometimes cut interest rates is to make you take out the money in the bank and spend it." Su Yan was stunned. "Pattern. This is the big picture. No wonder the old man can become a billionaire. His perspective is different from mine. I want one of every Vacheron Constantine watch." Chapter 127. How much is Vacheron Constantine? I'm talking about the company. Welcome to Vacheron Constantine. As soon as a few people walked to the door, they saw the salespeople lined up to welcome them. They already know about what happened with Rolex. Now, this tremendous wealth has finally fallen upon him. "Sir, our Vacheron Constantine is ranked higher than Rolex. Here, you will definitely be able to choose the watch that suits you best." The head waiter had a friendly smile on his face. He did not hide the passion in his eyes at all. "Give me one of each watch." As soon as Yi Chun waved his hand, he was pressed down by Su Yan. "Dad, even if that's the case, we don't spend money like that. If you really want it, you might as well just buy their company." The foreman was not in a good mood. "I get a commission if you buy a watch, but I don't get any commission if you acquire a company." Manager Qian, who was standing by, almost had his heart stop. "Listen, this is the real wealthy family." "That's right." Yi Chen touched his chin. "Buying a watch is only temporary. If you buy a watch company." "Hello, how much is Vacheron Constantine now?" Hearing Yi Chen's question, the foreman was a little confused for a moment. "Sir, We have many styles in our counter. I'm asking about your company. How much does it cost? Sir, if you want to acquire the company, you have to contact the headquarters. I don't know either. The foreman said helplessly. Su Yin was silent. Are you really going to buy it? Of course. Su Yin saw that he was really serious. We already have enough watches. Forget it. Let's take a look at something else. No. How could Yi Chen let go of such a good opportunity? It is true that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. It costs tens of millions to buy a watch. You have to buy a few more. Take a look. Maybe there's something you like more. Li Qin also said, look, you don't have any on your hand. Let's go pick one you like. Well, now that mom has spoken, let's go and take a look. Welcome. The foreman immediately waved his hand. Please come in. Vacheron Constantine was already fully prepared with sofas, hot tea, hot towels. Everything was ready. Please take a seat. Wait a moment. I'll have them bring the watch over right away. The foreman clapped his hands, and the salesman walked past them holding watches. If you like it, take it away immediately. Even if you don't buy everything, taking away a few dozen dollars is good. Watches paused before my eyes, each one looking beautiful in its own way. Son, how about it? Which one do you like? Yi Chen looked at Su Yin, who didn't choose anyone, and felt a little anxious. This consumption concept must be reversed. You have to know how to spend money. Or, let's just buy them all. Li Qin leaned against Li Qingxue. Don't. Hearing this, Su Yin quickly refused. Vacheron Constantine has said that it ranks higher than Rolex. If I buy all of them, the price would be more than 30 million. Isn't this how you spend money? When the foreman heard Li Qin's words, he was overjoyed. However, when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt disappointed. I also want to place a big order today. It seems that this young master is not that kind of prodigal son. I heard that Patek Philippe is better than Vacheron Constantine. Su Yin said, how about? Li Qin and Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. That makes sense. It's always a good idea to take a closer look. But first, read it all and compare prices. At this point, the foreman was really anxious. Sir, the watches are all the same. Our Vacheron Constantine is a century-old brand, and its technology is not inferior to Patek Philippe in any aspect. Su Yin glanced at her and nodded. Yes, the watches are all similar. I bought a 99 model Rolex. How about forgetting it? Mom and Dad, I only have 2 arms. The foreman was very anxious. I said it wrong. Sir, each watch has different scenes and uses, and it can be matched with your different occasions and clothes. Li Qin nodded. I think what she said makes sense. Let's take a look. The foreman immediately breathed a sigh of relief and secretly made up his mind that he must get it. Excuse me, sir, madam. She walked quickly to the back. Where's the supervisor? I want the safe opened and the watches inside taken out for them to choose from. Foreman, this. Stop this and that. Hurry up. After a while, the supervisor arrived and asked, are you sure they can afford it? Of course, they spent over 23 million on Rolex. I've heard that, but I've already spent more than 23 million. Are you willing to spend such a high price on a watch? The supervisor said worriedly. Even if they don't buy it now, we have to let them know that we have it. When they need it, they will naturally come to buy it. Okay. After a while, the foreman, wearing white gloves, held a watch in his hand and said, Sir, this is the Vacheron Constantine Malta series, high-end jewelry Tourbillon P30630/S22G, 98.99. The whole watch is inlaid with 46.6 carats of diamonds, 1,170 in total. The bracelet alone is made of a tourbillon. Flash. Sparkling. This watch sparkles with the aura of a wealthy person no matter which direction you look at it from. Son, do you like it? Li Qin asked. Su Yin shook his head. Even diamonds can be faked. Then this, the Heritage Series 30030/000P, 8200 mechanical watch. As soon as this watch came out, it attracted Su Yin. The entire surface is hollowed out, and the operation of the various precision parts inside can be seen on the dial. The blue strap looks very delicate. This is it. Su Yin nodded. This is a good idea. The foreman was immediately overjoyed. He glanced at his supervisor, who also breathed a sigh of relief and put the other piece back into the safe. Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is from the Heritage Series. It is one of the 2 best watches in our counter. Only a watch like this is worthy of you. Stop bragging and start selling tickets quickly. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The best watches are definitely not cheap. I don't know what kind of reward will be given this time. Better have some cash. He just checked Vacheron Constantine on his mobile phone, although it is not on the market. But there is a valuation. 50 billion US dollars. At first I thought it was amazing that my son had 500 or 600 million in cash, but now it seems that it is still too little. We need more funds. Otherwise, if you can't even buy a company, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you as the future richest man? Okay, this watch costs $6,815,000. We only need $6,800,000. The foreman looked at the family expectantly. A watch costs $6,800,000. Ordinary wealthy people would never buy it. Okay, issue the ticket. Yichen didn't even give Su Yin a chance to speak. Son, pay. You are obviously very rich. Why do you always ask me to pay? Su Yin gave him a resentful look and took out his bank card to pay. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 6,800,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the rewards. Brigitte Marie Antoinette number 160 pocket watch. Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Ref.60 300A 010. How to collect. It has been placed in the trunk of the Bentley Flying Spur. Please go and collect it yourself. Chapter 128. The most astronomical price. A mysterious tycoon once again spent 6.8 million to buy the treasure of Vacheron Constantine. Damn, is this money printed by your family? Are you crazy? You spent over 20 million on Rolex before, and now you're spending another 6.8 million on Vacheron Constantine. Does everyone in their family have superhuman abilities? What do they need so many watches for? Who knows what the rich are thinking? That's right, it would be nice if you came to our store. I heard that the lady gave the shopping guide a Rolex worth more than 1 million yuan as a reward. Is this true? Are you treating money as if it weren't money? Besides, my son doesn't want to buy it, and my parents are not willing to do so either. Is this training for a prodigal son? Don't try to guess what the rich are thinking. If you could guess, you wouldn't have to sell goods here. Rolex and Vacheron Constantine, they spend so much money. Will they come to our Patek Philippe? Should be, right? After all, we are the best of the best. At the Patek Philippe counter, many waiters looked at a tall female supervisor. The female foreman, Helen, wore a black uniform and had a larger frame than the average woman. Foreman, are we not going to do anything? A salesman looked at her. Helen smiled and said, remember, we are Patek Philippe, the king of watches. We make works of art. We cannot change our service attitude just because a person is rich or poor. We are not Rolex or Vacheron Constantine, who are arrogant at first and respectful later. Everyone should be treated equally. Helen always maintained her pride. But, foreman, our watches are better than theirs, and the brand is more reliable. If we sell them one more. You have to remember that we are Patek Philippe, which is a work of art. We are not here to sell goods, but to find their own confidence. Listening to the stupid remarks of the die-hard fan of the foreman, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Their foreman is too arrogant. But those foreigners just like her style. Be classy, don't be like them. Helen has a deep disdain for other brands. But how can we make money if we don't sell goods? A waiter sighed. Seeing Rolex and Vacheron Constantine making a lot of money, there will definitely be bonuses. Why? Hurry up. At this moment, Su Yin and others had arrived at the door of Patek Philippe. Welcome to Patek Philippe. Seeing Su Yin and his friends coming, all the sales clerks smiled warmly. If these people come in and buy a few, it would cost at least several million, right? The overall price of Patek Philippe is more expensive than that of Vacheron Constantine. Can I take a look at this watch? Su Yin took a fancy to a watch. Good. A salesperson was just about to take the goods enthusiastically. Then I heard the foreman say, Sir, do you know anything about Patek Philippe? I don't really know. Su Yin shook his head. Each of our watches is a work of art. Not only do people choose watches, but watches also choose people. No one can truly own a Patek Philippe just to become a witness of time. While the supervisor was speaking, the salespeople stepped aside with bitter faces. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Although this foreman set was useful in the past, and many wealthy people have Patek Philippe, but this one is obviously not. That's right. The foreman used to use this to screen clients. Who among the truly wealthy people would take the time to understand this? Only the nouveau riche will know in advance before buying. For the truly wealthy and wealthy, watches are just a diversion. Who made her the foreman? This foreman's tricks are useless to the truly wealthy. I heard they spent over 20 million on Rolex, all of which they were going to give to the servants at home. This is the real rich man, the Chable. Yichen couldn't help but frown. Do you have to memorize it in advance when buying a watch here? The foreman had a smile on his face. You don't have to endorse it, but at least you have to know something about Patek Philippe. Every Patek Philippe watch can be passed down to the next generation, from generation to generation. Forget it, son, let's not look at this one. I just remembered that I bought a Patek Philippe. I'll give it to you. The foreman's expression became even more enthusiastic. It turns out that Sir has bought our products before. It seems that he knows us well. Before he could finish, Yichen interrupted him. I didn't understand. I didn't know. I bought it when I saw the price was right. At this time, the watch he asked the bodyguard to get had arrived. Yes, these 2 watches are your presents from Dad. Suyin had 2 large packages stuffed into his arms. His expression was dull for a while. Dad, why do you always give me gifts after I've bought something? See if you like it or not. Yichen changed the subject. If you don't spend any money, where do I get the reward? As soon as Helen saw the packaging, she knew these were second-hand watches. Sir, although there is no threshold to enter the second-hand market, the prices are high, and the quality varies greatly, and there are fakes. Yichen was not very familiar with watches, so he simply said, then help me check whether these 2 watches are real or fake. Okay. Helen's service attitude is still great. She has her own standards for selecting clients. Her belief in Patek Philippe. Put on professional gloves and place both packages on the counter. Many salespeople came over. Apart from anything else, her professionalism is very high. It's a certificate from Christie's auction house. As soon as I opened the package, I saw a certificate of authenticity from Christie's auction house. Helen also saw it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sir, Christie's is the leading auction house, and its reputation is better than mine. Yichen smiled and said, what if the appraisal certificate is also fake? Then let me take a look. Helen continued to unpack the boxes. The packaging inside is simple but also very thoughtful, using the finest velvet cloth to wrap the box. In the middle of the box, a watch lay quietly. Which one is this? Never seen it. The Patek Philippe logo? Could it be fake? I have worked at the Patek Philippe counter for so many years, and I have never seen this one. It can't be fake, right? After all, they are so rich. Everyone couldn't help but look at Helen. Here only her professional level is the highest. Foreman, this is... Helen's expression changed from calm to shocked. She carefully took out the watch from the box and placed it in her palm. Pick up a magnifying glass and observe carefully. After a moment, he said respectfully, Sir, I'm sorry. I apologize for my arrogance just now. Yichen accepted it calmly. How about this watch? This watch is undoubtedly a classic among classics and a sky-high price among sky-high prices. Sky-high prices? How expensive? The other sales clerks couldn't help but become curious. Chapter 129, a top-notch watch worth 500 million. Which Patek Philippe watch is not expensive? Even the cheapest one costs nearly 100,000. Ordinary popular models cost hundreds of thousands. Not to mention, there are many watches that cost millions or even tens of millions. But at this time, the foreman said that this watch was extremely expensive. Foreman, is this watch more expensive than our store's treasure? That's a watch worth more than 20 million. It has a moon rod. No way. A watch costs more than 20 million. How much more expensive can it be? The salesperson whispered. Not as good as this. Helen smiled bitterly and said, Thank you, sir, for opening my eyes today. This watch is the Grandmaster Chime 6300A010, which is the most complex watch in the world with the most functions. It is made up of 1,366 parts. The platinum version on sale is priced at $2.2 million US. After hearing Helen's introduction, the salesperson immediately felt strange. The equivalent of 15 million. At this price, isn't it better than our store's treasure? Yes, the price of 5,002 is over 20 million. Helen took the opportunity to say, I asked you to learn more and see more, and learn more about the history of Patek Philippe. Now you know it's not enough, right? Although the public price is not the most expensive, this watch is limited to 7 pieces worldwide. It is a commemorative model for the brand's 175th anniversary. 6 pieces were sold, and the last piece is kept in the headquarters museum. The salesperson immediately understood. I couldn't help but look at Su Yan's family with enthusiasm. They could buy the limited edition. It's not just about having money. So this is a limited edition? Wow. Only people with very high status in the world can buy limited editions. Su Yan was also a little surprised. He thought that the price of 15 million and the limited edition of 7 pieces were the true reflection of its value. This is not the most precious part of this watch. Helen felt helpless. These people were too uneducated. The most precious thing about it is that this watch is made of steel. Steel watch. The salesperson was stunned. Yes, this one is a steel watch. And the ones on sale, including the limited edition 7, are all platinum watches. Helen showed a look of longing. Aren't steel watches cheaper? Yes, and a steel watch? The watch on sale is a platinum watch, and this one is a steel watch. Doesn't that mean this one is a fake watch? Even Su Yan couldn't help but look at Helen. Yichen was calm and collected. Little girl, you said my watch is fake? Helen quickly shook her head. Sorry, sir. I'm just giving them a lesson while I'm at it. It is precisely because this watch is made of steel that it is so valuable. Helen continued. This steel watch was specially customized for the Only Watch charity auction in 2019. This is the world's first and only master-level steel watch. The auction price was 31 million US dollars, equivalent to more than 200 million. After saying all this, everyone gasped. This watch costs over 200 million. It's a steel watch? Isn't this the true inhumanity of being rich? What kind of family? It costs more than 200 million to buy a watch. Even Su Yin looked at Yi Chun. It happens every time. I buy a LaFerrari and you buy me a Lycan. I buy Thompson Epine and you give me Joshing Mansion. Now I buy a Vacheron Constantine and you give me a Patek Philippe worth 200 million. Sir, when you bought this watch, it definitely wouldn't have cost less than 31 million US dollars, right? Helen asked Yi Chun with a smile. It doesn't matter, as long as my son likes it and the price is right. Yi Chun silently began to show off. He seemed calm on the outside, but in fact he was in tears. It's finally my turn to show off. The gentleman really loves his children very much, Helen said quickly. This one is genuine and a rare treasure. Yi Chun smiled. What about this one? Okay. Helen quickly put the watch away. Everyone's eyes were focused on the watch. Worth more than 200 million. This is like a villa on your hand. Helen unpacked. I didn't see the appraisal certificate from the auction house this time. Instead, it was a language she couldn't understand. She took the pocket watch in her hand, and a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. This is a Breguet pocket watch. Helen swallowed. A Breguet Marie Antoinette pocket watch. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. What? No one understood. Sir, I think you know more about this watch than I do. Helen smiled bitterly. Yi Chun had no idea. Tell me about it. Then I'll show you how ugly it is. Helen gently stroked the pocket watch with her gloved hands. This pocket watch was made in 1783 by a mysterious tycoon who commissioned the founder of the Breguet brand, Master Louis Breguet, to make the most complicated and expensive pocket watch for Marie Antoinette, the wife of Louis XVI, the Queen of France. The person who placed the order requested that all the technologies and functions of the time be concentrated in this pocket watch. According to the War of Time, this difficulty is no different from making a computer with bare hands in the era of calculators. It took 44 years to make this watch. Master Louis Breguet did not complete it until his death. It was completed by his son Antoine Louis 4 years after his death. It took 823 parts in total and was carefully polished with all the technology at the time. By the time it was completed, the queen had passed away, and the person who placed the order was also dead. It is said that the cost was more than 30,000 gold francs. It is no exaggeration to say that this pocket watch witnessed the changes of the times in Europe. I heard that the LA Mayer Museum sold this watch for $30 million. It turned out that it was purchased by Mr. Helen was in awe. $30 million. Doesn't that mean it's more than 200 million? Holy crap. These two watches are worth 500 million. What kind of immortal rich man is this? What kind of fairy family? It's so beautiful. Isn't the story of this pocket watch so romantic? This is already priceless. History and heritage are fully reflected in this pocket watch. Helen was really convinced now. A Patek Philippe Master Chime and a Breguet Marie are simply divine collections in the eyes of all collectors. Sir, I have to apologize again for my arrogance and self-importance. You are the real player. So cool. Yi Chun held his head high and chest puffed out. It's normal, just for fun. Just for fun, they are two heirloom watches. Amazing. Dad, are you giving me these two pieces? Su Yin was surprised. Yes, I will give it to you if I say so. Yi Chun said. I don't understand it anyway. But I have to let my son understand what the foundation is. With foundation, you will have confidence. With the confidence, your goal of becoming the richest man in the world will be achieved sooner or later. Chapter 130. Don't buy this brand that insults the country. I'm so jealous. I wish AO sure and I had parents like this. It's worth hundreds of millions, and I gave it to you just like that. I'm so envious. I'm really envious. Li Qingxue looked at Su Yin and finally understood. It turns out that he is really the second generation of a super rich family. No wonder he spent money like water, spending 2 million to buy himself 5 years without blinking an eye. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. Does he still remember the agreement? No. He is a good man. Please send this home for me. Su Yin immediately asked someone to put it away. Let's go. Why are you going? Yi Chun looked at him. We're already at Patek Philippe, so you have to buy a few pieces, right? Dad, you bought so many watches today, Su Yin said speechlessly. If you buy more, there won't be anywhere to put them, right? You only live in one of the 9 villas in the community. Are the remaining 8 empty? Yi Chun asked back. Mom. Su Yin could only ask Li Qin for help. You see, he's a bit of a spendthrift. Just buy it if I tell you to. You can match different watches with each occasion and each outfit. Buy a few more. Li Qin said with a smile. Buy them quickly, and then go buy clothes. The sales clerks all looked at Su Yin expectantly. Hurry up, I still want to go buy clothes. Okay. Su Yin picked out a few more watches at Patek Philippe and spent several million, nearly 10 million. Almost at the same time, all the stores in the mall knew about it. Have you heard? A rich man has come to the mall. He's super rich. Is this true? How rich is he? I heard that Rolex directly allocated more than 20 million products and bought all the products. Oh my God, so rich. And then we went to Vacheron Constantin. Did you go shopping at Vacheron Constantin? No, not this time. I only bought one piece, worth 6.8 million. Isn't this too rich? Not only that, then go to Patek Philippe. The foreman of Patek Philippe is very arrogant, you know? I heard that he was so arrogant that he went to see Patek Philippe and thought he was going to school. No way. This foreman. Almost. But how can a rich man be so petty as to argue with such a person? The rich man said he didn't know much about watches and took out 2 watches for her to identify. One is a Patek Philippe. I don't know what model it is. It is said that there is only one in the world. It is worth more than 200 million. The foreman apologized on the spot. Then, the rich man took out another watch. This was made by Breguet's first and second generation masters. It is said to be for the queen. There is only one in the world. It is priceless. The foreman apologizes sincerely again. Oh my God, this feels so good, just like writing a novel. This is truly a super rich man. Not only did the news spread to various stores, but even many customers queuing outside the luxury stores were talking about it. So rich. These rich people are simply unreasonable. Unlike us, we have to save money to buy a bag. Wang Ran stood in the team, listening to the voices around him with some envy. Shanshan, did you hear that? Seeing Wang Ran's excitement, Shanshan couldn't help but pout. You should consider Su Yin more. That's your goal. How can you get to the top if you don't have any connections with this kind of rich man? When Wang Ran heard this, his fiery heart suddenly cooled down. That's true. But what if? There's no such thing as a chance. Others buy watches like they eat breakfast, but you need to work hard to buy a DG. We are not in the same circle at all. But we have a chance to meet. What if you meet one? In their eyes, you are just an ugly duckling. Only swans have a chance to be on their table. Ouch, Wang Ran said angrily. Okay, it's our turn now. While chatting and listening to gossip, it was Wang Ran's turn before they knew it. She is now standing on the barrier set up by DG. The previous wave of customers had already left, and it was her turn as the next wave. Wang Ran couldn't help but get excited. Take care, and welcome back next time. The salesperson was very enthusiastic. Wang Ran was eager to try. However, after the last wave of customers left, the salesperson did not open the barrier. Instead, they all stood at the door, looking forward to it. Hello, it's my turn now, Wang Ran said anxiously. She has been preparing to buy a DG bag for a long time. Sorry, there's another wave of customers. The salesperson apologized. Shanshan frowned. We are the first. Who else? A VIP customer. The salesperson glanced at them and said casually. We've been waiting in line for so long. Why should we let others cut in line? Shanshan glanced at the crowd behind. She was ready to stir up emotions, and she was going back to the library. She knew very well that her appearance had no advantage, but her brain was her advantage. Even if it's a VIP, it would be more reasonable for you to arrange for someone to queue, right? This time, everyone behind was really aroused. Yes, we have spent a lot of money, and I haven't heard of DG having a VIP policy. You have to give an explanation, right? The sales clerks couldn't help but frown when they saw the crowd getting so excited, but there was nothing they could do. You can't say that people spend tens of millions at a time. Do you have the combined spending power to do this? Never mind, it's coming. The foreman suddenly stood up straight. The salespeople immediately stood in 2 rows, ready to welcome them. I saw a few people walking slowly towards me not far away. The managers of the shopping mall followed closely behind him. Everyone strolls leisurely, and shopping is like strolling in a garden. The man is handsome and rich, and the woman is pure and lovely. The old one is graceful and elegant, while the young one is youthful and energetic. You can tell at first glance that they are not an ordinary family. Pay attention, show your utmost sincerity. Do you understand? The foreman gave a final serious instruction. Everyone suddenly became solemn. I don't care about the dissatisfaction of people around me. Welcome to Dolce & Gabbana. This majestic aura couldn't help but attract Li Qin's attention. These young people seem very energetic. Son, why don't we go in for a walk? Li Qin looked at Dolce & Gabbana. Don't we have to queue? Yi Chun was a little embarrassed. This store is not mine, so it is not easy for me to give them discounts. Sir, madam, you are now the most distinguished customers of our mall. You don't need to queue. Manager Qian took the opportunity to speak up. He immediately stepped forward and handed over the Supreme Black Card. This is the Supreme Black Card. If you have any needs, we will do our best to help you. Moreover, in our mall, you can skip the queue and buy first. And you can enjoy member discounts forever. Manager Qian talked about a lot of Black Card privileges. This is good. We don't have to queue. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. You see, sometimes, money can solve most problems. Suyan nodded. Understood. Although it seems to be the behavior of a nouveau riche, it is actually using money to buy time and services. Pattern. Welcome to Dolce & Gabbana. The foreman was immediately overjoyed. Xiaoluo, why don't you leave? Don't buy brands that insult the country. Chapter 131. I don't like this brand. Manager Qian, I understand. Su Yan turned around and left, as if he felt uncomfortable staying any longer. Manager Qian was also confused. This young master was very generous. Why did he suddenly turn around? How is it an insult to the country? Li Qin was not sure either. Yi Chen thought about it and said, it seems there is such a paragraph. Li Qingxue quickly explained it in a low voice into Li Qin's ear. Li Qin's smiling face suddenly darkened. Go, go, go. This is bad luck. It's like there's a plague here. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What's going on? This family should be the rich family, right? I think it would be more appropriate to call it a chaebol. No, they're all here. Why don't they go in? Isn't it that no one cuts in line? It seemed that the young master said something, and they all turned around. It seems that the Dolce & Gabbana that we admire is not appreciated by others at all. No, I just heard that young master say, I won't buy a brand that insults our country. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Dolce & Gabbana insulted the country? Wasn't it a hot topic some time ago? What did you do? It seems that the advertisement involves racial discrimination, and fans gave them suggestions. Who knew that the executives of the headquarters said something insulting to the country, and it was exposed? Damn it. Why didn't I know that? Your family just got internet, right? Fuck. I didn't know I could stand the queue, but you fucking knew and still bought it? Let's go, let's go. Boycott him. Most of the queues that were originally there disappeared in an instant. Wang Ran stood in the crowd, watching Su Yan's departing back. It's him, Su Yan. He Shanshan exclaimed. I didn't expect it was him. He is so rich. Wang Ran's eyes sparkled. Miss, it's your turn. The salesperson's expression was a little stiff. She opened the fence. Unexpectedly, He Shanshan took Wang Ran away. Let's go and take a look. His parents seem to be here too. Is it a bad idea for us to go now? He Shanshan said. Why not? Now you can make yourself familiar to his parents. Didn't you see Li Qingxue walking with his mother? If you're late, someone else will get there first. Hearing this, Wang Ran suddenly became anxious. What He Shanshan was thinking was, I heard that they gave the shopping guide $1 million watch as a gift. Maybe it was given to Li Qingxue. 1 million. Li Qingxue and Su Yin are not familiar with each other, right? What about Wang Ran and myself? Even if there are no watches worth millions or hundreds of thousands. Mr. Su, did they provoke you just now? Manager Qian didn't hear clearly what Su Yin said. He walked forward anxiously and asked. Su Yin suddenly stopped and shook the Supreme Black Card in his hand. You said, with this black card, you can do whatever I asked for? Of course, Mr. Su. What do you want? Manager Qian nodded and bowed. I really don't like the Dolce & Gabbana brand. It makes me feel really bad. Manager Qian was stunned and immediately thought of what had happened before. Suddenly, he realized, I understand. Mr. Su, I will deal with it now. After saying that, he ran away quickly, taking out the walkie-talkie as he ran. Manager, Mr. Su, who holds the Supreme Black Card, just said that he really dislikes the Dolce & Gabbana brand. Is it Mr. Su who just spent tens of millions of dollars on Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, and Patek Philippe? The news has spread all over the mall. The rich don't blink. Yes, what's the reason? Asked the supervisor. Remember the Dolce & Gabbana incident a while ago? The supervisor was slightly stunned, then understood instantly. I understand. Now I will let Dolce & Gabbana leave. A super rich man and a foreign luxury brand. He knows how to choose. What's more, the entry model of their Guohao Plaza is different from that of other plazas. Every shop that moves in must accept investment from Guohao Plaza, and the annual profit is the rent and service fee. Therefore, there is no lease contract. Generally speaking, merchants will not be allowed to leave. The door of Dolce & Gabbana is already deserted. Almost all the customers left. The super rich are unwilling to buy it and despise it. What's the point of them buying it? Isn't it just that you want to wear the same clothes as the rich and close the distance between them psychologically? Foreman. Throughout the mall, there are still long queues at luxury stores. What's wrong with you guys? Versace's foreman came over, taking a rare break to see what was going on, and asked even though he knew the answer. We don't know either. DG's foreman smiled. Oh, I've been so busy today that my rest time has been reduced. Hearing this, DG's foreman could only smile awkwardly. Dolce & Gabbana is closing now. We give you 3 days to clear out the goods and empty everything, including the warehouse. At this time, Manager Qian came over and said. The foreman of Versace was stunned for a moment. Boss Qian, what's going on? You're not going to close the door just because of a word from that rich man, are you? Although he was only stunned for a moment, there was a hint of pride in him. Mr. Qian, this is against the rules. DG Foreman said in surprise. Guohao's rules are the rules here. Manager Qian said coldly, we have already told your boss. At Guohao, customers always come first. Yes, Mr. Qian, we can still discuss it. Versace's foreman couldn't help but persuade, the world's luxury goods are limited. Without DG. Manager Qian turned around and looked at her. I know. So you have to close the shop and move out too. Now. What? Versace's foreman was stunned. I just came over to say a few words. No, we have already decided. Manager Qian said seriously. Mr. Qian, this joke is not funny at all. The two laughed dryly. Either you do it yourself and be decent, or I'll get security to come and give you some respect. At this time, a group of security guards came over. Mr. Qian. Stop joking. No kidding. Crash. Crash. Dolce & Gabbana and Versace closed their doors immediately. What happened? The customers were stunned. We're still waiting in line. What's going on? Why is it suddenly closed? It seems that the son of the legendary rich man said something insulting about the national brand, and he didn't like it, so the mall closed these 2 stores. Holy crap. Is this true? Is he a rich man? Does he own this mall? Is the mall crazy? Why are you crazy? I think you did a great job. This rich second generation has such positive values. So cool. I think it's really cool. Awesome. It was detected that the prodigal son spent 1,830,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 Equity of Guohao Shopping Mall Management Company, Limited. Chapter 132. With these hundreds of billions of assets, what business can I start? After buying some clothes, the whole family was treated with the highest standard. No need to queue. Top service. Respectfully. After paying the money, Yuchen was overjoyed. Got another reward. Son, buy it. What else do you need? Buy more. After spending more than 1 million in this store, I switched to a management company. Of course, this property does not belong to the management company, but the management rights belong to him. This is a great place to make money. Oh no. This is a treasure land for brushing the system. You have to spend more money. Yes, son, what else do you want? Suyin sighed and said, from socks to underwear, I have everything. Besides, aren't you hungry? I'm really tired of buying. Women go shopping without feeling tired at all. The strange thing is that Yuchen doesn't seem to get tired. You're not buying it anymore? Li Qin was still not satisfied. Yuchen walked up to her and whispered, you bought too much in one store at once. If you pay it all in one lump sum, you can only get the reward once. Li Qin was stunned and a little disappointed. I was excited for a moment. What should I do now? Be careful next time. Yuchen shrugged. Walk around for a while longer? Suyin winked at Li Qingxue. Aren't you hungry? Andy, I'm a little hungry. Li Qingxue said with a red face. Li Qin immediately smiled and glanced at her watch. It's really late. Let's go eat. Suyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. 4 people walked out of the counter. At this time, Manager Qian just came back. Master Su, it's been done. Dolce & Gabbana and Versace are all closed, and they will move out of Guohao Plaza within 3 days. Manager Qian, if Guohao Plaza belonged to me, I would definitely give you a promotion and a raise. Suyin said with a smile. It has always been our Guohao's purpose to serve distinguished guests like you. Manager Qian smiled. Suyin. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone couldn't help but look back. Then I saw 2 girls looking at everyone expectantly. Especially Wang Ran. His eyes fell on Suyin, as if he could pull out threads. Let's go and have dinner. Suyin acted as if he didn't see it. Turn around and leave. Xiaoluo, is this your classmate? Li Qin was stunned for a moment. Her son's reaction seemed a little wrong. Auntie. Li Qingxue lowered her voice and briefly told her about Suyin and Wang Ran in her ear. Hearing this, Li Qin frowned and turned away, watching the family leave. Wang Ran suddenly felt aggrieved. Shan, has he really given up on me? She looked like she was about to cry, and coupled with her pretty face, she looked quite pitiful. No. Shan patted Wang Ran on the shoulder. You saw it. His mother and Li Qingxue are very close, probably because Li Qingxue is beside them. His current reaction just proves that he definitely still has feelings for you. Hearing Shan's comfort, Wang Ran immediately regained his spirits. Shan narrowed her eyes. It seems that Wang Ran is no longer able to do it. There is almost no hope. We were too ruthless in the past. It's a pity that I'm not good looking, otherwise I would have gotten it. With my own brain, 100 Wang Rans are not enough for me to play with. However, this is also good, so that I can concentrate on playing. The human heart is really the most interesting thing. Let's go. Wang Ran regrouped. Shan was quite surprised. It seemed that Wang Ran was willing to give up everything for money. Greedy. He clearly did something wrong, but he was unwilling to admit it. Instead, she expects others to forgive her and continue to give her money to spend. There's no such good thing in the world. Where are you going? Of course I'll follow them. Yin is so mysterious that he's willing to pretend to be a poor man just to get close to me. Wang Ran's eyes were obsessed. Yes, that must be the case. He is testing me. I will definitely prove to him that I am sincere. Shan smiled and said, I believe you can do it. It turns out this is what a possessed person looks like. Son, this Sen Waixuan is ours. Come and eat more often when you have time. It would be even better if you can promote it. Yuchen said casually. Dad, how much property are you hiding from me? Yin sighed. He's almost used to it. How many are there? Let me think. Yuchen pretended to think. It's true. Of course, there are so many industries that sometimes I don't know them all myself. Don't worry, they will all be yours in the future. It just so happens that you have come to Shanghai, so the industries in Shanghai will be handed over to you in the future. Yuchen said earnestly, you have to work hard. No, Dad, I want to start a business. These industries can run on their own. You don't have to worry about it. Yuchen comforted, you can just transfer the funds at will. You keep all the profits. How can you start a business without confidence? Of course you have to start a business. But you have to be rich to lose money, right? Okay, I get it. How many properties? Although sometimes I don't quite understand my parents' behavior. But they really hurt themselves. Yuchen thought about it and did some calculations. Not much, just a few 100 billion. I haven't calculated the exact amount. I will transfer the company to you in these 2 days. Remember to be bold and unrestrained in starting a business. If things really don't work out, you can mortgage a few companies to cash out and start a business. Yuchen was full of enthusiasm. These are the entrepreneurial support your dad gives you. Hundreds of billions. Li Qingshui was stunned. Entrepreneurship support? No need. Yin was also confused. With these tens of billions of assets, why would I start a business? It will be useful in the future. Son, it's good to start a business. Starting a business gives you a sense of accomplishment. Yuchen was afraid that Yin would have no pursuit, so he created a spiritual pursuit for him. Then, she patted his shoulder meaningfully and blinked. Son, your mother and I will go talk to the manager. You and Xiaoxue can order something to eat first. Li Qin also said enthusiastically. Yes, yes, you two young people can eat first. You don't have to wait for us. After saying that, the two of them left decisively. Only Yin and Li Qingshui were left. Li Qingshui stood there awkwardly. Classmate Su. Thank you for accompanying my mother shopping today. She was very happy. Yin said with a smile. This is what I should do. Li Qingshui lowered her head and blushed. Should be done? Why is that what you should do? Yin said with a smile. I was bought by you. Li Qingshui's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Yin couldn't help laughing and hooked a hand on her shoulder. He immediately felt Li Qingshui's whole body tense up. Come home with me tonight? Li Qingshui bit her lip and said, I have to go home at night. Otherwise, my mother will be worried. I'll take you back when it's over. Li Qingshui moved her lips. I was extremely confused for a moment. Don't forget our agreement. Yin pinched her face gently. It is pink and tender and very chewy. Yes. Li Qingshui nodded. His face turned red all the way to his ears. Part of me wanted to refuse. In her heart, she still longs for a love relationship. It doesn't have to be grand, but at least it's sweet. But then he thought, if it weren't for Yin, he might have sold it long ago. Don't want to? Yin asked. No. Li Qingshui shook her head quickly. Okay, I'll do a live broadcast first. You help me hold the phone. Chapter 133. If you don't lower the price, I will quit the show today. You still want to broadcast live? Li Qingshui was a little surprised. He was given tens of billions of assets as startup capital. As a result, we still need to do live broadcast? Yin shrugged. It's just part of the market research. It will take a while for them to come back. Please help me. Wearing a mask, Yin started the live broadcast. As soon as he started the live broadcast, many fans flocked to him. Li Qingshui couldn't help but be shocked. 100,000 people are online? Her voice was transmitted into the live broadcast room without any suspense. Damn it. The rich guy brought a female assistant with him. Oh my god. Brother Deheo is living the life I want to live. I'm jealous. The rich guy is not only richer than me, but he also has a girlfriend. Of course it is. Isn't it normal for a rich guy to have a girlfriend? And she may not be his girlfriend. Oh, who? Brother DeHeo. It's on the front page. Brother DeHeo actually made it to the front page today. Brother DeHeo is still awesome. Anyone who goes against Brother DeHeo is gone. Yes, TikTok has already issued an announcement. The top 10 unions are completely disbanded. Damn it, I finally know. It turns out that the top 10 labor unions are simply black factories. What is a black factory? A whorehouse, don't you know? Hey, please give me the video and the link. Many of my favorite anchors are gone. Brother DeHeo, where are the traditional arts? Show us the traditional arts quickly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm almost out of money in my account. Seeing this scene, Suyin didn't waste any words and directly gave himself 100 carnivals. Oh, every time I live stream, it's so tiring. I strongly suggest that TikTok should have a one-click reward function. My phone is broken. Suyin sighed, seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to increase. Finally started my live broadcast today. Okay, today is an outdoor live broadcast. I'll take you to explore the store. Suyin held up the sign of Zenweixuan and said, I'll take you to taste the flavors of this Zenweixuan. He was wearing a mask, and Li Qingxue held the phone for him and pointed it at him. It's not meal time yet, although the queue mode hasn't started yet. Hello, how many people are you? The waiter came over immediately with a fake smile on his face. 2. Suyin nodded. His own restaurant will become his own property in the future. Naturally, you have to bring some goods to it. The waiter took the 2 to a relatively secluded seat. Brother DeHeo accepted the advertisement. How much does it cost to hire a rich guy to do live streaming and sell goods? Haha, that's true. Just the tips in the live broadcast room must be hundreds of thousands, right? Otherwise, the rich guy would have to pay for it. I guess it's more than 300,000. The anchor just spent 300,000 in tips. However, the waiter obviously didn't know Suyin. He put down the menu and left. After walking away, several waiters couldn't help but complain. Another store visitor. Who says it's not true? I don't know how many anchors come to visit the store every day. Short videos and live broadcasts are so popular now. Many people are doing live broadcasts. That's right, these are the internet beggars. Hey, I'll have to eat and drink for free later. They can't even give a discount, and they're still threatening with public opinion. It's so shameless. Beggars are glorified, even made famous. They had no idea that the boss was coming. I thought it was a store visitor. But the camera accidentally swept over the waiter, and the sharp-eyed viewers noticed it. Brother DeHeo, you seem to be looked down upon. I think it's not the local tyrants who are looked down upon, but many short video and live broadcast hosts who are looked down upon. Indeed, now many people are eating and drinking for free under the guise of live streaming and filming videos. My family runs a catering business, and we have anchors like this coming to our house every few days. It's just a normal hot pot buffet, but they spread rumors that there's unlimited fresh sushi and unlimited seafood. Now there are so many. Suyin saw that Li Qingxue had taken out a mobile phone tripod from her bag and set up the phone. I've heard of this restaurant, but this is my first time eating here. Are there any knowledgeable family members who can give some advice on what's good to eat? The live broadcast room immediately became lively and began the introduction. Their crispy pork is pretty good. The taste is just average, nothing fancy. The vinegar chicken and wontons here are really delicious. Hello, these are the side dishes from the restaurant. The waiter brought a small plate of fried peanuts, a plate of braised bean pods, and a plate of only 4 chicken feet. By the way, the chicken feet they gave me were delicious, a little sweet and very tasty. Yes, yes, yes. Unfortunately, chicken feet are quite expensive, 28 per plate, and there aren't many of them, so the cost performance is not high. So, it's still delicious if it's given to you. Haha. Suyin picked up the chopsticks and said, I'll let everyone try it and try to get the price down. The people in the live broadcast room laughed so hard that they peed themselves. Brother DeHeo, are you bringing goods? Indeed, you are a live streamer that combines action, showing off wealth, comedy, and plot. Are you selling products now? I think he's the industry's dark anchor. Whoever messes with him will be in trouble. Brother Feixiang is said to be dead. The top 10 trade unions suppressed him, and now he is in trouble. Damn, that's really scary when you think about it. Brother DeHeo, did you do something behind my back? By the way, how was that girl last night? It seems that this case is not yet closed. Suyin took a bite of the peanuts, and they were indeed crispy and fragrant. The braised bean pods are very flavorful. What surprised Suyin the most was the chicken feet, which seemed to be cooked in a special marinade. It's slightly sweet and sour, with just the right amount of saltiness. The chicken feet are processed very cleanly, and are chewy, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. However, the quantity is really small. There was only 1 chicken foot, chopped into 4 pieces. Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. It tastes really good, but it's a pity that there is too little of it. Suyin shook his head. What do you want from me? Brother DeHeo, isn't this your first time eating at a restaurant like this? That shouldn't be the case. Those 3-star Michelin ones aren't that many, right? However, Suyin said, we must lower the price. The quantity given is too small. Just watch. Brother DeHeo is awesome. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, the waiter is going to roll his eyes. If the rich man can get the price down, I will definitely patronize you. I'm just asking, how much did you get this time, Brother DeHeo? Do you have 30 or 50,000? Is it enough for 10 carnivals? Suyin smiled and said, okay, it's a deal then. If I don't lower the price today and give everyone some benefits, I will quit the show. Just then, a waiter passed by and Suyin waved his hand quickly. Hello, do you have any more chicken feet? The waiter glanced at the phone that Li Qingshui picked up and smiled. Hello, sir. This is a free gift. If the taste is to your liking, you can order more. Chapter 134. My father is Zhang Er. Haha, I knew it. Brother DeHeo was too impulsive this time. After all, it's a gift from someone else, so it's normal for the quantity to be a little less. Brother DeHeo won't really quit broadcasting, right? There are a lot fewer anchors on TikTok recently. If Tahog quits broadcasting again, there will be nothing to watch. Yeah, Brother DeHeo is the source of my happiness lately. It doesn't matter, as long as there are 1,000 carnivals, I can forgive Brother DeHeo for anything he does. I don't need 1,000, 100 will do. Yes, yes, yes. There's nothing that 100 carnivals can't solve. If there is, then 1,000. The waiter was a little impatient, but when he saw the live broadcast phone was pointed at him, he had to keep smiling. Sir, if you think it's delicious, you can order another one. Suyin shook his head. This portion is too small. I want more. Sorry, sir. This is limited. It's the same for every customer. The waiter's smile was almost stiff. I kept complaining in my mind. Just order if you like it. What's the point of having something free? The anchor is the anchor. He always stirs up trouble. Now you want free side dishes, and later they will be free. Suyin sighed. This chicken feet tastes very good, but I think the portion could be a little bigger. The waiter frowned. Suyin was ready to put on a show, so he approached him and said, Give me some face. Brother, don't embarrass me in the live broadcast room. Sorry, sir. This is the store's rule. There are millions of people watching my live broadcast, which is a promotion for the restaurant. The waiter's face became even uglier. Before ordering the food, he started asking for benefits. Later, I will have to dine and dine again. Excuse me, sir. If you want to order, I can help you. Suyin was acting, and all the audience in the live broadcast room were watching. Seeing this scene, I immediately felt happy. Haha, this is the first time I see a rich guy get humiliated. I used to be a rich guy who was always successful and envied by everyone, but I didn't expect to be defeated here. It turns out that the rich guy is just like us. Interesting. It's really fun. Seeing the waiter still refused, this is the effect of the show. Do you know who I am? Suyin asked. The waiter was getting more and more upset, but he still kept a stiff smile. Sir, it doesn't matter who it is. I know you are a live streamer and have a certain number of fans, but I'm sorry. This is the rule of the store. Really? I have so many fans. No. Even if you have 10,000 or 20,000 fans, it won't work. The live broadcast room laughed. The anchor is despised. Ha ha ha, show him. Show him. Scare him to death and blind his dog eyes. You're being slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome. Everyone, get out of the way. The rich guy is trying to show off. Millions of fans? Are you kidding me? That is. However, things did not develop as they imagined. Suyin just said, Do you know who my father is? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast room burst into laughter. Brother DeHeo, are you trying to compete with your father here? I am dying of laughter. The rich guy brought out his dad just for some chicken feet. What kind of person is his boss? Waiter, I'm so scared. Ha 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 ha. Brother DeHeo, you are really so funny. It always makes people so happy. Brother DeHeo is so cool. The waiter almost laughed at this. Sir, it doesn't matter who your father is. This is the rule of the store. Who would rely on their dad to eat out? Although Zenweixuan is an internet celebrity restaurant, the price is actually the normal market price. It's not like you can't afford it. What happened? The restaurant manager came over and asked. Manager, this gentleman would like an extra complimentary serving of chicken feet, the waiter said immediately. The manager glanced at Suyin, and there was a pretty girl behind him taking pictures with her phone. I already knew Suyin's identity. Internet celebrity anchor, here again? It was at this time precisely, in order to leave a good impression in front of the boss. He quickly stepped forward and said, Sir, this is the store's rule. I'm really sorry. If it were usual, I would just give it as a gift. However, today is the first time the boss comes. If you want to leave a good impression on your boss, you have to save costs for him. Dad, he won't give me an extra serving of chicken feet. Su-yin, wearing a mask, looked behind the waiter and at Yichin, who was next to the manager. Holy crap. Mask guy's billionaire dad is going to show up. What do you mean by rich brother's dad? That's my dad. Godfather. Godfather. You're here. Meet Godfather. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Godfather, when will you give me pocket money? My father is Zhang Er. Li Qingxue was about to turn the camera around when Su-yin stopped her. The manager was stunned for a moment and looked at the boss and the boss's wife beside him. Yichin couldn't help laughing. Give it to him. Yes. The manager nodded quickly. Why don't you give the young master a few more chicken feet? The waiter was also shocked and thought he was pretending to be stupid. It turns out to be really awesome. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it was you. The waiter apologized quickly. Su-yin shook his head. It's okay. You're great. Today's live broadcast is all thanks to you. You might even become an internet celebrity in the future. Yichin and Li Qin came over, and Yichin said to the manager, from now on, all matters of the restaurant will be handed over to my son. If you have any problems, just go to him. Yes. The manager was a little surprised. I gave the whole restaurant to my son. This is definitely my biological son. Then I have a few requests. Su-yin said, increase the amount of free chicken feet in the future. The manager nodded. Okay, boss. Also, from now on, all fans who come to my live studio will get a 30% discount. The manager hesitated for a moment and said, boss, this might result in a loss. In addition to the labor cost, the rent here is also quite high. Why? Loss of money. Making a loss should be considered a failure, right? This is also a new track. How nice it is to make a loss. Listen to him. My son's fans are my family. 30 off is nothing. I think 40 is good enough. The manager was speechless. What the hell? Do this father and son understand? Can you do catering? Especially in central areas like this, rent and labor are expensive. But he is the boss after all. Notify all other stores that anyone who is my fan will get a 40% discount. Su-yin said to the live broadcast room. Everyone has seen it. I have lowered the price. Come to Zhenweixuan from now on. It's 40 off. I do what I say. Am I awesome? Stop playing. Didn't you say you were hungry? Eat first. Even if you don't eat, Xiao Xue is still hungry. Li Qin naturally sat next to Li Qingxue. Chapter 135, being a traitor and feeling superior. Not far away from Zhenweixuan. Mr. Qian, you must explain this matter clearly. We have so many sales every year, you can't just not have an explanation, right? Manager Qian sighed and looked at the two bosses beside him. Boss, this is the company's decision and the requirement of the Supreme Black Card members. What's so awesome about the Supreme Black Card? Don't you malls have any responsibility? Yes. That's not what our contract said. I want to see which member is so awesome. The two men were aggressive. They're the owners of Versace and Dolce & Gabbana respectively. Guohao Plaza is China Overseas' top shopping mall, and their cooperation model is the least stressful for them. However, as a top luxury shopping mall, the profits and sales volume are not low. As a result, the store closed as soon as it was closed. How can they accept this? How much is lost every year? Two bosses, they are the most distinguished guests of our mall. Just as Manager Qian was about to stop them, he was pushed away by the security guards they brought with them. Security! Security! Manager Qian immediately called someone through the intercom. However, it took some time for the security guards to arrive. The two bosses had already walked quickly into Zhenweixuan. You are the ones who asked them all to close our store? The two bosses walked straight to Su Yin and others with an aggressive look on their faces. His face was gloomy. You are. The live broadcast room is still immersed in the previous plot. Damn it. Anchor, you were cheating. Damn it. I got fooled by the rich guy. I felt quite excited and had a lot of fun just now, but now I feel sour inside. I thought that the rich guy was going to be looked down upon, but it turns out that the whole store belongs to the rich guy. What do you mean by rich brothers? It belongs to rich brother now. What the hell? With hundreds of millions of pocket money, now even a chain internet famous restaurant like Zhenweixuan is given to the rich guy. If you don't understand, just ask, what is the market value of Zhenweixuan? It's not cheap, at least several hundred million. In Shanghai and Nanjing province, but compared with the hundreds of millions of cash of the rich brother, it's still a little short. Nima, does that mean that the rich guy is worth at least 1 billion? That's the theory, but have you ever thought about how much assets someone with hundreds of millions in cash actually has? Don't think about it. The more you think about it, the more desperate you will feel. This is a height we will never be able to reach in our lifetime. Every year, there are no more than 3 people who can start from scratch and reach this level. Sure enough, the rich guy is the real god. Another day of being shown off by the rich guy. Brother to Heo, who is Xiao Xue? Hey, I've already imagined the plot of a whole book. I was smiling like an ant the whole time. The domineering president fell in love with me. What happened? Someone actually dared to mess with the rich guy. New plot is online. One wave after another, the rich guy is awesome. Su Yin was about to turn off the live broadcast, but was suddenly surrounded by several people. Who are you? Su Yin pulled Li Qin over and asked her and Li Qingxue to stand behind. Yi Qin doesn't have to worry. After all, he is a master who has been immersed in Tai Chi for decades. I'm the boss of Dolce & Gabbana. I'm the boss of Versace. Su Yin frowned. I don't know you guys, right? The other party also brought several bodyguards, who looked ferocious and vicious. You don't know us? Humph. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana snorted coldly. You ruined my job just because you don't fucking know us. Don't think you're great just because you're rich. You nouveau riche. Do you think you're so great just because you have a few bucks? The two were obviously furious. If you have the guts, go and yell at the brand executives who are insulting our country. Su Yin sneered. You're submissive to the foreigners, but you hit your own people hard. You don't dare to provoke the foreigners, but you dare to provoke me? The two bosses' faces changed, as if their thoughts were exposed. His expression turned ferocious. Little bastard, you're looking for death. The live broadcast room was also boiling at this time. The two bosses looked at Su Yin with gloomy eyes. Young man, don't be so arrogant. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana looked at him with gritted teeth. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. As long as we continue to open the business, we can all make money and pretend that this incident never happened. You're a traitor and you feel superior? Su Yin raised his eyebrows. He was not afraid at all and even felt eager to try. Damn it. Someone actually dared to challenge the rich guy. I've seen their end. Oh, boring. It's time for the rich guy to show off again. That's it. See cause and effect. My girlfriend told me that a tycoon was spending nearly 50 million at Goa this afternoon. Then I passed by Dolce & Gabbana and said it was a brand that insulted the country and I would not buy it. Dolce & Gabbana and Versace are both closed. Is it the rich guy? Fuck. The rich guy spent more than 50 million in one afternoon? This rich guy is handsome, rich, and has a positive outlook. I really want to have a little monkey like him. He won't have to take responsibility for me in the future. What the hell do you want upstairs? So these two bosses came to us? Don't they consider their own weight? Such brands should be boycotted. Brother DeHeo, well done. I have become a fan. From hater to fan. At first I came for DeHeo's money, and I stayed because of his wealth. In the end, I became his fan because of his values. Without Brother DeHeo, many people would have forgotten. Indeed, a lot of people have started queuing up again recently. These people are just cheap. That's right, being a traitor and still feeling superior. The boss of Versace smiled and said, Young man, my friend was a little aggressive in his words. More friends mean more opportunities. Don't be so harsh in your words. This is our way of making money. We can't let it be cut off just because of your words. If you don't mention it, everyone will have forgotten it. Who can go against money, right? Su Yin sneered and said, So, your wife cheated on you, and you can forget it? Fuck you. The boss of Versace was furious. Damn it, I saw that you looked gentle and polite, and I wanted to reason with you. Since you don't want the face I gave you, don't blame me for being rude. It's time to fuck him up. The Dolce & Gabbana boss was furious. Come on, fucking kill him. Don't move. I'm recording a video. Also, I've called the police. Li Qingxue suddenly shouted. This sound made everyone stop involuntarily. We are now in a society ruled by law. Li Qingxue plucked up her courage and stood beside Su Yin. Su Yin couldn't help but sigh. He was eager to try out the power of Tai Chi. Besides, even if I can't win, my father is still here. Little girl, you ruined my good thing. Chapter 136. This is all my territory. Damn, that voice is so nice. Yes, you are so brave, young lady. I was going to say you're not worthy of this rich guy, but I was wrong. I hope you're pretty, so I won't be jealous of you being with the rich guy. Haha, money is courage. Li Qingxue gritted her teeth and stood beside Su Yin. She looked so weak, but now she seems very strong. As soon as she opened her mouth, she immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone stared at her fiercely. Little girl, I'll remember what you look like. There are some people you can't offend casually. Su Yin took a deep breath. What's wrong with offending you? Will I be struck by lightning if I offend you? You should be the one who should be careful about being struck by lightning, right? Fuck. You little bastard, clean up your fucking mouth. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana is so angry. This kid hits the nail on the head the moment he opens his mouth. I brush my teeth every day, so they're very clean. Su Yin said with a smile. On the contrary, some people are traitors, so they are prone to having their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotten. You. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana held his breath. Let's go. It seems that there will be no benefit today, and the other party is ready to call the police at any time. Also take video. The boss of Versace knew that the situation was hopeless and could only retreat temporarily. Want to leave? You walked in so arrogantly, showed off to us, and now you're leaving so arrogantly? Do you really think I'm a clay Buddha? Su Yin sneered. However, the other two snorted coldly. Isn't it easy for them to leave? However, when they turned around, they found that they were surrounded by people. Some were dressed in Zhenweixuan waiter uniforms, holding trays and mops. There are also chefs, holding knives and spatulas. A dozen people stared at them coldly. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with Zhenweixuan's brain? The boss of Dolce & Gabbana sneered. It's nothing. If you bully my son, he can handle it himself. But if you bully her girlfriend, I, as an elder, have to stand up. Su Yin. Yichen took a step forward and said, why didn't you ask before coming in? Don't you know whose territory this is? Whose territory? The boss of Versace felt that something was wrong with this matter. I've already asked this. Isn't it simple? This is my territory. Yichen sneered. Teach them a lesson for me. Okay, boss. The waiters at Zhenweixuan were eager to make a move. Hit them. Damn it. Don't use a knife. Yichen exclaimed. That's for cutting vegetables. Don't get it dirty. The chef smiled awkwardly and quickly put away the kitchen knife. Beat him up. The two bosses were furious. The bodyguards they brought with them were not ordinary people either. They were all tall and strong, so they were not in any serious trouble after getting hit a few times. With a wave of his sturdy arm, the three waiters were knocked over. Just as I was about to rush up and hit someone, I suddenly felt a huge force pressing down on me. When they looked up, they saw three strong men appear in front of them at some point. In front of the waiters, they are very arrogant, but in front of the security guards of Jiuxing Mansion, they are like quails. It was suppressed in no time. Hey, I still want to try my skills. Su Yin sighed, feeling a little disappointed when he saw the security guards of Jiuxing Mansion taking control of the situation in an instant. Yi Chun waved his hand. Boxing must be practiced, but it is not necessary to use it. Sometimes, money can solve problems better than force. The ancients have long told us that a son of a wealthy family should not sit in the hall. But that doesn't mean you don't need to use force. Su Yin nodded. I understand. With the addition of Jiuxing Mansion's bodyguards, the bosses of Versace and Dolce & Gabbana could not escape either. He was quickly pinned down. Everyone, I'm sorry to have delayed your meal. This meal is free, Su Yin said to the customers. Can I add more dishes for free? A customer couldn't help but ask. Of course. Can you make me bankrupt with just one meal? Su Yin didn't care. Mr. Qian, Mr. Gu, save me. Save me quickly. Just then, Versace's boss saw manager Qian and supervisor Gu rushing over. They were followed by a group of security guards. He immediately shouted for help. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana also saw it and immediately shouted, Boss Qian they. However, just when he seemed to see hope, he saw manager Qian and supervisor Gu hurriedly running to Yi Chun and Su Yin. Mr. Yi, Mr. Su, are you okay? Manager Qian stood in front of the two of them nervously. Manager Gu glanced at Yi Chun, his expression becoming more respectful. Boss Yi, are you Boss Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at him. This guy recognized me. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Mr. Gu, please save us. The boss of Dolce & Gabbana showed no sign of expression at all. Manager Gu was immediately in awe. Boss Yi, I didn't expect it to be you. If I had known, I would have come to see you earlier. Boss Gu, do you know Boss Yi? Manager Qian asked curiously. Of course I know him. Manager Gu said with emotion. Didn't I inform you before? Our Guahao Plaza has changed owners. Could it be that Mr. Yi bought it? Besides Mr. Yi, who else has such courage? Mr. Gu was full of admiration. Manager Qian was completely stunned. He was speechless. This is just crazy. Just after spending an afternoon here, he spent tens of billions or even hundreds of billions to buy Guahao Plaza? Dad, what do you think? Su Yin looked at the old man in shock. If you had bought them all earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much money. Yi Chun, if you don't spend money and you don't squander money, how can I buy Guahao Plaza? How the hell would I know? Why would the system buy Guahao Plaza for me? However, he thought about it and immediately thought of it. I saw you let Dolce & Gabbana and Versace close down. I knew there would be trouble. I just solved it in advance. Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. These tycoons and wealthy people are indeed not simple. His ideological pattern and level of thinking are far beyond what I can compare to. You still need to practice. If there really is a feud among wealthy families, I am still far from it. As expected of Mr. Yi. Boss Yi is so awesome. Manager Qian, Supervisor Gu, and everyone else from Zhenweixuan all praised him. Yi Chen's heart was filled with excitement. So this is what it means to show off. This is so cool. Even the bosses of Versace and Dolce & Gabbana were confused. What kind of family is this? Just one word from his son caused 2 luxury stores to close. In order to finish off things for my son, I bought the entire shopping mall. What kind of chaebol is this? What kind of financial resources is this? They can't get any advantage today. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Sorry, we were wrong. Chapter 137, 500,000 walking. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? In order to save my son's ass, I solved the problem directly from the root. I suddenly understand what a real chaebol is. This is really awesome. I want a father like this too. Brother Taheo, does your father still need a son? Is it too late for me to reincarnate now? Now that I'm reincarnated, it's almost like calling the rich guy dad. Ha ha ha. It would be nice to be reborn as a rich man's son. It feels like I made a special meal of dumplings just for this dish of vinegar. Even Guahao Plaza is owned by them. Brother Taheo, you have refreshed my cognition again. It's reached a new level of luxury. If you don't understand, just ask, how much is Guahao Plaza worth? Not many. Really not many. Only about 100 small targets. Damn, this is not much. There was chaos in the live broadcast room, in a corner of Zinweixuan. Wang Ran and He Shan, who had their backs to Su Yan and the others, could now fit an egg in their mouths. Su Yan's family is much richer than I imagined. He Shan lowered her voice. Wang Ran nodded. Guahao Plaza was bought just like that. What does that mean? I heard my classmate, who is a bit naive but also a green tea and white lotus, ask this question. He Shan thought for a moment and said, it means his family has at least several billion in cash flow. Wang Ran's eyes sparkled. Billions of cash flow? More than that. I mean, even if it's paid in installments, it means at least tens or even hundreds of billions in cash. For such a small matter, spending so much money means they don't care. He Shan analyzed the situation easily. Wang Ran exclaimed, is this true? Of course it's true. Then won't it mean I'm really going to become a chaebel's wife? Wang Ran has already started thinking about her future life. He Shan looked at her and shook her head slightly. Didn't you think she was so stupid before? She is not suitable for Su Yan, but Li Qingxue is good. Let's see if we can get in touch with her. He Shan's eyes flickered. Looking at Li Qingxue beside Su Yan, she was well-behaved and resolute, standing beside Su Yan. Tell me what's wrong. Su Yan squatted down and patted the Dolce Gabbana boss's face. I shouldn't have provoked you. I was wrong, Mr. Xiaoya. Bang. Su Yan slapped him hard on the face. No, you said. Su Yan looked at the boss of Versace again. The Versace boss didn't dare to move. After a brief thought, he said hesitantly, because we are traders. You know you're a trader, but you still do this business? You're a fucking slut. Bang. Su Yan also slapped him hard. Boss Xiaoyi, I'm sorry, I just want to make money. The Versace boss said quickly. After the incident, no one was willing to be the agent, so I took the opportunity to buy it at a low price. They have already figured out the mentality of the Chinese people. They will soon forget and come after us again. I can be an agent at a low price and make a high profit. Su Yan was a little annoyed when he heard this. You are breaking the law unknowingly, right? Damn it. Bang. Bang. I know I'm wrong. Why do you still hit me? The boss of Versace was completely confused. Call the police and have them come over. Just say we caught 2 walking half-millionaires. Li Qingxue quickly picked up the phone and started calling. A walking half-million? What is a walking half-million? The half-million walking here refers to the undercover spies lurking in the country. Damn, the rich guy is really good at it. He caught a spy in the live broadcast room. Oh. That's just a little too awesome. These 2 don't count, do they? What do you mean by not? This kind of traitor is worse than a spy. That's right. Traitors should die. Support the rich brother. Brother Taheo is so cool. As expected of a rich guy, he has a very positive outlook on life. I think it's still too much. After all, he was just a little arrogant. I think so too. They are just selling goods. They are not the ones who are insulting the country. The live broadcast room was filled with voices of support. Only 2 bosses were left begging for mercy loudly. Boss Xiaoyi, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, we didn't know. Yes, Mr. Xiaoya, we didn't mean to do that. We didn't expect. Su Yan became even angrier. Didn't expect that? If my family didn't have some background, or if it was someone else, this wouldn't be the outcome, right? The 2 of them fell silent. Some fans in the live broadcast room who felt that Su Yan was going too far also fell into deep thought. Indeed, if you were threatened like this today, getting beaten up would be nothing. Some people just don't put themselves in other people's shoes. If they or their family members were treated like this, they wouldn't have anywhere to cry. If the rich man didn't have billions of dollars, he would have suffered a setback today. Some people treat others with the standards of a saint and themselves with the standards of a bitch. Support the rich brother. Long live Brother Taheo. After a while, the police arrived and took the 2 men away. As for the outcome, that is a matter for the judicial department. No matter how rich Su Yan is, he cannot break the law. He is very clear about this. My son is a little soft-hearted. Why don't you remind him? Li Qin lowered her voice and said, these two people look like experienced people. What if they turn around? She was worried that these two people would cause trouble again when they came out. She has experienced a lot over the years and knows that some people will never recognize their own mistakes. Even if they are of low status and weak, they will bite back when they find an opportunity. Yi Chen nodded. These two people only bully the weak and fear the strong. They won't cause any big trouble. It's just right. I'm using this incident to remind my son that without going through wind and rain, how can he grow into a tree that covers the sky? Hearing this, Li Qin pinched Yi Chen fiercely. It's better if nothing happens to my son. If something happens, I will never forgive you. Yi Chen begged for mercy quickly. Wife, don't worry. My son is not stupid, and he has learned Tai Chi from me, so he is very good. By the way, how come I have never heard of your family's Tai Chi? Li Qin looked at Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen laughed dryly and said, this is inherited from our ancestors. It is passed down to males, but not females, and to sons, but not daughters-in-law. I haven't seen the eldest brother and the others practice before. Li Qin said suspiciously. It seems that they have been drained by alcohol and sex. That's because they don't have the talent, so they only passed it on to me. Yi Chen's ability to make up lies has become more and more advanced recently, and he can tell lies at will. You practiced, but it seems useless. Li Qin sneered. Yi Chen was suddenly embarrassed, secretly swearing in his heart. Little bitch, tonight I'll let you see what it means to cry out to the heavens and the earth and get no response. Humph. I must go to my son's new house, right after dinner. Bring some more energy drinks for later. Chapter 138 Studying All Night with Li Qingxue. Prepare some energy drinks for me to take away. After finishing the meal, Yi Chen whispered to the manager of Zenweixuan. Okay, Mr. Yi, I still have a bottle of rare Mirinda officinalis wine, the original flavor, made by my father. Would you like to try it? The manager whispered. Soak Mirinda officinalis in wine? What's it used for? Yi Chen had never heard of this kind of wine. It's a secret recipe passed down from my family. It uses Mirinda officinalis, Cuscuta australis, Chinese wolfberry, and other Chinese herbs to make a brew. It has the effects of strengthening tendons and bones, warming the yang and tonifying the kidneys. All the herbs used are dug by my father from the mountains, and the effect is very good. The manager blinked and said, Mr. Yi definitely doesn't need it, but Mr. Yi is a very charming man, and there must be many beautiful women around him, so it's better to make plans early. Ha, great. If it really works and I can hold my grandson in advance, I will give you a promotion and a raise. Yi Chen was very pleased. You are worthy of being a manager. You understand my heart very well. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The manager smiled happily and immediately brought out a jar of wine from his office. Let's go. Eating and taking. Don't you have any at home? Li Qin saw the manager following behind Yi Chen, holding a box with functional drinks in it. This is what the manager gave to my son. It is said to be able to warm the yang and nourish the kidneys. Yi Chen blinked. I don't mind. My son will surely be surrounded by beautiful women in the future. I'm afraid he will be weak. I think it's you who wants it. It's you who needs it. Li Qin stared at him. What do you mean I need it? Do I need it? Yi Chen's face turned red and he lowered his voice. I am doing this for your happiness. Bah, you old bastard. Yi Chen smiled and ran to Su Yan. Son, come on, take me to your new house. Why are you going? Let's go home and let Xiao Luo send Xiao Shui off. Li Qin grabbed him. Let's go and take a look first. Yi Chen's face suddenly fell. You still don't understand. Xiao Shui is obviously interested in our son, but I think our son seems to be lukewarm towards Xiao Shui. Why don't you create opportunities for them? Li Qin lowered her voice. Let's go take a look first, and then show Xiao Shui our sons. Don't disturb my son. Li Qin widened her eyes. But, we only have one car. Let's go to the new house first. Su Yan said with a smile. Dad wants to go and take a look, so let's go and take a look. My son is still the best. Go get in a car with a bodyguard. When they arrived at the underground garage, Li Qin gave direct instructions. Yi Chen looked at the Bentley and then at the Grand Cherokee. Should I go? After these words were spoken, Yi Chen had to get in a car with his bodyguard. Thompson first grade. Dad, why did you bring all these drinks up here? Su Yan was surprised that Yi Chen had someone bring the drinks up here specifically. It's okay. I'm just worried about the new house you haven't lived in before, and I'm afraid you won't have anything to drink. Yi Chen was very restless. This house is so big. Li Qin walked into Thompson 1. Walk around and take a look. Li Qingxue was a little shocked and a little nervous. It seemed as if he was afraid of dirtying any place. His face showed restraint and caution. Dad, you. As soon as Yi-chen entered the door, he started drinking. He poured tons of each drink into his mouth. Su-yen was stunned. It's okay, I'm just a little thirsty. Yi-chen smiled. Are you trying to kill yourself? Li-chen was shocked when she saw this. Didn't the doctor tell you to pay attention to your diet during your last checkup? I'm just thirsty. Yi-chen poured himself another glass of wine soaked in Mirinda officinalis. With a gurgling sound, he felt his whole body getting hot, as if a strong force was flowing through his body. Cool. The feeling of being reborn is really great. Okay, let's go. Yi-chen was eager to try. He had to let the little girl know how powerful he was. You haven't even seen it yet, and you're just drinking some water here and leaving? Li-chen looked at her husband strangely. Didn't you tell me not to disturb my son? I've already sent him home. Let's go. Yi-chen's heart was burning with anger. Li-chen thought about it and felt that it made sense. Xiao Luo, your dad is feeling a little uncomfortable in his stomach. I'll take him home first. Li-chen said immediately. You can take Xiao Shui home later. We'll leave the car behind. Su-yen nodded. No, you guys drive the car away. The Bentley is a bit eye-catching today. Take them with you. It's safer. Then how are you going to deliver it later? Should I ask someone to send a car over? Li-chen asked. No, there's another car here that I left here before. Okay. Yi-chen didn't care about anything else and pulled Li-chen away. What are you in such a hurry for? Li-chen didn't understand. Don't affect my son's college life. Yi-chen said with a smile. How come such a nice sentence sounds so unpleasant when it comes out of your mouth? This is brilliant. In the huge room, only Su-yen and Li Qingxue were left. Li Qingxue became even more uneasy. Sit. Su-yen looked through the drinks left by Yi-chen and found that they were all functional drinks. Dad, isn't that possible? What would you like to drink? Su-yen asked. No thanks. Li Qingxue shook her head. She knew what was coming next. It's inevitable to be a little flustered. Guess why they left immediately? Su-yen sat down next to Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue shook her head, lowered her head, and did not dare to look Su-yen in the eye. Because they don't want to disturb us. It was such an obvious thing. How could Su-yen not understand the little thoughts of his parents? Li Qingxue's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not understanding what Su-yen meant. But I understand the meaning of Pak. He wants to pick me up? Just pursuing me? Does it mean that he likes me a little bit? There was an inexplicable sweetness in my heart. I see you're very nervous. Would you like to have a drink? Su-yen poured 2 cups of wine soaked with Mirinda officinalis. I can't. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. I will teach you. By the way, I will also teach you how to work in the future. Su-yen held the glass and held Li Qingxue in his arms. For a long time. The sunlight penetrated the glass and fell on Su-yen's eyelids. He smelled a delicious aroma, and his stomach started growling. Li Qingxue was no longer around. As I walked out of the bedroom, I heard some clanging sounds coming from the kitchen. It turned out that Li Qingxue had already gotten up and was making breakfast. What a virtuous girl. At this moment, Su-yen felt a warm feeling in his heart. But it was only for a moment. You have traveled through time and space and been reborn. There is such a big forest. Why would you choose a crooked tree to hang yourself? Are you up? It's time to have breakfast. Li Qingxue heard the noise and saw Su-yen standing behind her looking at her. Her pretty face blushed. Good. After breakfast, Su-yen sent Li Qingxue back to school. I took 2 days off to accompany Yi-chen and Li-chen. Chapter 139 Godfather, is the sun too bright? Look, I'm going to shoot him down. Son, come. As soon as I returned to Jiuxing Mansion, I saw Yi-chen standing in the garden, practicing Tai Chi. Come over and try it out. I feel refreshed and have endless energy. Your waist isn't healed yet. Su-yen was a little hesitant to do it. The fist is feared by the young and strong. Yi-chen is still old. My waist is so strong. Yi-chen took a wrong step and was already in front of Su-yen. A hammer came towards Su-yen. Su-yen quickly stretched out his hand and immediately felt a powerful force different from yesterday surging towards him. Caught off guard, Su-yen's center of gravity shifted slightly. Yi-chen immediately took advantage of the opportunity and pressed his shoulder against Su-yen's chest. Exert force suddenly. Su-yen's chest seemed to be hit by a car, and he stepped back involuntarily. Isn't it awesome? Yi-chen was proud. Awesome. Su-yen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stopped holding back. A chess player meets a worthy opponent. A general meets a talented person. Bang, bang, bang. The father and son were fighting each other in the garden. Li-chen stood on the second-floor balcony, looking at the father and son. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that practicing Tai Chi is really useful. Bang. Just as she finished her thought, she saw her husband being pushed away by her son. The whole person was thrown away like a rag bag. He fell to the ground, bounced like a ball, and stood up. The sun moved incredibly quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of his husband and pushed him with his hand. The husband was pushed away again. Next, the husband was pushed around by his son like a ball. My son is still the best. Okay, no more fighting, no more fighting. Yuchen got up, speechless. He quickly adjusted his state and pretended to be calm and composed. Very good. You are quite strong. You can defeat me at 30 of my strength. You didn't use your full strength? Su Yin looked at him strangely. I could clearly feel that he was using all his strength to suck milk. Of course. I have been immersed in Tai Chi for decades. How can you compare with me if you just started learning it? But don't be discouraged. You are very talented, and you will catch up with me sooner or later. Just blow it. Su Yin also felt that his father was also very strong. But it is definitely not some fake thing like 30 power. But I'll give you this face. Who made you the daddy? You answered the phone first. Yuchen pretended and walked away with his hands behind his back. Su Yin picked up the phone, didn't see Yuchen, and rubbed his arm. The look of baring teeth. Hello, Mr. Su. This is the Shijiang District Police Station. My name is Shui Yuhang. We have already found the 4 suspects who died. They are members of Southeast Asian gangs. Hearing this news, Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Southeast Asian gangs? Yes, we don't know the specific information very well. This is all we have found so far. Director Shui, this time they are. I don't know. From what I know about the gangs, they are mainly involved in drugs, fraud, and human organ trafficking. The real mastermind has already fled. Shui Yuhang smiled and said, Mr. Su, of course I am just reminding you about this matter. As long as you are in the country, you don't have to worry. I understand. Thank you, Director Shui, for the reminder. I will be careful. Su Yin nodded. There is no doubt about domestic security. What are they doing in China this time? He still wanted to ask. We haven't found out yet. If there is any news and we can tell you, we will definitely tell you in advance. Thank you, Director Shui. Su Yin had never expected that Shui Yuhang would actually give him news. After hanging up the phone, Su Yin frowned slightly. Why would Southeast Asian gangs come to Shanghai and China to cause trouble? How dare they? Moreover, the target is that girl? You don't want that girl's organs, do you? However, these things have nothing to do with me. Someone in the police force must have thought of it. The next day. Son, we are almost going back. Li Qin was reluctant to leave. Come back when you have time. Yuchen also reminded. Don't worry, you can come back whenever you want. Li Qin was not in a hurry. Now Su Yin treats them very well. That's pretty good. Drive slowly on the road. Su Yin instructed the driver. During these 2 days, Su Yin took leave to accompany them, which made the couple very happy. By the way, son, go buy a helicopter and a yacht when you have time. If you don't have enough money later, Dad will call you. Before leaving, Yuchen did not forget to leave 2 tasks for Su Yin. Good. Su Yin nodded. Don't be wronged. Spend what you need. If you don't have enough, ask your dad to give you money. Third brother, where have you been these 2 days? Back in the dormitory, Zhou Kai asked. Oh, my parents are here and I'll stay with them for 2 days. Su Yin explained with a smile. Sanner, this is not very kind of you. Our parents are here, so why don't you let me serve them? Wang Wei immediately became dissatisfied. Su Yin was speechless and said, Why don't I see you serving me? Your foster father? How can it be the same? Wang Wei curled his lips. Zhou Kai smiled and said, Third brother, the second brother was just stimulated recently. There was a super rich man spending money at Guohao Plaza, and he was jealous. Yes, Sanner, have you heard? That family is richer than you. Wang Wei immediately became excited. I heard they bought out all the Rolexes. There are even rumors that they bought out the entire Guohao Plaza. How much does it cost to buy out the entire Guohao Plaza? How would I know? But that's what spread on the internet. Wang Wei's eyes revealed envy. I think you're jealous. Zhou Kai laughed. Is the rumor so outrageous? Su Yin was speechless. How is it outrageous? If you haven't seen it, you must think it's outrageous. But how can we understand the world of chaebol? Wang Wei obviously admired this rich man. Anyway, I'm just envious. Not outrageous? Here, take this and play with it. Su Yin distributed his third brother's box to them. What is this? Wang Wei looked through the bag curiously. Rolex. Zhou Kai exclaimed immediately. Well, I went to Rolex a couple of days ago, and he insisted that I match the goods, so I brought you a few pieces. This is the green submariner. Where can I get a matching green submariner? Zhou Kai's eyes widened. The green submariner is a popular model. I've only heard that buying a green submariner requires matching accessories, such as a log or something. However, this is the first time I see 3 green submariners included in the package. Godfather, although I respect you, this is a bit too expensive. Wang Wei immediately shook his head. We can't accept it. Yes, third brother, this is too expensive. Zhou Kai also shook his head. Take it. There's no use for me to keep it. I bought more than 100 watches. Even if I'm a centipede, I have enough to wear. Suyin said, take it and play with it. I can't wear it anyway. Thank you, Godfather. Wang Wei no longer refused, Godfather, please sit down. He brought a chair and said, Godfather, please take a seat. Do you want to lie down on the bed? Yes, Godfather. Would you like some wine? We still have the law fight we had last time. Zhou Kai was holding a glass of wine. They were very respectful and started playing around again. Su Yin specially asked Rolex to add 3 more green submariner watches. It's for these brothers. What did you take from the third brother again? Fu Jiejun walked in with his school bag on his back and saw the 2 men following him. One taps the legs and the other taps the back. Like a eunuch or a servant. How dare you talk like that, Fu Jiejun? Have you forgotten the kindness our adoptive father has shown us? Wang Wei scolded harshly. Fu Jiejun put his backpack on the desk and said, fuck you guys, have some shame. What is this? He saw the package on his desk. Fuck. Rolex, green submariner. I've wanted to buy this watch for a long time. It has to be worth at least $200,000. It's fucking money grabbing. Thank you, Godfather. Godfather, do you want to go to bed? Are those beasts next door too noisy? I'm going to tell them to shut up now. Godfather, is it because the lights outside are too bright? I'm going to blow up the school's power distribution room. Godfather, is the sun too bright? I'm going to shoot it down. Su Yin was speechless. It's only 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Why are you sleeping? Didn't we say we'll have dinner in the evening? Chapter 140. My money didn't come from the wind, did it? Oh, by the way, let's go have a feast. Zhou Kai suddenly became excited. Old four, why are you so enthusiastic? Wan Wei laughed. Don't explain, those who understand will understand. Godfather, it's too tiring to walk there. Why don't we carry you there? Yes. How could the filth of the earth stain my foster father's jade feet? Su Yin was speechless. I shouldn't be living in this world. I'm going to step on you and get out. Okay. No problem. Wang Wei just lay on the ground with his butt raised. Godfather, please have mercy. Roll. Su Yin kicked him lightly on the butt, and the 4 of them went downstairs together. Godfather, have you changed your car? Looking at the Kian parked downstairs, the 3 of them couldn't help but be shocked. That car crashed. Damn it, if it crashes, just buy a new car. But what about the old car? Fu Jiejun couldn't help but swear. We don't want that one anymore. Let's change it. Su Yin said directly. Awesome. All 3 of them couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Hongnong Tower. Xiao Qiong, are you ready? Wang Ran looked at Zhao Qiong expectantly. Everything is ready. Except for a few students who have something to do. Everyone else is back. Zhao Qiong dressed very beautifully today. She was wearing a low-cut dress, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Her face was painted with exquisite makeup and her hair was specially done. It has quite a certain style. Wang Ran was also wearing a princess dress with delicate makeup, revealing a pair of slender legs and white stockings. Only Shan Shan didn't dress up much. Shan Shan glanced at the 2 women who were competing with each other for beauty. I couldn't help but sigh. They probably won't be favored by Su Yin, but they are not completely useless. Li Qingxue should come, right? She is more hopeful. Shan Shan, do you think I look attractive like this? Wang Ran posed. Shan Shan nodded. Zhao Qiong curled her lips. Happy birthday, Xiao Qiong. Wow, Xiao Ran, you look so beautiful today too. If I didn't know, I would think it was your birthday. The students came one after another and presented the gifts they had prepared. Zhao Qiong and Wang Ran were absent-minded, looking outside the door from time to time. Oh my god. Su Yin and the others are here. Su Yin got a new car again. What on earth is Su Yin doing lately? Changing new cars from time to time. Yeah, there are already 3. Porsche Cayenne. Last time it was Taikung. Isn't he an orphan? I always saw him working. Maybe he worked in a garage recently? Could it be that he hooked up with a rich woman? Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors in school. Zhao Qiong and Wang Ran curled their lips. What did they know? Su Yin is now the heir to the chaebol. Of course, the fewer people know about it, the better it is for them. Because they have the upper hand. Su Yin, you're here? Zhao Qiong greeted him warmly with a smile on her face. Happy birthday. Su Yin handed the gift to her. Zhao Qiong looked straight at Su Yin, her eyes almost falling on him. Thank you, Su Yin. Can I open it and take a look? She blinked her eyes. Su Yin had already seen through her nature. It's up to you. Zhao Qiong immediately opened it with great anticipation. There was a small jewelry box inside. When I opened it, I saw a sparkling hairpin. Looking at the shining hairpin, Wang Ran's eyes almost popped out. Diamond hairpin. A diamond this big must cost at least tens of thousands, right? Even more than that. If I had known this, I would have hosted this birthday party myself. In order to save money to buy a bag, why did I? Zhao Qiong was also delighted. What a beautiful hairpin. Su Yin, can you help me put it on? Su Yin shrugged. Let the fourth one come. Zhou Kai quickly stepped forward. Zhao Qiong, this is my gift to you. Happy birthday. He plucked up the courage to present the gift he had bought with his own savings. Thank you. Zhao Qiong thanked him lightly. Su Yin, let's go in and sit down. Wang Ren watched Zhao Qiong surrounding Su Yin, but he couldn't get a word in, and he became extremely anxious for a moment. Shan, look at Zhao Qiong. She pouted angrily. It's my birthday, so of course I'm the star. Shan was a little disappointed that she didn't see Li Qingxue. If I had known earlier, I would have done it. Su Yin's birthday present must have been very expensive. Wang Ran stamped his feet. After sitting down, Wang Wei asked in a low voice, Boss, why does Zhao Qiong like the $5 hairpin given by Sanner, but disdains the bracelet that Lao Si bought with his frugal life? Fu Jiajun shrugged. This person is very smart, but she never dreamed that this was a plastic hairpin bought by the third brother. She thought it was a real gem. Sanner, you were so rich, how come? Su Yin curled his lips and smiled. My money didn't come from the wind. Besides, I don't have any good feelings towards her. Look, she has to come close to me to give me a plastic gift. If it's anything else. I understand. It turns out that what people like is not the gift, but your money. Wang Wei suddenly realized. But it's worth the $5. It looks a bit real, not plastic, right? It seemed to be talking about crystal or something, but I don't understand. Zhou Kai opened his mouth and wanted to defend her, but in the end he was a little disappointed and did not join in their conversation. Zhao Qiong was wearing the hairpin Su Yin gave her, feeling very happy. Look, this is the diamond hairpin Su Yin gave me. Does it look good? She shows off to almost everyone she meets. Is this a diamond? Why does it look weird? Zhao Qiong, you won't be deceived, right? How is this possible? This is a gift from Su Yin to me. A colored diamond. Looks good. You look really good today. What should we do next? Wang Ren asked her military advisor. Seeing Zhao Qiong showing off like this, she felt heartbroken and very uncomfortable. Get him drunk, and I'll create an opportunity for you. Shan blinked. Wang Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Qiong seemed to have the same idea. The two women came and went, toasting Su Yin one after another. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Su Yin's physical condition had improved and his alcohol tolerance had also increased. I could only run to the bathroom again and again. Fuck you. Can you walk? Do you know you hit someone? There was suddenly a noise outside the door. Noisy. The sound continued to come in. You broke my jeweled hairpin. A diamond fell out. Suddenly a familiar scream was heard. At the dinner table, many students' expressions changed. It seems to be Zhao Qiong's voice. No way? Where's Zhao Qiong? Everyone looked and saw that Zhao Qiong was indeed not in the box. Zhou Kai stood up with a bang. He stumbled and rushed out the door. Su Yin also hurried to follow. Fu Jiajun kicked the somewhat confused Wang Wei. What are you doing? Wang Wei's eyes were blurry. Is there another live teaching session to watch? Is it Zhao Qiong? Chapter 141. You wanted to leave after beating my brother. Did you ask me? This is the jewel hairpin my friend gave me. You broke it. You have to compensate me. You have to compensate me. Zhao Qiong pulled a plump woman covered in jewels and scolded loudly. Gem hairpin. The woman also seemed to be no pushover, glaring at Zhao Qiong fiercely. You mean gem? Is it a gem? What a joke. My friend is worth billions. How could he lie to you? Zhao Qiong refused to give in. You bumped into me and broke my jeweled hairpin and you want to leave? What a joke. Pay compensation. You must pay compensation. You young man, with your heavy makeup on, are you selling yourself? The very plump woman also spoke badly. You are the prostitute. Your whole family is a prostitute. You're looking for death. Bang. The plump woman's fat big hand slapped over, directly landing on Zhao Qiong's face. What are you doing? Fuck. Hit someone. That's unreasonable. At this time, the classmates arrived and saw Zhao Qiong being beaten. The young men were immediately furious. When Zhao Qiong saw a group of backers coming, he suddenly became confident. He rushed over and slapped the fat woman in the face. Bang. The fat woman's face suddenly changed. You hit me. The sound became sharp and unpleasant, and he started to throw a tantrum and roll around. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Brother. I was beaten. Someone beat me. Suddenly, two strong men walked out of a box on the side. The sturdy man was covered in fat and was even bigger than the woman. He wore a gold necklace as thick as a finger around his neck and had tattoos on his sturdy arms. You can tell at first glance that he is the kind of person who is not easy to mess with. What do you want? You want to fight? Fuck. Little bastard. What's the big deal about having more people? Are you trying to bully your brother here? Do you know where this is? As soon as the two men appeared, this shocked all the students. Zhao Qiong was also a little panicked, but still said with gritted teeth, it was her. She bumped into me first and caused a gem to be lost from the gem hairpin my classmate gave me. She also hit me first. A fierce-looking burly man stepped forward, covered in oil and smelling of alcohol. Jim? What Jim? Zhao Qiong couldn't help but take a step back, but still mustered up his courage. That's it. She held the hairpin Su Yin had given her in her hand, her face full of heartache. Is this a gem? Why does it look like glass to me? The sturdy man frowned and took a look. What glass? My classmate's family is worth billions. Would he give him glass as a gift? Zhao Qiong didn't believe it at all. Others may not be clear, but she was very clear about Su Yan's worth. Being able to monopolize the car market in Shanghai, such a person must have a huge fortune. Second brother, come and take a look. Another strong man also came over and gently touched the gem on the hairpin. Isn't this just stamped out of glass? You broke it, and you don't even want to pay for it. Zhao Qiong felt a little aggrieved. No, little girl, this is glass. I'm in this business. How could I make a mistake? The two sturdy men couldn't help but laugh. Either your friend deceived you, or your friend was deceived. You are liars. Zhao Qiong would never believe that this was made of glass. Su Yin stood in the crowd, watching the scene in front of him, and silently touched his chin. I really got cheated. My fucking boss told me it was crystal. Swindler. Just as he was daydreaming, there was a sudden loud bang. Fuck. How can you hit someone? Court death. Something happened to Zhou Kai. When Su Yin heard Zhou Kai's voice, he suddenly came to his senses and rushed over. I saw that half of Zhou Kai's face was slightly red and swollen, as if he had been slapped. Old 4. Zhou Kai was standing in front of Zhao Qiong at this time, and Su Yin was looking at the two strong men opposite him. Brother, hitting someone is never right, right? Damn it. He had to take the blame for this woman. The fat man said disdainfully, he extorted 10,000 from me for a broken glass, without even asking who I am. 10,000? I missed a lot of the plot. Su Yin, this is the jewel hairpin you gave me. Tell him how much it's worth. Scare them to death. Zhao Qiong saw Su Yin come forward and spoke quickly. The two sturdy men couldn't help but look at Su Yin. Little brother, are you trying to trick the girl with something? You're the one who tricked a little girl with glass. Zhao Qiong immediately defended Su Yin. How is that possible? You were completely blind. You don't know how rich he is. How much is this gem hairpin? Su Yin was slightly embarrassed. Tell me, how much? The sturdy man was full of sneers and disdain. With their many years of work experience, they can tell the quality of the glass just by touching it. $5. Listen, 50,000. Zhao Qiong said, then realized that he seemed to have heard it wrong. She looked at Su Yin in shock. $5? You are a billionaire, and you only gave me a $5 hairpin. Poochie. The three fat siblings couldn't help but burst out laughing. Here, $5 for you. The three siblings were in a good mood, and the sister directly threw a $5 bill to Zhao Qiong. I'll buy you a new one. The two strong men couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother, you are awesome. Giving glass to a girl as if it were a gem. This is really a great achievement with a small amount of money. If it works, it will be even more awesome. Both of them laughed out loud. When this laughter reached Zhao Qiong's ears, it was full of irony. Why? Why is the hairpin Su Yin gave me made of glass? She was a little confused. The three siblings felt refreshed, and all the frustration they had just felt was swept away. Turn around and leave. However, as soon as the sturdy man turned around, a strong hand held down his shoulder. Little brother, we have compensated you for the money. What else do you want? He said with a joking look on his face. Another one said fiercely, I hate scumbags the most. I don't care about your grudge with her, but the beating of my brother just now cannot be forgiven. You want to leave after beating my brother? Did you ask me? Zhou Kai carefully pulled Su Yin. Third brother, don't be impulsive. He didn't want Su Yin to get into trouble because of this. Just grit your teeth, and it will pass. It's not appropriate to hook up with your brothers. Fu Jiejun and Wang Wei compared the strength of both sides. He gritted his teeth and said, Old 3, if you speak, we support you. Yes. Sanner. Fu Jiejun and Wang Wei stood behind Su Yin. Yohu, even though you're a scumbag and look like a gigolo, you're actually a tough guy. I hope you can be just as tough later. The sturdy man walked over with a cold and fierce face. Second brother, don't be impulsive. We are not unreasonable. The eldest brother said, since you said we can't just let it go like this, then I'll be fair and let you slap me, but in the same way, you have to let me slap you back. Chapter 142. You fell down before I even used any strength. The sturdy man showed a sneer on his face. A slap contest? Su Yin smiled. What? Are you scared? The strong man smiled. He was a participant in a slapping contest before. Shanghai was #1 at that time. Even go overseas to compete with strong men from other countries. Won first place that season. The highest record is knocking a strong man unconscious with just one slap. The most brutal one was when, after many competitions, he beat an opponent so hard that his eardrum was perforated and he suffered a concussion. What's more, facing a pretty boy like Su Yin. Show 50 of your strength. You can knock him down directly. Third brother, don't be impulsive. Fu Jiejun quickly stopped him. If we have a fight, if we lose, we lose. But now it's a turn-based system where you attack me and I attack you, and Su Yin is obviously at a disadvantage. Comparing their body sizes, the arms of these two sturdy men are thicker than Su Yan's thighs. It's thicker than the waists of many female classmates. It's obviously unfair. Sanner, at worst we can just fight him. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Yes, Su Yin, don't get carried away. We are all college students. A gentleman should use words instead of fists. Yes, they clearly have the advantage. Besides, if you count it this way, he hit you twice, while you only hit him once. Wang Ran also stood aside. Su Yin, don't be impulsive. There is no need. He Shanshan stood aside, observing Su Yin with an interested smile on her face. It's okay to be timid. I've seen many pretty boys like you. It's normal to be timid. The strong man is still fanning the flames. If you think it's unfair, you do it once, I do it once, and then you do it once. Who knows? Su Yin shook his head and smiled. No, just me once. You only need one time. Great. I like people like you who pretend to be tough. The sturdy man said cheerfully. The other sturdy man laughed and said, Brother, you better be careful when playing by yourself. It's rare to meet someone who dares to play slapping with you. Third brother, why are you so impulsive? They're obviously stronger. Fu Jiejun was worried. Third brother, you should at least slap him one more time. Zhou Kai couldn't help but say. Sanner, how about we run? After the first slap, run away? The three of them continued to come up with ideas. At this time, Su Yin had already started to move his wrists. Unnecessary. He let out a breath. Haha. Boy, you're so brave. I don't even dare to play like this with my brother. Do you know who my brother is? The other sturdy man saw Su Yin really moving his wrist, as if he was about to take action. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. My brother is the champion of the World Slap Contest. Fu Jiejun and others were shocked. Sanner, don't be impulsive. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? He came here just to have fun, right? Su Yin, it doesn't matter if you leave. He doesn't feel anything if you hit him, but if he hits you then. Everyone started to persuade him. Are you ready? Su Yin flexed his wrist and looked at the burly man opposite him. The sturdy man smiled and said, Okay. You are the only one who dares to come up to me even though you know my identity. Come. He laughed heartily, his face full of smiles, which were in fact full of joking. Su Yin had such thin arms and legs that even if he was slapped on the face, it would only feel like a tickle. And a slap from me is enough to send the other person to hell. Since you are so brave, I will hold back. The most I can do is make you unconscious. The sturdy man grinned. Third brother, forget it. Zhou Kai shook his head. Holding Su Yan's arm, the fighting power of both sides is completely disproportionate. Watch me. Su Yin smiled slightly and stood in front of the burly man. I think he's okay. I'll hold back my strength. At most I'll make you unconscious. The strong man and others laughed. He said he was going to smack me unconscious? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Brother, I think you don't need to pity him. Just slap him and send him away, and be done with it. Brother, hurry up. Someone will be here soon. The fat sister and the second fat brother urged them on. Okay, come on. The strong man turned around. A slap was already coming towards his fat cheek. The palm of the hand fell on his face, and the fat on his face swayed like waves. What a great power. At this moment, this was the only thought that came to his mind. He felt as if he was flying and lost consciousness in an instant. The sturdy man, who looked to weigh at least 200 pounds, actually turned his body sideways. Bang! The whole person fell to the ground, and the ground shook. The strong man fell to the ground, motionless. Sorry, I overestimated you. Su Yin shook his hands, it's so big, with a silver spearhead. You fell before I even exerted any strength. Fuck your mother. The fat second brother's eyes instantly turned red. How dare you knock my brother out? He grabbed a vase next to him and smashed it on Su Yan's head. Su Yin moved faster and rushed forward. Before the vase could fall on his head, he used his shoulder to hold his arm. Use your foot to push hard and kick the opponent's foot. At the same time, the shoulder shook. Strength comes from roots. His whole body turned into a bowstring, transmitting the power to his shoulders. The fat second brother's body, weighing more than 200 pounds, was actually carried away by him on one shoulder. Bang! Many of the floor tiles were broken. Oh my god! Only then did Fu Jiejun and the others come to their senses. Sanner! Sanner! Damn! Are you so strong? Nima, this is too strong. Is this still a human being? Third brother. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze. Su Yin looks frail, but he is like a god descended from heaven. When Zhao Qiong saw this scene, she had completely forgotten about the glass hairpin that Su Yin bought for her. There was only one thought in my mind. He's so strong if he hits me. Don't come over here. Although Zhao Qiong was full of expectations, the fat girl was not the same. When the fat girl saw Su Yin move, a look of horror appeared on her face. My two elder brothers are heavier than each other. This young man actually has the strength to lift a tripod. Don't worry, I don't hit women. Su Yin smiled. What happened? What happened? The restaurant owner hurried over. What was just a dispute between customers is different now. Everything in my store was destroyed. He specifically called a few security guards over. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've called the police. You smashed our store's stuff. You have to pay for it. Fuck. Brother dog. What's wrong with you, brother dog? The boss was shocked when he saw the fat man lying on the ground. Boss, this kid hit someone. Arrest him. When the fat girl saw the boss coming, she suddenly seemed to have a backbone. The big fat dog brother is unconscious. The fat second brother was also thrown aside. I'm not stupid, so why should I go find a murderer who can put them both behind bars? However, if he did nothing, he would offend the three siblings of the Pang family. Sir, look, something in the store has been broken. He looked at Su Yin and the others, who looked like students, and wanted to delay them by paying them money. I'll pay you. How much do you want? Who would have thought that this student would not care at all and said he would pay for it? You have to know that this blue and white vase is an antique from the Qing dynasty. It's very expensive. Chapter 143 Brother Tiger. How much? Su Yin didn't care at all and took out his cell phone. You are a guy who even gives gifts to female classmates with a guy. Can you afford to compensate for the antique? The fat girl was very disdainful. You treat a $5 hairpin as tens of thousands of dollars. You are not going to cheat the boss, are you? The boss was also stunned. Damn it. This young man is really awesome, isn't he? Why didn't I think of this operation? If I were to deceive a student girl like this. Spend little money and do big things. Boss, what are you doing? How much is it? Su Yin was too lazy to pay attention to them. 10, 100,000. Yes, 100,000. You can't come up with 100,000, right? Okay, give me your account number. Su Yin held the phone. This is the payment code. The boss looked at Su Yin strangely. You're not trying to lie to me, are you? He stared at Su Yin closely. Seeing Su Yin scanning the code, it made a ding sound. After a moment, Su Yin shook his phone and said, It's turned around. Not yet. The boss was stunned for a moment, then he heard his cell phone ringing. The text message clearly stated that 100,000 yuan had arrived in my account. Damn it. Can't be true? Can I really make 100,000 yuan from a vase that I bought for 30 yuan? He even thought it was a dream. But the money has arrived. Boss, I've paid for it, so this bottle should belong to me, right? Su Yin asked. Yes, you take it. The boss was so happy that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. $30. 30 yuan, and I earned 100,000. Do you want me to have someone clean it up? You're welcome. Lao Si, help clean up. Zhou Kai took a bag and picked up the pile of debris. You beat up my brother. Now you have to pay me. The fat girl suddenly spoke. You beat up my eldest brother and my second brother. You have to pay me. The fat second brother suddenly stood up, grinning. Yes. Pay the money. You have to pay the money. 1 million. My brother is in a coma now. You have to give us 1 million. This kid is a rich second generation. 100,000 is given to me right away. Such a good opportunity must be seized. You know, his elder brother participated in the World Slap competition, won the World Championship, and only got $100,000. Oh. Su Yin almost laughed out loud. You guys don't really think I'm a fool, do you? 1 million? I can buy both of your lives on the dark web for 1 million. Maybe the killer would even be willing to give you 3 siblings a chance to go together. You. The 2 siblings' expressions suddenly changed. He swallowed hard. Damn it. No way. How much does it cost to find a killer on the dark web? You, stop bluffing. The fat girl was tongue-tied. It would cost at least 180 million to hire a killer, right? Su Yin said calmly, what a pathetic woman, she only knows how to watch movies. If she can get a cheaper price, maybe 100,000 or 200,000 yuan will be enough. And she is an experienced killer. The fat girl just felt that her worldview had been severely impacted. The fat all over his body was shaking constantly. You. Su Yin looked at them coldly. Tell me, do you want this 1 million? If you do, I'll go to the dark web and transfer the money. The fat brother and sister were trembling. Suddenly, the fat second brother's face changed. Compensation. You must compensate. Now it was Su Yan's turn to be stunned. Is it that fierce? Are you so tough? Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. The fat girl shouted happily. Brother who? You are here. Someone is beating my brother here. They also want to bully me. As she spoke, a shy expression appeared on her face. Damn. Are there any more warriors? Wang Wei couldn't help but blurt out. The last trace of drunkenness was swept away. It's really that fat girl's expression that is so chilling. Who doesn't want to live anymore? How dare you fight with Brother Go? A voice came from behind. Brother Tiger. The fat girl's cry was so affectionate and sad. Su-yin couldn't help but look back. Who on earth is so courageous? I like such a fat and greasy existence. Brother who? It's him. He beat up my two brothers. He wants to bully me too. I'm going to cuckold you. He also said he would hire a killer to kill us all. Kill him. You little bastard. Don't you see whose territory this is? Brother who has a bald head and wears a military green bulletproof vest. His body is covered with tattoos, even on his shiny head. His muscles were knotted all over. Looks very fierce. There were a few lazy young men following behind him. It is obvious that he is a gangster. Do you want to stand up for them? Su-yin was eager to try. A dog-like thing. After all, my father has practiced for many years and his level is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Then, doesn't Brother who become the measure of his own fighting ability? Brother who, this kid is quite capable. Be careful, the fat second brother reminded. The fat girl said with admiration, Brother Tiger retired from the army. He is very powerful. This pretty boy is nothing. The fat girl turned into a fangirl. His fat body kept shaking. Brother whose expression changed, and he suddenly lowered his head. Master Su. Brother Tiger, what are you doing? The fat girl was shocked, watching her idolized tiger brother, but now he was bowing and scraping to a little naked guy. Beat him. Beat him. Brother Tiger, as long as you beat him, I will stay with you. The fat girl is posing in a coquettish manner. It makes people feel extremely physically uncomfortable. Brother who? The fat second brother was also surprised. Do you know me? Su-yin looked at Brother who. Yes, I met Mr. Su once last time at Tianhu Intercontinental. Brother who was full of respect. Tianhu Continental? Su-yin frowned and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong's expression changed slightly. Brother who? The fat second brother really couldn't understand. How come Brother who is usually such a domineering man, suddenly becomes so easy to talk to? Bang. Shut the fuck up. Brother who turned around and slapped the fat second brother hard, then turned to Su-yin, young Master Su. You are forgetful. I am Brother Chang's subordinate. He was deeply impressed that day. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds. Turn your hand back and it becomes rain. It is no exaggeration. Oh, how's Bald Chang? Although he didn't know him, Su-yin had an impression of Bald Chang. Brother Chang keeps talking about how good Su Xiao is. Brother who speaks very nicely. He is a man with brains. Young Master Su, are you in any trouble? Can I help you? Brother Chang has already told us that young Master Su's affairs are our affairs. These two guys are trying to blackmail me. Su-yin glanced at the fat brother and sister. Okay, if Mr. Su is assured, leave this matter to me. Su-yin covered his eyes and said, don't make it too ugly. I am a soft-hearted person. Clear. Brother who waved his hand, and several of his men immediately stepped forward and dragged the brother and sister into the box. By the way, time is running out. I'm going to call the police. Brother who was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. I'll do it as soon as possible. Chapter 144. Black and White. Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. We are in the same group. Yes, Brother who, didn't we agree that you would introduce Brother Chang to us? Brother Tiger, we are family. Brother Tiger, I like you so much. Do whatever you want. Bang. Brother whose voice suddenly came over. If you guys want to die, don't drag me into this. Bang. 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 There were bursts of slapping sounds, and it was obvious that Brother who was not holding back. Accompanied by wailing. Brother Tiger, we were wrong. What's wrong? We shouldn't mess with Brother Tiger. Yes, we shouldn't. Snap. 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 Brother who attacked again. If you mess with me, I'll just ask for a little money from you. If you mess with that young master, Brother Chang will come after you. I heard the sound in the box. The students outside all felt goosebumps on their bodies. Who exactly is Su-yin? Just now I heard that Tiger brother call him Su Xiao. Isn't he really a rich second generation? Isn't he an orphan? How can he be a rich second generation? I don't know. That Changgu, Bald Chang, isn't that the Bald Chang who beat him up before? Could it be that Guang Tu Chang is the debt collector? Now it seems that they have been in collusion for a long time. What do you mean by collusion? That's Master Su's dog. The students were talking about it. Wang Ran's eyes flickered. Yes. He must be pretending to be poor for me. He proved with his actions that he loves me. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Sanner, are you okay? Wan Wei walked to Su Yan's side. Why were you so fierce just now? Yeah, I've never seen you so fierce before. Fu Jiajin was also surprised. Zhou Kai was stunned for a long time. Their brother, how come you were so powerful? Many people looked at Su Yin curiously. Just now, Su Yin knocked down a 200-pound strong man with one slap. The shock was unparalleled. Yes, it's kung fu passed down from my ancestors. Su Yin now has some understanding of his own fighting strength. It's easy to beat ordinary people. I just don't know how I compare to those who have been trained. Can martial arts really be used in fighting? Fu Jiajun asked curiously. Yeah, I think Master and I, Master Ma, are all fake. Wang Wei also looked curious. Su Yin shrugged. You all saw it. I want to learn too. Doesn't the school have a martial arts club? I heard they teach martial arts. I want to go too. Sanner, don't go. I'll show you what a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century is like. The classmates also came up one after another. Su Yin, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts master. You're not the heir to the mafia, are you? Su Yin was speechless. How could these people have such wild imaginations? Who called the police? The police finally arrived and the wailing from inside the door finally stopped. Brother Hu smiled at Su Yin and said, Young Master Su, it's done. They will never trouble you again. Okay, thank you, Brother Hu. Su Yin nodded. No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to work for young Master Su. When Brother Hu saw the police coming, he shrank his head and hid back in the box. The boss left happily after getting the money. A net profit of 100,000. Where can such a good thing happen? Although the fat brother and sister are quite powerful, how can they be as powerful as money? Now hearing that the police were coming, he hurried out again. Prepare to be a witness for Su Yin or something. Let the fat brother and sister learn a lesson. I was the one who called the police. Su Yin waved his hand. The policeman walked up to him and suddenly asked, Mr. Su, is that you? The students were all shocked. You know Su Yin again? Damn it, it's all black and white. What kind of path is this? Su Yin's identity is becoming more and more confusing. Do you think Su Yin is the kind of soldier king hiding in the city? I think it's almost like the Dragon King has returned. It's also possible that a martial arts master is in the city. No wonder he suddenly became so rich. As speculation grew, Su Yin's identity became more and more outrageous. Officer, do you know me? Su Yin knew quite a few police officers. For example, the cold and aloof policewoman Xiaoling Yun, or the branch directors of Shijiang District and Dongjiang District, or the Director General, but not including the person in front of me. Of course I know him. Who doesn't know Su Xiao? He donated a helicopter and a police car to the police station. Everyone says it would be nice if there were more people like Su Xiao. At this moment, all the students were a little surprised. Holy crap! Su Yin donated a helicopter to the police station? How much does it cost? There's also a police car. The helicopter must be worth at least several million. How rich is Su Yin? He's an orphan. How can he be so rich? He must be the urban medical fairy. There's no doubt about it. If he can cure any rich man, he might get a lot of money. Then Su Yin, as a medical expert, will give back to society. Some people have already automatically created an entire novel in their minds. The policeman smiled and squinted his eyes. Mr. Su, are you in any trouble? It's all my duty. Someone is blackmailing me. I'm a student, so I have no choice but to trouble the police. Su Yin looked innocent. The policeman immediately revealed a vicious expression. Who else dares to blackmail young Master Su? Who is it? It's him. The boss was watching silently on the side, becoming more and more shocked at Su Yin's identity. A college student was actually talking and laughing with the police. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, because Su Yin was pointing at him. There is a question mark on the boss' bald head. Yes, I accidentally broke a vase, and he blackmailed me for 100,000 yuan. This is my payment record. The classmates behind me are witnesses, and these fragments are the vase. Su Yin produced a series of evidence. The boss was completely stunned. This, Mr. Su, I really spent 100,000 yuan to buy this. The boss cried. Blue and white porcelain from the Qing dynasty. He has a very quick mind, and now he can't say that he bought it last week. I must insist that it is blue and white porcelain from the Qing dynasty. Otherwise, things will get serious. Boss, there's a price tag on this Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain? 30? You're selling it to me for 100,000 for a 30 yuan item. How is that possible? The boss's face turned pale. I bought it for 100,000 yuan. What about this? Su Yin took out a list of payments and goods from the pile of debris. It says on it, vase, 1 piece, 30 yuan. Let me see. The time was last week and the location was. Do you want me to go ask who bought it? The boss's expression changed constantly. He said he couldn't find the list, so it turned out that he had stuffed it into the vase. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Yes, I'm sorry. I'll return the money to you now. The boss had no choice but to give in and return the 100,000 yuan of private money he had earned with great difficulty to Su Yin. I want a refund of 3 times the original amount. After receiving the money, Su Yin looked at him. The boss looked up suddenly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 145. If you don't spend money, it will crush you. Master Su, he paid the money. The police couldn't do anything, So what followed was a dispute. It's not easy for them to interfere. Thank you, officer. Next, I will discuss this with my boss, Su-yin said with a smile on his face. The boss always felt a little chilly. Okay, Master Su, then please show some mercy and don't make things difficult for the brothers. The police gave him some advice and stopped bothering him. Don't worry, officer. After the police left, Su-yin looked at his boss, and his boss also looked at Su-yin. Master Su, I was just blinded by greed for a moment. Please forgive me this time. The boss begged. Do you think it's possible? When you blackmailed me, you never thought of letting me go. Su-yin smiled. I know you are not afraid of the police. The police all abide by the law and reason, but don't think I don't have any other options. What? The boss actually had Su-yin in his heart. So what if there is more energy? He has already paid back his money. What else can he do? First, I can sue you and drag you down. I can even ask the court to seal up your restaurant. Second, Brother Tiger. Su-yin knocked on the door, and a bald head appeared in the box. Master Su, what's the matter? Seeing that the police had left, he came out. The fat brother and sister inside had bruises on their faces. This boss owes me 300,000 yuan, and I don't have time to collect the debt. Brother Hu, can you help me? Hearing this, the boss's face suddenly changed. Yes. How could I not be familiar with you? Brother Tiger rubbed his hands. We are specialized in collecting debts. There is no debt that cannot be collected. Even if you are an orphan, I will find your biological parents and repay you. Su-yin, why do I feel like this matter is a little familiar? The three brothers in the dormitory also looked at Su-yin strangely. Brother Hu even boasted proudly. Young Master Su, let me tell you, Brother Chang helped a guy who owed us money some time ago, and he even found his biological parents. My biological parents gave me an extra 200,000 yuan as a gift. Thank you so much. Su-yin quickly waved his hand to stop him. Please collect this debt for me, and give it to the brothers to drink after you collect it. That's embarrassing. Brother Hu smiled. As expected, he is Master Su. Be generous when you act. Don't be embarrassed. I won't be happy if I don't take the money back, but I don't need the 300,000. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Brother Hu thanked him repeatedly. The boss's expression finally changed. They are doing business and are not afraid of the police. As long as you have done it, they can't do anything to you. However, if you provoke Brother Hu and the others, there will be no peace forever. Master Su, can't I just pay you back? Then give me the money. I called my wife to get the money. The boss wanted to cry but had no tears. Wife, the vase in our store was broken. Yes, the one that cost 30,000 yuan that we bought last week. The police have been here, demanding that we pay 3 times the price for fake goods. Now they want 300,000. How much did I sell it for? 100,000. Hurry up. The police are here now. I know. Can I blame it on me? The problem now is that he has connections in society. Did you know that? Unless you don't want to run this restaurant anymore. After some communication, I finally got 300,000. You educated people are the ones who know how to make money. You bought it for 30 yuan, your wife reimbursed you 30,000 yuan, and then you sold it to someone else for 100,000 yuan. TSK. Brother Hu couldn't help but marvel at it. Mr. Su. The boss was about to cry. Transfer the money to Brother Tiger. Master Su, how can you be so embarrassed? It's okay. It's only 300,000. Please say hello to Brother Chong for me. Just after dinner, the couple walked hand in hand in the community. Hey, my son hasn't spent much money recently. Li Qin sighed. Didn't you ask him to buy a yacht and a plane? How about we tell him about the system? Yuchen said, then, our family of 3 will work together. No. Li Qin quickly shook her head, a worried look on her face full of pain. Why? Yuchen asked. If Xian knew about this, he would probably spend money lavishly. Then, you won't have to worry. I'm afraid he will think we are looking for him just for the system. He will overthink it. Li Qin's tears fell unconsciously. Yuchen also sighed. Indeed, it took a lot of effort to find my son. What if he becomes disloyal? Hey, the system isn't a good thing either. The couple sighed in unison. Although I enjoyed the benefits of the system, I always felt there was a gap between me and my son. I can't help but worry about gains and losses. It doesn't matter. Let's just think of it as something we earned through our own efforts. Yuchen adjusted his mood. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 million yuan in cash. Suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief. My son spent money again. 100,000. Li Qin also felt a little better. Wife, look. Since returning from Shanghai, Yuchen felt like he had returned to his youth. That feeling is simply. What are you looking at? I was already very kind of you by cooperating with you on the balcony yesterday. Li Qin rolled her eyes at him. The old face couldn't help but blush. Well, I just wanted to go home. What the hell? What time is it now? Li Qin quickly refused. You were obviously quite capable. Why did you pretend in the past 2 years? Hearing this, Yu Chen's face changed. It's over. How to explain it? Should I tell her that I obtained it through the system? What if she wants it too? Maybe the effect of soaking Mirinda officinalis in wine is really good. Yu Chen said quickly. Really? Then I'll go buy some Mirinda officinalis and try it. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 300,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 300 million yuan in cash. My son finally spends money again. Yu Chen was delighted. What reward did I get this time? Li Qin also liked this feeling, which was similar to opening a blind box. One reward is 100 million. One reward is 300 million. Yu Chen said happily. Finally some cash. With cash, my son can continue to spend money recklessly. Waka kaka. In addition to starting a business, buying a plane and a yacht, we have to think about other ways to spend money. There are too few ways for our son to spend money. Li Qin also nodded, but you must not get addicted to gambling. Yes, gambling and drugs are two things you must never get involved in. This is the bottom line. Yu Chen also nodded. You have a lot of friends, see if they have any way to spend money. Of course, you can't expose the system, you know? I understand. Let's go. Honey, let's go home and celebrate. Why are you in such a hurry? Walk slowly and transfer the money to your son. Give him a sense of oppression. Li Qin suddenly laughed. It's like, if he doesn't spend the money, he will be crushed by it. Yes, yes, yes. Also transfer the 5 million from before to your son. Chapter 146. Can 4 million be spent? Oh, it's 400 million. Then I have nothing to do. Suyin, can I take your car? After dinner, the next stop is KTV. Zhao Qiong had already booked 2 large private rooms. Enough for today. There's no room left. Suyin glanced at his roommate. The 4 of you. The Qian is a 5-seater car. There are 4 people. How come there is still one missing? It's better to take a taxi than to ride in a luxury car and squeeze in together. Just take a taxi. Suyin refused decisively. He understood what Zhao Qiong meant. Even, as long as he wanted, just by slightly beckoning her finger, she would definitely be willing to make any changes. But he didn't want to. Neither her appearance nor her temperament is her type that I like. Zhou Kai seemed unable to forget her body. Or, Suyin blinked and created a chance for him? Okay then, see you later. Zhao Qiong was a smart man and gave up decisively. Under the gaze of their classmates, the 4 of them watched the Qian slowly drive away. Very envious. What do you think? Is Suyin the city's medical immortal, or the returning god of war? Or is he the Dragon King? Judging from his age, he is most likely to be an urban medical immortal. Why can't it be the immortal king's reincarnation? Several middle school male classmates were talking in low voices. Suyin is really getting more and more handsome. Indeed, he was very handsome before, and now his temperament has improved even more. Alas, it's a pity that people look down on me. If you had been nicer to him in advance, you might have gotten a bargain now. Isn't it because you have poor vision? If you want to say that I have a bad vision, then it has to be. Wang Ran took a deep breath. She was already a little drunk. Shan, tonight, I will definitely take down Su Yan. The car drove into the parking lot. Just as Su Yan was looking for a parking space, the cell phone on the armrest suddenly rang. Sanner, phone call. Wang Wei leaned over to take a look and was immediately stunned. What's wrong? Zhou Kai was sitting in the back row with him, and when he saw his expression, he immediately asked. So many zeros. Wang Wei's eyes froze for a moment, and he looked at Zhou Kai beside him. Why so many zeros? Zhou Kai was very surprised. Sanner's bank income has so many zeros. How many? Fu Jiejun also became curious. 10 million. Or 4 million. The 3 of them took a deep breath and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan happened to see a car leaving and immediately drove over to park the car. 4 million. Damn, how can I spend it all? 40 million. Third brother, what did you do? Su Yan shook his head. Maybe the old man gave me some pocket money. He wasn't quite sure either. 40 million pocket money. How can you spend it all? Wang Wei was stunned. Su Yan was just about to say that he could spend it all. Then I heard the phone ringing. Help me answer the phone and turn on the amplifier. This parking space is a bit narrow and a bit difficult to park in. Hey son. Yi Chen's energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Su Yan looked at the rearview mirror and then compared it with the reversing image. Back up slowly. Oh, it's okay. Didn't Dad get his funds back recently? He gave you some pocket money. Did you see it? I didn't look. I was driving. Su Yan reversed seriously. Oh, that's fine. I just want to tell you, don't forget to buy a helicopter and a yacht. Dad is rich. I've transferred 405 million to you this time. Spend it boldly. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately felt something was wrong. Show off your wealth. It's too late now, but fortunately, the 3 brothers in the dormitory are trustworthy. Oh, okay, I get it. Then drive carefully. Mom and Dad can go home and exercise for a while. After saying that, the phone was hung up unexpectedly. What is the homecoming movement? Oh my God. Sanner, how much pocket money does your dad give you? Wang Wei almost jumped up and hit the roof of the car. For a million, maybe. Su Yin parked the car and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were not many people around. If the car was shaking so much, others would think we were doing something. 400 million. 400 million. Fu Jiejun could no longer remain calm. When he learned that Su Yin was a rich second generation, he was the calmest person. Because he is too. But today he could no longer remain calm. Pocket money. 400 million. All his family's assets combined are not as much as this. Not to mention 400 million in cash. Zhou Kai swallowed his saliva. The best meal in the cafeteria is only 50 yuan a meal, right? For 100 million, how many years will it take to eat it? Sanner, can you spend it all? No one can remain calm. Your stepfather and stepmother asked you to buy a yacht? A helicopter? Wang Wei thought it was ridiculous. What's the point? Oh, the last time they came to Zhonghai, they complained about the traffic jam and asked me to buy a helicopter to use when there was a traffic jam. Su Yin said. Fuck. A rich guy. Fu Jiejun felt like he was a country bumpkin. Sanner, when you buy a helicopter, please let me ride in it. I want to ride one too. I've never ridden in a helicopter before. Su Yin quickly agreed. Okay, no problem. There are also yachts. I want to ride on a yacht too. It would be so beautiful to go out to sea with a young lady. Wang Wei's eyes were full of longing. Zhou Kai suddenly asked, Third brother, have you ever seen 100 million in cash? How much is it? Wang Wei's eyes also sparkled. Even the always steady Fu Jiejun kept his eyes on him. No, who carries cash nowadays? Su Yin said. I really want to see what it feels like to have 100 million in cash in front of me. Wang Wei's eyes were about to turn into the shape of a dollar. I want to see it too. How about, third brother, take us to open our eyes? The four people got out of the car one after another. This is not good. All banks are closed. Su Yin said. Who told you to do it now? Tomorrow. Let's go to the bank together tomorrow to open our eyes. Fu Jiejun bumped Su Yin with his shoulder. You haven't seen it either, have you? Su Yin couldn't help but feel a little moved. I haven't seen it either. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who have seen it, right? So let's go and meet him. Wang Wei said immediately. 100 million. 100 million. Su Yin nodded. Okay, let's go to the bank tomorrow and meet him so I can see it for myself. I usually spend money directly from my bank card and have never seen 10 million in cash, or even 100 million in cash. Ha. Tomorrow I, Wang Wei, will also become the man who has seen 100 million in cash. All three of them were a little excited. What are you talking about? What do you mean by 100 million? Wang Wei, you can't produce 100 million every day. The quality is a bit poor. The classmates arrived one after another, and Fu Jiejun gave a look, and the three of them immediately shut up. They knew that if they showed off their wealth to Su Yin again, it might bring him trouble. Is it the lady upstairs? Wait for Zhao Qiong. At this time, Zhao Ledi was upstairs. In a luxurious box, a middle-aged man lit a cigar with a solemn expression. Is there anyone suitable? Chapter 147 Southeast Asian gangs reappear. I asked you to run this mass-market KTV near the university town just to find a target. Your efficiency has been a bit low recently. The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of his cigar, and the aroma filled the air. This time, Master Ruan went out personally to find a suitable candidate, but he didn't expect that he would fail at the last minute and even expose the person to the police. Master Ruan had to leave early. The middle-aged man was very dissatisfied. What about you? Do you have a candidate? Old Master Ruan can't wait any longer. The manager of Jialidi knelt in front of the middle-aged man and waited for him to finish speaking before he spoke, as if to take credit. Master Wu, I just happened to meet a college student with Rh-negative blood these days. I have been arranging for her to undergo various examinations these days. Are the results out? Lord Wu sat up straight and stared at the manager. The results are out. All aspects of his physical condition are very healthy, and he completely matches old Master Ruan's Rhd negative. He is also lymphotropic virus negative, and most importantly, his gene loci are also similar. It can be said to be a perfect match. The manager looked delighted. Lord Wu also showed a look of joy on his face. Really? That's really great. God is helping me. He thought for a moment and said, let's arrange for our employees to travel to Southeast Asia. The police are very tight-lipped right now, so be careful. Once we get to Southeast Asia, it will be our own territory. Yes. The manager nodded immediately. I'll arrange it tomorrow and try to go for the team building next week. I'll make a phone call first and ask them to prepare in advance. Lord Wu immediately stood up and made a phone call. Strange noises coming from the mouth. It's too late. Lord Wu looked anxious. Old Master Ruan's condition is not optimistic now. The doctor recommends surgery within 3 days. He paced back and forth in the box anxiously. But now the police are checking very strictly, and it's impossible to leave by plane. The manager is also aware of the situation. Fuck you. Lord Wu was furious. If it weren't for that damn guy sabotaging us, we would have succeeded a long time ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It's a bit difficult to get on a plane now. We can't catch up with the ship. Immediately arrange a business car, assign 2 drivers to me, and rush to Yunnan and arrange for my departure from the country. This way we will have enough time. I'll arrange it now. The manager stood up hurriedly. If I succeed this time, my status in the organization will rise sharply in the future. It's just a pity that I never had the chance to touch such a beautiful girl. But it doesn't matter, there are plenty of opportunities for you. I don't know how many piglets I give away every year. Those college students who dream of making a lot of money are always scammed. He has sent quite a few people out. For every head, no, piglet, he can get a huge commission. Where's Li Qingxue? Let Li Qingxue take charge of this box immediately. In a while, we can just trick her into drinking the hallucinogenic drug and send her away. Manager, this is a luxury box. I've only been here for 2 days. Even though Li Qingxue was wearing a waitress's uniform, it still couldn't hide her outstanding looks. It's okay, you just need to accompany the guests to drink and sing songs. The manager couldn't express his desire for her, but he suppressed it. Manager, I'm just here to be a waiter. I'm not responsible for this. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue immediately refused. After treating her mother's illness, there was actually a large sum of money left. If she wanted, she didn't have to work. However, she still wanted to work and earn money, even if it was just to pay Su Yan back sooner. In fact, she didn't even know it in her heart. She didn't want to become Su Yan's vassal because of 2 million. She hoped that she could be his equal, just like boyfriend and girlfriend, even if there is only a trace. Before, she had no choice. Now, because of Su Yan, she has the opportunity to choose. So, she didn't want to waste this hard-earned opportunity. We are short of staff today, you can fill in. The manager advised, the people in the box here are very polite. Don't worry, we are not that kind of place. Having said that, she opened the door and pushed her in regardless of Li Qingxue's attempt to stop her. Manager. Li Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, someone pinched her chin. A glass of wine poured directly into his mouth. You talk so much nonsense. Don't you know you're in a hurry? Lord Wu was a little dissatisfied. The manager immediately apologized with a smile. I'm sorry. Sir Wu, the car is already downstairs, and the people are ready. Walk. The 2 of them immediately supported Li Qingxue, who had fallen into a coma, and left. Time is urgent, and there is no time to lose. Li Qingxue was already dazed at this time, and seemed to be able to feel everything outside. The body is out of one's control. Su Yan, are you really from a martial arts family? Are you really that good at fighting? Of course, didn't you see Su Yan knock down a 200-pound strong man with just 1 slap? How did you do that? Su Yan doesn't look strong either. He may be full of power. If I were held in his arms, wouldn't I feel very safe? Bite. The elevator door opened. There were 3 people inside, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men looked at them and helped the woman out. When they came out, the students rushed over. What happened just now? What else could it be? They must be picking up corpses. These men are really too shameless. Deliberately get a woman drunk and then abuse her. How do you know the girl didn't do it on purpose? How could she be drunk if she didn't do it on purpose? If it's not consensual, who can force others? Everyone was talking about it. Su Yan frowned and suddenly walked out of the elevator. Although the girl lowered her head and her face could not be seen clearly. But I always feel that it looks a little familiar. A bit like Li Qingxue. But he wasn't sure, and Li Qingxue didn't need to do any of this. She was clearly wearing waitress's clothes. But he still had to confirm it. After all, he had read many novels in which the male protagonists were obviously capable, but always missed out. He doesn't do that. It's better to confirm it. Even if it's a misunderstanding, it can be explained clearly. If all else fails, I still have money. Su Yan, where are you going? I remembered that I left something in the car. You guys go up and play first, I'll be up soon. Su Yan said casually. Okay, we'll wait for you then. Wang Ran was looking forward to it. Your chance will come soon. Su Yan followed without looking back. He took 2 quick steps and saw the 3 people. Hey bro, hello. Su Yan hurried over and stopped the 2 men. What's the matter? The manager thought it was better to have less trouble than more. Lord Wu's eyes fixed. It was him. He had seen Su Yan's information. It was sent to him by Officer Deng. It was him who ruined the first plan. Chapter 148. Boy, you'd better shut up and pretend you didn't see anything. If it weren't for this young man named Su Yin, Master Yuan wouldn't have to run away. I wouldn't have to drive more than 3,000 kilometers this time, almost across the country. Otherwise, once you get on the plane, you can land easily. This looks like my friend. Can I take a look? Su Yin smiled. The manager's expression froze. Are you here to cause trouble? No. I think you are the ones who are looking for trouble. Su Yin took a deep breath. It seems that my guess was right. It seems that this brother knows me. Besides, they are hostile to me. I don't think I have offended anyone recently. Besides the top 10 guilds, the only ones left are you Southeast Asian gangs. What are you going to do with my friend? Su Yin already had some confirmation in his heart. Even if this girl is not Li Qingxue, in all likelihood, they will not be able to do anything good. Kid, don't cause trouble. Lord Wu finally spoke. You ruined the good thing last time. If you interfere again this time, the consequences will not be something you can bear. I've already guessed what you want to do. Su Yin took a deep breath. I heard that the generals and wealthy businessmen in Southeast Asia are probably all soldiers, right? Even warlords? Su Yin stretched his body. My skills and strength are far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Now, we can see the strength comparison between the soldiers. He was eager to try. Anyway, these people are Southeast Asian gangsters, so it doesn't matter if I use a bit of force. Boy, you'd better shut up and pretend you didn't see anything. Lord Wu had a gloomy face, like a hungry wolf. This man went against them again and again. Death is the best explanation. What if I don't? Su Yin took out his cell phone. It seemed that these people were afraid. I have to push him. What are you doing? The manager's face changed drastically when he saw him take out his cell phone. Lord Wu also thought that the other party would call the police. He saw two drivers had gotten out of the car and were slowly approaching Su Yan's back. Deal with him. We still have to get going. We can't waste time. Old Master Yuan is currently waiting for a kidney transplant. Call. Two people rushed over quickly from behind. I'm waiting for you. Su Yan turned around suddenly and assumed a Tai Chi stance. The two drivers moved very quickly, like tigers descending from the mountains. He is not tall, but has strong arms and extremely sharp movements. He rushed over and delivered a flying knee directly towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan moved to the side, avoiding the attacks of the two men, and grabbed a leg with one hand. Exert force suddenly. The huge force threw the opponent to the ground. The short and sturdy man moved very agilely. He pushed himself up with both hands and actually supported himself on the ground, while his other leg kicked towards Su Yan's face. Another person also rushed over and hit Su Yan's face with his elbow from the other side. As it fell, the clothes on his body exploded at the same time, revealing the thick calluses on the elbows. Muay Thai. This thought just flashed through Su Yan's mind, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, grab that leg and push hard. Smash it horizontally towards another person. The two inevitably collided with each other. However, both of them were well-trained and bounced back as soon as they rolled to the ground. Like a monkey, he jumped up and flew, rushed towards Su Yan again. The two men, one in front and one behind, pounced towards Su Yan again. Su Yan has already felt the powerful strength of the two. However, every move of Tai Chi seems to be deeply engraved in his genes. As soon as you see the other person, you will have a plan in your mind and your body can react as quickly as possible. Moreover, my strength is stronger than the other party. Seeing the two people rushing towards him, Su Yan took a step back, just retreated between two cars. The two Muay Thai masters had to attack from the front and back. The man in front jumped high and smashed down with his elbow. Su Yan stepped back and pushed away, hooking the opponent's elbow with his Lan Ke Wei and exerted force with his other hand. Bang! He smashed the opponent's head directly onto the car nearby. Another person also rushed over at this time, but Su Yan stepped forward, making it impossible for him to exert his full strength of thundering force. It seems that your strength is just average. The arm rolled up like a spirit snake, wrapped around his arm and pressed directly on his head. Bang! 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 Hit your head against the car again and again. The car suddenly became bumpy. A sharp alarm sounded. Lord Wu was still waiting for the driver, and originally thought that these two men were soldiers from Southeast Asia. And they are all masters who have practiced Muay Thai for many years. Defeat Su Yan and set off again. Who could have thought that Su Yan could solve the problem with just 3 punches and 2 kicks? Fuck him. Kill him. Lord Wu was furious and threw Li Qingxue into the car. Rushed over suddenly. His movements became more fierce, whoosh. Just as Su Yan knocked down the two men, Lord Wu rushed in front of him. Bang! The arm was like a long whip, but Su Yan avoided it. The fist hit the car, and a hole was immediately created on the hood. Lord Wu did not react at all. The manager also rushed over. The two men's fists and kicks attacked Su Yan like a storm. The noise of the car became louder and louder, attracting quite a few people. Holy shit. What is this for? Filming a movie? This is real fist fighting. My fucking car. Damn it. Call the police. Call the police. When Lord Wu heard the voice, his expression changed slightly. Seeing Su Yin being entangled by the manager, he rushed out of the crowd. If I am caught by the police here, I will definitely not have a good ending. Things are getting too serious now. It's better to retreat early. Find another chance. It's not like they only have one location in Zhonghai. Bang. Su Yin also saw Lord Wu running away, and he threw the manager away and smashed him onto the hood of a car. Just rush out and catch him. Hey, don't go. You damaged my car. Pay compensation. You must pay compensation. Don't even think about running. Several car owners immediately grabbed Su Yin, but due to this delay, Lord Wu had already turned into an alley and disappeared. Su Yin sighed. I'm not leaving. Has anyone called the police? If they haven't, let me call the police first. Lord Wu ran away, so Su Yin had to keep these people. I have called the police. Someone shouted. Su Yin nodded. Thank you. Then he walked to a few cars, dragged the two unconscious Muay Thai masters and threw them together. Then they pulled the manager over, knocked him unconscious, and threw them together. Then he went to find Li Qingxue. When he carried her out of the car and saw that she was unconscious, Su Yin was furious. He actually messed with his own people. What exactly do they want to do? Please call me another ambulance. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a female victim here. Chapter 149. Why is it you again? What's going on? Is this young man a good man? I thought. One just escaped. Will he be okay? Did you call the police? When they saw Li Qingxue being carried out by Su Yin, the people in the crowd realized that they seemed to have misunderstood Su Yin. It seems like one of the bad guys also ran away. It's his own fault that he didn't catch it. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. Even if he catches the bad guys, he can't damage our car. Yes, yes, yes. Some people tried desperately to distance themselves from the issue. Su Yin turned a deaf ear to it. He did not have any saintly expectations of others. This will only make you angry. Not worth it. The police are here. The police are here. Hearing that the police had arrived, many people breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd made way for Xiaoling Yun to lead the team over. When he saw Su Yin, he suddenly felt panicked. It's him again. Still so handsome. No. I am a policeman now, and I must have dignity. He adjusted himself a little, his heart pounding, but he walked over with a stern face. Why you again? Su Yin looked up and saw Xiaoling Yun's beautiful face. Pretty is pretty. Great figure too. But why does it seem like he has a grudge against me? Officer Xia, my classmate must have been drugged. These people are up to something bad. Su Yin kicked the three people lying on the ground. I guess they are from Southeast Asian gangs. Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but frown when she heard this. The news of Southeast Asian gangs invading Zhonghai has spread throughout the Zhonghai police community. Many people know what happened in Shijiang district. Are you sure? Xiaoling Yun's face became serious. 9 times out of 10, they know me and say that I ruined their plans. Su Yin recounted the story. Xiaoling Yun nodded seriously. Okay, Mr. Su. Now we need you to go to the police station with us to make a statement and draw a portrait of the suspect. We can spend more time together. What shall I say later? No, I'm a policeman. Xiaoling Yun constantly built up her mental strength. No problem. Su Yin nodded. He also wanted to solve it as soon as possible. Not much. I smashed a few cars when I arrested people just now. I will solve this trouble first. You can hand it over to the traffic police and ask them to go to the police station to handle it. Xiaoling Yun said. Su Yin shook his head. I don't want to cause any trouble, and I'm sure they don't want to cause any trouble either. However, I need Officer Xia to be a witness. Xiaoling Yun nodded. Okay, no problem. I'll get a police officer to help you. Su Yin turned around and said, Everyone, I'm sorry I didn't notice it just now. Please come over, the owner of the damaged car, and let's discuss compensation. Su Yin damaged 5 cars in total. Soon the car owners came forward. 3,000 for one side of sheet metal. Is that okay? Su Yin was too lazy to argue. In Yu Chen's words, time is more important than money. Confirm that there are no problems. Because this is a mass-market KTV and there are not many luxury cars. Everyone is very satisfied with this price. 3,000 per noodle, that's about it. Find a repair shop yourself. Maybe you can still get some money left. Most importantly, there are the police. This young man seems to be quite familiar with the police. There are dents and damage on 10 of the 5 vehicles, 30,000 yuan. I'll give it to the officer. The officer will help them sign an agreement. I'll go to the police station first. The policeman nodded repeatedly. Mr. Su, of course, no problem. Almost all the police officers in their police station know that Su Xiao is not an ordinary person. The director of the general administration and the director are all friends with him. Trouble. Su Yin nodded to the police. Detected prodigal son prodigal, 30,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level sketching skills. Receiving conditions. Host and related personnel holding an 8B pencil can receive it. Why did you stop? Isn't it going to work again? Li Qin put her arms around Yuchen, who suddenly stopped. There was a hint of sarcasm on his face. What do you mean by no? I'll show you what it means to be a tiger descending from the mountain. Yuchen roared like a tiger. The last time I said this, now you know how powerful it is, right? Oh woo. Police station. I already understand the situation. Captain Chen let out a breath. This matter is very troublesome. The other party tried to take people away twice in Shanghai. I'm afraid it's about human organ trafficking. Su Yin spoke. Well, Mr. Su, go make a portrait first, and we will issue a wanted order immediately. Okay. A professional portrait artist walked into the office. According to Su Yan's description, the computer system found the corresponding facial features and pieced them together. Master Su, is this the person? The portrait artist turned the laptop towards Su Yan. Su Yan took a look and frowned. A bit similar, but there is a little difference. The eyebrows are a little thicker and more fragmented than this. The eye color is a little different. How about this? The lips are almost. How about this? Ear. So? It's still a little short. The eyebrows still don't feel right. Do you have a pin? I'll trace them. I don't think they're quite right. Su Yin sighed. Lord Wu has a very ordinary appearance and is hard to be recognized in a crowd. No very obvious features. So it is difficult to draw a portrait. I have one here. The portrait artist rummaged around and took out a pencil. The moment I held the pencil, a lot of knowledge about sketching suddenly appeared in my mind. Eh? Am I born knowing this? Su Yin was shocked. Take a piece of paper beside you and start drawing quickly. A simple pencil seemed to come alive in his hand. After a while, a portrait of Mr. Wu appeared on the paper. The portrait artist was stunned. Master Su, why did you handle the light and shadow like this? I don't quite understand the lines here. So that's how it is. Aren't you a portrait artist? Su Yin was speechless. I'm just not very good at sketching, so I applied for the job of a portrait artist. After all, portrait artists nowadays need art knowledge, but don't have to actually do it. It feels like you have found the world's bug. Is that it? Xiaoling Yun walked in and looked at the portrait in Su Yan's hand. Xiao Qin, your level is very high. With this level, you don't even need a computer. Xiao Qin was embarrassed. It wasn't drawn by me, it was drawn by Su Xiao. Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but glance at Su Yan, and her heart suddenly began to beat fast. So handsome. He can also draw. However, she just hummed lightly. He took the portrait and left. Su Yan was surprised and said, I always feel that Officer Xia has something against me. Is she like this to everyone? Xiao Qin laughed. It must be because young Master Su is so handsome. Officer Xia is very kind to us. Is being handsome a crime? Su Yan touched his chin. Oh, by the way, you can leave now. Your classmate was indeed drugged. Xiaoling Yun walked in. She's still in the hospital. Do you want to go see her? Okay. Thank you, Officer Xia. Until Su Yin left, Xiaoling Yun leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths. Call. Why? Isn't that his girlfriend? Does he have a girlfriend? Maybe they are just classmates. I talked to him a lot today. Come on. Xiaoling Yun. Chapter 150. Your bank card balance is insufficient. Li Qingxue lay on the hospital bed in a daze. She knew she had met a bad guy. I was extremely anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Tears kept rolling down. It seemed like I heard Su Yan's voice, but it also seemed like I didn't. She is very anxious. Confused, sleeping and waking up repeatedly. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. There was a man sitting next to him. No, don't. As soon as he came to his senses, Li Qingxue retreated in a hurry. In a panic, he almost fell off the bed. But he was hugged by someone. Xiao Xue, it's me. Su Yan spoke quickly. Li Qingxue felt the familiar embrace and the reassuring voice, opened her eyes, and after a while, she saw clearly that it was Su Yan. Her originally tense heart finally relaxed, and she hugged Su Yan and burst into tears. Su Yan, I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo woo. The manager of the KTV is not a good person. I thought I'd never see you again. She hugged Su Yan tightly, as if she was afraid of leaving Su Yan and wanted to hang herself completely on him. Okay, it's okay. Su Yan comforted him softly. You sleep a little longer. I'll accompany you to the police station to record your statement when it's daybreak. The effect of the hallucinogenic drug had not completely worn off yet. Li Qingxue lay in Su Yan's arms, feeling unprecedented warmth and security. Gradually, I fell asleep again. When Li Qingxue woke up in the morning, Su Yan took her to the police station to take a statement. Mr. Su, I'm bothering you again. Lin Jiaoyong had a smile on his face. This time it provided us with very important clues. We have confirmed the other party's identity after an overnight interrogation. Mr. Su's sketching skills are so good that they look just like the real thing. As he spoke, he held Su Yin in his arms. I've only learned some sketching occasionally. We have issued a wanted order and set up checkpoints overnight, but we haven't found him. Maybe he has already escaped. Lin Jiaoyang sighed and said, Young Master Su, you still have to be careful. Okay, I understand, Director Lin. Thank you very much. The two were talking at the door of the police station. Across the street, a van was parked. Behind the dark car window, someone was watching the scene with a telescope. If it's not Lord Wu, then who could it be? Master Wu, my family is already urging us to come. Lord Wu nodded, a little impatiently. I know, but this is not the Golden Triangle. You can't just rob and leave. Fortunately, we found the piglets. After they leave, we will rob them and run away. Lord Wu looked sharp. Remember, take the people and leave. Take the piglets directly to Dianyan. I will divert their attention in Shanghai. My lord, it is very dangerous to stay here. No need to say more. If I go with you, old Master One can't wait. Yes. Follow him. Seeing Su Yin driving away in the Cayenne, the van slowly followed. Behind him, there is a van. 2 vans. Are you a student of Shanghai University? I saw Su Yan's car pick up 3 boys. Lord Wu stared at Cayenne intently. Master Wu, do you want to just run into them? And then run after you've robbed them? Not now. We have to find another car. These 2 cars will grab the person and then send him to the other car. As a result, they were seen parking their car in the bank parking lot. Lord Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Master Wu, let's sneak over there and rob them when they come out, and then we can find a place to change cars halfway. No. Lord Wu immediately refused. Go around the bank. I have an idea. Hello, sir. What's your business? Su Yin sat down, and his 3 roommates and Li Qingxue guarded behind him like the 4 heavenly kings. Withdraw money. A bank card was handed over. Okay, how much do you want to withdraw? The smile on the bank counter's face was as warm as a spring breeze. About 1 million. Hearing this, the teller glanced at the computer screen with a strange expression. I'm sorry, sir. If you want to withdraw 1 million, you need to make an appointment in advance. Need to make an appointment in advance? Su Yin really didn't know this. Whether in the past life or now. He has never had the experience of withdrawing 1 million in cash. After all, mobile payment is very convenient nowadays. Then take 100,000. The teller glanced at Su Yin, then at Li Qingxue. A reservation is required in advance even for 100,000. Then there's no need for an appointment. It was the first time that Su Yin realized that handling bank transactions was quite troublesome. For less than 50,000, no advance reservation is required. Sir, your bank card balance is insufficient. The teller had a strange expression. What's wrong with this person? Damn it. Third brother, where's the money? Yeah, how did so much money disappear? Several people all looked nervous. The teller became even more nervous. It can't be a case, right? Su Yin reacted and realized that this should be another card, which seemed to be used to pay tuition fees for school. How much money is left in there? Hello, sir. There is still 9.82 yuan in it. Then help me take them all out. Su Yin sighed. Okay. Several people looked at each other. The teller took out 9 yuan and handed it to Su Yin. This is 9 yuan, and I still need 82 cents. Su Yin asked curiously. I'm sorry, we don't have 82 cents at the counter. The teller said directly. After saying that, he muttered in a low voice. He has no money, but he pretends to be rich. He asked for $1 million right away. If you don't know, you would think he owns the bank. Although he lowered his voice, Su Yin still heard it. Fuck. You. Just as Wang Wei was about to lose his temper, Su Yin suddenly spoke up. The 5 of us brothers and sisters just want to withdraw money to buy some steamed buns. 82 cents is enough to buy 1 steamed bun. There was a look of sorrow on his face. The 3 brothers understood instantly, and Wang Wei immediately wailed loudly. Please, please, this is all we have. We haven't eaten in days. Li Qingxue stood aside, looking helpless. What do they want to do? What's going on? Brother, please don't cheat us of our 82 cents. Zhou Kai burst into tears. With these few people making such a fuss, all the customers around were attracted. What happens? It seems someone withdrew money, and there was only 9.82 yuan. The penalty only gave 9 yuan. These $9 are their life-saving money. Banks are becoming increasingly shady. Not necessarily. If you deposit tens of millions into a bank and only have a few dollars left in the end, isn't that a loss? The bank is so shady. Everyone was talking about it. The teller at the counter was also panicked. If there is such a commotion, won't everyone know about it? How can I continue to embezzle money in the future? It was only 80 cents, and now it's gone to 2 cents. It's out of circulation. He quickly took out 80 cents and handed it over. Isn't 2 cents money? Su Yin refused. The bank is cheating me. This bank is such a ripoff. Chapter 151 completed. The three brothers added fuel to the fire. The whole hall was in chaos. Everyone was attracted. Banks nowadays really have no sense of service at all. Anyone can work in a bank. Maybe the remaining money was transferred away. Even if there is only 1 cent in an account, it could be tens of millions or even millions. Dark. Too dark. Banks are stupid. Banks are stupid. Gradually, the crowd surged. There has been a lot of negative news about banks recently, and Su Yin accidentally aroused public sentiment. The teller's face changed, and he hurriedly threw Su Yin's bank card out and put down a sign. The person ran away. However, he was not panicked at all. After this wave of emotions passed, he was still a brave man. He ran away. He ran away. Secretly withholding our funds. Such people are so evil. Seeing him run away, Su Yin didn't say anything, and the people waiting suddenly became excited. The security guard rushed over, but there was only one security guard in the bank lobby. This is the head office, and there are 4 security guards in the lobby. However, facing so many people, it is just a drop in the bucket. Santa, we seem to have made a big fuss? Wang Wei said, shrinking his head. What should we do now? Zhou Kai asked worriedly. Wang Weidong looked around and said, how about we sneak away? Fu Jiajun thought for a moment and said, why should I be afraid? The third brother has hundreds of millions of yuan in their bank. Yes. Wang Wei's back straightened instantly. What are you afraid of? My brother is a billionaire. Sure enough, after a while, the bank executives came hurriedly. The matter is roughly understood. He quickly calmed the people down. Everyone, this kind of situation will never happen in our bank. The money in this gentleman's card is only 82 cents, and there is no cash temporarily. It has not been moved away, it is still in the card. Don't worry, our bank is one of the big 4. Nothing bad will happen. That teller just couldn't express himself clearly. We will definitely punish him. Teach him a lesson. Make him reflect on his mistakes. The teller walked out with his head down, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Uncle. Don't call me uncle. I'm the bank president. The senior executive's face changed and he lowered his voice. Apologize now. You're in a bad mood because of the breakup, and you're working with emotions, so you're missing out on this month's bonus. As expected of a bank president, he has first-rate storytelling skills. I instantly made up a story background for him. The teller apologized and this calmed the crowd down. This is a bank, not a shopping mall. It's not like you can get a discount or something just by making a fuss. After finishing, the teller reluctantly returned to the counter and started working. Why is it still you? As a result, when I looked up, I saw Su Yin still sitting in front of the counter. Withdraw the money. Su Yin threw out another card. How much do you want to withdraw? The teller started to operate in a bad mood. 50,000. I told you that your card balance is insufficient. The teller looked at the computer interface and his expression froze. Swallowed deeply. So many zeros. His savings are almost as much as my cell phone number. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions. More than 900 million. Cash. Suddenly, the teller's face became very enthusiastic. He took out 5 bundles of $100 bills and handed them over. Okay, sir. Su Yin got the money and counted it slowly. The teller just kept smiling and waited for him to count the items. After counting, Su Yin handed the 50,000 yuan back and said, please save it for me. The teller's expression changed slightly, but he still helped him quickly. He handed over the bank card. Okay, sir. Help me get another 50,000. Su Yin stood still like a mountain. The teller's expression froze, knowing that the other party was looking for trouble. Still nodded. Okay. Just as he was about to hand over the 50,000 yuan, he heard Su Yin say, I don't want this 50,000 yuan. I want the other 50,000 yuan from my savings. The teller almost cried, sir. The money is the same. Su Yin shook his head. I just want to see the money I have in the bank. Is my money only 50,000? No, sir, but 50,000 is all the same. I want to see how much money I have. Why do you always use this 50,000 to fool people? Su Yin looked at him. I want the other 50,000 from my savings. The teller's mind was buzzing, sir. You didn't let me withdraw the extra money, and now you're fooling me. Your bank must be out of money, right? Su Yin raised his eyebrows. The teller quickly said, Sir, you can make an appointment today and pick it up tomorrow. Okay, make an appointment for me, and I'll come and pick up the money tomorrow. 1 million, right? The teller breathed a sigh of relief. As smart as me. No. Get some light. Su Yin stood up directly. The teller suddenly became anxious. Sir. However, Su Yin did not stop for a moment and did not listen to what he said at all. Sir, don't go. The teller inside was like a nagging woman, crying and making a fuss. This is a big customer. If I lose such a big client because of my own fault, it will be useless even if my uncle is the bank president. Sir, please wait a moment. The security guard quickly stopped him. Su-yin looked at them. What? The bank is planning to illegally detain me? Or something else? Then can I call my attorney to come over? The security guard was stunned. But he quickly reacted, Sir, I just asked you to wait for a moment. There may be something at the counter. I didn't vote or grab. He has something to do. Did you make an appointment? Sir, please wait a moment. Just then, the president who had just left came running over in a hurry. He rushed over without even closing the iron door downstairs. The security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Excuse me, sir. Su-yin waved his hand, and Wang Wei immediately understood. He stopped the president, and the five of them walked out. If you want to talk to our young master, please make an appointment one day in advance. The president's expression changed slightly. Why does this sound so familiar? No, sir. The president tried to push Wang Wei away. Sir, we are not responsible for anything after you leave the counter. We have completed our business. Please make an appointment in advance if you have anything to do. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai stopped the president. The bank president was about to cry. 900 million in deposits. What kind of person is this? If he takes it all, my mission this year will be greatly reduced. It even has a very big impact. Besides, if I let him go now, how can I communicate with him? If he takes all the money tomorrow, it will be too late. By the way, sir, you haven't completed the cash withdrawal process yet. The teller following behind the uncle suddenly had an idea. Anything else? Su-yin stood at the door and looked back with a smile. Enough of fun. May I ask what the money is for, sir? The bank president couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to his nephew. Oh, I'm going to deposit it at the bank across the street. Su-yin pointed to a bank across the street. The bank president's expression turned purple. Damn it. Chapter 152. Su-yin, this wave of winning is numb. President, big loss. Take it from me and deposit it in the bank across the street. This is just because he is not satisfied with his job. Sir, we have something to talk about. Let's go in and talk. The president was so humble that he would even kneel down if the 900 million yuan could be kept. What is there to discuss? Su-yin asked. I have made the appointment and I have made the withdrawal instructions. It can't be that I'm breaking the law just because I changed banks, right? The president of the bank quickly shook his head. How is that possible? Let's talk about it while we walk. What are the benefits of the bank across the street? All banks are the same. Su-yin said. They save money to send eggs. Puff. The president almost vomited blood. You have 900 million in savings, but are you still short of a few eggs? Wait, deposit 30,000 and get 25 eggs. If it's 900 million. Is he here to purchase goods? We'll deliver too. The bank president gritted his teeth. 900 million is equivalent to giving away 750,000 eggs. They also sent rice and oil. We'll deliver too. For the 900 million deposits. How do you send it? Su-yin followed him and asked with a smile. They promised that if the amount exceeds 500,000, they will give you a shopping card worth 50 yuan for every 10,000 yuan. This way, please. The president opened a security door and took them to his office. I almost cried when I heard this. A deposit of 900 million yuan means a gift of 4.5 million yuan worth of shopping carts. My head is buzzing. In addition, they also promised a current interest rate of 5 percentage points. Damn it. Is the other side crazy? Large denomination certificates of deposit are only 5 points. 900 million means the monthly interest will be 3,750,000. The interest is 120,000 a day. Are they crazy? Moreover, you can use it whenever you want. In case all are taken. The president was also a smart man. He got Su-yin's basic information and said, Young Master Su, we can agree to their conditions. I wonder what Su Xiao does for a living? Get the bottom of it. Me. Su-yin took a sip of the president's tea, and the aftertaste was refreshing and not bad. I'm studying in Shanghai. Rich second generation. Super rich second generation. He has 900 million in liquid funds while still studying. You must curry favor with such a person. No problem. 5 points is 5 points. I just hope that I can maintain long-term cooperation with Su Xiao in the future. Now it's 900 million. What about graduating from college? Taking over the family property? That is, the one with the surname Su. Which Su family? He was still a little confused, so he went back to check. Maybe there would be a clue. You want to negotiate terms with me? Su-yin looked at him. It seems that your bank is not sincere. I will come to withdraw the money tomorrow. Su-yin stood up and left. The frightened bank president hurriedly said, Mr. Su, we can discuss it. Don't worry, we can still talk. Su-yin frowned. I don't have much time. Next time if you want to waste my time, please make an appointment in advance. Maybe I can waste half an hour or an hour with you. The president's face darkened and he sighed. We can agree to their conditions. What difference does it make? The president of the bank said quickly, we can also add holiday gifts. President, do you really treat me like a child? You didn't give it to me before, but you were going to use it as a condition. Hearing Su Yan's words, the president felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Su, add another 500,000 to the shopping cart. The original eggs were counted as 1 million. These are all easy to deal with. I want 6 points for the large denomination certificates of deposit. Su Yan opened his mouth loudly. 6 points means the interest amounting to 150,000 a day. 25,000 more every day. The interest alone is 54 million a year. 5.5 points. No more, the president said firmly. Su Yan frowned slightly, then suddenly turned around and asked, do you want to intern at a bank? Fu Jiajun shook his head and said, I found an internship. Let the fourth one go. He's more suitable. Wang Wei looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai shook his head. My credits. No credits required. I can sign a contract with you right now. There is absolutely no problem with someone introduced by young Master Su. The president immediately expressed his opinion. Old 4. How is it? Su Yan asked Zhou Kai. I'll try. Zhou Kai nodded. What are the salary and benefits? Su Yan asked. The president was delighted, as this meant there was hope. Account manager. Monthly salary of 8K in the first year. Commissions are calculated separately. Year-end bonus, regularization in 1 month, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. What do you think, Mr. Su? After becoming a regular employee, you need to be included in the organization. Su Yan reminded. He knew that Zhou Kai's family was a little poor. If he could get a job in a bank and have a regular position, he would have more possibilities. When you graduate, there are benefits whether you go or stay. Old 4. What do you think? Zhou Kai is a little more introverted, but I still have to go to school. Wang Wei immediately said, you are stupid. With Santa here, it would be okay for you to not go to work for a year, right? The president smiled awkwardly. In theory, you still have to go to work. I'm talking about theory. Zhou Kai nodded. Third brother. Thank you. Okay, that's settled. As long as I have deposits in this bank. It's not a problem for Zhou Kai to not go to work every day. As for how high the ceiling is, it depends on his own ability. Thank you, Mr. Su. The president breathed a sigh of relief. With this relationship, his bank's mission will get better and better. This tea tastes good. Su Yan put down the teacup. The president immediately understood. Mr. Su, this is the tea from the 18 trees in the Westlake Longjing Imperial Tea Garden that my friend gave me. I still have some here. If you like it, take it. As he spoke, he took out a very ordinary iron box from the cabinet at the back. An iron box that is probably slightly bigger than the palm of your hand. If you finish drinking, I'll bring it to you. Then I won't be polite? Su Yan smiled. However, this box of tea must be expensive, and I can't let the president suffer a loss, so just consider it as I bought it from you. How can that be possible? The president was suddenly embarrassed. I'm giving it to you as a favor. If you buy it with money, it's not a favor. I still have to give it. Su Yan took out his wallet, flipped it over, and only took out 300 yuan from his wallet. Do you have any? I only have 200 in cash. 100. 300. The 4 grown men pooled their money together, but ended up with only 900 yuan. I have 600. Li Qingxue also took out 600. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. Well, let's transfer the money. President. Really not. How about I write you a check? Su Yan took out his checkbook and quickly wrote down 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan, there is not even a pound of tea here. It must be enough. The bank president was holding the check for 100,000 yuan, and he felt like crying but had no tears. Although this tea weighs less than 1 pound, it is worth at least 300,000. As a result, the favor is gone. Lost money too. It's hard to say what. What a loss. Su Yan thought happily in his heart. I win. This time, I made at least tens of millions. If it is a current account, the interest is only 180,000 yuan per month. If it is changed to an annual interest rate of 5, it would be several million a month. Make a lot of money. President. President. Something happened. Something serious happened. Just then, a staff member came running in, tumbling and crawling. A look of horror. Detected prodigal son prodigal, 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining firearms proficiency. Receiving conditions. The host and related personnel can obtain it by holding any firearm. Chapter 153. Lord Wu is confused. Why is Zhonghai's bank different from that in Southeast Asia? What's going on? Yichen was having a party with some friends. Li Qin and the others were on the other side. Old Yi, what's wrong? It wilts after just a short while. You're the one who's fucking wilted. Yichen said angrily, waving the golf club in his hand. A ball was hit high. Not bad. Old Yi, now you are finally free to play with us. Yichen was still thinking about the system rewards. Gun? Is my son in danger? Although he didn't fully understand the rewards. But there is a slight connection. There is a tiny connection between every expense and reward. He is not sure to what extent the connection is. However, his sudden proficiency in firearms made him vaguely worried. Old Yi, what are you daydreaming about? It's okay. I was just thinking, we as parents work so hard. What if our son becomes a spendthrift? Yuchen pretended. It can't be helped. When we were young, we were busy making money and neglected to discipline our children. It was inevitable. Yes, Old Yi, you just found your son. Is he a prodigal son? Yuchen smiled and waved his hands. I just want to ask, how did these brats ruin the family? Play with cars and watches. As long as they don't get involved in gambling or drugs, let them be. The most expensive thing is starting a business. It's a bottomless pit. Remember Lao Fei? His son started a business, but ended up squandering all the family fortune he had saved. There are a lot of people doing pig-killing scams nowadays. Don't let them get involved in gambling. Yes, as long as you have money, all kinds of messy people and things will entangle you. Why? These people are fine, so my son should be fine too, right? He has Tai Chi as a support, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Outside the bank. Two vans stopped in front of the bank. The rear end of the car was aimed at the bank door. Mr. Wu sat in the car and looked back at the bank gate. They didn't go out just now, did they? No, our people are watching. Mr. Wu thought for a moment and said, remember, we will rush in and rob the bank later. But remember, our purpose is not to steal money. But, do you understand? Yes. But we have to steal the money too. We have to make it look like our purpose is to steal the money. Everyone will understand. I'll drive this car and leave in a moment. You take the people in another direction. Leave Zhonghai directly. Send the people to Dianyan. Lord Wu reminded again and again. Yes. Get your weapons. At Lord Wu's command, everyone started checking their pistols. Why are there 2 guns missing? Lord Wu frowned. Sir, the regulations here are strict. It is very difficult to get these pistols. Lord Wu nodded. Everyone in the world knew that the place with the strictest gun control was right under their feet. Those without guns, take up knives. Put on balaclavas. Be fierce and ruthless. After you catch him, leave immediately. The other party is very powerful, so be careful at all costs. Once the operation is successful, kill all witnesses. Action. Following his command, the door of the van burst open and people of the opposite sex got out one after another. He was wearing a hood on his head and holding a pistol in his hand. The bank's automatic doors opened and 12 people filed in. Robbery. 12 men blocked the door, looking around with fierce eyes. Oh my God. What's going on? Robbery. What era is this? Are there still people robbing? Is this true? Or is this just a safety drill? Oh my God. Everyone in the bank was shocked. But there is still a lot of discussion. After all, we haven't heard of a bank robbery in many years. The 4 security guards rushed to the anti-terrorism and anti-explosion props area as quickly as possible. Helmets, shields, forks. They held it carefully in their hands and stared at the crowd vigilantly. Bang! Lord Wu glanced around and saw that everyone was staring at him. Something is wrong. How come no one seems to be scared? Robbery. Hearing the gunshot, everyone was scared and squatted down with their hands on their heads. Although I haven't experienced it, I have watched a lot of TV and movies. Everyone squat over there. Take the money. 12 people divided the work and cooperated. What the hell do you want to do? Someone walked towards the security guard who was preparing to take action to prevent the explosion. The security guard immediately backed off. After all, the person on the other side is holding a gun. I only earn that little money a month, so I don't have to work so hard. Quickly put down the shield, fork, and other things. Close the door. Lord Wu put a gun to a security guard's head. The security guard immediately found the remote control key. The iron gate slowly lowered. The gate is closed. The people in the bank were even more frightened now. Really robbing a bank? They panicked. Hurry up. Lord Wu walked towards the hostages, trying to find Li Qingxue. Another wave of people began to actually rob banks. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. I will take Li Qingxue with me and evacuate as a hostage later. He took a few people with him and pretended to have successfully robbed a bank to attract the attention of the police. Once the operation is successful, kill all the hostages. One is to take revenge on Su Yan. Another is to make police investigations more difficult. By the time they checked the number of people and confirmed that one hostage was missing, their people had already left Zhonghai with that piglet Li Qingxue. They even went to Dianyan to perform surgery on old Master Wan. Take out the money. Hurry up. While Mr. Wu was checking the hostages, another group of people had already started to act. They knocked on the glass of the isolation counter and kept pointing their pistols at the teller. The teller was so scared that he ran away. After a while, all the tellers inside ran away. Damn it. Who the hell told you to run away? You're looking for death. One of the gangsters saw the teller ignoring his threats and shot him. Bang. The bullet hit the glass of the counter at an angle. As expected, the scene of glass shattering did not happen. Ah, One of the accomplices suddenly covered his arm and gritted his teeth. Can you fucking shoot? The man was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? However, only a scratch appeared on the glass. There is no sign of breakage at all. Instead, it was his companion who was hit by a ricochet bullet? What kind of glass is so cruel? The tellers, who were so scared that they squatted on the spot and dared not move, suddenly found that the glass was so strong. They all fled. Some people were running while talking on the phone. Hello, is this 110? Someone is robbing a bank. We are at the headquarters of ICBC Bank of China. Some people had already pressed the alarm button that directly connected to the police station. No phone calls. Take out the money. Fuck. Who told you to call? Bang, bang, bang. Someone fired 3 shots. The bullets ricocheted off the glass and flew everywhere. Stop fucking shooting. A bullet bounced and landed right at Lord Wu's feet, giving him a fright. On the other hand, the glass did not show any signs of breakage. Sir, we can't get in. The tellers have all run away. Lord Wu was also stunned. I stared blankly at the entire glass wall that separated the bank, the counter, and the lobby. His eyes were a little dull. Why are banks in China ocean-wide different from those in Southeast Asia? Are the banks here so strong? Chapter 154 Trapped. Where are the partitioned glass and banks in Southeast Asia? The counter is just a counter, with a table and a chair, and inside is the vault. How great is that? How convenient is it to rob a bank? Just jump in and threaten them to open the vault with a gun to their heads. Then loot all the cash. Some even manage to escape through the back door. However, Zhanghai Bank seems to be unusual. There is a back door. He has figured out the situation. There is even parking. The car ready to take Li Qingxue away was already waiting at the exit of the parking lot at the back. Why is the situation completely different now? And the entire glass wall on the counter is very strong. I can't even fire a gun. Bulletproof glass. Damn, banks use such strong bulletproof glass. What about the most basic trust between people? You're just guarding against me, right? Depend on. Can we just let people rob the bank properly? Lord Wu was filled with devastation. He was a little annoyed and quickly looked for the hostage. There were a lot of people doing business in the bank, and I couldn't find the one right away. Since we can't steal the money, we have to kidnap the person. However, a few minutes later, Lord Wu was a little confused. Where are the people? Where are the people? He grabbed a security guard and asked. The security guard was trembling. Although no one was injured, their guns even shot at their own people. What? Who is it? Are all the bank customers here? Lord Wu asked loudly. Fierce and evil. The security guard nodded quickly. Yes, everyone doing business is here. What about the others? Others are doing business upstairs, and some are doing business outside. Who are you asking about? The security guard will tell you everything he knows. Is there anyone upstairs? Let's go. Go upstairs. You lead the way. The security guard quickly led the way and brought them to a burglar-proof door. It's right here. Open the door. Lord Wu was extremely tired. The lobby and upstairs are separated by security doors. Does that make sense? Pooh. Damn capitalists. Can't you be on an equal footing with everyone and be open and honest? No sense of service at all. I come to the bank to do business, and you are f***ing on guard against me. He was almost mad. No, I don't have the key. This door can only be opened from the inside. The security guard was also trembling with fear, with tears in his eyes. Lord Wu frowned, his mind spinning rapidly. Is there any other way to get in? Yes. Yes. Outside. The security guard told everything to save his life. Take us there. What's inside the counter? Lord Wu asked again. There's only one door inside the counter. It's the same door as the vault. You break down the door and I'll go upstairs. Lord Wu's first target is Li Qingxue. Yes. A few people were left behind to find a way to open the door. The other team followed the security guard, looking for another gate and preparing to go upstairs. What era is this? Can't you make money by doing anything? And you're robbing a bank. When the bank president heard the news, he was stunned. Is it so easy for them to rob a bank? Although he said this, he actually stood up and walked out the door. Young Master Su, hurry up. This place is not connected to the hall. They will take some time. Did you call the police? When I walked out of the president's office, the entire office building was already in chaos. Su Yin and his 4 companions had no choice but to follow the crowd and run downstairs. The president is right. What era is this? There are still people robbing banks? The bank's security level is definitely not low. Oh my god, why are there still people robbing banks? I don't know what the situation in the hall is like. What should I do now? Don't worry, it will take them some time to get here. Let's go quickly. Hello, 110, there's a robbery here. There's a gun. Come here quickly. Ahoo, I'm so scared. The noise was very loud. Li Qingxue held Su Yan's arm tightly, her little face pale. Old 3, be careful. Sanner, it's a bank robbery. It's really a bank robbery. I've only seen it in movies. Wang Wei was even a little excited. Su Yin couldn't care less. Bang. Just as they reached the corner of the stairs, they suddenly heard a gunshot. The people running down the stairs scattered instantly. Murder. They have guns. They have guns. The people who were originally going downstairs immediately ran back. Everyone, stop moving. Whoever moves will be beaten to death. Hearing the robber's voice, Su Yan's face suddenly changed. It's Lord Wu. It's the Southeast Asian gang. Their voices are so special. It has a Southeast Asian flavor. He heard it immediately. They are so arrogant. He actually dared to rob a bank. Wrong. Their target is Li Qingxue. Why Li Qingxue? Let's go back. Su Yin pulled the bank president and everyone retreated to the second floor. Everyone was flustered and in a mess. President. Su Yin glanced at the president, who was trembling all over and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. President. It seemed that a head count was being done downstairs. Su Yin didn't care about anything else and slapped the president directly. Does the bank have guns? Su Yin asked. No. The president shook his head. Are there no guns in the vault? Wang Wei said in surprise. No. Armed escort is now handled by security companies, and they have guns. Besides, the vault is not here. The president said with a wry smile. The money is transported from the vault every day by the security company. That's why you need to make an appointment to withdraw large amounts of money. Why? Without a gun, we can only wait for the police to come. Where's the safest place? Su Yin asked. The safe. But the entrance to the safe is on the first floor. You have to go in from the lobby. Damn it. Su Yin thought for a moment and said, go to the rooftop. If the criminal's target was Li Qingxue, they would never let her go. Therefore, it will take time to search up layer by layer. This gives you enough time to operate. Mr. Su, there's nowhere to run on the roof. The bank president trembled. I have a way. Su Yin took a deep breath and pulled Li Qingxue to the rooftop. He was even afraid to take the elevator. They were afraid that the criminals would cut off the power and trap them in the elevator. Fortunately, the bank building is not very tall. It is an old Western-style house built by foreigners in the early years, with only a few floors. They ran all the way to the rooftop. Su Yin was on the phone as he ran, and found that someone was already crying and hiding there. However, the door was closed. Where's the key? Su Yin couldn't help but ask. No key. Where are the keys? Many people are asking questions. There were gangsters downstairs, and many people wanted to escape to the rooftop. But the door on the rooftop is locked. For a moment, despair enveloped everyone. It's over. It's over. We are all going to die here. What should we do now? We are still young. Wow. The cries continued one after another. Everyone became trapped. The first floor was blocked, and people kept rushing up from downstairs. Someone jumped off the building. Someone jumped from the second floor. What? Can I? The second floor is that high? He broke his leg, and now the police haven't come yet. He was beaten to death by the gangsters. Depend on. Why haven't the police come yet? Just when everyone was crying, a voice rang out. Get out of the way. Chapter 155. I called a helicopter to rescue us. Why haven't the police come yet? It's useless even if the police come. We are all hostages of the criminals. What should I do now? Woo. I don't want to die yet. I haven't been in love yet. My son is only 3 years old. The noises were so deafening that it made one's head explode. According to the information brought by the people who escaped upstairs, the door on the first floor had been closed, and the criminals seemed to be looking for someone. The criminals have gone up to the second floor. This building is not tall. I think it won't be long before we get here. They were all panicked. Someone was huddled on the stairs, shivering. Some people ran to hide in the room. Li Qingxue's face turned pale, but she gritted her teeth tightly and didn't make any sound. A pair of beautiful eyes kept staring at Su Yin. He seemed to be afraid of putting pressure on Su Yin and did not dare to say a word. Damn, I'm really so unlucky. Wang Wei sighed and simply sat down on the stairs. Fourth brother, you had a bright future, but now it's probably in danger. Wang Wei kicked Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai trembled slightly and turned back to glare at him. The third brother is holding the beautiful schoolgirl Li's hand. Even if they die, they will still be a pair of lovebirds. How about we hug each other? Even in Hades, they won't look so sad. Get lost. Zhou Kai glared at him, and his mood improved a little. Third brother, how long will it take? Fu Jiajin heard Su Yin calling. Su Yin also shook his head. I don't know either. Let me try to see if I can open the door. He squeezed to the front. Get out of the way. Everyone make way. This is an iron gate. It's not the kind of padlock, so there is almost no possibility of it breaking. Why the hell is this door locked? He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Someone wanted to jump off the building before, and then it was locked. A staff member replied. Does this door open outwards or inwards? Suyin suddenly asked. It's opening outwards. Get out of the way. Suyin took 2 steps back and kicked the iron door hard. Duong. Crash. A huge noise filled the corridor. Stop kicking. Don't attract the criminals. Damn it. Don't be stupid. What if the criminals can't find this place? Everyone was shocked. If you're scared, just hide. If it was the group of people from yesterday, their target would be himself and Li Qingxue. He just sorted it out and went to the bank himself, and then they came to rob the bank. The target is Li Qingxue. It's me too. They probably wanted to make a big noise by robbing a bank and attract attention. Then kidnap Li Qingxue. Therefore, I should have been watched when I was at the police station. You have to save yourself. Can't wait for others. If they were just a little bit late, they might have lost their lives. After all, they have guns. Even if I am invincible in Tai Chi, I am still a mortal body. Bang. Suyin kicked again, and he could already feel that the iron gate was a little loose. There is hope. Fuck. Madman. You idiot, you're going to die. Don't kill us. The crowd went downstairs. The president looked at Su Yin nervously. Mr. Su. President, if you are scared, just go hide. Su Yin ignored him. Bang. Another kick. At this moment, he was like a plague god, and people tried to avoid him. Everybody ran away. Only 3 people in the dormitory, Li Qingxue, and the bank president were left. Old 3, be careful. Fu Jiejun looked at Su Yin. Someone is coming up. Wang Wei heard hurried footsteps. Bang. Su Yin kicked the iron door open with great force. Walk. Without caring about anything else, Su Yin rushed out directly. There is a balcony outside the door. Too bad it's not that big. Pillars, huge water tanks, etc. divide the roof into pieces. There were hurried footsteps. Here it comes, here it comes. Wang Wei ran out shouting. After everyone came out, Fu Jiejun closed the door. Su Yin found an abandoned iron rod and some rusty wires from the ground. Fasten the iron door directly. How do we escape now? Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the iron gate was locked, but he became nervous again. It was impossible to jump. If you fall down, you will definitely be smashed into a meat patty. Master Su, what can you do? The president is very good at judging people. From beginning to end, Su Yin was agile in his movements and clear in his thinking. Maybe he has a solution. I'll have a helicopter come pick us up. I hope they get here soon. Otherwise this iron gate won't be able to hold back the criminals for long. Damn it, Wang Wei exclaimed, lowering his voice. Sanner, didn't you buy the helicopter yet? Yeah, third brother, where did you get the helicopter? Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. I donated one to the police station before, and now they should give me some face. I'll buy one when I get back. Fuck him. Su Yin also cursed. My heart feels like it's about to explode. So exciting. Too nervous. Phew. Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Fuck. Fu Jiejun cursed. You are so fucking rich. Huh. The president let out a long sigh. His bet was right. I didn't expect there was a helicopter. Then why don't you let others come up? Hearing the president's virgin speech, Su Yin shook his head and said, 1. They don't trust me. Secondly, a helicopter is not an airplane and can't hold so many people. It would be even more dangerous. Third, if I'm not mistaken, the target of the criminals this time is Xiaoxue and me. Hearing this, Li Qingxue turned pale. Why me? I suspect you've been targeted by an overseas human organ trafficking organization, Su Yin said, and I have a grudge against them. Damn it. It's innocent when you think about it. You guys fucking wrecked my Porsche and you haven't paid for it yet. Now he's still hunting me. The 3 people in the dormitory looked at Su Yin with admiration. Sanner, you're not really the god of war returning to the city, are you? Do all the foreign forces have grudges against you? Wang Wei looked at him in surprise. The president didn't know what to say for a moment. The presence of a helicopter means there is hope of escape. However, he didn't expect that the target would be them. Moreover, the identity of this rich second generation is a bit mysterious. We have grudges against foreign forces. Bang. Su Yin jumped up suddenly. The gangsters have arrived. The makeshift iron gate couldn't hold out for long. Here it comes. Fu Jiejun's face lit up with joy, and everyone heard it. The sound of a helicopter. Su Yin's phone rang at the right time. Master Su, we have reached the rooftop of ICBC. There is not enough space on the rooftop for the helicopter to land. There was a noisy sound coming from the phone. We can lower the ladder and bring you up. Hurry up, the criminals are coming. Okay, the police know that young Master Su is here too, so they sent an armed police officer to protect us. Hearing this, everyone became happy. Go outside. The 6 people ignored the crumbling iron gate and ran to the outside. The helicopter hovered in midair. A fully armed police officer rappelled down directly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The armed police fell down immediately. The bandits are coming. Chapter 156. This kind of shooting skill cannot be acquired without sacrificing dozens of lives. Oh. When everyone saw this scene, they screamed in fear. The armed police was shot down as soon as he landed. The criminals acted so fast, but the criminals were also a little scared and hid behind a building. It seemed as if he was waiting for the armed police to wake up. Su-yin took the opportunity to rush out. He rolled on the ground and came to the side of the armed police officer who was lying on the ground. First, grab the rifle dropped by the armed police and hold it in your hand. The moment he got the rifle, he felt that the gun was like a part of his body. He quickly made a tactical move, half knelt on the ground, and aimed at the position where the gangster had just fired. Da-da. At the same time, 2 shots were fired. The other party was suppressed, and the gangster who was about to shoot had to retract his head. As soon as the shot was fired, the armed police on the ground woke up instantly and grabbed Su-Yan's ankle. Oh my god! Su-Yan was startled and kicked him without thinking. The armed police fell to the ground again. It was just blocked by the bulletproof vest, but the powerful impact caused him to lose consciousness briefly. Someone took his gun, and he woke up immediately. As a result, he was kicked unconscious again. Excuse me. I was just too nervous. However, he knocked the armed police unconscious. It won't be illegal, right? Master Su. Crash. Someone dropped a ladder from the helicopter. The ladder was hanging in the air, gradually approaching. Bang. Bang. Gunshots rang out again. Su-Yan's eyes narrowed, knowing that if he couldn't suppress the other party at this time, no one would be able to get on the helicopter. Get on the plane. He acted decisively and fired 2 shots to suppress the bandits and prevent them from poking their heads out. At the same time, he squatted down and fumbled around the armed police for a while, found a magazine, and put it into his pocket. He approached the criminals in small steps with a gun in hand. Sanner. Third brother. Student Su. Master Su. Everyone looked at Su-Yan. Su-Yan waved his hand. Now the situation is a bit complicated. The powerful sound of the helicopter made it impossible for him to hear the footsteps. The terrain on the roof was complicated, and he didn't even know how many gangsters had come upstairs. So you have to concentrate. Get on the plane first. Damn it. He shouldn't have kicked the armed police officer unconscious on impulse. Otherwise, the 2 people can form crossfire and cover each other. Master Su, be careful. The president climbed up the ladder. I'll go help Sanner. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Don't be impulsive. The third brother is better than us. If we go, we will only cause trouble for him. Fu Jiejun was more rational. Zhou Kai looked at the armed police on the ground. What should we do with him? Let him stay? Maybe he can help the third brother when he wakes up. Fu Jiejun said. Student Li, you go first. Be careful. Hearing this, Li Qingxue turned around and glanced at Su-Yan. His movements were light and quick. Knowing he couldn't help, he gritted his teeth and climbed up the ladder first. Several people climbed up the ladder one by one. Amid the sound of the helicopter spiraling, there were also a few gunshots. As soon as Li Qingxue climbed onto the helicopter, she looked back at the roof. The roof is full of water tanks, pipes, vents, etc., and the situation is very complicated. However, being in a high position allowed her to see the situation clearly. Immediately, call Su-Yan. Helicopter higher. She screamed loudly. The pilot quickly raised the altitude, and now Li Qingxue could see clearly. On the entire rooftop, in addition to Su-Yan and the armed police, there were 2 robbers. At this time, the 3 of them happened to be surrounding a water tank. Su-Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. When Su-Yan saw that it was Li Qingxue, he knew that she must have something to do. So he picked up the phone and held it between his ears and shoulders. There's a person in front and behind you. Hide in the middle of the ventilation duct behind you. Li Qingxue spoke loudly without any nonsense. Su-Yan hurriedly did as he was told. As soon as he hid inside, he saw a robber appear. If I didn't hide in this corner, I would have run into him head-on. Da-da. Without a second thought, he fired 2 shots. The man's shoulder was shattered and he fell to the ground. Bang. Almost at the same time, a sound came from the ventilation duct beside him. Su-Yan suddenly fell down. Li Qingxue's voice came from the phone. Left. About 2 meters behind your left. Su-Yan fell to the ground and crawled backwards quickly. Sure enough, I saw a pair of feet exposed under the pipe. The pipe is only a palm's height from the ground, so it will never be discovered unless you lie on the ground. Bang. Su-Yan fired decisively, hitting the opponent's ankle. Oh. The man jumped up quickly. Bang. Another shot, breaking the gangster's ankle again. The opponent finally fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Bang bang. Su-Yan shot the opponent in the head twice. It's safe now. Li Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was pale. Obviously, he was very nervous just now. Su-Yan then came out, and quickly walked to the location of the helicopter ladder. Don't move. As soon as he arrived next to the armed police, the police had already woken up and pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Su Yan. It's me, my name is Su Yan. Su Yan said quickly. Mr. Su, where are the bandits? The armed police looked stunned. It was indeed Su Yan. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and fought them off, Su Yan said, without giving any details. I'll go check it out. Su Yan returned the rifle to the other party. The armed police hurriedly ran around to take a look and came back soon. One was not dead yet, but had lost the ability to move. Judging from the bullet marks, they met head-on, accurately striking both shoulders and knees. The other one was to hit the ankle accurately, breaking both legs, and when the opponent was at the bottom, hit him between the eyebrows. Judging from the blood coagulation situation, the 3 shots were shot almost at the same time. He immediately took a breath of cold air. This shooting skill is amazing. I can't do it myself. Even the sharpshooter in the team may not be able to do it. It's not just about marksmanship, but also reaction, judgment, and accurate calculation. This person is definitely not a novice. Even without dozens of lives and tens of thousands of bullets, such a powerful ability cannot be achieved. This Mr. Su is really not simple. When he returned to Su Yan and glanced at him, he even felt a little uneasy. Finally, he avoided his gaze and gave a thumbs up. Master Su, great marksmanship. One person faced 2 bandits, attacking from both sides. Unless you play games and make movies, it's already awesome to be able to have someone to take the blame for you. Let's go. Just as Su Yan was about to get on the ladder, the armed police handed him a rifle and said, be on the plane later, be on guard. Thank you. When Su Yan was climbing up, the armed police were standing guard below with pistols in hand. After confirming it was safe, he stepped onto the ladder. As soon as he got on the ladder, the helicopter immediately took action and flew away. Classmate Su, are you okay? As soon as Su Yan got on the plane, Li Qingxue rushed over and hugged Su Yan. Soon, he let go, lowered his head, and spoke in a stammering voice. I'm fine. Thank you. Su Yan patted her head and looked back at the roof. If Li Qingxue hadn't done the trick from high in the air, even if he wasn't injured, he would have been frightened. Seeing that Li Qingxue's face was pale at this time, he felt grateful and distressed, and could not help but hold her in his arms. 4th brother, look at 3rd brother, the school beauty, is at his fingertips. Wang Wei bumped into Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai looked envious. It seems like the 3rd brother has finally come to his senses. It's better than focusing all your attention on Wang Ran. Fu Jiju nodded. This time Li Qingxue did what none of them had done. Very brave and awesome. Worthy of Su Yan. The 3 of them unanimously recognized Li Qingxue. Su Yan took out his cell phone and called Fujiao. One was to express gratitude. Without his consent, the armed police would not have come to rescue him. The other thing is to talk about the situation inside. Although I escaped, it's not over yet. Chapter 157. Mr. Su is so awesome. Mr. Su, are you okay? As soon as the call was connected, Fujiao's voice was heard. It's okay. Thank you for your help, Deputy Mayor. Su Yan was also very polite. No, I didn't help much. Fu Jiao smiled and looked very satisfied. It is very comfortable to communicate with such a rich second-generation man. Deputy Mayor, I have a few guesses about the bank robbery. Oh, tell me, we don't have enough information right now. Fujiao was shocked. I guess the robbers are from Southeast Asian gangs. Their target is me and my classmates. I guess they carried out this operation because my classmates' blood type or organs may match those of certain people. Su Yan expressed his guess. You mean, the other party's real purpose is to kidnap your classmate? Fu Jiao was a little bit unbelievable. This is simply amazing. It's for organs. I just fought with them last night. They are accomplices of the 4 people who died before. Even though they were masked today, their accents were very obvious. They must have seen me enter the bank and took the opportunity to use the excuse of a bank robbery to attract the police's attention while they sneak in. Su Yan briefly repeated his analysis. Fu Jiao was silent for a while. I saw your plane. Come down and tell me. If that's the case, things are a little tricky today. The helicopter landed, and a large circle had already been cleared around it to allow the helicopter to land. Fujiao was present at the scene, along with armed police and police. The group surrounded the bank. Owner, Tong Yakin hurried over and was relieved to see that Su Yan was fine. She was followed by a team of security guards, including the security captain. Master Su. As soon as Su Yan got off the plane, Fu Jiao came to greet him. These monkeys are very stubborn and have yet to pry their mouths open. Master Su, if your guess is correct, this could be a diplomatic incident. Su Yan shook his head and smiled. Mayor Fu, you don't know? Right. Fu Jiao couldn't help laughing. It's useless to be so clever. We should seek truth from facts. This is a bit of a reminder. That's the captain of the Zhonghai Armed Police, and he's also the operations commander for this operation. I'm afraid he has something to ask you. When Fu Jiao took him there, the armed police chief was listening to the report from the armed police officer. There was some surprise in the look he gave Su Yan. Mr. Su, how much do you know about the situation inside now? The other person's name was Luo Haifeng. He was tall and strong, and he spoke directly. Captain Luo, I don't know the specific situation inside, but the team that came to the office building has 6 people, and each of them has a gun. Although he didn't go down to the first floor at that time, he took a glimpse of it. The other team should be in the bank lobby. There are also 6 people in the service hall. Mr. Su, I heard that you have training experience. Would it be convenient for you to take us in again? He was holding 2 pistols brought down by the armed police, and he had obviously heard about Su Yan's battle record. Very unexpected. This young man looks frail, but I didn't expect him to be a killer. He has the ability to protect himself, and with his cooperation, the operation will go much more smoothly. No. Before Su Yan could speak, someone behind him spoke up. Young Master Su is not suitable for taking risks. If you want to go, I will go in his place. The security captain, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Luo Haifeng frowned slightly and looked at the security guard. Who would have thought that the security guard was not afraid at all and instead looked him in the eye? Captain Luo, this is the platoon leader in my unit. Later I heard that he passed the selection and joined the special forces. He has a mysterious number. Captain Chun of the criminal police team quickly whispered in Luo Haifeng's ear. Luo Haifeng looked at him. Old squad leader, do you have experience in rescuing hostages? Yes. The captain nodded. We have 5 people. We can form a special operations team to carry out the operation. Luo Haifeng knew very well that these people from the special operations team were all experienced in killing people and had rich combat experience. He pondered for a while and said, Old squad leader, you take 24 people and enter the office building from the roof. This is the topographic map. There are 6 floors in total. I'm in charge of the bank robbers. No problem. The security captain nodded in agreement. Soon, he selected 4 people from the security guards, armed them fully, and took the armed police into action. The armed police are responsible for domestic security, and scenes like this are more simulated combat than real combat. Luo Haifeng just happened to borrow an experienced security captain. Please protect our Master Su. The security captain gave instructions and stepped back into his own battlefield. Be careful, Su Yan said worriedly. Rooftop. The security captain checked the 2 robbers. He faced her head-on. His shooting was accurate, but he hesitated. It should be the first time he shot at someone. He hesitated. The security captain couldn't help but marvel at the robber who fell to the ground, lost too much blood, crawled for a distance and finally died. Ambush, shooting from the ground on the other side of the pipeline. 2 shots broke the ankle, 1 shot hit the center of the eyebrow. Shooting decisively, this is something I can't do. He still remembers that after he joined the special forces and saw someone being killed for the first time, he couldn't eat for a whole week. The first time he killed someone, he almost wanted to retire. However, Su Xiao seemed as if nothing had happened. Master Su is really awesome. Walk. However, he no longer hesitated and went straight downstairs. The office building has 6 floors in total, and 24 people clean each floor one by one. First floor. Lord Wu's face was gloomy. Where are the people? Didn't they go into the bank? All 6 floors were cleaned, but Li Qingxue was not found. I made it so big, but in the end I didn't achieve my goal. Why haven't Monkey and Babu come down yet? He paced back and forth anxiously. His plan was to win quickly and decisively. To rob money and to rob people, the troops are divided into 2 groups. As a result, the longer the time is now, the greater the possibility of failure for them. Now that the police are surrounding us, the possibility of escaping is becoming increasingly slim. Da-da-da. Suddenly, gunshots were heard upstairs. Lord Wu's face changed. They are coming in. However, just as he reacted, someone jumped down from the 2nd floor. Da-da. 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 Intensive gunfire rang out, and several of his men fell to the ground instantly. Lord Wu was quick-witted and grabbed a hostage next to him and put him in front of him. One was not enough, so I pulled another one. He even pulled several of them in a row and asked them to stand in a circle to protect themselves. Chinese soldiers, I know you are very strong. Lord Wu hid behind the crowd. They even pulled over a white cloth and asked the hostages to hold it over their heads. Now, the security captain was also a little helpless. He could recognize the opponent's feet, but he didn't have the confidence to hit the opponent's ankle in the crowd. Then kill the opponent. I have to say, Su Xiao is still awesome. Now, prepare a 7-seater car for me, fully fueled, and 10 million in cash. At most, I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll start killing people. Chapter 158. Don't be a Ferrari. Don't be a Trumpchi. Gunfire was heard from both sides of the bank. After a while, Luo Haifeng came over with his men. What's going on with the old squad leader? The bank's rolling shutter doors are not completely enclosed, but are made up of steel cables. It cannot completely block people outside from looking inside. Do Southeast Asian gangs have experience committing crimes in the country? There is a huge difference between China Overseas Bank and those in Southeast Asia. Moreover, they were just temporary plans and there were bound to be many omissions. Without any obstruction, Luo Haifeng confirmed the action over there. Just take a few snipers with you, one gun each, and the problem will be solved. The police are now coordinating the evacuation. A man has taken a hostage and is demanding 10 million in cash and a car with a full tank of gas. He also wants Miss Li Qingxue to be handed over to him. After hearing the report, Luo Haifeng's face changed. Li Qingxue was a little scared, but wanted to help them. A little hesitant. Holding her little hand, she heard Luo Haifeng say, "Are the money and the car ready?" "It's ready." "Where's the locator?" "It's all installed." "Go tell him." He put down the binoculars in his hand, confirming that there was no way to kill the other party. The car and money are ready, and the man can't be found. Also, the helicopter is ready, and he can't get away. Luo Haifeng responded immediately. "I can't," Li Qingxue said courageously. "No need." Luo Haifeng refused directly. "We won't negotiate with the gangsters. We gave him these things just to catch him." Su Yin stared at the bank office building. He is thinking of a solution. What he was thinking about was how to kill the other person. If this Southeast Asian gangster robber doesn't die, I will never have peace in the future. After a while, the other party seemed to agree. Soon, surrounded by the security captain and others, a group of people covered with a white cloth slowly walked out of the bank. It was impossible to tell which one was the robber. Someone saw hope and rushed out from under the white tablecloth. Bang! Almost at the same time, gunshots rang out. The man staggered and fell to the ground. The rest of those who had other ideas no longer dared to run away. In this way, a group of people got into a 7-seater Trumpchi. Drive. Lord Wu randomly chose someone to drive. He then used the belts he had collected to tie up everyone. I didn't sit in the passenger seat, but in the back. There are people everywhere. Drive well, help me get rid of the police, and I can give you some money. Lord Wu said, drive. The car started and slowly stopped in front of the parking lot toll barrier. Bump into it. Lord Wu was speechless. Are you still waiting to pay? With a gun pointed at the back of his head, the man driving the car stepped on the accelerator and crashed through the broken railing, rushing out. As soon as the car drove out of the road, Lord Wu immediately found several cash boxes and opened them to take a look. It was filled with cash. Throw them out in batches. He asked people to open the car windows and throw money out. Red cash bills fluttered in the wind. Money. Hey, it's really money. Oh my God. Hurry up and pick up the money. Suddenly the crowd around became agitated. The car that Luo Haifeng was riding in had just started when it was forced to stop. His expression suddenly turned ugly. Clean up the scene, helicopter, follow up. However, this will inevitably take time. The helicopter followed closely. However, due to this delay, I can only follow from a distance. Car keys. All this made Su Yin see an opportunity. He snatched the car keys from Tong Yakin's hand and jumped into the Lafayette that Tong Yakin was driving. With a step on the accelerator, the Ferrari roared out violently and roared out from another exit. Student Su, Li Qingxue exclaimed. Follow me. Follow me. Follow Master Su. The security captain was also shocked. He didn't expect Su Yin to chase after him. How could they know that Su Yin was planning to kill people to silence them? Bring weapons. Luo Haifeng threw 2 guns over. This is an emergency and must be dealt with urgently. Thank you. The security captain took the gun and jumped into the approaching Grand Cherokee. However, on the street, the Ferrari is like a nimble fish. Left and right. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the traffic. Why didn't you catch up? The security captain was furious. The driver was very innocent. Master Su's speed was at least over 100 miles per hour, and the Ferrari is more flexible than us. How can you drive at 100 miles per hour with so many cars here? The security captain was speechless. Captain, look, our speed has exceeded 60 yards. Follow the helicopter and chase it. At this time, Su Yin had already seen the other party's car. Su Yin stepped on the accelerator hard and caught up again. Without thinking, I said goodbye to Trumpchi. Fuck. Why doesn't he want me to do anything? The driver was shocked. What the hell? It was a supercar. Again. This scene was seen by many drivers and pedestrians around. Holy shit. What's wrong? Ferrari with bread? What's going on? Road rage. Huh? I hate these road rage cases the most. But using a Ferrari to compete with a van? Isn't that too extravagant? Even if it's road rage, you wouldn't use a Ferrari to cut off other cars, right? A little scratch will cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Damn. Are you really not short of money? Is there something wrong with my brain if I choose a supercar worth millions instead of a car worth hundreds of thousands? Millions? This is a LaFerrari. A Ferrari LaFerrari. A car worth tens of millions. Oh my god. A car worth tens of millions. Why would I want to compete with others? Watch Ferrari give way to Trumpchi again and again. When you drive in front of a Trumpchi car, you will slow down. This forced the car to slow down continuously. Lord Wu was extremely anxious in the car. Today, his plan failed. He also arranged a plan for his escape. But now, I was stopped by a road rage person. The anger grew stronger. Bump into it. That's a Ferrari. The driver was very nervous. Fuck it, he's a Ferrari. It's none of my business. I'm on the run, on the run. I don't want you to pay for it. Collide. The driver suddenly got excited. I'm going to crash a Ferrari today. Usually I see him being very cautious. Today I can finally crash a Ferrari. A sense of excitement arises spontaneously in my heart. Bang. The front of the car hit the rear of the Ferrari. The car jerked violently. Everyone was stunned. Damn. This guy is so brave. It really hit me. It's over now. Although Ferrari is responsible, he still has to pay for the collision, right? This will cost hundreds of thousands. Who let Ferrari go before others? If it were me, I would bump into him too. You have already overtaken the car, right? You didn't change lanes to let the car go straight? The pedestrians were stunned and gave the Trumpchi driver a thumbs up. Chapter 159. Are you richer than me? Throw money away. The car shook. Damn it. Suyin stepped on the brakes. If you want to fight, then stop right there. Crunch. The tires produced intense friction with the ground. The tires were splashing on the ground and sending out sparks. However, Trumpchi is still pushing Ferrari forward. Fuck. Stop fighting him. Lord Wu realized that something was wrong. The other party obviously wanted to slow down himself. Is it the police? How is that possible? Even the police in Dubai wouldn't be so generous, right? Using a Ferrari as a police car? Are you kidding? For a moment, his mind was a little confused. However, I knew clearly that I could not slow down. Go around. The driver was a little disappointed. Fighting with a Ferrari is an experience that only happens once in a lifetime. He slammed the steering wheel. He pushed the Ferrari diagonally, pushed it away, and then drove away. Dry. Suyin slapped the steering wheel, not caring about the miserable appearance of Ferrari, and stepped on the accelerator to catch up. Southeast Asian gangs are indeed cruel and ruthless. If I don't keep them here, there will be trouble in the future. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. I can't destroy their nest now. But those exposed ones in Shanghai must be cleaned up by ourselves. He doesn't want to be threatened again and again. With the performance of the Ferrari, it soon came ahead of the Trumpchi again. Ferrari followed closely behind. A large amount of cash suddenly appeared on the Trumpchi MPV in front. Bills of cash were flying in the air. Everyone around was stunned. Oh my god. It's money. Cash, all cash. Pick up money. Hurry up and pick up the money. I'm rich. I'm going to make a fortune now. Hurry up and pick up the money. All of a sudden, the whole road was in chaos. A large amount of cash was flying on the road, and many cars stopped and started picking up the money. There were also pedestrians rushing out on the sidewalk to pick up the money. There were parked cars and pedestrians everywhere. Suyin had to concentrate all his attention, avoiding pedestrians and chasing after him at full speed. Depend on. After finally avoiding all the pedestrians, Suyin was so angry that he wanted to smash the steering wheel. Haha, fight me. Lord Wu sneered. 10 million in cash? Did he want it himself? Impossible. This 10 million cash is required just for the purpose of retreat. Robber, big brother, the Ferrari is catching up again. The driver said in panic. Damn it. Lord Wu also saw it. The police car has been temporarily thrown away, otherwise he could have abandoned the car and escaped. Unexpectedly, it was not a police car chasing him, but a supercar. Damn it. He is a policeman. Wrong. How could the police be so crazy? This is a Ferrari. Just a few $1,000s a month. Is it worth working so hard? How many years does it take before you can buy a Ferrari? In just a short while, the Ferrari started to cut in again. Left and right. Bump into it. Don't fucking leave me. Lord Wu was furious, otherwise he would have been able to escape by now. I'm going to kill you right away. His face looked gloomy. He also didn't know that there was a helicopter in the sky. But today's operation failed. If successful, he is confident that he can escape police pursuit. But if he fails, he will have to find a way to make a comeback. Hurry up. Drive faster. As Suyin just turned aside, Trumpchi directly hit him. The front of the car swayed and almost hit the roadside again. A large amount of cash was thrown out into Trumpchi automobile. Su Yin stepped on the accelerator and passed everyone before the millipede formed a traffic jam. Depend on. Su Yin slapped the steering wheel and saw a box on the passenger seat. Reach out and open it. I saw that it was all cash. Has Tong Yakin prepared the ransom? Since you are richer than me, then give it a try. Su Yin increased the horsepower, passed the trump key, and drove forward. Ferrari is gone. The driver was overjoyed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. What's the road ahead? Lord Wu narrowed his eyes. Now that this annoying guy is gone, I can escape. Just find a secluded spot, get off the bus by yourself, and blend into the crowd. It is easy to leave Zhonghai with a few tens of thousands of dollars. Although there are cameras everywhere now. However, there is a solution. Find a black car driver and ask him to take you away from Zhonghai. Then spend some money, buy a mobile phone, rent a car, and go to Yunnan. Or, just sneak away by water. As he asked, he looked back. The police car didn't catch up. Suddenly, he saw a helicopter in the air. His expression changed slightly. If there were a helicopter, it would be much more difficult for me to escape. There's a tunnel ahead. Upon hearing this, Lord Wu's face was overjoyed. Helicopters cannot monitor inside the tunnel. Get off the car by yourself and leave through the escape passage in the tunnel. Su Yin increased the horsepower, and the broken Ferrari made a loud roar and rushed into the tunnel. Comparing wealth? Then let's see. The car turned sharply and stopped sideways in the middle of the tunnel. Dee. Beep beep. The various cars behind me began to honk their horns continuously. Su Yin picked up the ransom that Tong Yakin prepared for him and placed it on the damaged hood of the Ferrari. Open the box. He just jumped into the car and threw out bunches of cash. The cash was scattered in the tunnel, flying everywhere with the wind in the tunnel. He scattered a whole box of cash everywhere. Damn it. Is this guy crazy? The Ferrari crashed like this, and you're still throwing money around? It's about throwing money around. Throwing money around. Hurry up. There's a windfall today. Hurry up and pick up the money. You're such a rich second generation. I fucking love you to death. Soon, the entire tunnel was blocked, with cars stuck in a mess, and everyone stopped to pick up money. Su Yin had already jumped out of the car and ran back the way he came. Beep. Beep. Trumpchi kept honking the horn, but to no avail. Big brother, there seems to be a blockage ahead. The driver's face turned pale. He had just been speeding along, crashing into a Ferrari, and speeding, which made his adrenaline surge rapidly. I even felt like I was the robber. Before I knew it, I had empathized with the robber. Damn it. Lord Wu looked back and saw that there were fewer and fewer cars behind him. He had a bad feeling. The road may be closed. After a little thought, he understood the reason. Are there police outside the tunnel? However, letting me escape into the tunnel was your biggest mistake. Stay in the car and don't move. Mr. Wu picked up a box of cash and jumped out of the car. The hostages are of no use now. Take a box of cash with you, enough for your escape. He strode forward with a gun in one hand and a cash box in the other. In his eyes, the dark tunnel is the road to light. Chapter 160, I am a foreigner. Do you understand? The robbers are gone. Let's run away too. What should I do now? He didn't take all the money. How about we drive back the same way? Divide the money. Lock the car doors and leave immediately. On the Trumpchi MPV car, the hostages all had ideas. If we split the money, can we still make some money? Lock the car doors. The robber left with a box of money, which means he doesn't plan to come back. Don't worry about it. The 10 million the robbers took has already been taken away. Remember that. This money is all ours. Yes. His money was thrown away, and this money is ours. A lot of cash in the joy of escaping death. Get them on the same page instantly. The Trumpchi car turned around and sped back the way it came. Parking. At this moment, police cars had surrounded them. The armed police stared at them vigilantly. What to do? What else can we do? We are not robbers. We are hostages. Money. Why do you want money? It's good enough to be alive. Several people got off the car reluctantly. Where are the robbers? Luo Haifeng couldn't help but frown when he saw that all the people coming down were hostages. The tunnel was blocked, so the robbers got out of the car and ran away. Okay, please help with the investigation. Take him back. Let's go. Luo Haifeng led the team, and the security captain and others followed quickly. Lord Wu walked forward quickly, holding a gun in one hand and a cash box in the other. Now is the time to race against time. The tunnel was filled with a mess of cars and people. They were all picking up money from the ground. As they walked, Lord Wu suddenly realized that something was wrong. I'll just throw money away. Is there anyone throwing money around here? Who was throwing money? However, since something was out of the ordinary, he became more alert. Finally, we arrived at the escape passage. Lord Wu was not carried away by the situation, but became more cautious instead. I walked in cautiously. The escape passage is not long, it is just a door connecting two opposite lanes. A little bit of road. When a traffic accident occurs on this lane of the tunnel, passengers can evacuate to another lane through the escape passage. But now, it has become an escape route for the gangsters. You really are going this way. Just as he walked out of the passage, a voice suddenly rang out. Lord Wu was startled. The pistol instantly fired a shot in the direction of the voice. However, this time the shot missed. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed up from the bottom. The man instantly squeezed into his arms. A huge force surged towards my chest. Bang! The huge force knocked him away. Mr. Wu slammed against the wall like a rag bag. It even stayed on the wall for a moment. Then it slowly slid down. It's you. At this time, Mr. Wu finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. He felt that several ribs in his chest were broken, and he couldn't suppress the urge to vomit blood in his throat. Obviously, his internal organs were also injured. Ferrari, is that you? Why did you arrest me? Why are you fighting so hard? Mr. Wu said through gritted teeth. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the other party rushed over. He stepped on his hand with a force like a bomb, breaking his arm by itself. Ah! Lord Wu cried out in pain. You are a smart person, don't play tricks. Su Yin kicked the pistol that fell to the ground away. He had been very alert just now. The other party has a gun and will never relax until he sees it. What on earth do you want to do? You're using a car worth tens of millions to catch me. You also scattered the money in the tunnel, right? Just for me? It's not worth it, right? Lord Wu never expected that he would fall into the hands of such a young man. Moreover, the price paid by the other party was too high. That's a lot of money, at least hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. There is also a Ferrari LaFerrari. To catch yourself? It's not worth it. If you place an order on the dark web, you can save at least tens of millions. Why bother? For you? Are you worthy? Su Yin sneered. I'm doing this for myself. How can I feel at ease if you don't die? Lord Wu couldn't help laughing. Killing people is against the law. Ha ha. The most you can do is beat me up. Besides beating me up, can you kill me? The police arrived shortly after. Lord Wu smiled happily and seemed to be provocative. And I am a foreigner. Do you understand? Little piglet, I will leave soon, and then I will be back. The corners of his mouth rose. That girl called Li Qingxue is your woman, right? I will take both you and her away. I'll play with her right in front of you, then cut open her stomach, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and eyes. They can all be sold for a good price. Wait until you watch. And then when it's your turn, I won't let them give you anesthesia and let you watch yourself being cut open. Oh, by the way, you should be very rich. After being cut open, I will also cheat all your parents of their money. Su Yin laughed and said, You are forcing me to kill you. No, I don't want to die. Who would want to die? I could have escaped, but you stopped me. Lord Wu stared at him. What's the point of you stopping me? It angered me instead. Your country is too safe, so safe that it makes people lose their blood. Do you dare to kill people? Have you ever killed anyone? In order to survive, I started killing people when I was 8 years old. Lord Wu sneered. No. Su Yin shook his head and squatted down. You angered me. You knew you couldn't escape, so you just wanted to take advantage of me verbally. But you can't leave. I'll send you on your way now. Su Yin suddenly squatted down, and Lord Wu's face changed slightly, and then he smiled and said, Do you dare to kill someone? Why not? Time is more important than money, and my life is more important than yours. The more Lord Wu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This young man doesn't seem afraid of killing people. I'll give you another chance. Pick up the gun. Su Yin kicked the pistol to Lord Wu's hand and said with some regret, I'm sorry, I stepped on your right hand and broke it in the heat of the moment. Then use your left hand. What do you want to do? Why did he want me to get a gun? Be good, be good. Lord Wu didn't dare to move, he thought. He really wants to beat me to death. Then kill yourself in self-defense. What a vicious young man. At this moment, fear finally appeared in his eyes. How could he possibly take it? It's not like there's something wrong with my brain, is there? Unexpectedly, Su Yin picked up the gun and put it in his hand, then exerted force with both hands. Point the gun at yourself. Lord Wu immediately exerted force. No dot. He was scared, really scared. He really wants to kill himself. Bang. But his one hand was no match for Su Yin, not to mention that he was injured. A gunshot rang out and Lord Wu was stunned. I'm not dead. The next moment, the muzzle of the gun was pressed against his chin. Master Su. Careful. Bang. Uncle Police, help. However, the policeman could no longer save him. Lord Wu, dead. Chapter 161 I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. This way. Luo Haifeng led the team, the security captain and others, and moved forward quickly. There were people picking up money all around, and they didn't care about this team of armed police at all. At this time, Luo Haifeng couldn't take care of them because the large army would be coming in soon. When the time comes, the police will naturally come to handle the matter here. The safe passage is ahead. If he wants to escape, he must go through this place. We have organized an interception on the other side. Luo Haifeng hurried over. Bang. Just as they were about to reach the safe passage, a loud gunshot rang out. Everyone's spirits suddenly tensed up. Be careful. These robbers are very dangerous. Kill without mercy. He issued a kill order. These people are extremely vicious and deserve to die. He led the way, followed by Su Yan's security captain. His face was determined. The muzzle was raised and the rifle's safety was on. He leapt through the door. The security captain immediately filled his position. The two formed a crossfire and aimed at the passage. Master Su. The security captain immediately saw Su Yan fighting with a gangster over a gun. When Lord Wu heard the voice, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. The police are here. The police are here. The policeman came to rescue me. There was no moment when Lord Wu was so eager to see the police arrive. He tried hard to stop Su Yan from pointing the gun at him. But it was too late. Su Yan's power was like that of a wild monster, coming in an irresistible posture. The gun was pointed at his chin. Bang. Gunshots rang out. The policeman's figure became blurred in front of Lord Wu. I see cold feeling at the back of my head. In his last glance, he seemed to see the frightened expression on the fierce and devilish young man's face. Finally, he heard the demon scream. Why is he screaming? Su Yan seemed to be frightened, and his legs kept struggling to move backwards. At this moment, I couldn't care less about the injuries on my body. Master Su. Master Su. Mr. Su, are you okay? Ambulance, call an ambulance. Where's the first aid kit? Check if young Master Su is injured. Dry. Control the scene. Control the scene. Luo Haifeng rushed over quickly with his men. He pointed the gun at Wu De, whose head was blown off, as if he was afraid that he would come back to life. The armed police group protected Su Yan in the middle. The security captain supported Su Yan halfway, looking nervous. Mr. Su, are you okay, Mr. Su? Su Yan swallowed his saliva, damn. He almost beat me to death. Is there any water? The security captain took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and said, Mr. Su, eat some candy first to control your heartbeat. Su Yan's heart was indeed beating like a drum at this moment. A head exploded right in front of him. The impact was unprecedented. Paralysis. How did those guys who travel through time and space and kill so many people do it? Hiss. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, and Su Yan finally felt the wounds on his body. Master Su is injured. The security captain exclaimed. He thought the blood on Su Yan's body was from the robbers. Now I'm panicking. Ambulance! Ambulance! Fortunately, today's incident was a serious one, and there were always ambulances ready to rescue. Mr. Su, today is all thanks to you. When Su Yan was carried into the ambulance, Luo Haifeng expressed his gratitude. As it should be, no citizen would be a coward when faced with such a thing. It's different, Mr. Su. After you recover from your injury, let's drink together. This rich second generation is extraordinary. He suddenly woke up when the criminals entered the tunnel. If he ran away through the safe passage, he might be escaped. Fortunately, there was this Mr. Su who fought the robbers alone. This prevented the criminals from escaping. Okay. Su Yan nodded with a smile. It's a deal. It's a deal. As soon as the ambulance door closed, Su Yan's expression became a little distorted. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so fucking much. The security captain quickly turned his head away. I didn't see anything. The MVP, who has the most kills and is the most ruthless in the entire stadium today, is now grinning. Sir, your wound is in your lower body. You need to cut off your pants. The nurses in the car were wearing masks and smelled of various chemicals. Oh my God. Su Yan looked at his thigh that was bleeding profusely, feeling like crying but without tears. In order to gain the trust of the police, I have to get hurt a little. Unexpectedly, the gun hit this location. You can't shoot a chicken, right? Wouldn't that be like gambling with your sexual happiness for the rest of your life? Sir, please don't get excited. Let us help you clean your wound first. As soon as I cut open my pants, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Can you find something to cover it for me? Exposing your thighs is immoral. No, sir. Captain, take off your clothes and give them to me. Su Yan took the security captain's clothes and covered his face. Lying on a stretcher, tossing and turning all the way. When he was taken out of the ambulance, there was a burst of discussion immediately. Look, that guy. Hey, why are the pants torn? And there's blood. Could it be that he cheated on his wife and got his hair cut off? Is it so exciting? How did you know? Look, why would a decent person cover his face? Normally, it's to cover a wound, but look at him, covering his face so openly. If it's not to be ashamed, then what is he doing? That makes sense. Bop scumbag. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Yan covered his face tightly. Fortunately, he had covered his face in advance. I am a hero. However, he couldn't confront anyone now. Might as well cover your face. Now that it's been taken away, it's even harder to explain. It's so pitiful. He's so young and injured like this. How do you know he's so young? Look at this figure. It's just that the police sent it here. It can't be that simple, right? Isn't this simple? If a couple fights and uses knives, shouldn't the police come? That makes sense. It makes damn sense. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. I will never come to the hospital again even if I die. Or find a private hospital. Chapter 162. Outstanding Young Man, Mr. Su. Emergency. This is the hero who shot down the gangsters and protected the property and personal safety of citizens during the bank shootout. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Luo Haifeng rushed over in a hurry without even putting down his gun. Walk like a dragon and gait like a tiger. It immediately attracted attention. Holy crap. Is this a hero? I'm such a jerk. Sorry. When everyone heard that a paramilitary officer had proved it, they quickly apologized. Luo Haifeng rushed to Su Yin and said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we didn't think it through. Now you can take it down. No. Su Yin sighed. He has already lost face, so he doesn't want to show it. So the stitches properly, it's best not to leave any scars. Luo Haifeng instructed the doctor to sew the stitches. Yes. With armed officers at the side, the doctor's movements were much more agile. Just as the doctor finished stitching, Su Yin heard Tong Yakin and others rushing over in a hurry. Master, are you okay? Tong Yakin brought a few female housekeepers with her hands holding clothes. I'm fine. Su Yin sighed. When Luo Haifeng saw this scene, his original idea of recruiting Su Yin into the army was immediately shattered. Joke. She is surrounded by beauties on both sides and leans on the beautiful women. Watching the pretty servants changing clothes for Su Yin. My heart is filled with envy. Yakin, find a better private hospital next time. Yes, master. With the help of two maids, Su Yin walked out of the consulting room. Mr. Su, are you okay? The security captain asked apologetically. Nothing serious. The security captain immediately laughed. Go home first. No, take me to the police station first. There is still a lot of finishing work to be done. However, that is the police's business, and Su Yin has to go and give a statement. Including Li Qingxue and several brothers are at the police station and need to cooperate with the investigation. Oh my god, who is this person? I don't know. It seems like he was brought in by an ambulance. I seem to hear someone calling you master just now. And there are bodyguards. You're really envious, aren't you? There's a wheelchair available, but he doesn't sit in it. He insists on holding on to the beauty. I want to do the same. Damn, I'm so jealous. This kind of person is so awesome in reincarnation. I heard someone was throwing coins on the street today. Idiot? What idiot? It's money. $100 bills. Damn, wouldn't that mean I'd make a fortune? Not only that, there are also Ferrari LaFerrari and Trumpchi today. Damn, that scene is so cool. How desperate is the Ferrari owner? Today I really got to see what a truly wealthy person is. It's so awesome. Everyone showed envy. Su Yin arrived at the police station first, and He Wenba was already waiting for him there. Mr. Su, it's very clear that you killed in self-defense and will not be prosecuted. The only problem now is... He Wenba glanced at Su Yin. I found that this rich second generation was still calm, as if he was not worried at all. Whether the youth medal is awarded by Zhonghai or the whole country. Also, the top 10 outstanding youths depends on whether they are awarded by the whole country or Zhonghai. Oh, I almost forgot. There is also the award for bravery. This award is rich. Su Yin couldn't help laughing. Mr. He, are you planning to scare me to death? He Wenba also laughed, but in his heart his opinion of this rich second generation was raised even higher. Decisive to kill. And everything was handled very cleanly. Very clean. The most important thing is that it is truly a courageous act. Master Su, the trial of the case concerning the 10 major guilds is scheduled to begin in 14 days. Do you want to testify in court? He Wenba asked. Can I apply to testify in court as 2 bags of water guns? Wear a mask. He Wenba nodded. I can apply, but you must meet with the judge and the other party's lawyer. Then I will help you apply in the name of protecting privacy. Okay. Su Yin nodded and agreed. Sure enough, Su Yin was welcomed by everyone as soon as he entered the police station. Master Su, awesome. Master Su. Fu Jiao also took the time to wait here. Master Su, this time it's all thanks to you. No, this is all thanks to the police. I'm really sorry for causing so much trouble today. To express my gratitude, I want to donate another 50 police cars. Zhonghai is so big, so of course the more police cars the better. That's not true. Captain Luo has already told me that if it weren't for young Master Su, the robber leader would have escaped. It would be very dangerous if such a person were to roam around Zhonghai. You can say that he has protected Zhonghai's economic development and Social Security. On behalf of Zhonghai, I would like to thank Mr. Su for his contribution. Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Jiao continued. The city's youth medal, the top 10 outstanding youths, and the award for bravery all require young Master Su. As for the national ones, we will also nominate them and help you win. Come on, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mayor. Su Yan smiled. He doesn't take these seriously. Student Su, are you okay? Li Qingshue's eyes suddenly turned red when she saw Su Yan sitting in a wheelchair. I'm fine. Sanner, you were too impulsive. You must bring me along for this kind of show-off. Wang Wei looked regretful. Second brother, stop talking nonsense. Third brother, you are too impulsive. Yes, third brother, it's too dangerous. Several people were worried, and Su Yan felt warm in his heart. How would they know what he was planning? But this was destined to be a secret that he could not tell anyone. I have to go back and rest for 2 days. After you return to school, please ask for 2 days off for me. After leaving the police station, Su Yan returned to Zhoxing Mansion. The main reason is that the location of the injury is really inconvenient. What if others think I have become a father-in-law? But soon, Su Yan became famous. Chapter 163, He Deserves to be Rich. A Ferrari kept overtaking a Trumpshi on the road. This kind of dangerous driving immediately aroused the indignation of all netizens. Holy crap, Ferrari is so amazing. Fuck, these rich people simply don't take human life seriously. If you have money, you can do whatever you want, right? Rich people really go too far. Are you crazy? What's so great about being rich? People like this must be severely punished. Zhonghai Jiaojing. Yes, it's not just the traffic police. This is against the law. They must be sentenced. Zhonghai Jingchav. Zhonghai police. Please arrest the driver immediately. As the times change, many things have become public. It can be said that this video has sparked public outrage. Countless people began to the police on major websites. Of course, the police are also paying more and more attention to information on the internet. The person in charge responded immediately. Describes the situation at that time. The general meaning is, the driver of the Trumpshi car is the leader of the bank robbers today, and the driver of the Ferrari is a hero who stood up. With his help, they successfully intercepted the robber leader and helped the police kill him. The police will apply for a bravery award for him. At the same time, we would like to warn everyone that this is dangerous driving and please do not imitate it. All of a sudden, all the major news media started speaking out. Even the local news broadcast began to report on this incident. All those who had previously blamed Su Yan were stunned. But he was soon eliminated again. Awesome. Awesome. Please accept my greeting, local tyrant. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't expect that there would be such a clear stream among the rich. Thank you for your help, master. It's a Ferrari LaFerrari worth tens of millions. For the safety of the citizens, just crash it. Isn't this just crazy? As expected of a rich man, he is really too rich. Awesome, really awesome. In an instant, the polls reversed. At the same time, another video also went viral. It was still the damaged Ferrari, parked sideways in the tunnel. Because of the lighting, Su Yan's face couldn't be seen clearly. But you can see him standing on the roof of a supercar, throwing out large amounts of cash. At the same time, the text said that a rich man blocked the tunnel due to a car accident, hindering traffic, and even threw money on the spot. At the beginning, public opinion was also one-sided. Damn, are all the rich people nowadays crazy? What a beast. What a beast. Is it great to be rich? You can do whatever you want with money. However, after the official explanation came out, the focus immediately shifted. Slap in the face. Slap in the face. My face is swollen. The local tyrant is awesome. So awesome. In order to catch a criminal, a Ferrari should be scrapped and at least 1 million should be spent, right? That's crazy. I'm not jealous of such a rich man at all. He deserves to be rich. Although I can't see his face clearly, he's so handsome, isn't he? The person shooting the video was in a hurry and the camera was shaky. He even quickly joined the ranks of picking up money. The camera captured Su Yan's behavior of throwing money for just a moment. At the same time, the official issued another announcement. Su Yan's heroic behavior was reported, and it was confirmed that he would be awarded the Bravery Award. Netizens immediately discovered the new point. Holy shit. I'm not jealous at all. Yeah, the prize money for bravery seems to be 1 million. Haha, I'm not envious at all. The price must be much more than 1 million, right? With the damage to the Ferrari, it's going to cost at least $1 million. And the cash left on the spot was at least 1 million. He should make this money. Is this called making money? This is a waste of money. Haha, I'm a fan of this rich man. I'm a fan. There are only 2 rich people I'm not jealous of. One is Taeheo Go, and the other is this one. Haha, indeed, The rich guy also has a Ferrari. Isn't that just the rich guy? Who is this rich guy you're talking about? The anchors on TikTok, the anchors showing off their wealth, always make a big deal out of things. Haha, that's true. Not every time, but it's often true. I really don't envy these two rich people at all. The local tyrant brother is scheming against each other, and this one is just ruining the family. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 1 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 51 equity of Sci-Fi Film Company. The golf ball is in the hole. Just as Yi Chun was about to take action, the system's voice rang out and his hands trembled. The golf ball was so close, but it went to the outside. Ha! Old Yi, why are your hands shaking suddenly? I was so scared. I thought Lao Yi would score 18 strokes in his first golf game. Haha, Lao Yi, what's going on? It's okay. Yi Chun shook his head. What is the use of film companies? Now we have entered the electronic age. What's the use of giving me a film company? Wrong. If I hand this company over to my son and let him keep losing money and keep investing money in it, doesn't that mean? New track. A new track has appeared. Just when a group of bosses were chatting and laughing after playing golf, the phone rang. Brother Chun, something happened. My son seemed to have had a car accident. I can't get through to him on the phone. Li Qin received a nervous phone call. What's going on? Yi Chun was also anxious. Didn't he just squander 1 million? Why did this happen suddenly? Don't worry, call the steward of Jiuxing Mansion. Yi Chun quickly calmed down. It will be fine. He just spent 1 million half an hour ago. Well, Li Qin was obviously a little panicked. However, he calmed down after being comforted by Yi Chun. Yi Chun was also very anxious. Hurry up and call Su Yan. Unexpectedly, the call was connected very quickly. Son, are you okay? Are you okay? What's wrong? Oh, your mom said something happened to you, and the phone couldn't be reached. Su Yan briefly explained the situation and did not mention his injury. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I invested in a company before. It seems to be overseas. I will hand it over to you in the future. What's the point of handing these companies over to me? Su Yan was speechless. Also abroad. Anyway, this company is handed over to you. You are responsible for your own profits and losses. All right. Su Yan nodded and agreed. Got it. This is a test for myself. During this period of time, I have been doing things here and there for my company. There is no pattern at all. Car dealerships, hotels, and racetracks. I guess he just invested it casually. The core businesses of such a large family must be intertwined. However, this also shows that the old man really wants to hand over all the assets to himself. Su Yan sighed. Do you still want to start a business? If I take over the entire Yi family, is it still necessary for me to start my own business? What is the core business of the Yi family? It would actually be best if I could start my own business and fill in the gaps of the Yi family. But now he knows nothing about the Yi family's core business. Apparently, this is also a test. If Yi Chun knew Su Yan's idea and was planning to give up starting a business, he would cry to death. After explaining everything to his parents, Su Yan also had to explain something to the woman in front of him. Senior, you missed me so soon? When Lu Xinyan saw Su Yan sitting in a wheelchair, her heart trembled and she said stubbornly, I came to see if you are dead or not. Don't worry, the doctor said I'm very lucky. What kind of doctor would say something like that? Su Yan held Lu Xinyan's hand. Really? Why would I lie to you? And don't you know my capital? Bah, you're already injured, yet you still won't behave yourself. Blame it on that damn doctor. I will definitely teach you a lesson when I get the chance. The next morning, Adela also came to show her concern. Naturally, some training on her acting skills is indispensable. At night, Su Yan received bad news. Chapter 164 Young Master Su was arrested. Third brother, something happened. Just when Su Yan was enjoying the gentle countryside, Fu Jiejun called. Boss, what's the matter? Fu Jiejun said anxiously. The fourth brother just went to the office and heard a piece of news. Someone in the school reported you for defrauding the school's poor student subsidies. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's okay. I was going to tell the teacher to cancel my subsidy. Third brother, you'd better be careful. There must be someone behind this, said Fu Jiejun. It's not just this matter. There's also the issue of guaranteed admission to graduate school. I'm afraid someone wants to pull you down. Hearing this, Su Yan smiled and said, Boss, don't worry. I don't need the qualification to continue my studies. I know you don't need it, but don't underestimate this matter. Su Yan lay on the bed, touched Adela's head, and pushed her hair aside. I know, thank you, boss. I'll go back to school tomorrow. You must be careful. Fu Jiejun reminded again and again. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan lay on the bed. Sure enough, human hearts are quite complicated. I was thinking too simply. During his 3 years in college, he was always a poor student and received subsidies from the school. Who would have thought that he would suddenly find his biological parents? And his biological parents are super rich? He forgot about this matter. I didn't expect that it would be used to attack me. Why? However, it's not a big problem. You just need to go to the school and explain it clearly. Adela leaned on Su Yan's chest and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. Someone in school wants to make trouble and frame me." "Are you really okay?" Adela was still very worried. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, I can handle it quickly myself." "Master, do you want me to pick you up after class?" Tong Yakin helped Su Yin get out of the car and asked. "No need. I'll call you if there's anything." Su Yin shook his head. The wound didn't hurt so much anymore. As long as there is no direct friction, it is not a big problem. Moreover, after a few days of rest and recuperation, Su Yan's tolerance for pain has become very strong. "Okay, shall I leave the car to you?" "No, I'll call you if there's anything." "Okay, master, take care." However, as soon as he got off the car, Su Yin was seen. Early this morning, he received a call from the department, asking him to go directly to the department office to answer questions from the school. "Is that Su Yin?" In the office upstairs, a man stood by the window, watching Su Yin get out of the car. A girl with turbulent breasts leaned against him tightly. "That's him, director. Look, he's hooking up with a rich woman. He drives a luxury car recently, and he's often not in school. Moreover, he changed his cell phone and clothes and bought new ones for everything. How can such a person be poor?" "Of course I know. Don't worry, after today, he will no longer be eligible for admission to graduate school," the man laughed. "Oh, this is the office." The girl was full of pouting. "This way, I have one less opponent." "So what if it's an office?" The man chuckled. "It's my office. I have the final say." "Are you Su Yin?" In the counselor's office, the man was already refreshed and sitting in the office. "Yes, Director Zhang." Su Yin nodded. "The man in front of me is the department head. You have been enjoying the school's poverty-stricken student subsidy policy, but recently your classmates reported that you changed your phone, stayed out all night, and drove a luxury car." Director Zhang looked down at him. "You are committing fraud." "Xiao Su, don't be nervous. Just explain things clearly." A counselor on the side spoke for Su Yin. Director Zhang glared at him. "What do you mean by explain clearly? This is fraud. Moreover, it involves the embezzlement of national resources." Hearing this, Su Yin frowned. He was accusing himself right away. Is there something wrong with this director? Why? I am usually very low-key and never provoke him. Is it because of the guaranteed admission quota? But the places for guaranteed postgraduate study have not been announced yet. Why target yourself? Su Yin had no idea for a moment. "Okay, don't leave school for the next 2 days. I'll let the police investigate." "Director," Su Yin quickly spoke up, "I can explain this matter." "No need to explain. I don't want to hear a student of Zhonghai University talking nonsense just for a little profit." Director Zhang looked righteous. "Zhonghai University cultivates elites. I will report your case to the school. Just wait for the punishment." Su Yin wanted to curse. "What the hell? Can't you just listen to what you have to say?" "Director Zhang, should we investigate this matter internally first? The child is still young and has a bright future. Even if he did something wrong, isn't this a school? Aren't we a place to guide people to be good and teach them? If it gets out, it won't sound good." An older counselor quickly advised. However, Director Zhang just wanted to suppress Su Yin with one blow. "How can I help my lover without making a big deal out of it? The school has always thought this way, and these students are always thinking of crooked ways. We must kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Just then, there was a knock on the door of the counselor's office. 2 policemen were standing at the door. "Hello, we are from the Jinshan District Police Station. We are here to look for Su Yin from your department and ask him to cooperate with the investigation." "What?" The instructor who was originally speaking for Su Yin was stunned. "The police came to your door?" Director Zhang called the police. "That's not right. This is Dongjiang District. Why are the police from Jinshan District in charge? Does Director Zhang want to touch him? Why? He's so young, but he's messing around." Director Zhang was also a little surprised. "He is Su Yin. Isn't this a convenience? Are you Su Yin?" The police officer came over. "Please come with us to the police station now. There is a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. You can't get around the police, right?" "Okay." Su Yin nodded. He doesn't have many connections elsewhere. However, after these incidents, the police's connections in Shanghai have almost reached the end. "Let's go." Fortunately, the police did not take out handcuffs. "Xiao Su." The old instructor stood up quickly. "Officer, has Xiao Su done anything wrong?" "Well, he is involved in an economic case, and we are in the process of investigating it. However, it shouldn't be a big problem," said the police officer. After saying that, he took Su Yin away. Director Zhang snorted. "I knew it, an economic case. He hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already involved in an economic case. There's no need for the school to keep a student like him. After saying that, he stood up. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my choice was right. How could I do this for my little lover? I am doing this for the purity of the school. Almost at the same time, the news of Su Yan's arrest immediately spread among his acquaintances at school. Chapter 165, our company doesn't deal in realistic paintings, right? Isn't that Su Yan? Yeah, what happened? Were you caught? Oh my god, Su Yan was arrested. It is said that this is a scam? He seems to be so glamorous recently. Isn't he an orphan? Yeah, I've always been a poor student, but now I'm suddenly driving a luxury car. I heard that the school wants to resolve this matter and investigate it. There was news in the past 2 days that something was going to happen to Su Yan, but why was he taken away by the police? Damn, is Su Yan so cruel? Is this called a poor and treacherous scheme? Maybe he's hooking up with a rich woman. He's an orphan, so is it possible that he can inherit an estate? Come to think of it, he's really handsome. So that's what I'm saying. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Ran couldn't help but scold everyone after hearing the discussion. What nonsense are we talking about? We are telling the truth. That's right. You used to ignore Su Yan, but recently Su Yan seems to have become rich, so you started to protect him. Wang Ran was so angry that his chest heaved. Will. As soon as she started crying, her classmates dispersed. Shan patted her back gently, looking helpless. Shan, tell me, Su Yan has been ignoring me recently. Is it really because he hooked up with a rich woman? Wang Ran was also a little worried. It's unlikely, right? Shan was not too sure. After all, she didn't know the truth. Su Yan's roommates were all very tight-lipped. What if he really goes after a rich woman? Although Wang Ran didn't say it explicitly, there was a look of disdain in his eyes. Shan shook her head secretly. But, is he doing this for me too? Seeing that Shan hadn't spoken a word, Wang Ran actually learned how to attack himself. Shan looked at her in surprise. What a green tea bitch. It seems that I was right to choose her before. I'm going to do an internship in a while. Shan suddenly said. Where are you going for internship? Wang Ran couldn't help but ask. An agency, working as an assistant to the boss. Shan smiled happily. The main thing is to learn more. Are you going to enter the entertainment industry? Wang Ran's eye sparkled. That's about the same. Shan avoided the question. I didn't expect that I would be taken away by the police again just after I started school. What the hell? It's outrageous. Officer, what's going on? Sitting in the police car, Su Yan couldn't help but ask. If he wasn't handcuffed, then it didn't mean the problem was serious. At least it wasn't an incident of intentional murder that broke out. Regarding Pingguang technology, there are some things that require you to cooperate with us to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. The policeman looked serious. Officer, can I make a call now? Certainly. The police didn't shy away from it, which shows that the matter was not serious. Su Yan felt more relieved. But I still called Fujiao. Mayor Fu, yes, it's me, Su Yan. This is it. Su Yan told the Jinshan District Police about what he had been asked to cooperate with. Let you answer the phone. The police were confused. Call the mayor directly? What operation? But he still answered the phone. Hello, mayor. It's like this. We received a real name report that Pingguang Technology was suspected of violating the law, so we summoned Mr. Su. Okay, I know. After returning the phone to Su Yan, the police was stunned for a long time. Then he slowly said, Brother Qin, the person who called me just now seems to be our director. Are you stupid? Isn't our director in the bureau? Another policeman couldn't help but say. No, I'm talking about the director of the general administration. His name is Fujiao. Damn, it seems to be true. He said hello to me. The two policemen looked at Su Yan in a daze. What did the director say? Brother Qin asked. The chief said that we must seek truth from facts and not wrongly accuse young Master Su in the slightest. Young Master Su is our police force's strongest supporter and friend. He has made contributions to the police force. He has donated airplanes and police cars to the police force. As soon as he finished speaking, the two policemen looked at Su Yan in amazement. Rich man, have you donated airplanes and police cars? This is understandable, but what the hell is meritorious service? How can a college student make contributions to the police force? You too. Is there anything you can tell me? Su Yan smiled. Knowing people is awesome. The two policemen told us everything they knew. Someone reported that our products were suspected of violating the law. I understand. It seems that we have encountered a business war in reality. And it's a high-end business war. The police are not in a position to reveal more information. Su Yan yawned. These 2 days were nominally for recuperation, but in fact I was very busy. While helping Adela improve her acting skills, she also has to teach Lu Xinyan how to make up for the loopholes in her work. It can be said that he is extremely busy. The wound split open twice. It can be said that he truly put in his blood and sweat. Master Su. As soon as I arrived at the police station, I saw a few familiar faces. Master Su, things seem to be getting troublesome this time. What should I do? The company won't. There are several senior executives of Pingguang Technology. Especially the finance department, their faces turned pale. It's okay. I understand the details. A competitor reported us. In order to comfort them, Su Yin briefly explained the situation. Did someone report it maliciously? This is great. The finance department breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, if I report it. Instead, the technical director looked unhappy. What are you doing? Su Yin saw that their faces were not right. Aren't we doing illegal business? Yes. The manager lowered his voice. We are not doing illegal business. Damn it. Su Yin was stunned at that time. A thought suddenly appeared in my mind, and my whole body couldn't help but tremble. No way. It can't be like this. It's not an illegal business. A double negative is a positive. But why do you have to talk like this? Does that mean it's not a legal business? Old man, are you fucking trying to trick me? You're handing over the gray industry to me too. WD&M. The more I thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. If this is true, I wouldn't dare to take over the Yi family's assets even if they were worth 100 billion or 1 trillion. We won't make paintings that look like real ones, right? Su Yin couldn't help but ask in a low voice. What do you mean by a lifelike painting? The manager was confused. Just forget it. Su Yin waved his hand. He doesn't know much about Pingguang Technology. At that time, when Yichin took himself to various industries to transfer the legal person, it was just a quick visit. After all, there are so many companies. Pingguang can be said to be the person he knows the least. All I know is that Pingguang Technology seems to be making car films. What's illegal about having a car film? You're not a car model? Unless, what Su Yin thought of was color-changing ink. After all, the color of the car model must be related to the ink. What if they are making car film in public and using color-changing ink in secret? They are responsible for the color-changing ink. Some people are responsible for acid-free paper, and others are responsible for. Doesn't this form a complete industrial chain? Don't mess around. Chapter 166 jumped out so quickly. If we set up such an industrial chain, wouldn't that be courting death? Don't do that. Old man, stop messing around. Su Yin felt that his hand holding the phone was also shaking. Just as I was about to call Yichin, I heard a cold voice coming from the police station. I asked you to bring someone with you. What did you do? Su Yin looked up and saw a middle-aged policeman walking out quickly with a cold expression. Captain. The leading policeman hurriedly ran up and whispered, Captain, Mr. Su, and the general. There's only a suspect here. Where did this gentleman come from? The captain didn't even let the other party finish his words. No one can help this case. Then, he saw Su Yin, and his face suddenly darkened. I asked you to bring someone in. Not invite someone. Bring them in. Is this person coming with bad intentions? Su Yin suddenly felt panicky. It's more frightening than killing someone. Are you guys really going to create an industry chain for lifelike paintings? You really didn't use color-changing ink? Su Yin turned around and looked at the manager. The manager quickly shook his head and asked, what is the use of color-changing ink? What's the point of getting it? It's better not to. Su Yin calmed down a little. Mr. Su, please. The two policemen still showed a hint of respect. Sir, the captain snorted coldly, let's go. He pushed Su Yin. Su Yin's whole body trembled, and he was already filled with rage. A shake of the shoulders depletes the energy. Su Yin didn't move, and the captain almost stumbled. Damn, you attacked a police officer? The captain was about to lose his temper as soon as he stood firm. Two policemen quickly grabbed him. Captain, Shut up. The captain was obviously very angry and didn't let the other party speak at all. Go away, damn it. However, he also saw that many people in Pingguang were watching. If I do it now, maybe something bad might happen. Interrogation room. Just went in. Sit down. The captain snapped. As soon as he sat down, the captain handcuffed him to the iron table. Officer, I'm just here to cooperate with the investigation. Is that okay? Su Yin shook the handcuffs on his wrists. It's icy cold. Stop talking nonsense and shut up. The captain looked impatient. Your company is suspected of subjective crime. Before the captain could finish his words, Su Yin interrupted him. Officer, you haven't explained clearly what's going on. The captain was so angry that he almost died. It felt like nothing was going well today. Okay. The products produced and sold by your Pingguang company are suspected of being criminal. You don't even understand this? Su Yin's heart skipped a beat. Isn't it really color-changing ink? Is it part of the photorealistic painting industry? Damn it. Su Yin shuddered. If this is the case, no one can protect themselves. I don't know. Su Yin shook his head. Don't quibble. The captain scolded. As the legal representative and boss of the company, how could you not know about this? Outside the interrogation room, in another cubicle. Outside the one-way glass, several people were watching this scene. Director Ching, I'm leaving it to you this time. A middle-aged man with a big belly looked at the interrogation room with shining eyes. Mr. Zhang, you must be joking. This is just a small matter, and the boss is a little idiot. It can be easily solved. Just scare him a little and he will naturally sell the company. Director Cheng smiled and said, You are District Chief Li's brother-in-law. The district chief has already told you about this. You must get it done. Mr. Zhang smiled even more happily. Director Ching, thank you very much. We will have many more contacts in the future. Of course. The two cunning old men laughed even more happily. Pingguang Technology's products are really awesome. They are very popular online. Mr. Zhang was a little proud. From now on, this thing belongs to you, Mr. Zhang. Haha, it's everyone's. The two looked at each other and smiled, with smiles on their brows. Look, this captain is a good hand. I plan to support him. It's what you deserve. As long as we get it this time, everyone will benefit. In the interrogation room. Of course I don't know. I have only acquired this company for less than half a month. Su Yan was calm. The acquisition was less than half a month ago? The captain pretended to have just learned the news. If you don't even understand the industry, how could you acquire Pingguang? How the hell should I know? So, what case is Pingguang Company involved in? Captain, please explain it clearly. Su Yan sighed. The captain has been vague about his words, and Su Yan still doesn't know which law he has violated. You still don't understand? The captain sneered. The products produced by your Pingguang Company are specially designed to avoid being filmed by traffic cameras. Don't you understand? You don't understand. So why do you want to buy them? In order to make money, you really don't care about anything. I tell you, you are finished this time. Your company has been closed down. Avoiding traffic cameras? Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a small matter. Depend on. I thought it was a real painting. He scared me to death. At most they will close the company. I don't want it anymore. Then hand it over to Mr. He to handle it. No big deal. My lawyer will be here shortly. Su Yan relaxed. Fortunately, it is not color-changing ink. Next, Su Yan ignored whatever the captain said. He still hasn't said anything. Mr. Zhang was a little anxious. Director Ching smiled and said, Don't worry, he has plenty of experience. Just watch him perform. At this moment, Director Cheng's expression suddenly changed. Because Su Yan's lawyer arrived. This is a big trouble. What trouble? Mr. Zhang frowned. One of the top 10 law firms and the most powerful lawyers in the country, he Wenba. What should we do then? Mr. Zhang asked nervously. Don't worry, he can get away, but Pingguang Company can't escape. Even if we seal up their company and poach their technical personnel, the result will be the same, said Director Ching. It's mainly patents. Look at Xiao Ma. He has experience. Inside the interrogation room. Captain Ma, my client has no idea about this matter. He Wenba said immediately after understanding the situation. I verified it too. Captain Ma nodded, pretending to understand everything. It would be best if Mr. Su could get out of this as soon as possible. This case involves quite a lot of people. Captain Ma immediately changed his expression. I understand. Su Yan nodded. Is it so easy to solve? Just rushed in a batch. Is it that easy now? In addition, other people from Pingguang Company. They need to cooperate with the investigation. Captain Ma refused outright. Mr. Su, you can go first. Su Yan and He Wenba walked out of the interrogation room. Su Yan's phone rang. Boss Su, I'm Zheng Qiming from Kingsoft Technology. I live next door to your factory. I heard that you had some problems. I saw that the factory was sealed off. We are planning to expand our business. How about selling your factory to me? Are you so impatient to jump out? Su Yan smiled. Not for sale at this time. Mr. Su, Pingguang Technology has been closed down. It's useless for you to keep the factory. Why not sell it to me and get half of your money back? It won't be a waste of time. There was a warning in the other party's tone. Chapter 167. Tell the mayor that I want to withdraw my investment. How much are you prepared to pay for it? Su Yan asked. 1 million. I gave you a sincere price. You pay the rent for the factory to me. As for the equipment, they're all second-hand goods, and I still have to replace them. It's better than you being locked up, right? 1 million is not a small amount. Not for sale. It seems that this matter is most likely caused by you. Should I sell it to you now? The old man said that money is the least valuable thing. At least it's not as valuable as my breath. What's more, 1 million. Who are you insulting? You. Mr. Su, there's no need to be angry. Your factory has been sealed off, and the workers can't work. Keeping it is just a waste of money. Why don't you sell it to me? Zheng Qiming kept persuading. However, Su Yan refused to sell it. Okay. Mr. Su, you young people don't understand social reality. Then don't blame me for being rude. After he said this, he immediately hung up the phone. Mr. He, please help me check this Zheng Qiming from Kingsoft Technology. This incident is probably caused by him. When He Wenba heard the name, he couldn't help but frown. Young Master Su, this person is a bit troublesome. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. He is the brother-in-law of the Jinshan district mayor. Many people know about this. It seems that he has set his sights on you. He Wenba looked a little unhappy. For some things, the law is not omnipotent. It's a connection. Su Yan touched his chin. Is it difficult? It's not difficult to do it, but if you want to do it, you have to start with his brother-in-law. If the mayor of Jinshan district is not taken down, it will be very difficult. Su Yan frowned. Indeed. It takes some time to collect evidence, present evidence, report it, and so on. We need to go through the process, said He Wenba. Then provide evidence now? Su Yan had no good idea for the moment. Since the things produced by the factory are illegal in nature, it means that someone has caught you with evidence. Although he likes to be caught by women. However, it doesn't mean that I like being caught by men. Let's see first. If it doesn't work out, I can just give up on this company. I just acquired this company. If its products don't comply with the law, it has nothing to do with me, right? No. He Wenba nodded. That's fine. Just as Su Yan was about to walk out of the police station, he heard footsteps behind him. Mr. Su, we need your cooperation in the investigation now. Captain Ma reappeared in front of Su Yan. Captain Ma, my client has explained everything clearly. He Wenba immediately stopped Captain Ma. Lawyer He, I'm talking about another case now, and I need Mr. Su's cooperation in the investigation. What case? ICBC robbery. This is a case in Dongjiang district. What does it have to do with you in Jinshan? He Wenba was furious. The other party is shameless. All the police officers in this city are responsible for this case. Captain Ma said righteously. This is an attempt to kill yourself. But this is just asking for death. I apply for bail. He Wenba said immediately. No, this case is too serious. Captain Ma looked at Su Yan with a smile. Mr. Su, there are always people who are better than you. You can earn money again if you lose it. After all, you are still young. Although he didn't say a word about the factory, every word conveyed this meaning. Let's go. Su Yan looked at Captain Ma. What if I sell Pengwang technology? Then this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Su. Captain Ma was delighted. The bank robbery has nothing to do with me? These are two different things. Captain Ma laughed dryly. That's right. The ICBC robbery is actually somewhat related to me. Su Yan smiled. Captain Ma frowned. What does that mean? Did you really commit the ICBC robbery? Back to the interrogation room. This time He Wenba was actually stopped outside the door. You can't do this. He Wenba was furious. Don't worry, Mr. He, please call Mayor Fu for me and tell him that I want to withdraw all my investments in Zhonghai. Also, I really don't dare to invest anymore. Su Yan stood inside the door, but Captain Ma's face changed. He knows the mayor. His brows furrowed. What to do? Master Su, you want to withdraw your investment? Why? Zhonghai is an international metropolis. If you withdraw your investment, won't you suffer losses? Just then, a voice rang out. Captain Ma took a look and immediately lowered his head in fear. Mayor Fu. It's really Mayor Fu. He's still the director of the general administration. Mayor Fu, even if there is a small loss, it is better than being eaten up without leaving a bone. Su Yan sighed. Pretending to be sad, he said, Mayor Fu, you don't know that if I don't leave now, all my assets will be embezzled. Fu Jiao couldn't help but frown. He rushed over when he heard what happened. Didn't expect it to be so serious? Embezzle entrepreneurs' assets? He couldn't help but look at Captain Ma. Captain Ma called the director weakly. He suddenly had an idea and said, Director, this has nothing to do with us. I asked Mr. Su to help investigate the ICBC robbery. Fu Jiao almost laughed out of anger. You asked him to cooperate in investigating the robbery? Ma Yongkai, tell me, what suspicion does Su Xiao have? Captain Ma said quickly. He himself admitted that it was related to the robbery. He was about to cry. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had a relationship with the deputy mayor? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have bothered you. Huh. Young Master Su is indeed related to the robbery. Director, Mayor Fu. Just then, Director Chung came trotting over, with Zheng Qingming beside him. What brings you here? Fu Jiao stood there with a gloomy face. Old Chung, you have been the director for a long time, right? I mentioned promoting you before, but you insisted on staying in Jinshan, right? Director Chung immediately said shyly, I am old and don't want to move around. I will stay in Jinshan to finish my last shift. Stand guard for the last time. Huh. I think you are planning to become a local emperor in Jinshan. Fu Jiao said coldly. Mayor Fu. Falsely accused Su Xiao of being involved in the ICBC robbery? No. No. Director Chung waved his hands quickly. Mr. Su is here to cooperate with the investigation of the company's products involved in the case. Captain Ma was about to cry. Damn it. Chief, you are trying to trick me. So, you want to take over Mr. Su's company? Fu Jiao's eyes became even more unfriendly. There is something wrong with these people. No, their company's products are suspected of endangering traffic safety and public safety. Director Chung was obviously more experienced. What about the company? Who gave you the authority to shut down their company? Is this your police department's business? Director Chung quickly shook his head. We didn't seal it off. We were just investigating. Investigation? Fu Jiao laughed coldly. What is our responsibility? You even want to take care of the business affairs. Director Chung shuddered. No need to explain. That's what you did. Fu Jiao was so angry. He didn't expect that there would be such people in Jinshan District, a remote place on the outermost edge of Zhonghai. Mr. Su, don't worry. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Fu Jiao immediately gave Su Yin a shot of prevention. I guarantee that such a thing will not happen. I wanted to go to school to look for you. I didn't expect to take such a long detour. Su Yin smiled and said, I am sorry to trouble Mayor Fu, but all the people in my company have been arrested. The crying child gets the milk. Fu Jiao was immediately furious. Chung Lin, what on earth do you want to do? Are you too comfortable here? Chapter 168 Young Master Su with a strong background. Who told you to arrest people? Did the industrial and commercial department ask you to cooperate? Nonsense, Director Chung said timidly. Director, the products they produce are indeed very dangerous. Are they dealing in drugs or counterfeit money? Fu Jiao was furious. If it's a business problem, is there any documentation from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Director Chung lowered his head. Their original plan was to capture several important executives. The people of Pingguang were in panic. Just scare a young boss and make him hand over Pingguang technology. Isn't that the end of it? Who would have thought that I would hit a wall? If you don't say anything, then it means you don't have it. Fu Jiao was very angry. When did the team I lead become so bad? Mayor Fu, I know about this. Their company's paint can avoid traffic cameras and radars. Zheng Qingming explained quickly. It has a very bad impact. Many people use this paint and drive at excessive speeds. It has a very bad impact. Fu Jiao looked at him. Who are you? Mayor Fu, my name is Zheng Qingming. I'm the brother-in-law of the mayor of Jinshan District, and I also work for their neighboring company. Ouch. You blew yourself up. Su Yin looked at Zheng Qingming. Mayor Fu, can we talk for a moment? Zheng Qingming looked at Fu Jiao with a smile. Mayor Fu, as long as my Jinshan technology swallows up his Pingguang technology, everyone will benefit. I heard Zheng Qingming whispering to me. Fu Jiao nodded. What's the benefit? Zheng Qingming was delighted. As expected, all officials are corrupt. Their Pingguang car paint has a special effect that can evade traffic police cameras and radars. As long as we get their technology, we can promote it online. Then, we will make a lot of money. Fu Jiao understood. So, you got the technology for their illegal products and used it yourself? Aren't you afraid of breaking the law? Zheng Qingming smiled, approached Fu Jiao, and whispered, Aren't you still here? Arrogant. Really arrogant. Fu Jiao knew that he was not stupid or brainless. But in the past, this approach could easily succeed for him. Gradually, I came to believe that all problems could be solved this way. It's a habit. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Fu Jiao sighed. Now that I have come this far, there is no need to be in the same boat with these people. I'll take care of things here. Release all the people. Fu Jiao looked at Director Chung. Director Chung gave a look, and Captain Ma immediately went to release the person. When the people from Pingguang Technology came out, they saw another team of police had arrived. As soon as these policemen got out of the car, they instantly occupied a favorable position. Mayor Fu. Several people in blue uniforms came over. The Jinshan District Police Chief, the criminal police team captain, and the district chief's brother-in-law, are suspected of corruption and bribery. You should investigate. Seek truth from facts. Fu Jiao took a deep breath. Mayor Fu, didn't we agree on this? Zheng Qingming was stunned. You sold me out right away. Director Chung and Captain Ma looked pale. It's over. They just wanted to make some extra money, but who knew they would touch a hornet's nest? What should I do now? On the contrary, the people from Pingguang Technology were all stunned. Awesome. So awesome. Master Su. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Zheng Qingming is here too. He has been wanting to annex us for a long time. It turns out that he is the one behind this. His brother-in-law is the district chief. What should I do? Everyone was very worried. Don't worry. What happens here has nothing to do with us. When Su Yin saw this scene, he knew that Fu Jiao had made up his mind. Not only the police came, but also the Discipline Inspection Commission. The eyes of everyone at Pingguang Technology looked at Su Yin with sparkling eyes. Master Su is so awesome. Even more awesome than the district chief's brother-in-law. That's good. Our company is not afraid of anything. Weren't we afraid to promote it before? Now we can promote it like crazy. The day of making big money is coming. With young Master Su's support, we won't be afraid of anything in the future. They became more courageous. Their new paint is very functional, but it can only be sold secretly, afraid of being supervised. Unexpectedly, something happened. The police rushed in and arrested all the executives. The factory was also temporarily closed. As a result, unexpectedly, as soon as Su Xiao appeared, the situation was reversed. Even the district chief doesn't give me face. Young Master Su has great connections. Why not publicize it? Make big money. Must make big money. Crunch. At this moment, 3 military cars suddenly stopped in front of the police station. A middle-aged man in a white coat got out of the car. At the same time, a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition came down from 2 cars. No way. Everyone at Pingguang Technology was stunned. Are these military personnel also here to support young Master Su? What else? Our Master Su must have some very strong connections. Master Su is awesome. This time we're really going to make a lot of money. Indeed, we have won this time. I thought I had a new boss, but I didn't expect a big boss to come. The man in a white coat who got off the military vehicle looked around and walked directly to the door of the police station. I heard that you brought people from Pingguang Technology. On both sides of him stood 2 soldiers armed with guns. Holding a Type 95 automatic rifle, his eyes are sharp. This scene made even Fu Jiao's eyelids twitch. Zheng Qingming's heart skipped a beat. Could he also be Su Yan's backer? Isn't this too scary? A deputy mayor is not enough. Even the military is dispatched. What level of existence is this? Su, Master Su. Master Su, spare me. I really didn't know you had such a powerful backer. Zheng Qingming does have some vision. Be able to bend and stretch. The district chief is nothing now. Su Yan's background is clearly more powerful. Mayor Fu is not the only one involved. There are even people from the military. He immediately knelt down. She really knelt at Su Yan's feet and hugged Su Yan's thighs. Master Su, I am blind and don't know what a great man should be. I deserve to die. Please, let me go. I really don't want Pingguang Technology anymore. I'll give you Kingsoft Technology as well. Master Su, spare my life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied others. I shouldn't have been so blind. I shouldn't have. He knelt on the ground and slapped himself. Each one is more brutal than the last. Both of them blushed. Su Yan was a little embarrassed. You're making me look like a villain? I am a good person. Fu Jiao also glanced at Su Yan. Is your backer so powerful? No wonder his shooting is so accurate. No wonder he kills without blinking an eye. It turns out the military also has a background. This young man is not simple. The people in white coats were stunned. What's going on? He didn't notice it just now, but now he feels that the atmosphere in the police station today seems to be a little bit strange. But what does it have to do with me? Is this young man the legal representative of Pingguang? The background is not simple. Even the disciplinary inspection committee can be called. Chapter 169. I thought I was going to jail, but it seems I can be included. Although Captain Ma did not kneel down, he had a pleading look on his face. Mr. Su, I really don't know. I'm just an employee and I don't know anything. I do whatever they tell me to do. I am just an errand boy. Please spare my life. I have parents and children to take care of. Just raise your hand and treat me like a fart, okay? Director Chung, who had the highest status, looked unhappy. Finally, he lowered his head and said, Master Su, this incident is really a misunderstanding. We really received a report that there is a problem with the paint. The robbery and the like are all fabricated by Captain Ma. Captain Ma immediately refused to do it. What do you mean I made it up? Didn't you order me to do it? You said that this robbery is a big deal. No one can escape if they are related to this robbery. Director Chen quickly said, I didn't say that. Whether you said it or not, I'm afraid you can't imagine it. I am the one who is related to the robbery, and yet I am still safe and sound. Su Yan said arrogantly, Are you really related to the robbery? Captain Ma couldn't help but look at Su Yan. There was a gleam in his eyes, but it was only for a moment and soon faded away. Of course, if it weren't for young Master Su, we wouldn't have been able to catch the robber leader. Fu Jiao couldn't help but say with a hint of flattery, Mayor Fu is overpraising you. However, the man in the white coat stepped forward and said, You said, there is something wrong with Pingguang's paint? There is nothing wrong with our paint. The technical director of Pingguang Technology was dissatisfied. Our paint is sunproof, waterproof, and corrosion resistant. What's the problem? The white coat asked quickly, What else? The technical director was immediately proud. It is also resistant to high and low temperatures and easy to maintain and clean. Everyone who uses it says it's great. What else? The white coat couldn't help asking, Why were you brought to the police station? As soon as these words came out, the technical director fell silent. He lowered his head and said, "How could we have known that it would have that effect?" "What effect?" the man in the white coat asked eagerly, with a look of anticipation on his face. The technical director suddenly stopped talking. "How to say it?" "Say what?" "This might be against the law." "We didn't do it on purpose," the marketing manager replied, feeling aggrieved. After all, they are all official people, including police and soldiers. No matter how strong Su Xiao's background is, we must not speak carelessly about this. Scoring occasion. The white coat was going crazy. "What do you mean it wasn't intentional?" Even Su Yan was full of curiosity. "What does it mean? Does our paint have any hidden functions? Is it a color change?" There are many color-changing paints on cars nowadays. It's different from every angle you look at it. Could it be that it was made by their own company and then pulled into the realistic painting industry chain? This explains why even the military came out. "Mayor Fu, there is still a lot of mess at the company. We will leave first." Su Yan hurriedly said goodbye. "Joke. If you don't leave now, are you preparing to be shot, or are you preparing to go in?" "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll send someone to go with you." Fujiao quickly asked someone to accompany him. One is to make it easier for Su Yan to solve the problem. Another thing is that the service must be good. This is a super boss. He also learned about it from the president of ICBC. 900 million in cash flow. With this cash flow of 900 million, as long as he handles it properly, he can create projects worth tens of billions for him in China overseas. "Thank you, Mayor Fu." Su Yan took his men and left immediately. After seeing this scene, several people from Pengguang Technology also realized that something was wrong. Is Mr. Su a little afraid? A little scared? Could it be that these people are more than just backers? I said the wrong thing. Slip away. Stop. Don't move. The man in the white coat snapped when he saw them leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard who came in raised his gun. Finished. Su Yan suddenly didn't dare to move. Even if he has Tai Chi skills, he can't withstand bullets. The people from Pengguang Technology were so frightened that they dared not move. Isn't he Su Xiao's backer? When Zheng Qingming saw this scene, his eyes flashed. Aren't these military personnel Su Yan's backers? Moreover, it seems to be directed at him. Snort. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Embarrass me. It caused a lot of harm. Now it's in my hands, right? Reporting to the commander, their car paint can avoid being photographed by traffic radar. If they drive on the highway and everyone exceeds the speed limit, how dangerous will that be? Zheng Qingming was exposed loudly. Director Cheng also immediately thought of a way to get out of this situation. Yes, that's why I asked someone to investigate them. They are suspected of violating public safety. Captain Ma quickly responded, "Yes, I am the one who is in charge of investigating this matter. After my investigation today, I found that their paint did violate the market product. No, it caused a public safety crisis." When Fu Jiao heard this, he also felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but look at Su Yan. If there is a problem with the product, Mr. Su, if there is really a problem with the product, I hope you can destroy it and develop it again. Fu Jiao said very earnestly. Not color-changing ink. Su Yan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not color-changing ink. It's just radar protection. What's the matter? At worst, we can just not produce. Okay, I will definitely go back and deal with this batch of problematic products, Su Yan said immediately. After saying that, he reacted. Etc. Radar-proof. He looked at the military personnel again. Sure enough, the man in the white coat's eyes lit up. It's like a wolf that has been hungry for more than 10 days seeing a little lamb wandering in front of it. Yes, they're the ones who did it. Catch him. We must catch him. Zheng Qiming shouted. No, don't destroy it. The man in the white coat screamed and rushed to Su Yan. Can your paint really protect against radar? And it's waterproof, sunproof, and corrosion resistant. And it can withstand high and low temperatures? What's the waterproof rating? What is the highest temperature it can withstand? What is the lowest temperature tolerance? Su Yan already understood the series of questions. Is this a strategic resource? Damn it. I was worried that I would be sent to jail just now, but now it seems that I will be enlisted. Technical director. How could I understand the company I just took over? The technical director stepped forward. Master Su, do you really want to say this? Go ahead. Good opportunity. Everyone says that the end of the universe is organization. You don't even have to take an exam to get into the system. It's so wonderful. The technical director stood up and said with some pride, we have achieved IPX7, so there is no need for 8. After all, we are making cars, not submarines. Your waterproofing experiment has reached level 7? The man in the white coat was stunned. What does level 7 mean? This means that it can be used as a boat on freshwater rivers. Chapter 170, Making Trouble. Can level 8 do it? The man in the white coat looked at the technical director nervously. Yes, but we don't have the conditions. After all, we are mainly engaged in car painting. Done. Su Yin was delighted. What about the corrosion protection level? The man in the white coat had already pulled out a small notebook and began recording things frantically. We only achieved C4 corrosion protection level. The technical director glanced at Su Yin a little embarrassedly. The higher the level, the more money it will cost to do the testing. In fact, it is enough for our car to reach C3. If we make C5, it will exceed the budget. The man in the white coat glared at Su Yin fiercely. Capitalist. Damn it. Su Yin stood there innocently. How did I become a capitalist? Come on, let's go test it. Get in the car. The man in the white coat took the technical director away. A major following behind him then came forward to speak to Su Yin. Mr. Su, we hope you can cooperate with our monitoring. Please come this way. The major was not very old, about 30 years old, and looked very capable. Mayor Fu, can we borrow a few cars? We don't have enough. The major walked up to Fu Jia and asked. Of course. Fu Jia smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the chosen one? Young Master Su is so fucking awesome. Zheng Qiming was completely stunned. What's going on? Aren't you here to check out Pingguang technology? This smell, why does it feel a little bit wrong? On the contrary, veterans like Director Ching and Captain Ma began to understand a little. This is going to heaven. Oh my god. What kind of being had I provoked? As expected, as soon as the army left, Fu Jia turned around with a dark face and said, What a good national enterprise, you almost destroyed it. You are a bunch of parasites. You are a bunch of maggots. This time, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Get to the root of the problem. Zhonghai's promising situation was almost ruined by you guys. Damn it. Fujiao was almost angry to death. He quickly drove after him. As a city leader, it is reasonable for me to visit some enterprises, right? I also have to present the bravery awards. People can't just run away, right? Pingguang Technology. A large number of workers have gathered at the door. Why haven't you come back yet? I don't know. The senior executives have been taken away by the police. The factory has also been temporarily shut down and people are not allowed to work. Is the factory going to be gone? No way. The salary hasn't been paid yet. That's what I mean. The doors are all locked, eh? Don't worry, the boss is a nice guy. Many workers were somewhat worried. Hey, aren't you going to work today? Why are you standing at the door? A manager from Kingsoft Technology came out and looked at them with a smile. I heard that all your executives have been arrested. I guess they can't get out. Do you want to come to work in our company? Damn it. Mr. Lee, don't be so complacent. What do you guys in Jinshan want to do? Don't we know it yet? You have no ability, but you always try to take over our factory. Get lost. You are not welcome here. Everyone at Pingguang Technology looked unfriendly. The two factories are right next door to each other, and everyone knows it very well. Haha, you guys are awesome. I just saw that you were unemployed, so I gave you a chance. Li Xiaoqing sneered. Your company is doomed. What do you mean? The people from Pingguang Technology couldn't help but frown. They were already a little worried, and now that Li Xiaoqing had pointed it out directly, they became even more worried. Because your company is going to close down soon. Li Xiaoqing laughed. We may even acquire it. Impossible, we just got a new boss. The new boss is very rich. Li Xiaoqing was very proud. Rich? What's the use of having money? Money is useless in front of power. Do you know who is in charge of our company? The people from Pingguang Technology looked at him. Li Xiaoqing was even more proud. My uncle is the district chief. Our boss is my uncle's brother-in-law. Got it? Pingguang Technology is gone. After this statement was made, the employees of Pingguang Technology became even more worried. How can a little arm compete with a big leg in strength? Pingguang Technology is destined to become a part of Kingsoft Technology. If you switch to our company now, you still have a chance. Once we have recruited enough people, you will have no chance even if you want to come. Now, the morale of Pingguang Technology's employees began to unravel. What should we do? Are we really going to Jinshan? Jinshan is a ripoff. I heard they withheld 1 month's salary. Yes, and the welfare is not as good as our Pingguang. Don't pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. But if I lose my job? Mr. Lee. At this time, a young man stood up and said, Mr. Lee, we are going to Jinshan. What about the salary? As for the salary, of course it's in accordance with the company's articles of association. Li Xiaoqing said with a smile, I can give you a 15 salary increase. Xiaohe, do you want to come? Li Xiaoqing also knew the story of buying horse bones for a huge sum of money. Xiaohe gritted his teeth and said, Okay. Is anyone going with me? Xiaohe looked at his co-workers. The more people there were, the more power he would have, and the more chances he would have to negotiate. Xiaohe, Jinshan is a real ripoff. I heard that Lao Zhao is fired, didn't get his salary, and was beaten up. Yes, Jinshan. Xiaohe did not hesitate at all. He had vaguely heard of Jinshan's background. Now it's verified. This shows that although Kingsoft has some shortcomings, it still has a future for development. What's more, I'm the first one to transfer there, and I'll have the opportunity to get promoted in the future. I don't know how to seize great opportunities. Are you going? If you're going, I can help you get it. Xiaohe said. Xiaohe, I brought you up. Do you want to betray me? A middle-aged man couldn't help but say. Zhang Tu, you just taught me how to use the machine. Do you really think you are my master? Who gave you the face? Xiaohe said disdainfully, I let you bully me before, but now I won't do it anymore. You still want to boss me around? Xiaohe, how do you talk like that? Yeah, why are you so ungrateful? Many people have made accusations. Xiaohe stood opposite the people of Pingguang. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. Who wants to join me? Who? Shameless. The two companies have had friction on a regular basis. Now that Kingsoft has shown its fangs, they definitely cannot accept it all at once. Xiaohe's expression was gloomy, changing again, and finally he snorted coldly. Don't worry, Xiaohe. When Jinshan acquires Pingguang, we will let you be the workshop director. Li Xiaoqing laughed out loud. The dog-eat-dog drama is really interesting. Okay, then we'll see if they still keep their mouths shut. You're so stubborn. I didn't expect you to be such a person, Xiaohe. Traitor. The angry shouts of Pingguang employees. Xiaohe looked unhappy. Li Xiaoqing smiled and asked, Do you want me to help you vent your anger? The security team is here for you to use. Xiaohe was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Li. Damn it, call me. He rushed forward with a group of security guards. Depend on. Get your weapons. He's hitting someone. Call the police. Call the police. What's the point of calling the police? They're the district chief's company. Just then, several cars came speeding over. Stopped directly in front of the factory gate. Crash. One by one, soldiers armed with guns jumped out of the car. Everyone was stunned. The army is coming. Chapter 171 The Iron Rice Bowl is directly put on the head. What's going on? It looks like the army. The army. Why is the army here? Isn't it possible that the company has really committed a crime? The employees of Pingguang Technology couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. The police came before and took away all the executives. Unexpectedly, even the army is here now. What caused such a big fuss? Li Xiaoqing was immediately overjoyed and shouted, Now you know how powerful I am, right? Pingguang Technology is gone. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiaohe didn't dare to take action, he was very happy in his heart. I bet on the right thing. Promotion and salary increase. He even became a workshop director and rose to prominence. Idiot. You still want to fight me? Kingsoft Technology is the head of our district. Even the mayor has to give it some respect. Do you know how powerful it is now? After hearing Xiaohe shouting, many people at Pingguang Technology fell silent. Yes. They're the district chief's company. How can we compare? Will you go over there now? If we don't go to Jinshan, maybe the company will really disappear. Where can we make money? Yeah, I still have a mortgage. I have 2 little kids at home. Everyone looked at each other. I couldn't help but think about going to Kingsoft Technology. What are you all doing standing at the door? The general manager of Pingguang Technology got out of the military vehicle and looked at everyone in surprise. Everyone was delighted to see Su Yin get out of the car. Mr. Huang, you're back. Boss, you're finally here. Boss, is our company going to go bankrupt? Was it acquired by Kingsoft? Everyone couldn't help but ask questions. Huang Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Who said we were acquired by Kingsoft? Our boss is here. What problem can't be solved? Li Xiaoqing couldn't help but sneer. Huang Zhao, stop pretending. Your Pingguang Technology is finished. If you offend our Jinguang Technology, you will offend the district chief. Who are you? Who told you that Pingguang Technology is finished? Fu Jia saw this scene as he got out of the car and his face changed slightly. Who am I? I'm a relative of the district chief. Pingguang Technology has offended our district chief, and you still want to continue operating? Do you know where this is? Whose territory is this? Fu Jiao couldn't help laughing out loud. Whose territory is this? This is the territory of the Zhonghai people. Zhonghai people? Li Xiaoqing laughed. Simple. Uncle, I see you are quite old, but you are quite simple. In this area, my uncle, the district chief, has the final say. Catch him. Fu Jiao was really going to be pissed off. What is the situation in Jinshan district? Idiots everywhere? Fortunately, he brought people with him, and with his order, several policemen immediately arrested Li Xiaoqing. What are you doing? Li Xiaoqing was caught by 2 policemen and couldn't help but screaming. Do you know who I am? My uncle is the district chief. Don't you want to do this anymore? Damn policeman. Let me go. However, no one listened to him. He was pinned down and handcuffed. Send him back to the police station and hand him over to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Fu Jiao said coldly. Let me go. Let me go. I'll have my uncle send you all to jail. Shut up. A policeman couldn't help but slap him. Do you know who this person is? This is the deputy mayor, the director of the general administration. Try asking your uncle to put him in jail and see what happens. Li Xiaoqing immediately trembled. He is the mayor. Mayor, I was just joking. The commotion here delayed the process for a while, and the man in the white coat had already become impatient. Go take the test. He took the technical director and left. The door is still locked. The technical director pointed at the door helplessly, even though there was no seal. But it was locked directly with an iron chain. Open the door quickly. The man in the white coat didn't care about any of this. This was locked by the police. Huang Zhao couldn't help but say, Cut it off. Cut it off quickly. The man in the white coat waved his hand, and a soldier took out a pair of large scissors from the car. He twisted the chain hard, and it broke immediately. Go. The white coat was impatient. Boss. The technical director was stunned and looked at Su Yin for help. It's okay. I'm here. Fu Jiao said quickly. Come in. Follow this person to take the test. Su Yin nodded. The military showed up. What is this? He also wanted to see what functions their paint had. Buckets of paint sit in the testing room. Since you have already done level 7, just do level 8 directly. The man in the white coat was impatient. We don't have the conditions to reach level 8, the technical director said helplessly. There is also an anti-corrosion grade. You can go straight to the highest level. It's okay. The man in the white coat handed a few painted props to a soldier, send them back to the research institute for level 8 waterproof and anti-corrosion tests. And also radar tests. The soldiers left quickly. Can it be made resistant to high and low temperatures? This one can. Everyone suddenly became busy. Su Yin also watched along. Mr. Su, if your company's paint product is successful this time, we hope that your company can cooperate with the military. Major Lin Huaichu stood with Su Yin, and Fu Jiao was immediately overjoyed. Zhanghai will add another military factory. How to cooperate? Su Yin asked. The military will purchase large quantities of paint from your company for various purposes. Of course, you can continue your civilian business, Lin Huaichu said. However, the amount of paint used in the military is very large. If it can be used, you may need to expand your production line. Su Yin laughed. Of course, this is a small problem. He has nothing else now, just money. Our local government will also have the power to support the development of Pingguang technology. Lin Huaichu nodded and continued. In addition, in order to keep the technology confidential, we will send people to strengthen the security level of the factory area, and all workers will undergo political review. Especially the backbones who master the technology should sign a confidentiality agreement. A production line specifically for the military, and if necessary, a secret research institute needs to be established to study and improve the performance of coatings. Listening to Lin Huaichu's suggestions, Su Yin asked Huang Zhao to write them down. Then what can my employees get? Su Yin looked at Lin Huaichu. Lin Huaichu looked at Su Yin with some surprise. He didn't expect that he would ask first what the employees could get. Huang Zhao, who was standing nearby, was so moved that tears were about to fall from his eyes. First, all employees of your company must go through a political review. After passing the review, your company's senior management and technical backbones will be included in the national system and registered. At the same time, they will also enjoy national benefits. Production line workers receive state-owned enterprise treatment. Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Pingguang technology is going to be handed over to the country? No, the state will not be involved in the operation, but there will be audits, especially some export-related matters. We need to be given a position at a senior level. Su Yin understood. I want one too? Of course. However, there is no binding force. The state will provide a certain amount of allowance, but compared to Mr. Su's net worth, it is nothing. Lin Huaichu nodded and said, It's really included. Damn it. Others are still competing for the top spot, but I haven't even graduated yet, and the iron rice bowl is already on my head. Chapter 172 I Go Undercover in Jingguan. At noon, everyone ate directly in the factory cafeteria. Su Yin accompanied Fu Jiao to drink a few glasses of wine. As for soldiers like Lin Huaichu, they don't drink a drop of alcohol. They are now in the mission stage. Su Yin didn't try to persuade him either. The man in the white coat looked as if his feet were on fire. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the man in the white coat's phone suddenly rang. How is it? How is it? The man in the white coat asked loudly, ignoring everyone's attention. What? Really? There's nothing wrong with the research institute? The man in the white coat was walking back and forth, and Lin Huaichu hurriedly followed him. Okay. The man in the white coat hung up the phone, but he could no longer hide the smile on his face. Professor Nyo, how is it? Although I got the answer from his expression, I still couldn't help but ask. I want to hear the answer from the other person's own mouth. It's done. The waterproof level can reach level 8. It's really level 8. Professor Nyo's face was full of shock and joy. Moreover, the anti-corrosion test reached an astonishing C5M, and it meets the requirements for high and low temperature resistance. It can be used in a variety of scenarios. Lin Huaichu also became excited. Can it be used? Yes, you can. However, it's not good enough to withstand high temperatures, so it can't be used on rockets, Professor Niu said with some regret. Lin Huaichu laughed. What's that? If they set up a research institute, I believe they can do it. What about anti-radar testing? The radar protection level is very high. It can almost be called invisible coating. It is several levels higher than what we are currently using. Most importantly, it can evade the most advanced radar equipment currently. Call. Lin Huaichu let out a long breath. Done. With this kind of coating, it can be said that many problems are solved. Those submarines, torpedoes, airplanes, etc. that had already been manufactured all found their place. Mr. Su. Lin Huaichu walked up to Su Yin solemnly and said, "Thank you very much for your contribution to the country. However, we need to conduct a political review and impose certain restrictions on your company." It's my honor to be able to contribute a little to the country. Su Yin smiled. First, show your attitude. As for talking about interests, there is plenty of time. We need 50,000 tons of paint for the first batch. Mr. Su, how long will it take you to produce it? Lin Huaichu didn't say much. Obviously, he knew the data well. As for Su Yin, he didn't understand this. Huang Zhao was trembling all over at this time. 50,000 tons. 50,000 tons of paint. Their company never achieved such a large sales volume in a year before. Boss, our company is not big. Even if we run our current production line at full capacity, it will take more than a year to produce 50,000 tons. After all, it was just a small company before. 1 year is too slow. I'll give you 3 months at most. Lin Huaichu frowned. Mr. Su, if you can't produce it, can you authorize other companies? Of course, the company must be clean. Patents are guaranteed to be in their hands. Because the latest radar technology abroad has been innovated, many things need to be modified with paint. 50,000 tons is just the first batch. Mr. Su, a large amount of paint may be needed every quarter. At least 50,000 tons. Lin Huaichu added. What if we expand the production line? Su Yin asked. If we expand the production line, our investment will be huge. Huang Zhao was a little excited, but he tried hard to remain restrained. How much do you think you'll need? Huang Zhao hesitated for a moment and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 billion. Su Yin asked. No need. 50 million. The current production line can be doubled in size. Huang Zhao said immediately. I guarantee that within 3 months, we can achieve a production of 50,000 tons. Only 50 million? I thought how much it cost. Hurry up, I'll take out 80 million. Su Yin thought for a moment and said immediately. I'm investing 80 million to expand production. Are there enough production materials? That's enough. Huang Zhao was overjoyed. When will the first batch of 50,000 tons of paint be delivered? Lin Huaichu couldn't help but continue asking. Oh, it's okay now. There are still more than 10,000 tons of inventory in the warehouse. The sales were not very good before. Huang Zhao was a little embarrassed. Naturally, there will be more inventory. This is also the reason why he dares to guarantee to expand the production line and produce 50,000 tons in 3 months. Really? That's great. Lin Huaichu was overjoyed. This way you can have enough time to expand your production line. Mr. Su, thank you so much. This is what I should do. I will go back and report it now. Mr. Su, please cooperate with us next. Lin Huaichu gave some instructions, left some soldiers behind, and went back immediately. Fu Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Su, by the way, I have prepared a surprise for you. Award for bravery. Su Yin said with a smile. I didn't expect you to guess it. Are you going back to school now? At this time, Su Yin's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su. You were scheduled to have a follow-up visit and medication change yesterday, but you didn't show up. It's a hospital. All right. Su Yin sighed. Mr. Su, what do you want? Oh, the hospital notified me to go back and change the medicine. Su Yin said. Change the dressing? Then I'll take you to change the dressing first, and then we'll go back to school. Fu Jiao said. No need. Mayor Fu is very busy. Let's go to the school first and change the medicine. We can do the same in the evening. Su Yin said quickly. Maybe Situ Ling won't be here at night? What if she is at work now? Wouldn't I have to send it to her? Okay, then let's do it together. After all, he is the deputy mayor and has a lot of things to do. Try to waste as little time as possible. Okay, Mayor Fu, wait for me for a moment. I'll go and make the arrangements. Pengguang Technology will cooperate with the military, so of course things here have to be arranged first. This is the highest priority. Of course, Mr. Su, you go ahead and do your work first. Along the way, I saw that every employee was very excited. Obviously, everyone heard the news. It is said that our company is going to reform. Is this true or false? I don't know if it's true or not, but Mr. Huang has started to jump when he walks. It seems like there is really a big happy event. The production line has been restarted. I heard they'll have to work overtime. Business again? Didn't you say business was bad before? Good business is of course a good thing. Go, go, go. Xiaohe, why are you back, a traitor? Roll. You were such a traitor. Didn't you say you were going to Jinshan? Why are you back? No, Billion. Seeing that a group of people were about to fight, Su Yan hurried over. Boss. When they saw Su Yan, they quieted down. What's going on? This guy just wanted to join Kingsoft Technology and was ready to bring people to fight us, said a middle-aged man. Xiaohe immediately said aggrievedly. Master, I didn't. No. We all saw it. Xiaohe immediately turned to Su Yan. Boss, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to lower their vigilance and go undercover. Yes, I am going there just to gather intelligence. I am willing to give everything for Pingguang. Okay, since you want to be an undercover agent, then go to Jingguang and be an undercover agent. Try to get their core secrets. Su Yan patted Xiaohe's shoulder and said, if you can't get it, you're done. Xiaohe nodded quickly, his face showing joy. Okay, boss. I promise to complete the task. Then the salary. No, it's easy to be discovered. We want to terminate the labor contract. This is the real deal. Once we get the secrets, the company will definitely not treat you unfairly. Okay, boss, don't worry, just wait and see. Xiaohe is full of confidence. When I come back, I can get a promotion and a raise. It's so wonderful. The good thing is that the boss is young and doesn't know anything. Just fool yourself. Okay, go to the HR department and terminate the labor contract. Chapter 173 Yi Chun. There's another place to spend money. Okay, boss, don't worry. Xiaohe patted his chest and ran away. Jingguang raised salaries by 15. Whether I develop in Jingguang technology in the future or return to Pingguang, my future is bright. When the time comes, join whichever company is doing well. No matter who wins or loses, you will never lose. Boss, this kid is an ungrateful bastard. He is a fence-sitter now. Don't be fooled by him. Many people advised Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help laughing. Who is he? Is he an employee of our company? Lao Zhang was stunned for a moment. Boss, I brought him up by myself. How come I don't know? Without a contract, how can we be considered one of our own? After hearing what Su Yan said, some people came back to their senses. Yeah, he doesn't have a contract with us. The boss is awesome. It saves me so much trouble. Ha, the boss is really awesome. Everyone laughed, and after laughing, someone couldn't help but ask, Boss, are we going to reopen our production line? Are we going to get new business? Is the business big? Yes. I heard I have to work overtime. Will I get overtime pay? Employees are most concerned about their wages. We will have a stable partner in the future, thanks to everyone's hard work, so I will give everyone a 10 salary increase. How about that? Wow. Long live the boss. Boss, you are so handsome. Boss, are you in need of a girlfriend? There are several pretty girls in our factory. Yes, boss, we are all family. The crowd cheered continuously. Okay, let's get to work. Huang Zhao arrived with his men. The workers dispersed. Boss, don't listen to their nonsense. Huang Zhao smiled and said that he was in very good spirits. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. I thought today was really over. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao was able to turn the tide and the company even received new orders. And they even have to be included in the establishment. From now on, you will eat the state's food. They are right. When our cooperation becomes stable in the future, we should also improve their benefits. Besides, we have to benchmark against state-owned enterprises, so we can't be too stingy. Su Yan said, ordinary employees will get a 10 salary increase, mid-level employees will get a 5 salary increase, and senior management employees will get a 2 salary increase. In addition, everyone pays 5 insurances and 1 fund in proportion. Also, we need to expand production, so we need to work overtime during this period, and we also need to focus on production safety. At the same time, overtime pay must be sufficient, according to national standards. Also, the factory needs to be expanded. If the Jinshan company next door is suitable, we can buy it. In addition, the technician who developed this kind of paint will be rewarded 1 million. In the future, if there is a research breakthrough, there will be a reward. No matter who it is, whether it's a low-level employee or anyone else, as long as there is a breakthrough, there will be a reward. Huang Zhao's heart was pounding as he listened to Su Yan's words. We need to develop. The company is going to develop rapidly. Even though the top management only saw a 2 salary increase, their salaries are already high. Moreover, it is said that they can be recruited. However, he soon became embarrassed. Boss, Our company has 230 employees, and the monthly salary expenditure is more than 2 million. If you factor in overtime pay and stuff. Su Yan waved his hand. Don't worry, the military won't be short of money from us. I will inject 100 million in batches in the early stage. Just go ahead and do it. Yes. Trench. This is what it means to be truly rich. I will give you 50 million in the first batch, including the bonuses and salaries, as well as the down payment for the production line, etc. You have to do a good job. I don't have that much time. I'll leave it all to you, but I'll send an accountant over later. Yes. Huang Zhao was overjoyed. It is normal to send someone over, which means the boss has really handed over the company to himself. Thank you, boss. Huang Zhao nodded repeatedly. Su Yan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, do a good job. If you commit crimes or corruption in the future, it will be even more difficult. Then he turned to the finance department and wrote a check for 50 million. This is when the job is done. The old man is so fucking awesome. Plan ahead and get military orders directly. From now on, Pengguang Technology can be said to have a stable job. 50,000 tons of this paint can generate a net profit of nearly 20 million. Net profit is the income after deducting all income including rent, salary, etc. The profit from military industry alone can exceed 80 million a year. Once the production line is expanded, we can also do civilian business. Wouldn't the annual income soon exceed 100 million? The old man is awesome. Of course, investing in reproduction is also normal. You may end up with less than 80 million, and it is normal to invest more in the first 2 years. After all, this is a stable job. Mayor Fu, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. Young Master Su's matter is more important. Su Yan and Fujiao rode in the car together. It was detected that the prodigal son lost 50 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 shares of Zhonghai Longting Machinery Research Institute. Oh, comfortable. Second uncle, what's the matter? Yi Jiang looked at his second uncle strangely. Why are you always so startled lately? It's okay, just a small matter. My son is a spendthrift again. Looks like he bought a plane. Well done. You just have to spend money like crazy. Did Xiao Luo do something big again? Second uncle, don't hide Xiao Luo from me anymore. I still want to learn more from him. Yi Jiang lowered his posture. Nothing, just do your best. Yi Chun smiled mysteriously. When Shirya comes back in a while, she will also join the company, so don't bully her. There was a hint of warning in his tone. Understood, uncle. This is for me to look after my younger siblings. Got it. This is a good job. I can persuade my brother and sister-in-law through them. My second uncle is very nice to me. Seeing Yi Jiang happily leaving, Yi Chen felt upset. Is this kid up to something bad again? How about letting Shirya come back to be my assistant first? Just as he was thinking about something, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Longting Mechanical Research Institute. You just bought our institute. Oh, I know. I'll give you a call later, and you can contact him. Yi Chun was ready to hand over the research institute to Su Yan. No, Mr. Yi, it's like this. Our research institute is now in a bottleneck period. What do you mean? Yi Chun asked. That's right. There is insufficient research and development funding. Oh, it costs money, right? It's a small matter. You call him later. He may be in class now. He should be free after 4 o'clock. You can ask him for money. Spend money. Another place to spend money. Delicious. Lawless. Principal, this person is truly lawless. Director Zhang stood in the dean's office with a gloomy face. Half of his anger was acted out. I saw him with my own eyes get out of a luxury car, and a rich woman took him to school. He received the poverty relief fund at school. Now he wants a new cell phone and a new computer. This is immoral and a disgrace to the school. He alone has ruined the morale of the entire school. Expel him. A student like this must be expelled. Chapter 174. Expelling me is a loss to Zhonghai University. We are a school. What is the role of a school? To teach and educate people. If he is wrong, let him correct it. Punishment is not the goal, but only the means. The principal frowned as he looked at the report in front of him, feeling very upset. Principal, he dared to cheat us in school. He will cheat even more people in society. You're hanging out with a rich woman now, but you'll be a gigolo in the future. Our Zhonghai University has a graduate who's a gigolo. Don't you think it's shameful? Director Zhang even brought out his accent. What do you want to do regarding your department's student affairs? The principal asked impatiently. Expel him. Inform the whole school. He must be expelled. Director Zhang was filled with righteous indignation. Old Yu even said that he wanted him to continue his studies. Such a graduate student is a disgrace to our Zhonghai University. Make your own decision. I'm annoyed. The principal was so annoyed that he waved his hand and told him to go away. I understand. Director Zhang was delighted. Done. The principal has been having a headache over a project recently. It just so happens that at this point in time, he has no time to deal with it. Isn't that it? When doing things, you have to use your brain. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could the principal agree to expel the student so easily? As I walked out the door, I happened to meet a middle-aged man and immediately gave him a flattering smile. Mayor Fu, how come you have time to come to school today? I have something to ask the principal. Fu Jiao smiled and nodded. Director Zhang, you go ahead and do your work. Okay. Mayor Fu, please come to my place for tea when you are free. Director Zhang nodded and bowed to open the door for him. Okay, I'll come find you later. Director Zhang smiled happily as he watched Fu Jiao walk into the principal's office. It really is true that one feels refreshed when good things happen to one. Wrong. Good things come one after another. He whistled proudly. What is Mayor Fu like? Oh, right, poor. The piece of Gushu Lao Banzhong that someone gave me last time can be used to treat Mayor Fu. Director Zhang is really making a mountain out of a molehill. In the counselor's office, a counselor sighed. I know Su Yan, he's a good person. Yes, he studies hard and works part-time to earn money. Although he is a little young and impulsive, he can be taught a lesson at most. Borrowing online loans is indeed a bit too much. We need to teach them a lesson. Young people are impulsive. That's right. In my opinion, we should cancel the relief money and give him a punishment so that he can learn a lesson. No more serious than expulsion. Instructor. At this time, Su Yan came back and knocked on the door. Seeing Su Yan, the instructor stopped talking. Xiao Su, what you have done recently is too much. A counselor immediately began to lecture him. Everyone knows your situation. Even if you are young, borrowing online loans is too much. Now the department head is going to expel you. What are you going to do? Su Yan was also stunned and smiled bitterly. Teacher, is it unnecessary to expel me? Our words don't count. This is the decision of the department head. You should think of a solution quickly. Just ask the director for mercy and accept the punishment, and that's it. You still have 1 year to graduate. Don't act on impulse and cause serious consequences. If you were fired, your family would be sad for you. The counselors all tried to persuade him. Su Yan nodded. Thank you, teachers. I'll go now. Damn it. Fired? He hadn't expected this. By the way, teacher, why did Director Zhang fire me? A counselor looked at him and said, borrowing online loans, hanging out with rich women, defrauding poor students of relief funds, and affecting the reputation of the school. Isn't that enough? Another young instructor couldn't help but whispered, and your place in graduate school. Xiao Chun, don't talk nonsense. It's all hearsay. Su Yan understood immediately. The first few items are probably obvious. The most important thing is the deal below the place in graduate school. Why? It's not good for a person to be too outstanding. Su Yan shook his head and said, Thank you, teachers. I was going to see the department head. Just then, the department head arrived at the office door. He glanced at Su Yan, ignored him, and walked into the office. Xiao Chun, send out this announcement. Throw one piece of information to a counselor. Instructor Chin took a look and was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Su Yan. Director, so soon, isn't it necessary? The other counselors came over to take a look. Director, I think we should consider this carefully. Yes, after all, it concerns the life and death of a young man. Just give me a punishment, isn't that enough? Yes, Xiao Su knows he is wrong. Xiao Su, come here. Su Yan hurried forward. Director, I was too impulsive and too young before. I already know I was wrong. Idiot predecessor. Stupid predecessor. It caused so much trouble for me. Humph. It's too late. Su Yan, you have disgraced the school spirit. You are simply a disgrace to Zhonghai University. The principal has agreed, and this is a notice. Go back and pack your bags and get out of school. Director Zhang snorted coldly. Xiao Su, be sincere. Director, let's give young people more opportunities. Yes, it's too hasty. Let's wait. Director Zhang glanced at him coldly. What are you waiting for? We already have the school's official seal. Can you still eat it? You all know what the school office's seal means. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed his inner restlessness. Director Zhang, please help me think of a solution. Get lost, little bastard. Director Zhang ignored him and said, You have until today to move out of the dormitory. You are no longer a student of Zhonghai University. Idiot. Su Yan was filled with anger. It is obvious that there is something fishy about this matter. Since Director Zhang wants to strangle me to death, I am too lazy to fight with him. As a rich second generation, am I not as good as him? Turn around and walk away. Xiao Su. Xiao Chun, go and persuade him. Director Zhang. Xiao Su is just young and ignorant. The counselor's office was in chaos. Director Zhang was even more furious. Look at this. You have no respect for your elders. Is this the attitude of admitting a mistake? Expel him. Such a student is not worthy of being a student of Zhonghai University. Expelled? Expelled from what? Xiao Su. Su Yin still had an injury on his thigh, so he couldn't walk fast, and was soon caught up by Instructor Chun. Teacher Chun, Director Zhang wants to fire me. If you do this, you will easily offend the director. Su Yin turned around with a smile. Instructor Chun was stunned for a moment. Are you not angry? Of course, what's there to be angry about? Su Yin said with a smile. I think it's a loss for Zhonghai University to expel me. What do you think? Don't talk nonsense. Although Instructor Chun was a little surprised at his mentality, now that the message has not been sent out, there is still room for maneuver. You will graduate soon, and you can go out for internship in your senior year. You can just endure for half a semester at most and successfully obtain your degree and diploma, which will be beneficial for you whether you're going to graduate school or working in the future. Hearing Instructor Chen's advice, Su Yin nodded. It is indeed easier to say if you have a certificate. Counselor, if I want to transfer to Zhonghai Jiaodong University, what should I do? Do you have any connections? Do you know anyone? Young man, don't take things for granted. Instructor Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 175 Young Master Su wants to set up a student aid fund. Do you think you own both schools? You can transfer schools just like that. It's so funny. Young people are just too young. Instructor Chen looked at his expression and didn't think he was joking, so he asked in surprise, Are you serious? Of course it's true. Su Yin nodded. The conditions are quite complicated, said Chen. First, you have to reach the Jiaodong University score line. There is no problem with this, but there is a follow-up. There must be a legitimate reason, and it must be agreed upon by both institutions, and there must also be a letter of recommendation. Instructor Chen said, If nothing else, both schools agree on this. You can't do it. I don't think there will be much of a problem with Jiaodong University, but Director Zhang. Su Yin was a little embarrassed. If you can get Jiaodong University, why don't you bypass Director Zhang and go directly to the president? Instructor Chun said with a smile. That's right. That makes sense. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Counselor Chun, you know more about the school than I do. If I donate a library to the school, will that be okay? No, the library is too troublesome. How about setting up a scholarship? That should be okay, right? It's getting more and more outrageous. Do you have money to set up a scholarship? If you can set up a scholarship, there will be no problem. Instructor Chin couldn't help but laugh, but 1 or 2 years is definitely useless. Unless the amount of funds is large and you want to set up a foundation, there will be a chance. Hearing this, Su Yin asked, How much does it cost? How should I know? I'm just a small instructor. How many millions would it cost? Let me ask. Su Yin called Tong Yakin. Master, what is it? Please help me contact the president of Jiaodong University. I want to set up a scholarship fund in their school. I hope they can accept my transfer. Similarly, I would also like to ask Zhonghai University what conditions are required for them to agree to my transfer. Understood, I'll do it now. Are you serious? Where did you get the money? Instructor Chen looked at Su Yin in shock. Are you kidding? Teacher, haven't you noticed that I've been driving a luxury car, changing my phone, and changing my clothes recently? Su Yin said with a smile. You're not really hanging out with a rich woman, are you? Instructor Chun is not very old and is said to be a senior who stayed in school, so I can chat with them very well. Teacher, do you think I'm the kind of person who would hang out with a rich woman? Su Yin was speechless. Yes. With your looks, it really makes sense for you to be with a rich woman. Instructor Chun touched his chin. Damn, Su Yin was even more speechless. Teacher, would a rich woman give money like this? So you're with a super rich woman? The kind that's on the leaderboard. Instructor Chun laughed. Before he knew it, he had been led astray. That's about right. Su Yin sighed. Fuck, are you really having affairs? Instructor Chun glanced at him and said, Young man, if you don't try it yourself, how will you know? Every damn word you say hits the point. I found my biological parents, and they happen to be very rich. Su Yin shrugged. So, I went from an orphan to a second-generation rich man, super rich. Instructor Chen looked at him in disbelief. Is this true? Of course it's true, Su Yin said with a smile. How else can I drive a luxury car? How can it be so comfortable to be with a rich woman? Teacher, do you want to drive a luxury car? I'll give it to you. No, I don't want to be expelled. Instructor Chen looked at him. Are you really planning to transfer to another school? Zhonghai University is about to expel me. Are you still not allowing me to find another job? Instructor Chun was speechless. That's true. You are going to fire him. So why don't you allow him to find another job? Xiao Su, these things are actually not complicated. As long as you explain everything clearly to the school, there may be a chance. Instructor Chun tried to persuade him to stay. Teacher Chun, You also know that Director Zhang just found a random excuse to fire me. You also know what the real purpose is, right? Hearing Su Yan say this, Instructor Chen fell silent. There were some rumors that many people heard. Xiao Su, how will you know if you don't try? The teacher still supports you. Instructor Chen said this a little unconfidently. Who should be fired? Fu Jiao walked into the office. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Director Zhang say that I was fired. When Director Zhang saw Fu Jiao, he immediately became enthusiastic. Mayor Fu, you are here. The teachers in the counselor's office were all a little puzzled. Why did the mayor come back here? Did the students cause any trouble? Fu Jiao smiled. It's normal for students to make mistakes. The mayor is right, an old counselor said immediately. Director Zhang quickly interrupted the instructor and said, Mayor Fu, I have a piece of Gushu Laoban's hang. Go and try it. Fu Jiao shook his head and said, don't bother me. I have something else to do later. The principal also came over, straightening his clothes. Mayor Fu, this is a big deal. It would be best if we could organize all the teachers and students in the school to present this award together. After all, this is a big deal, a good thing. We should organize everyone to study together. When Director Zhang heard this, he was delighted. Organizational learning? Award ceremony? There is great news. Principal, what's the matter? There is a student in your department who helped the police solve the ICBC robbery. Director Zhang's eyes lit up immediately. The one driving the Ferrari? Is he a student in our department? Rich man. And he's super rich. Such students must be found and better understood. Fu Jiao waved his hand and said, I don't have so much time. Besides, young Master Su doesn't want to be in the limelight. Besides, this is not worth learning. Young Master Su is very skilled and has excellent driving skills. Although he can help the police, he is too dangerous and not suitable for most students to learn from. The principal nodded. That makes sense. Director Zhang still felt a little dissatisfied. Such a big thing must be publicized. Promote it well. We also have to mention their department and his name as the department head. This is my resume. This can also be used as an example to educate students. Director Zhang said quickly. Otherwise, short videos are so popular now, and many people are blindly following the trend. If you want to learn. The principal stroked his mustache and nodded. What Director Zhang said makes sense. Mayor Fu, how about this? Since you are busy with this matter, why don't we hold a seminar at our school? Director Zhang nodded quickly. Yes, that's what I mean. Fu Jiao shook his head. You should pay attention to Master Su's wishes. I'll go and discuss this matter. Director Zhang said enthusiastically. Fu Jiao nodded. Then you guys talk about it. Mayor Fu, who is that classmate? Director Zhang asked quickly. Su Yan. Fu Jiao turned his head curiously. By the way, where is Su Xiao? Didn't he come here before me? Chapter 176. You fired Mr. Su? Director Zhang was stunned for a moment. His expression was a little strange. Mayor Fu, which Su Yan are you talking about? All the counselors in the office looked strange. Could it be Xiao Su? I've seen that short video. Xiao Su can't afford a Ferrari, right? Didn't they say he was hooking up with a rich woman? What if this was a rich woman's car? It is said that millions of cash were lost. At this time, the principal's phone rang, interrupting everyone's conversation. Sorry. The principal nodded to Fu Jiao and answered the phone. President Liang, it's me, Xiaolong from Jiaodong University. The voice of the president of Jiaodong University came from the other side. The principal was a little surprised. Principal Long, what's the matter? It's strange, they don't interact much in normal times. It's like this. I have a student here who wants to transfer from your school to Jiaodong University. I want to ask for your opinion. Principal Liang was a little puzzled. Transfer from our school to your school? Shouldn't the application be submitted to our school first? Principal Long laughed dryly and said, Isn't this a special case? All other conditions are met, except for your consent and recommendation letter. Can you please show some mercy and let him come? I understand the details. I heard that he has a feud with the top management of your school. Principal Liang frowned. Has this kind of thing been exposed? It's not that simple, right? Principal Long. Jiaodong University acted so quickly and figured out everything. I'm afraid things are not that simple. Hee. Principal Long laughed. It's really not that simple. He promised to set up a scholarship fund for our Jiaodong University. Principal Liang, since he can't stay in your school anymore, why not be a good person? Principal Liang frowned and asked in a deep voice, what is the student's name? Su Yan. Su Yan. Su Yan again. Yes, Principal Liang, what's wrong? It's okay, I'll get back to you later. The principal hung up the phone. Then I heard Director Zhang and Fu Jiao talking. Impossible. Su Yan from our department is an orphan. How could he have the money to drive a Ferrari? Director Zhang's face changed. Su Yan, wasn't I just fired? Is there another Su Yan in your department? Fu Jiao looked at him strangely. No. Director Zhang looked very strange, but he. The instructor couldn't help but say, Director, if it's Xiao Su, Xiao Chun is chasing after him, call him back quickly. And the dismissal notice hasn't been issued yet. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's face turned very ugly. Fu Jiao suddenly became gloomy. You fired Master Su? As the principal walked in, the phone rang again. Hello. He was a little impatient. Why was he so annoyed today? Hello, Principal Liang. My young master wants to set up a scholarship fund in your school. The voice on the other end was a female's. Of course, this scholarship is conditional. It requires your school to approve his transfer application and a letter of recommendation. Your young master? Su Yin. Principal Liang asked. Right. Principal Liang sighed. It's him again. What is going on? Young master? What kind of society is this now? What else do people call young master? I'll understand the situation first and then get back to you. Okay, wait for the good news. The other party was very tactful and hung up the phone immediately. The principal walked into the office just in time to hear Fu Jiao's shocked voice. He was immediately shocked. You fired Su Yin? Director Zhang saw the principal's expression and quickly said, Principal, I applied to you before. Have you forgotten? Just before. The principal suddenly felt overwhelmed. So, Su Yin is no longer a student of your school? Fu Jiao's expression was cold. Director Zhang quickly said, Mayor Fu, this is what happened. This student Su Yin was an orphan before, but now he drives a luxury car and has a new cell phone. He is also receiving school relief money. There are rumors in the school that he is hooked up with a rich woman. Is this why you fired him? Any evidence? Fu Jiao couldn't help but ask. What the hell? If Su Yin leaves Zhonghai University, he will leave Zhonghai. Will he withdraw his investment here? Even if we don't withdraw, will the subsequent investment be lost? Director Zhang, do you have any evidence? The principal asked coldly, with a bad expression on his face. You expel a student based on rumors without any evidence. Principal, but that's what the school is saying. Besides, I saw him get out of a woman's car with my own eyes. And it's also true that he received relief money. He was driving a car and had a new cell phone. Everyone saw it. This is not what a poor student should have. Fu Jiao frowned. Where's the evidence? Apart from rumors and speculation, is this how you teach at Zhonghai University? Although this matter is not my responsibility, I must ask the people in the education department to investigate it thoroughly. Director Zhang's expression changed slightly. If this matter were to be investigated, it would not stand up to scrutiny. Mayor, this is also my fault. I'm having a hard time with my project today. I'm facing a difficult problem and I can't get over it. I didn't check it carefully. Principal Liang turned to look at Director Zhang. You are so fucking confused. There's no evidence at all, but now he's ready to transfer to another school. To Jiaodong University. We promised to set up a scholarship fund for him. Director Zhang's face turned very ugly. What? He wants to set up a student aid fund. Yes. In order to get us to agree, he is even willing to set up a scholarship fund for us. Director Zhang was really stunned this time. He transferred to Jiaodong University, so the bulk of the money must go to Jiaodong University. No need to think about it. But he is an orphan. Where does he get the money? You big-headed orphan. Young Master Su's family is worth billions, and he cheated your school out of relief funds. Fu Jiao was so furious. Master Su donated helicopters and police cars to the police station. He crashed a sports car worth tens of millions. You are fucking mentally ill. He has several assets in Zhonghai alone. Isn't any of them worth over 100 million? Director Zhang was really panicked now. Helicopters and police cars can be donated right away. And we also need to set up a scholarship fund. Several of them have assets worth over 100 million. How rich is this? But he is indeed receiving relief funds from the school. Mayor, Principal, I'm serious. Director Zhang said quickly. He really is receiving poverty relief from the school. Xiao Chun, bring me the list. Suddenly, he remembered that Xiao Chun went after Su Yin, and his face lit up with joy. Mayor, I'll ask Xiao Chun to get Su Xiao back now. After all, the notice hasn't been issued yet, right? We can still make up for it, right, Principal? You have to handle this matter properly. Principal Liang was so angry that he almost died. I'm really annoying myself. If you have time, you might as well do experiments. You have expelled one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Zhonghai University. When the time comes, the whole nation will laugh at your Zhonghai University. Fu Jiao was extremely angry. What's Xiao Chen's phone number? Where's Xiao Chen's phone number? Chapter 177. Is Director Zhang's bottom line so flexible? Director Zhang's call. Instructor Chen shook his phone and said. Su Yin nodded. Instructor Chen looked at Su Yin once, and then looked at him again. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Su Yin in shock. Fuck. Mr. Su, are you serious? What's wrong? Su Yan looked at Instructor Chen strangely. No. He trembled as he took out a cigarette and lit it. Do you have a lighter? Oh, I have one myself. He ignored Su Yan in front of him, lit a cigarette for himself, and took a deep puff. Only then did he calm down and look at Su Yan. Are you serious? What's true or false? Are you really a second-generation rich? And a very wealthy one? Do you really want to set up a scholarship fund for the school? Instructor Chen smoked a cigarette and looked at Su Yan. Would you like one? No need. Su Yan shook his head. Of course it's true. If you want to transfer schools, you have to pay a price. Damn it. Now the principal, the director, and it seems like even a mayor are waiting for you in the counselor's office. Counselor Chen finished smoking his cigarette and threw it into the trash can beside him. No. Su Yan is not going back. The director has issued a death order. Xiao Su, Master Su, please give me some face. If you become rich and powerful, please don't forget me. Instructor Chen said helplessly. You know, even if a dog becomes rich, it won't forget its friends. I am a human being. Screw you. Instructor Chen said angrily. I'm not going back anyway. Su Yan said arrogantly. You yelled at me before and wanted to fire me. Now you want me to go back just by a phone call. What is he thinking? All the good things in the world are rushing to him, right? Instructor Chen immediately advised. Mr. Su, we are students after all. There is no need to go against the department head. I'm going to transfer to Jiaodong University soon, and I'll have nothing to do with him in the future. Mr. Su, please give me some face. At this time, Su Yan's phone rang, so he said, Okay, give the instructor some face. Let Zhang beg me. As he spoke, he picked up the phone. Mr. Su, we are from Longting Mechanical Research Institute. Mr. Yi asked me to call you. Mr. Yi? My dad. What's the matter? Su Yan was a little surprised. Didn't the old man mention this matter? It's like this. Mr. Yi acquired our Longting Mechanical Research Institute and said that he can come to you if he has any questions. The other party spoke very kindly. Wait, my dad bought the research institute and told you to contact me if you have any questions? Let me make a phone call to confirm first. Graduate school? You want money right away? I installed the National Anti-Fraud app myself. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan immediately called Yi Chen. Son, what's the matter? Dad, I received a call from a research institute asking me for money. They said you bought them. Oh yes, I bought it. Yi Chen said on the other end. Really? You're not an AI, are you? Su Yan was very alert. What a joke. How could I be an AI? Yi Chen was speechless. How did you find me? Su Yan asked. He's an online loan shark? Brother Chong. Yes, Brother Chong found you. Son, what's wrong? Are you sick? Yi Chen suddenly became worried. No, I'm just worried that someone wants to defraud me. Since you bought Longting, I'm relieved. Anyway, why did you buy a research institute? This thing doesn't make money. It just burns money. Su Yan sighed. This kind of investment is inevitable, just a little bit of investment. If a product is successfully developed, it will be enough to feed us for a lifetime. Son, don't be blinded by the immediate benefits. Our family can afford it. Flower. You have to spend it desperately. The more you spend, the deeper our foundation becomes. What a grand picture. Su Yan understood. This kind of research institute is normally a money-eating beast, but once it explodes, it will become a gold mine. Moreover, the Yi family is obviously a family tycoon. What they lack is money. What they want is accumulation that can be passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps, this is how their family has been passed down from generation to generation. Awesome. Although in his previous life, he was about to become the founder of a listed company and a billionaire. But compared with the background and knowledge of this kind of family, it is still far behind. Looking back at himself, Su Yan felt more and more that he was inadequate. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan called Longting Mechanical Research Institute again. Let them come to school to find you. Xiao Chun, Su Yan no. Where's Su Xiao? When Director Zhang saw Instructor Chun, he almost rushed forward, but he almost fell to his knees. Behind him, the principal and the mayor were staring at him. Instructor Chun was a little embarrassed. Director, Xiao Su said that he won't come unless. What Xiao Su? Call him Su Xiao. This is my grandpa. Whether he receives aid for poor students or not, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that only Su Yan can allow him to retain his position. Master Su said unless what? Instructor Chen felt a little embarrassed. After all, Su Yan said such excessive words. If I tell him, won't the department head be even angrier? But here's the thing. Hurry up and say it. Seriously, I just talked so much bullshit and now I can't even fart for a long time. Director Zhang was almost dying of anxiety. Go to hell. Teacher Chen is also a young man. He was angry and said immediately. He said, give me, the teacher, some face, unless you go and beg him. It's infuriating. Who wouldn't do that? The principal frowned slightly. This guy seemed to be unpopular. Just let me go and beg him. Director Zhang felt relieved. Huh. Instructor Chen was stunned. Is your bottom line so low? Are you willing to humble yourself even to a student? How could he know that the edges and corners of adults have long been smoothed out? The bottom line has already been worn black. I'm just asking for help. I don't know how many people Director Zhang asked for help to get this position. Also, is this a student? This is asking for a rich second generation. Maybe we can become related and help each other in the future if needed. Mayor, principal, I'll go find Mr. Su now. I will definitely make him change his mind. Director Zhang said and ran out. The speed is so fast that even an afterimage is produced. How could he be like this? The counselors in the office were stunned. Is the bottom line so flexible? Of course, young Master Su is the one who is going to donate to the scholarship fund now. That's not all. It turns out he was the rich second generation that day. In order to catch the criminals, they would crash into each other at will, even if they wanted to, a Ferrari worth tens of millions of dollars. Hearing these words, Instructor Chen couldn't help but sigh. Master Su, you're really a great guy. I didn't believe it before. Awesome. If he says he will lend me his luxury car, is that true? Xiaoqin, where did young Master Su say he was? Take me there quickly. Director Zhang ran away like a gust of wind, and now he ran back like a gust of wind. He grabbed Xiaoqin and ran away. Fu Jiao hurriedly followed, and seeing that Fu Jiao had gone over, the principal also hurriedly followed. Chapter 178. Let's get a certificate first. Nan, let me tell you, this man is very high quality. It is said that he graduated with a master's degree from an Ivy League school. He just returned to China not long ago and joined a large company. The annual salary is not low. He has a house and a car, and he's also very handsome. Most importantly, I know him well. He was introduced by your second aunt, so his character is absolutely guaranteed. When Xinling held the phone and listened to her mother's nagging on the other end of the line. Have you arrived yet? Don't be late. There are only 5 minutes left. I specially arranged to meet you near your school just to make it convenient for you. So don't be careless. Do you understand? I'm here. When Xinling sighed, okay, Mom, I'm only 24. You're already 24. Many girls in the neighborhood are pregnant at 24. Not to mention those in the countryside. Remember your cousin? She is 23 years old and is preparing for a second child. If you don't hurry up, you will become an old maid. I know. Goddamn old girl. If you don't succeed this time, don't come back. Mom, am I your biological daughter? When Xinling was speechless. Is she crazy? Did you hear that? If you don't talk about it, how do you know if it's suitable or not? If you don't talk about it, how do you know if the person is good or not? When Xinling sighed, I know. I will definitely try it. She walked to the door of the cafe and looked around. There were not many people in the entire cafe. After all, it's not time for all classes to end yet. In the entire cafe, there was only one man sitting and drinking coffee. He sighed and sent a text message. Baby, I'm forced to go on a blind date again. Woo. Is it that bad? Do you want me to help? This time, my mom was very determined. If I didn't succeed, she wouldn't let me go home. What should I do? How about you pretend to talk to him? Well, this is the only way. You won't be angry, right? How could that be? After all, there is nothing we can do about it. Love you, moi. He put away his phone, took a deep breath, and then walked over. Sit down directly opposite the other person. The quality of men on blind dates is so high now. After sitting down, I found that the other person had a delicate appearance, but did not look feminine at all, and was sunny and cheerful. Very handsome. Hello. When Xinling went straight to the point. The decision had already been made anyway. Then be decisive. My second aunt has introduced me to you, right? My name is Wen Xinling. I'm 24 years old, and I'm a teacher. I live with my mother. However, the other party seemed surprised. Su Yin was really confused. Is this Director Zhang? You're fucking kidding me. If Director Zhang could look like this, I would never ask him to apologize. Moreover, how come even the gender has changed? Single, healthy, and no bad habits. When Xinling continued to introduce. Have to. Understood. Su Yin looked at the girl in front of him with bright eyes and white teeth. She was wearing a white dress with puff sleeves that revealed her snow-white skin. She had long, slightly curly hair that fell to her chest and butterfly-shaped earrings on her ears. Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional. She is indeed a rare beauty. Girls like this are all coming for a blind date? How did your second aunt introduce me? When Xinling immediately took out her cell phone and turned to the text message from her mother. Read it as it is, master's degree holder from overseas, simple family background, outstanding ability, Su. Su Yin smiled and said, my name is Su Yin. Yes, Su Yin. Su Yin. Su Yin emphasized. Oh, then my mother may have been wrong. Well, none of this matters. What do you think of me? When Xinling asked directly. Very good. Su Yan nodded. That's fine. When Xinling took out a red book and said, Mr. Su, would you mind getting a marriage certificate with me? No wedding or gift required. Just a marriage certificate will do. Su Yan was stunned. So fast? You don't even know me. When Xinling shrugged her shoulders and said, My mom is almost driving me to death. However, she said, marriage is a gamble. Why not place a small bet first? It's better than going all in, right? This logic is actually quite consistent. I think we should understand it first. Su Yan quickly refused. Are you kidding? After being reborn, who would still get married? A wealthy second-generation Shable getting married? Are you kidding? That's fine. When Xinling didn't care. Add me on QQ, and we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend from now on. She placed the phone directly in front of Su Yan. Su Yan added Feishuan. When Xinling directly changed Su Yan's message note to boyfriend and shook it at Su Yan, boyfriend, don't let it get away. This development caught me off guard. Su Yan was speechless. In life, no one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. When Xinling said, in my opinion, just get the marriage certificate. If you have an accident, at least you were married, right? Thank you. This girl looks quiet and gentle, but I didn't expect her to be so active. You're welcome. When Xinling waved her hand. At this time, Su Yan brought the coffee that Director Zhang had ordered. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you. When Xinling took a sip, it's so bitter. This is something with extra ingredients. Okay, remember to contact me. I have something else to do today. Oh, and don't forget to answer my call tonight. My mom might want to check. Oh, it's so annoying. When Xinling picked up her bag, smiled at Su Yan, and walked out. So, I'm no longer single? No, this is the second time I'm saying goodbye to being single. Su Yan couldn't help laughing. Headmaster. As soon as when Xinling arrived at the door, she saw Director Zhang and the principal rushing over. She is not familiar with Director Zhang, but the principal must know him. Principal Liang glanced at her. A teacher or a student? Hello. He nodded and quickly followed Fujiao into the coffee shop. When Xinling was a little curious. What was the principal and his men rushing for? The rank of principal is already very high. To have him pay so much attention. Through the glass window, she saw Director Zhang had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The principal stood by and smiled along. Who is Su Yan? Where did my aunt get such a high-quality talent? When Xinling looked inside curiously, and her cell phone rang. He smiled and left. He is him, and I am myself. No matter how awesome he is, he's just a shield. But it's better to be excellent. At least I can report to my mother. Beep. Just then, a large G-Class stopped beside her. When Xinling's face lit up with joy and she stepped into the car. Inside the cafe, Director Zhang stood beside Su Yan with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I didn't recognize the value of gold and jade. Just be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Chapter 179. Do I have to forgive you if you come? Director Zhang, how dare I? Didn't you say I was a little bastard? Although he said this, Su Yan did not move. Sitting in the chair, motionless as a mountain. There was a hint of sarcasm on his face. Director Zhang seemed not to notice his calm expression. Instead, he lowered his body even more. Master Su, I know I was wrong. I didn't understand the situation and made such a decision impulsively. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Master Su, you also said that as long as I come to apologize, you will forgive me, right? Award for bravery. 10 outstanding young people. Isn't it the credit of the dean that such a student appears in his department? Plus, Su Yan is a super rich man. It seems that he has a good relationship with the deputy mayor. He alone has such strong financial resources and connections. What about the family behind him? Wouldn't that mean going to heaven? As long as I serve myself properly, can I go further? Even leaving the education sector and jumping to the real power. His heart was already burning with anger. His attitude became more respectful. Master Su, you said so, right? We have no hatred or grudges against each other. I know what I did today was wrong and I admit it. Xiaochen said. Su Yan glanced at Instructor Chen standing behind him and said with a smile, Yes, I must give Instructor Chen face. Instructor Chen smiled. Cool. Even the department head can't handle this person, but he gives me face. That? Director Zhang was very happy. I've already given face to Instructor Chen. He asked me to give you a chance. Su Yan's eyes turned cold. Who said that I have to forgive you just because you're here? Director Zhang's face changed drastically. Su, young Master Su. Gradually, his face became ferocious, and he lowered his voice, approached Su Yan, and said through gritted teeth in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Master Su, hello. I'm good, and everyone is good. Even if you destroy me today, what good will it do? Why don't we join forces? When the time comes, you will be an outstanding graduate, and I will also benefit. What's more, don't forget that you are claiming welfare benefits by fraud. Even if the school doesn't investigate you, think about it. If it's exposed online, a billionaire is occupying a place in the school and claiming welfare benefits, what do you think will happen? You know how powerful netizens are. They will reveal everything about you. Your background, your family. All of you will be nailed to the pillar of shame. How about we work together, develop together, and create greater glory? How about that? He spoke quickly, keeping his voice low. Want to be tied to the same worship with Su Yin. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Principal, he threatened me. Su Yin suddenly spoke. He threatened me with the fact that I falsely claimed welfare benefits. Principal, what do you think we should do? Principal Liang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Su, classmate, you really are. Director Zhang did make a mistake today. But it is also true that you falsely claimed relief funds. How about we talk it out and each take a step back? We are all experienced people. Why don't we just take a step back and not pursue each other? Su Yin understood the other party's thoughts. It's an exchange of interests. The same is true for this exchange of weaknesses. No. Su Yin refused to do that. Principal, I did grow up in an orphanage. I have always been an orphan without a father or a mother. It was the director's mother who raised us. Su Yin said without hesitation. Director Zhang's face darkened. He didn't expect that Su Yin would actually speak out about this matter publicly. Impossible. Where do you get the money now? I've already done my research. You've driven a Bentley. You've driven more than one Porsche. Since you're capable, why do you still want to receive a scholarship? He also wanted to exchange interest with Su Yin. Unexpectedly, the other party did not play according to the rules at all. If this isn't a way of defrauding scholarships, what is this? Fu Jiao was a little surprised. Mr. Su, are you really receiving a scholarship? How much is it per year? It's not even enough for gas, right? A man who is willing to donate helicopters and police cars to the police station, and even doesn't care about tens of millions of luxury cars or millions of cash in order to catch criminals. Just for a few $1,000s a year, not enough money to fill a tank of gas for a supercar? Mayor, I am indeed an orphan, but later my biological parents found me at the end of last month. Su Yin sighed. My parents happened to be billionaires. Everyone was stunned. Is this okay? So, you found your biological parents, and that's why you're suddenly rich? So dramatic. You can definitely make a movie or write a novel. Yes, there are many people who can testify to this matter. Su Yin said, including my roommate and the boss of an online loan company, nicknamed Bolt Chong, he can prove it. Online loan company? Fu Jiao was confused. How could it be related to an online loan company? Yes, I was ignorant before and I borrowed money from the internet and couldn't pay it back. Guangtu Chong was anxious and helped me find my biological parents. This is a talented person. Fu Jiao smacked his lips. It's a pity that he is doing online lending. Besides, I'm about to transfer to another school. What happens to me has nothing to do with Director Zhang, right? Su Yin raised his eyebrows. I don't agree. Director Zhang said immediately. You want to transfer schools? It's not that easy. Su Yanli ignored him and said, Principal, to thank the school for its care over the years, I want to set up a scholarship fund in the school. I don't know if it is convenient or not, so that all students from poor families can have no worries and concentrate on their studies. Convenient. Of course it's convenient. The principal smiled happily. Student Su is really a role model for students by putting himself in others' shoes and helping his classmates. Okay, I'll have someone take charge of this matter. So, regarding the recommendation letter and consent form. The principal rubbed his hands and said, Student Su, you don't have to transfer to another school. Zhonghai University. Principal, I'm afraid of being targeted here. Su Yin said meaningfully. Director Zhang's expression changed slightly. How is that possible? Director Zhang is very professional. Yes. Director Zhang also nodded. This is very obvious. I'm afraid Director Zhang's matter won't be investigated in depth, because it is also a scandal. No need. I think Jiaodong University is also good. Su Yin smiled and rejected the other party. In fact, Fujiao said it would investigate this matter. But that is the education sector's business. He has no say in this. A faction is a small society with complicated connections. He doesn't have that much influence. Su Yin didn't count on the other party either. Boss Su. Just then, several people ran in a panic. He didn't care that Su Yin and the others were talking and rushed over. Boss Su, you mentioned increasing investment. The other party couldn't wait and spoke impatiently. Director Yuan? Chapter 180. 1 billion right off the bat. The leader was an old man with greasy hair. He was wearing an old suit and thick glasses. Director Yuan? Principal Liang recognized the other person at first sight. Oh, Xiao Liang. Director Yuan waved his hand. I have something urgent. Principal Liang stopped talking immediately. Looking at the smile on Director Yuan's face, I felt sick all over. Is this the Director Yuan he knows? The top person in the academic world. Moreover, it has the most advanced related equipment and technology in the entire East China region. Normally, he was very serious, but today he was so kind, even a little flattering. I must be fucking presbyopic. Boss Su, the institute is facing many difficulties right now and needs a lot of capital investment. Director Yuan sat down directly opposite Su Yan. Since you acquired the research institute, you want to get results. You can't invest money and get nothing, right? As expected of a researcher, he speaks so directly. Director Yuan, I don't know yet. Owner. Just then, Tong Yakin walked in. Director Zhang recognized the other person at a glance. It's her. She sent Su Yan to school in the morning. Call the master. So he's a servant of Su Yan's family? Damn it. Director Zhang was numb. I was killed by that guy. For a place in graduate school that has not yet been confirmed, I have offended a wealthy man. Even Mayor Fu and the principal had a bad impression of him. If Mayor Fu takes one more step, he will be able to manage himself. Damn it. He was filled with resentment towards that young body. It's all her fault. You're here. Su Yan lowered his head and wrote a check for 10 million yuan. Help me set up a student aid fund, mainly for poor students from Shanghai University and Jiaodong University, to help them solve their life problems. I'll trouble you for now. If you don't have enough money, tell me and I'll arrange for someone else to take over and help you. Tong Yakin nodded and took the check. Okay. There was no nonsense throughout the whole process. Su Yan invested 10 million yuan, which will become the operating fund of the foundation, either used for investment or for distributing scholarships. The same is true for many wealthy people who set up foundations. Just when Su Yan was giving instructions to Tong Yakin, Principal Liang came to Director Yuan's side. Old Yuan. You want to borrow the equipment again? Director Yuan said with disdain, your Shanghai University is a famous school after all. Can't you just get one yourself? Oh. By the way, I'm sure you guys are spending public money on food and drink again. Principal Liang's face was full of bitterness. Don't be ridiculous, Lao Yuan. We don't normally use such high-end equipment. It's meaningless. Humph. It's meaningless? Isn't it more cost-effective to use public funds for food and drink? Director Yuan snorted coldly, full of dissatisfaction. There is no way to communicate. Principal Liang sighed. Old Yuan, this is what my project needs, not what the school needs. If you can't even do research, what kind of prestigious university is this? You might as well just go home and sell sweet potatoes. No, Lao Yuan, just give me half a day. That's enough. Principal Liang sighed. You're the only one in Shanghai that has the most advanced equipment in the country. Please, please. This project is very important to him. If Loaning Research Institute can't do it, we can only go to Yinjing. It's a pity that I'm not as familiar with the people in Yinjing as I am here, and there's my old rival. Hee, if it was a few days earlier, I would have done it for you if you paid me. Now, we are not short of money. Mr. Su. Director Yuan's expression lit up when he saw that 10 million was given so casually. If they can spend 10 million yuan at any time, then they won't be stingy with the money used for research. The research project still requires a lot of funds. Su Yan nodded. Okay, tell me a number. 1 billion. Puff. Su Yan spat out a mouthful of drink and started coughing violently. Fu Jiao's eyes popped out. 1 billion. If Su Yan took out 1 billion in cash, he could develop several projects in Shanghai. It's just an investment. There's no need to really take it all out. 1 billion is enough to leverage many things. 1 billion is only enough to solve some of the current problems. It is enough to support us for about a month. However, our project has entered the later stage. With another 10 billion, we can succeed in the research. Director Yuan spoke with full confidence. Principal Liang felt unwell. The research institute is still so powerful, asking for hundreds of billions right away. You know, Shanghai University's annual funding is only a few billion. Now, all you have to say is the financial allocations from 2 key universities. Fujiao wanted to strangle this man to death. What does it mean to invest tens of billions? There are more than 2,000 companies in the country with valuations exceeding 10 billion. This guy eats up a person who is among the top thousands in the country with just one mouthful. So many. He couldn't help but exclaimed. What's that? Mr. Su, you know, the number of projects in our institute is still relatively small. Director Yuan said confidently, and as if it were a matter of course. Are you sure? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. 1 billion is just 1 month's amount. There are still huge holes of tens of billions waiting in the future. What the hell? A money-eating beast? A unicorn in one bite? Of course, Mr. Su. You also know what we are researching. What do I know? I didn't even know about buying your research institute. My dad knows too. This news was still too scary. Su Yan couldn't help but ask again. Yes, it was Mr. Yi who asked me to find you. Director Yuan vowed. But I felt a little uneasy in my heart. After all, I didn't ask Mr. Yi for 10 billion. I'll make a phone call and ask. Old Yuan, your appetite is too big, isn't it? You want 1 billion in one go, and there are still tens of billions waiting for you. Principal Liang was envious. Besides, my student just returned home. Where did he get 10 billion? Is Mr. Su your student? Director Yuan asked curiously. He's just a junior. Principal Liang was a little proud. Don't you have to beg my students? Snort. No, he is going to Jiaodong University soon. How can I show off in the future? No, I have gotten rid of vulgar tastes. Longting Research Institute belongs to Su Yan. Then can I ask Su Yan to borrow it? Instead of asking Lao Yuan. No, Su Yan can't leave. Must stay? This is simply a top-notch resource. He glanced at Director Zhang. This guy has shifty looks and is not a good person. Retreat, retreat. Detected that the prodigal son spent 10 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill attributeless master memory X1. Rule for obtaining. The host and related personnel only need to shake hands with relevant professionals or have a strong desire in their hearts to obtain master-level memories of related attributes. Yi Chen heard the voice in his mind. I suddenly felt happy. My son is a spendthrift again. When I saw the rules for receiving the award, I was completely confused. He looked at the man who was shaking his hand. My whole body couldn't stop shaking. Mr. Yi, are you dissatisfied with our food? The chef Nanjiang Kai on the opposite side looked nervous. Damn it. Countless Nanjiang cuisine traditions appeared in his mind. I am the richest man, not a cook. There's something wrong with my brain. Why do I need to meet the chef? Chapter 181. This guy is going to pretend, even if he has to cry. Mr. Yi, is there something wrong with the food? The manager stood beside Yi Chen nervously. Second uncle, what's wrong? Yi Jiang also asked. Today is a relative's wedding in my hometown. Li Qin went to play cards, and Yi Chun had nothing to do. He thought that when Su Yan returned to his ancestral home, a banquet would definitely need to be held. Just come and take a look and try the food. Recognize relatives and friends or something. Call. Yi Chun let out a long breath. What a magical skill. This is simply a magical skill. You can learn any skill you want to learn. Who knew it would be used like this? It's totally unfair. But now that I have used my skills, I have to show off. There's something wrong with the food. Very wrong. Yi Chen's face was gloomy. The head chef immediately said in dissatisfaction, Mr. Yi, don't talk nonsense. The manager quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Yi, go ahead. Uncle, I think this dish is great. Chef Liang is one of the best chefs here. He has prepared state banquets and can be called a modern imperial chef. Yi Jiang also said from the side. Chef Liang was a little proud when he heard this. Excuse me, it's all thanks to you all. Who would have thought that after he said this politely? Yi Chen nodded seriously. It is indeed a compliment. Instantly, his expression froze. If Mr. Yi wasn't so prominent, he would have wanted to hit him with a big spoon. Mr. Yi, tell me. Chef Liang's tone was clearly unhappy. This dompa pork was cooked for more than 30 seconds. Although the color did not change, the texture became drier and more likely to get stuck in the teeth. It was a failure. Also, the cooking wine used was not right. The first choice was 15-year-old Shaoxing Huadiao, but ordinary bagged cooking wine was used. Failure. The soy sauce was not mellow enough either. Failure. For this honey-glazed hot pot dish, the ham was not placed in the right place, so it failed. The brand was not chosen right, so it failed. State banquet chef, don't tell me you don't know this? After hearing these words, Chef Liang realized that something was wrong. This Mr. Yi is not only a wealthy man, but also a gourmet. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I thought you couldn't tell the difference in taste. Chef Liang lowered his head. After all, it's just a banquet. Who would care so much? Oh, never mind. Yi Chen shook his head. This guy was pretending to be so boring. I don't want to be a chef. Brother Chen, do you have any money? I lost all my money. Yi Chen saw his wife and asked curiously, aren't you good at playing cards? It's weird. My cards were good every time, but I was always beaten. I think I'm lucky and will win soon. Give me 10,000. Okay. Yi Chen transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Qin. I had nothing to do, so I just went over to take a look. After Li Qin came to the table, when shuffling the cards, Yi Chen noticed that the three people were flirting with each other. Seems like they're setting up a trap? Damn it. It actually happened to me. Just as he was about to overturn the table, he saw a dongfeng in his wife's hand. She rubbed it gently, and it became 3 strips. What's happening? She placed the 3 of a kind on the card, then suddenly covered it up and wiped it lightly with her finger. When I turned it over again, the cards became incredibly smooth. Confused? Damn it. What did I see? Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and rubbed his eyes again. A luxurious, clear 7 pairs. Li Qin's face was full of joy. Come on, give me money, give me money. The other 3 had no choice but to give the money. Restart the game. When the 3 of them were shuffling the cards, they started to tamper with them again. Wink. However, Yi Qin saw Li Qin lightly wipe the cards, and when she opened them, he saw a hand of messy cards. But there were 4 bright white cards in her hand. 4 blanks, a perfect day, 2 consecutive wins. Give me money. Damn, I'm so lucky. Come again. After a few rounds, Yi Qin saw that Li Qin was unpredictable, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the 3 guys who set up the trap and made them flee in disarray. Damn it. Is she also a system-related person? Then she. MMP. Why can she play cards and become a gambling god? And I can only be a chef. My mentality has collapsed. Whose system is this? Hey son, what's the matter? Yi Qin felt like crying. 1 billion? Just give him 1 billion. I'll give it to you separately when dad's funds turn around. I didn't cry. I really didn't cry. I just felt a little sad. Your mother is going to become the king of sparrows. God of gamblers? Impossible. She just likes playing mahjong. Honey, I feel like I'm really good at playing cards now. Li Qin lowered her voice. I can even change the cards. Her eyes were fixed on the other card table. The one fighting over there is Nyonyo. What do you mean? Yi Qin looked at his wife, who was smiling like a flower. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Just watch. She sat over and joined in the fun. In the next round, 5 cards were dealt to her hand. Yi Qin looked at his hand. 3/4/5/6/7. When 2 cows clash, there is no cow. I saw Li Qin put away the 25 cards, rub them a little, and then open them again. A2, 2, 3. 5 calves. The biggest card. 8 times. Yi Qin was stunned. God of gamblers. My wife is a gambling god. What kind of joke is this? Why can she get the skills of the god of gamblers when I am just a cook? This is too outrageous. You're not surprised at all? Li Qin said happily after winning the money. No, I'm so surprised. When did you learn magic? Nothing. I just suddenly felt like I know everything. Li Qin smiled happily. Am I awesome? Awesome. Yi Qin was crying inside. My wife is a gambling god. My son is a super rich 2nd generation. I'm a cook. No. I will be the richest man in the future. The kind that lies flat. MMM. So delicious. MMP. After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at Su Yan. No problem. Seeing Su Yan nod, Director Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Su. However, I don't have 1 billion in cash right now. I'll give you part of it first, and I'll send you the rest later. Director Yuan didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. How much do you want first? 500 million, please. I'll give you 500 million first, and I'll pay the rest separately. Su Yan said. No problem. But, Mr. Su, 500 million won't last long. Director Yuan was a little embarrassed. Don't worry, it won't take long. Su Yan sighed. At worst, he could just mortgage the company. Okay. Mobile banking simply cannot handle such a large transfer of 500 million. Just write checks. There are many types of checks, and Su Yan definitely wouldn't write a blank check. Thank you, Mr. Su. Director Yuan was overjoyed. I finally got the money, and the research can go on smoothly. Most importantly, the boss was unexpectedly straightforward. Goodbye, President Su. He can't wait to go back and prepare for the experiment. Old Yuan wait. Chapter 182. The principal understands. The director is gone. If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart now. Director Yuan looked at Principal Liang impatiently. You want to borrow the equipment? No way. Principal Liang ignored him and looked at Su Yan instead. Xiao Su. No. President Su. I have an experiment that requires the equipment from the institute. Su Yan looked at Director Yuan, shook his head, and said, Director Yuan is responsible for the affairs of the institute. I won't interfere. Joke. I will no longer be a member of Zhonghai University. Why should I bother with you? I am happy to see you being criticized. Have you finished farting? Then I'm leaving. Director Yuan was very satisfied when he heard this. When doing research, the most taboo thing is for laymen to guide experts. Just as he was about to leave, the researchers beside him became extremely anxious. He grabbed Director Yuan's wrist and said, Teacher, he is the boss now. If we take the money and leave, how are we going to get the money next time? What should I do? He looked at his middle-aged student. I said, thank you. Their salaries are not low, but the institute has been running at a deficit in recent years. Wages are cut again and postponed again and again. They have all contributed a lot to the institute. Now I have finally found a big financial sponsor, and the salary and bonus have been paid. This time he learned his lesson and decided to humble himself a little. That's why I came here in person. Teacher, you didn't even introduce yourself. I told you, we are from Longting Mechanical Research Institute. What is your name? I didn't say that. Director Yuan was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and realized that it was true. Boss Su, my name is Yuan Chengyun, and I'm the director of the Research Institute. Director Yuan, who had turned to leave, turned back and walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. Are you so straightforward? Hello, Director Yuan, my name is Su Yan. Just as Director Yuan was about to turn around and leave, he saw his disciple winking and mouthing words at him. Am I familiar? Shake hands. Oh. He stretched out his hand mechanically. Su Yan couldn't help but smile secretly. Just after meeting him, he could tell that Director Yuan was very old-fashioned and a person who devoted himself to research. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other person. All right, let's go. Tell those guys to deliver the goods immediately. We have money, experimental materials, and necessary equipment and energy. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Oh, President Su, the remaining 500 million had better arrive next week. Otherwise, we may not be able to carry on with our research. I can hold on. It means we have to cut back on spending or cut back on food or cancel the synchronous development plan. Even so, the funds required are huge. But Su Yan was stunned, and a huge amount of knowledge continued to pour into his mind. Circuit design, electronic components, mechanical automation, and more. All kinds of knowledge about software and hardware flooded into my mind. It seems as if I have been deeply engaged in these fields for decades. Xiao Su, Student Su, the principal couldn't help but remind him. If you keep daydreaming, old Yuan will be leaving soon. After Lao Yuan is gone, who will provide me with equipment for research? Principal, don't you want to use the equipment? I have a way. Director Zhang's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of a solution. Isn't he going to transfer to another school? Director Zhang lowered his voice and whispered in the principal's ear. Tell him to give you the equipment. If he doesn't, I won't agree. As long as the school here does not agree, Su Yan will not be able to transfer schools. As long as he can't transfer to another school, doesn't he have to stay in his own department? What happened to the rich? Do rich people have 3 heads and 6 arms? By then, won't I be able to make some money? The other party didn't give me face, so why should I give him face? The principal looked at Director Zhang deeply. Director Zhang immediately revealed a hint of flattery. A different thought flashed through Principal Liang's mind. Your own students are the masters of the institute. And he's a billionaire. 500 million, just take it. In the future, a famous alumnus can't escape. And on the other side, a department head? Boss Su, Master Su. The principal raised his voice sharply. Su Yan shuddered. What's wrong? Mr. Su, I want to borrow the equipment from your research institute, the principal said quickly. Principal, it's not that I won't help you, but Mr. Yuan is in charge of the research institute, and I'm only responsible for paying the money. Su Yan said hypocritically. I've made it so obvious, but you still don't understand? Of course the principal understood. Just give the money. Your department has wronged you before. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Dig deep into the ground. He glared at Director Zhang fiercely. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to do an experiment. Principal, Director Zhang's face changed. Shut up. The principal snorted coldly. Mr. Su, besides, there is no benefit in transferring schools. The classmates you have known for many years, the familiar environment, and the charming seniors and juniors in our school. Su Yan glanced at Principal Liang in surprise. So you are this kind of principal? Just go to school at Zhonghai. I'll get you into graduate school. You'll be an outstanding graduate. You'll get a national scholarship. I happen to have a project, and I'll give you the paper's name. You'll join my research group. The principal spoke without hesitation. Director Zhang was stunned. Not just selling yourself. Not even letting himself go. You know, his project is one of the national key projects. Usually he is like a baby. Now all agreed to come out. Principal, you are. Mr. Zhang, let me tell you, what does my project have to do with you? The principal shouted angrily. I will set up an investigation team when I get back. We will thoroughly investigate you, a bunch of parasites. The most important thing is that his project is also related to Longting Research Institute. It's not just the equipment that's needed. Mr. Su, I just want to ask you a word. The principal almost begged. Fu Jiao saw through Su Yan's idea, but he was just one step away. The benefits that Principal Liang has given are almost enough. Mr. Su, Principal Liang is right. The school is at fault this time. They should do some self-examination. You will have to spend time adapting to the new school. It would be better to see the results and see if you are satisfied. Okay, since Mayor Fu has said so, I will definitely give him this favor. Su Yan took the opportunity to back off. When there are results, we will go to Longting Research Institute. The principal was immediately delighted. I have been begging Lao Yuan for so long, and now my wish has finally come true. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. As the president of Zhonghai University, he has a very high political and social status. If Su Yin was just a billionaire, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now he has transformed himself and becomes the owner of a top research institute. This identity is completely different. Although he didn't know everything about the projects at the Longting Mechanical Research Institute, he was clear about Lao Yuan's research direction and professional skills. In the past 5 years, I have been working hard on research. Various materials and equipment cost countless money. A product that will definitely shock the world. He had some guesses in his mind. Principal, Director Zhang suddenly became anxious. Shut up. You are suspended for inspection. Master Su, spare my life. Director Zhang wailed and fell to his knees in front of Su Yin. Chapter 183. If it's difficult, don't do it. Master Su, please beg for mercy on my behalf. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Director Zhang's tears and snot immediately started flowing. Master Su, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so obsessed with sex that I wanted to kick you off the list of guaranteed admission to graduate school in advance. I shouldn't target you. I shouldn't have made up my mind and wanted to fire you. Master Su, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. He regretted it. I really regret it. As the head of a department in a school, one can say that he has both status and identity. I often use cards to get things. If this is really investigated, I'll be finished. Director, this has nothing to do with me. Su Yin quickly walked aside. Why did you come to this point? Is it because of me? It's because of me. Director Zhang lowered his head. So, it's useless to tell me. Su Yin stood up. Mayor Fu, I still need to go to the hospital for a follow-up check. Okay. Fu Jia nodded. I'll give it to you. By the way, this is the city's medal and reward. I didn't expect the school to do something like this. If Su Yin really transfers away from Zhonghai University will probably regret it. Pengguang Technology cooperates with the military. Projects inside Longting Research Institute. In comparison, his assets seem less important. A check for 1 million and a medal with the word courage on it. Su Yin casually put it in his pocket. Principal Liang's eyelids twitched a few times. 1 million. You didn't even look at it? Principal, give me a chance. When Director Zhang saw Su Yin and the mayor leaving, he did not dare to stop them and could only turn around and beg the principal. What's the use of telling me? Think about what you have done. The principal walked away in anger. The few instructors who had followed secretly also left in a hurry. It was as if he had some infectious virus. Director Zhang looked dejected. Am I done? Am I fucking done? He stood up dazed and confused. Sir, you haven't paid yet. Just as I was about to leave, I was stopped by the waiter. A mayor, a wealthy man, and a school principal didn't even pay for it? Do you have any shame? ICBC. Yes, I want as many kilograms as you have. In the president's office, the president was on the phone. Please, I am also trying to protect my customers. Customers like it. Help me. The person on the other end of the phone said, President, what kind of client is worthy of using such fine tea? It's rare. Cash flow of 900 million. Do you think it's worth it? The cash flow this month has exceeded 1 billion. Okay, I'll help you allocate some of the money. $1 billion client with a private account? I'll introduce him to you later. At this moment, the president's door was suddenly opened. Uncle. It's working hours now. Call me uncle. No. Call me president. The president had a dark face and hung up the phone. What's the matter? Something big has happened. Just now, 500 million was transferred out of young Master Su's account. What? The bank president stood up suddenly. Transferred 500 million. How was the money transferred? Is there a problem with the account? The bank president was anxious. No, it was at a branch in Dongjiang district. It was accepted by a check and transferred to the account of another research institute. It was transferred away. It might be a business transaction. What a loss. The bank president sighed. The eggs, rice, flour, oil, and other things that were given away were all converted into cash. Now it's all lost. 500 million was transferred away in one go. What should we do now? Should we contact Su Xiao? What connection? Aren't there still 400 million? It's not time to take inventory yet. The president sighed. Next time, I must let Su Xiao transfer to a regular basis. Regularity is the hard truth. Master Su. He still called Su Yin and asked, you just had a payment of 500 million in your account. Did you do it yourself? Su Yin was a little surprised when he received the call. Yeah, is there any problem? No. It's just that there was a sudden large expenditure, which is a bit strange. The bank president said quickly. You even need to ask this? Hearing this, the president suddenly remembered what happened to Su Yin at that time and quickly explained. No, No, I'm just worried about the safety of Mr. Su's account, nothing else. Mr. Su, how was your longjing tea last time? I asked my friend to get some more and send it to you when the time comes. Oh, okay. Su Yan nodded. Uncle, great news. 2 billion has just been transferred into Su Xiao's account. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. 2 billion. The president was completely stunned. 2 billion. Another 2 billion. I was too hasty. Damn it. This is embarrassing. What to do? He glared at his nephew hatefully. No brains. It's really brainless. Let him transfer from the counter to office work. The result. Damn it. Mr. Su, where did the 2 billion just come from? As soon as he asked the question, he wanted to slap himself. Too much talk. What are you asking? Another 2 billion? It might be the pocket money my dad transferred to me. It turns over very quickly. What a family. The president was completely stunned. 2 billion. 2 billion pocket money. What is the concept? He didn't even dare to think about it. Do you even need to ask this? Hearing that Su Yan's tone seemed to carry a hint of impatience, the president hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Su. But the 2 billion survival period. It's better to diversify the investment, which is beneficial. President, do you know what pocket money is? Su Yan suddenly asked. What? Pocket money. Pocket money means the money I spend on a daily basis. I save it in a fixed deposit and buy financial products. What do I spend it on? 2 billion for daily expenses? I am shallow, Mr. Su. The president was speechless. 2 billion? How many companies can't make that much money in a year? Not to mention individuals. By the way, we have a new transfer of 2 billion. President, would you like to give us some eggs? Or rice, flour, or oil? Upon hearing this, the president felt sick. Also giving. If you give me more, will my bank still be able to work? The money you deposit regularly can be reinvested by the bank. However, money in a current account may be needed at any time and cannot be used for investment. After all, the amount of money circulating in the market is fixed. Mr. Su, I have already paid you regular interest, and it is a current account, so this is difficult to handle. The president said with difficulty. If you can take out a portion of it to deposit regularly or buy financial products, then you will have enough money for pocket money and can also earn a large amount of interest. If it's difficult, don't do it. I have something else to do, so that's all for now. After saying that, Su Yan hung up the phone. The president almost exploded. What do you mean by don't do it if it's difficult? Su Xiao is dissatisfied. Damn it. It was only 900 million before. It's 2.4 billion now. I absolutely cannot let go of such a large sum of deposit. I'm going to find Master Su. Seeing his nephew still standing at the door, the president glared at him and said, You ruined everything. Mr. Su is from Shanghai University, right? Damn it. He opened the drawer and looked through it. Cursed angrily. Are there any high-end gifts? I want to give young Master Su a gift. It must be high-end. It must be expensive. It must be good. I have a box of Cuban cigars. She's a student. Take it first. You're useless. You're the best at causing trouble. You can't use it at the critical moment. This Fuchin Villa and the Blackstone Forest. Hey, my treasures. Chapter 184 Son, Daddy can only help you so far. It was detected that the prodigal son spent 500 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning. Cash, 2 billion yuan, 8 buildings in Piaoxiang Yuan. Damn it. Yichin, who was eating at the banquet, had a shaking hand and a piece of fish accidentally fell into the hot pot. The splashing hot water almost splashed on me. Uncle, you don't have Parkinson's disease, do you? Yi Mingyu's son, who had just entered junior high school, looked at Yi Jiang with curiosity. What nonsense are you talking about? Second uncle, are you okay? Yi Jiang asked hurriedly with concern. Fortunately, my silly cousin learned a new word and used it randomly. This will actually make you look more attractive. Perfect assist. He quickly handed the paper to Yichin, and after handing the paper to him, he picked up a piece of the best fish for Yichin. Uncle, just tell me what you want to eat. As the younger generation, we should help. Everyone in the family looked at Yi Jiang with curiosity. Did he take the wrong medicine? Thank you, Xiao Jiang. I can do it myself. I'm going to the bathroom. This was the first time Yichin saw such a large sum of money. 2 billion. He just counted it twice. Thinking back to the time before he found his son, his entire net worth only amounted to tens of millions. Now we give 2 billion in cash directly. Most importantly, there is a building. A building. This means that even if there is no elevator on the 6th floor, there are at least 12 houses. And it's in Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable. My wealth has exploded. My son was short of money right now, so I passed it to him immediately when I got to the bathroom. I made a phone call, by the way. Son, I bought a building. You can go take it over later. Yichin was in a good mood. Why are you buying a building? Don't you have enough houses at home? Su Yin found it very strange. These properties are equivalent to deposits. You can use them when they are useful. You can help me rent them out later. Yu Chen's eyes rolled. An excuse came to mind instantly. If you don't understand, think about it again and tell me when you figure it out. Yu Chen heard a strange voice on the other end of the phone. Where are you? I'm in the hospital. What? Are you sick? Your mom and I will be here soon. Yu Chen suddenly became anxious. My son is sick. What could be more important than this? No, I'm here to see a friend. Su Yin said. Mr. Su, you're here? The nurse's voice is very sweet. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Chen found that his son had hung up the phone. I couldn't help but spit, stinky boy. I cursed her, but I was very envious in my heart. After my son had sex with college students, he started having sex with girls. This taste, TSK. It really touches my heart, pa. Shameless, scumbag. He immediately sent a message to Su Yin. Having more houses also has its advantages. At least it won't be as sure as seen. Son, this is all Dad can do for you. The body recovered well and was fine after simple treatment. Walking out of the hospital lobby, Su Yin took out his cell phone. Hey Su, I'm going to the crew. The director said there will be a script reading, moi. As soon as I sent the message, I saw Adela's message. Adela, pass. I turned to Lu Xinyan's message. Senior, do you need anything? No, I'm busy. Lu Xinyan quickly replied. The crew is about to start work. I'm busy too. Have to. When women are busy, men have nothing to do. It seems that I can only finally Qingxue. Walk out of the hospital. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Chapter 185. He is quite environmentally friendly when he is abroad. When Xinling? Su Yin was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that it was his girlfriend. She looks like a good girl. What's up? Su Yin answered the phone. Boyfriend, can you come over here now? There's no time, Su Yin said in embarrassment. He felt like there was something stuck in his throat and an arrow was on the string. How can you not have time, boyfriend? The other party gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Please help me, friend. I will reimburse you for the round-trip fare and also treat you to a midnight snack. Why should I help you? Su Yin was quite excited at this time. My mom wants to see you. Besides, you are not Su Yin. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now Su Yin's real body appears. What do you think I should do? When Xinling sighed helplessly, you knew I made a mistake, but you didn't remind me? Who else can I blame if not you? You recognized the wrong person. What does it have to do with me? And the real person has appeared. Why are you looking for me again? Please help. This guy is so ugly. Seriously, how about we just get a certificate? When Xinling's voice was full of pleading. You won't use me as a shield, will you? Su Yin always felt something was wrong. How could that be? I'm willing to get married with you. When Xinling begged, please, I'll treat you to a meal. It's not enough to eat. Su Yin shook his head. What do you want to do? When Xinling immediately asked alertly. It's got to be 2 meals at least. Okay. Where are you now? Just. After confirming the location, Su Yin checked the location of his phone, which was just a few intersections away from the hospital. The distance was not far, so Su Yin simply scanned a shared bicycle. He turned the wheels and pedaled away. At the gate of a neighborhood. When Xinling glanced at her mother furtively. My mother just happened to see me. Why don't you come over quickly? Xiaosu has been waiting for a long time. After saying that, he changed his expression and said, this girl is like this. She has no brains at all. Let her meet Xiaosu, but she ended up identifying the wrong person. The young man in front of me was wearing a blue suit, which was stretched tight, revealing muscles all over. But he insisted on pretending to be gentleman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and glancing at Wen Xinling from time to time. This made Wen Xinling feel depressed. Fortunately, I met Su Yin in advance. Hi. Wen Xinling walked over and greeted uncomfortably. Xiaosu, you should talk to her and take her out to play. You just stay at home all day long and you're almost going moldy. My mother wished she could disappear immediately, but I am also worried that my daughter will say or do something wrong. Sorry, I have an appointment today, Wen Xinling said immediately. What do you mean by appointment? Aren't we always going out with friends when we have an appointment? Mom immediately offered help. What's so fun about a few girls hanging out together? We can play together if it's convenient. Su Yin said with a smile, it's normal for girls to have their own friends. When I was abroad, I often had happy hours with my friends. I wonder if I have the honor? He took out his car key and pressed it. The Porsche Macan next to it made a beeping sound. The car lights also flashed twice. When my mother saw it, Yinjingdu began to glow. Xiaosu, is this your car? Porsche. Yes, the job requires a high level of skills, and I'm just getting started. After all, I just joined the company, and I can't be too flashy and overshadow my seniors. Su Yin is low-key and has high emotional intelligence. Indeed. Mother Wen smiled and nodded repeatedly. Xiaosu is still a good person. It should be. This is the domestic environment. Otherwise, I prefer supercars. That's great. Spaka is pretty good. Wen's mother nodded and pushed her daughter, take Xiaosu to meet some friends, have a meal together, and sing some songs together. Wen Xinling sighed and said, Mom, I'm meeting my boyfriend today. Mother Wen looked at him strangely. When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? It was today. You asked me to meet Su Yan, so I went. I happened to meet my high school idol. He was very handsome. We rekindled our old flame and confirmed our relationship today. Wen Xinling had a smile on her face. Su Yan's expression suddenly froze. She has a boyfriend? Mother Wen frowned instead. Old flames rekindled? How come I don't know? What does he do? How much is his monthly income? Does he own a house? Does he own a car? Is he from Zhanghai? Su Yan also said, yes, when looking for a boyfriend, you must keep your eyes open. He just came back from abroad. His family has a house and a car. He is from Zhanghai. Wen Xinling spoke without hesitation. Really? Let him come out and take a look? Boyfriend, we still have to compare prices. Xiaosu, you don't mind what Annie said, right? Hearing this, Su Yan smiled and said, I want to take a look too. I want to meet some outstanding people. After all, we all have overseas study experience, so it would be beneficial to get to know each other better. Okay, call him out. Wen Xinling said, I have called him, and he said he will be here soon. Xiaosu, can you wait a moment? Asked Wen's mother. No problem. He took a look at Wen Xinling's figure and appearance. Nodded. Wen Xinling felt uncomfortable when he looked at her. Here it comes. Wen Xinling received a call from Su Yan. Where is it? We are at the gate of the community. Where are you? Wen Xinling breathed a sigh of relief. The shield is coming. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. He's here. Wen Xinling said easily. Su Yan definitely doesn't lack money. The clothes he wears are all famous brands, and the watch he wears is a Rolex. Although I don't know which model it is, I know that there is no cheap Rolex. A watch worth tens of thousands of dollars, wearing it on my hand and putting pressure on Su Yan should be enough, right? Even if I can't suppress it, I have something to explain to my mom. I just don't know what car he drives. It doesn't have to be that good. As long as you have a BBA, you can get by with your mom. Why? It's trouble. Crunch. Suddenly, a bicycle stopped in front of Wen Xinling. Here I come. Wen Xinling looked him up and down. He quickly said, Brother, you came to see my mother. Can you show some sincerity? Why did you come here on a bicycle? I happened to be nearby. Su Yan chuckled in his heart, letting you use me as a shield. I wanted to take a taxi, but it's only 1 or 2 kilometers, so it's not cost-effective. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This brother is quite good at environmental protection. Who is this? Su Yan looked at the burly man. One foot is on the ground and the other is on the pedal. Mother Wen's brows were twisted into a shape of a. Yes, he is quite environmentally friendly when he is abroad, for the sake of environmental protection. Wen Xinling hurriedly defended him. Chapter 186. Building 8? Building 8. Excuse me, sir. Which country did you return from studying abroad? Su Yan took a step forward. The opponent had such weak arms and legs that she defeated him with just one hand. And come on a bicycle. It seems that there is nothing special about him except that he is a little more handsome than me. Me? I didn't study abroad. How can I, an orphan, study abroad? That is the way for rich people to pursue higher education. Didn't you say he was a sea turtle? Wen's mother asked quickly, her expression obviously changed. Wen Xinling was troubled. Why don't you just answer it? Where's the brain? Use your brain. Su Yan was smiling in his heart, letting you use me as a shield. Let you disturb my sexual mood today. Now you know how powerful it is, right? No, I'm from Zhanghai University. Su Yan said truthfully. Zhanghai University? Isn't that? Mother Wen frowned. Zhanghai University. Zhanghai University is just average, Su Yan said immediately. It's a lot worse than the Ivy League schools. The degree is fake, and maybe the house and car are all fake. At your age, you probably don't even have a house. Cars are not expensive. If you work hard for a few years, you might be able to afford one. He's also very scheming. I deliberately mentioned the house. Su Yan couldn't help but look at the big guy. I created an opportunity for you, and you still stepped on my head. Mom. Wen Xinling's eyes rolled, and she immediately grabbed her mother's arm. Although he has a low level of education, he is very motivated. We have decided to be together and work hard together, right? Yes. Originally, he was planning to tease Wen Xinling. But now this big guy made him feel even more disgusted. Then just cooperate with me. We can create our own world with our own hands. Mother Wen frowned. My daughter, you are still young. You don't understand. What is destined to happen will happen. Don't force it. Now you think you are choosing love, but what you are actually choosing is purgatory. Yes, you should listen to your aunt more. She has more experience and knows more than you. Su Yin also advised. Wen, material things are not necessary, but we cannot live without them. Wen's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, brother, what job do you do now? Su Yin asked quickly. Su Yin thought about it and realized that he originally wanted to tease Wen Xinling and divert the target, but it was not easy to talk about the students. I do live broadcasts and drive Didi. I am preparing to start my own business soon. The rest of the property was given by my father. Hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help laughing. Doing live streaming? Begging on the internet? Driving Didi, the job is unstable. Wen, how can such a person bring you happiness? Yes. What future does a Didi driver have? What ambition does he have? Wen's mother nodded in agreement. But he is planning to start his own business, Wen Xinling quickly explained. It is so difficult to start a business nowadays. 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs fail. Mother Wen is not optimistic about the current market. Indeed. Besides, your business is not going to be a stall, right? Brother, how much money have you prepared to start your business? Have you done any market research? Su Yin was aggressive. I'm doing market research. As for funding, 5. Su Yin originally said 10 billion. Think about it. Even though I have more than 2 billion now, it's not too much to take out 1 billion, right? Then I thought of the research institute, this money-eating beast. I want to save 500 million. As a result, Su Yin immediately laughed. 100,000? Or 50,000? When Mother Wen heard this, her face suddenly turned dark. If you start a business with 50,000 or 100,000 yuan, isn't it just setting up a street stall? I don't agree. Wen's mother said immediately. Mom, believe me, he will definitely work hard for me and the baby, okay? Wen Xinling stared at him pitifully. Su Yin was completely confused. What baby? The big and strong man Su Yin was also confused. What? Mother Wen's hair was even more disheveled in the wind. What did you say? Wen Xinling bit her lip. I'm pregnant. What? Su Yan's eyes widened. Do you really speak without hesitation? We didn't even have any physical contact. Just relying on him driving Didi and doing live broadcasting to support you and the child? You were confused. Wen's mother said helplessly, what are you going to do next? Get the marriage certificate first, then choose a date to get married. What's your name? They're not. Su Yin couldn't help but think, didn't they just meet today? Aunt Wen must be confused. But someone else's wife is more charming. He immediately kept silent. We planned to rent a house outside. Wen Xinling walked lightly to Su Yan's side and took his arm. Rent a house closer. Mother Wen sighed. Now the die is cast and the matter is done. What else can I do? Should I let my daughter have an abortion? Auntie, Wen, my uncle has a house nearby with 2 bedrooms and a living room. He doesn't use it usually, so it's a good opportunity to rent it to you. Su Yin became more and more attentive. This way, Annie will be closer, and it will be easier to take care of her. Su Yin was stunned. What's your illness? Is this your child? Why did I suddenly feel like becoming a father? Yes. It's not appropriate for you young people to live with me. Mother Wen nodded immediately. Xiao Su, thank you. You're welcome. Although we can't be relatives, we can still be friends. Develop feelings first now, so that later you can get the moon first because you are close to the water. If you use the hoe well, you can dig down the corner. Yes, Xiao Su, Auntie is still very sorry. But the matter is done. You two should be together. Auntie, I'll call my uncle now. Su Yin was very enthusiastic. The house is in Yuan. Yuan? It's indeed quite close. I heard that this community has a good environment and good public security. It's also close to shopping malls and subway stations, so transportation is convenient. Mother Wen was very satisfied. Why don't you thank Xiao Su quickly? Uncle, yes, it's me, Su Yin. The big guy deliberately turned on the amplifier, just for the little girl. After a hard time, you will know how good I am. Su Yin frowned. Same name? Brother, you are taking a narrow path. Your glasses can't hide your lustful eyes. The legacy of Wei Wu? How do you like this? That's right. Didn't my dad buy a building in Yuan? Is your house in Yuan still there? I have a friend who wants to rent a house. The other party called and said, I sold that house today. Let me tell you, I heard that there is a mysterious rich man who bought up half of the houses in Yuan at one time. I can't believe that there are still people speculating in real estate at this time. Su Yan's expression froze. A speculator bought your house? Yes. Anyway, I heard that all 8 of our buildings were bought by a big boss. Wow, he's really rich. Su Yin was also surprised. How many houses are there in one building? How much does it cost? There are 40 houses in a building, and the average price is now about 10 million yuan. Do the math? 4 or 500 million? According to inaccurate information, several buildings next door have been bought. Rumor has it that there are 8 buildings in total. About 400 units. Chapter 187. Did he buy Yuan? More than 400 sets. Billions? Su Yin was really shocked this time. Yes, they're that rich. All in cash. 4 or 5 billion in cash. I heard the owner's surname is also Su. Xiaoyan, it would be awesome if our Su family was that powerful. All in cash. It seems that our Su family also has wealthy relatives. Only the richest people can come up with so much cash at one time to buy a house. So, I can't help you. You go and see, buying hundreds of houses at once will definitely put them on the market. After hanging up the phone, Su Yin showed a look of regret. Auntie, it seems I can't help you. Su Yin felt a little regretful. But countless yearnings arise in my heart. More than 400 houses. Worth billions. Each house supports a woman. Isn't this better than being an emperor? So what are you going to do? Mother Wen was very anxious. Su Yin also became anxious. Damn it. Didn't the old man say it was one building? How did it become 8 buildings? So, is this the deposit the old man was talking about? If you buy a house with cash flow, even if the price of the house drops sharply, it will not be like venture capital, where you will end up with nothing. At least there is a basic base. Moreover, it can be sold for cash. Exit renting and create value. If you take over the entire community, then you can set up a community shopping mall or something else inside. At the same time, if you are in urgent need of funds, you can also mortgage it to the bank in exchange for a large amount of cash. It can be said to be an investment as well as a deposit. Is this what the old man intended? As expected of a Chable family, their thinking is beyond what I can compare with now. It seems that I need to learn and observe more. Su Yin understood Yu Chen's thoughts a little bit and felt relieved. Etc. Damn it. The old man only said there were 8 buildings, but he thought it was just one, so he asked someone to send the property certificate here. If there are 400 or 500 sets, wouldn't it take a car to load them? I thought I could carry it in a school bag, but now we have to retreat. Otherwise, you will be exposed. By then, if Wen's mother really gets entangled, how can I still be a carefree rich second generation? Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Yin stepped on the pedal and was about to leave. Mother Wen was not happy about this. Why? You got my daughter pregnant, and everyone was willing to help her find a house, but now you want to just walk away. I think this brother must have something wrong. Su Yin fanned the flames. Why don't you let me accompany Wen to look for a house? Wen's mother's face darkened. Until now, you have never called me Andy, and you don't even know how to introduce yourself. Now that Wen is pregnant, you actually turned around and left. I didn't. I'm not. Su Yin waved his hands quickly. You're taking it too far. He doesn't want to be a shield anymore. If you don't withdraw now, you will become a father. Husband, didn't you tell me this before? When Xiling quickly hugged Su Yan's arm, he lowered his voice and said, please help me. We agreed on 2 meals. 2 meals? Do you think this can be solved with 2 meals? I'm about to become a father. Su Yin almost laughed out of anger. I'll tell my mom in 2 days that the test result is wrong. Isn't that enough? When Xiling seemed to have already made a plan. So the result is that I become a scumbag? Su Yan's face darkened. Forget it. I can't enjoy it. I have other things to do. Bye. You can't leave. When Xiling screamed, are you just going to give up on me and the baby in my belly? The cry sounded like crying, complaining, resentment, and longing. It's true. It makes those who hear it sad and those who listen to it cry. You can't leave. Wen's mother also rushed over. Su Yin couldn't escape after being caught by 2 women. If the tall Su Yin came over, he would push him away. But with 2 women, it's difficult to deal with. Brother, you can't be such a jerk. As a man, you must shoulder the responsibilities that you should shoulder. From now on, you will be the main force, and I will help take care of you from time to time. Hey, I'm not her boyfriend. Su Yin smiled bitterly. You used to call me Xiao Tian Tian and Xiao Xin Xin, but now you don't even recognize me as your girlfriend? Brother, if you're like this, don't blame me for being rude. It's hard to explain. Su Yin sighed. We just met today. How could we have a child? Can I take someone's virginity from thousands of miles away? At this time, Wen's mother also came back to her senses. Yes. Wen, didn't you say that you just reunited today? When Xinling's expression changed slightly. It's over. The bottom is exposed. Mom, I really love him. Mother Wen sighed. Really? I have no objection to you 2 talking, but we are all adults now, so we need to be responsible for what we do. While speaking, he looked at Su Yin. Tell me, what is this? Who did I offend? Then Mom, can I go out and play with him? When Xiling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get it? Mom, I've lived with you for so many years, but I still don't understand your temper. A typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If not, how can I show my sincerity? In the end, wasn't it easy for me to control him? Unfortunately, there are some things that even if I put in a lot of effort, I may not get my mother's approval. Go. Don't get angry. Mother Wen waved her hand. Why? How nice would it be if we got married? It's a pity that if I don't get married, I will miss out on a lot of fun. Su Yin sighed. Mr. Su. Just then, 3 young men in suits strode over. It's over. When Su Yin saw the 3 people, he immediately knew that something was wrong. If I show off my wealth here, it might not be so easy to get away. 3 people ran up to Su Yin and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Yin?" The 3 asked respectfully. The big guy Su Yin nodded. Yes, you are. We are home-loving. Your property certificate has been prepared. We have contacted you before and sent it over. Su Yin was completely confused. I didn't buy a house? Mr. Su, you're joking. We just talked on the phone. Besides, you didn't buy a house. You bought a building. The 3 of them had smiles on their faces. Respectfully. It was as if they really regarded him as God. Look at them. Oh, Wen's mother's side. Buying a house and a car, it's not that I'm a snob. It's just that you have nothing now, and you're going to have a hard life in the future. Her eyes were full of envy. If my daughter were with a man who has a house, a car, and a stable job, she wouldn't have to suffer. We will work harder in the future. When Xinling giggled, Mom, let's go play. Take care of Mom. Relax. From now on, I will have a stable shield. Mr. Su, you bought a total of 8 buildings in Piaoxiangya Yuan, which was a very wise choice. What? You bought Piaoxiangya Yuan? Chapter 188. My dad is the richest man? Are you going to confront me? When Mother Wen heard this, she almost jumped up. Su Yin bought 8 buildings in Piaoxiangya Yuan. What is this concept? It means he has billions of cash flow. Su Yin's head was also buzzing. Daughter, since you and him have just gotten to know each other again, why not go with Xiao Su? 8 buildings. 8 buildings. Do you know what that means? Mother Wen couldn't help but advise directly in front of Su Yin. If you spend 10 million per year, it will take you hundreds of years to spend it all. This is what a real wealthy family looks like. When Xinling glanced at Su Yin, a little surprised, Mom, it's easy to become bad when you have money. Even if you become bad, when you divorce, you will at least get 4 buildings. For buildings. 1 building costs several hundred million. For buildings will cost more than 10 billion. If housing prices go up in the future, it could be billions. Mom has never even seen 10 million in her life. Even though it's fake, it's still uncomfortable to see it in front of me. Actually, if you work hard in the future, you will be able to buy a house. When Xinling encouraged Su Yin with a smile. Hey, you'll regret it later. I didn't buy a house. Did you make a mistake? Su Yin defended. Several agents laughed and said, it was your father who bought the house. Let us put the house in your name. My dad bought it? Su Yin's eyes lit up. Could it be that my dad is actually the richest man? Now that you see that you have made progress, are you finally willing to come clean? Although my family had some assets before, I still ate and drank less on a daily basis. Why reveal your hand now? You are Master Su Yin, right? Yes, I am Su Yin. Su Yin nodded. That's right, Mr. Su. We have already put the property certificate in the car. This way, please. Damn it. My dad really confronted me. I'm the son of a billionaire. If I had known this would happen, why the hell did I study so hard? 8 buildings. That's 8 buildings. Being able to buy 8 buildings with full cash means that dad has at least tens of billions in cash. Billions in cash. It's reasonable, right? For someone who can come up with billions in cash, he has assets worth tens of billions. Even hundreds of billions are possible. The richest man. Definitely the richest man. Why the hell am I driving a Mekong? Must change supercar. A top-of-the-line supercar. Fly a plane. Drive a yacht. Ha 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 ha. 8 buildings require at least 8 employees. You have to try it to see if the female star is young or not. And the female anchor. Young model on yacht. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Mother Wen's eyes almost popped out of her head with envy, and she kept looking at her daughter. Hurry up. You don't have anything anyway, so get in the car now. It's a good opportunity. Then Mom will teach you some secrets to capture a man's heart. Mother Wen bumped into Wen Xinling. Mom, why did Dad run away? Wen Xinling asked. Don't bring up that. Wen's mother snorted. It's worth buying now. Yeah, I think it's good too. Su Yin whispered, Wen, what young masters who can give, I can't give. I won't delay your happiness. As he said this, Su Yin prepared to ride his bicycle away. Mr. Su, look, this is your property certificate. An MPV drove over and stopped in front of Su Yin. The trunk was opened and there were several boxes stacked inside. When the box was opened, it was filled with red property certificates. Please have a look, Master Su. An agent handed over a property certificate with both hands. Su Yin. Su Yin stared blankly at the name on the property certificate. Did you make a typo in the name? The big guy was completely angry. My dad finally came clean and gave himself a gift worth billions. You got the name wrong. That's right. We've confirmed it. The agent said quickly, when applying for the certificate, you need to use a copy of your ID card. There's no way there could be a typo. Another agent also said, Mr. Su, Could it be that the name on your ID card is Su Yin? How is it possible? I have used this identity for so many years. Don't I know what it means? Su Yin was speechless. You are not Su Yin? An agent asked suspiciously. I'm Su Yin. Su Yin quickly took out her ID card. Look. The three agents looked at her, then at her ID card, and then at Su Yin. So it's not you. You're wasting my time. An agent looked unhappy. It's not me. Su Yin's mentality collapsed. How is it possible? My father is a billionaire, and he gave me hundreds of houses. Isn't this reasonable? Mr. Su, although your names are similar, it is not you. We have seen the copy of the ID card of the real Mr. Su. The agent's enthusiasm dropped instantly. This made Su Yin feel the cruelty of society. Not me. He emphasized again. How could it not be me? My dad is the richest man. Yes, although your names sound similar. Give Master Su a call. He has arranged for us to be here. Haven't you all seen the ID card? Why did you make a mistake? Su Yin couldn't hold it in any longer. My richest father. With today's ID cards, who can tell if the person in the ID card is themselves? Take a look. Do you think it looks like you? The agent didn't have time to waste with him and snatched the property certificate from his hand. Only Su Yin was left standing alone in the wind, looking disheveled. When Su Yin's cell phone rang, everyone couldn't help but look at him. Mr. Su. An agent held up his mobile phone and asked tentatively. Seeing Su Yin answered the call, I am now at the entrance of Luoyang Community. Mr. Su is on the phone. The agent smiled awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone. Su Yin picked up the phone again. Who is it? Young Master Su? The agent finally came to his senses. When the voice came, everyone ran towards Su Yin. The tall Su Yin was even bumped into, but no one cared about him. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we are not good at seeing and didn't recognize you. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it was our negligence. Mr. Su, this way please. The agent bowed, with a warm and admiring expression on his face. It doesn't matter. I was standing in the shadows, so it's normal that no one noticed. Su Yin nodded, not caring. Why? It was still exposed. Mother Wen's eyes were almost shining. How could it be? Young Master Su standing here is like a colorful neon light, shining like Buddha's light. We are blind and didn't see young Master Su. Yes. How does this have anything to do with young Master Su? Young Master Su is like a candle shining on the sun and the moon. The moon is bright in the sky, and the candle is shining. Su Yin couldn't help but waved his hand. Stop talking. Can you confirm your identity? Yes. Young Master Su's appearance is unique in the world, even more handsome than Panin. Didn't you admit your mistake just now? Su Yin couldn't help but complain. The agent was immediately embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Su. We were wrong. What? He was the one who bought Piaoxiangya Yuan? Chapter 189. The bank president came to give gifts in person. Are you guys mistaken? Mother Wen was a little embarrassed, but more shocked. After all, I had just poached his girlfriend right in front of him. As a result, now we find out that he is the real boss. It's definitely not a mistake. The agent smiled. But, Mr. Su, would you mind giving us your ID card for verification? It's just a formality. We're just going through the motions. This is the process. The three agents started to negotiate for compensation. Impossible. This is what my dad bought for me. The ups and downs in life made him unable to get over it for a while. Don't make trouble. An agent simply pushed him away without showing any mercy. The huge sense of gap made him feel the disparity in the world. So your last name is Su too. Can I call you Xiao Su? Mother Wen seized the opportunity and moved closer to Su Yin. Hundreds of houses. What is this concept? She is indeed my daughter. She has such good taste. Find a super rich person all of a sudden? I hope you and woman live a good life in the future. It's great to see you two together. She had a smile on her face. When can I meet my parents-in-law? We can pick a good day and set the wedding date. Your face changes too fast, doesn't it? He just looked down on me, but the next moment he turned around and wanted to arrange the marriage. When Xiling felt a little regretful. She knew that Su Yin should be rich, so he could be used as a shield. But it's not appropriate when you're so rich. I can tell at a glance that you and Wen are a perfect match. You two go out and have fun. Auntie will go back to bed early. There's no rush. It doesn't matter if you don't come back at night. Mother Wen's face was almost shaking with laughter. Mom, it's not what you think. I just met him today. When Xiling saw her mother talking more and more outrageously, so she quickly started to explain. If I don't explain it clearly, my mom will start to get annoyed again. I am worried about when I will marry Su Yin. If you are an ordinary person, even if you have a little money, you can handle it yourself. But this billionaire won't play by his own game. If you want to marry into a wealthy family, you must pay something. You met him today? Isn't he a classmate? Wen's mother was a little shocked. Yes, it was today. I just found someone just to deal with you. When Xiling could only tell the truth. Otherwise, it will be very annoying next time. Mother Wen's expression changed visibly. Really? Of course it's true, Mom. Aren't you the one who keeps urging us to get married? If you don't believe me, ask Su Yin. When Xinling has taken the risk and has to find a new shield. Xiao Su, is what Wen said true? Now you know how to get out? But Su Yin refused to do it. Use it if it is useful, discard it if it is useless. Do you think I'm a slut? How is that possible? Auntie, she just lied to you, saying that you annoyed her too much. She was just kidding you. We fell in love with each other when we were in school, and this meeting is like a renewal of our past relationship. This is fate, don't you think, Auntie? After hearing this, Wen's mother smiled so hard that her mouth was almost crooked. She nodded quickly, yes, yes, yes. It's good to renew our past relationship. It's wonderful to renew our past relationship. You guys go and have fun, and Annie won't keep you any longer. What the hell? When Xinling went emo on the spot. Weren't you reluctant before? She couldn't help but look at Su Yin. Su Yin also looked at her. Mock up. Now you know how powerful I am, right? He's playing tricks on me. My mom will be in big trouble from now on. This guy. Master Su. Just then, the president of ICBC arrived. The bank president jumped out of the Audi A6L before it came to a complete stop. Master Su, you are here. What's the matter? Su Yin couldn't help but look back. Then he saw the president of ICBC, whom he had seen from afar once and who had given him a gift, striding towards him. Could it be that my dad is a wealthy man? This is finally. The little bit of hope that had just risen in his heart disappeared as the bank president flashed past him. Real. It's really not me? Why isn't my dad the richest man? If not, why give me hope? Master Su, I spoke without thinking today. Damn it. Damn it. The president patted his face lightly and kept a low profile. I'm blind, Master Su. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, Su Yin was stunned. When I went to give gifts, the bank president was high and mighty. And now, he is no different from who he was then. What kind of person is this young Master Su? Who are you? Mother Wen looked at the middle-aged man curiously. He's older than me, drives an Audi A6 and has a driver. You can tell at a glance that he's an extraordinary person. I'm the president of ICBC, Mai Kai. Excuse me. Seeing Su Yin standing with the mother and daughter, the president quickly introduced himself. Bank president? Is the bank president so easy to talk to? Su Yin frowned. It was indeed quite strange. Why is he in such a hurry? Send me money? Thinking about the last wave, the bank president gave me so many benefits. President Ma, what is it that requires you to come here in person? Mai Kai quickly spoke up, Mr. Su. I'm here to apologize. I asked my friend to get you some tea leaves that you like. Also, these are some small items that I collected. Mr. Su, would you like to taste them? As he spoke, he took out a bag from the trunk. Some small gadgets. I don't know what young Master Su likes. If young Master Su doesn't need them, you can give them to the elders. They are all good. Cigarettes. Su Yin took out something. Li Kun. Fuchin Villa. The official price is 20,000. There is no demand. Su Yin was stunned for a moment and exclaimed. Blackstone Forest. 28,000 per tree. What kind of person is this? Even the bank president personally came to give gifts during festivals. Not only Su Yin, but also Wen's mother and Wen Xinling were stunned. Hearing this price, Su Yin frowned. President, is this considered a bride? Ma Yukai quickly laughed and said, how can it be considered a bride? This is just normal customer maintenance. You're awesome. Tell me, what's the matter? Su Yin asked. Ma Yukai glanced at the people around him and said, Master Su, I want to talk to you about the deposit. It means inconvenience. Although several agents were curious, they now understood and quickly asked, Mr. Su, what do you think we should do with these property certificates? Where should we put them? Lost in Jiuxing Mansion again? Is this too much trouble? The main reason is that there are too many of them. I didn't drive. Seeing Su Yin's embarrassment, Ma Yukai quickly said, young Master Su, you can put it in my car. You can't let it go. An agent couldn't help but say. How big can the property certificate be? My car is not a toy car, said Ma Yukai. There are several boxes. The agent said immediately, Mr. Su, tell us a location and we will deliver it to you. Several boxes? Ma Yukai then noticed that the trunk of the MPV next to him was filled to the brim. Mr. Su, how many houses did you buy? Chapter 190, didn't you say you were pregnant? Let's confirm it first. These are all property certificates? Ma Yukai looked at the trunk full of boxes and was shocked. Fake. The agent immediately quit. Mr. Ma, these are all true. It was young Master Su who bought the property. Ma Yotsai's eyes suddenly lit up. These things are worth at least several billion. It's too unsafe to transport them in this kind of vehicle. I'll get the money truck over here now. Master Su, these valuables are of course safest if kept in a bank safe. All right. Su Yin nodded, as if it was indeed the case. The real estate certificate is a proof that the house is yours. The rest is of little use. Mr. Su, I'll have the security company drive over right away. The horse is very happy to have wealth, and he is also useful. Mr. Su, I have another matter to discuss today, which is about Mr. Su's asset allocation. Ma Yukai took the opportunity to make his request. Oh, are you trying to take my pocket money again? Hearing this, Ma Yukai chuckled and said, I feel sorry for Mr. Su. It's a waste of money to keep such a large sum of money in the bank. You want to complete your deposit task, right? Su Yin saw through it at a glance. Ma Yukai chuckled and said, Indeed, but we can achieve a win-win situation. Win-win? Su Yin looked at him curiously. Of course, young Master Su has real estate worth billions. If it is used as collateral, we can approve a loan with a very low interest rate. It's even lower than the interest rate on a deposit. This way, young Master Su's money can be put into a regular deposit or financial management. When the time comes, the money can be used for pocket money. Most importantly, the deposit interest can completely cover the loan interest. There are even more. Ma Yukai spoke eloquently with a pleading look in his eyes. Su Yin couldn't help laughing. So, you have completed the loan task again. So the win-win situation you mentioned means you win twice, right? I am very satisfied with my current interest rate. Even if I deposit it for a fixed period, how much higher interest rate can I get? Ma Yukai said, 6 is the most. What about the loan interest? 3. With all this going on, the interest I get becomes 2, and your loan and deposit tasks are all completed? Aren't you cheating me? Ma Yotsai's expression suddenly changed. He only considered his own interests and ignored the interests of Su Yin, the big money sponsor. Master Su, I didn't think it through. Ma Yukai said quickly. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I still have a use for this money. Ma Yukai could only agree with a pinch of his nose. Why haven't I thought it through? Now, he didn't dare to say anything and kept thinking, how can we achieve a win-win situation? Let young Master Su win once? Please store my things for me later. I'm leaving now. The night was full of shit. My own affairs have not been resolved yet. Yes, Mr. Su, I will definitely get it done. After saying that, Su Yin prepared to ride his bicycle away. Xiao Su, have fun with Wenin. Andy will go back first. Wen's mother grabbed Su Yin. Hurry up and follow him. Don't come back at night, do you understand? Mother Wen pushed Wen Xinling and whispered, Am I your biological child? Wen Xinling looked at Su Yin and said, Let's go. Really going? Su Yin showed a sly smile on his face. Go. After saying that, Wen Xinling could only follow reluctantly. Su Yin has already said it, so no matter what I say now, it will be useless. Let's go then. Someone come and help me return the car. Only one person can ride a shared bicycle. Okay. Master Su, just leave it to me. Ma Yukai quickly took over the car. Su Yin put his arm around Wen Xinling's waist. Wen Xinling's whole body tensed up and her expression froze. What a perfect couple. Watching the two people leave, Mother Wen looked very happy. Yes, Su Xiaofeng is handsome, so handsome. President Ma. Su Yin came closer and couldn't help asking, how much money does this Su Yin have in his bank account? Why do you want him to come and provide service in person? I'm so curious. Mother Wen also showed curiosity on her face as she looked at Ma Yukai. Ma Yukai glanced at him and held up 2 fingers. He turned around and walked towards the car. 20 million? Mother Wen was so shocked. 20 million is so awesome? Su Yin shook her head. Although 20 million in deposits is impressive, it does not require the president to personally take action. Could it be 200 million? Mother Wen almost jumped up. 200 million in cash. That should be it. I didn't expect his family to be so rich. Not only does he have hundreds of millions in cash. That's awesome. This is simply amazing. If I can deal with Wen Xinling, won't I be able to get some benefit too? Not only can you drink seafood soup, but you can also make money. Andy, it's getting late now. Let me take you upstairs. Su Yin became more enthusiastic. The mood also improved. Mother Wen glanced at her daughter and Su Yin as they walked away and felt very happy. My daughter will live a happy life in the future. And my own sexual happiness. She glanced at Su Yin, and her eyes suddenly filled with spring water. What are we going to do? After taking a few steps, Wen Xinling moved slightly, trying to break free. However, Su Yin's hands were like steel bars, tightly holding her. Wen Xinling suddenly felt panicked. He didn't need to force her, right? What are you going to do? Su Yin grinned. Didn't you say you had it before? Now of course I have to go and confirm it. Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a loss? No. Wen Xinling was really panicked. Why was I so blind as to choose such a rich man? Don't move. Your mother is watching you from behind. If you shake me off now, she will never let you go. You. Wen Xinling gritted her teeth, her face livid. I'm calling the police. I'm not afraid even if you call the police. I have a witness, your mother. Hearing this, Wen Xinling was immediately discouraged. This guy is so abominable. What on earth do you want to do? When Xinling always felt awkward feeling a warm hand holding her. It was the first time for her to be so intimate with a man. It felt awkward, weird, and strange. Yes. As soon as I opened my mouth, I regretted it. I was bullied again. She was so angry that her face turned red. After turning the corner, he wanted to get away from Su Yan, but ended up pushing his hand and pressing on Su Yan's chest. Why are you in such a hurry? Should we go to your house or mine? His mother will surely be satisfied. No way. When Xinling was frightened like a lamb encountering a wolf. Beep beep. Just then, a black G-Class stopped by the roadside. What are you doing? A figure jumped out of the car and rushed directly towards Su Yan. No. When Xinling exclaimed. Su Yan already sensed the danger. A black shadow swung over like a whip. Chapter 191. What do you want to do? Su Yan turned his body to the side, holding Wen Xinling with one hand and moving back, while he hooked and pulled away with the other hand. The black shadow staggered for a moment, but quickly regained his balance. Using the force of the force, he flew into the air, and his other supporting leg kicked directly towards Su Yan's face. The other party came with great force, and his entire body was hanging on Su Yan. Su Yan turned around and put Wen Xinling in front of him. When the other party saw this, he twisted his waist forcefully and tried to retract his legs, but Su Yan pushed Wen Xinling towards him. Wen Xinling involuntarily jumped forward and bumped into the black shadow. He carried the dark figure on his shoulders and rushed forward, causing the two of them to tumble to the ground. You are shameless. The black shadow was a girl with short hair. Despite her fierce attack, the other party actually used Wen Xinling as a shield. It's so shameful. However, before he could finish his words, Su Yan took a step forward. Just as Wen Xinling was about to get up, she was kicked down by him. The two rolled into a ball again. Click. Click. The snow-white flash of light enveloped both women. Wow, cool. I've never thought of this posture before. When Lu Fian looked up, she saw that the man was holding a mobile phone and taking pictures. Shameless. She was about to attack, but she helped Wen Xinling up first. Wenwen, are you okay? I'm fine. When Wen Xinling finally fell to the ground, Su Yan stretched out his foot and cushioned the back of her head. He wanted to tease people, not to kill them. This shameless fellow, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Lu Fian was furious and turned back to look at Su Yan. But she found that Su Yan was also observing her. The woman who attacked him was a short-haired beauty with a tall and heroic figure. Her hair is short and layered, with some gray highlights, which highlights her sharp temperament. His eyes were sharp, and he looked at him as if he wanted to kill him. Look at Wen Xinling again. She looks fragile and delicate. Su Yan immediately understood. Damn it. Oh my god. What a pity. What a waste of resources. What are you looking at? Watch out. Lu Fian was furious. She turned around and kicked sideways, kicking towards Su Yan again. Wen Xinling was shocked when she saw this and quickly reminded her, be careful, she is a black belt in Taekwondo. Seeing this scene, Su Yan sighed, why bother? You are no match for me. In his eyes, they were all floss. With just a slight step back, Lu Fian's kick missed. Just know how to run? Lu Fian snorted coldly and kicked out in a series of kicks. The long legs drew shadows in the air. Nice legs. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw those long and slender legs. Humph. There are even more powerful ones. Seeing that the opponent actually dodged her whip kicks one by one, Lu Fian became more proud and started kicking continuously. His legs seemed to be equipped with springs as he kept kicking towards Su Yan. Such toughness, such elasticity. TSK. Su Yan sighed, even reluctant to interrupt her. It is really pleasing to the eyes. Good. It's so fucking beautiful. You just know how to hide? Are you a man? Lu Fian could break a solid wooden board with one kick. Black belt is not fake. Whether I am a man or not, won't you know by trying? Su Yan was no longer polite. The opponent's legs kept kicking at her. She looked for an opportunity and moved forward the moment she changed her feet. Concentrate all your strength on your shoulders and use them to carry the opponent away. You bastard. Lu Fian's face turned red. But he felt a surge of power in his chest, and he flew backwards involuntarily. However, Su Yan temporarily reduced his strength, allowing her to find her center of gravity in midair. She rolled on the ground, released the force, and stood up again. Flat attack. Su Yan looked at the other party in shock. The location of the enemy airfield has been detected. I'll beat you to death. Lu Fian was so angry that her snow-white face turned pink. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward. This time, I learned my lesson and didn't dare to use the whip kick directly. Instead, he took a quick leap over and threw a straight punch at Su Yan. Aren't you kidding me? Su Yan is over 1.8 meters tall. Although Lu Fian is not short, she is at least 1.7 meters tall. But Su Yan's body had been strengthened, and he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, so he raised his hand and pressed down the opponent's head. Straight punch attack. In vain. You can't do this. Su Yin sighed. How can you hit someone with taekwondo without using your legs? Look, your arms are short. You can't even hit me. This is too much. Lu Fian was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, but her gaze remained firm. While Su Yin was speaking, he kicked his right leg upwards fiercely. A kick that will cut off your progeny and exterminate your entire family. Isn't that too vicious? Su Yin was shocked. Dodged the kick. However, Lu Fian's legs were indeed long, and she did not kill Su Yin, but kicked him in the chin. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and leaned his upper body back suddenly. While dodging the kick, Tabankyo stretched out a leg and kicked down her supporting leg. Lu Fian did a split in the air and then lay straight on the ground with her legs split. This posture is really difficult. You are shameless. The two spoke at the same time. Well, I didn't mean it. Su Yin also felt that this was a bit inappropriate. At least not in public, right? Can you just say it wasn't intentional? Lu Fian stopped and looked at Su Yin hatefully, but she also knew that she was no match for him. Just wait for me, she said viciously. Do you know who I am? Oh, martial arts? No, that can't be called martial arts. Since you can't beat me, you're just competing in strength, right? Su Yin couldn't help laughing. These legs are so beautiful. No. So strong. Right. Although it's a normal attack, the overall quality is strong. He is a martial arts genius. I guess he can use all kinds of moves with ease. Lulu, don't be impulsive. Seeing that Lu Fian didn't get any advantage, she seemed to want to bring up her family background. When Xiling quickly reminded, he is not an ordinary person. Humph, not an ordinary person. Today I will let him know why the flowers are so red. Lu Fian was filled with murderous intent. Mr. Su, please leave quickly. When Xiling was almost crying. The little witch Lu Fian is in trouble again. Leave? Why should I leave? Su Yin laughed. Ms. Wenwen, you are my girlfriend now. The shield you're talking about is him? Lu Fian became even angrier. I don't agree. What's the point of you disagreeing? You and her have no future, and her mother won't agree. Su Yin said with a wicked smile. You. At least, her mother approves of me, doesn't she? If I tell my auntie. The two women's faces suddenly changed. Mr. Su, we agreed that I will treat you to a meal. 2 meals. No. 3 meals. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. When Xiling said hurriedly. Who knows? Su Yin shook his head. Now that I have the upper hand over you, it can't be solved by a few meals. When Xiling couldn't help but cross her arms across her chest and looked at Su Yin warily. Chapter 192. Mr. Su, why are you here? Su Yin looked the two women up and down. One looks quiet and peaceful, like an orchid. The other one is heroic and looks like a little hot pepper. Each has its own style. Standing together, they are quite pleasing to the eye. You're looking for death. The little pepper suddenly burst out with endless spiciness. She asked herself. Su Yin shrugged. Do you want to fight again? Lu Fian was immediately discouraged. I really can't beat him. What exactly do you want to do? When Xiling blushed halfway through her sentence and quickly changed the subject. I have no shortage of money. How about this? If I win, you two will serve as my slaves for a day. Mr. Su, stop joking. When Xiling said with a red face. I'm not kidding. Su Yin smiled. You ruined my good fortune today. Why can't I take revenge? When Xiling knew she was in the wrong. Just agree to it, Wenwen. Don't be afraid. Lu Fian said carelessly, looking at Su Yin provocatively. But when Xiling stamped her feet, her eyes rolling. You can't ask for anything too much. Su Yin shook his head and refused. Why not? Do you guys get to take all the good things? If you agree, then agree. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that he will eat us? When Xiling heard Lu Fian say this, she quickly whispered a few words in her ear. When Lu Fian realized what was going on, her eyes turned bloodshot, as if she really wanted to kill Su Yin. You can't beat me. You can't beat him. Su Yin and Wen Xiling said in unison. Suddenly, it was as if a breath was stuck in her chest, almost making her die of anger. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Forget about your mediocre skills. I just gave you permission, but you took advantage of me. Although long legs are powerful, it also depends on the occasion. Su Yin tapped his toes lightly, and a small stone flew out like a bullet. Bang. Then I heard the alarm suddenly sounded from the G-class next to me. What? When Lu Fian turned around, she saw that there was a hole in the windshield of her G-class. The entire windshield shattered, but it didn't explode. Instead, it turned into a spider web. I saw a small stone embedded in the glass. Gurgle. Lu Fian looked at the windshield and then at Su Yin. What kind of monster is this? Isn't it scary? This is the windshield. It's tempered glass. Why did you smash my windshield for no reason? Lu Fian said angrily after a long while. If you don't know how to live or die, the next stone will hit you directly on the head. Lu Fian jumped back suddenly and called quickly, Brother, your sister was bullied. Su Yin was speechless. All right, I just made a mistake. I'll pay you 50,000 yuan as compensation, plus lost wages. He simply wrote a bearer check. As long as you have a bearer check, you can go to any bank to cash it for 50,000 yuan. Don't come over here. Just as Su Yin reached out to hand over the check, Lu Fian suddenly jumped back. He can smash the windshield with a stone. Who knows if he can hurt people with flying flowers and leaves? What if he uses paper as a knife and tries to attack me by surprise? Just then, a supercar came speeding over. The fiery red Porsche 911 slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the G-Class. Who the hell dares to bully my sister? Such a domineering sentence sounds soft and effeminate. A man wearing a pink suit, a floral shirt, and white-framed glasses got out of the car awkwardly. He came over aggressively. Brother, it's this guy. Lu Fian glared at Su Yin. Su Yin was also startled when he saw the person coming. What is the composition of this family? Girls get T, boys get 0. Damn, his parents are simply geniuses. You are the one who bullied my sister? Lu Feihu came over, pinched his index finger, and poked Su Yin in the face. You're the one who bullied my sister? Are you looking for death? Are you looking for death? He approached step by step, and each step forward was accompanied by a small jump. Pressing forward step by step, Su Yin had to retreat step by step. Well, she hit me first. Su Yin didn't know how to respond for a moment and said quickly, let her hit you if she wants. I'll give you medical expenses after she hits you. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that our Lu family can't afford the medical expenses? Lu Fei said with great vigor. Good job. The whole family is so unreasonable. Brother, be careful. He is a good fighter. Lu Fian reminded quickly. He was afraid that his brother would be beaten to death. So what if I can fight? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you dare, try hitting me. Lu Fei, whose aura was still ferocious. So you think of yourself as a sister, right? So what if he can fight? How good is he? Lu Fian pointed at her G-Class and said, my windshield was broken by his kick with a stone. Lu Feihu quickly looked back and saw the entire glass of the G-Class had been cracked into a spider web. He jumped back in fright, away from Su Yin, and kept patting his chest with his little finger raised. But he kept saying, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. My friend will be here soon. He won't be scared to death later. Hearing this, Lu Fian hurriedly asked, brother, is it young Master Song and the others? Is the legendary god of cars here? A face full of admiration. No, the god of cars is a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. I have never seen him. Lu Feihu turned around and smiled charmingly, but don't worry, if the god of cars shows up anytime, I will definitely notify you. I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you can bully others just because you have so much strength. He turned back and scolded Su Yin with a vicious and slightly guilty tone. I said, pay her 50,000 yuan. Su Yin finally handed over the check in his hand. Lu Feihu was stunned. He took the check and looked at it. 50,000 yuan, that's a bit too much. The original parts are 20,000, plus 3,000 for labor costs. You gave too much. No, after accounting for lost wages and damages, 50,000 will be enough. Su Yin saw the check he handed over, shook his head and said, brother, that's very generous. Lu Feihu gave a thumbs up. Elder brother. Lu Fian was so angry that she almost died. Who told you to be so close to him? That's right. The incident of bullying my sister is not over yet. Lu Feihu looked at Su Yin. Crunch. Crunch. Just then, a number of supercars drove over. Surround the surroundings. Master Lu, who is so bold as to bully your tomboy sister? Haha, that does make sense. Yin Zi's legs can really kick someone to death. Fei Yin, you blind boy. We support you. Hey, Master Su, why are you here? Chapter 193. Young Master Song wants to borrow his car. Amidst the group of smiling voices, a surprised voice suddenly came out. A young man with dyed red hair came up, stood in front of Su Yin, and said with a smile, Young Master Su, why are you here? If we had known you were here, why would we come here? When Su Yin saw this young man, he felt that he looked familiar. Like, I've seen it at the racetrack before. What was its name? For a moment, he couldn't remember. Your name is Hong. Su Yin pretended that he couldn't remember it for a moment, which was better than really not remembering it. Yes, my name is Hong Chodao. Young Master Su has an extraordinary memory. I didn't expect that he still remembers a small person like me. Hong Choao suddenly became happy and even a little proud. Mr. Su actually remembers me. He is just a marginal figure in Song Qin's circle. When we first met, I just introduced myself. I didn't expect that Mr. Su still remembered me. I felt inexplicably moved. In fact, Su Yin was just using this as an excuse because he wanted to say red-haired, because he had red hair. Calling by nicknames like this is more intimate. I didn't expect that I was right. You. Just as Su Yin started talking, he heard Hong Chodao say with a smile, we were originally planning to go to your racetrack to have some fun, but Feihu happened to have something to do, so everyone came to take a look. Flying tiger? Su Yan's eyes widened. A sissy named Su Yan. What's wrong? What's wrong with my name being Fei Hu? Lu Fei Hu stared. How do you talk to Master Su? Hong Chodao immediately stood on Su Yan's side. Haven't you always been asking about the news of the god of cars? You've always admired him, but now the real god is in front of you, and you don't recognize him. Lu Fei Hu's arrogant expression gradually froze, revealing a shocked expression. He's the legendary car god? Lu Fian jumped out and stared at Su Yan. Impossible. How could he be the god of cars? What car god? Su Yan was slightly puzzled, but soon realized, just because I ran this trip last time, I became a car god? Master Su, if you are not the god of cars, then who is? Even professional racers can't achieve your results on the track. Of course, in the first half. Hong Choao quickly explained with a smile. In the end, the car ran out of gas, and it was only thanks to Su Yan's master-level driving skills that he was able to stabilize the car and reach the finish line by inertia. After that, even professional riders couldn't achieve the same results as in the first half. Therefore, the legend of the car god spread among the circle of rich second generations. He is the god of cars? Damn, I didn't expect that I would meet the god of cars today. I heard that the Lycan that young Master Song is driving now is borrowed from the god of cars. Damn, I think I heard young Master Song say that too. That Lycan is worth nearly 100 million, right? Even young Master Song borrowed his car? You're willing to lend out a supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan? I heard young Master Song say when he was drunk that he went to the god of cars' house and drank a bottle of Romani Connie worth millions. I've heard that there are millions, or even tens of millions, of wines in the collection. I heard from Masterly that there is also a collector's edition Dodge Tomahawk. Besides, it is said that the god of cars is also very good at riding motorcycles. Yes, I heard that from Li Shaoshi. The expressions of a group of rich second generations looking at Su Yan were all filled with admiration and amazement. This level is much higher than theirs. It's at the level of young Master Song. Lu Fian had no choice but to believe it now. She looked at Su Yan with curiosity. He seems to be very good at it. He knows martial arts, racing, riding motorcycles, and he's also very rich. Hey, Lu Fian looked at Su Yan. You said you were a car god. Do you dare to make a bet with me? What are you betting on? Su Yan looked at her. Are you betting on a fight? Did you beat me? And what can you bet on? You were making excuses just now, but now you're fine with it. This tomboy is very stubborn. Let's race. Lu Fian rubbed her hands. I've heard that the god of cars is very good, but he can't even pay attention to the condition of his own car. It must be exaggerated. Hey, sister, haven't you always admired the god of cars? Lu Fei Hu asked, pinching his fingers. Unless he beats me, Lu Fian said immediately. Worship is worship. However, the desire to win is also very strong. The most important thing is that she now feels that she is capable again. Since it's a bet, what can you offer as a stake? Su Yan looked at her. Lu Fian's eyes rolled. If I win, you teach me the martial arts you learned. If you win, I will give you 1 million. TSK, are you jealous of my martial arts? Su Yan couldn't help laughing. 1 million? Are you insulting me? Do you have the nerve to do that without 100 million? I only have 1 million. Lu Fian suddenly lost her confidence. 100 million? What a joke. Master Su, who has 100 million in pocket money? 100 million? We can't even come up with that. If you have 100 million, you should definitely use it to start a business. It's too much to use it for gambling, young Master Su. Everyone also spoke up. This is 100 million. You don't have it, but I do. Su Yan looked at Lu Fian with a smile. You can't even come up with 100 million. How can you bet with me? You're wasting my time. You want to get my family's unique skills for just 1 million? What are you dreaming of? Lu Fian lowered her head. You can't beat them in a fight, and you can't beat them even if you have more money. Master Su is awesome. Damn it. Mr. Su, are you really going to gamble 100 million? How about we get together? Can you come up with 100 million? There are 7 or 8 people present, and 100 million means that each person has to contribute 10 or 20 million. It's not that they can't take it out, but if they take it out for gambling, their families will know, and they will kill someone. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you can't take it out, I won't bully you. Su Yan looked up and down at Lu Fian and Wen Xinling. If you win, I'll give you 1 million. If you lose, I don't want any money either. I'll just stick to my previous request and make you a hand-beaten milk tea or something. Do you dare? Wen Xinling blushed and quickly grabbed Lu Fian's hand. Don't be impulsive. Lu Fian gritted her teeth. Do you dare? Su Yan knew that Lu Fian was stubborn, so he directly provoked her. You don't even dare to do this? You are the one who asked for the bet. You don't even have 100 million. It's just a small request. You don't dare to do this? You don't have anything to lose? Su Yan said with a smirk. Forget about your lack of courage. Why not add one more condition? If you win, I can teach you martial arts, But of course I won't teach you the secret skills passed down in my family. Su Yin shrugged and tried to provoke the other party by adding more pressure. Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Fian was angry. Lulu. When Xinling stamped her feet. Why are you being provoked again? It's okay. I'll definitely win. Lu Fian said proudly. Let me tell you, didn't I go out for a while ago? I am training in the Ferrari team. After 3 months, my skills are not as good as those of the top players, but I can still keep up with the pace in the team. Lu Fian said proudly. With my ability, I'm not afraid of him. Don't worry. Not many people know about this. Racing is more than just about speed. Chapter 194. Su Xiao likes to drink Silk Stocking's pearl milk tea. It's about understanding the track, understanding the car's performance, and controlling the rhythm. How good is he at driving fast? Lu Fian was full of confidence. To drive fast, all you have to do is step on the accelerator. Anyone can do it. But why can't everyone be a racing driver? When Xinling nodded. Really? Although Lu Fian is a little reckless, her ability to act is really strong. She likes to learn martial arts and has obtained a black belt in Taekwondo. If you like racing, you can go to the Ferrari team to train for a few months. Even I admire him. Are you really that powerful? When Xinling breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. Although her family was not rich, she was never short of food and clothing. If you lose, you will become a slave? She felt quite ashamed. What's more, what if the other party makes extraordinary requests? Just thinking about it makes me feel bad. However, she also knew that Lu Fian was a very competitive person. Of course, don't worry. The two of them talked quietly and reached an agreement. Okay. The two men high-fived to confirm the bet. Everyone bore witness. Little tiger, your little swallow is so brave. She even dares to challenge the god of cars. The first half of the record of the god of cars has not been broken yet, right? Xiao Yanzi is drunk? But it doesn't matter, it's just a bet on milk tea. Yes, Mr. Su is still very considerate and likes to drink milk tea. If I win, I can win $1 million. 1 million is not a small amount. It's enough pocket money for half a year. Mr. Su is so generous that he bet 1 million on a milk tea. Yeah, it seems that Mr. Su's favorite is milk tea. Everyone immediately started to cheer. Let's go. Let's go to the racetrack. Yes. Go quickly and let me see how powerful Su Xiao, the driving god, is. I didn't have a chance last time, but now I finally have a chance. The scene of Xiao Yanzi making milk tea is hilarious just thinking about it. Hearing these words, Lu Feihu couldn't help but laugh. The outcome is unknown. Maybe young Master Su will lose 1 million? What? Little Swallow challenges the god of cars? That's unlikely, right? Lu Feihu pinched his voice and said mysteriously, Xiao Yanzi flew to Europe for 3 months this year. I don't know how she got into the Ferrari team. I spent 3 months there, got to know the racing in depth, and learned from the pros. The technique should be good. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Damn it. Xiao Yanzi still has another trick up her sleeve. Xiao Yanzi is amazing. I didn't expect she could endure this hardship. This is even more interesting. Mr. Su, let's go together. Where's your car? Hong Chodo asked. I didn't drive. Then take my car. Mr. Su, this way please. The group immediately headed to the Magic City International Circuit. In the car, when Xinling was still a little worried, Lulu, are you really sure? I heard that the racetrack belongs to him. Of course I'm confident. I heard that he seldom goes to the racetrack, but I go there often recently. The worst case is a 50-50 chance. Lu Fian said confidently. But I heard his car is very expensive and fast. Don't worry, the car is about performance. My car was modified by me personally, so it will definitely not lose to his in terms of performance. Real. Of course it's true, don't worry. China Overseas International Circuit. Lao Su, I didn't expect you to be caught by them. As soon as I got off the car, Song Qin and Li Siming were already there. I heard you were going to race with someone, so I asked them to replace the wheels on the Lycan in advance and start the inspection. Song Qin said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Thanks for nothing. I should thank you for lending me your car. Song Qin said with a smile. Why did you break up with this little witch? Play with her. I don't have anything to do lately anyway. Aren't you going to school? Are you free lately? Song Qin asked. Well, something happened at school, so it's a good time to take a 2-day break. Su Yin nodded. Is there anything fun? There are 2 games. If you have nothing to do you want to play together? Su Yin asked. Will it be the same as last time? No. One bureau is the investment bureau. Don't you have Dongi Media? Don't worry, there are no such idiots this time. However, it's not just our people. Song Qin said. What about the other one? The other one is also in the same place. It's an auction, just for fun. 3 days and 4 nights. Do you want to go? Song Qin raised his eyebrows. What's the meaning? Su Yin always felt that he had not said enough. It's actually a small gathering, and the people who gather are all from our circle. Song Qin briefly introduced, it's just a group of rich second generations. We get together once a year to share what we have, and also to compete with each other. We named it Haitian Club. The sea refers to Shanghai, and the sky refers to Yinjing. When the time comes, a group of second-generation people from Yinjing will come with us. Haitian Club. Aren't you the ones who organized the Hai Tianxing Yin? Su Yin was speechless. But it sounds quite interesting. Even if it is Hai Tianxing Yin, it's not bad. Okay, call me then. Able to expand your network. It's not just the rich second-generation circle in Shanghai, but also the rich second-generation circle in Yinjing. Just right, catch them all in one swoop. Okay. Young Master Su is here this time. Let's see how arrogant they are. Li Siming also laughed. It seems that there are some inside stories that I don't know about. Let's go, it's almost time. Let's see Master Su's driving skills again. While the three were chatting, the girls brought by Song Qin and his friends had shining eyes. Is this the young Master Su that young Master Song mentioned? Wow, isn't this so cool? He is indeed very handsome, and I heard that he is richer than Mr. Song. It is said that he doesn't like to play much. Even this racetrack belongs to someone else. The Lycan that young Master Song drove recently is his. That's awesome. I don't know if he'll be able to appreciate me. Don't daydream. Young Master Song will be racing with others soon. Be the starter. What if young Master Su falls in love with me after seeing my figure? You're just wishful thinking. You can only play for one night at most. It's nice to have fun for a night, Mr. Su. He's handsome and rich. Have any of you tried it? No. Neither have I. A man who keeps himself clean may. It would be great if I could marry into a wealthy family. Every girl at the scene was interested. Have you heard? Mr. Su's favorite drink is bubble milk tea. Really? Really? According to the news just received, Master Su is betting on silk stockings and pearl milk tea this time. Who is the opponent? The opponent is the little witch of the Liu family. What's so good about her? She can attack the airport. But I have long legs. Hurry up. It's about to start. Master Su. Crush them. Everyone cheered. On the racetrack, two supercars are ready to go. Liu Fian held a helmet and walked in front of Su Yin. See how I beat you today. Chapter 195 Drifting Maniac. Best route. Why do you have to do so many things? Su Yin smiled and said, why bother? Why not just agree to it earlier? It's still uncertain whether to win or lose. Liu Fian glared at Su Yin fiercely. The bet has been made. When the time comes, you will be my slave. Su Yin said close to her ear. Damn it. Liu Fian put the helmet directly on her head. You are still worried that you can't afford it. After thinking for a while, the other party seems to have everything. I see you're still worried about yourself. How can you compete with me with an F8? I can see that you know nothing about cars. Do you think they are great just because they are expensive? Liu Fian became more confident. Don't be fooled by this F8, but I modified it myself. It has a V12 engine, which is very powerful. It is the most suitable supercar for me. Liu Fian was very proud. What does it mean to be truly one with the car? Don't you understand? Human and car is one? How great would it be to ride a motorcycle? Su Yin glanced at Liu Fian again. She was wearing a racing suit and leather pants on her long legs and was riding a motorcycle. TSK. Humph. You've never seen the world. Liu Fian snorted coldly. I stood there, closed my eyes, and recalled the route of the entire track again. Then put on your safety helmet. An integrated AR-enhanced image immediately appeared on the helmet's glass mirror. The entire track route was being shown to her. In addition, there is a yellow line in the middle of the screen. This yellow line is the best route. Racing is not just about skills and techniques. Another very important point is line selection. With this technology, she doesn't have to do the calculations herself. Why did you beat me? Without some technology, would I choose to compete with you? Your technique is very strong. However, because you ran out of gas last time, you won't dare to go at full speed this time. And he likes to show off his skills and drift when entering a corner. Drifting is not the fastest cornering technique. The fastest way to get around a corner is to choose the route. Humph. Boom. Boom. The two supercars started slowly. Come to the starting point together and stand side by side. A girl wearing denim shorts and only a bikini on her upper body stood in front of the starting point. She has big wavy wine red hair and a tall and plump figure. Twisted his waist. Show your best side. She threw a coquettish glance at Su Yin. Boom. The Ferrari F8 suddenly leaped forward. The officer was so frightened that his face turned pale. TSK. Is it so great to have big breasts? Liu Fian snorted twice and stood side by side with Su Yin again. Ready. The ties around her neck and back. The slender hands held the bikini high. Liu Fian was even more upset. Humph. Let's use a man to start the battle next time. These perverts. There was envy in his eyes. What did you eat to grow up? You're even bigger than Wenwen. Just as she was thinking, the car next to her, Lakin, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Fuck. Honey trap. Damn it. Do you have any shame? He also stepped on the accelerator, and the car followed closely behind, speeding out. Everyone got excited when they saw Lakin set off. So cool. We can see Master Su's invincible drift again. Drift. Drift. Master Su is awesome. Remember to bring the videotape this time. Master Su's cornering skills are worth 100 years of study. Master Su is so awesome. Song Qin and others cheered Su Yin on. But at this time, Su Yin did not consider so many technical things. After a period of settling down, he gradually discovered that drifting and tail flicking were just a fancy technique. Not the best technique. At this moment, he was confirming the knowledge in his mind. Find the best driving route. He was completely oblivious to everything, and the only thing before him was the brightly lit route. Bitch. You actually ran off early. Lu Fian completely forgot that he was so absorbed in staring at the beautiful woman. I tried desperately to catch up, but could only maintain a distance between us. You're fast in a straight line, but in a curve, I'll soon pass you. How can you, a drift fanatic, know what the best route is? There's a bend ahead. Her eyes lit up, and the best route was already displayed on her helmet. Several apex points are also clearly visible. As long as you follow these points, you can drive without braking. How is that possible? Just as she was looking at the best route, she saw the lichen in front of her speeding along the yellow best route. As fast as lightning. Accurately step on a few best positions and flash away. Turning like a flash of lightning. Oh my god. How is this possible? Lu Fian was going crazy. Best cornering route. How could he do that? Isn't he mindless and ethereal? Why? Just when Lu Fian was extremely surprised, Song Qin and others couldn't help but wail. What's wrong with Su Xiao? Why isn't he drifting? Drifting in this position is so cool. Yes, like a snake, an S-curve. I didn't expect that young Master Su would choose the outer circle to enter the turn. Doesn't this slow down the car? No, I think I saw someone use this method to enter the corner. I remember now. A few days ago, the top racer from the domestic team came here and also used this route to turn. Really? The guy with the really dull drive? Don't think he's dull, but he's won 2 championships this year. Besides, he is the only one who is slightly faster than Su Xiao. He's faster than Su Xiao? No. 0.03 seconds. Does that count? Another bend is here. Why not drift again? What happened to Su Xiao today? Everyone was very confused. Last time, Su Xiao was a drift maniac, but this time, he didn't drift at all. What's going on? This isn't handsome at all. But Lu Fian was so surprised that she was almost speechless. What a precise movement. It's as precise as a scalpel. His skills are better than mine. Lu Fian had to admit that Su Yan's skills in racing were better than hers. The movement is as precise as a computer calculation. Does he have a more powerful AI calculation software than mine? No way. If that's the case, then I'm doomed to fail, right? I won't admit defeat. Lu Fian gritted her teeth and stepped on the accelerator. He chased after him fiercely. Damn it. Lu Fian slapped the steering wheel, but her positioning was not as precise as Su Yan's. Had to tap the brakes. He drifted. Suddenly, she saw Su Yan's parking space suddenly thrown out. He was immediately overjoyed. Why don't you let me catch up with you now? However, the screen in front of her showed the best driving plan. Drift and turn. How is that possible? Lu Fian was completely stunned. Why? How can he be so strong? Chapter 196 just treat it as a mosquito bite. Drifting. Comfortable. Master Su's drifting is still more comfortable. Isn't that so cool? Master Su is really awesome. He managed to make this almost 360 degrees curve with just one drift. It's just that the drift is a little short. Just like last time, draw a big circle and it will be beautiful. Yes. Lu Fian didn't know about other people's regrets, but she was already very shocked at this moment. Because the driving trajectory of Su Yan's car almost completely overlaps with the best route in front of him. This drift is so neat. The shortest stall time completely overlaps with the best route. How did he do that? Does he really have more powerful technology than me? It's impossible for a human to do that unless he's a robot. At the next bend, she saw Su Yan's lichen leaving a lightning-like trail on the S-shaped bend. Lightning into the corner. Lu Fian's eyes widened. The scalpel is curved. Isn't this too awesome? To turn a corner with a scalpel is to find the apex point accurately, as precise as a scalpel. Enter the corner with precision and exit the corner with precision. Completely on the best route. In just a moment, her hands became chaotic and she could no longer take the best route. They could only watch helplessly as Su Yan widened the gap between them. Call out. Call out. This time, Su Yan controlled it very well and did not run out of gas halfway. Master Su is awesome. It's faster than last time. As soon as Su Yan got out of the car, all the handsome men and beautiful women surrounded him. Girls crowded around him, and all kinds of aromas filled his nose. You still have to be a rich second generation. The life of a rich second generation is so great. Crunch. The Ferrari stopped. Su Yin casually put his arms around the slender waist of the two beauties beside him. Walked towards Lu Fian. How about it, Xiao Yanzi? Are you willing to admit defeat now? As soon as Lu Fian got out of the car, she looked at Su Yin. Impossible. Do you have the most advanced AI path calculation equipment? You don't want to default on your debt, do you? Su Yin looked at Lu Fian. Who wants to default on their debt? Lu Fian stomped her feet and said, I suspect you used an AI path calculation device. I want to check. Having said that, he went straight to Su Yin's Laken. But the car was empty. He didn't even wear a helmet. What to do? She suddenly felt a little nervous. She is used to eating seafood, and now she is allergic to wild delicacies. Are you willing to admit defeat now? Su Yin said with a smile as he watched her get out of the car. Lu Fian was speechless for a moment. Mr. Su, your favorite handmade silk stockings pearl milk tea is here. Just then, a pretty girl came with a cup of milk tea in her hand, steam rising from it. It has a very milky flavor and is indeed tempting. What is my favorite bubble tea? Is there? Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Young Master Su, you are the most popular person here now. When they heard that you like silk stocking milk tea, some were willing to go to the city to buy milk tea, and some were willing to cook it themselves. It's really enviable. Song Qin walked over with an envious look on his face. Old Song is so envious. Li Siming teased. Master Su, I'll feed you. A pretty girl, holding milk tea, was ready to feed it directly into Su Yan's mouth. Master Su, this is made from my stockings. Does it taste good? Su Yan, who was about to drink, stopped immediately. Forget it. My blood sugar has been a little high recently, and the doctor told me not to eat sweets. Who can stand this? Mr. Su, this is very healthy and sugar-free. Me too. Surrounded by girls, Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thank you. Everyone gets a reward. Su Yin directly took out a bag from the passenger seat of the Lekin. There was 100,000 cash in it. Grab a handful and throw it into the sky. This time, there are at least 10,000. Ah, thank you, Master Su. I want one too, Su Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Su. One after another, the pretty girls gave him sweet kisses. This is my fucking money. When Song Qin saw the scene, his eyes almost fell out. You take my money and you show off? Depend on. Thank you, Mr. Song. Thank you, Mr. Song. The girls took the money and became more enthusiastic. Finally got through it. When will you fulfill your promise? Su Yin looked at Lu Fian. When Xinling's voice just now is still in my mind. Lulu, let's run away. Can he still force us? Indeed, if Su Yin forced himself to escape, he would be committing a crime. You can call the police yourself. But what's the use of calling the police? Are we really going to fall out with such a super rich family? I can't afford to offend such a super rich man. Lu Fian said bitterly. Can't afford to offend? When Xinling asked curiously, weren't you very aggressive just now? No matter how aggressive he is, I think he has a good temper and won't be petty. There's no need to offend him, and I can't afford to offend him. But Zhonghai is so big anyway, why don't we escape? When Xinling suggested. Lu Fian smiled bitterly. I can't escape. My family's business in Zhonghai cannot possibly have no intersection with the other party. She sighed, Lingling, you must help me this time. Lulu. I. When Xinling looked at her lover, her heart wavering. Lu Fian sighed. It's okay. It's normal that you don't want to go. I'll go by myself. When Xinling looked at Lu Fian deeply, go ahead. Who's afraid of who? Thank you. Just as she lost consciousness, everyone started shouting. Milk tea. Milk tea. Milk tea. The girls around him shouted and cheered for Su Yan. Lu Fian blushed. You. Shameless. Lu Feihu also cheered on the side. Yinzi, if you want to win, it may be difficult. Do you want to go to my maid cafe to learn a few tricks? Lu Fian glared at her shy brother. Your sister is going to die. She stamped her feet in anger. I'll just treat it as a mosquito bite. A mosquito bite also leaves a big bump. Do you have a bump this big? The people around him didn't understand. Just then, Su Yan's cell phone rang. Mr. Su, I'm back. Lu Xinyan's voice sounded with a hint of fatigue. Senior, you're back? Su Yan was a little surprised. Yes. I'm at the train station. Come pick me up. Okay. Just when Su Yan was answering the phone, Lu Fian secretly pulled Wen Xinling. Woman, let's run. Wen Xinling was immediately surprised. Lulu, didn't you say your family's property? And didn't you say that at most you could just treat it as a mosquito bite? That belongs to my dad, and it will belong to my brother in the future. It's none of my business. I can't stand it. At worst, we can just stay in a hotel for a few days. Okay. Wen Xinling nodded quickly. Let's go while he's on the phone. The two girls walked away hand in hand stealthily. After Su Yan finished the call, he saw that the two women had actually slipped away. I felt a little disappointed. But I have an appointment today. I don't have time to bother with you guys. I'll deal with you later. Chapter 197 Whose Didi uses a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Train station. Lu Xinyan stretched herself. After taking a high-speed train, she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. Hello, miss. It's hard to get a taxi at this time. Would you like us to give you a ride? A middle-aged man with a slightly literary style walked up to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan glanced at him and said, "It's not the last century now. It's very convenient to call it Didi." The literary middle-aged man was a little embarrassed and coughed. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chongfei's agent. We came from Hongdian. We were in the same carriage. I wonder if you have any impression of me." Chongfei is a popular young actor with high traffic and has a strong impression in the entertainment industry. He debuted in a boy band and has a large number of loyal fans. He is now successful in both music and film and television, although he has no representative works. But it remains firmly in the top position. No impression. I call Didi. Lu Xinyan shook her head. She is exhausted from studying during this period. It seems like a simple job, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated. But as soon as Su Yin sent the message, she knew what it meant. It's like this. I think your appearance is very suitable for the entertainment industry. If you are interested, you can get in the car to talk. You can even get a photo with Chongfei and get his autograph. The agent is a pimp who works diligently. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, we can pave the way for you. Our Chongfei will soon star in a big drama of Dongi Media, and we can recommend you to join the crew. Startling by each step? Lu Xinyan responded reflexively. Yes, you know. The agent was delighted. It worked. Today, Fei Xiao's prey fell into the trap. Lu Xinyan frowned. She remembered that someone seemed to have recommended Chongfei to play a role, but in the end it seemed that he was not accepted. The positioning is somewhat different from the one set by Su Xiao. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, the first step is very important. Many people beg for it but cannot get it. Now the biggest opportunity is right in front of you. Lu Xinyan also understood. He looks like an agent, but in fact he is a pimp. She shook her head. You Chongfei don't stand a chance. The agent was stunned for a moment. What? There is no place for Chongfei in the cast list of Startling by each step. Lu Xinyan shook her head. Little girl, you. Lu Xinyan glanced at her phone. It was a message from Su Yan. I'm here, Phantom. Sorry, my Didi is here. After saying that, Lu Xinyan threw her bag away and walked away. The agent walked dejectedly towards the Alpha Nanny car nearby. What's going on? She's not coming? Did you fucking tell me who I am? As soon as the door of the nanny car was opened, a young man with a delicate face stared at him sinisterly. Master Fei, she said she called Didi. The agent said aggrievedly. Damn, you piece of crap. Where is the Didi here? I specifically asked you to stop here, but this is not the Didi pickup area. Where's your brain? Chongfei was very annoyed. I said I would bring her into the industry, give her the front seat, and after doing it so many times, you still can't do it? This time, it seems a little different. The agent lowered his head. Once you get used to it, just hit it a couple more times. Waste. Idiot. You're just wasting air by living in this world. Chongfei angrily slapped him twice. I'll go by myself. As he said that, he put on a mask and got out of the car, and saw Lu Xinyan getting into a Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce came to pick her up? Chongfei was startled. It seems so. The agent was also panicked. They can't afford to offend such an existence. Shit. Did you just say my name? I said it, as usual. You useless piece of shit. If I'm done for, you won't have a good life either. Chongfei kicked his agent hard in the stomach. He can't afford to offend the family that drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I'm so tired. As soon as she got in the car, Lu Xinyan felt weak all over. Would you like some wine? There's some in the freezer. Su Yin looked at the senior schoolmate whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and now she had a bit of a strong woman in her mind. Lu Xinyan didn't hesitate to open the freezer in the middle of the seat and took out a bottle of whiskey. He poured a glass for himself and Su Yin respectively. Looking at the whiskey in his hand, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Su Yin raised the wine glass and added 2 ice cubes into it. Macallan's 50th anniversary. Lu Xinyan swallowed. She has learned a lot recently. Not only professional skills have been improved, but also horizons have been broadened. Drink if you like. It's just a bottle of wine. Su Yin didn't care and waved his hand. He was about to make a phone call. This is the 50th anniversary edition of Macallan. This bottle of wine has a very high collection value, and the price may even increase in the future. The current market price is $70,000. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but remind her. What does it matter? If you don't drink the wine, is it still called wine? Especially if it's for a senior. Your mouth is as sweet as if it were covered with honey. How come it's so sweet? Lu Xinyan was still very happy in her heart. $70,000. That means, at the current exchange rate, it's close to $500,000. 500,000 for a bottle of wine? No. It should be said that 500,000 is enough to just pick up a girl. At least hold a ceremony, invite some business partners, and keep in touch. Would you like to try it? Su-yin smiled and moved closer. Wait, you are sweating. Take a shower first, and then sleep with me, Lu Xinyan said with a smile. Aren't you coming back to warm my bed? At this time, Su-yan's phone was connected and the two stopped laughing. Old song, I've sent you a message for 100,000 yuan. It's just a small amount of money. Why do you care about it? The last time I had a glass of wine at your house it cost more than this, Song Qin said indifferently. The Haitian is expected to arrive at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. I will pick you up then. Okay. After hanging up, my phone rang again. Su-yin took the whiskey and took a sip. Hey, Dad. Detected that the prodigal son was prodigal. 50,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 500 million yuan. Why did you stop? Li Qin looked at Yichin, who was full of vigor, suddenly stopped and asked curiously. It's nothing. The system just rewarded me 500 million yuan, and my son spent money again. Yichin said happily. Really? Li Qin hooked her hands around Yichin's neck. Since we found our son, our lives have really been getting better and better. Yes, let me show you what a tiger coming down the mountain is like. Yichin let out a howl. Okay, you are a tiger coming down from the mountain. Awesome, really awesome. Kiki, now you know how powerful I am, right? Why weren't you so powerful before? So, I'm hiding my strength. Pa, I think it's because Big Brother's tiger penis is effective, and the Mirinda officinalis soaked in wine has the same effect. Li Qin lay on the bed with a smile on her face. This can't be explained. How could it be such a coincidence? Detected that the prodigal son was prodigal. 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 100 million yuan. Only 100 million. Yichin curled his lips in dissatisfaction. 50,000 yuan has a reward of 500 million, but 100,000 yuan only has 100 million. System, you. What do you mean by pouting? Do you think I'm too old and ugly? Li Qin's expression changed. No, honey, listen to my explanation. Yichin was anxious. How could it be such a coincidence? You can give me some excuses. What kind of excuses? This is the truth. Yichin was furious. Just now 50,000. 600 million? Really? Li Qin seemed to believe it. Of course it's true. I'll pass it on to my son right now. Yichin vowed solemnly. I'll spare you this time. No, watch me fight you again. Who knew? Not long after I finished the transfer, the phone rang. Fuck. Brat. Yichin was furious. It's my son's call. Answer it quickly. Li Qin urged. Okay. Chapter 198. Young Master Su is here with his future mistress. Dad, I still have 2.4 billion here. If you have the money, just keep it for yourself. Su-yin held the phone. 2.4 billion. Lu Xinyan glanced at him, accustomed to it. Mr. Su is still rich. It's okay, son. Dad is worried that you don't have enough pocket money. These are enough for my pocket money. Su-yin was speechless. This is really trying to train me to be a prodigal son. I know, the research institute needs money. It's a bottomless pit, but we don't need this little money. After hearing what Yichin said, Su-yin said, the bank is still trying to give me a loan. How much can the research institute spend? The bank wants to lend you money? Yichin was surprised. Yes, can't we mortgage Kaohsiung Yuan for several billion? In addition, if I mortgage the properties under my name, it will be enough for the research institute. Su-yin also thought about the bank mortgage issue. In addition to the normal monthly income, one's own properties can indeed be used as collateral. In this way, it can be used for research and development. Don't mortgages require interest? Yichin said, and his whole body trembled. What are you doing? So fast? I'll just say it's the effect of the wine, right? Yichin was a little annoyed. Why doesn't my wife believe me? Interrupt my train of thought. He quickly said, it's good to mortgage it. There will be interest if it's mortgaged. That's fine, if you don't have enough, just mortgage it. If we mortgage 10 billion, wouldn't that mean the annual interest would be more than 300 million? The interest is around 1 million every day. Damn it. It's another way. Dry. It must be done. Mortgage. It must be mortgaged. Don't you want interest? Su-yin was stunned. Don't be afraid of the interest. The most important thing is that you can use the money to develop other businesses. Yichin taught earnestly. Su-yin suddenly realized. Use the bank's money to do your own things. This is the pattern. When I need it, I'll mortgage it. No. Go mortgage it now, and mortgage it out as soon as possible. All right. After Su-yin hung up, he saw Lu Xinyan looking at him in shock. Billions. Hundreds of billions. This family really doesn't treat money seriously. Little stars like Yi Chonfei are simply hilarious. Compared with a chaebol family like Su Xiao, there is a huge gap. Oh my god, a Rolls-Royce. What other important person is coming? Tisk, Doesn't the hotel have an airport pickup service? I heard they use luxury cars. Maybe it's an airport pickup service. That's right. But, did you see that? That looks like the hotel manager. No way, the hotel manager is coming to pick someone up personally? Who is this person? Who is the manager of the hotel? That's him, the one who opened the door himself. The manager opened the door himself? He seems to be in a very high position. And the waiters on both sides, is it such a big scene? When Wang Tianlong saw the Rolls-Royce stop, he immediately stepped forward to open the door with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Su, you are here? Well, prepare a room for me. Su Yin got out of the car. Welcome, Mr. Su. The waiters actually stood in 2 rows. When they saw Su Yin getting off the car, they all became energetic and bowed in unison. What are you doing? Su Yin felt a little embarrassed. Old Wang, don't be so childish. Wang Tianlong nodded quickly and waved his hand to let people leave. Mr. Su, life always needs a sense of ritual. Don't do anything fancy. It turns out you're not the one who should be ashamed. Su Yin was speechless. Yes, Mr. Su, I understand. When he saw Lu Xinyan was in the car, he immediately understood what he meant. Mr. Su brought his girlfriend again. No. Female companion. No. The future young mistress. This is not the first time. He immediately gave a wink and his men hurried to prepare. Mr. Su, please come in and wait a moment. The entire hotel received Wang Tianlong's message. Everyone is starting to get busy. Young Master Su has brought his female companion again. Get ready. Fruit. Is the fruit ready? In the room must be clean. The bed must be clean. Get ready to block the elves. We need to prepare a few more this time. How many? Master Su is so strong. Delay. Get ready. The catering department is always ready. If young Master Su gets hungry later, there must be food ready at any time. Housekeeping department, vacate the room next to Master Su. Security department, make sure young Master Su won't be disturbed. Purchasing department, send all the items you purchased previously to young Master Su in advance and leave them there. Each department started to get busy. Mr. Su, this quarterly report is out. Would you like to take a look? Wang Tianlong accompanied Su Yin, half bending his body. Okay, let me see it. As soon as Wang Tianlong stretched out his hand, someone immediately brought him an iPad and handed it to Su Yin. Su Yin held it in his hand and looked at it. Expenditure and revenue are clearly visible. The profit was good, although it was a lot, but compared to where Su Yin was now, it was small money. Good job, double your bonus this month. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Tianlong's face was filled with joy. Mr. Su just said it casually, and the expenditure would be hundreds of thousands. It's great to meet such a boss. There was no conversation that night, and everything was left unsaid. Lu Xinyan was awakened by Su Yan's phone call. She found the phone and handed it to Su Yan. Su Yan held her with one hand and held the phone with the other. Old third, why didn't you come back yesterday? Why, is there something wrong? There is something wrong. My second son was beaten up. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. The second one was beaten? Pa. It's Wang Wei. That guy Wang Wei. What's going on? Chapter 199, Let's Buy a Yacht. Fu Jiejun said helplessly, Second brother, Bah. Wang Wei, this guy, saw you so impressive last time. He immediately signed up for a taekwondo club and was beaten up during training. Why were you beaten for no reason? Su Yin felt a little strange. If it was a normal exchange, Fu Jiejun would definitely not call me on purpose. This means that the other party must have been very aggressive? The second brother didn't tell me the specific reason. Fu Jiejun sighed. Besides, he has to go there in the afternoon. Okay, I got it. I'll go back to school this afternoon. Don't move. Lu Xinyan fell back to sleep in a daze. Wasn't yesterday enough? He gently slapped Su Yan's dishonest hand away and said in confusion. Fu Jiejun suddenly asked, Old third, what did you do last night? Nothing. I heard a girl's voice. Damn, what did you do last night? I didn't do anything. Su Yan felt a little guilty. This kind of thing has been told to others. Any man will definitely envy and hate you. Stop messing around. I have to go back today. Sister Yu still has a lot of things to do. Lu Xinyan turned over. It's over. It can't be explained clearly. Third brother, you. Su Yin hung up the phone directly. I'm going to have breakfast and bring it back to you later? Lu Xinyan hummed in the bed. Su Yin smiled, got up, washed, changed his clothes, and went to have breakfast. Don't disturb her and let her rest. Tianhu Intercontinental has everything for breakfast. As soon as Su Yin arrived, a waiter had already arranged everything for him. Thanks. Su Yin nodded. He pushed the sausages off the plate with disgust. After hearing what the boss said, I didn't want to eat it all. Wenwen, let me tell you, although this place is luxurious, the location is a bit remote. We can stay here for a few days and no one will know. Just as he was eating, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. As long as the storm passes and my father and brother are fine, it will be over. After all, it's just a joke. When Xinling worriedly asked, will he find out? How is that possible? Su Yin looked up and saw Lu Fian and Wen Xinling sitting not far away, also eating breakfast. Oh. Enemies always meet. Hi. Su Yin simply brought the plate and placed it in front of them. You. Lu Fian was so scared that she stood up suddenly. You pervert. You followed us. Wen Xinling was also a little panicked and forgot what to eat. I can't help it. You guys still owe me something. For a moment, Lu Fian and Wen Xinling were both embarrassed. After all, they were running away from a gambling agreement. Mr. Su, what happened? There was a slight commotion here, and several waiters quickly gathered over. Even the security guards have been dispatched. Master Su, don't worry, we are here. The waiter protected Su Yin Tuan Tuan. The security guards are ready to take action against Lu Fian and the other girl at any time. Don't worry. Su Yin waved his hand. He didn't expect the commotion to be so loud. Old Wang, what tools are there for making milk tea? Handmade ones are best. Now everyone has the opportunity to fight. Wang Tianlong said quickly, but Mr. Su, if you want it, I know where to find it. It will take 10 minutes. Okay, get me one. Yes, Mr. Su. Lu Fian and Wen Xinling looked very unhappy. This scene is a bit scary. We are customers too, why? Lu Fian was so angry. Why? Excuse me, this hotel is mine. Su Yin shrugged. I let you escape, and now you come to me on your own initiative? What? This hotel is his. There is also the Zhonghai International Circuit. This is tens of billions of assets. Nearly 100 million worth of sports cars and tens of billions worth of real estate. Who is this person? Lu Fian felt a little flustered. Can dad and brother hold on? Master Su, here we come. Wang Tianlong's efficiency was indeed high enough. After a while, several people came in carrying a workbench. Come on. Miss Lu, you won't break your promise, will you? Su Yin looked at the millstone, then looked at the two women. Is this what you want us to do? Lu Fian looked at the workbench in shock, then at Wen Xinling. How would I know? Wen Xinling didn't expect this either. You're so fucking yellow. Lu Fian's heart was almost broken. Maybe I could have found a place where no one wasn't done it yesterday. As a result, all the customers in the hotel are watching today. Social death scene. No, this is just your punishment for running away. As for the bet, I will find a time to collect it. Don't even think about running away. If you don't honor the bet, I won't let you go. Su Yin watched the excitement. Ms. Lu, you don't want your father and brother to have an enemy like me, do you? You. Lu Fian was furious. Come on, who's afraid of who? Lu Fian gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Lulu. Wen Xinling felt so embarrassed. Wen, please help me this time. I'll thank you on behalf of my whole family. Lu Fian requested. All right. How to make milk tea? Add milk, tea, pearls. Add more sugar. Doesn't he have high blood sugar? I'll drink you to death. Your milk tea. Lu Fian placed the milk tea heavily in front of Su Yin. Too sweet. Redo it. You. Okay. No pearls. I want you to rub it with your hands. I won't. Miss, I can teach you. This is a hotel, and we have found the chef for you. It's a bit soft and tastes terrible. This tea is not good. It's too bitter. Su Yin picked up his phone and took pictures with great interest. Don't let me get you into my hands. I'm done with you. Lu Fian gritted her teeth as she kneaded the dough. After a full hour, Su Yin took a sip of the milk tea in his hand and said, It's not very tasty, but it's okay. Remember the bet. Don't try to run away. Go to hell. Lu Fian was almost angry to death. The most important thing is your hands. They are almost broken from kneading the dough. When Su Yin returned to the guest room, he found that Lu Xinyan had already left 200 yuan on the bedside table. I'm leaving. Last night was okay. Keep working hard. Huh. You really treat me like a duck. Su Yin couldn't help laughing. However, this feeling is still pretty good. Su Yin took a taxi to leave Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel. The hotel's Rolls-Royce was sent out. Where are you going, sir? Find a yacht club that's closer. After waiting for so many days, I still have to buy the yacht. Okay, sir. Please fasten your seatbelts. While the driver was driving, Su Yin called Tong Yakin and asked her to drive directly to the yacht club to pick him up. Sir, we are here. The driver stopped the car and Su Yin paid the fare and got out. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? As soon as I reached the door, a waiter came over quickly, with a warm smile on his face. No. Excuse me, sir. Are you a member of our yacht club? No. Su Yin shook his head and looked around. The yacht club is very large and has various facilities integrated into it. The place where he was just the hall. Hearing that he was not a member, the other party did not show any disappointment, but just reminded, Sir, if you are not a member, some non-member areas cannot be entered. Excuse me, sir, Do you want to come for dinner or order a banquet? Have a meal? Su Yin was a little curious. Can you have a meal at the yacht club? Yes, our yacht club is a comprehensive entertainment center that integrates fitness, dining, spa, and other aspects. Many newlyweds like to hold their wedding banquets here. The waiter was very enthusiastic and brought Su Yin a glass of lemonade and introduced it to him. Do you have any yachts for sale? Su Yin asked after taking a sip of water. Yes, sir. The waiter looked at Su Yin calmly. Pay special attention to his shoes and watch. Then he suggested, Sir, in fact, if you like to go out to sea, you don't need to buy a yacht. We provide yacht rental services here, and it only costs a few $1,000s to rent once. Someone drives the boat and someone cleans it, which is very cost-effective. No matter what size yacht you want to have a party on, it only costs tens of thousands. So cheap. Su Yin was stunned. It only costs tens of thousands to throw a party? Yes, if you buy a yacht yourself, you will not only have to pay for the yacht, but also for the berthing fee, fuel, hiring the captain, crew, etc. It will cost at least 500 to 1 million a year. This is almost a fixed expense every year. Moreover, it requires a lot of fixed expenditure every year, and the cost-effectiveness is not high. But leasing is much more cost-effective. All you need to do is become our member. The waiter had just determined it from Su Yin's shoes, clothes, and watch. This young man has some money, but he is not a top-tier rich man. The watch I wear is a Rolex Green Submariner. Although it is not cheap on the market, at first glance, he doesn't look like someone who can afford a yacht. Sure enough, the young man became a little hesitant. If you become our member, our yacht club will provide more comprehensive services, such as... As the waiter said this, his intercom rang. Attention all units, the big bird has returned to its nest. The big bird has returned to its nest. The waiter's face changed slightly, and he quickly stuffed an instruction manual into Su Yan's hand. Sir, please take a look at it yourself first. I have an urgent meeting. Emergency meeting? The big bird returns to its nest. This sounds like some kind of code, right? Su Yan was speechless. Please do not enter the non-member area. You can go shopping. After giving the instructions, he ran away in a hurry. At this time, everyone in the club was busy. They were well trained and rushed to the door. In just a blink of an eye, they lined up in 2 rows at the door. Such a big deal? What's going on? Even Su Yin couldn't help but look towards the door curiously. Chapter 200 Master, here I come. What big bird is coming? I don't know, he's a stranger. A high roller. Of course he's a wealthy customer, he came here in a stretched Hummer. Of course it's a high roller. I even put down the guests. Who is this guest? Shao Kai, he has some strength, but the big bird has returned to the nest, so the big bird is definitely more important. Su Yin sighed. Although I was not despised openly, I was still despised in reality. How come my hearing is so good? It would be better if you didn't hear it. Why? Su Yin suddenly felt bored. Since this one didn't work, he decided to change to another one. Invisibly, I was despised. Now, the entrance here is almost completely crowded with people, and I definitely can't get out. I could only hold a flyer and sit on the sofa to read it for a while. Leave when no one is around. All the waiters rushed to the door. At the door, a Hummer more than 10 meters long was parked directly at the door. There was also a Grand Cherokee parked out front. As soon as the car stopped, someone came forward to help open the door. In the Grand Cherokee, 3 burly security guards stood by. Hello, young lady. There was a cold woman sitting in the car. When she saw the door was opened, she stepped out. Excuse me, miss, how can I help you? Are you here for food, fitness, beauty treatments, or to go to sea? Our yacht club provides yacht rental services and also sells yachts. If you buy a yacht, you can go out to sea at any time. In addition, our yacht club can provide a full range of maintenance services. Sorry, I'm here to look for someone. Tong Yakin got off the car and found herself surrounded by people. I couldn't help but frown. Excuse me, miss, who are you looking for? For super rich guests of this level, we must provide the best service even if they just come in to use the restroom. What's more, this beauty doesn't look like an ordinary person, either in terms of temperament or appearance. The super long Hummer is said to be a mobile bedroom. The price may not be high, but the quality is definitely high. Moreover, he is accompanied by security guards when traveling. Who else has such a situation? I'm looking for my young master. Hearing this, all the waiters were stunned. Looking for your own young master? Maid? How is that possible? Judging from his temperament, he is at least a white-collar or gold-collar worker. Turns out she was a servant? What kind of family is this? Should I be young Master Zhao or young Master Huang? Which young master is in the club now? Help this lady find it immediately. Even if they are servants, servants of this level must be treated warmly. Only young Master Huang is here now. He seems to be in the gym, but he brought a female star with him. A waiter whispered, Are you here to catch someone committing adultery? No. Tong Yakin walked and spoke as she entered the hall. With a quick glance, he saw Su Yin. He walked over quickly. Oh my god. Whose guest is that? The servants all come in a super long Hummer. What kind of family is this? The waiter who had received Su Yin before was delighted. Then I felt a little worried. It's my guest. He took the lead. Miss, this way please. Tong Yakin ignored him, looked aloof, and walked quickly towards Su Yin. Owner. Tong Yakin walked to Su Yin's side and stood behind him very naturally. You're here? Let's go. Su Yin put down the flyer in his hand and stood up. Good. Tong Yakin would never disobey Su Yin. Sir, we have the yacht you just mentioned. Which one would you like to see? The waiter from before rushed over, full of enthusiasm. It was a professional habit before, but now it's a sincere intention. No need. Su Yin shook his head. I'll go take a look next door. I heard there are yachts for sale next door as well. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, Sir, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man before. Don't be ridiculous. We have all the yachts they have, but they may not have what we have. Sir, please don't bother with me and treat me like a fart. They're about to kneel down. How did he know that Su Yin was the real culprit? Don't bother. Hearing Su Yin's refusal again, Tong Yakin winked and the security guard immediately stepped forward. 3 strong men stopped him behind them. Master, do you want to teach them a lesson? Tong Yakin's words almost gave the waiter a fright. Damn it. Are you so petty? He was shaking with fear. He didn't know what would happen to the club if a wealthy man of this level really did something. However, he might be sunk into the sea tonight. No need. They're just doing their job. Su Yin waved his hand. Don't be so stingy. We are just buying things. If you're not satisfied with this store, just go to another store and buy it. There's no need to fight or kill. Yes. Tong Yakin nodded and opened the car door. How dare the waiter come forward? Why did you leave? Who is the real boss? Fuck. What era is this? Are you still calling me master? This is a real wealthy family. Do you think everything has disappeared? It just exists in places you don't know. Hey, Xiaofei, why did that guest leave? Hearing what the supervisor asked, Xiaofei panicked. Supervisor, he came in to use the restroom. Well, have you left your contact information? This kind of customer needs to be maintained regularly, the supervisor reminded. I didn't take it. Why am I so stubborn? Although I regret it deeply in my heart, I cannot reveal it now. Yes, sir, I will definitely maintain it from time to time. Xiaofei immediately said respectfully. Okay, Master Huang is here today. Everyone should pay attention. Yes. Everyone immediately got busy. After a while, a waiter suddenly screamed. What are you doing? Are you so startled? Is this how you were usually taught? What if this scares the members? The supervisor heard the noise and rushed out. His face was full of anger. The yacht club is not an ordinary club. Their target customers are top wealthy individuals. Of course, with economic development in recent years, more and more people have started to have spare money. Therefore, yachts will try to make more money. Only then were some of the services opened. For example, yacht rental services, banquet hall dining and more. Let people experience the life of the rich and get some opportunities. In fact, some of the yacht club's truly high-end services will not be open to them. Boss, someone just bought that amazing yacht worth over 50 million at the Bund Yacht Club next door. The waiter who had just screamed quickly explained. What? The supervisor was also shocked. Hummels is the top-of-the-line yacht currently on sale by Costco. After all, yachts are not like cars, which have so many usage scenarios. Even the rich won't buy extremely expensive ones. After all, no one lives on a yacht all the time. It doesn't hold its value like a house. 50 million is already among the top. Hey, why don't we allow such wealthy guests to come to our yacht club? Everyone was disappointed. The supervisor said regretfully, it would be great if you could come to our place. We also have a luxury yacht worth more than 30 million.